My headaches, where am I? But soon, memories surged through his mind like a tidal wave, revealing everything. He was born in the 26th year of Konoha, hailing from a Wagakure, named Didaze. Now, it was the 42nd year of Konoha, and he found himself at the border of a Wagakure, under attack from Kumogakure. The reason for Kumogakure's ambush was straightforward. Inoki was on the battlefield with the Jinchuriki and could not provide timely support, prompting the Third Raikage to dispatch forces for a surprise attack on IWA. However, to prevent himself from being ambushed like IWA, the Third Raikage refrained from personally engaging in battle. This was, in fact, good news for Didaze. Captain Didaze, what should we do? A ninja approached, flustered. What is the situation? Didaze inquired. Not good at all. Our border is about to be breached by Kumogakure. The ninja responded immediately to Didaze's query. Even without the Third Raikage on the battlefield, his son, Yatsuki AI, was leading numerous Kumogakure shinobi in a ruthless slaughter of Iwagakure's border ninjas. Didaze glanced around, but did not see Kurabi. Perhaps Kurabi was still training after all. He seemed to be only 10 years old. I believe I can fuse earth and fire now. Didaze was suddenly astonished to discover he could merge earth and fire attributes. In the original host memories, he had attempted this fusion countless times, only to fail each time, even doubting whether he could ever achieve an explosive release. But why are there only close combat techniques like explosive fist in my memories? Didaze was surprised to find that the original host's memories contained no long-range skills, only melee techniques. Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Iwagakure's explosive techniques were primarily close combat oriented, especially for members of the Demolition Squad, the AS for why no one utilized clay in range combat. It was likely due to the difficulty of manipulation. Didaze could clearly sense the inherently unstable aura of the explosive release formed by the fusion of earth and fire. Although Deidara's clay bombs were technically earth release techniques, they appear to be more aligned with explosive release in any case. No one would know, so Didaze would consider them explosive release. After all, explosive release sounded more appealing than earth release techniques, and since Didaze was the first to invent it in this world, he might as well rename it explosive release for a more pleasing sound. Oh, we have any clay? Bring me some clay. Didaze resolved to use clay to craft bombs to resolve this crisis. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that his control over chakra had reached a new level, a conclusion drawn from the original host's memories. He did not understand whether it was the fusion or some other factor. He simply knew that he should have no issues manipulating clay bombs. In his previous life, he had specialized in crafting clay toys for others. He felt no pressure in creating clay, which meant he could fully emulate Deidara's combat style, in close combat. He knew he could never match Yatsuki AI. He was well aware of his own limitations. Even using explosive release fists, he could not defeat Yatsuki AI. His only chance lay in employing clay bombs for wide area attacks against Kumogakure, forcing them to feel the losses and retreat. Although people outside labeled Kumogakure as muscle-bound brutes, Didaze believed they would not stubbornly cling to a fight. Yes, Lord Didaze. The ninja, though puzzled by Didaze's intentions, knew he must obey the captain's orders. Despite his many questions, he swiftly returned to gather a large amount of clay and placed it in a sealing scroll. You did well. Didaze praised the ninja before retrieving the clay. Explosive clay. Giant bird. In the astonished gaze of the ninja, Didaze sculpted a massive flying bird, which rapidly enlarged. And Didaze mounted it, soaring into the sky. What is Lord Didaze doing? The ninja remained in shock. He had never witnessed such a jutsu. Meanwhile, Didaze ascended to the heights. Explosive clay. Spider. Unlike the C1 spiders, the ordinary explosive clay spiders lacked the explosive power of C1, but were more chakra efficient. Countless spiders were crafted by Didaze and hurled toward Kumogakure. Boom, boom, boom. Upon entering the territory of Kumogakure ninjas, the explosive clay detonated instantly. What is this? The Kumogakure ninjas were utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend how such small spiders could annihilate a group of ninjas in an instant. Didaze had just unleashed dozens of spiders, and they had directly killed or injured over 100 Kumogakure ninjas. This was merely Didaze's first wave of assault. Is this explosive release? An Awagakure ninja said uncertainly that in his impression, explosive release was strictly for close combat. He had never heard of it being used for long-range attacks. This is definitely explosive release. The nature of the explosion resembles that of Lord Inoki's fists. Another ninja asserted. But isn't explosive release only for close combat? A ninja questioned. They all stood in a daze, momentarily forgetting the battle. It seemed they no longer needed to fight, as Kumogakure was already in disarray, all attention drawn to Didaze high above. I have no idea when Lord Didaze lands. We can ask him, one ninja suggested. Everyone, be mindful to dodge these explosive spiders. They move slowly. Immediately, a ninja recognized the spider's flaw, shouting for others to avoid them, that a ninja could easily evade these spiders with full effort. Unless fate dealt them a particularly unfortunate hand, and a spider landed directly on their head. Explosive clay. Flying bird. Didaze perceived Kumogakure's strategy to counter the explosive clay spiders and quickly sculpted fast-flying birds. Dozens of birds dove from the sky, heading straight for the Kumogakure forces. Watch out, the commander's warning was cut short as the birds reached him, the powerful explosion injuring him severely. The remaining birds descended into the ranks of Kumogakure, causing another wave of casualties, nearly 100 more. How could this happen? Yatsuki AI turned to see that aside from himself charging forward, the ninjas behind were being decimated by Didaze. Didaze's clay bombs were wreaking havoc on the ordinary ninjas behind him. Is this explosive release? Yatsuki AI found it utterly absurd. Isn't explosive release meant for close combat? How could it be used at a distance? Like the Awagakure ninjas, Yatsuki AI could not believe this was explosive release. It felt as ludicrous as someone telling him that lightning release armor wasn't meant to be used this way, suddenly creating a lightning release bomb to blow people up. In the original story, Inoki's favor for Deidara certainly stemmed from this aspect. Deidara had ingeniously created an entirely new application for explosive release, and he had done so even as a youth. It was no wonder Inoki held him in such high regard. Though Didaze's clay faced off against nearly all Kumogakure ninjas who could use lightning release. Kumogakure was unaware that lightning release could render Didaze's clay inert. While Didaze unleashed birds from above, Kumogakure was already crying out in despair from his relentless assault. Chapter 2, C2. The dragon, all members of the Hidden Cloud Village gathered behind me. Lava release, protective wall. The Earth platform immediately activated the protective wall to block the flying birds. If we do not manage these birds soon, it is feared that our own will be annihilated by these explosive avians. This technique. Deidara gazed thoughtfully at the protective wall below. Explosive clay. Giant bird. Deidara molded another bird identical to the one he was seated upon, which swiftly charged toward the protective wall. Boom. With Deidara's low shout, the giant bird exploded, leaving the protective wall on the brink of collapse. We survived. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village, initially terrified by the tremendous explosion, were astonished to see that they were still unharmed when they looked up. Lava release, multi-layered protective wall. The Earth platform reinforced the protective wall with several additional layers, hoping to withstand Deidara's giant bird. Even with Deidara's formidable attacking power, attempting to breach the protective wall with the giant bird would deplete a significant amount of his chakra. Let us test this, though I am uncertain of its success. Deidara began to rapidly mold clay in the sky. Why is there no movement? The Earth platform, maintaining the protective wall, felt a sense of confusion at the prolonged silence. Since it employs Deidara's techniques, I shall revert to the original name. This is the most suitable method to counter such things. C2, dragon. With a flick of his fingers, Deidara quickly shaped a lifelike dragon. Go forth, mighty dragon. As Deidara hurled the dragon into the air, it expanded in size, soon surpassing that of the giant bird. Everyone, shield yourselves. The Earth platform's expression changed drastically upon seeing the enormous dragon. He concentrated all his efforts to reinforce the protective wall against the impending threat. Boom. To the Earth platform's astonishment, the dragon did not explode immediately, but instead began to spew explosive clay from the sky. Is it merely an automated device for producing explosive clay? The Earth platform breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had feared that such a colossal dragon would charge forth to detonate. If it merely dropped small bombs, while still troublesome, it could be managed. Wait. The Earth platform's expression shifted dramatically. All attacks are concentrated on a single point to the right. He sensed that a specific point of the protective wall was under relentless assault, while other areas remained untouched. Lava release. Protective gem. The Earth platform realized that Deidara intended to first exhaust his protective wall with small bombs before unleashing the dragon's explosion to shatter it entirely. He conjured the protective gem to envelop the dragon, aiming to mitigate the explosion's power, only to discover it was already too late. Boom. With Deidara signaling a gesture, the dragon erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The blast completely breached the vulnerable point of the Earth platform's protective wall. Captain Deidara has shattered their defenses. A ninja from the Rock Hidden Village exclaimed. Ha. The muscle-bound ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village now understand the might of our explosive techniques. The ninjas of the Rock Hidden Village became exhilarated, having nearly wiped out all ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village except for Yayue AI. Although Yayue AI continued to fight valiantly within the Rock Hidden Village ranks, his efficiency paled in comparison to Deidara's lethal prowess. With the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village unable to exit their defenses, victory seemed assured for the Rock Hidden Village. Explosive clay. Winged bird. Deidara swiftly molded a winged bird, capable of reaching the interior of the Earth platform's protective wall at the fastest speed. The winged bird darted toward the protective wall's interior. Lava release. Protective wall. The Earth platform desperately attempted to repair the protective wall, but the pace of restoration proved sluggish. The winged bird breached the protective wall, seeking out living beings to detonate. Boom. Boom. The interior of the protective wall reverberated with successive explosions. Uncle Takeda. We cannot remain solely on the defensive. If we continue this way, we risk total annihilation. UAI. Having retreated to the rear and witnessing the devastation inflicted upon the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas, clenched his fists and declared, "Let me go? I shall confront this explosive user." Uncle Takeda, lead the Hidden Cloud forces to retreat. We have failed this time. Yayue AI resolved to draw fire away, buying time for Takeda and the others to escape. No. You are the hope of the Hidden Cloud Village, the new generation. You cannot sacrifice yourself. Uncle Takeda, do not worry. His bombs cannot kill me. Yayue AI calculated the approximate power of Deidara's bombs. Aside from the dragon's explosion, he believed that activating the lightning release armor would shield him from significant harm. Enough. Though my father advised me to heed your suggestions, the ultimate command rests with me. I order you to lead the forces to retreat immediately. Upon witnessing Takeda's reluctance to depart, Yayue AI issued a firm command. Understood. Takeda cast a deep glance at Yayue AI before responding. All members of the Hidden Cloud Village, retreat. Divide into 100 small teams. With Takeda's command given, the terrified ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village commenced their withdrawal. Though filled with dread, they maintained a semblance of rationality, dispersing in small units. Each team comprised merely 10 individuals, swiftly vanishing into the woods. Deidara refrained from pursuing, for he was keenly aware of Yayue AI's watchful gaze. Should he attack Yayue AI, the knowledge of his explosive techniques being countered by lightning release would quickly spread. Deidara wished to avoid exposing this vulnerability until he had devised a solution. Why does he not take action? Yayue AI stood alert, anticipating Deidara's response. Yet after waiting for several minutes, with the majority of the Hidden Cloud forces having retreated, Deidara still refrained from launching any clay bombs. Only the white clay giant bird remained aloft, flapping its wings and exerting immense pressure on Yayue AI. Having retreated far enough, I too shall withdraw. After waiting several minutes, with the Hidden Cloud forces now distanced, Yayue AI no longer wished to stand alone against an army of thousands. In an instant, Yayue AI transformed into a streak of blue lightning, vanishing from the battlefield. Why does Lord Deidara not take down that black devil? One ninja from the Rock Hidden Village questioned. You are a fool. Lord Deidara has already employed numerous techniques. How much chakra could he possibly have left? Another ninja from the Rock Hidden Village retorted. Had Deidara heard their conversation, he would have asserted his chakra reserves were ample. Yet he found himself facing a formidable natural counter. Had he unleashed his techniques against Yayue AI, the surrounding lightning release armor would likely extinguish his explosive clay. This flaw must be resolved expeditiously. Chapter 3. The Captain's Meeting Lord Didaze. Upon his descent from the colossal bird, the ninjas of Awagakure respectfully greeted him. Please assess our casualties. Didaze instructed after alighting. Yes, Lord Didaze. The ninja bowed deeply before promptly commencing the tally of the fallen. In no time, the numbers were swiftly compiled. Lord Didaze, we have 200 fatalities and 700 injuries. reported the diligent ninja with utmost respect. That is relatively acceptable. Our losses are not excessively high, Didaze nodded, having anticipated a much graver toll, perhaps 700 or 800. Fortunately, most of the casualties were merely injuries. After all, the assault team, led by Yue AI, consisted of elite members, none below the Chunin rank, whereas the border was predominantly staffed with jonin. We owe this to you, Lord Didaze. Without your decisive intervention, we would have likely faced total defeat, one ninja lauded. What is your name? Didaze inquired, contemplating keeping this efficient individual as his aide. The ninja's ability to act swiftly, coupled with his eloquent speech, convinced Didaze that he would be a valuable companion in managing affairs. Although Didaze was originally a captain, such titles were common in this border region, with more than 10 captains present, 9 of whom were special jonin, and only one being a jonin. My name is Dutu, the ninja replied, elated, knowing the potential Didaze possessed. With his abilities, attaining a high rank was certainly within reach, even if his current qualifications fell short. Dutu? Didaze mused, finding the name rather uninspired. It was bestowed upon me by my parents, who hoped that, like the earth, I might serve a humble yet vital purpose. Dutu spoke with an expression devoid of emotion, as if narrating someone else's tale. Is that so? Then accompanying me will be your opportunity to fulfill your potential, Didaze remarked, giving Dutu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Though Dutu masked his feelings well, the hint of sorrow in his eyes was unmistakable. Yes, my lord. He quickly adjusted his demeanor, adopting a serious expression. Lord Didaze, Lord Raito requests your presence at the meeting, another ninja announced, bowing before Didaze. Raito, you say? Didaze searched his memories and quickly recalled that this individual was the sole jonin, designated by Inoki to command the border's defenses. Indeed, without the Tsuchikage present, only Raito's orders held weight. Inform Lord Raito that I shall arrive shortly, Didaze replied. Yes, Lord Didaze. I shall take my leave now. The ninja bowed once more and swiftly departed. Lord Didaze, should we? Dutu inquired with a questioning gaze, as if seeking permission to accompany him. Let us go, Didaze replied, swiftly molding a clay bird. With a flick of his wrist, the clay bird soared into the sky, transforming into a magnificent colossal bird. Climb aboard. Didaze beckoned Dutu. Dutu, filled with excitement, ascended onto the clay giant. The view from above was truly soon. Didaze guided the clay bird to a height of 100 meters. While not particularly lofty, it was a novel experience for Dutu. Under Didaze's control, the clay bird soon alighted at the command center established on the border. This is where the captains convene, Didaze remarked. Didaze, you are indeed our great benefactor. Without you, we would have likely faced dire consequences. Raito exclaimed, enveloping Didaze in a bear hug. Standing at 2 meters tall, with skin of a bronzed hue, Raito's embrace felt akin to clutching a mere chick. Brother Raito, this credit belongs to all of you. I merely appropriated your accolades. Didaze gasped as he extricated himself from Raito's grasp. Nonsense. Without you, we would have surely faltered. And I don't recall you being this bashful. A voice chimed, placing a hand on Didaze's shoulder. Enough with the jesting, Tushuan, Didaze replied, recognizing the arm resting on his shoulder. Tushuan was a comrade who had been assigned as a captain alongside Didaze after his promotion to special jonin. Let us proceed inside and discuss matters, Raito interjected, striding into the command center. Come on, Tushuan encouraged, giving Didaze an approving thumbs up. Very well, Didaze responded with a smile. Soon, everyone settled within the command center. First and foremost, I wish to commend Didaze, Raito proclaimed, rising to address the assembly. Had it not been for Didaze's remarkable intervention, we would have faced significant risk of losing the border. Even if Tsuchikage reclaimed it later, our disgrace would remain. Raito's fervor grew with each word. The expressions of the other captains gradually turned serious. Their past achievements had been illustrious. The thought of adding a record of border loss and a humiliating retreat was daunting. I bear responsibility for this. I apologize to you all, Raito stated, bowing to his fellow captains. Captain Raito, what responsibility do you hold? It was those brutes from Kumogakure who instigated this chaos. Anyone else would have faced the same challenges. One captain exclaimed, attempting to alleviate Raito's burden. Indeed, you need not shoulder the blame, especially since we have not lost. Others echoed, rallying to Raito's defense. They understood that their failure to anticipate the Kumogakure ambush was the only misstep, as Konoha was considered the mightiest of the ninja villages. The notion that Kumogakure would not only refrain from aiding them, but also launch an assault on a Wagakure was incomprehensible. After all, what could Kumogakure hope to gain by seizing a border? Unless they intended to relocate their stronghold there, they would inevitably be repelled by a Wagakure. I truly am at fault. There is no need for excuses on my behalf. However, I have a significant announcement for you all, Raito continued. I wish to bestow the position of my commanding officer upon Didaze. With Raito's declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Didaze is still quite young. Lord Raito, this may not be entirely appropriate. One captain could no longer contain the atmosphere, voicing the questions that lingered in everyone's minds. Chapter 4. Returning to a Wagakure age should never be a limitation for an individual. Leitu shook his head. His mindset was quite open. As long as one possesses capability and strength, what is there to prevent him from being the commander? Didaze's prowess far surpassed his own. And based solely on the current display of strength, Didaze had already eclipsed him. Moreover, Leitu was uncertain if Didaze had any hidden cards up his sleeve. Should there be additional trump cards, Didaze's true power might exceed his by a considerable margin. Didaze, give me an answer. Will you take on the role of captain? Upon uttering these words, an air of silence enveloped the command center. Everyone turned their gaze towards Didaze, eager to hear his response. Leitu, I shall not mince words. I accept the position of commander. Didaze stood, no longer inclined to be polite with Leitu's day. The seriousness reflected in Leitu's eyes indicated that this decision had been made after thorough contemplation. After all, the role of commander was not one to be taken lightly. A typical captain, after safeguarding the borders for a year, could earn any B-rank ninjutsu and a record of an A-rank mission, along with a monthly salary of 100,000 ryo. In contrast, a commander would earn an A-rank ninjutsu, an S-rank mission record, and a monthly salary of 500,000 ryo. The disparity was monumental, and Leitu's willingness to relinquish the position spoke volumes of his high regard for Didaze. It was evident that Leitu believed Didaze would bring forth benefits far exceeding his own sacrifices. After all, relationships are often built upon mutual gain. It is improbable one would forfeit substantial benefits over mere acquaintanceship. Didaze resolved not to be overly modest and accepted the position, promising to repay Leitu generously once he attained greater strength. Let us extend our congratulations to Didaze for becoming the new commander. Leitu was the first to applaud, followed by Tu Xian and the other captains, their applause reverberating through the command center. After all, it was Leitu who bore the cost. As long as he found no issues with the decision, the others would remain silent. Thus, Leitu submitted his resignation and simultaneously recommended Didaze, reporting Didaze's remarkable performance in this battle accurately. A Wagakure, Suchikige's office Noki had yet to engage in battle. It was not yet time for that final step. However, he had begun to feel a headache brewing, as Kumogakure was resolutely unwilling to join the fray. Noki discerned that Kumogakure harbored ulterior motives. Was Kumogakure hoping to reap the benefits of others' efforts? Suchikage-sama, urgent information has arrived from the borders. Just as Noki pondered, an Umbu member entered, kneeling on one knee to present a report. Urgent information? From the borders? Naka's expression shifted dramatically. Urgent news from the borders was rarely a harbinger of good tidings. With a heart laden with trepidation, he unfolded the battle report. He had mentally prepared himself for the worst, even for the possibility of losing ground at the borders. What? Naka's mouth gaped wider with each word he read. Suchikage-sama, what has transpired? Steel Earth, his secretary, could not help but inquire, taken aback by Naka's extreme reaction. If Noki had displayed even a modicum of composure, Steel Earth would not have dared to ask. This is splendid news. Noki closed his mouth, a smile illuminating his face. It had been a long time since he had experienced such joy since the onset of the Ninja World War. The report indicated that Didaze had developed explosive clay into a long-range technique. Such talent was comparable to that of his own mentor, the Tsuchikage. It was akin to transforming water style into a burning inferno, truly inconceivable. The notion that such an unstable technique could be utilized at a distance was the only thought swirling in Naka's mind. He yearned to summon the explosive clay team immediately for inquiries. Alas, they were already engaged on the battlefield alongside Huang Tu, making them inaccessible for the moment. Summon this Didaze back to a Wagakure at once. I wish to meet him personally. Noki paced back and forth, excitement coursing through him. It had been ages since a Wagakure had produced such a genius. Even his son, Huang Tu, could scarcely compare to this 16-year-old prodigy. Moreover, if such a wide-ranging ninjutsu were employed on the battlefield, its power would surely rival that of tailed beasts. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama, the Umbu member replied. As for the subsequent details in the letter regarding Lei Tu's decision to pass the captaincy to Didaze, Noki paid it no heed. Such a formidable genius safeguarding the borders would be a gross underutilization of his talents. He should hasten back to Awagakure. The position of captain was trivial. With such innate ability, even the Tsuchikage could easily accommodate him in the future. This was the true sentiment residing within Naka's mind. After all, Awagakure was indeed facing a generational gap, and Noki himself was approaching old age, fearful that his time was limited. Steel Earth, immediately retrieve all available information on this Didaze. Noki commanded. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. Steel Earth acknowledged the order and promptly headed to the archives. Didaze had likely only graduated around 6 years prior, making the records relatively straightforward to locate. The current Ninja Academy operated on a 4-year system, given the exigencies of the ongoing war, leaving little room for an extended 6-year curriculum. Didaze. Noki sighed deeply, striving to quell his rising excitement. It had been a long time since he felt such exhilaration. He recalled the last time he was this animated was upon his mentor's passing. Borders a day had elapsed. Commander Didaze, please come forth immediately. Tsuchikage-sama wishes to see you in Awagakure. The Umbu arrived at the borders and headed straight to Didaze's residence, calling out for him at the doorstep. I'm coming. Didaze promptly opened the door, greeted by an Umbu member donning a fox mask. Let us depart. Didaze wasted no time. Since the Tsuchikage desired to meet him, he was ready to comply. Explosive clay, giant bird. Didaze formed a clay bird amidst the puzzled gazes of the Umbu and launched it forth. The clay bird swelled with the wind, rapidly transforming into a colossal avian creature. Come with me. I will guide the clay bird to fly us there. Didaze called out to the Umbu. Ah, all right. The Umbu, somewhat astonished, quickly regained composure upon hearing Didaze's command and stepped onto the clay giant bird. The creature spread its wings, soaring into the sky with Didaze and the Umbu aboard. Such aerial dominance could only be rivaled by the Tsuchikage's weighty rock techniques. The Umbu mused as he watched Didaze effortlessly ascend to several hundred meters. This indicated that few techniques could effectively target Didaze, and he possessed complementary offensive ninjutsu. Just this one clay giant bird could pose a significant challenge to countless adversaries. Chapter 5. Meeting Noki at last. Under the swift flight of Deidara's clay bird, the two soon arrived at Awagakure. Who goes there? The guards, noticing the enormous bird soaring above, instantly heightened their vigilance, having never witnessed such a sight before. They suspected it might be a creation of a rival ninja village. Attention! Assume defensive positions, commanded the captain of the gate guards. Do not impede their entry. Allow them to pass. Came a voice, revealing itself to be KT, Naka's secretary. Understood, Lord KT. The guards, upon hearing KT's words, ceased their obstruction of Deidara, recognizing that his command was surely sanctioned by Noki himself. After all, who was unaware of KT's esteemed position as Naka's secretary? The colossal bird began its descent, gracefully landing on the ground. Deidara, not wishing to flaunt his prowess by flying directly over Awagakure, touched down with modesty. It is Captain Deidara. The gate captain exhaled in relief. As he was familiar with Deidara, it was imperative for the captain to recognize all special jonin and above. Failing to do so would render his position redundant. Captain Deidara, please enter. The guard captain opened the gates of Awagakure, gesturing for Deidara to proceed. Thank you. Deidara replied courteously as he entered the village accompanied by the Umbu. Deidara, follow me. KT called out, indicating for Deidara to accompany him. Return and report. KT instructed the Umbu, who bowed slightly before vanishing swiftly. Deidara trailed KT, soon arriving at the Tsuchikage's office. This is the place. Let us proceed. KT stepped into the Tsuchikage's building, and Deidara followed suit. A sense of nervousness enveloped Deidara. This was his first encounter with Noki. Aside from attending a speech by Noki on the Will of Stone during his time at the Ninja Academy, he had never met him in person. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. KT rapped on the door to the Tsuchikage's office, receiving a response before stepping inside. Are you Deidara? Your performance in the battle at the border was commendable, Noki praised with a smile. He had perused Deidara's dossier, noting the tragic loss of his parents on a mission, leaving him an orphan. Graduating at the age of 36, he had served for 2 years as a jonin alongside his teammates, T-Jin and Kafurin. Subsequently, Deidara and T-Jin were promoted to CH Nin, and after 2 more years, they ascended to special jonin, with Deidara taking on the role of team captain at the border. Such was Deidara's background, rooted and true to a Wagakure. Noki felt a sense of satisfaction. I am undeserving. It is merely the praise of others, Deidara humbly replied, unwilling to let flattery elevate him. Well, I did not summon you merely to commend you. There are other matters at hand, Noki noted, astutely recognizing that despite Deidara's composed exterior, there lay an unmistakable joy beneath. Speak freely, Lord Tsuchikage. I shall comply with whatever I am capable of. Deidara responded earnestly. How did you achieve that explosion release? Could you impart your knowledge to others? Of course. I acknowledge that this is a technique of your creation, and I would not take it without due consideration. I would grant you the opportunity to learn both heavy and light stone techniques, as well as dust release, Noki offered. In truth, Naka's proposition was exceedingly generous. The heavy and light stone techniques were fundamental skills exclusive to the Tsuchikage, while dust release stood as a hallmark of the position. Mastering dust release would undoubtedly position Deidara as a contender for the next Tsuchikage. Lord Tsuchikage, it is not that I am unwilling to share with others, but rather that the control of explosion release is exceptionally challenging. I rely solely on instinct. Moreover, long-range explosion release is perilous. A slight miscalculation could result in self-detonation. Deidara sighed, his bittersweet smile revealing his struggle. If he could precisely calculate the ideal proportions, he would gladly share. After all, dust release and the heavy and light stone techniques were enticing prospects. However, as he had yet to fully comprehend them himself, he could not teach them to others. Is that so? Noki responded, surprised to learn that Deidara's long-range explosion release was not easily transferable. He had envisioned a scenario where the entire explosion release squad could engage in ranged combat. Though the squad consisted of only 8 members, each was a jonin. If they all mastered Deidara's technique, even the mightiest of shadows would find it challenging to escape unscathed. Nevertheless, Deidara's revelations doused Naka's enthusiasm with cold water. Do not fret. We shall revisit this once you have refined your technique. Noki collected himself, focusing on Deidara. Deidara, you are to head to the battlefield. Should you earn sufficient renown in this conflict, I shall bestow upon you the teachings of heavy stone, light stone, and dust release. Noki sought merely an excuse to impart dust release to Deidara, confident that with his talent, he had a significant chance of mastering it. Noki felt a twinge of helplessness. As his own son, KT, was unable to learn dust release, being relegated to earth release instead. Dust release, a fusion of earth, wind, and fire chakra, necessitated that Deidara cultivate wind release chakra alongside his existing earth and fire elements. Understood, Lord Tsuchikage. I shall remember. Deidara bowed again. That is good to hear. KT will guide you to the battlefield. Remember, your life is paramount. Even if the war is lost, you must ensure your own safety. Noki encouraged, patting Deidara on the shoulder. Initially, he had contemplated passing the mantle of Tsuchikage to KT. Although KT's aptitude was not particularly exceptional among the shadows, he was still the best option available. Yes, Deidara sensed the deep concern in Naka's words. Very well, KT, take him to the battlefield. Noki gestured for KT to escort Deidara. As for you, KT, remain on the battlefield. I shall handle matters in a Wagakure later. My only request of you is to protect Deidara, Noki stated, recognizing KT as the wielder of the steel release bloodline limit, which could fortify his body to an indomitable state, making him ideally suited for protection. KT, while formerly his secretary, also served as Naka's bodyguard, ready to shield him when necessary. Chapter 6. On the battlefield, yes, Lord Tsuchikage, as long as I live, I shall ensure that no one harms Didaze. Gangtu vowed, bowing deeply. All right, Gangtu, take him away. I still have documents to review. Daimyo nodded in satisfaction and took his seat at the Tsuchikage's desk. Gangtu then led Didaze out of the Tsuchikage's office. Brother Gangtu, may I address you as such? Didaze inquired as they exited, seeking to lighten the atmosphere. Of course, if you wish to call me brother, I shall protect you with my life. Gangtu replied, patting Didaze on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Then let us depart, Didaze declared, conjuring a colossal clay bird and casting it to the ground. Let us go. I too wish to experience the sensation of soaring through the skies, Gangtu exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. After all, Gangtu had never flown before, and Daimyo would not use the light and heavy rock technique to carry him aloft. Thus, the opportunity to ride on Didaze's clay bird thrilled him immensely. Onward, brother Gangtu, Didaze called, leaping onto the clay bird and waving back at Gongtu. "Here I come." Gongtu joyfully followed suit, hopping onto the colossal clay bird as it began to ascend. As the clay bird rose, Gongtu watched as a Wagakure shrank beneath them, and before long, they found themselves soaring several hundred meters above the ground. "Is this the feeling of flying?" "Indeed, it is exhilarating," Gongtu exclaimed, relishing the rush of wind against his face. "Brother Gongtu, should you wish to fly again in the future, feel free to call upon me anytime. I can take you on a tour," Didaze offered, deftly maneuvering the clay bird. "That won't be necessary. I wouldn't want to trouble you, my younger brother," Gongtu replied, shaking his head. "Don't worry about it, Brother Gongtu." Didaze smiled, yet he recognized that Gongtu was resolute in his decision. Time passed slowly as they flew. After nearly 2 hours, Didaze arrived in the land of grass, the battleground where a Wagakure clashed with Konohagakure. The formidable reputation of Hanzo of the Salamander was well known, and a Wagakure had no desire to provoke him. Although Hanzo had declared war on the three nations, it was clear he would remain in the land of rain. Thus, as long as the three villages refrained from engaging in a war within the land of rain, they could avoid conflict. Consequently, the Wagakure chose the land of grass as their battlefield, for it harbored no strong adversaries. The mightiest leader there was merely akin to an ordinary jonin, easily overlooked by the great nations. "This is the place," Gongtu remarked, observing the tents below. "This is where a Wagakure's forces are stationed." "I'm landing now," Didaze announced as he gradually descended. "Attention! Attention!" The reconnaissance ninja sensed Didaze's presence and immediately alerted the others. The Wagakure ninjas heightened their vigilance, gazing up at the slowly descending clay bird. "Who goes there?" they questioned, though they refrained from attacking, sensing no malevolent intent from the newcomers. "It is I, sent by Lord Suchikage to assist you," Gongtu quickly interjected, sensing that if he delayed, the Wagakure ninjas might initiate an attack. "It is Lord Gongtu." The crowd recognized him and relaxed their guard. "Lord Gongtu, you have come to the front lines. This is wonderful. With you here, we shall surely defeat Konohagakure." Most of the ninjas were familiar with Gongtu, for he was the secretary to Daimyo and an elite jonin, well known throughout Iwagakure. "I am not the main force here. He is," Gongtu said, gesturing towards Didaze. "Who is this?" was the collective thought among the crowd, as many were unaware of Didaze's identity. "Didaze. Special jonin, I know him." One ninja suddenly spoke up. "Special jonin?" The others frowned in contemplation. While a special jonin was indeed formidable, it did not seem sufficient to warrant such praise from Gongtu unless Didaze possessed hidden strengths. At this moment, Didaze had transcended the rank of special jonin. He was personally designated as a jonin by the Tsuchikage. Recognizing their disbelief, Gongtu shook his head. "I have matters to attend to. I shall meet with Kuratsuchi," Gongtu announced, waving his hand as the crowd parted to allow him passage. He made his way toward Kuratsuchi's tent. Kuratsuchi's tent was significantly larger than the others, capable of accommodating dozens of individuals. Gongtu and Didaze stepped inside. "We cannot afford to waste more time. If this continues, our efforts will be in vain." Upon entering, Didaze overheard a man speaking. He was about 1.7 meters tall and conversing with Kuratsuchi, who sat nearby. Beside him stood a towering figure clad in red armor. Didaze immediately recognized him as the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han. As for the 1.7-meter man, Didaze had no previous knowledge of him, given the scan information provided in the original text regarding Iwagakure. "Ah, Gongtu, what brings you here?" Kuratsuchi's frown transformed into an evident smile upon seeing Gongtu. His presence was a beacon of hope, suggesting a potential breakthrough in their plight. "I am not the most crucial here. This individual at my side is of utmost importance," Gongtu stated, indicating Didaze. "His importance? Surely not, Gongtu." Kuratsuchi expressed skepticism. It was rare for anyone to surpass an elite jonin's capability. "Words are insufficient. I shall demonstrate my worth in the coming battle," Didaze interjected. Recognizing the doubt in their expressions and blocking Gongtu's attempt to defend him, Didaze understood that only through his prowess could he earn their respect. "Excellent. Your mindset is commendable." Kuratsuchi nodded in approval, appreciating Didaze's attitude. A true man proves himself in the crucible of war. Chapter 7. The Raid on Konoha. "Everyone, please introduce yourselves to our new friend," Huangtu said, breaking the silence. "I am the son of the Tsuchikage, and my name is Huangtu. You may simply call me Huangtu." He extended his hand, inviting Deidara for a handshake. Deidara accepted, grasping Huangtu's hand firmly. "This is Han, our Jinchuriki of the Five Tails from Awagakure. Do not be deceived by his imposing stature. He possesses a kind heart. Huangtu gestured towards the robust figure clad in red armor. Han nodded slightly and extended his hand towards Deidara as well. His hand is considerably larger than mine, Deidara mused internally. Upon shaking hands, Deidara could feel the ruggedness of Han's grip, which was nearly twice the size of his own. This is the member of the explosive release team, Lai? Huangtu continued, turning his gaze to a man standing at about 1.7 meters tall. Hello, my name is Lai. Though he sensed no significant power from Deidara, Lai politely shook his hand, for Huangtu had spoken highly of him, and it would be impolite to disregard Huangtu's words. Since you're here, Steel Earth, we shall raid Konoha tonight, Huangtu declared with determination. His initial hesitation stemmed from the fear of inadequacy, as they faced formidable foes such as Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, and the seasoned powerhouse Shimura Danzo. The ninja clans they would confront included the Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Oil Girl clans, among others. Huangtu believed he could barely hold off Orochimaru, while Han could match Danzo in a stalemate. However, they would struggle beyond that, despite having the explosive release team. They could not contend with the Byakugan, Sharingan, and numerous secret techniques possessed by their adversaries. This exemplified the might of Konoha, unless they had overwhelming strength. Their mid-level combatants stood no chance against Konoha's formidable forces. Konoha's combination of bloodline limits and secret techniques rendered their mid-tier ninjas unmatched against any village. This was even more pronounced when Konoha was dividing its forces to simultaneously engage Awagakure and Sunagakure. In a one-on-one confrontation, Konoha's vast number of ninjas could easily overwhelm any opposition. Huangtu glanced at Steel Earth with a sense of resignation, but chose to remain silent. After all, mere words would not suffice. Deidara needed to demonstrate his capabilities through action to earn their trust. As night fell, Huangtu addressed the Awagakure ninjas, everyone. Follow me for the raid. The members of the explosive release team were taken aback when they witnessed Deidara's hands weaving through the air, summoning a massive clay bird. They could sense the explosive chakra contained within this creation. How can unstable explosive chakra be harnessed in such a manner? The members of the explosive release team were bewildered, unable to comprehend how Deidara had utilized clay as a medium for explosive release. Yet Deidara offered them no time for contemplation as he and Steel Earth soared into the sky on the clay bird. Is this the strategy? Huangtu mused, watching Deidara ascend, suddenly grasping the significance of gaining aerial superiority. He had initially assumed Deidara sought to scout Konoha, but now he realized the importance of this tactical advantage. Advance. Recognizing Deidara's intent to gather intelligence, Huangtu resolved to move closer to the enemy, facilitating the return of any information. However, he could never fathom that Deidara intended to launch a solo assault on Konoha. Indeed, Deidara planned to strike first, for the explosive techniques he commanded were expansive in range. Engaging in battle alongside Awagakure would only hinder his capabilities. Soon, Deidara's clay bird hovered above Konoha's encampment. Below, the patrolling ninjas were mostly ordinary, though a few with activated Byakugan scanned their surroundings vigilantly. Unfortunately, none of the Byakugan users looked skyward, ensuring they would remain oblivious to Deidara's presence. Sensory ninjas, unless actively searching, would also fail to detect Deidara hundreds of meters above them. Steel Earth, hold on tight, Deidara warned before commencing the creation of explosive clay bombs. Explosive clay, spider. Deidara molded hundreds of spiders from the clay and launched them towards the ground. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The sensory ninjas suddenly felt a surge of chakra and shouted in alarm. Explode. Deidara formed a gesture from above. Boom, boom, boom. However, the warning came too late. The explosive clay spider had already detonated. Hundreds of explosive spiders rained down upon Konoha's ninjas, resulting in widespread devastation. In the sky, the sensory ninjas closed their eyes to sense, finally detecting Deidara's presence above. What is happening? Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru emerged, alarmed. Captain Orochimaru, Vice Captain Danzo, we are under attack. The enemy is several hundred meters in the air. We cannot retaliate, reported one of the guarding ninjas. Indeed, at several hundred meters high. This exceeded the attacking range of most ninjas, making it impossible for them to strike at Deidara soaring above. Summoning technique, Danzo exclaimed, biting his finger to summon a colossal dream taper. Dream taper, unleash a mighty storm against the sky, Danzo directed, hoping to use the taper's suction to draw Deidara down. But would Deidara be so naive? C2 Dragon. Deidara sensed the pull from the dream taper and immediately conjured a massive flying dragon with a third of his chakra. The great dragon swooped down from the sky, charging directly at the dream taper. Boom! As the dream taper unleashed its storm against the heavens. The gigantic white dragon was drawn into its maw. With a titanic explosion, the dream taper was left on the brink of collapse, dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. Damn it! Danzo's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his newly summoned dream taper would be obliterated so swiftly. Secret technique: flying parasite. Few ninjas possessed aerial capabilities. But the Oil Girl clan of Konoha notably did. Their insects were generally capable of flight, and while ascending to several hundred meters posed a challenge, it was not impossible. Some ninjas of the Oil Girl clan had even cultivated flying parasites that could effortlessly soar to such heights. Excellent. Bring him down. Danzo, who had felt hopeless against Deidara, reignited with hope upon seeing the Oil Girl clan's flying parasites. Explosive clay, double-winged bird. Deidara swiftly molded several double-winged birds from the clay, sending them hurtling towards the Konoha ninjas at incredible speed. Boom, boom, boom. Another wave of explosions erupted, claiming the lives of hundreds of Konoha ninjas once more. Coupled with the previous onslaught of explosive clay, spider, Deidara's initial raid had decimated nearly 300 of Konoha's forces. The number of injured was significantly lower than the dead, as the destructive power of the explosive release was not something everyone could survive. Out of the 2,000 ninjas dispatched to counter a Wagakure, Deidara's relentless barrage had effectively eliminated nearly 1/7 of their ranks. Chapter 8. Explosive Clay Steel Earth. He has escaped, Didaze remarked, gazing at the astonished Steel Earth. He had already noticed the numerous parasitic insects approaching him, clearly not released by a single individual, but rather by a multitude, each distinctly different. Didaze lacked the confidence to continue eliminating the Konoha ninjas amidst such overwhelming numbers. It would be wiser to retreat while ahead. After all, the Konoha ninjas had suffered grievous losses from his previous assault, and the dream beast of Shimura Danzo had vanished. He had achieved remarkable results, and it was prudent to withdraw. As Didaze concluded his assault, the ninjas from a Wagakure arrived, albeit belatedly. Didaze promptly flew towards them. Didaze, how did your reconnaissance go? Huang Tu inquired, mistakenly believing Didaze had merely gone to gather intelligence. Having taken down 300 Konoha ninjas, along with Danzo's dream beast, we should launch a direct attack on Konoha. Steel Earth interjected before Didaze could respond, fearing that Didaze's lack of prior achievements would lead to disbelief. Huang Tu glanced at Didaze in shock. He trusted Steel Earth. Deploy the entire army. Huang Tu exclaimed with excitement. If Didaze possessed such strength, today would be the day to breach Konoha. Let us proceed. Didaze nodded slightly, subsequently dispelling his clay giant bird. He realized that engaging from above would jeopardize precision strikes and risk friendly fire. Hence, he decided to fight on the ground, confident in Steel Earth's protection. As an elite jonin of Earth release, Steel Earth could safeguard him effectively, even against formidable foes. Eagerly, Huang Tu set off, with Didaze following closely behind towards Konoha. Damn it, that man has escaped. Shimura Danzo seethed, watching Didaze flee, his anger ignited. A man of his domineering disposition could not tolerate such provocations, especially as he aspired to contest for the Hokage position. This significant blunder would likely tarnish his reputation in the future. Breathing deeply, Danzo attempted to steady his emotions. Lord Danzo, please do not be upset, the ninjas consoled him. At this moment, Danzo was not yet the brooding figure he would later become. He still resembled a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, which lessened the fear he instilled in others. Everyone promptly assumed the highest state of alert, vigilant for any fluctuations in chakra nearby. After taking another deep breath to compose himself, Danzo issued commands. Lord Orochimaru, is it somewhat inappropriate for you to command in my presence? One of Orochimaru's subordinates remarked, noting Danzo's blatant disregard for Orochimaru's authority. It matters not. I am indifferent to command, Orochimaru replied coldly. His indifference stemmed from the belief that achievements alone defined worth, as long as his accomplishments on the battlefield eclipsed Danzo's. All of Danzo's efforts would be rendered meaningless. Moreover, Danzo was of the same generation as Orochimaru's master. making it unlikely that the fourth Hokage would ever be entrusted to him. Thus, Orochimaru cared little for such matters. True victory lay in the end, not in early successes. Reluctantly, Orochimaru's subordinates acquiesced, recognizing that it was ultimately Orochimaru's affair. Under Danzo's command, the Konoha ninjas maintained their highest level of defense for over half an hour. I sense a large number of ninjas approaching. They must be from a Wagakure. A sensor ninja announced. Everyone, prepare for battle. With Danzo's command, the Uchiha clan activated their Sharingan, while the Hyuga clan engaged their Byakugan. The Oil Woman clan released their insects, and the Akimichi clan employed their expansion technique. All were poised for combat. Huang Tu, allow me to take the lead. The defenses ahead seem overly rigid. Didaze observed the Konoha ninjas from a distance, frowning. Entering under such circumstances would likely lead to a Pyrrhic victory. Didaze swiftly molded a giant bird and ascended into the sky. That guy is back. Oil Woman clan. Quickly, Danzo called out, witnessing the giant bird take flight. Secret technique, flying parasitic insects. The Oil Woman clan hastily summoned their flying insects into the air. Explosive clay, expansion bomb. Didaze produced a sizable chunk of clay, compressing it into smaller pieces, then rapidly formed 5 or 6, hurling them towards the Akimichi clan ninjas. Dodge. Nearby ninjas warned as they saw the small bombs approach. Such tiny explosives are harmless. I can catch them with my hands and prevent them from detonating. The Akimichi ninja remarked, dismissing the threat. After all, these were merely akin to the size of explosive clay spiders. While an explosion in their hands would cause pain, it would not result in any permanent harm. However, just as the Akimichi clan attempted to catch the bombs to shield their comrades, the expansion bombs suddenly swelled. They expanded to several dozen times their original size and subsequently detonated in the hands of the Akimichi clan. The ensuing explosion produced several thunderous roars, decimating the Akimichi clan, leaving only a couple of fortunate survivors. The Akimichi clan members caught in the blast were reduced to mere remnants, while those nearby who could not flee in time suffered severe injuries from the explosion. Such power, Huang Tu observed from a distance, witnessing the devastation wrought by Didaze's expansion bombs. Although the Akimichi clan had underestimated the threat, the potency of the attack was undeniable. Even if they had attempted to flee, they would have faced dire consequences, albeit perhaps with a slightly less gruesome fate. Do you see? This is Didaze's true strength. Steel Earth rejoiced, for Didaze's display had validated his unwavering support. All units advance. Huang Tu snapped back to reality, determined to attack while the morale of Konoha was shattered by Didaze's devastating bombs. Chapter 9. The War with Konohagakure. The Grand Army of Wagakure marched forth towards Konohagakure. The Hyuga clan took the place of the Akimichi clan, immediately positioning themselves at the forefront. The Akimichi clan had been decimated by Deidara's explosive clay, necessitating the substitution with the Hyuga clan at the vanguard. Byakugan. The Hyuga clan, witnessing the advancing forces of Wagakure, unleashed their signature technique, Byakugan. Earth Release, Rock Fist. The Earth Manipulator, Tsuchi, hardened his fist and launched a powerful strike towards the Hyuga clan. Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. Tsuchi was swiftly intercepted by Shimura Danzo. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. As the Vacuum Great Sphere surged towards him, Tsuchi hastily formed hand seals, summoning an Earth Flow River to counter it. Wind Release, Vacuum Serial Waves. Danzo engaged Tsuchi in a fierce battle. Despite Danzo's greater age, he struggled to overpower Tsuchi, merely maintaining a slight advantage. Meanwhile, Han's body began to emit steam. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru utilized the Shadow Snake Hand to harass Han. Boil Release, Unmatched Strength. With a deep voice, Han swung his fist, instantly annihilating Orochimaru's shadow snakes, leaving behind a field of lifeless serpents. The steam enveloping Han intensified, rendering him even more formidable. Summoning Technique, 10,000 Snakes. Orochimaru bit his finger and summoned a colossal familiar. Orochimaru. This time, the sacrifice appears to be plentiful. The multitude of snakes gazed hungrily at the corpses strewn across the ground. The Wagakure forces feasted at will. The Konohagakure remains were off limits. Orochimaru, observing the snakes' longing glances towards the bodies of Konoha, quickly admonished, as those corpses were meant to be returned for burial. Understood. The snakes reluctantly diverted their gaze. Han, meanwhile, braced himself for the impending threat, the steam emanating from him thickening. Deidara descended from the sky. The elite combatants on both sides had already clashed, leaving the fate of the battle resting upon the middle forces. Earth Release, Earth Flow Spear, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Numerous jutsu were unleashed. Mimetic Ninjutsu, Beastman Fusion, Parasitic Insect, Shadow Imitation Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Sharingan, Activate, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. It was evident that the ninjas from Konohagakure displayed greater ferocity. The Explosive Release Unit promptly joined the fray. The leader of the Explosive Release Unit, Kaku, witnessed this scene and prepared to strike, rallying his members into action. Explosive Release, Landmine Fist. As the Explosive Release Unit entered the battlefield, the conflict escalated. Each member of the unit was at least a high-ranking ninja, with Kaku being an elite jonin. With the simultaneous deployment of Explosive Release from 8 jonin-level members, Konohagakure was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. Parasitic Insect. The Yamanaka clan, seeing the dire situation, immediately commanded their parasitic insects to swarm around the Explosive Release Unit. Disregarding their own insect safety, the Hyuga clan at the forefront employed Byakugan to shield against the Explosive Release Unit, while the ninjas behind ceaselessly unleashed jutsu to harass the enemy. Explosive Clay, Flying Bird. Deidara did not enter the common battlefield, but instead targeted the realm of bloodline limits and secret techniques. Ninjas in the common battlefield would likely perish if caught in their own explosions. Yet the members of the Explosive Release Unit possessed a degree of resistance due to their extensive experience. Explosive Clay, Centipede. Deidara, standing behind the Explosive Release Unit, conjured a centipede that scuttled rapidly towards the ninjas of Konohagakure. Get away. Don't let them near. The ninjas of Konohagakure were gripped by fear of Deidara. Do not let them escape. Hold them down. Kaku commanded, then launched another landmine fist forward. The Hyuga clan had no choice but to employ Byakugan once more for defense. But it proved futile. Kaku's explosive punch pierced through the Byakugan, sending a Hyuga ninja flying. The ensuing explosion obliterated the unfortunate Hyuga, leaving nothing but scattered remains. Meanwhile, Deidara continued his relentless assault, conjuring numerous centipedes. The centipedes scurried towards the Konohagakure ninjas. Parasitic Insect. The Yamanaka clan, desperate, resolved to sacrifice their insects to trigger the Explosive Clay prematurely. Otherwise, the centipedes would inflict even greater devastation upon their arrival. How to ensure Deidara as centipedes explode? The Yamanaka clan planned to attach their insects to the centipedes to absorb chakra. If Deidara did not detonate soon, the chakra would be drained. If he chose to explode, it would merely result in the death of some insects. Thus, the Yamanaka clan had made their choice. Without hesitation, they sent their insects soaring towards Deidara's centipedes. What are they up to? Deidara wondered, quickly grasping the Yamanaka clan's intent. So, they wish to render my explosive clay inert? Deidara scoffed, promptly detonating all the centipedes. The majority of the Yamanaka clan's insects were obliterated, with only a few remaining. Sharingan, Genjutsu. A member of the Uchiha clan with a 3-tomo Sharingan seized the opportunity while Deidara was distracted by the explosions, momentarily ensnaring Deidara in a Genjutsu. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. The Uchiha ninja, witnessing Deidara under his control, unleashed the Great Dragon Fire Technique towards him. A massive wave of flames surged forth, threatening to consume everything in its path. Deidara move. The members of the Explosive Release Unit cried out in alarm, urging him to evade the impending inferno. However, Deidara remained ensnared by the Genjutsu, relying solely on himself or external forces to break free. Genjutsu, Release. Steel Release. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, Kudo appeared beside Deidara, dispelling the Genjutsu before deploying Steel Release to shield him. Kudo, now empowered by Steel Release, emanated an unyielding aura. The Great Dragon Fire Technique crashed against Kudo, yet it failed to inflict significant damage. Explosive Clay, Hummingbird. Deidara, feeling a profound sense of security with Kudo guarding him, began crafting explosive clay once more. Soon, a swarm of diminutive hummingbirds took flight, disappearing into the sky. The hummingbirds wielded limited power, thus, they were intended for a surprise attack. Deidara concealed their chakra, releasing them into the heavens for a moment of readiness. Chapter 10. The War with Konoha, 2. It seems that there is still enough chakra. Let us attempt this technique. After launching the hummingbird high into the sky, Deidara began to craft another clay bomb. Steel Earth positioned himself to shield Deidara entirely, preventing anyone from approaching him. What shall we do, Nara Kawabomi? The Konoha ninjas simultaneously turned their gazes towards Nara Kawabumi, the strategist dispatched by the Nara clan to the battlefield of Awagakure. However, due to the intelligence shared by all members of the Nara clan, Kawabumi did not possess a significant presence. Yet, with the situation now perilous, it was imperative for him to make a decision. The Oil Woman clan collaborated with the Hyuga clan to stall the explosive release group, while Akimichi R and Akimichi DZA joined forces with the Inazuka and Yamanaka clans to hold back the remaining ninjas. Kawabumi made his decision after careful contemplation. The battlefield was divided into 3 sections. Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru, and Han occupied the high-end battlefield, while Deidara's realm was that of secret techniques, bloodline limits, and jonin. The lowest tier of the battlefield consisted of the CH Nin and Jonin, occasionally interrupted by AJ Nin, yet even they were engaged by their counterparts. Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Mei, you two shall use your Sharingan Jinjutsu from the rear to disrupt them, while the Sarutobi and Shimura clans lead the charge. Under Nara Kawabumi's methodical command, the explosive release group was held at bay. Although the explosive release group could eliminate ninjas from the Hyuga clan, their efficiency was significantly reduced due to the interference of the Oil Woman clan's parasitic insects, effectively stalling them. However, as time progressed, the ninjas from these 2 clans would ultimately succumb to the explosive release group, but unfortunately, Kawabumi had already led the remaining ninjas towards Deidara. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Wind release, Vacuum Wave. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan executed their techniques in perfect harmony, merging their ninjutsu into a more powerful attack directed at Deidara. Steel Earth stood resolutely before Deidara, absorbing the blow with his own body. In truth, he could have evaded, but he refrained, as dodging would have slowed Deidara's clay bomb creation. To maintain Deidara's speed in crafting the clay bombs, Steel Earth chose to endure the strike. After all, the physical fortitude of steel release was not something ordinary ninjutsu could penetrate. Such techniques hardly inflicted even minor wounds. Shadow Binding Technique. Just as Steel Earth braced himself, Kawabumi extended a long shadow from behind, striking towards Steel Earth. What? Steel Earth was caught off guard and ensnared by the Shadow Binding Technique. Although it lasted merely a second, it was sufficient for a ninja to circumvent Steel Earth. Die. The assailant was a ninja from the Shimura clan, who drew a kunai and aimed for Deidara's throat. Success. The Shimura ninja grinned triumphantly. Really? The Shimura clan sensed a faint sound. Subsequently, Deidara, whose throat had been slashed, began to swell, transforming into a clay bomb. Clay clone, explode. Deidara formed hand seals, and the clay clone detonated instantaneously, obliterating the Shimura clan J-Nin into mere ashes. So it was a clay bomb. Kawabumi's mind raced, seeking a way to break the stalemate. He glanced around and noticed at least 5 Deidaras. He could not discern which was the original. At that moment, all 5 Deidaras simultaneously formed hand seals. The clay bomb, the hummingbird, which had been thrown skyward, dove rapidly towards Kawabumi. This time, Deidara sought not to kill, but to unleash all the explosive clay. The hummingbirds surged towards Kawabumi. Should Kawabumi perish, the remaining Konoha ninjas would undoubtedly plunge into disarray, becoming headless chickens. Although Kawabumi's mind was still racing, the instant he perceived Deidara's gesture, he sensed impending doom. Raising his head, he beheld the explosive clay hummingbirds diving towards him. Kawabumi did not detect chakra emanating from the hummingbirds. Perhaps their diminutive size concealed their power? Yet, time was no longer on his side, and he could only leave behind a final message. Follow Nara Shikaku's command. After uttering his last words, Kawabumi was utterly annihilated by Deidara's explosive clay hummingbirds. The blast even affected the nearby ninjas protecting him from the Sarutobi clan. However, due to the relatively low damage of the hummingbird bomb, casualties were not severe, with only a few fatalities and several injuries. Deidara, splendid work. After eliminating yet another Hyuga clan ninja, he remarked. The morale of the explosive release group soared upon witnessing Deidara eliminate the enemy strategist, driving the Hyuga clan into retreat. Were it not for the Oil Woman clan's interference from the rear with their parasitic insects, the Hyuga clan would likely have been annihilated by now. Nevertheless, even so, the Hyuga and Oil Woman clans could not hold out much longer. Uncle Kawabumi. The 16-year-old Nara Shikaku gazed at the remains of Nara Kawabumi. His eyes filled with hatred directed at Deidara. Uchiha clan ninjas, restrain this steel release ninja. Using Jinjutsu to control him. Do not confront him directly. Despite his sorrow, Shikaku resumed command. Steel Earth, seeing that Deidara had used a clay clone for protection, joined the fray. An elite jonin-level steel release ninja had entered the battlefield, leaving the others utterly helpless against him. Even when fire techniques struck Steel Earth, he remained unfazed, retaliating with a punch against the caster of the fire release. Thanks to the enhancement of Steel Release, Steel Earth could dispatch foes with a single blow, ensuring that anyone struck by him was either dead or grievously wounded. Unable to continue fighting, with no alternatives, Shikaku could only command the Uchiha clan to utilize Genjutsu as a defense. Explosive clay flea. Deidara, hiding behind a rock, formed the flea and placed it on the ground. Indeed, the 5 Deidaras outside were mere clones. The real one concealed himself behind a distant rock. Deidara then manipulated the 5 clones to simultaneously form hand seals, sending the explosive clay fleas towards the Konoha ninjas. Unlike ordinary explosive clay, each leap of the fleas resulted in an explosion, sacrificing a portion of their size. Dozens of fleas detonated with a series of blasts, rapidly advancing towards the Konoha ninjas. All use Earth-style wall. Nara Shikaku's expression turned grave. Should so many explosive fleas breach the defenses of Konoha, the village would be utterly devastated. Chapter 11. The War with Konoha 3. The clay bombs, resembling sinister fleas, swiftly approached Konoha amidst a cacophony of explosions. Fire style, great fireball technique. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan observed the encroaching threats with alarm, unable to restrain themselves from unleashing their own fire techniques in an attempt to trigger the explosions prematurely. They believed that by doing so, the destructive power would be mitigated compared to an explosion amidst the crowd. However, their efforts were in vain. The explosive release group observed the Sarutobi clan's fire techniques with derision, for explosive techniques were not hindered by fire. In fact, fire only heightened their potency. What? How could this be? The faces of the Sarutobi ninjas paled in disbelief as they witnessed their fire techniques actually augmenting the size of the incoming clay bombs. Boom. Not far away, one of the clay bombs detonated, the one that had absorbed the most fire chakra, making it the most unstable and the first to explode. Despite being several dozen meters away from Konoha, the explosion, enhanced by the Sarutobi's fire technique, still reached the unsuspecting Konoha ninjas. The foremost Konoha ninja screamed in agony before collapsing, his body charred beyond recognition, a grim testament to the consequences of the Sarutobi clan's actions. Bang! The remaining clay bombs reached Nara Shikaku, and with a flick of Deidara's hand, the clay explosives were ignited. A tremendous roar echoed as nearly all of Nara Shikaku's forces were obliterated. How can their power be so overwhelming? Why? At the last moment, Nara Shikaku was rescued by Akimichi Choza, a survivor of the Akimichi clan, who, despite sustaining severe injuries to his arm, used the expansion technique to save him. Yet even so, Choza's arm became a charred remnant, resembling a piece of coal. Konoha had suffered grievously at the hands of Lord Deidara. Charge! Crush them! The morale of the Iwagakure ninjas surged as they witnessed the dismembered remains of Konoha ninjas without an ounce of sympathy. Rather, they were invigorated. While the morale of Iwagakure ninjas soared, that of Konoha's dwindled significantly, except for a handful of the Uchiha clan who had awakened their Sharingan in the heat of battle. The spirits of the other ninjas had notably plummeted. The newly awakened Uchiha ninjas, emboldened by their newfound powers, charged forth with arrogant fervor. Exploding clay, split bomb. Deidara leaped down from the rocks, landing directly behind the explosive release group. Deidara, we will protect you. Do not worry about us. Unleash your power and show them the might of Iwagakure's explosive techniques. The boisterous laughter of the group echoed as one member sent a punch flying, sending a Hyuga ninja, who was poised to ambush, sprawling. Deidara nodded and then hurled the split bomb. True to its name, the split bomb was designed to divide. He tossed it towards a Hyuga clan member, whose expression shifted to one of horror, but it was too late. In an instant, the bomb fragmented into hundreds of diminutive entities. Under Deidara's command, these tiny explosives floated through the air, racing toward the Oil Clan at the rear. Infestation bugs. The Oil Clan hurriedly brought forth their last reserves, hoping to thwart the incoming onslaught with their insects. Yet, the split bomb was specifically effective against such pests. While the diminutive clay bombs might not annihilate a ninja in one blow, they were more than capable of decimating a swarm of insects. Boom. Deidara let out a mocking chuckle, then formed hand seals to detonate the clay bombs. He did not unleash all at once. Instead, he controlled a fraction to explode first. obliterating some of the infestation bugs before the remaining split bombs continued their trajectory toward the Oil Clan. The Oil Clan attempted once more to deploy their infestation bugs, only to be met with the same fate. Their reserves were entirely depleted, and the prospect of cultivating new insects would require hours. The Oil Clan was now utterly incapacitated. Finally, their supplies were exhausted. A smile spread across Deidara's face as he reveled in the defeat of the Oil Clan's insects, which had become a nuisance. He was now free to unleash his full wrath upon them. Boom. Deidara decided to detonate the remainder of the split bombs in one fell swoop, before crafting new clay explosives. Meanwhile, the Oil Clan sought to retreat, intending to replenish their insect stock before rejoining the fray. However, the explosive release group's members stood resolutely in their way, having previously been the ones obstructed. With chakra running low, Deidara realized he needed to conclude this swiftly. Assessing his chakra reserves, he discovered only about 10% remained. Time for some fun. A sly grin crept across Deidara's lips. He swiftly molded clay, shaping a bow and crafting 20 arrows. Run. Let us see how far you can escape. Once finished, the Oil Clan's ninjas remained firmly ensnared by the explosive release members, unable to flee. Deidara notched a clay arrow into his bow, drawing it back and aiming at the Oil Clan. Boom. The arrow flew true, striking an Oil Clan ninja and leaving no trace of him behind. In mere seconds, Deidara unleashed a barrage of arrows, and the entire Oil Clan fell, consumed by their hatred and despair. Though the members of the explosive release group sustained some injuries, after all, Deidara's techniques were area of effect. Many were still able to withstand the blast with some resilience. Eliminating the remaining Hyuga clan members would all but secure victory. With only 5 arrows left, Deidara pondered how to eradicate the Hyuga clan as well. I should summon my clones. After a brief moment of contemplation, he commanded 5 clones to converge upon him. None among Konoha dared to impede their advance, fearful of the clones' explosive nature. You enjoy using Byakugan, do you? Deidara chuckled wickedly. Already devising a plan to counter the Hyuga clan, the 5 clones swiftly reached Deidara's side, armed with arrows, positioning themselves near the Hyuga clan. As long as they ceased using Byakugan, they could rush in and self-destruct. Deidara issued a straightforward command to his clones, who nodded in agreement before brandishing their arrows and advancing toward the Hyuga clan. At this moment, only about 20 Hyuga remained, their chakra reserves dwindling. However, if they were willing to sacrifice their lives, they could hold off the explosive release group for at least half an hour. Chapter 12. The War with Konoha completed. Deidara was unwilling to let a single member of the Hyuga clan delay him for half an hour. After all, if they were stalled for that long, the battles on the other fronts might very well conclude. A cursory glance showed him that Han had already transformed into the 5 tails. Mu and Inoki had unleashed his formidable earth release, mountain technique. They must be out of strength by now, he thought with a cold smirk, as he focused 5 shadow clones on monitoring the movements of the 20 Hyuga. Typically, the Byakugan was employed to counterattack during explosive release offensives, but now, due to Deidara's explosive clones lurking menacingly, they were forced to continuously activate the Byakugan. Deidara observed patiently until one of the Hyuga finally succumbed to exhaustion. Explode, Deidara commanded, and his clone detonated instantaneously, leaving the recently immobilized Hyuga clan member annihilated. The remaining members of the Hyuga, filled with dread, dared not cease their defensive stance. Meanwhile, the explosive release group leisurely kept their eyes on the Hyuga, ensuring they did not attempt to ambush Deidara. Deidara, how do you execute this explosive release? Teach me when you have the chance. Hai, who had initially been skeptical of Deidara, stepped forward with a grin. Sure, brother Hai. Once the war concludes, I shall impart my knowledge. Deidara nodded, though he doubted Hai would truly grasp it. In fact, it could be said that none from the explosive release group would master it. They were accustomed to close combat and could not adapt to long-range attacks. It was akin to a fighter trained in melee abruptly being asked to compete in throwing contests. They might perform slightly better than someone untrained, yet not by much. One of them is out of strength. The members of the explosive release group observed as the Hyuga clan struggled desperately. Explode. Just as Deidara's clone reached one of the Hyuga, he collapsed from exhaustion. Deidara's clone released arrows that instantly reduced the target to ashes. We can't continue like this. We must counterattack. A voice rang out from within the Byakugan's defense, loud enough for the explosive release group to hear clearly. Are they preparing for a desperate struggle? Deidara immediately heightened his alertness. As soon as they dropped their defense, explosions would ensue. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Almost simultaneously, everyone released their Byakugan, determination etched on their faces as they charged at Deidara. They aimed to exchange their lives for his. If they could eliminate this individual, there was still hope for Konoha in the war against Iwagakure. Explode. Deidara manipulated his clones and arrows to detonate, 5 clones and 3 arrows exploding simultaneously. A thick cloud of smoke billowing forth. Is it over? Deidara pondered as he concealed himself behind high. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. As the smoke cleared, only 2 severely burned members of the Hyuga remained. Clearly, they were the strongest of their group, surviving solely due to their remarkable vitality. Though their breath was labored, their fighting spirit was formidable. Even gravely injured, they charged at Deidara. Explosive release, bombing fist. Hai positioned himself firmly, shielding Deidara, and collided directly with the 2 remaining Hyuga. The explosive release group followed suit, the sound of explosions resonating as the 2 Hyuga perished on the battlefield. I must retreat. My chakra is depleted, Deidara gestured, indicating his inability to continue fighting. Deidara, I will escort you. Hai immediately volunteered upon hearing Deidara's words. Very well, Hai, you take Deidara away. We will support another battlefield. Hai nodded, having witnessed Deidara's value. If necessary, he would protect Deidara even at the cost of his own life. Deidara's presence rivaled that of tailed beasts, perhaps even surpassing them in strength, for tailed beasts lacked such mobility. I shall take my leave then. Hai. You must lead Iwagakure to victory. Hai smiled at Deidara, and the latter nodded in agreement. Under Hai's guidance, the explosive release group advanced toward the ordinary battlefield of Iwagakure. With the addition of the explosive release members, the situation on the ordinary battlefield shifted dramatically. They almost effortlessly overwhelmed all Konoha ninjas. What had previously been a balanced conflict quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. The threat posed by this explosive individual was immense. Even Shimura Danzo, engaged in battle with Inoki, wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated that Deidara would so rapidly decimate his forces, leaving Konoha on the brink of collapse. On the lowest battlefield, Konoha ninjas were reduced to half their original number. Konoha forces. All units retreat. Danzo could no longer contain himself, issuing a retreat order. He understood that if this continued, his side would face total annihilation. Retreat. Retreat. Upon receiving Danzo's command, the Konoha ninjas began to flee in disarray. Seeing the Konoha forces retreating further from Iwagakure, Han, willing to endure an attack from Orochimaru, unleashed a tailed beast bomb towards the Konoha ninjas. Under Han's tailed beast bomb, the already diminished Konoha forces evaporated by another quarter. Damn it! Orochimaru's face darkened. He hadn't expected Han to fire a tailed beast bomb amidst his attack, marking a black mark on his record. Man snakes, protect the rear as we retreat. Orochimaru commanded the serpents beneath him. I haven't had my fill yet. You want me to retreat? The man snakes glared at Orochimaru, displeased. Ensure the safety of our rear as we withdraw. I will personally procure sacrifices for you later. Orochimaru promised, feeling helpless. He envied Jiraiya and Tsunade's summoning beasts, which never made unreasonable demands but simply executed their master's commands, unlike his own who constantly caused trouble. Reluctantly, the man snakes coiled their massive bodies, following the retreating Konoha forces, creating a barrier for them. Though Iwagakure's jutsu inflicted some harm, it was minimal. Against such a colossal summoning beast, typical ninjutsu proved largely ineffective. On their way out, the man snakes attempted to consume a few corpses but were promptly halted by Orochimaru. Thus, the all-out war between Konoha and Iwagakure concluded with Konoha's defeat. The ninjas of Iwagakure erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory. Chapter 13. The devastating losses of Konoha. The ninja of Konoha were utterly defeated. Yet the majority of those who survived managed to escape successfully under the cover of the Great Serpent. On the side of Iwagakure, a brief assessment of the battlefield revealed that their losses amounted to approximately 1/10, primarily due to casualties sustained during the confrontation with Konoha's ninjas. Following the involvement of the explosive release team, fatalities had effectively ceased. The combined attacks from 7 elite jonin had penetrated the lower ranks of Konoha's battlefield. Retreat. Seeing that Orochimaru was safeguarding the remaining Konoha ninjas as they withdrew, Kuratsuchi recognized the futility of continuing the assault and promptly issued a retreat order to the Iwagakure ninjas, returning to the camp with a satisfied expression. Meanwhile, Deidara, escorted by Ichi, had already reached the camp and was now recuperating. After all, Deidara's chakra was nearly depleted. and a complete drain of one's chakra could lead to death. Deidara, you are indeed the greatest contributor to this battle. Upon returning to the camp, Kuratsuchi immediately sought out Deidara's resting place. Not at all. If it weren't for Lord Kuratsuchi and Lord Han restraining the enemy's top combatants, I could not have unleashed my full potential. Had the roles been reversed, I believe you both would have performed far better. Deidara waved his hands dismissively, praising Kuratsuchi and Han in the process. There is no need for such modesty. I am well aware of your capabilities. When we next assault Konoha, we shall undoubtedly annihilate their entire force. Kuratsuchi laughed heartily, his spirits evidently high. Han, hidden beneath his mask, seemed to share a smile. Indeed, Deidara's prowess is something I wholeheartedly acknowledge. He is certainly no weakling. Gant stepped in, wearing a smile as he spoke. Truly, the long-range explosive release far surpasses our close combat techniques in terms of damage, agility, and range. Ichi, who had accompanied Deidara back, nodded in agreement, gazing at Deidara with eager anticipation. I shall teach you how to master long-range explosive release once I have fully recovered. Deidara chuckled at Ichi's eager expression. This individual had been the first to question his abilities upon his arrival, yet now seemed to have become a devoted admirer. Thank you, Lord Deidara. Ichi's face lit up with joy as he bowed respectfully to Deidara. There's no need for such formality, Ichi. If you continue this way, I shall be displeased. We are all brothers of a Wagakure. Deidara quickly straightened Ichi, adopting a serious demeanor as he spoke. All right, brother Deidara, henceforth you shall be my true brother. Should anyone dare to harm you, they must first tread over my corpse. Ichi declared with unwavering seriousness, patting his chest. Ichi, weren't you the one questioning Deidara just days ago? Kuratsuchi teased, playfully wrapping an arm around Ichi's neck. Well, I was too young back then. Ichi stammered momentarily, then boldly continued. Haha. Laughter erupted among them, their joyous expressions reflecting genuine happiness at their victory in the war, with Ichi's remarks merely serving as a catalyst for their mirth. Is it truly that amusing? Ichi scratched his head sheepishly. On the other side, however, Konoha was far from jubilant. Orochimaru-sama, the statistics are in. One of Orochimaru's trusted subordinates knelt before him with utmost respect. Speak. Before Orochimaru could respond, Danzo Shimura interjected, prompting a brief silence from Orochimaru. The subordinate cast a bewildered glance at Danzo, yet chose to remain silent. I command you to speak. Do you not comprehend? Or do you hold me in such contempt? Danzo rose, emanating a menacing aura. What do you intend to do to my subordinate, Danzo? Orochimaru stood, his serpentine eyes brimming with threat. I wish to inquire what your subordinate intends to do. Are my commands to be disregarded? Danzo retorted, equally incensed. Despite Orochimaru's clandestine collaborations with him, Danzo regarded Orochimaru as a rival, especially given the likelihood of Orochimaru becoming the fourth Hokage, a prospect that overshadowed Danzo's own standing as an established power. You still harbor thoughts of power struggles at this juncture? Your vision is exceedingly short-sighted, Danzo. Orochimaru's demeanor remained relatively composed, as their alliance was still within acceptable bounds for Konoha. Most of their experiments were mundane, utilizing ninjas from rival villages, and even if exposed, would not be deemed overly significant, as enemy ninjas were not regarded as human within Konoha. It was only upon the demise of Rope Tree that Orochimaru fully grasped the essence of the world. Short-sighted am I? Danzo chuckled, enraged to the point of laughter. His anger intensified upon realizing that even Saratobi's disciples dared to defy him, for he had always viewed Saratobi as a theoretical adversary. Do not concern yourself with him. Proceed with your report. Orochimaru cast a cold glance at Danzo. Although they had various collaborations, such as preparing laboratories for experiments and capturing ninjas from rival villages, this did not render him a mere pawn under Danzo's command. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. The subordinate, relieved to hear Orochimaru's words, prepared to deliver his report. Meanwhile, Danzo's expression darkened as he sat down, refraining from further interruptions, keen to learn the extent of their losses. Engaged in combat against Kuratsuchi, he was largely unaware of the battlefield's conditions, only knowing that they had sustained significant casualties. The Hyuga clan was entirely decimated. The Aburame clan suffered complete annihilation. Only 1/4 of Konoha's ordinary ninjas survived. The Saratobi clan was nearly obliterated. The Shimura clan was similarly devastated. The Akimichi clan was reduced to Akimichi Choza and Akimichi Chg. The Nara clan had sent only 3 individuals, losing 1. The Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Uchiha clans remained relatively intact. As the report progressed, Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim. Orochimaru's countenance was no better upon hearing the later details. He even closed his eyes in disbelief. Why were the losses so severe? Danzo queried, his tone laced with suspicion. He had anticipated losses, but believed they would be among the ordinary ninjas. Never did he expect that only 3 clans would emerge relatively unscathed. The Nara clan, being strategists, had sent few, hence their exclusion from Danzo's calculations. It was all due to that explosive brat. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy as he spoke. Chapter 14. Instruction of the explosive release team. Without him, we would not have faced defeat in this war. Orochimaru's gaze grew increasingly cold, undoubtedly. Deidara had tarnished his nearly impeccable record. What should we do now? Shimura Danzo was no longer in the mood to argue with Orochimaru. He too wished to swiftly eliminate this prodigy from the rock village. He realized that the individual manipulating remote explosions was younger than Orochimaru, which, in Danzo's eyes, clearly marked him as a genius. At this point, we are at a loss. Perhaps we should inquire within the village. It may be that Sunagakure has already resolved their issues. Orochimaru's intentions were unmistakable. He sought assistance from the village. If he were not in dire straits, he would never resort to asking for help, as doing so would signify a lack of capability. However, should he refrain from seeking aid, the breach of the defenses by the rock village would only further blemish his record. Both scenarios were unfavorable, yet Orochimaru had no choice but to select one. In truth, their objective was to stall the rock village until Konohagakure could thoroughly defeat Sunagakure, which would then send reinforcements to assist Orochimaru in vanquishing the rock forces. After all, the stronger main forces were clearly in Sunagakure, comprising Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the renowned Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Hatake. The downfall of Sunagakure was merely a matter of time. As long as Orochimaru's side did not encounter any unforeseen complications, Sunagakure would be rendered powerless. I shall personally draft a letter to Hiruzen. Danzo decided against continuing the argument with Orochimaru and instead resolved to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen of the situation. Then I thank you, Shimura clan leader. Orochimaru's icy demeanor softened slightly as he nodded to Danzo. Danzo acknowledged him with a nod and began composing the letter to Hiruzen. Before long, the letter was complete, though its contents remained a mystery. Even Orochimaru cast a surprised glance at Danzo, as the latter had written with such astonishing speed, devoid of any contemplative thought. This was a letter meant for the Hokage, yet Danzo had treated it as though it were correspondence for a subordinate. Deliver this letter. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Danzo handed the letter to a member of the Umbu behind him. The Umbu member bowed respectfully before departing for Konohagakure with Danzo's missive. The following day, at the rock village camp, come, Deidara. We shall follow your lead. The members of the explosive release team gathered before Deidara, each exuding a fervent spirit. Please introduce yourselves. I must at least become acquainted with all of you. Deidara surveyed the group, recognizing only the fellow artist, and felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the rest, as they had not appeared in the original tale. I am Suna, a member of the explosive release team. A middle-aged man of average height, exuding a somewhat sinister aura, spoke first. My name is Iwa. Another middle-aged man, seemingly stern, followed suit. I am Fuku. I appreciate your guidance. A young man, appearing to be of similar age to Deidara, expressed his gratitude. I am sure. I look forward to your mentorship. This individual appeared to be of similar age to Fuku, and their names suggested a close kinship. Are you two twins? Deidara inquired, intrigued by Sure and Fuku's resemblance. Indeed, we were abandoned at a young age, and our names come from the orphanage, consisting of only a single character. Sure replied. In fact, many children from orphanages have names that are either singular or composed of 2 characters, typically one. For instance, without the surname of Yakushi bestowed upon him by Yakushi Nanu, Yakushi Kabuto would simply go by Kabuto. I am Sabaku. I look forward to your teachings, Deidara. A robust middle-aged man greeted with a smile. I am Ishido, a member of the explosive release team. This individual appeared to be the eldest in the group, likely over 50, yet possessed a strength that rivaled even that of the team's most formidable member, aside from Deidara. Hunt. The terse introduction came from a familiar face, prompting Deidara to refrain from further commentary. I am Sherry, the captain of the explosive release team. Hunt is my brother. Sherry mentioned casually, referencing Hunt. Deidara was not surprised, as their names were sequential and their appearances bore striking similarities. He found their brotherhood entirely plausible. Since you have all introduced yourselves, allow me to do the same. My name is Deidara. I am 16 years old and have recently attained the rank of jonin, previously stationed at the borders. Upon observing the members of the explosive release team, Deidara continued, "Your abilities are wasted on border duty." Fuku could not contain his astonishment. He was perplexed as to why someone with such talent would be assigned to guard the borders. Surely the village leaders were not blind to his potential. That is not the case. My explosive release was only developed a few days ago. Prior to that, I was merely an ordinary special jonin. The moment I perfected this technique, Lord Tsuchikage summoned me. Deidara waved his hand dismissively, for he was not a talent overlooked by the village. Unlike Konohagakure, the Wagakure was likely eager to find a successor to the Tsuchikage. Is that so? Then the village leaders are not so blind after all. Hearing Deidara's words, Fuku nodded in acknowledgement of the village's judgment. Deidara could not help but click his tongue at Fuku's boldness, as it seemed he held little regard for Inoki. Nevertheless, he possessed the confidence to back it up, appearing to be in his early 20s, with the strength of a jonin, destined to become an elite jonin. You must hone your chakra control with utmost precision, then infuse your explosive release into the clay, using your chakra manipulation, finally detonating it with lightning release. Deidara offered a general overview, though he hesitated to elaborate on the infusion process. Given that all present were members of the explosive release team, he felt secure allowing them to experiment without risking their lives. The better your control, the more intricate the clay bombs you can create, and the greater their power. Enough talk, let us begin. Everyone, please attempt to mold a clay bomb, mimicking my technique. With that, Deidara crafted a simple clay bomb. This represented the most basic form of clay bomb creation, and those with talent should be able to replicate it. However, for those lacking aptitude, even the precise control required for infusing the explosive release would signal the end of their endeavors. Chapter 15. The decision of Sarutobi Hiruzen. A moment of silence enveloped the group as they exchanged glances, and then each member began to take action. One by one, they received a small piece of clay from Didaze, preparing to commence their practice. Boom. Merely 3 minutes had passed when a clay bomb exploded. Observing Fuck's frizzled hair from the blast, Didaze realized it was a botched attempt. Controlling it is so challenging. Fuck scratched his head in exasperation. He had not anticipated that crafting a clay bomb would prove so difficult. He had assumed his innate talent would render the task effortless. Despite his careful approach, it detonated the moment he infused it with explosive chakra. However, Fuck's frustration was short-lived as a series of explosions echoed around them. Every clay bomb detonated without exception. After experiencing failure, Sho's gaze towards Didaze transformed, filled with newfound respect. If this was merely the most basic clay bomb, and he struggled to create it, he could hardly fathom the level of control required for Didaze's advanced version. The difficulty was akin to inventing a new bloodline limit, as none of them who wielded explosive techniques could replicate it. Indeed, it seems we lack such talent, the remaining group members sighed. They had hoped to mimic Didaze's ability to hurl clay bombs from the sky, envisioning themselves as a one-man army. But now, it was clear that their aspirations were overly ambitious. Even the simplest clay bomb eluded their grasp, let alone the more sophisticated variants. Even if they diligently practiced, mastering the simpler techniques would yield minimal damage, proving inconsequential for ninja of their caliber, while the more advanced techniques remained beyond their reach. It would be wiser to refine their close-range explosive techniques instead. Enough, let us disperse, Fuck said with a wave of his hand, feeling dejected about his inability to master long-range explosive techniques. We shall take our leave, Didaze. The others echoed, addressing him. Do not be so formal. You may simply call me Zay from now on. Should you wish to continue learning in the future, you are always welcome to seek me out, Didaze replied, smiling as he waved them off. All right. The group nodded in agreement, smiling as they went their separate ways. The explosive technique group each had their own lives. They could not remain together every day, only uniting during battles. Apart from Sho, the brothers Fuck and Sure typically operated together, while the rest mostly acted independently. After watching all the members of the explosive technique group depart, Didaze returned to his tent, pondering how to make his explosive techniques impervious to lightning. Could there be an alternative to lightning release for triggering explosions? He mused. Meanwhile, a letter for help from Shimura Danzo had arrived in Konoha Village, Hokage Office Hokage-sama. This letter has arrived from the battlefield of Awagakure. Please take a look. A member of the Root organization, after undergoing rigorous scrutiny, finally stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was engaged in smoking. Oh, Hiruzen's initially relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The two individuals from Awagakure would not have written to him without significant reason, indicating that the letter contained critical intelligence. The only reason he might have expected a letter of concern was due to Jiraiya, who, since departing for Sunagakure, had sent a letter every 2 days, inquiring about Hiruzen's health or whimsically asking if he had seen any beautiful women through his crystal ball. This had become a source of irritation for Hiruzen, who eventually chose to ignore Jiraiya's letters altogether. However, Shimura Danzo was different. He was not like Jiraiya. Hiruzen opened the letter with trepidation, fearing for the safety of his old friend, or worse, that he might have perished. Though he detected no signs of mourning from the root member, unease still gripped his heart. Sarutobi, a genius with the explosive release bloodline limit, has been dispatched from Awagakure, specializing in long-range explosive techniques. We are facing a crushing defeat and urgently require your reinforcements. Please send help promptly, or Awagakure will fall. After reading Danzo's letter, Hiruzen felt a wave of relief wash over him. His old friend was unharmed, and therefore, there was no cause for concern. As for the genius with long-range explosive techniques, Hiruzen dismissed it, for Konoha boasted numerous prodigies with bloodline limits. To him, this individual was merely an ordinary elite shinobi, at best a standard Kaga-level threat. He believed that as long as Hatake Tsukumo was dispatched, any talent would inevitably fall to his blade. In Hiruzen's view, his friend's failure stemmed from a lack of manpower. After all, he had only tasked him with holding the line, hence the limited number of personnel sent, most of whom were stationed in Sunagakure. Even if he ordered Hatake Tsukumo to leave the battlefield, there was no possibility of a counteroffensive from Sunagakure. Even if they attempted to retaliate, Jiraiya and Tsunade, along with a multitude of Konoha ninjas, would easily thwart them. With this in mind, Hiruzen resolved to act. He retrieved a scroll and began to write a letter. Send this letter to Elder Danzo. Hiruzen quickly completed his writing and handed the letter to a member of the Root organization. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Root member knelt on one knee before swiftly vanishing. Bring in Umbu Ding. Hiruzen called, summoning his most trusted Umbu. You must ensure this matter is handled with utmost diligence. He handed the letter to Ding, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, conveying a sense of reliance. To serve Hokage-sama with unwavering loyalty. Umbu Ding's eyes shone with devotion as he absorbed Hiruzen's earnest demeanor. Hiruzen nodded in approval. Umbu Ding departed Konoha, his expression resolute. What shall I observe today? Hiruzen mused, firmly closing the door behind him before activating the crystal ball, enjoying a moment of tranquility as he gazed at the scenery. Although he acknowledged the potential threat from Awagakure, he deemed it manageable, not warranting a state of alarm. The recent victories in Sunagakure had emboldened Hiruzen. Hatake Tsukumo had achieved an unbroken record of triumphs, single-handedly breaching the defenses of Sunagakure. The mere mention of Tsukumo's name instilled fear in the hearts of Sunagakure ninjas, causing them to flee at the sight of him. It was clear that if this continued, the mere presence of Hatake Tsukumo on the battlefield would lead to Sunagakure's surrender without a fight. Hiruzen believed that as long as the Third Tsuchikage did not personally intervene, Tsukumo would remain an invincible force in the Awagakure conflict. Moreover, he had recently learned of an attempted raid by Kumogakure on Awagakure's borders. Although unsuccessful, it had undoubtedly instilled significant fear in Onoki, discouraging him from engaging in battle recklessly. Perhaps sending just Tsukumo may not be sufficient. I should enlist more shinobi from the bloodline limit clans, Hiruzen contemplated. If only Tsukumo were dispatched, it might not lead to a swift resolution for Awagakure. It would be wiser to send a larger contingent to decisively eliminate Awagakure. This way, once they overcame Sunagakure, Konoha would secure a definitive victory. Beta, summon the clan heads. I wish to convene a meeting of the clan leaders. Hiruzen adjusted his expression, transforming from a seemingly disheveled demeanor to one of righteous authority as he addressed another Umbu member guarding the door. Indeed, Lord Hokage. Chapter 16. The losses of various clans. Lord Hokage, the battle report has arrived. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was preparing to summon everyone for a meeting, an individual unexpectedly appeared, hands outstretched, presenting the battle report. Oh, a report from Sunagakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought little of it, assuming it was merely another victory report, which he had grown weary of over the recent period. No, it is the detailed casualty report from Awagakure. The ninja lowered his head and spoke. His speed was not as swift as that of the Root ninjas, hence he arrived later than them. Is that so? Let me take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the report from the ninja while puffing on his cigarette. Wah, what? His expression grew increasingly grim. He had initially believed that the losses mentioned in his old friend's letter were merely a quarter at most. But now, the report indicated that only a quarter remained. Several clans had suffered complete annihilation. Aside from the Yamanaka, Uchiha, and Inuzuka clans, nearly all others had been utterly decimated. Sarutobi Hiruzen had never imagined such a dire outcome when he read Shimura Danzo's letter. He thought it was merely an ordinary defeat. However, it now appeared to be a catastrophic defeat, one that could influence the entire battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to pace back and forth. Danzo, oh Danzo you. As he walked, he inwardly lamented his old friend's lack of clarity. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have postponed the meeting for a few days, allowing himself time to prepare his remarks. But now, Umbu Y, who had already been dispatched, would have informed most of the clan leaders, making it futile to call them back. Announcing a cancellation of the meeting at the last minute might raise suspicions among the clan heads. Alas, you have put me in a dire predicament, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and slumped into his chair. He now had to contemplate how to compensate the clan leaders. The 3 unaffected ones were manageable, but those that had suffered losses posed a challenge. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to strategize, as he had already summoned the clan heads. Lord Hokage, all notifications are complete. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was deep in thought, Umbu Y returned. You, how did you come back so quickly? Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished. He had not anticipated Umbu Y's swift return, especially as he had not yet formulated a strategy. Well, the clan leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were dining together, so I informed all 3 at once, which expedited things slightly. Umbu Y replied honestly. In truth, the time saved was minimal. It was primarily due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's frantic deliberation that he had not formulated a plan before Umbu Y returned, even arriving slightly earlier than anticipated. You. Never mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling unfortunate, waved his hand dismissively, signaling Umbu Y to withdraw. Umbu Y bowed respectfully before stepping back. Yet his mind lingered on why the 3rd Hokage did not commend him for his efficiency. Typically, the Hokage would praise him for such promptness. Never mind. Let us proceed to the conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples, deciding to be forthright. He would have to shoulder more blame himself, attributing it to his misjudgment of the battlefield, thus preventing the clan leaders from directing their ire towards Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. Why has the 3rd Hokage summoned us? Akimichi Ding Tai, the head of the Akimichi clan, inquired with some confusion. Who knows, but I sense it is not good news. Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Nara clan, replied gravely. He sensed that gathering all the clan leaders was indicative of a significant matter. Given the wartime context, such matters were unlikely to be favorable. Let us go. The Hokage is likely growing impatient for our arrival. Yamanaka Satoshi remarked. The other 2 nodded in agreement as the trio hastened towards the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, the other clan leaders had also arrived at the Hokage's office. Uchiha Shin, you old fool, you're still alive? Hyuga Arashur, the leader of the Hyuga clan, remarked, having always been at odds with Uchiha Shin. How could I die? But your son is destined to become a slave. The thought alone brings me joy. Uchiha Shin scoffed, knowing precisely how to provoke Arashur. With just a single remark, he succeeded in ruffling Arashi's composure. Uchiha Shin, you. Enough. Everyone be quiet and come in. Just as Hyuga Arashur was about to retort, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared. Interrupting the quarrel, Arashur had no choice but to swallow his words, casting a fierce glare at Uchiha Shin. First, I must apologize to you all. The news I am about to share may not be particularly favorable. Once everyone was seated, Sarutobi Hiruzen began. Not favorable? What do you mean, 3rd Hokage? The Uchiha clan leader immediately exploded with anger upon hearing this, unable to accept the death of his clansmen on the battlefield. According to the battle report from Iwagakure, the Yamanaka clan and the Hyuga clan had suffered total annihilation. How is that possible? All dead. There must be more to this. As Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, the heads of the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans erupted in outrage. They could not accept the notion of their entire clans being wiped out. Even a few survivors would suffice. But now they faced the grim reality of having none to account for to their kin. The Hyuga clan leader was somewhat better off, as the branch family merely held resentment towards the main family. But the head of the Yamanaka clan found himself in a precarious situation. Additionally, the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Akimichi clans had only a handful of survivors remaining. The numbers stood at 2 from the Akimichi clan, 3 from the Sarutobi clan, and 3 from the Shimura clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, filling the vast conference room with an oppressive silence. Every pair of eyes was fixed on him, especially those of the 4 clan leaders who had yet to be mentioned, who swallowed hard, fearing they would soon hear disheartening news. Did our clan not lose many members? How fortunate! The Inuzuka clan leader sighed in relief, collapsing into his chair. The psychological pressure he had felt moments earlier had been immense, as he had feared the Inuzuka clan had met the same fate. The Uchiha and Yamanaka leaders shared similar sentiments. Meanwhile, the faces of the other clan leaders were grim, particularly that of the Yamanaka clan leader. Third Hokage, in the battlefield, life and death are fated. I will refrain from saying much. But what is the purpose of summoning us now? The Yamanaka clan leader took a deep breath, gazing coldly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, inquiring. Chapter 17. The hesitation of Sarutobi Hiruzen sigh. The third Hokage gazed at the expression of the Oil Woman clan leader, feeling a deep sense of resignation within. He was well aware that the other party was already irate. However, for the ultimate victory of Konoha, he had no choice but to play the villain. I hope you can send someone to support the battlefield of Iwagakure once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before finally voicing his request. After all, such matters could not be delegated to others, especially in the absence of Danzo. He alone bore the responsibility to communicate this necessity. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but the Oil Woman clan cannot spare any more personnel. If there are no other matters, I will take my leave. The Oil Woman clan leader was resolute in her decision not to send any more of her kin into battle. The contingent already dispatched to the Iwagakure battlefield comprised nearly 1/10 of her clan's ninja. Of course, this was in reference to the ninja count, as the ordinary clansfolk remained numerous. Hatake Tsukumo will also be heading to the Iwagakure battlefield. The third Hokage anticipated the Oil Woman clan leader's reaction, puffing on his cigarette as he spoke. Hatake Tsukumo will be going to Iwagakure? The Oil Woman clan leader suddenly turned, her demeanor shifting significantly. Indeed, Tsukumo will be dispatched to Iwagakure, as defeat is inevitable on the Suna front. Therefore, I intend to assign Tsukumo to swiftly crush Iwagakure. Upon finishing his statement, the third Hokage faced the Oil Woman clan leader directly. If it is Lord Tsukumo, I will agree to send forth 40 more ninja from the Oil Woman clan. And moreover, I will personally take to the battlefield. This declaration from the Oil Woman clan leader garnered the attention of the other clan leaders, who were taken aback by her audacity in choosing to join the fray herself. Despite her reluctance to grant the third Hokage any favor, she was inclined to show respect to Hatake Tsukumo, believing him to be the next Hokage. The Oil Woman clan leader perceived her relationship with the third Hokage as tenuous. Yet with Tsukumo, she saw an opportunity to cultivate a beneficial rapport for the future. The Hyuga clan had no objections. We can send another 50 of our branch ninjas and 10 elite ninjas. The Hyuga clan leader, seeing the Oil Woman clan's willingness, decided against pressing the third Hokage for anything further. He had merely intended to gauge the Oil Woman clan's stance, since they did not demand anything. He too would refrain. The Akimichi clan agreed to contribute ninja as well. Following the Akimichi clan leader's statement, the other 2 clan leaders stood in solidarity behind him. Their intentions clear. The Nara clan would also increase their numbers, forming the iconic Ino-Shikacho formation, and we 3 shall join the battlefield. Nara Shikaku proclaimed. Both Yamanaka clan leader Yamanaka Seigen and Akimichi clan leader Akimichi Dingtai nodded in agreement. The Inuzuka clan would dispatch 100 ninja, and I shall also personally take to the battlefield. The Inuzuka clan leader had initially intended to remain behind, but upon hearing of Hatake Tsukumo's involvement, he recognized this as a prime opportunity to forge a vital alliance. The Uchiha clan would contribute an additional 10 Sharingan users, including my own son, Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha clan leader was equally eager to express his commitment. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained placid, devoid of elation. Has my prestige been overshadowed? Tsukumo. He sighed, taking another drag from his cigarette. He quietly observed the clan leaders' debate, but his thoughts were entirely consumed by Hatake Tsukumo. He had anticipated a smooth progression, yet the events unfolded with greater ease than he imagined, leading to an unexpected wariness of Tsukumo. The following day, at the Suna battlefield, Lord Tsukumo, the Hokage has sent you a letter. As Hitaki Tsukumo was engrossed in strategizing the complete annihilation of Sunagakure, a ninja entered, kneeling respectfully to present the letter. A message from the old man. Alas, it is not addressed to me. Jiraiya lamented, recalling the dozens of unread letters he had sent to the old man. Shrugging in exasperation, bored and unable to engage in his usual pastimes of spying or courting, he had resorted to seeking out Tsunade for a beating, followed by penning letters to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Initially, he received replies, but lately, the old man had grown silent, which irked Jiraiya. A letter? Let me see. Hitaki Tsukumo took the letter, scrutinizing it closely. His expression shifted dramatically as he read, the gravity of the contents becoming evident. Tsukumo, what is the matter? Tsunade inquired, stepping closer. Take a look for yourself, Tsukumo replied, handing the letter to Tsunade while reflecting on its contents. A defeat at Awagakure? They require you to head to Awagakure? Tsunade exclaimed incredulously after perusing the letter. But Awagakure is home to Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. How could one individual alter the tide of battle? Tsunade did not overlook Deidara's capabilities. She recognized him as a formidable adversary, possessing not only an exceptional bloodline limit, but also acute combat awareness. It appears I must make my way to the Awagakure battlefield. You all must maintain your ground here, as long as you remain steady. Sunagakure will struggle to mount an effective counterattack. Hitaki Tsukumo resolved to depart for the Awagakure battlefield, recognizing that his presence was crucial amidst the unfolding turmoil. Hitaki Tsukumo had always possessed a keen sense of the larger picture. Go, but be wary of that individual named Deidara. He is no ordinary foe, and he may pose a threat even to you. Tsunade's warning trailed off, her meaning unmistakable. Though others regarded Tsukumo as an invincible warrior, she was acutely aware of the injuries he had sustained, not to mention the battle against the third Kazekage. Despite the latter's severe wounds, Tsukumo had not emerged unscathed. Thanks to Tsunade's healing abilities, he recovered swiftly, while the third Kazekage would require weeks for treatment. Such circumstances rendered Tsukumo's formidable reputation somewhat misleading. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Ensure you hold the line against Sunagakure and deny them any opportunities. Hitaki Tsukumo imparted his final exhortation before hastening on his way. He needed to return to the village with utmost urgency and then proceed directly to the Awagakure battlefield. Time was of the essence. Any delay could result in a surprise attack on the battlefield. Konoha Village. Is this explosion release truly this powerful? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. Having spent the night studying Deidara's jutsu, he had not anticipated the sheer potency of explosion release. Even if he were to confront Deidara without any backup, based solely on what was recorded in the reports, he would find it exceedingly difficult to emerge victorious. He set aside his initial underestimation and began to regard Deidara as a serious contender worthy of his utmost attention. Chapter 18C3. Number 18. Didaze gazed at the clay bomb in his hand, exhaling deeply as determination gradually filled his eyes. He had already attempted to detonate the clay bomb using fire release, which could indeed trigger an explosion, albeit with increased instability. Even at his current level, he could not manipulate fire release with the precision required to ensure the bomb detonated correctly. The likelihood of a misfire was substantial, and it certainly lacked the seamless execution that lightning release provided. Nevertheless, Didaze resolved to continue refining his skills. After all, if he did not address this vulnerability, it would persist as a significant flaw in his clay bombs. As he grew stronger, he would inevitably encounter opponents proficient in lightning release. And should he still possess this glaring weakness, it could lead to his demise without a trace. Didaze, Lord Huangtu requests your presence in his tent. Just as Didaze prepared to resume his practice with fire release, a ninja approached him with the message. Are we preparing for an assault? Didaze had long been ready for an offensive. It was merely that Huangtu had not yet issued the command. Engrossed in thought, he swiftly made his way to Huangtu's tent. Didaze, come. We must discuss our strategy for the attack. Upon entering the tent, Didaze was greeted by Huangtu, as well as Han, Gongtu, and members of the explosion release team, alongside several ordinary jonin. How shall we proceed with the attack? Didaze pondered, somewhat perplexed. What was there to deliberate? Was it not sufficient to proceed as before? Our scouts have reported that Konoha has retreated several dozen miles. While we can advance significantly, they are fortified behind a natural barrier. Moreover, Orochimaru has placed numerous snakes in the narrow passage. A reckless assault could lead to victory, but at a heavy cost. Huangtu sighed, explaining that the scouts had deemed a direct attack futile. The location they occupied was indeed a narrow passage, easily defended yet difficult to assault. A natural barrier? Allow me to handle it. The army can advance. I shall destroy the narrow passage. Didaze proclaimed confidently. Do you have faith in your abilities? Huangtu inquired, scrutinizing Didaze. Rest assured, I possess many hidden techniques yet to be revealed. There's no cause for concern. Once the army sets forth, I guarantee the narrow passage will not hinder us. Didaze smiled reassuringly. Then let us set forth. Interjected an eager show. The explosion release team quickly echoed their agreement, while Han nodded in support of Didaze's assertion. Since you all have no objections, let us proceed as you suggest. Huangtu contemplated for a moment before deeming it a viable plan, recognizing Didaze's formidable destructive capabilities, which rivaled even those of a tailed beast. The entire army will depart in half an hour. Huangtu emerged from the tent, issuing commands to the troops outside. Yes, Lord Huangtu, the ninjas responded, swiftly gathering their belongings in preparation for the imminent march. Time passed swiftly, and Huangtu was ready to mobilize. Han, would you accompany me? Didaze formed a giant clay bird and extended an invitation to Han. Me? Han was puzzled. What did Didaze require of him? Even with the immense destructive power of a tailed beast, he found it challenging to emerge unscathed when transformed into the complete form of the five tails. I am not going to clear the path. I intend to crush Konoha head-on. Didaze grinned at Han, brimming with absolute confidence regarding the remnants of Konoha's forces. Since you are so confident, I shall trust you this once. Let us go. Han laughed heartily, holding Didaze in higher regard. Didaze commanded the clay bird, swiftly transporting Gangtu and Han toward Konoha, while Huangtu led the main force in the same direction. Indeed, it was a place that was easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Didaze observed the area from above, noting its significance as a crucial passageway into the land of fire. I shall take the lead. C2. Giant Dragon. Didaze expended a considerable portion of his chakra, summoning 10 colossal dragons that dove rapidly toward the ground. Boom! The simultaneous explosions of the 10 dragons reverberated throughout the land of grass, their thunderous roar audible even to ninjas far from the battlefield. The valley has expanded significantly. It should suffice. Next comes. Didaze's objective was to widen the valley. Causing casualties was not his primary aim. Damn it, that explosive brat has arrived. Orochimaru's expression darkened upon hearing the cataclysmic explosions. He had placed numerous snakes in the area, and Didaze's strike likely annihilated them all. All personnel, gather quickly. Shimizu Danzo hastily summoned the ninjas, the sole silver lining being that Didaze had not inflicted significant losses upon their ranks, rather merely expanding the valley. With the valley widened, their escape routes had dwindled. Previously, specific ninjas had been tasked with sensing the narrow passage, allowing Didaze to deploy clay bombs from a distance without being detected. Now, the valley's width had more than doubled, granting Didaze multiple entry points, making it exceedingly difficult for sensing ninjas to pinpoint his location. Has Orochimaru emerged? Didaze's gaze fixed on Orochimaru, his primary target for this endeavor. As for Shimizu Danzo, that was out of the question. He was one of their own, and Didaze would never harm a hair on his head. Self-exploding puppets. Didaze crafted 9 self-exploding puppets, representing himself, Gangtu, and Han. The 9 puppets divided into 3 teams, each receiving a giant clay bird. The birds began to whirl chaotically, soon leaving Konoha's ninjas utterly bewildered as to which was Didaze's true form. Didaze aimed to refine the placement of his clay bombs for greater potency. C3. Number 18. Didaze infused a vast amount of chakra into a single enormous puppet, instantly manifesting a colossal figure. Han felt the sheer instability of the explosive release, his usually impassive facade betraying visible astonishment. He could not fathom how Didaze maintained control. It was akin to igniting gasoline with fire. If it were him, an immediate and violent explosion would ensue. This is akin to a masterpiece. Gangtu gazed at Didaze's C3. Number 18, his face alight with admiration, recognizing its beauty. This is the most remarkable display of control I have ever witnessed. Even Lord Tsuchikage pales in comparison. You shall surely become the strongest Tsuchikage. Gangtu regarded Didaze's silhouette, his eyes filled with pride. Go forth. Didaze released number 18, which expanded dramatically in the wind, growing to a size rivaling Orochimaru's myriad snakes. Orochimaru looked up in horror at the looming C3. Number 18. Panic etched across his face. There was no choice left. My myriad snakes, be my sacrificial shield. Orochimaru recognized that enduring the attack directly would spell certain doom, and even his substitution technique would be of no help. Myriad snakes. Orochimaru summoned forth his serpentine army. Orochimaru, you still owe me for the last offering. And you dare summon me again? Myriad snakes glared at Orochimaru, visibly displeased, yet upon seeing his silence, curiosity flickered within. Myriad snakes glanced toward Orochimaru's view, where the latter smirked before transforming into a puddle of mud and vanishing. He intended for the myriad serpents to bear the brunt of this strike. After all, such an explosion, without a scapegoat to absorb it, would likely result in his own demise even if he managed to flee. Boom. Didaze observed the emergence of the myriad serpents and, without a moment's hesitation, resolved to eliminate one at all costs. This time, let the myriad serpents perish. I wonder where Orochimaru will find another such formidable summoning beast to act as a scapegoat. Orochimaru, you. The myriad serpents experienced a violent surge of light and heat, turning to curse Orochimaru, only to find he had vanished. Damn, that creature truly considers himself a lord. Orochimaru watched as the explosion erupted fiercely at the location of the myriad serpents, yet all was absorbed by them, leaving him with a tinge of regret. After all, such a powerful summoning beast is not easily acquired. Nevertheless, reflecting on the value of his own life, Orochimaru deemed it far more precious. Vanquished Leaf Shinobi. Orochimaru's predicament, the colossal serpent Manda, a testament to its status as a prodigious summoning, surprisingly vocalized a few words even after being decimated by Deidara's C3, codenamed 18. He's not dead? Orochimaru voiced his astonishment, taken aback by Manda's resilience. However, Manda's demise followed shortly after uttering those initial words, much to Orochimaru's relief. With the decision made to betray Manda, the serpent's death served his interests. Deidara, can you sustain this assault? Are your chakra reserves sufficient? Ganji inquired, observing the aftermath of the C3's formidable power, estimating that Deidara had expended nearly half his chakra on that single, devastating technique. I'm still capable of aerial bombardment, Deidara retorted, descending slightly, now within the leaf's attack perimeter. Undeterred, his resolve to utterly crush the leaf remained unshaken, even at the risk of injury, secure in the knowledge of Ganji's unwavering defense. Ganji, I rely on your protection, he requested. Rest assured, I shall safeguard you with my life, Ganji affirmed resolutely. Subsequently, Ganji activated his steel release, positioning himself before Deidara, vigilantly monitoring the Leaf Shinobi. Explosive clay, detonating bow, Deidara proclaimed, fashioning a bow and arrow from his clay, employing a tactic reminiscent of his encounter with the Hyuga clan, albeit with a crucial advantage: aerial positioning and the absence of the Aburame clan among the Leaf's forces. Deidara, shielded by Ganji, could unleash his barrage unhindered. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Water release, water fong bullet. The Leaf's ninjutsu rained upon Deidara, conspicuously devoid of earth or lightning release. Bring it on. Deidara muttered with a faint smile, unperturbed by the lack of lightning release. Deidara drew back his bow, aiming at Orochimaru. Damn it, I'm his target, Orochimaru exclaimed, scrambling to evade the impending attack. Despite the clay arrow's reduced potency, being struck would undoubtedly result in grievous injuries. Han, transform into your tailed beast state, Deidara commanded, shifting his strategy to target both Danzo Shimura and Orochimaru simultaneously. Whether or not he could eliminate them, merely diverting their attention would enable Han, in his complete five-tails form, to obliterate the remaining shinobi. Understood, Han responded tersely, leaping from the clay bird, landing with a resounding thud. Tailed beast transformation, Han roared, assuming his complete five-tails form before charging headlong. The colossal five-tails plowed through the Leaf Shinobi, leaving devastation in its wake. My task is to stall Orochimaru and Danzo Shimura, Deidara mused with a subtle smile, confident that confining those two would allow Han to swiftly annihilate the Leaf's forces. Deidara continued his aerial assault, unleashing a volley of 10 arrows, 7 aimed at Orochimaru and 3 at Danzo Shimura. Wind release, great vacuum sphere. Danzo Shimura countered, attempting to deflect the incoming explosive arrows. Detonate, Deidara commanded, preemptively detonating the arrows, minimizing the potential for reduced damage. Danzo Shimura, caught in the blast radius, was sent tumbling before regaining his footing. Orochimaru fared far worse, facing the brunt of 7 arrows. Damn it, why is he targeting me? Orochimaru lamented, bewildered by the disproportionate focus on him. Deidara granted Orochimaru no respite, the arrows nearing their target, emitting a blinding light. Orochi-style body replacement technique. Orochimaru swiftly executed the technique. Despite lacking the physical modifications of his later years, he could still employ the technique, albeit at a greater chakra cost. Orochimaru ejected himself from his body, propelled forward. You think that little distance will suffice? Deidara scoffed, detonating the arrows. The ensuing explosion propelled Orochimaru forward with immense force, causing him to collide violently with a rock formation. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his pallid complexion now devoid of any semblance of color. 20 more remain. Let's see you escape now. Deidara sneered, determined to eliminate Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Han neared the complete annihilation of the remaining Leaf Shinobi, save for the Uchiha clan members, who had awakened their Sharingan, albeit only to the 3-tomo stage. Despite their dwindling numbers, their ferocity and unwavering resolve temporarily stymied Han's advance. However, Han remained unconcerned. Knowing that a few 3-tomo Sharingan users were no match for a tailed beast, he deliberately conserved his chakra, allowing the Uchiha to expend theirs. Their morale bolstered by their initial successes. The Uchiha, fueled by rage, unleashed a barrage of fire release techniques, depleting their chakra reserves. These 3-tomo Sharingan are worth taking, Han muttered, his massive hooves crushing the remaining Uchiha. With the exception of Danzo Shimura and Orochimaru, the Leaf Shinobi were utterly vanquished. Even Shikaku Nara had perished. Chapter 20. The Death of Orochimaru, Cursed Iwagakure. Shimura Danzo seethed with rage, as the devastating defeat had undoubtedly plunged him into despair. His aspirations of becoming Hokage now seemed almost unattainable. This singular failure was sufficient to ensure that Danzo would never rise again. On the other hand, Orochimaru had narrowly escaped death from Deidara's deadly assault, yet he was grievously injured and found movement exceedingly difficult. I have yet to unravel the truths of this world. I cannot perish. Orochimaru gazed desperately at Han, who charged towards him, attempting to flee, but he was utterly immobilized. His legs had been severely damaged by Deidara's explosive attacks. Although they would heal in time, he had lost all capacity for action. Die! Han lifted his front hooves and struck down upon Orochimaru. With no way to evade, Orochimaru was struck down, meeting his demise under Han's might. One of the legendary 3 Sannin, Orochimaru, fell lifeless beneath the feet of Han, leaving no remains. Well done, Han. Deidara's spirits lifted upon witnessing Orochimaru's death. The Leaf Village's ninjas had now vanquished all their foes. As for Shimura Danzo, was he not an outsider? He was beyond their reach. At that moment, the Earth-style ninja, Kuratsuchi, arrived with the forces of Iwagakure. Upon entering the battlefield, Kuratsuchi was met with the shocking sight of Orochimaru, reduced to mere pulp beneath Han's crushing weight. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that the formidable Orochimaru, who had eluded them for so long, would meet such a chaotic end. It appeared that only Danzo remained, and he was fleeing. Kuratsuchi contemplated dispatching someone to pursue him, but was halted by Deidara's intervention. Do not pursue him. He still holds value. Deidara shook his head. This man must be preserved. After all, they needed him to eliminate the White Fang before taking him down themselves. Deidara watched as Danzo fled further away, showing no inclination to chase after him. Why? Why is he not pursuing me? After running a considerable distance, Danzo looked back to find no trace of Iwagakure ninjas. Confusion filled his mind. Could it be a ploy to make me appear suspicious? Danzo pondered. Arriving at the only conclusion he could fathom, Iwagakure aimed to cast suspicion upon him, leading to his eventual rejection by Konoha. After all, he was also a power on par with the Kage. Cursed Iwagakure, I shall never betray Konoha. You are merely dreaming. Danzo seemed to have succumbed to madness, gritting his teeth in defiance of Iwagakure's perceived betrayal. Meanwhile, the Leaf's main forces, led by Kakashi Hitaki, encountered Danzo. Ahead lay an immense source of chakra, initially estimated to belong to an elite jonin or even a Kage-level ninja. The Hyuga clan, tasked with reconnaissance, quickly reported Danzo's chakra to Kakashi. Intercept him, Kakashi decisively commanded, drawing forth his White Fang as he sped towards the location indicated by the Hyuga. Danzo? Upon arrival, Kakashi was astonished to recognize Danzo standing alone. Danzo, why are you by yourself? Kakashi questioned, perplexed. for he had been informed that a contingent of Konoha ninjas remained on the battlefield alongside Iwagakure, yet only Danzo stood before him. We were ambushed by Iwagakure. I am the sole survivor. Everyone else perished. You must act swiftly to halt them, Danzo urged, commanding Kakashi in the process. What? Kakashi was taken aback. The loss of others was concerning, but the absence of Orochimaru raised alarm bells. This could spell disaster. Where is Orochimaru? Although Kakashi suspected the worst, he felt compelled to confirm with Danzo. Orochimaru is dead, Danzo sighed, though his lament was not for Orochimaru, but for the impending confrontation with Hiruzen Sarutobi. A man like him would never shed tears for another. Cursed. Kakashi's head spun. Just as he arrived, one of the legendary Sannin fell, an ominous sign indeed. Danzo, come with us, Kakashi urged, pulling Danzo towards the supporting forces. Danzo followed Kakashi to the assembly of reinforcements. Danzo, please explain the situation to them. Kakashi, not one to shoulder blame, intended for Danzo to clarify, as this was not his fault. This cursed man, seeking to place the blame upon me, just wait. Danzo shot a discreet glare at Kakashi before beginning his explanation. What? The crowd gasped, particularly the Uchiha, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara clans. The Nara and Akimichi clans were especially incensed, for Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Chozo were the sons of their respective clan heads, the designated successors. These two had survived, only to fall victim to Danzo's blunder. The clan heads cast Danzo glances filled with ire. After all, their kin and heirs had perished due to Danzo's erroneous command. Whether the orders originated from Danzo was irrelevant now. With Orochimaru dead, who would hold the deceased accountable? Let us proceed. Despite our frontline forces being annihilated, we must advance and utterly crush them. Kakashi bellowed at the clan heads, then charged ahead towards the direction Danzo indicated. Meanwhile, the Iwagakure ninjas retained roughly 30 to 40% of their chakra reserves. Deidara assessed his own chakra levels, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Had he not orchestrated the complete annihilation of Konoha's forces? Was that not cause for celebration? You are truly formidable, Deidara. Kuratsuchi marveled at Deidara's prowess, recognizing for the first time such a war-suited capability. This long-range explosive jutsu was inherently designed for battle. With Deidara, Iwagakure would never face defeat again. Let us continue onward. Deidara, you should rest in the back while I find a few to carry you. Kuratsuchi now regarded Deidara as invaluable, insisting he take a moment to recuperate even as they marched forward. Very well. Deidara was not one to resist. He sought to recover his chakra, and being carried would expedite the process. Moreover, for ninjas, lifting a person was trivial, or rather, exceedingly simple, given their superior physical capabilities compared to ordinary folk. Thus, Deidara quietly restored his chakra as the forces of Iwagakure steadily advanced. Chapter 21. Nanobombs. The ninjas of Iwagakure have been located. The members of the Hyuga clan reported to Hatake Tsukumo. Let us go. Hatake Tsukumo brandished his white fang and led the charge towards Iwagakure. The Leaf ninjas followed closely behind him, their eyes gleaming with excitement. These ninjas had been dispatched from Sunagakure, and while they had their reservations, the sight of Hatake Tsukumo filled them with unwavering courage. It was precisely due to their fearless spirit under Tsukumo's leadership that Sarutobi Hizashi had assigned them to him. Enemy attack. The reconnaissance ninja of Iwagakure spotted Tsukumo and immediately raised the alarm. However, as soon as he uttered a word, Tsukumo's blade had already struck. With a single slice, the elite sensory ninja was decapitated. Konoha's white fang. The expression on Tsuchi's face darkened. He had not anticipated Tsukumo's swift arrival. The Leaf village had indeed invested heavily in the defense of Iwagakure. He was aware that the situation in Sunagakure was dire, yet instead of expanding his victories, Tsukumo had come to the battlefield at Iwagakure, which made Tsuchi feel cornered. Disregarding the warning, Tsukumo unleashed the power of his white fang, infusing it with chakra and employing his swordsmanship, appearing as if a divine being had descended, wreaking havoc among the Iwagakure forces. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Tsuchi immediately activated the Earth Flow River technique, hoping to repel Tsukumo with its formidable force. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Tsukumo utilized the Earth Flow Wall, but rather than defending, he leaped onto the wall, executing an elegant double jump, and then swiftly dispatched several ninjas behind him. Steel Release. Can charge towards Tsukumo, activating his Steel Release to confront him head-on. Truly formidable. Tsukumo's white fang merely left a white mark on Kan's body, compelling even Tsukumo to admire the strength of Kan's lightning release blade. Tsukumo infused his chakra into his ninja blade. Although this required exceptional control, it posed no challenge for him. Meanwhile, the explosion unit closed in, and although Tsukumo had applied the lightning release, it only inflicted superficial wounds on Kan, failing to penetrate further. The explosion unit continued their assault. Shielded by Kansas, Tsuchi joined the fray just before the Earth Flow River technique concluded, surrounding Tsukumo, seemingly cornering him without escape. Meet Tank. Suddenly, over 30 massive spheres hurtled towards the ninjas of Awagakure. Now was the moment. Deidara had been biding his time, waiting for the leaf ninjas to engage, so he could accurately target for detonation. Clay bomb, giant bird. Deidara soared into the sky towards the location where the Akimichi clan was gathering. C1, clay spider. Deidara expended 30% of his chakra to create nearly 1,000 clay spiders. The sheer density of the spiders was enough to induce fear in even the most fearless. That genius of Awagakure. Everyone used the earth flow wall to block. Nara clan leader immediately issued the warning and activated the earth flow wall. After all, the simplest technique that everyone could employ was the earth flow wall. Other techniques had varying degrees of learning thresholds. In an instant, thousands summoned the earth flow wall, creating an impregnable fortress that safeguarded the leaf ninjas within. This time, they appeared even stronger than before. Deidara observed the thickness and height of the earth flow wall, his expression growing increasingly grave. The strength of these walls offered him a glimpse into the formidable power of the leaf ninjas present. Secret technique, parasite insect. The Yamanaka clan unleashed their parasite insects towards Deidara, attempting to force him down from the sky. With the clan leader present and a greater number of Yamanaka than before, Deidara noted the overwhelming quantity of insects compared to his previous encounter. Those insects again. Alas, Deidara had not intended to waste chakra on them. But he had no choice now. If he did not deal with them, they could ensnare him. Let us use this technique. Deidara formed a very small sphere, yet it radiated an immense chakra fluctuation. In fact, one could say that the chakra within this sphere surpassed that of C2, giant dragon. He had expended 40% of his chakra. Deidara sensed his chakra dwindling to 30%, and his expression turned serious. I hope it lives up to its potential. Deidara gently tossed the sphere. What is that? The Nara leader felt an intense sense of danger surging through him. Crack! The sphere shattered, dispersing into the ether. Clay bomb, nanobomb. Deidara watched intently as the nanobomb detonated. The first to suffer were the parasite insects, which were destroyed from within upon contact with the nanobomb. The insects had the ability to absorb chakra, yet it was clear that the nanobomb was beyond their capacity for absorption. One by one, the insects began to explode until none remained. What is this? The Nara leader was horrified, but soon he understood. He had inhaled the nanobomb as well. Everyone, cover your mouths and noses and retreat quickly. The Nara leader felt the nanobomb within his body and immediately mobilized all his chakra to contain it. Just a small trace of the nanobomb. Yet the Nara leader barely managed to hold it back using all his chakra. The surrounding ninjas fared even worse, aside from the Hyuga clan, who activated their Byakugan to see the swarm of nanobombs. The other clans could only flee in disarray. Boom. Deidara observed as the remaining ninjas began to escape, and he promptly detonated the rest of the nanobombs. In an instant, the thousands of leaf ninjas exploded, with only the most powerful managing to shield themselves with their chakra. Nearly all others fell victim to this attack, originally numbering in the thousands. Only 300 to 400 leaf ninjas remained. Yet these few were elite, the strongest among the Chunin, effectively refining the leaf forces. This won't do. My chakra is running low. I need to retreat. Deidara assessed his chakra levels and decisively returned to the Awagakure forces. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo was single-handedly contending against all the ninjas of Awagakure. What is happening? Why haven't they arrived yet? Tsukumo kicked a member of the explosion unit away and swiftly dispatched another, his mind racing. Boom. Just then, the sound of an explosion reached him, and Tsukumo's face turned pale as an Awagakure ninja landed a blow on him. Although he quickly retaliated and killed his assailant, his heart was thrown into turmoil. Excellent. Lord Deidara has annihilated these leaf wastes. Ha! The ninjas of Awagakure, hearing the tremendous explosion, were filled with exhilaration. The immense sound of the explosion surely indicates that the ninjas of Konoha have suffered grievous casualties. This time, Konoha's White Fang is destined to face defeat. Chapter 22. The power of Hatake Tsukumo as Deidara beheld the resounding success of the nanobombs. A smile crept across his face. He then formed a series of hand seals, prompting the remaining clay spiders to detonate, resulting in the demise of nearly 100 more adversaries. The apparent reduction in casualties this time was primarily due to the elimination of lower-tier fighters. After the second wave of explosions, the number of mid-level ninjas had dwindled significantly. The remaining 200 individuals were predominantly elite jonin. It was exceedingly difficult for anyone below that rank to survive such cataclysmic blasts, with many elite ninjas succumbing as well. Deidara maneuvered his clay giant bird toward the direction of a Wagakure, opting not to pursue the remaining Konoha ninjas any further. After all, these were elite jonin, and it was a formidable challenge to eliminate them solely through his group attacks. Instead, he considered collaborating with others to see if they could capture Hatake Tsukumo. Cough, cough, cough. Quickly assist Tsukumo. Nara's clan leader, choked by the immense explosions, immediately directed his comrades to support Hatake Tsukumo. Meanwhile, on the side of a Wagakure, frustration brewed. Damn it, how is this guy so powerful? Despite having been ambushed and wounded by a surprise attack, Hatake Tsukumo exhibited remarkable valor, single-handedly fending off thousands of Wagakure ninjas and slaying over 100 in the process. Even the members of the explosive release team had sustained serious injuries and were carried away. Tsukumo's chakra seemed undiminished, disregarding the wound he had received. One could easily mistake him for being in his prime. This cannot continue. Steel Earth, having narrowly blocked another strike from Tsukumo, wore a grave expression. Let me take over. Han leaped forward. He had refrained from joining the battle earlier, preferring to observe Tsukumo's combat style to better counter him. Although many lives were lost in the process, such sacrifices were deemed necessary. Rushing in without understanding Tsukumo's tactics could lead to far greater losses. Han had previously felt confident in accompanying Deidara due to the latter's absolute aerial dominance, but Hatake Tsukumo was another matter entirely. His lethal swordsmanship could easily sever one if they were careless. Boil release, monstrous strength. Han unleashed a torrent of steam, propelling a powerful punch towards Tsukumo. The latter parried with his blade, yet Han's tremendous force pushed him back 3 steps. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, the steam ninja Han. Tsukumo regarded him with a stern gaze. However, those nearby would not allow Han to engage Tsukumo alone. Despite Tsukumo's momentary distraction, they would attempt a sneak attack. After all, this was war. Yet, Tsukumo seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, effortlessly blocking attacks even from his blind spots. Deidara had returned. As Steel Earth observed the godlike Tsukumo, he felt a deep sense of foreboding. He recognized this as his most formidable adversary yet. However, upon seeing Deidara, Steel Earth's expression shifted rapidly from despair to exhilaration. Is this the one responsible for the Konoha ninjas' heavy losses? Tsukumo's gaze hardened as he spotted Deidara soaring through the sky, infused with a hint of murderous intent. At that moment, Han's attack reached Tsukumo, compelling him to raise his blade in defense. Yet, leveraging Han's momentum, Tsukumo stepped onto an Wagakure ninja's back and executed a graceful backflip, escaping the encirclement. Tsukumo had always had the capability to do this, but he had refrained, believing that being surrounded would enhance his killing efficiency. After all, when encircled, every adversary sought to slay him, drawing closer to their doom. However, with Han's intervention, his efficiency waned, prompting him to break free from the encirclement. Tsukumo Dano. Just as Tsukumo emerged from the fray, Nara's clan leader and his men arrived at his side. Their appearances dirted and weary, as if they had just survived a fierce battle. Why are there so few of us left? Tsukumo's expression darkened at the sight of the mere 200 remaining Konoha ninjas. He had tirelessly fought, only to down 100 foes, while Deidara had achieved the staggering feat of slaying 800 in such a brief span. How had he accomplished this? Deidara wielded a type of bomb so diminutive that it was virtually invisible to the naked eye. If inhaled, it would detonate within the body. Without the means to shield oneself with chakra, the bomb would explode from within. Nara's clan leader felt a sense of dread. He was unperturbed by overtly violent methods of killing, but deeply intimidated by such unseen threats. This rendered tactical planning exceedingly difficult, much like before, where he could barely offer a warning. Nanoscale bombs. Tsukumo's perception of Deidara shifted dramatically. Initially, he had regarded Deidara as an ordinary prodigy, akin to the likes of Rasha from Sunagakure or Yakura from Konoha. However, his perspective transformed, now viewing this youth as a formidable adversary. Deidara, what have you done to the opposing forces? Steel Earth approached Deidara, his expression one of shock as he observed the disheveled Konoha ninjas. Despite having witnessed battles before, the current adversaries were incomparably more formidable. He was no fool. He recognized many clan leaders among them, those from the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans. The fact that Deidara had managed to inflict such devastation upon them was nothing short of astonishing. Vacuum Great Sphere. Shimura Danzo was in a foul mood. Having been forced to retreat by Deidara and subsequently bombarded by the nanobombs upon rejoining his forces. While such bombs were manageable for someone of his caliber, provided he did not inhale a substantial amount of them, Danzo remained exceedingly displeased. Danzo unleashed his jutsu upon the Iwagakure ninjas, conjuring a massive whirlwind that surged toward them. Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart. Steel Earth erected a sturdy earth wall to counter the assault. Though the Earth Flow Rampart was a rather mundane jutsu, its effectiveness was undeniable. Forward! Tsukumo called out, charging headlong towards the Iwagakure ninjas. The Hyuga and Akimichi clans led the charge, flanked by the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans for support, while the Uchiha clan utilized Genjutsu to disrupt the enemy. The remaining 200 ninjas were all elite warriors. In contrast, the total number of Iwagakure's elite jonin barely exceeded 100, making them significantly outnumbered. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. The Hyuga clan's ninjas activated their Byakugan, with 20 elite members surging toward Iwagakure with lethal intent. Meet Tank. The Akimichi clan had already initiated an assault, and due to their positioning outside Deidara's bomb zone, they had suffered minimal casualties. Over 30 meatballs barreled toward the Iwagakure ninjas once more, creating a formidable sense of pressure in conjunction with the Hyuga clan's advance. Chapter 23. The injury of Hitaki Tsukumo and the discovery of the clay weakness. Han transformed into his complete form, the five-tailed beast, aiming to clash fiercely with Hitaki Tsukumo. However, Tsukumo was not one to be easily subdued. With a swift motion, he invoked his sword technique, Heaven's Abyss, infusing his blade with formidable lightning chakra, and struck at Han's complete five-tailed form. The impact left a colossal gash upon Han, as if he had been cleaved by an immense sword. The might of Tsukumo's lightning was astonishing. Didaze, observing the potency of Tsukumo's lightning, felt a pang of unease, for lightning was currently his greatest nemesis. Should he abandon lightning for fire techniques, his power would be significantly diminished. After being struck by Tsukumo's blade, Han staggered back several paces, sustaining considerable damage. To continue the fight, he hastened to harness the beast chakra for rapid recovery. Once revitalized, he charged towards the meatball vehicles, yet overcoming the 30-odd vehicles proved to be no simple task. As Han sent one flying, another immediately took its place, effectively stalling him. Utilizing Earth Release, Rock Fist, Didaze thickened the earth upon his arm and led the charge towards the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, the Explosive Release Group, alongside the Steel Earth and Iwagakure ninja, advanced against the remaining Konoha shinobi. However, with over 200 elite shinobi remaining, Iwagakure suffered significantly higher casualties, often at a ratio of 10 to 1. Tsukumo, spotting Didaze, charged at him with his sword. Alarmed, Steel Earth swiftly turned to intercept the impending attack. Just as Tsukumo reached Didaze, the latter performed a hand seal, producing a clay clone that lunged at Tsukumo. Not daring to underestimate the situation, Tsukumo executed a backflip to evade, anticipating the clone's explosion for a counterattack. Didaze, however, remained eerily still, as if frozen in place. A sense of foreboding struck Tsukumo as he neared Didaze, prompting an immediate backward leap. The explosion resounded, confirming Tsukumo's instincts were correct. This was indeed a clay clone. The clone, crafted by Didaze, was a mere half-finished product, merely requiring chakra infusion to activate. Recognizing Tsukumo's prowess, Didaze commended him from atop his giant bird. Tsukumo acknowledged the praise, yet his mind was occupied with finding an opportunity. Should Didaze respond, Tsukumo intended to seize the moment to deliver a fatal blow. Yet Didaze, perceptive to Tsukumo's murderous intent, refrained from engaging him in conversation. Instead, he maneuvered the clay giant bird above the fighters, with Tsukumo in close pursuit. He fixated on Didaze, ready to strike at the slightest indication of an attack. Suddenly, Didaze ascended the giant bird to an altitude unreachable by Tsukumo, crafting another clone. Consequently, he summoned another giant bird, and both clones descended simultaneously. Brother Huangtu, catch! Didaze's clone hurled an object resembling goggles, catching Huang-Tu and his comrades by surprise as they instinctively reached for it. Are those goggles? Tsukumo pondered, and in an instant, he leaped into the air, seizing all the goggles mid-flight. What? The astonished Didaze shouted from above, his voice reaching Tsukumo's ears. Yet, before long, the goggles erupted in a blinding explosion. While Didaze shouted, he had already been forming hand seals, his outcry designed to divert Tsukumo's attention. A blinding light flashed, forcing Tsukumo to shield his eyes in agony, temporarily rendering him blind. This was Didaze's innovative creation, the clay flash bomb. Infused with a potent mix of lightning and fire release, capable of inflicting severe blindness upon nearby targets. Didaze gambled on Tsukumo's instinct to seize the goggles. Otherwise, he intended for Huang-Tu's group to deploy them, albeit with diminished effectiveness. Seizing the moment, Didaze conjured a clay centipede and directed it toward the blinded Tsukumo. Despite his impaired vision, Tsukumo's acute battle sense allowed him to evade many of the centipedes. However, one managed to latch onto his back. The centipede detonated, staining Tsukumo's back with crimson. He coughed up blood, but, at last, his vision began to clear. Using his white fangs, Tsukumo aimed to strike at a centipede crawling toward him, hoping to trigger its explosion preemptively. What is happening? He mused, observing the stillness of the centipede. Lost in contemplation. To validate his theory, Tsukumo infused a significant amount of lightning chakra into his blade and struck another clay centipede. As anticipated, the second centipede remained motionless. Has my weakness been discovered? Didaze pondered from above, relieved he had devised the fire release detonation. Otherwise, he would have been rendered ineffective once his vulnerability was exposed. After all, these were elite shinobi, and it was likely that many possessed some knowledge of lightning techniques. Excitement surged within Tsukumo as he called out to the Konoha forces. Meanwhile, the ninja of Awagakure were left in disbelief, astonished that the seemingly invincible Didaze harbored such a critical flaw. Didaze had refrained from revealing his weakness to anyone, preferring to keep it concealed, even from Steel Earth and Huang-Tu. The more it spreads, the more I can catch you off guard. Didaze sneered, feigning panic to further convince Tsukumo. Attention everyone, if you encounter a clay bomb, use lightning immediately. Nara clan leader issued a command to the entire army, fixating his gaze on Didaze above. The moment Didaze unleashed a clay bomb, he would swiftly inform the Konoha forces. Didaze, observing the vigilant Konoha shinobi, let out a cold chuckle as he crafted dozens of fiery giant spiders. Casting them down from the sky, use lightning to attack these spiders. Nara Shikaku ordered. Lightning release, thunder strike. Lightning release, lightning ball. Lightning release, thunder arrow. Various lightning techniques were unleashed, all targeting Didaze's clay giant spiders. Chapter 24. The assistance of the explosive release team. The thunderous assaults of the gathered forces were unleashed with reckless abandon as Deidara's clay spider descended, swiftly enveloped by a flurry of lightning techniques. It was over Steel Earth's side, witnessing the onslaught encircling Deidara's colossal clay creation. Boom. A subtle smile graced Deidara's lips as the giant clay spider erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, its resounding roar echoing across the battlefield. Wow, what? Kazuki Tsukumo turned in disbelief, having discerned the vulnerabilities of this explosive technique. Why was Deidara? Kazuki was perplexed, yet Deidara had no intention of revealing the truth. He was no fool, after all. Only fewer than 10 perished? Deidara furrowed his brow as he surveyed the fallen. His chakra was nearly depleted, and it appeared that the Leaf Ninjas still held the upper hand. However, Deidara found himself at a disadvantage. With a more elite force, his area of effect attacks became increasingly ineffective. Turning, Deidara commanded his giant bird to soar towards the rear, seeking to replenish his chakra. As for the formidable front lines comprising Earth, Han, Steel Earth, the explosive release team, and thousands of Awagakure ninjas, even if they could not match Kazuki Tsukumo, they could certainly prolong the conflict. Deidara needed ample time to recover his chakra. Earth encouraged his comrades, redoubling their efforts to obstruct the Hyuga clan. Though the Awagakure ninjas were outnumbered, the remaining combatants were primarily elite, yielding little in terms of victories, and suffering significant losses themselves. Thus, the two armies clashed fiercely for nearly an hour. Lord Earth, we should retreat, one voice urged. Although Deidara has inflicted considerable damage, the remaining forces are elite. A direct confrontation would yield little success. I propose we summon reinforcements from the village before resuming battle. After an hour of fierce struggle, The casualties among the Leaf Ninjas did not exceed 20, whereas Awagakure had lost over 300. Although most of the fallen were lower-ranked shinobi, this ratio of losses weighed heavily on Steel Earth. They were the promising talents of Awagakure's future. No, it has already been an hour. Deidara should be returning soon. Victory in this conflict is imperative. Steel Earth's gaze was resolute. Like his father, Anoki, he was a man of stubborn conviction, having chosen to trust Deidara. He would defend this position with unwavering determination. Since Deidara had not commanded a retreat, he would steadfastly hold the line. Just as Steel Earth sighed and prepared for further combat, a massive bird soared into view. Deidara had returned. Steel Earth promptly informed Earth. Splendid. Earth beamed, finding reassurance in the sight of the colossal bird. That guy is back. Kazuki Tsukumo, who had been reveling in his offensive, felt a sudden sense of foreboding upon spotting Deidara. This individual had inflicted too many losses upon the Leaf. The weaknesses he had identified were mere illusions. Kazuki felt a growing headache regarding Deidara. It's time to unleash that technique. Kazuki resolved to employ his ultimate move, fully aware that its execution would deplete his chakra reserves. Yet, he believed his swordsmanship would suffice. Kazuki concentrated all his chakra into his blade, unleashing a fierce wave of blade aura. A colossal chakra sword emerged, imbued with potent lightning chakra, surging towards the Awagakure ninjas. The Awagakure ninjas cried out in anguish. In an instant, Kazuki's strike claimed nearly 100 lives. Fortunately, most casualties were low-ranking, and those of higher caliber managed to evade the attack. Although some may have been injured, they at least retained their lives. Observing the devastation, the clan leaders swiftly employed their signature techniques, human tank, shadow binding jutsu, and more. Under Kazuki's onslaught, the forefront of the Awagakure forces suffered grievously, while the rear, caught unawares, faced the clan leaders' attacks, leading to another loss of nearly 300 lives. The balance of numbers shifted dramatically. Advance. Deidara remained unfazed by Kazuki's strike, instead moving to the side of the explosive release team. Deidara swiftly gathered all members of the explosive release team onto his clay bird. Deidara, why have you brought us up here? We are melee fighters. Fuku could not help but inquire. I require your explosive techniques. Infuse all your remaining explosive chakra into this. Deidara wasted no time, presenting them with a lump of clay. Without questioning Deidara's intentions, after all, he was the leader, they complied. Soon, the entire explosive release team had channeled their residual explosive chakra into the clay, which became increasingly unstable. Had Deidara not been there to stabilize it, the explosive clay would have detonated long ago. Excellent. Deidara beamed at the volatile clay bomb. He intended to use it as the core to forge another explosive arrow. This new arrow would far surpass the potency of his previous creations, bolstered by the combined explosive chakra of 7 individuals. As for Suna, having sustained injuries, had been carried away for treatment and was absent from the battlefield. Rest now, the next phase relies on me. Deidara chuckled coldly. Kazuki Tsukumo had claimed too many lives on his side. There was no way he would allow Kazuki to escape. As for Shimura Danzo, he could be spared, but Kazuki Tsukumo must perish. Deidara crafted a clay bow and, under the expectant gazes of the explosive release team, molded the infused explosive clay into arrows. Controlling these arrows would be no easy feat, as a single misstep could result in detonation. However, with great risk comes great reward. The power of these explosive arrows would far exceed that of his own creations. With eager eyes upon him, Deidara knocked the arrow and aimed it toward the Nara clan. Earth release, earth flow wall. The gathered forces immediately erected an earth wall, though only 200 were present. Its fortitude rivaled that of 1,000. Thanks to the presence of high-ranking shinobi. Boom. Deidara ignited the arrow, and the earth wall crumbled instantaneously. The arrow unleashed a tremendous explosion. Unlike any ordinary arrow he had previously shot, this one, harnessing the strength of the collective, could obliterate any defense. What? The Nara clan leader's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that such a small arrow could so effortlessly dismantle their combined earth wall. Quick, blend in with the Awagakure ninjas. The Nara clan leader had no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Although charging into Awagakure territory might incur losses, remaining exposed to Deidara's aerial assault would yield even greater casualties. Chapter 25. The Kaleidoscope of Sudden Awakening. Desiring to mingle with the ninjas of Awagakure, Didaze loosed several arrows, obstructing their path. He was determined to prevent these individuals from proceeding towards Iwagakure, just as Didaze prepared to continue drawing his bow. A dark Susanoo suddenly materialized below. "I demand your life." The Susanoo rapidly expanded, transforming into a skeletal form, its body rippling with muscle. What on earth is this? The explosive team atop the giant bird gazed in shock at the colossal, jet-black warrior. They had never witnessed such a ninjutsu in all their years. Could it be that someone has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? Didaze's heart sank. He had not anticipated that a member of the Uchiha clan would temporarily awaken the Manjiki in the midst of battle. This was utterly disruptive to his plans. Such formidable power. If only I could possess it, I too could claim the title of Hokage. Shimura Danzo gazed greedily at Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan. He was already concocting schemes on how to manipulate Fugaku upon returning to the village, compelling him to relinquish his Manjiki. Susanoo bow? Uchiha Fugaku transformed his weapon into a bow and arrow. This was the ability of his left eye's Manjiki transformation. This ability allowed Susanoo to wield any weapon. Han, quickly obstruct him. Do not let him attack Didaze. Huangtu perceived the emergence of a massive, obsidian entity, and though he did not grasp its nature, he felt the overwhelming chakra emanating from it. Immense and chilling. That was Huangtu's impression. The Manjiki Sharingan. The surviving Uchiha clan members gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment as they beheld Uchiha Fugaku. The clan leader's son had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, and with such power, the Uchiha clan would no longer need to remain in obscurity. The surviving Uchiha clan members regarded Uchiha Fugaku with newfound vitality in their thoughts. This was the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Nara clan leader gazed at Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan, his eyes filled with shock. The oppressive aura emanating from that gigantic form was simply overwhelming, even surpassing that of the third Hokage. Although Narashikaka did not believe that Uchiha Fugaku could defeat the third Hokage, the sensation Fugaku imparted was indeed more potent. This entity appeared to be an exceptionally powerful war weapon. Thus, the outcome of this battle should not be in doubt. A smile graced the face of Hatake Tsukumo. With the aid of Susanoo, their chances of victory had greatly increased. As everyone pondered the situation, Uchiha Fugaku had already drawn his bow and unleashed an arrow towards Didaze. Didaze, in turn, bent his own bow, shooting explosive arrows to counter the arrows of Susanoo. Boom! The sky erupted with a brilliant light, compelling all on the battlefield to shield their eyes. Susanoo, driven by rage, Uchiha Fugaku continued to conjure arrows aimed at Didaze. Do not revel too much. You brat of the Uchiha clan. Han, transformed into the complete form of the Five Tails, charged directly towards Susanoo, ramming his massive horn into it. Susanoo hammer. Uchiha Fugaku converted his weapon into the most powerful hammer, then swung it down towards Han's head. The clash of these titanic beings resulted in Han being sent flying while Uchiha Fugaku bled from his eyes. Despite being struck away, Han quickly recovered using Tailed Beast Chakra. Quite resilient, are we? But this ends now. Uchiha Fugaku activated his ocular power, causing the already massive hammer to swell further. He lunged fiercely at Han, who, overwhelmed by Fugaku's Susanoo, was forced to flee with his remaining agility. Where has your earlier bravado gone? Uchiha Fugaku grew increasingly ferocious, a trait commonly seen among the Uchiha once their eyes opened. My insects have been cultivated. Just as Nara clan leader was fixated on the battle between the tailed beast and Susanoo, the Oil Woman clan leader interjected. Have they been cultivated? Quickly, go and obstruct him. The Oil Woman clan leader nodded and commanded the dozen or so Oil Woman ninjas behind her. Secret technique. Infestation bugs. The number of infestation bugs this time was significantly fewer. The combined efforts of the dozen individuals amounted to what used to be 5. Secret technique. Explosive infestation bugs. Once her clan members finished their task, the Oil Woman clan leader released her newly cultivated variant, the explosive infestation bugs. These bugs possessed notably lower explosive properties. As they were merely the initial generation, and given the short time frame, there was no opportunity for iterative cultivation. Merely producing the first generation was already impressive. The infestation bugs hurtled towards Didaze, and in the ensuing chaos, Didaze seized the opportunity to shoot several arrows, inflicting dozens of casualties. In a scenario dominated by elite shinobi, causing even dozens of casualties was quite remarkable. Those damned bugs again. Didaze grimaced at the approaching infestation bugs, feeling a wave of frustration. He was not particularly afraid of lightning techniques anymore, But these bugs were a different matter. Perhaps fear was not the right term. Rather, they were simply repulsive. After all, these bugs would harass you unless you struck them, and even then, it seemed futile. They were merely commonplace creations. Eliminating them was not overly difficult, but Didaze was reluctant to waste his chakra on such trivialities. Moreover, his chakra reserves were dwindling. If he forced himself to eliminate these bugs, his chakra would dwindle perilously. Relying on arrows to eradicate these flying insects was inherently challenging. To do so would require high-mobility clay explosives like the winged bird. Earth release, great earthquake. Huangtu observed Han at a disadvantage and promptly employed his earth release ninjutsu to assist him. The ground trembled, particularly around Uchiha Fugaku, who struggled to maintain his balance. A perfect opportunity. Earth release, mountain earth technique. Witnessing Uchiha Fugaku swaying, Huangtu swiftly formed hand seals, summoning two massive hemispherical formations that crashed towards the center where Fugaku stood. Uchiha Fugaku was effectively trapped within Huangtu's mountain earth technique. Success. Huangtu's face brightened with joy. No, it has not succeeded. Steel Earth sensed a powerful warning. Susanoo, third stage. The mountain earth technique was shattered as an armored warrior emerged. The warrior wielded a sword, cleaving through Huangtu's technique with ease. Within the warrior's embrace, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes bled profusely, seemingly having exhausted his ocular power to the limits. This power has already surpassed that of Lord Hokage. Nara clan leader was left in a state of sheer astonishment. Chapter 26. Temporary Retreat. What? Huangtu gazed in astonishment at the armored Susanoo warrior. Disbelief etched across his face. This was the pinnacle of his earth techniques, a move so formidable that once ensnared, escape was nearly impossible, even for those of shadow-level strength. It could take hours or even half a day to break free. Yet, here stood a member of the Uchiha clan, emerging unscathed. Huangtu, retreat. I will cover your back. Didaze, observing the divine aura of Uchiha Fugaku, resolved to withdraw first. Understood. Huangtu chose to place his unwavering trust in Didaze, recognizing that the latter's strength surpassed his expectations. He could hardly inflict any significant damage even with his strongest techniques, leaving him bereft of hope for victory. The only viable option seemed to be calling upon his father for assistance, for relying on their current forces to deal with this dark warrior appeared futile. In truth, a victory for Konoha in this war was not out of reach, especially with Shimura Danzo's presence. The very existence of the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan would undoubtedly incite chaos within Konoha. Once they descended into disarray, seizing the opportunity to benefit from the turmoil was a distinct possibility. Trying to flee? Kagami Tsukumo scoffed, swiftly drawing his blade to intercept Huangtu's day. Despite having recently unleashed a powerful technique, rendering him temporarily devoid of chakra, his exceptional physical prowess and swordsmanship still marked him as an elite jonin. I suggest you assist those behind, Huangtu kindly urged Tsukumo. What? Tsukumo turned to witness thousands of clay centipedes advancing toward the Konoha ninjas. Damn. His complexion darkened. The Konoha ninjas were undoubtedly too preoccupied to aid him, and it was impossible for him alone to hold back over 200 Awagakure ninjas. Do not attempt to escape. Uchiha Fugaku knocked an arrow, a charged shot aimed directly at the Awagakure ninjas. The might of his Susanoo surged, amplifying the arrow's potency. Its form noticeably enlarged. It seems I must create some trouble for you. Didaze drew back his bow, 2 arrows targeted at the Susanoo, while the remaining 12 were aimed at Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo. Boom. The arrow shot from the Susanoo shattered, followed by the 12 arrows hurtling toward Uchiha Fugaku. Boom, boom, boom. The 12 arrows detonated with tremendous force, and Uchiha Fugaku, ensconced within the Susanoo, grimaced in agony, clutching his eyes. Go, Didaze. Witnessing Fugaku's intent to retaliate, formed a hand seal. 500 centipedes merged instantaneously into a colossal centipede. Susanoo, shield. Even this gigantic centipede could inflict substantial damage upon Uchiha Fugaku's armored Susanoo. Recognizing the imminent threat, Uchiha Fugaku hastily conjured a shield for defense. Taking advantage of the chaos among the Konoha ninjas, the Awagakure ninjas began a disciplined retreat. After all, only a few had perished thus far, and the remaining forces were high caliber, exhibiting even better coordination than when they were at full strength. Boom. Once everyone had retreated to a safe distance, Didaze detonated the massive clay centipede bomb. The Konoha ninjas hastily distanced themselves from the gigantic clay bomb, knowing that while smaller bombs might leave them alive, This colossal explosion could obliterate them entirely. Rewind. The Susanoo of Uchiha Fugaku crumbled under the explosion. Blood poured from his eyes, yet a glimmer sparked in his right eye, restoring his Susanoo to its prior state. This was Fugaku's second awakened ability, Rewind. Desiring a means to counter explosions, a phenomenon that occurs in an instant. He awakened the ability to revert his body to his state 5 seconds prior. However, this power was not without limitations. The consumption on his right eye was immense. If Fugaku were to utilize Rewind multiple times within a day, he risked losing sight in that eye. Thus, it was destined to remain a last resort for survival, not a sustainable combat strategy. Huff. Blood continued to pour from his eyes, yet the deep-seated hatred within remained unabated. This power. I must possess it. Shimura Danzo, observing the might of the Susanoo, greedily contemplated how to seize this power. Meanwhile, on the Iwagakure side, Huangtu lamented. Let us write a letter to the old man. The pressure here is overwhelming. As he rubbed his head in exasperation, he realized that Konoha had shifted its focus away from Sunagakure, redirecting their main forces to their location. A dismal revelation for Iwagakure. Writing to the Tsuchikage seemed futile. He still needed to remain vigilant against potential ambushes from Kumogakure. If he left, an attack from Kumogakure would spell disaster. Didaze rode a clay giant bird downward, safely depositing the members of the explosive corps before dispelling the giant bird. What shall we do? It seems we have fallen into a stalemate once more. That massive warrior is quite a challenge to resolve. Huangtu had mistakenly believed that Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo could be sustained indefinitely, akin to his own ninjutsu. Hence, he held a vastly inflated view of Fugaku's capabilities. Do not worry. He cannot maintain that form continuously, Didaze reassured Huang Tuesday. Is that so? How do you know? Huang Tu inquired, perplexed. The eyes he possesses are called Manjiki Sharingan, also known as the Eye of the Mind's Reflection. However, the ocular power of an independently awakened Manjiki Sharingan is not regenerative. Once used, it is depleted. Only by obtaining the eyes of a blood relative can one achieve the eternal Manjiki, allowing for the limitless use of Susanoo. If all goes well, Uchiha Fugaku's vision should have significantly diminished by now. Didaze smiled faintly. He was quite adept at countering Susanoo. With a few high-damage clay bombs aimed at Fugaku, the latter would be forced to defend with Susanoo, leading to excessive consumption of his ocular power, edging him closer to blindness. However, Didaze may not have anticipated that Uchiha Fugaku's right eye had awakened a technique specifically designed to counter his explosions. Truly a cursed clan, Huang Tu remarked, his expression noticeably easing. After all, a Susanoo with such considerable limitations was fortuitous news for him. Chapter 27. The Whirlpool clan of the Grass Ninja Village let us draft a letter to the old man and send it along with the battle report. As for us, we shall retreat to the borders of the land of grass. Huangta stated, glancing at the others. There were no objections. Everyone nodded in agreement. Huangta began to compose the letter, swiftly completing it. He then summoned a nearby ninja and handed him the letter. Deliver this to the Tsuchikage. Huangta patted the man's shoulder before instructing the team to continue their retreat. They had suffered significant losses, and if Konoha were to reinforce their ranks, survival would be a dire challenge. I'll scout the area. As for Didaze, he intended to wander through the Grass Ninja Village, hoping to find Xianglin's mother. After all, Xianglin's mother was also a survivor of the Whirlpool clan, undoubtedly possessing remarkable talent. Very well, Huang Tu, although uncertain of Didaze's intentions, understood from their days together that Didaze was not one to act recklessly. Didaze nodded and took flight on a giant bird, while the ninjas from Iwagakure continued their journey below. Thus, a day later, the ninjas from Iwagakure retreated to the borders of the land of grass. Iwagakure, Tsuchikage Office Tsuchikage-sama. A battle report from the Iwagakure battlefield. Inoki received the report. Although he had dispatched Didaze, he did not harbor high hopes. After all, Han was also present, yet he had failed to repel Konoha. Just leave it there. Inoki waved his hand, and the ninja respectfully placed the report on his desk. Let me see. Inoki stretched and began to examine the report. What? A profound emotional upheaval erupted on Inoki's previously impassive face. Didaze managed to annihilate the Konoha ninjas? The legendary Sannin Orochimaru is dead as well? Ha! Inoki soared with exhilaration, darting about his office. How splendid. The Wagakure has a successor. Inoki had long feared he would not find an heir, but Didaze's emergence dispelled his doubts. There are indeed geniuses in Iwagakure, and Didaze is his most exceptional successor. After suppressing his excitement, Inoki continued to scrutinize the report. Konoha had reinforced their ranks, and Tsukumo Hitaki had arrived as well. Inoki pondered the report detailing a stalemate between the two sides, sinking into contemplation. In truth, a stalemate was already a considerable gain for him, especially when considering the numerous clan heads and Tsukumo Hitaki involved. And there was also Shimura Danzo, a formidable figure in his own right. Furthermore, this Susanoo. Inoki recalled the report mentioning Uchiha Fugaku awakening his Mangeki Sharingan, conjuring memories of the terror he experienced under Uchiha Madara's dominance. Although many years had passed, he still harbored a deep-seated fear of Uchiha Madara. However, for the sake of his village, he could withstand this dread. Have me contact Kirigakure. Inoki summoned a member of the Umbu, who nodded and vanished. Meanwhile, a glimmer of determination flickered in Inoki's eyes, suggesting he had made a crucial decision. Konoha. Hokage Office Mangeki Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the report, which clearly stated that Uchiha Fugaku had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, and his power now posed a threat to himself. Damn it. The Uchiha clan has yet another Mangeki Sharingan. The shock of Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan surpassed even the news of Orochimaru's death in Sarutobi's mind. After all, in his eyes, a pair of Mangeki Sharingan would likely incite a coup among the already discontented Uchiha clan. What to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette, contemplating how to suppress the Uchiha clan. Yet, in reality, if he were to delegate power to the Uchiha clan, they would have no need to resort to armed rebellion to seize control. However, Sarutobi was deeply influenced by the second Hokage's prejudices and had a natural aversion to the Uchiha clan. It was inconceivable for him to expand their power. And then there was the news of Orochimaru's demise. After finding no answers, Sarutobi shifted his focus to the news of Orochimaru's death. This was his most accomplished disciple, and the loss of Orochimaru undoubtedly brought him pain. He had always nurtured Orochimaru with the hopes of making him the fourth Hokage. Although there was Tsukumo Hitaki as a rival, Orochimaru had not been without opportunities. But now that Orochimaru was dead, the path to the position of fourth Hokage would solely belong to Tsukumo Hitaki. However, he had no personal connection to Tsukumo. He was neither his mentor nor his friend. Their only relationship was that of superior and subordinate. Sigh. Sarutobi pressed his forehead in anguish. He pondered whether to inform Tsunade and Jiraiya about Orochimaru's passing. If they were to learn that their childhood friend had died, they would likely be too distraught to fight. For the time being, he decided against informing them. Although he understood this was not a sustainable solution, he was certain that Jiraiya and Tsunade would be furious upon discovering the truth. Nevertheless, for the sake of stability in the battlefront against Sunagakure, he resolved to keep this information concealed a while longer. The Uchiha clan. If you dare to disrupt Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, his eyes emanating an unprecedented aura of killing intent. Grass Ninja Village, hurry, come here. An injured grass ninja lay on the ground as a red-haired girl approached him, her eyes filled with fear. She was a healer in the Grass Ninja Village. After the destruction of the Whirlpool Country, her parents had sought refuge in the Grass Ninja Village, but they perished in a tragic incident. It was then discovered that her chakra possessed healing properties. Consequently, she was utilized as a source of healing for the Grass Ninjas. Now merely 11 or 12 years old, her body bore countless bite marks, all inflicted by the ninjas of Grass Ninja Village. Get over here. Stop dawdling. A grass ninja barked angrily, kicking the girl, causing her to stumble. The injured grass ninja, upon seeing the girl fall, suddenly brightened and bit down hard on her arm. Ah! The girl cried out. The grass ninja's bite was fierce enough to draw blood. Hearing her scream, the grass ninja disregarded her pain, for in the face of his own life, what was she worth? The remnants of the Whirlpool Country. Just as the grass ninja absorbed the girl's chakra, a voice suddenly echoed from the sky. The ninja from Grass Village watched Deidara in the sky, their wariness heightened. In the ninja world, those who could fly were few, and the ability to fly was a hallmark of the strong. Even those from Star Village who flew using secret methods were not weak. Whirlpool Nanako looked at the person in the sky with tears in her eyes, hoping he had come to save her. Deidara steered the giant bird into a rapid dive. The Grass Village ninja braced themselves, ready to eliminate Deidara. Get on. Deidara scooped up Whirlpool Nanako and placed her on the clay bird. Are you a ninja from Stone Village? Whirlpool Nanako recognized the 5 great ninja villages, thanks to her parents. From now on, you'll follow me. It will be better than your life in Grass Village. Deidara said without turning around. Yes. Whirlpool Nanako looked at Deidara, his flowing golden hair and untamed air. A ninja from Stone Village? The Grass Village ninja overheard Whirlpool Nanako and exchanged glances, unsure whether to attack. Stone Village could crush them effortlessly. Their strongest ninja was only an elite jonin at best. The Grass Ninja were as cowardly before Stone Village as they had been arrogant towards Whirlpool Nanako. After a long silence, a manager from Grass Village stepped forward and respectfully addressed Deidara in the sky. Sir, you can take her. But may we ask a small favor? Do you want them all to die? Deidara ignored the man below and asked Whirlpool Nanako. Huh. Whirlpool Nanako was incredulous that she could decide their fate. Don't worry, I'm giving you the power to decide. Kill or release, it's up to you. But remember, I dislike weakness. Deidara knew that those who had just been rescued were most vulnerable to manipulation. Whirlpool Nanako was torn. Despite her suffering, her kindness prevented her from killing the Grass Ninja. She thought they only needed her because they were hurt. The Grass Ninja leader swallowed and cautiously asked, Sir, Whirlpool Nanako looked at Deidara's golden hair and finally spoke. I want to kill those who bullied me. Saying this, she felt as if a shackle had been broken. Excellent. Deidara smiled at Whirlpool Nanako and created a giant clay spider. Clay bomb, mother nest. Since you made the decision, don't run from it. Watch them turn to ashes. Deidara wouldn't shield Whirlpool Nanako's eyes or say comforting words. What is that? The Grass Ninja, waiting for Deidara's response, saw a giant clay spider land and start producing smaller spiders. Damn, it contains strong chakra. They panicked. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A Grass Ninja released a fireball at the clay spider, but the small spiders absorbed it and swelled up before pouncing on the ninja. With a cry. The ninja's blood and body mixed as he was obliterated. Good riddance. Surprisingly, Whirlpool Nanako didn't vomit but had a gleam in her eyes. Seeing her tormentor die, she felt relieved rather than guilty. Deidara glanced at Whirlpool Nanako, surprised by her quick transformation. Sir, Whirlpool Nanako blushed, embarrassed by Deidara's gaze. It's good that you understand. Deidara wouldn't criticize her, as it was what he had wanted. Continue to watch their final moments. Deidara descended slightly, allowing Whirlpool Nanako to see the Grass Ninja clearly. Why is this happening? Almost all the Grass Ninja were dead before the first wave ended, leaving only the leader. Because Whirlpool Nanako was their most important asset, everyone would gather when she was used, preventing her from being taken. But their gathering made them unable to escape. And Grass Village was destroyed. Why are you doing this? The Grass Village leader roared before dying. Deidara ignored him and detonated the clay bombs, ending the leader's life and destroying Grass Village. One person destroyed a village. Such power. Whirlpool Nanako looked at the golden-haired youth, filled with awe. She wondered who he was, only knowing he was a Stone Village ninja. Remember, my name is Deidara. Deidara smiled at Whirlpool Nanako and steered the clay bird into the sky. He smiled at me. Whirlpool Nanako blushed and leaned against Deidara's back. Deidara felt her leaning on him but didn't think much of it, seeing her as just a little girl. So warm. Chapter 29. The truth behind the fall of the land of whirlpools. You shall henceforth be a denizen of Awagakure. I shall ensure your education. And once you have honed your ninja skills and knowledge, you may become my disciple. Didaze spoke to the girl, Uzumaki Nanako, who was nestled in his arms. Why yes, Lord Didaze. Uzumaki Nanako replied, her cheeks flushed. Brother Huangtu. Didaze soon arrived at the encampment of Awagakure and entered Huangtu's tent. Didaze, you've returned. Huangtu greeted him with a smile. And who is this girl behind you? He nodded and then regarded the young girl curiously, noticing her distinctive red hair. A hallmark of the Uzumaki clan, he pondered how Didaze had come to acquire a member of this lineage. Her name is Uzumaki Nanako. She was captured by the village hidden in the grass, and I annihilated that village to rescue her, Didaze explained, detailing Nanako's identity and recounting the destruction of the grass village. You destroyed the grass village? Huangtu exclaimed, astonished, for such acts were typically the domain of rogue ninjas. Didaze did not elaborate further, but instead revealed Nanako's arm. Huangtu's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the numerous bite marks that marred her skin. Leaving no part unscathed. Nanako, you may step outside. I need to discuss something with Captain Huangtu. Didaze gently patted her head. Nanako, her face slightly flushed, nodded and exited the tent. This is the handiwork of the grass village. They utilized the orphan scion of the Uzumaki clan as a mere medical resource. Didaze spoke gravely to Huangtu. To employ a member of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their vast chakra, as a mere healing vessel? The grass village truly exemplifies short-sightedness. Huangtu was equally incredulous, realizing the magnitude of the loss. Nanako's chakra is likely far more potent than we perceive. The grass village's incessant siphoning has diminished her reserves significantly. She may appear feeble, yet even so, her chakra is at the level of a jonin. Consider, she is merely 11 years old and has endured extensive chakra depletion and mental exhaustion. Had she developed normally, her chakra would undoubtedly have reached the level of a jonin. Double it? Huangtu's eyes widened again in astonishment. You have stumbled upon a treasure. Aside from the princess of the Uzumaki clan in Konohagakure, there are no other Uzumaki left in the ninja world. This implies. A peculiar gleam flickered in Huangtu's gaze. The significance of the Uzumaki clan was monumental. They could rectify a Wagakure's deficiencies in sealing techniques. If Nanako, the orphan of the Uzumaki, could develop properly, she would undoubtedly propel the advancement of sealing arts within a Wagakure. I shall deliver Nanako to a Wagakure and entrust her to the Tsuchikage. She cannot remain on the battlefield, Didaze resolved, intending to return to a Wagakure to hand over Nanako to Inoki before departing. Though she was nominally his disciple, the prodigy Inoki would undoubtedly take her under his wing. Go ahead. We shall manage the front lines. Huangtu nodded in agreement. Given the devastating losses sustained by Konohagakure, he believed they would likely refrain from launching any offensive. Then I shall take my leave. Didaze waved farewell to Huangtu and exited the tent. Let us depart, Nanako. Didaze conjured a clay giant bird once more and called to Uzumaki Nanako. The two ascended into the sky, heading towards a Wagakure. Do you wish to learn the truth behind the fall of the Land of Whirlpools? Didaze suddenly inquired as they soared through the air. The Land of Whirlpools. Uzumaki Nanako was engulfed in confusion. Her memories of the Land of Whirlpools were faint, yet it had become a sanctuary of spirit for her. In times of distress or illness, she would envision the Land of Whirlpools, which had transformed into an idealized realm in her mind. Confronted with the prospect of learning the truth behind its demise, she trembled slightly, yet her resolve was unwavering. I want to know, she declared, her voice steady despite her quaking form. Then I shall enlighten you. Didaze, resolved not to shroud the truth, understood that obscuring facts would only breed resentment over time, as was the case with Uchiha Sasuke, whose prolonged ignorance had led to mental turmoil. 8 years prior, Kumogakure coveted the power of the Land of Whirlpools and sought to subjugate it, only to be rebuffed. In response, they clandestinely amassed forces to attack. On the day of the assault, the Land of Whirlpools was besieged by countless ninjas from Kumogakure. Despite the formidable sealing techniques of the Land of Whirlpools, the sheer numbers of Kumogakure would have left it severely weakened, though not necessarily obliterated. Subsequently, Kirigakure entered the fray, forging a temporary alliance with Kumogakure in their bid to seize the sealing techniques of the Land of Whirlpools. The Wagakure and Sunagakure, being too distant, were unable to intervene. Didaze spoke with a measured tone, refraining from romanticizing a Wagakure's role, for he knew that any attempts at embellishment would be transparent to Nanako when she matured and gained discernment. At that time, the Land of Whirlpools had sought assistance from Konohagakure, only to be rebuffed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, citing an inability to dispatch aid. However, in the aftermath of the Land of Whirlpools' destruction, it was Konohagakure that reaped the greatest benefits. Chapter 30. The surprising arrival of the Uzumaki. After the destruction of the Uzumaki clan in the Land of Whirlpools, Konoha acquired a plethora of sealing technique scrolls, including the 4-symbol seal, the 8-trigram seal, the corpse demon seal, and the diamond lock, among others. In contrast, the attacking villages of Kirigakure and Kumogakure obtained only a handful of lower-grade sealing techniques, as the advanced techniques had been spirited away to Konoha by the final remnants of the Uzumaki clan. You were fortunate to be among the first batch evacuated. The subsequent groups were entirely intercepted by Kirigakure. After Didaze finished speaking, he glanced back at the dazed Uzumaki Nanako and shook his head in resignation. I do not care what your thoughts may be. The reality is that Sunagakure and Wagakure did not intervene, while Kirigakure and Kumogakure took action, and Konoha, as the superior village of the Uzumaki, remained utterly inactive. I shall seek vengeance upon these 3 villages. As Uzumaki Nanako lifted her downcast head, her eyes brimmed with a fury that was almost unbearable. Didaze, observing the seething anger in her gaze, felt a twinge of alarm. If she possessed even the slightest semblance of the Sharingan, she could easily access its advanced forms. You may not yet possess the means for revenge, but I firmly believe you will acquire them. For now, join me in a Wagakure. Once you have amassed sufficient power, vengeance shall be yours. Didaze did not oppose this notion. Vengeance served as a commendable motivation, one that would undoubtedly spur Uzumaki Nanako to exert herself in training. I understand. Uzumaki Nanako inhaled deeply and dawned a smile upon her face. Yet, Didaze could discern that this did not reflect her true sentiments. There is no need to feign composure in my presence. Whether it be anger or sorrow, do not suppress your emotions. I am your mentor, and it is my duty to protect you. After imparting these words without turning back, Didaze was met with the sound of muffled sobs from behind. Although Uzumaki Nanako had long been aware of the fall of her clan, she remained oblivious to the number of surviving remnants. Didaze made it clear that even if there were survivors, they were but a scant few, shattering Nanako's dreams completely. A Wagakure in a mere 30 minutes of swift flight. Didaze reached a Wagakure in the land of Earth. He piloted his clay giant bird directly to the window of Naka's office, shattering it as he entered unceremoniously. Why have you returned? And why do you enter through my window? Noki glared at Didaze, irate at his unconventional entrance and the destruction he had caused. However, he soon realized that even standing on his chair, he could not match Didaze's height, prompting him to float upwards. Is there not an urgent matter at hand? Didaze chuckled, revealing Uzumaki Nanako standing behind him. This, the Uzumaki clan? Naka's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression transforming into one of delight. He had long sought the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but had never found the opportunity. Now, with a genuine member of the clan before him, Wagakure's prospects appeared exceedingly bright. Good child, what is your name? Naka's demeanor softened considerably, exuding warmth, his wrinkles seemingly deepening with kindness. I am called Uzumaki Nanako, she stammered, nervous in the presence of such an esteemed figure. Do not fear me, child, Noki reassured her, gently ruffling her hair, which calmed her racing heart somewhat. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage, she replied, taking a deep breath to steady herself. How old are you? Noki inquired, wishing to engage Nanako in light conversation, as she would be a future asset to his village. Given her lineage, she would likely ascend to the highest echelons of the sealing department. Lord Tsuchikage, I am 11 years old this year. Naka's surprise was palpable. He could hardly believe that she was only 11, as her stature was remarkably diminutive compared to her peers. Nanako, were you wandering before Didaze discovered you? Noki continued with a gentle tone. I was in Kusagakure, where they treated me as a mere medical box. Nanako recounted her previous plight without reservation. What? Noki was perplexed, unaware that the Uzumaki clan possessed healing capabilities. He recalled that they were renowned for their sealing arts, not for any medical prowess. Nanako, show Lord Tsuchikage, Didaze urged, recognizing the necessity of revealing her circumstances to garner Naka's attention. Though it was a painful subject for Nanako, it was imperative that Noki understood the full extent of her situation, as he needed to appreciate her significance. Presently, while Nanako was undoubtedly talented, she merely represented an ordinary level of genius, at most, filling a void in Naka's vision of sealing techniques. Upon hearing Didaze's words, Nanako hesitated not for an instant and rolled up her sleeve. This, Noki slammed his hand upon the table in fury, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Nanako's arm bore an array of bite marks, unmistakably indicating the siphoning of her chakra. It was evident that a significant portion of her chakra had been drained. Yet, even with the loss, she still possessed chakra at the level of a nin, which was not merely that of a sealing department head, but rather a potential powerhouse of Hokage caliber. With proper training in sealing arts, she could indeed dominate the ninja world with her immense chakra. Was it the people of Kusagakure who did this? Naka's voice was low and heavy with emotion. Yes, it was Kusagakure. They used Uzumaki Nanako as a medical tool and frequently tormented her. Didaze confirmed with a nod. They must be taught a lesson. Naka's fury erupted. If it were not for the individuals of Kusagakure, they would have welcomed a prodigious talent. However, thanks to those miscreants, Nanako's development had been severely stunted, suppressing her innate gifts to a great extent. Naka's mind even entertained the notion of annihilating Kusagakure. Confronting Kusagakure. Perhaps that is unnecessary. Didaze scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he spoke. Chapter 31. The enrollment of Uzumaki Nanako. Why? They are bullying Nanako, and I must certainly seek justice for her. Noki fumed, his expression one of indignation as he defended Uzumaki Nanako. Well, to be honest, I have already annihilated the village of Grass. Deidara tousled his golden locks, ruffling his short hair. You destroyed the village of grass? Noki sat down, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The land of grass poses no significant threat, yet I fear that other ninja villages may use this as an excuse to attack our Awagakure. Noki expressed his concerns, his brows knitted. Lord Tsuchikage, you are lost in your own thoughts, Deidara remarked. Noki lifted his gaze to see what Deidara had to say. Firstly, we can disregard the smaller ninja villages. Aside from the semi-divine Amigakure and the tailed beast harboring Takigakure, the other villages do not pose any threat to us. Moreover, Hanzo of the Salamander is utterly exhausted and has no time to concern himself with a mere village of grass, and Takigakure would not dare oppose us. Especially given their somewhat adversarial relationship with the village of grass, they ought to be grateful to us. As Deidara spoke confidently, Naka's expression shifted. Continue, Noki urged, eager for more insight. As for Konoha, we are currently engaged in battle with them, while Sunagakure is entirely incapable of instigating a war at this juncture. Kimobikure, having previously launched a surprise attack against us, may see an opportunity to strike, but that is of little concern, as we are bound to clash eventually, given our enmity. The only village we must be wary of is Kirigakure, as they remain completely detached from the battlefield. If we manage to handle matters with them adequately, then the annihilation of a mere village of grass would be trivial. We could even seize the opportunity to annex the land of grass. Deidara finished speaking, his gaze intense as he regarded Noki. The Tsuchikage, stroking his chin, contemplated the implications. You are correct. After a moment of reflection, Noki affirmed Deidara's perspective. As long as there are no complications with Kirigakure, then the annexation of the land of grass is indeed feasible. The thought of expanding the territory that even his master had failed to achieve filled Noki with excitement. Could it be that he would succeed where others had not? If he were to achieve this, would he not be able to compete for the title of the strongest Tsuchikage in history? The mere contemplation thrilled Noki. However, the pressing question remained. How could we persuade Kirigakure? Once his excitement faded, Noki sat down to face the reality of the situation. What reason would Kirigakure have to agree with your ambitions? Do they not desire to annex the land of grass as well? Even from a distance, they could easily seize a bit of wealth from the land of earth. For Kirigakure, acquiring some wealth would be a trivial endeavor. We could negotiate a ceasefire with Konoha. And of course, we must secure 10 of each of their sealing techniques. Once we obtain the sealing techniques, we can surrender to Konoha. Our reputation holds little value for us, but it is of great significance to them. Would they agree? Naka's expression reflected his uncertainty. Fear not, Konoha is filled with cowards. We will reap the benefits, and letting them take the glory for the victory is inconsequential. Deidara replied, eyeing Noki. The Tsuchikage nodded, a look of appreciation crossing his face. It seems that if you were to become a Kage, you would lead a Awagakure to new heights. Naka's admiration for Deidara grew. Though he was young, he exhibited the maturity and steadiness of an elder. His strength also aligned perfectly with Naka's expectations, making him the ideal successor in the Tsuchikage's mind. Once the war concludes, you should undertake missions to lay the groundwork for your future succession. Noki saw no need to beat around the bush. At over 50, he had no intention of seeking a successor through subterfuge. Very well, Lord Tsuchikage, Deidara responded, his usual light-hearted demeanor replaced with solemnity. There is no need for such gravity. Noki chuckled, patting Deidara on the shoulder. As for Uzumaki Nanako, you may enroll, although you have surpassed the graduation age for the Ninja Academy. I shall amend the age to 12. You shall begin your studies. Noki intended to dedicate a year to imparting essential ninja knowledge to Uzumaki Nanako, while also allowing her to forge her bonds within the academy. Only with such connections could she truly be considered a member of a Awagakure. Of course, Noki was motivated by the fact that Nanako lacked any ties in the village. He wished for her to establish connections, for otherwise he could have easily assigned her to any jonin for instruction, and even he would have taken time to teach her. Lord Tsuchikage, altering the rules for me. This. Uzumaki Nanako hesitated, uncertain if she should accept Naka's kindness. Do not fret, if it were a violation. I would need to deliberate, but merely modifying the rules is of no consequence, Noki reassured her. Nanako appeared puzzled, struggling to comprehend why changing the rules was simpler than breaking them. Yet, Noki soon provided her with clarity. It is wise to adhere to the rules one has established. If one cannot follow them, it is better to amend them than to violate them. Noki spoke with a certain detachment, his words a gentle reminder. After all, this young girl was destined to ascend to higher ranks in the future. Understanding such matters early on would be beneficial. If one were to break the rules, it would be said that the Tsuchikage himself openly disregarded his own regulations. However, if one were to amend the rules, it would be portrayed as the Tsuchikage preferring to modify the rules rather than violate those he had set. The same action, yet resulting in two entirely different outcomes. Noki was not a fool. Uzumaki Nanako lowered her gaze, her thoughts a tumultuous whirlpool. To her, rules were absolute constraints, while to those in power, they were mere constructs, subject to alteration. The absence of modification was indicative of a lack of necessity, not an inability. Very well, proceed to your studies. You shall temporarily reside across from my home, ensuring your safety. Noki observed Nanako, who remained silent and contemplative. He understood her thoughts, yet he did not regret his words. These truths would need to be embraced sooner or later, and perhaps it would be more beneficial for her to accept them now. As for you, Noki turned sharply towards Deidara after the Umbu escorted Nanako away. Repair the glass. Noki commanded through clenched teeth, pointing at the shattered pane. The following day, a new rule was instituted in Awagakure. The graduation age for the Ninja Academy was set to 12. And a new regulation was added. No one shall enter through the windows of the Tsuchikage's office. Chapter 32. Extortion of Sealing Techniques Following the Events. Deidara was billeted in Awagakure by Noki, who dispatched a messenger to inform Kate Tsuchi and the others of the situation, including the impending armistice with Konoha. Predictably, the returning Umbu reported Kate Tsuchi's vehement opposition to Noki. The Tsuchikage inwardly lamented his son's deficient strategic acumen. Did he genuinely believe victory over Konoha was attainable? Even if Konoha's territory were seized, would the other villages permit Awagakure to possess it? Such an outcome would inevitably lead to a coalition against Awagakure. Deidara, remain in Awagakure. I shall personally venture to the front lines, Noki declared, his brow furrowed in evident distress. Kate Tsuchidano's stance is born of the heavy casualties suffered by his comrades. Tsuchikage-sama need not be overly critical, Deidara interjected on Kate Tsuchi's behalf. My judgment is my own. Focus on mastering the secret arts, Noki replied, rubbing his temples. He had already granted Deidara access to the Book of Seals, allowing him unfettered perusal. In truth, Iwagakure's collection of sealing jutsu paled in comparison to Konoha's. Only a select few held genuine significance for Deidara's development. Understood, Tsuchikage-sama, Deidara responded, recognizing the futility of further persuasion. Kate Tsuchidano is in dire straits. Deidara's face mirrored Naka's somber expression, tinged with a hint of sympathy. Noki, accompanied by a score of Umbu, departed Awagakure. This was a clandestine operation, known only to Deidara. Warder of Kusagakure Kate Tsuchidano, is it truly prudent to respond to Tsuchikage-sama in such a manner? Fuku inquired hesitantly, a sense of foreboding gripping him. What can the old man possibly do to me? Kate Tsuchi retorted nonchalantly, confident in his status as Naka's sole heir. What do you presume I can do? Earth release, added weight rock technique. Noki amplified the mass of his arm manifold, delivering a blow to Kate Tsuchi's head. The strike was intentionally restrained, resulting only in a prominent bump on Kate Tsuchi's forehead. Old man, Kate Tsuchi exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his head. Noki had been absent for years, yet he appeared solely in response to Kate Tsuchi's insubordination. Why was he being singled out? Father, I shall return, Kate Tsuchi pleaded, recoiling in terror as Noki raised his hand once more. Subsequently, to Kate Tsuchi's chagrin, the Awagakure shinobi retreated to their village. The following day have they withdrawn? A censor ninja, conducting a routine patrol, expressed astonishment at the absence of Awagakure's presence. Withdrawn? Dan Shimura interjected, his eagerness for the war's cessation palpable. Its conclusion would allow him to enact his schemes. With the Manjiki Sharingan in his possession, he was certain that he could elevate Konoha to unprecedented heights. Unlike its current state, where the Manjiki Sharingan was not being properly utilized, Dan cast a scornful glance at Fugaku Uchiha, who had recently been discharged from the infirmary. Oblivious to the Manjiki's inherent drawbacks, Dan simply attributed Fugaku's perceived weakness to his inability to harness its full potential. He was certain that he could unleash its ultimate power. It appears they have withdrawn. Shall we pursue? The Konoha censor ninja inquired, his brow furrowed. He suspected that a pursuit would be unlikely, but protocol demanded the question. No pursuit, Dan asserted, issuing a direct order to the censor ninja. Tsukumo Hataki remained silent, deferring to Dan's seniority. He was unwilling to provoke conflict over trivial matters. The Konoha shinobi began their withdrawal as well. Amidst the disengagement, a slender white serpent emerged onto the battlefield. Hiss! Hiss! The serpent's eyes gleamed with an intense, frigid light. Time elapsed swiftly, and the Iwagakure shinobi returned to their village, while their Konoha counterparts did the same. Deidara remained immersed in the cultivation of wind-release chakra. The creation of a new chakra nature was an arduous undertaking, requiring at least a year or two for Deidara to achieve sufficient mastery for fusion, while the mere utilization of wind release would not necessitate such an extended period. The fusion of earth, wind, and fire demanded a harmonious equilibrium among the three chakra natures. This equilibrium required Deidara to elevate wind release to a level commensurate with his existing earth and fire. Deidara's earth and fire were already exceptionally potent, owing to his frequent utilization of explosion release, which had continuously augmented their strength. Consequently, chakra cultivation became an unexpected impediment. However, this challenge also presented an opportunity. The potency of his earth and fire meant that upon mastering dust release, its destructive capacity would rival or even surpass Naki's. Hence, Noki remained patient, allowing Deidara to cultivate wind release at his own pace. Noki dispatched a fearless Umbu operative to Konoha with a proposal for an armistice, accompanied by the promise of substantial reparations. Konoha, root headquarters, why would a Wagakure send an emissary to our village? Dan scrutinized the intelligence report presented by a root operative. His brow furrowed in consternation. What could be the purpose of a Wagakure's overture at this juncture? Dan's was perplexed. Regardless, I must first devise a means of acquiring those Mangeki Sharingan. Continue disseminating the Uchiha clan's ignominious history. They must be irrevocably branded with shame. Dan's commanded his root operatives. Whether the Uchiha clan was culpable was irrelevant. As long as Konoha's populace believed it to be true, it would become their reality. The Uchiha clan's rebuttals would be rendered meaningless. Sensei, am I not the true inheritor of your will? Dan's gazed skyward, his covetousness tinged with a complex ambivalence. Hokage's office, why has Noki sent you? Hiruzen Sarutobi inquired, puffing on his pipe, his brow furrowed. He was eager to hear the emissary's proposition. We intend to bring this conflict to an end, the Iwagakure Umbu declared, delivering a bombshell. Hiruzen's puffing momentarily ceased, though he resumed quickly. The pause was not lost on the Iwagakure Umbu. He was confident that his mission would succeed, as the third Hokage clearly favored an armistice. We demand sealing techniques, 10 each of ranks A, B, C, and D. In exchange, we will acknowledge Konoha's victory, the Iwagakure shinobi stated. Hiruzen's countenance darkened immediately. 10 A-rank sealing techniques? Do you comprehend the implications of such a demand? Tsuchikage-sama has stated that should the Hokage Dano refuse, he will immediately seek an alliance with Kirigakure and Kumogakure. However, it is not entirely unfeasible. Hiruzen's expression softened instantaneously, demonstrating a remarkable display of adaptability. Chapter 33. The meeting of the Earth Shadow and the Fire Shadow. Upon hearing that the Rock Hidden Village intended to ally with the Mist Hidden Village and the Cloud Hidden Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression transformed dramatically. His previously gloomy visage instantaneously blossomed into one of radiant optimism. However, I can only offer you 5 A-rank sealing techniques at most. For techniques of lower ranks, I can provide an additional 5 each. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. That is acceptable, nodded the Umbu of the Rock Hidden Village. The baseline given to him by Inoki was 3 A-rank sealing techniques, so 5 was indeed a satisfactory outcome. Moreover, with the added bonus of 5 more techniques of lower ranks, the arrangement was quite favorable. Then let us convene in the center of the Land of Grass 3 days hence to welcome the esteemed Fire Shadow. The Umbu from the Rock Hidden Village bowed deeply. Before departing Konoha under the guidance of the Leaf Ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly, aware that he had set his price too high. Yet, to avert a genuine collaboration between the Rock, Mist, and Cloud Hidden Villages, he felt compelled to relinquish the sealing techniques. Although it was somewhat humiliating, he resolved to spend money to settle the matter. However, he harbored his own intentions. He contemplated presenting the majority of the exclusive sealing techniques that only the Uzumaki clan could utilize. Is this truly a sealing technique? It is indeed. But can a normal ninja employ it? Absolutely not. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered 5 A-rank sealing techniques, 2 of which were exclusive to the Uzumaki clan. The common A-rank techniques included contract sealing, for symbols sealing, and the 4 symbols sealing. The Uzumaki clan's exclusive techniques were Diamond Lock and Tail Lock Seal. Among these techniques, the 4 symbols sealing held the highest practicality, a deliberate choice by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who retained only one genuinely useful sealing technique, while the others were of ordinary caliber. He even included 2 techniques that could not be utilized by those outside the Uzumaki clan. The 4 symbols sealing served as a consolation for the rock-hidden village, as they still had 1 usable technique. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could never have anticipated that, despite believing the Uzumaki clan to be reduced to a single survivor. There existed another member within the rock-hidden village. Had he known, he would have preferred to offer the 8 trigram seal over the diamond lock. While an ordinary Uzumaki clan member could indeed spontaneously awaken the diamond lock, its power would pale in comparison to that of a cultivated version. The disparity was not merely a matter of multiples, but rather a factor of dozens. It could be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions inadvertently elevated the potential of Uzumaki Nanako significantly. I shall utilize the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused for a moment before deciding to present the ordinary sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina, the village has treated you so well. You wouldn't hold it against the village, would you? Sarutobi Hiruzen silently reassured himself, subsequently preparing the sealing techniques for exchange in the Land of Grass. In the rock-hidden village, Lord Tsuchikage, this is the situation. 3 days from now, we shall meet in the center of the Land of Grass, reported the Umbu, kneeling before Inoki. Very well, I understand. Inoki nodded slightly. Yet, internally, he was brimming with excitement, for he was finally on the verge of acquiring A-rank sealing techniques. With such techniques, the transition of Jinchuriki would no longer lead to violent rampages. Presently, the sealing techniques of the rock-hidden village consisted of multiple B-rank techniques layered together. While they were numerous, they lacked the stability and efficacy of A-rank techniques. Summon Deidara and Lus. I wish to enlist them as my shadow guards. Inoki commanded the Umbu who had delivered the news. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. The Umbu nodded before departing towards the location where Deidara was engrossed in training. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Deidara unleashed a gust of wind against the stone, creating a slight indentation. A bit of progress, he mused, nodding in satisfaction at his accomplishment. Just days prior, he had been unable to leave a mark on the stone, yet now he had, indicating his improvement. At this rate, he might achieve mastery in a few years, at which point he could embark on the path of dust release. Lord Deidara. Just as Deidara prepared to continue his wind release training, an Umbu appeared before him. What is it? Deidara inquired, puzzled, as he recalled Inoki's words about not being summoned unless under urgent circumstances. Lord Tsuchikage has negotiated compensation with the Hokage. Discussions will be held in 3 days at the center of the Land of Grass. Lord Tsuchikage wishes for you to serve as his bodyguard, and we hope you can make time for this, the Umbu stated succinctly, awaiting Deidara's response. 3 days from now, understood. Deidara nodded, gesturing for the Umbu to depart. The Umbu vanished swiftly, while Deidara resumed his training in wind release. As for Lus, he had no grounds to object, for opposing Inoki would likely result in a swift reprimand. Meanwhile, Han observed Oizumi. He was a near-perfect Jinchuriki, maintaining a decent rapport with the King Mu. However, the relationship between Sun Wukong and Oizumi was rather strained, both possessing stubborn natures that could hardly foster amicability. Consequently, Oizumi remained within the village, as Inoki would not allow him to exit until he could control the tailed beast. Yet, this restriction only intensified Oizumi's resentment towards Inoki. He disregarded all of Inoki's commands, save for the order to remain in the village, and often mocked him instead. Simultaneously, Uzumaki Nanako was afforded a significant security detail, including Steel Lus, to ensure her absolute safety. Deidara planned to recruit Lus as his deputy following the resolution of the compensation negotiations. After all, managing everything alone proved cumbersome, and having a deputy would alleviate many burdens. As Inoki finalized the arrangements, the time arrived 3 days later. In the Land of Grass, Deidara's clay bird soared swiftly, transporting him from the rock-hidden village to the center of the Land of Grass in less than 2 hours. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been awaiting their arrival for some time. However, from Deidara's perspective, it seemed likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived the previous day, as this was merely the morning of the 3rd day. He found it hard to believe that the illustrious 3rd Hokage would travel overnight. Inoki, you have finally arrived. The 3rd Hokage set down his smoking pipe, regarding Inoki with an expression laden with apprehension. Chapter 34. Negotiation. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of Inoki, that old rascal, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was eager to conclude matters swiftly and depart. He had no desire to engage in prolonged discussions with Inoki, The third Hokage, quite radiant indeed. Noki remarked with a smile, flattering Hiruzen. After all, one must acknowledge the financial benefactor, right? I see you are the one who truly shines. With such a genius emerging from your village. Hiruzen gazed at Deidara with a hint of regret. If only this fellow were from their village. He might have been groomed for the position of Hokage. Enough, Shikamaru. Hand over the scroll to the Tsuchikage. Hiruzen instructed his aide, Nara Shikamaru, who nodded and produced the scroll, presenting it to Noki. Tsuchikage, please peruse it at your leisure. Hiruzen observed Noki receiving the scroll, his expression growing somber. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the sight of his village's ninjutsu being relinquished was still unsettling. Contract sealing, for symbol seal, inner four symbol seal. Naka's countenance shifted to one of elation. He continued to read further. Tail locking technique. Vajra locking? Noki slammed his palm on the table. His face flushed with excitement. It wasn't that he lacked composure, but the implications of the Vajra locking were monumental. With the Vajra locking at her disposal, Uzumaki Nanako's chances of attaining a Kage-level status would soar. Tsuchikage, what has come over you? Hiruzen coughed lightly, feeling somewhat apprehensive. He had assumed Noki was incensed by the exclusive sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Hiruzen, why did you insert 2 exclusive sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan into A-rank sealing techniques? Noki regained his composure, feigning anger. You only asked for 5 A-rank sealing techniques. You never specified which ones. I provided you 5, and there is even the 4-symbol seal included. Hiruzen, confronted by Naka's inquiry, spoke boldly, though I may feel guilty. I shall not concede outwardly. Humph. Noki reclined in his chair, maintaining an expression of displeasure. Yet internally, he was elated. The single Vajra locking overshadowed the other 4 sealing techniques. One might say that even with just the Vajra locking, Noki would be satisfied with the A-rank sealing techniques. Moreover, they now possess Konoha's most frequently utilized 4-symbol seal. Although the overlapping 8-trigram seal was absent, perhaps, as Uzumaki Nanako matured, she might fathom the intricacies of overlapping the 4-symbol seals to create the 8-trigram seal. Deidara, present the ceasefire agreement to the Hokage, Noki commanded with a huff, directing his words to Deidara, who complied by handing the ceasefire agreement to Hiruzen. Hiruzen's satisfaction grew as he perused the ceasefire agreement. It not only stipulated a Wagakure's surrender to Konoha, but also promised substantial financial reparations. In truth, however, they would not pay a single ryo. The reparations were merely for show, intended for the eyes of Konoha's populace. Hokage-sama, we have included a considerable compensation amount, which greatly undermines a Wagakure's prestige. What do you think? Deidara suddenly interjected, his tone suggestive. The document explicitly stated that a Wagakure would compensate Konoha with a sum of 100 million ryo. Deidara was not greedy. He only sought 100 million from Konoha. This arrangement would allow a Wagakure to save face, while Konoha gained prestige, a win-win situation. What? Hiruzen was taken aback by Deidara's audacity in demanding money. Hokage, consider this. If word spreads of a Wagakure's defeat, Tsunagakure would surely capitulate as well. You could easily recoup that from them. Deidara continued, while Noki gazed at him in shock. Deidara had completely redefined Naka's understanding of shamelessness. Noki had always thought himself brazen, willing to forsake pride for his village, but in comparison to Deidara, he felt somewhat lacking. Your reasoning appears sound, Hiruzen mused, resting his chin on his hand as his mind raced. However, since you killed Orochimaru, my former disciple, I can only offer you 50 million. But you must state that the compensation is 100 million. Hiruzen recalled the deceased Orochimaru. With his passing, perhaps he could contribute one last time for Konoha. He imagined that if Orochimaru were aware, he would smile in his grave. Hiruzen was moved, convinced that he was truly acting in Orochimaru's best interests. Upon his return, he would ensure a grand tombstone for Orochimaru, dedicating at least 1 million to erect a magnificent memorial for all to honor his legacy. That seems acceptable. Deidara was equally astonished by Hiruzen's response. Was this old man truly unaffected by Orochimaru's demise? If he were genuinely grieving, he would not have brought Orochimaru into the negotiations. Noki harbored a silent contempt for Hiruzen, yet he maintained his composure. After all, disparaging Hiruzen would yield no benefits. So he let it go. His priorities were firmly rooted in self-interest. If the benefits were sufficient, Noki would do whatever necessary. Shikamaru, standing in the background, experienced a subtle shift in his perspective. The image he held of Hiruzen crumbled. He had always believed Hiruzen prioritized the villagers above all else. But he now realized that Hiruzen did not view the villagers as superior to the village itself. This realization planted a seed of dissent. Though Shikamaru did not yet contemplate opposing Hiruzen. "Hokage, please sign swiftly," Noki urged. "Very well." Hiruzen nodded, quickly reviewing the document once more to confirm its accuracy before inscribing his name. "I appreciate the Hokage's generosity. As for the funds, we shall await your Umbu's arrival at the borders of Awagakure." Noki beamed at the agreement, his delight palpable. Though they appeared to surrender, they had gained significantly, perhaps even more than they would have from a victory. Reflecting on this, Noki turned to Deidara, his gaze warm and affectionate. It was Deidara's presence that had compelled Konoha to tread carefully in their surrender. Otherwise, Konoha would have proven a formidable adversary. Were it not for Konoha's fear of repercussions from other ninja villages, Iwagakure's current strength would only have dragged Konoha into a prolonged conflict. "Let us return," Deidara remarked, shivering slightly at Naka's benevolent demeanor. He feared not that Tsuchikige's ire, but rather the unsettling calm that accompanied it. Meanwhile, the earth beneath them chuckled quietly, only to be met with a playful jab from Noki. Thus, with mutual farewells exchanged, the cessation of hostilities between Iwagakure and Konoha was formally established. Chapter 35. Daidaze's deputy in the village of Awagakure. Daidaze addressed Lord Anoki, stating, "I am heading to the border to bring someone back. This individual will prove invaluable to me." Anoki raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Someone from the border? Who could possibly be of such significance to you? Are you going to fetch Raito?" Anoki inquired, still baffled. The only person he could think of who might be beneficial to Daidaze was Raito. In truth, Raito's contribution to Daidaze was minimal. Daidaze's prowess had already far surpassed Raito's capabilities. That is not the case. He is the captain of the border patrol. If I were to take him, who would guard the border? Daidaze waved his hands dismissively. "You needn't ask too many questions. Once I bring him back, you will see for yourself. What purpose do these inquiries serve?" H2 chimed in, teasing Anoki, which left Anoki fuming. Daidaze could only chuckle in resignation. It was amusing to see H2 speak so boldly to Anoki, a contrast to what he had read in the original story. Perhaps it was a sign of H2's advancing age. "Go ahead, I will assign you a task later. Once Uzumaki Nanako graduates, you will be her guiding jonin." Anoki decided, wishing to enhance Daidaze's credentials. He believed that the practice of wind release need not be confined to meditation. Sometimes, engaging in battle could yield greater results than mere seclusion. "Understood." Daidaze nodded, comprehending Anoki's intent to have Uzumaki Nanako as his apprentice. Although he had initially hoped Anoki would mentor her, Anoki had declined, feeling too old for such responsibilities. He believed it would be best for Daidaze to take on the role, as by the time Daidaze became the Tsuchikage, Uzumaki Nanako would have matured significantly. "Then I shall take my leave." Daidaze exited the Tsuchikage's office. "How do you assess Daidaze's current strength?" Anoki suddenly asked Keidu, seeking a candid evaluation. While he had deduced Daidaze's abilities, he knew that first-hand accounts from those on the battlefield held more weight. As for Daidaze's current strength, Keidu scratched his head. Daidaze is undoubtedly capable of bearing the title of Kage. If he were to master dust release, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable leader of Awagakure. Keidu spoke with pride, as if Daidaze's achievements reflected glory upon him. How delightful. The era of the youth, Anoki smiled, feeling a wave of joy at witnessing the vitality of the next generation. At the border of the land of Earth, Daidaze swiftly arrived. Gazing down at the landscape with a myriad of emotions flooding his mind, he recalled the immense peril he had faced upon his arrival in this world. And now he found himself back in this very place. "Is that Lord Daidaze?" The border guards recognized him instantly. After all, his signature clay bird was unmatched, and tales of Daidaze had spread far and wide, making his arrival well known. "Hey, Daidaze." T-Jin waved vigorously from below. Although stationed at the border, he kept abreast of the reports from Awagakure and felt immense pride in his teammates' accomplishments. "Hello, T-Jin. How have you been?" Daidaze descended, greeting T-Jin with a smile as he dismounted from his clay bird. "The frequency of Cloud Village's disturbances has noticeably decreased. This is all thanks to you." T-Jin beamed, clapping Daidaze on the shoulder and embracing him. "By the way, what brings you back this time?" T-Jin inquired with curiosity. "I am here to bring someone back as my deputy." Daidaze replied cheerfully. "To be your deputy? That individual is quite fortunate," T-Jin exclaimed, a hint of envy in his voice. "T-Jin, would you care to join me? If you do, we will be on equal footing." Didaze extended an invitation. No, thank you. I am quite accustomed to guarding the border. Returning would feel rather unsettling. T-Jin declined with a wave of his hand. I shall proceed to find my deputy, and once I do, we can all gather with Raito for a pleasant chat, Didaze said, preparing to locate DT, intending to dine with his friends afterward. Go ahead. Return only when you are thoroughly inebriated. T-Jin chuckled, waving goodbye. Didaze nodded and made his way toward DT's tent. Inside, DT was dining when he caught sight of Didaze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Didaze, my lord, DT stammered, astonished, as he had assumed Didaze would not seek him out again. Did I not mention that I would have you as my subordinate? I now formally invite you to be my deputy. Will you accept? Didaze asked earnestly. I will. DT bowed deeply, nodding vigorously, trembling with excitement. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to Iwagakure. As for your duties here at the border, you need not remain any longer, Didaze affirmed with a smile. You will assist me with tasks, and I will entrust all the tedious matters to you. Should you ever wish to cease, you may do so at any time without hesitation, Didaze assured DT. Rest assured, Lord Didaze, I shall dedicate my utmost capabilities to fulfill your every request, DT declared solemnly. He refrained from making grand statements about sacrificing his life, recognizing their futility. Instead, he pledged to diligently execute Didaze's wishes. Didaze nodded in satisfaction. He had not intended to cultivate a trusted aide so soon, but Onoki had advised that fostering loyalty early on was wise. Those nurtured before ascending to the position of Tsuchikage were valued for their inherent qualities, while post-ascension, some might merely regard the title itself. After encouraging DT with a pat on the shoulder, Didaze ambled toward the designated meeting spot with T-Jin and Raito, leaving DT elated in his wake. Chapter 36. The surrender of Sunagakure. The village of Sunagakure found itself in a precarious situation as the ceasefire between Konoha and Iwagakure unfolded. The expression on the third Kazekage's face darkened at once. His ability to confront Konoha for such an extended period was contingent upon the support of Iwagakure. With Iwagakure's sudden capitulation, Sunagakure stood alone, vulnerable and isolated. Though the official announcement stated that Iwagakure had surrendered, the third Kazekage discerned that this was merely a ruse to mislead external observers. After all, the battle between Iwagakure and Konoha had been fiercely contested. What could have prompted this abrupt cessation of hostilities? Cursing under his breath, the third Kazekage furrowed his brow, uncertain of his next move. If he chose to retreat now, dissent would surely arise within the village. Yet, if he did not, Konoha would soon direct its full might against them. The return of Kakashi Hatake loomed, a man capable of wreaking havoc upon Sunagakure single-handedly. The third Kazekage felt overwhelmed. It was time to convene a high-level meeting, allowing the elders to vote on the outcome. He resolved not to make a unilateral decision, but to seek collective counsel on whether to conclude the war. Soon, under the third Kazekage's summons, the senior members of Sunagakure assembled in the conference room. Esteemed colleagues, I have called this meeting to deliberate on the potential withdrawal of our forces, he announced solemnly. Why should we withdraw? We have recently turned the tide in our favor. One elder exclaimed, visibly agitated. Iwagakure has retreated, the third Kazekage revealed, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. Why would Iwagakure retreat? They have been on the path to victory. Another elder interjected, unable to contain his confusion. The rest nodded in agreement, equally perplexed by this development. The rumors surrounding Deidara had spread across the villages. All were aware of Iwagakure's newly emerged explosive talent. Furthermore, Konoha had been steadily losing ground against Deidara. Why, then, had Iwagakure chosen to surrender? Their inability to comprehend the situation stemmed from an ingrained belief that unless defeated, one would never concede. Moreover, Konoha had not truly lost. Kakashi's involvement had resulted in a stalemate. The idea that Konoha might willingly pay to end the conflict was beyond their understanding. I cannot fathom the reasoning behind this. But our foremost concern remains whether to continue the war, the third Kazekage sighed. The elders exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. To the third Kazekage's surprise, the first to speak in favor of a ceasefire was Chiyo, a matriarch who had lost her children to Konoha's hand. Every decision I make prioritizes the welfare of our village. Do not concern yourselves with my sentiments, she stated, her expression stoic. As an esteemed elder of Sunagakure, Chiyo's opinion carried significant weight. Following her lead, the others began advocating for a ceasefire. With the exception of a few extremists, the remaining members unanimously supported halting the conflict. then we shall cease hostilities. As for the matter of reparations, I will negotiate with Hiruzen Tsurutobi. The third Kazekage conceded with a heavy heart. Sunagakure was already impoverished. The prospect of reparations seemed an added burden. However, payment was unavoidable, as Sunagakure had instigated the invasion of Konoha. The Wagakure had already compensated. How could Sunagakure refrain from doing the same? Little did the third Kazekage know that a Wagakure had not only avoided reparations, but had profited significantly. Had he been aware, he might have chosen to continue the fight rather than concede. Alas, his sole objective was to minimize reparations, ideally to an amount not exceeding that of a Wagakure. In the land of grass, Orochimaru had long remained concealed, awaiting the arrival of a chakra-bearing individual. His transformation into a small white snake rendered him exceedingly vulnerable, compelling him to avoid placing his life in the hands of Kakashi and his companions. While he might have considered trusting Jiraiya or Tsunade, he held no faith in others. Until he regained his strength, he would steer clear of Konoha's main forces. After half a day of lurking in the forest without encountering a single ninja, Orochimaru found this lack of activity perplexing. The land of grass possessed a ninja village. Surely he should have encountered at least a few lower-ranked shinobi? Yet, days passed without a sighting. Today, however, he finally laid eyes on a jonin, and although he was unsure why it had taken so long to encounter one, he was filled with exhilaration. With a swift strike, Orochimaru sank his fangs into the jonin. "Ah!" she cried out, revealing herself to be a female ninja. However, Orochimaru harbored no prejudice. To him, gender was inconsequential as long as the vessel was not a snake. Unlike Jiraiya, who was notorious for his lecherous tendencies, Orochimaru was indifferent to such matters. He quickly took possession of her body, enhancing its capabilities. Nevertheless, even at full capacity, it merely restored him to 30% of his former strength. What a pitiful vessel, he lamented, noting the body's low resilience. Thus, he resolved to gradually regain his strength. Had he seized the body of a jonin, he might have swiftly restored himself to 80% or more. Regrettably, this was merely a weak female jonin. Time to recover, he decided, opting to delay his return to Konoha until he regained additional strength. Though this might prolong his absence by a month or two, he was patient. Utilizing the female ninja's body, he located a house, eliminating its inhabitants before claiming it as his own. Unlike Jiraiya and Tsunade, who refrained from harming civilians, Orochimaru's reluctance stemmed solely from a lack of incentive. Now, in dire need of a shelter, he opted to eliminate any potential threats at their source. Thus, Orochimaru secretly recuperated in the land of grass, unbeknownst to anyone that he was still alive. Meanwhile, after 3 days of intense negotiations, Sunagakure and Konoha finally agreed upon a reparations amount identical to that of a Wagakure, 100 million. This outcome brought quiet satisfaction to both villages. Konoha felt as though they had recouped some of their losses from Sunagakure, while Sunagakure, despite its overwhelming defeat, found solace in the fact that their reparations were on par with the Wagakure's, leading them to believe that they had not fared too poorly. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade returned to their village with their shinobi. Chapter 37. Jiraiya learns of Orochimaru's demise and finally returns. Jiraiya, stretching languidly, pondered the fate of Orochimaru. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he cast a lecherous gaze toward the women's bathhouse. "Jiraiya," Tsunade exclaimed, delivering a swift punch to his forehead, sending him hurtling backward and crashing through the bathhouse door. "Ah, pervert!" The women inside the bathhouse screamed, hastily covering themselves. Jiraiya, however, found himself mesmerized by the scene, a trickle of blood escaping his nose. Before long, the Umbu arrived and apprehended him, escorting him toward the Hokage's office. Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Yet, who was Jiraiya? One of the legendary Sannin and a disciple of the Hokage himself. Which Umbu would dare to imprison him? Despite Jiraiya's carefree nature, the Umbu decided to relinquish his fate to the Hokage. Tsunade, witnessing Jiraiya being taken away, hurriedly followed, wondering how he had managed to crash into the women's bathhouse. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage observed Jiraiya's disheveled state and, rubbing his temples, inquired, "What on earth happened?" I. Jiraiya scratched his head, at a loss for words. How could he explain his predicament? "I was doing research for a book." His excuse seemed plausible enough, though the Umbu behind him rolled their eyes in disbelief. "Leave us," Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the Umbu, who promptly knelt and exited the office. Tsunade entered shortly thereafter. Tsunade, Have a seat. Hiruzen gestured, while Jiraiya plopped down without hesitation. Jiraiya, did I invite you to sit? Hiruzen's stern demeanor aimed to intimidate him. Oh, don't sweat the details. Jiraiya dismissed the reprimand, well aware that Hiruzen was not one to fuss over such trivialities. Honestly, Hiruzen shook his head in resignation. By the way, has something happened to Orochimaru? Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He had sensed something amiss. Reports from the Sand Village had dwindled, and the situation at the Rock Village had become increasingly opaque. The absence of updates after Kakashi's departure to the battlefield was troubling, masked under the guise of protracted conflict. Is Orochimaru in trouble? He pressed, his tone grave. Hiruzen sighed, clearly troubled. Jiraiya, Orochimaru has fallen in battle, he finally revealed. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. What? I refuse to accept that. Tsunade, enraged, slammed her fist onto Hiruzen's desk, shattering it and scattering documents everywhere. Hokage-sama. The Umbu rushed in, alarmed by the commotion. It's fine, you may leave. Hiruzen commanded, taking a seat amidst the chaos. What happened to Orochimaru? Why were we not informed? Jiraiya demanded, his face a mask of anguish. Orochimaru was slain by Deidara of the Rock Village. As for the lack of reports, I withheld them to prevent panic. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire at me, Hiruzen said, closing his eyes. Tsunade, unable to contain her fury, aimed a punch at Hiruzen's face, but Jiraiya swiftly seized her wrist. Tsunade, he cautioned, signaling her to refrain from such reckless actions in the Hokage's office. Regardless of her lineage as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, the past was irrelevant. Both had long since perished, and their clan had fragmented. Should Tsunade lash out and provoke Hiruzen, the repercussions could be dire. Jiraiya, though outwardly amiable, possessed a cunning intellect that rivaled even Orochimaru's, choosing instead to navigate the situation with prudence. Chapter 38. Uzumaki Nanako's apprenticeship. Tsunade stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Old man, you are utterly mistaken this time. Jiraiya followed suit, expressing his frustration before departing as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen, watching his two estranged disciples leave, was left in a state of bewilderment. In Iwagakure, Nanako. As Didaze observed Uzumaki Nanako, who had just finished school, she collided into his embrace, prompting him to gently pat her small head. Lord Didaze. Uzumaki Nanako's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice tinged with shyness. This was Didaze's first time picking her up. For over a week, she had been escorted by the Umbu. Just call me Big Brother. No need for Lord. Didaze chuckled, affectionately ruffling her red hair as he crouched down to her level. All right, Big Brother Didaze. Nanako responded eagerly, without any hint of reluctance. It appeared she had already regarded him as an elder brother in her heart. Have you made any friends at school, Nanako? Didaze inquired softly, holding her hand as if soothing a child. Of course I have. Nanako beamed, sharing tales of her school life. Although she had entered the graduating class as a transfer student, it had not hindered her from making friends. On the contrary, her beauty attracted many admirers. At her age, children were often drawn to appearances. Moreover, Iwagakure was less discriminatory compared to Konohagakure, where Inoki would not permit rumors to circulate. The adults refrained from spreading gossip or looking down on others, allowing the next generation to grow up free from such prejudices. The poor atmosphere in Konohagakure stemmed largely from the inaction of the third Hokage and the rumors propagated by Shimura Danzo. How about I arrange for you to have a teacher? Would you like to learn from her after school? Didaze suggested, adopting a playful demeanor. But I'm not a child anymore. Nanako's face turned red as she felt a bit embarrassed by Didaze's antics. Right. Nanako is no longer a child. Didaze teased, playfully flicking her forehead, eliciting a pout from the little girl. Big Brother Didaze, you're so mean, she huffed, rubbing her forehead in mock annoyance. All right. But this time there's a delightful surprise. You will be thrilled to meet her. Didaze took her hand and led her toward the sealing class. He intended for Nanako to meet Kering, the most proficient sealing master in Iwagakure. Although Kering had little presence in the original narrative, she was indeed the village's strongest practitioner of sealing techniques. However, due to the scarcity of formidable sealing arts in Iwagakure, even Kering had barely reached the status of a jonin. Soon, guided by Didaze, the little girl arrived at the sealing class. Wow, it's so big, Nanako exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she surveyed the expansive room filled with an array of sealing techniques. The class was even larger than the Tsuchikige's building. showcasing a plethora of sealing techniques. Yet, most were subpar, with none reaching even the rank of A. Most ninjas in the sealing class utilized scrolls, with only a select few mastering any sealing arts. Caring, Didaze called out to a figure enthusiastically studying a massive scroll. Didaze, it's you. Caring smiled brightly. Her spirits lifted upon seeing him. I heard you've been quite formidable on the battlefield lately, and there's a new nickname for you? Didaze was intrigued. He had no idea what moniker the ninja world had bestowed upon him. Let me think. I believe it's something like Bomb Maniac. Is that right? Caring pondered, stroking her chin before delivering an answer that left Didaze disheartened. What sort of nickname is that? He exclaimed, feeling exasperated. Even Explosive Maniac would be more tolerable than Bomb Maniac. Beside them, Nanako's cheeks turned crimson as she stifled a laugh. Don't hold it in. If you want to laugh, just go ahead, Didaze said with a resigned sigh, watching the little girl cover her mouth in amusement. Ha. With Didaze's encouragement, Nanako laughed heartily, her demeanor brightening considerably. Didaze felt no anger at being the butt of her joke. Rather, he was delighted to see the once shy girl opening up. He hoped she wouldn't remain timid forever. It seemed that the Uzumaki clan's nature was inherently cheerful, and perhaps Nanako had only suppressed her true self due to past bullying. Nanako, you should take this esteemed lady as your mentor. She is the strongest in sealing arts in a Wagakure. Didaze stated once she had finished laughing. The strongest in sealing arts? Nanako's eyes widened, her gaze towards Caring transforming with newfound admiration. While Lord Suchikage has entrusted me with your apprenticeship, I must first assess your aptitude for sealing techniques. If your talent proves lacking, I cannot accept you as my pupil, even if you are an Uzumaki. Caring addressed Nanako with a serious tone. Didaze couldn't help but chuckle at Caring's words. Nanako's talent lacking? That is a jest. She possesses a unique ability to restore chakra simply by biting her own body, a rare trait even among the Uzumaki clan. Furthermore, given that the character of Karui had never trained in the Diamond Lock, but could still unleash it, Nanako, being Karui's mother, surely had exceptional potential, perhaps even greater than her daughter's. Since Karui's father was likely not from the Uzumaki clan, she must have been a half-blood. If a half-blood could be so powerful, wouldn't a pure-blooded Uzumaki like Nanako be even stronger? Sadly, the original narrative had not allowed her to showcase her talents before her untimely demise. However, Didaze firmly believed that this time, Uzumaki Nanako would undoubtedly unleash her potential and become a true master of sealing arts in a Wagakure. Chapter 39. The Genius of Sealing Techniques. Child, come here. Karine beckoned Uzumaki Nanako to her side. Nanako stepped forward and stood beside Karine. Child, what is your chakra affinity? Karine inquired. I possess earth and water affinities, Nanako replied. Meanwhile, Didaze pondered whether Nanako could awaken wood release. Earth and water are the foundational elements for wood release, if she could master the fusion of these two affinities. Typically, the original bloodline limits are formidable, making it difficult for later imitators to surpass the creators. Yamato is an excellent example of this. I should mention this to the little one, encouraging her to experiment with the fusion of earth and water when she has time. Didaze planned to suggest this to Nanako, hoping she might give it a try, as the potential outcomes could be remarkable. The combination of powerful sealing techniques and wood release could grant her strength approaching that of a Kage, if not more. Earth and water, you say? Karine nodded. Earth represents a robust chakra, while water embodies a gentle nature. Both types of chakra are well suited for sealing techniques, especially when combined with the unique bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Let us practice this sealing technique. Karine handed Nanako a scroll. Open it. Obediently, Nanako complied. Inside was a method for practicing a D-rank sealing technique, rock seal. This technique merely utilized earth chakra for sealing and was quite simple, lacking any significant lethality. Most individuals could master it within a day. Karine wished to ascertain Nanako's talent for sealing techniques. If you feel ready, simply seal this table. Karine gestured toward an empty table before preparing to sit down. Sealing technique, rock seal. As Karine finished her sentence, Nanako, having quickly read the instructions, attempted the technique. Are you releasing it directly? Karine furrowed her brow, skeptical that Nanako could succeed merely after a brief reading, perceiving her eagerness as somewhat hasty. A sealing symbol manifested in Nanako's hand, which she pressed against the table. Instantly, the table was encased in earth and stone. What? Karine's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she truly learned it after just one glance? What an extraordinary talent. Even Karine herself had taken over half an hour to master this sealing technique. At that time, everyone regarded her as the most gifted sealing technique prodigy in Awagakure. Indeed, she did not disappoint, becoming a jonin solely through her sealing techniques. The distinction between relying solely on sealing techniques and using them as a mere supplementary method is vast. Karine was the only one who achieved jonin status by solely relying on sealing techniques. Now, the prodigy Karine stood before someone whose talent surpassed hers by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Have you never practiced sealing techniques before? Karine, unable to contain her excitement, asked Nanako. No, I only know the basics of chakra refinement. Nanako shook her head. Chakra refinement was merely a method instructed by the grass village ninjas for ease of absorption of Nanako's chakra. You are a once-in-a-century, no? A once-in-a-thousand-years talent. Karine's eyes sparkled with fervor as she gazed at Nanako, as though she were a rare masterpiece. With the right guidance, it would not be difficult for Nanako to achieve the rank of Kage through sealing techniques alone. Since you have no objections, I shall bring Nanako to you every day after school for instruction. Didaze, observing Karine's fervent enthusiasm, realized that Nanako's talent had captured her completely. Why attend school when she can learn directly from me? I guarantee she will become a jonin within 3 years. Karine exclaimed excitedly to Didaze, convinced that with such a gifted student, attending the ninja academy was unnecessary. A year under her tutelage would enable Nanako to surpass her middle-ranked teachers. This will not do. Nanako must complete a year of schooling. Didaze firmly rejected Karine's suggestion. The ninja academy serves to correct Nanako's mindset rather than teach ninjutsu. After all, Didaze could easily find a jonin superior to any of the academy instructors to teach her ninjutsu. He simply wanted Nanako to have friends. Otherwise, a lack of companionship could lead to psychological issues. Nanako, would you prefer to stop attending school to learn sealing techniques starting tomorrow? Didaze gently inquired. It's all right. Just express your true feelings. Karine quickly added to Nanako. I still want to attend school. Nanako protested, having just made friends at school. The suggestion to abandon it for sealing techniques was unwelcome. Now, Karine, please do not pressure Nanako any further. Didaze smiled at Karine. I understand. Karine sighed, feeling disheartened at the prospect of not being able to guide such a talented individual daily. I shall take my leave now. Nanako, learn well with Karine. With that, Didaze departed for the Tsuchikage's office. In the Tsuchikage's office, I have selected an A-rank mission for you. The assassination of the rogue ninja, Daien. Upon Didaze's arrival, Inoki tossed a mission scroll to him. Didaze opened it and examined the contents closely. It primarily detailed Daien's commonly used ninjutsu and potential locations, offering only the most basic information. You will accompany the Umbu on this mission. They will assist you in locating Daien. Inoki decided against allowing Didaze to search alone. A-rank missions could be conducted together without issue, as he maintained the ultimate authority over the situation. Come in. Inoki called out to the door, and shortly thereafter, 5 masked Umbu ninjas entered the Tsuchikage's office. Remove your masks and introduce yourselves. Let us become acquainted. Inoki commanded the Umbu. This was essential, as Didaze was not part of the Umbu, and knowing each other's identities could prove beneficial. Moreover, Didaze was his chosen successor as the next Tsuchikage, so understanding the true appearances and names of the Umbu was of little concern. I am Yumung, codenamed Silver Rabbit. I look forward to working with you, Lord Didaze. The only female among the 5 Umbu removed her mask, revealing a strikingly alluring face, appearing to be around Didaze's age, no more than 18 or 19 years old. Chapter 40. Journey to the Land of Rivers. Yum stared intently at Deidara, her gaze seemingly devouring him. Ahem. Oh, Inoki, observing Yum's unrestrained behavior, furrowed his brow and cleared his throat twice. Upon hearing Inoki's cough, Yum's expression immediately turned grave, as if she were a completely different person. Deidara remained silent for the moment, opting to introduce himself after everyone else had done so. I am Kintsuchi, codenamed Jester. A plain-looking face emerged, appearing to be in his late 20s. Deidara nodded, acknowledging the introduction. My name is Sadoke, codenamed Pelican. I look forward to working with you. A young man in his early 20s with slightly handsome features came into view. Deidara gave him a second glance, noting that he possessed a surname. I am Kautsuchi, codenamed Crimson Boar. You may command me as you see fit, sir. A somewhat stout Umbu member removed his mask, revealing a seemingly amiable face. However, Deidara remained skeptical, knowing that those who enter the Umbu are rarely innocent or simple-minded. regardless of the village. Deidara nodded again. I am Watanabe Tora, codenamed Gold Tiger, and I am the leader of this squad. The last individual removed his mask, revealing an imposing middle-aged man. He was the oldest of the group, appearing to be at least in his 30s. I am Deidara. You all likely know of me, so I won't elaborate. In any case, I am honored to join you and look forward to your guidance. Deidara refrained from discussing his combat abilities. His name had already spread throughout Awagakure, known by nearly everyone except those with limited access to information. The Umbu, however, clearly did not belong to that category. Now that we are acquainted, we shall depart tomorrow morning. Deidara will serve as the primary leader, with Gold Tiger as the second in command. Our objective is to locate Owa, preferably alive. But lethal force is authorized if necessary. Yes, sir. The Umbu members replied in unison, kneeling on one knee before Oanoki. Deidara also responded with an affirmative. Though he remained standing, he disliked kneeling, and Oanoki would not force him to do so. Geniuses were often granted certain privileges. Under Gold Tiger's guidance, Deidara followed the Umbu team as they swiftly made their way out of Awagakure. Put on a mask. Gold Tiger offered Deidara a mask. While your strength is considerable, we in the Umbu are accustomed to operating in the shadows. Gold Tiger explained as he handed Deidara the mask. Deidara, not wishing to cause trouble, nodded and donned the mask, which bore the image of a smiling face. Let's go, Gold Tiger said, seeing that Deidara had put on the mask, and then the group continued on their way. Although Deidara held the rank of captain, he was disinclined to micromanage, preferring to leave such matters to Gold Tiger. He disliked dealing with trivialities. We are leaving the village with the Tsuchikige's approval. Let us pass. Gold Tiger presented Oanoki's authorization to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, recognizing that Tsuchikige's Umbu, briefly examined the document to verify its authenticity before allowing Deidara and the others to pass. He could conduct a thorough inspection later, but he dared not delay the Tsuchikige's Umbu. They let us through so quickly? Deidara raised an eyebrow. He knew that the gatekeeper's verification process usually took a considerable amount of time. His ability to enter and exit freely was primarily due to his widespread recognition. Similar to how Kuratsuchi was easily recognized as the Tsuchikige's son, Umbu missions are typically urgent, so the gatekeepers dare not obstruct us, Gold Tiger replied with a smile. Deidara hummed in response. Let's go. We're heading to the land of rivers. Owa is likely hiding there. Gold Tiger stated, glancing at the mission scroll. The land of rivers, you say? Captain. Vice Captain, wouldn't the land of rain or the land of grass be more probable? Pelican inquired. After all, Owa had not been a fugitive for long and would likely seek a place to rest, because the land of rivers borders the land of fire and the land of wind, but not the land of earth. If I were Owa, I would go to the land of rivers, betting that Awagakure would not dare to venture there. Gold Tiger explained his reasoning. Deidara nodded, agreeing with Gold Tiger's logic. Deidara-sama, what are your thoughts? Yum's voice rang out. I see no issue with Gold Tiger's assessment. Let's proceed. Deidara replied without hesitation, heading directly toward the land of rivers, refraining from using his clay birds to avoid attracting attention. The land of rivers required passage through the land of rain, and he did not want to risk encountering Hanzo of the salamander, who might mistake the clay birds for an enemy attack and release his poison. Soon, after traveling at full speed, the group arrived at the land of rain. Is this the land of rain? Deidara asked, astonished by the sky, which was almost split in two. One side was bathed in sunlight, while the other was covered in dark, rain-filled clouds. No, we have not yet reached the land of rain. We are merely at the border between Awagakure and the land of rain, Gold Tiger corrected. Deidara nodded, understanding. If this area were part of the land of rain, it would not be deserted. The wealthy residents of the land of rain would undoubtedly come here to bask in the sun, rather than enduring the constant rain. Let's go, Gold Tiger said, glancing at the rain in the sky, speaking to the people behind him. This wasn't a military expedition, and there was no need to request passage. As long as Hanzo of the Salamander wasn't foolish, he wouldn't intercept a small Awagakure team. The group continued on their way, heads down. Soon, night fell. By this time, the group had reached the border between the land of rain and the land of rivers, but it had grown completely dark. They had encountered several rain ninja along the way, but the ninja were clearly more afraid of them. After all, Umbu existed only in the 5 great nations. Smaller countries lacked such organizations. Regardless of which major nation the Umbu belonged to, the Rain Village could not afford to provoke them. The Rain Ninja they encountered invariably fled, and Deidara did not bother to pursue them. Shall I continue to lead, or will you take over? Gold Tiger asked Deidara as they reached the border of the land of rivers. You lead. I'll follow your instructions. Deidara waved his hand, uninterested in leading. It was pointless, as it wouldn't grant him complete control over the group. If it were that simple, he would be in command everywhere he went. Chapter 41. Battle. Let us split into pairs and proceed separately, Jinhu declared, taking the lead as he pulled the pelican forward. Meanwhile, the red pig scratched his head and chose the Joker, both making their way to the right. This left only Didaze and Yu Ming together. My lord Didaze, shall we set off? Yu Ming cheerfully suggested, stepping forward to speak softly to him. Indeed, let us go, Didaze responded, feeling quite at ease in her presence. After all, having a stunning beauty by his side was rather pleasant. He was no eunuch. Even if romance was not on the table, simply gazing was enjoyable. It must be said, Yu Ming possessed an exquisite figure. My lord Didaze, could you share your experiences from the battlefield? I am truly curious. Yu Ming's eyes sparkled with interest as she gazed at Didaze, a feeling of intrigue towards him that she had never felt for any man before. While she had a penchant for strength, which was common among ninjas, her fascination stemmed more from genuine curiosity about Didaze himself. This is quite a long story, Didaze replied, realizing they were on a journey together, so he might as well engage in conversation with Yu Ming. Sensing her admiration, he had no intention of adopting a distant demeanor. As they traveled, he recounted tales from the battlefield, sharing nearly everything with Yu Ming. My lord Didaze, you truly are the hero of this battle, Yu Ming exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment after hearing his stories. She knew he would not deceive her. There was simply no need for it. Didaze's illustrious achievements could easily place him among the strongest ninjas of Awagakure, second only to the Tsuchikage. My lord Didaze, she began, but was abruptly interrupted by a voice. A tall man stood beside a man of average height. The towering figure was none other than Diane, while the other, unfamiliar to her, bore the forehead protector of Sunagakure, marking him as a rogue ninja. It was unclear which village's umbu they belonged to. Diane spoke with a hint of annoyance to his companion. They are likely still umbu from Sunagakure, but it matters not. We shall leave this place soon. The man beside him, named Shakyu, was an A-rank rogue ninja from Sunagakure. During a previous chase, he encountered Diane, who initially intended to eliminate him, but they were forced to cooperate due to the pursuers from Sunagakure. After dispatching the pursuers, Shakyu recognized the value of teamwork and invited Diane to act alongside him. Thus, an alliance formed between a rogue ninja from Sunagakure and one from Awagakure. They remained vigilant, constantly on the lookout, ready to attack at the slightest hint of unfamiliar chakra. With two of them, they were able to survey their surroundings throughout the day. As they approached Didaze and Yu Ming, Diane felt certain they could not evade detection. The umbu this time are truly pathetic. They are bound to be eliminated so easily, Diane sneered derisively. He believed that even a common rock slide could crush the two umbu without a struggle. Wind release, great breakthrough, Didaze declared, unleashing the technique upon the rocks before him. He intended to utilize wind release frequently in battle to hone his proficiency. Without consistent practice, even a lifetime of training would not match the strength of earth or fire chakra. Seeing Didaze employ wind release, Yu Ming, though puzzled by his choice over explosion release, promptly assisted him with her own wind release. While her technique was only 1/5 as powerful, it still augmented Didaze's efforts. The rocks shattered under the force of their combined wind release. Such formidable wind release. Diane's brow furrowed. He had confirmed their identities as individuals from Sunagakure. Awagakure did not typically employ wind release as a primary offensive technique, nor would Konohagakure dispatch a mission to capture rogue ninjas from other villages. Allow me, Shakyu exclaimed as he produced a puppet, coating it with a layer of potent poison and manipulating chakra strings with both hands. You hold off this attack. I have a plan, he instructed Diane. Understood, Diane nodded in agreement. Earth release, earth flow wall, he invoked, summoning a massive earthen barrier to shield against the oncoming wind attack. All set, Shakyu's voice called from behind. Diane turned to see the puppet transformed into a deep purple-black hue. How much poison did you apply? Diane questioned, eyeing the dripping puppet with trepidation. About half my stock. After all, the pursuing ninjas are formidable, Shakyu replied succinctly before hurling the puppet into the fray. Wind release, vacuum wave. Didaze concentrated vast chakra, unleashing a powerful gust that sent the puppet and its toxic contents soaring skyward. What? Shakyu gasped in horror. He had anticipated the possibility of such an action, but never imagined the enemy could disperse his puppet so thoroughly. The strength of this wind release was several times greater than before. Could it be that Sunagakure had dispatched the next wind shadow? What to do? Dayan's expression turned grave as he observed Didaze's immense wind release. You feign an attack while I use the puppet to strike from the shadows, Shakyu strategized, regaining his composure as he produced 3 more puppets. Earth release, earth flow spear. Dayan surged forward with his attack against Didaze. Wind release, wind blade. Didaze combined his fingers to form a center point, releasing a wind technique akin to sword energy. A rank ninjutsu. Dayan was taken aback. He swiftly leaped to evade the wind blade, but Didaze had no intention of granting him such ease. Multiple wind blades. Didaze unleashed a flurry of wind blades. Relentless in their pursuit, Dayan found himself besieged, his body marked with countless lacerations. Chapter 42. The Arrival of Kakuzu. Are you still not ready? The bloodstains on Dayan's body multiplied, and he felt his movements growing increasingly sluggish. Unable to contain his frustration, he roared at the sand dune behind him. Enough. 3 treasures absorption. The sand dune stacked 3 puppets together and unleashed Chiyo's exclusive technique. Chiyo's technique. Who exactly was Chiyo to him? Didaze frowned. He aimed his wind blade at the hurricane approaching him, surprisingly finding that the wind blade had not been completely absorbed. It turned out to be merely a defective creation. The strength of Didaze's wind blade was not particularly high. Otherwise, if it were Chiyo, it would have been entirely absorbed. Yet in the hands of the sand dune, it was pathetically weak. It should come to an end. Didaze had gauged the approximate limit of the sand dune's 3 treasures absorption. Condensed wind blade. This was an invention of Didaze himself, where he infused a substantial amount of chakra into the original wind blade. Although the wind blade retained its original size, it was now infused with a vast concentration of wind chakra. As long as this wind blade struck, a colossal storm would sweep across the land. This was also due to Didaze's mastery over clay bombs. Without that, he could not have created such a condensed wind blade. After gathering his strength for about a second, Didaze swung the condensed wind blade forward. Still not understanding? Your attacks are utterly futile. The sand dune scoffed. Although his 3 treasures absorption could not entirely absorb the wind blade, having absorbed the majority of its power meant the remnants could not harm him. As long as he could leave this time smoothly, he would continue to cultivate the 3 treasures absorption. Once he mastered the stolen technique, he would no longer fear the pursuers from Sunagakure. As the sand dune envisioned this glorious moment, the wind blade reached the very center of the 3 treasures absorption. Humph. Have you already given up? The sand dune coldly observed Didaze, who had returned his hands to his sides. 3 treasures absorption. The sand dune activated the technique once more, amplifying its suction power. This is where it ends. Didaze smiled as he watched the wind blade approach the 3 puppets. What nonsense are you spouting? The sand dune dismissed him with disdain. But in the next moment, the wind blade exploded. A massive whirlwind engulfed the 3 puppets. In an instant, the puppets were utterly obliterated. How is this possible? The sand dune stared in disbelief as his 3 puppets disintegrated into a pile of parts, his eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, Dayan had already fled. He believed the pursuers from Sunagakure would prioritize targeting the sand dune, thinking that as a rogue ninja from Iwagakure, he would not be pursued. With this thought in mind, Dayan quickened his pace. Thinking of escaping, Didaze enhanced his speed with wind release, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside Dayan. Aren't you the pursuers from Sunagakure? What good would it do you to take me back? Besides, if I resist with all my might, it wouldn't benefit you either. Dayan gritted his teeth, attempting to reason with Didaze. He truly did not wish to die. He had not lived enough yet. Guess what? Didaze replied casually as he reached out toward Dayan. Earth release, Earth flow river. Dayan channeled his remaining chakra to unleash Earth flow river, attempting to sweep Didaze away. However, just as Dayan formed the final hand sign, Yumeng appeared behind him and knocked him unconscious with a swift strike. Oh, you arrived just in time. Didaze smiled at the unconscious Dayan, speaking to Yumeng. Of course, I've been keeping an eye on you. Yumeng chuckled, evidently pleased with Didaze's compliment. What should we do now? Didaze pondered while looking at the fallen sand dune, stroking his chin in contemplation. Lord Didaze, why not have him come to Iwagakure and hand over his puppet techniques? If he does, we turn him over to Sunagakure. Yumeng suggested. That's a brilliant idea. Didaze considered Yumeng's proposal and found it quite reasonable. Although Chiyo's puppet techniques would be inferior if taught by the Sand Dune compared to Sunagakure, they need not directly compare themselves to Sunagakure. Other villages did not possess such techniques, and they had to benchmark against them. Moreover, the relationship between Iwagakure and Sunagakure was far from cordial. If not for a stretch of territory that separated them, they would likely be at war frequently. Why not make the other side uncomfortable? Very well, let us proceed. Clay giant bird. Didaze molded a giant bird out of clay and placed the unconscious Dian and Sand Dune upon it. You are the bomb fanatic Didaze from Iwagakure. The Sand Dune exclaimed in horror, finally recognizing him. He regretted teaming up with Dian. Had he been alone, though pursued, he would never have been captured. Sunagakure lacked the manpower to send strong ninjas all over the world to hunt him down. This time, he felt utterly betrayed by Dian. Bomb fanatic? If you dare to call me that again, prepare for punishment in Iwagakure. Didaze's expression darkened at the curse title. If he discovered who had coined that name, he would ensure their demise. Why, yes. The Sand Dune hurriedly conceded, daring not to oppose Didaze. Lord Didaze, who shall we rendezvous with first? Yumbing approached with a smile, inquiring of him. Let us find Hongzhu and the clown first. After some contemplation, Didaze decided to seek out these two first. They were relatively weaker, so he intended to take them away first. Will you feign on your own, or shall I assist? Didaze spoke to the Sand Dune without turning around. I'll feign on my own. The Sand Dune chuckled nervously, then delivered a punch to his own head. He swayed and collapsed, landing beside Dian. Didaze nodded in satisfaction. He then directed the clay giant bird towards the direction where Hongzhu and the clown had departed. Meanwhile, on the other side, 200,000 Rio. Better than nothing, I suppose. Suddenly, Hongzhu and the clown, who were traveling, heard a voice that sent chills down their spines. They sensed an overwhelming danger. It was Kakuzu, the S-rank rogue ninja from Takigakure. As the clown turned to see this figure, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Hand over your forehead protectors and masks, and I may spare your lives. Kakuzu addressed the two men. In the black market, there were bounties for every village's umbu. But due to the sheer volume, the prices were generally low. Even though the umbu were quite powerful, the prices never skyrocketed because there would always be weaker individuals. Moreover, the bounties in the black market did not target individuals, but rather the forehead protectors and masks. As long as one possessed these two items, they could claim the bounty for the umbu. Anyone could simply kill a few civilians and claim they were part of the umbu. The primary focus was on the masks, which were made of special materials to prevent detection and were, therefore, quite expensive, typically costing hundreds of thousands. However, the detection prevention only worked within a certain range. If one got too close, they could still be sensed. It is important to note that only the umbu from the 5 great nations were listed on the bounties. The umbu from small nations did not qualify, as they generally lacked such organizations. The most expensive of the covert organizations is the Konoha umbu, valued at 3 million, while the least expensive is the Sunagakure umbu, priced at 500,000. Chapter 43. Confrontation with Kakuzu. Dream on. Red Pig bellowed furiously. He would never relinquish his mask and forehead protector, symbols of his loyalty to the village. He would rather perish than seek survival through betrayal. Is that a no for negotiation? Then I shall send you on your way. I wonder how your hearts will fare. Kakuzu sneered, discarding his garments with a flourish. Be cautious. He has lived for a long time. His battle experience must far surpass ours. The clown observed Kakuzu, his face etched with trepidation. Do you know? After shedding my clothes, I once battled the first Hokage. It was a truly exhilarating fight. Kakuzu gazed skyward, seemingly reminiscing about the fierce combat of your... What? You fought the first Hokage? Red Pig and the clown gasped in unison. After all, who was the first Hokage? He was the god of ninjas. The man before them had actually clashed with him. They dared not ponder further. Earth release, earthquake, to maintain his fighting spirit. Red Pig struck first, causing the ground to tremble. Are you already frightened? How audaciously presumptuous. Kakuzu countered, utilizing the tremors to launch a more powerful earth release technique. Earth release, earth spear. Kakuzu's earth spear thrust upward, enhanced by the quake, allowing it to pierce through the ground with greater speed and force. Red Pig barely evaded a fatal blow to his heart. Yet the earth spear sliced through his left arm, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh. Damn it! Fire release, great fireball technique. Seeing Red Pig bleed profusely, the clown, disregarding his fear, charged at Kakuzu with a fiery onslaught, intent on incinerating him. The great fireball surged toward Kakuzu like a miniature sea of flames. Such a low-tier fire technique is hardly worth my attention. Kakuzu scoffed derisively. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Kakuzu unleashed a fire technique that was leagues beyond the clown's. As the two flames collided, the clown's inferno was swiftly extinguished. Impressive. Is this the power of one who has fought the god of ninjas? The clown gazed at Kakuzu in astonishment. Having never witnessed Shinju Hashirama, he could only assume that Hashirama was slightly stronger than their current Tsuchikage. Yet, Kakuzu's strength eclipsed his, leading the clown to believe that Kakuzu and Hashirama were relatively comparable. Compared to the first Hokage I battled, you are truly feeble, Kakuzu sighed, exuding an air of lonely superiority. What are you pretending for? Throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away is something I can do too. Deidara, observing Kakuzu attack Red Pig and the clown from above on his clay bird, overheard this remark. You little brat. Kakuzu's fury erupted. Although he had been defeated, he was not to be trifled with. And what is this 800-mile shuriken? Who can throw a shuriken that far? Calm down. An old man's anger could be fatal. Deidara retorted. Yum, take these two away. I will deal with this old geezer. Deidara leaped from his giant bird, and after a nod from Yum, she whisked Red Pig and the clown away from the battlefield. Who could it be? Ah, it's that explosive brat, Kakuzu sneered at Deidara. With a bounty of 30 million, it seems my fortunes are looking up today. Greed glinted in Kakuzu's eyes as he regarded Deidara, as if he had already claimed him. Oh, you desire my head? Then do give it a try. Deidara met Kakuzu's avarice with indifference, intent on avoiding unnecessary banter. No one could truly tame a man like Kakuzu. Even pain had only temporarily subdued him. After all, a ruthless ally who would carelessly slay teammates was not one to regard pain highly. Wind release, wind blade. Deidara aimed to test Kakuzu's strength with this technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Kakuzu unleashed a series of techniques, combining wind and fire into a more formidable attack. Isn't this merely a combined technique? Deidara swiftly formed the hand seals for his own fire technique. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song. Wind blade. Deidara released multiple small flames, swiftly cutting through each with the wind blades, igniting the flames in a fiery dance. As the two combined techniques clashed and dissipated into the ether, Kakuzu remarked, You possess A-rank ninjutsu. It seems you are not solely reliant on your bloodline limit. Intrigued by Deidara's proficiency, Kakuzu had not expected him to wield such advanced techniques. Now, how will you respond to this? Kakuzu began to tremble as four entities resembling black demons emerged from his form. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Water release, water line. Lightning release, false darkness. Earth release, earthquake. Kakuzu unleashed 5 techniques, with fire and wind forming a combined technique, and water and lightning forming another, while earth served to disrupt Deidara. C1, clay spider. Deidara infused chakra into his creation, swiftly retreating as he crafted dozens of spiders to launch at Kakuzu. Using fire release for detonation, Deidara opted for this method, as Kakuzu's wide-ranging lightning release would render a more powerful explosion less favorable. Though slightly diminished in power, Deidara compensated by infusing more chakra, balancing the output, albeit at a greater cost. At last, you reveal your bloodline limit? I am eager to see if this remote explosive technique lives up to its reputed strength. Kakuzu observed the rapidly approaching spiders, commanding his earthbound creatures to strike them down. Under Kakuzu's overwhelming power, the spiders were obliterated before they could close the distance. Is that all you've got? Kakuzu scoffed, finding the spiders disappointingly weak. Explode. Deidara suddenly formed a hand sign and shouted. What? Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock. He had not seen Deidara mold any clay. Just kidding. Deidara laughed heartily, seizing the moment of Kakuzu's disorientation to swiftly create a pair of winged birds. The winged birds soared through the sky with incredible speed, reaching Kakuzu in the blink of an eye. Chapter 44. Deidara vs. Ultimate Onslaught. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. Water release. Water encampment wall. Wind release. Wind wall. Kakuzu, manipulating 2 Earth Grudge Fury avatars and his own body, simultaneously unleashed 3 defensive ninjutsu. The wind wall stood at the forefront, the water encampment wall in the mid-rear, and the earth flow rampart at the back. However, Deidara smirked coldly, dragging his finger downwards from the sky. Explode. Deidara roared. Trying to intimidate me? Kakuzu sneered. observing the trajectory of the twin-winged bird. Boom! A colossal clay bird descended from the heavens, directly striking Kakuzu within the earth flow rampart. WH. What? Kakuzu, kneeling, convulsed in agony. Soon, one of the Earth Grudge Fury avatars vanished completely. Was it the lightning-natured Earth Grudge Fury that disappeared? It seems my luck isn't so bad after all. Deidara accurately observed that the vanished avatar possessed the lightning attribute. This meant he could use lightning release to detonate his clay bombs, eliminating the need to expend more chakra. When Kakuzu, regaining his composure after an Earth Grudge Fury departed from his body, stood up, gazing intently at Deidara. Care to guess? Deidara chuckled, unwilling to offer Kakuzu an explanation. The clay bird was, in fact, the very one he had been riding. He had manipulated it to fly away at the start of the battle, while he himself drew Kakuzu's attention. The famed explosion earlier was a ploy to lull Kakuzu into complacency before unleashing the clay bird. Had Kakuzu employed Earth Release, hardening, even the clay bird would have been unable to destroy one of his hearts. However, Kakuzu had underestimated him. You damned brat. Kakuzu's anger surged as he glared at Deidara. This was the second time he had been so battered, the last being his battle against the first Hokage. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Fire Release, Dragon Flame Release. Wind Release, Pressure Damage. Kakuzu unleashed 3 consecutive ninjutsu, creating a magma-like substance that rapidly approached Deidara with the aid of the Wind Release. C2 Dragon. Deidara swiftly molded a dragon, tossing it skyward before leaping onto its back. The dragon immediately ascended, rendering the Earth Dragon Flame stream unable to reach Deidara. Water Release, Water Line. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Wind Release, Slashing Airwave. Kakuzu, watching Deidara ascend, commanded the 3 Earth Grudge Fury avatars to unleash long-range offensive ninjutsu. The 3 avatars frantically launched ninjutsu skyward, while Deidara evaded and retaliated with the dragon. Deidara's dragon continuously expelled clay bombs, spiders, centipedes, and ordinary circular bombs. However, the Earth Grudge Fury avatars neutralized these bombs with ninjutsu upon seeing them fall, reducing them to dust before they could detonate. C3, Number 18. Deidara tirelessly began molding Number 18 while the dragon attacked, as Number 18 required a significant chakra infusion, making its creation relatively slow. Is that all you've got? Kakuzu taunted. The small bombs had been completely cleared, and he had begun attacking the dragon with long-range attacks. The dragon was instantly obliterated whenever it created a bomb, and Deidara's main body was under constant assault. Tentacle Fist. Kakuzu, observing Deidara's silence, felt a sudden unease. Trusting his instincts, he launched his fist like a rocket towards Deidara. Kakuzu stared intently, maneuvering his fist through the air to evade the bombs. Nowhere to run. Kakuzu's fist bypassed each clay bomb, successfully reaching Deidara. A satisfied smile appeared on Kakuzu's face, while Deidara seemed panicked, realizing he couldn't evade. Your bounty is mine. Kakuzu poured all his strength into the punch, believing that anyone struck by it would be unlikely to survive unless they specialized in taijutsu. Something's wrong. Kakuzu felt a strange sensation upon striking Deidara, unlike hitting a human. More like striking clay. You fell for it. Deidara grinned, his body rapidly inflating. Having used a clay clone, Deidara created another clay bird and jumped on it. How can this be? Kakuzu tried to withdraw his hand, but the clay bomb had already enveloped him. Boom. Deidara detonated the clay bomb, triggering a chain reaction that destroyed the clay dragon. Kakuzu's fist was obliterated, and even the black threads controlling it were reduced to ash. Ugh! Kakuzu groaned in agony, his arm gone from the elbow down, without even blood. C3, Number 18. Deidara seized the opportunity to launch C3, Number 18, infused with his massive chakra. C3, Number 18 grew rapidly, soon reaching dozens of meters in height. Such immense power. Kakuzu stared in horror at the giant humanoid clay bomb, unable to conceal his fear. I can't escape. Kakuzu realized he would certainly die in the massive explosion, so he decided to fight back. Deidara, with little chakra left, poured everything into this attack, aiming to destroy all of Kakuzu's hearts at once. The giant clay bomb's explosion would last for nearly a minute. Enough time to destroy Kakuzu 4 times. Earth Grudge Fury, Ultimate Onslaught. Kakuzu recalled the 3 Earth Grudge Fury avatars, gathering a massive amount of chakra on his missing arm. Although unable to form hand seals, he could still fire a chakra beam with mixed chakra. Kakuzu focused all his chakra and fired it at C3, number 18. The beam, over 10 meters thick, collided with the clay doll, dozens of meters tall. Boom! Mountains crumbled and forests were destroyed. Outside the forest, such powerful chakra collision. Yuming and the others watched the dispersed chakra, filled with awe. That's the difference between me and Deidara-sama. Yuming's eyes became distant. Chapter 45. Kakuzu's escape. Cough, cough, cough. A tremendous cloud of dust and shockwaves erupted in the forest, causing even the airborne Didaze to be violently hurled toward the ground. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Realizing he was plummeting from the sky, Didaze had no time to mold a clay bomb and quickly used wind release to mitigate the impact. He crashed heavily onto the ground, his entire body racked with pain. Yet, he still possessed combat capability, as the wind release significantly lessened the severity of his injuries. Currently, he was merely covered in bruises and experiencing bodily pain, without any fractures or grievous wounds. Moreover, he was relatively fortunate. After all, the explosion had occurred much closer to Kaku, whereas Didaze had been high above in the sky. Nonetheless, even so, Didaze had still been blown down and crashed to the earth. Had he not utilized wind release to slow his descent, he would surely have met a fatal end. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Didaze summoned the wind to disperse the dust, and then gazed toward Kakuzu's direction. The figure, draped in darkness, lay motionless on the ground. Is he dead? Didaze furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Kakuzu. Clay bomb. Spider. Didaze formed a clay spider, preparing to blast Kakuzu into shards. You little brat, so cautious. Kakuzu suddenly rose from the ground. This time, he had lost 3 of his hearts. The tremendous explosion had obliterated one of them, and under the force of the shockwave, his remaining 2 hearts had also perished. Now, only 1 earth element heart remained. His power diminished by over 50%. In other words, if Kakuzu were to perish once more, he would truly be dead. Old fool, still plotting against me? Didaze sneered disdainfully. He was all too familiar with Kakuzu's character. As long as victory was assured, Kakuzu would not care about the means employed. Humph. Kakuzu uttered a cold grunt and then fled. Running away? Didaze observed Kakuzu fleeing in a blur and had no intention of pursuing. It was not that he couldn't catch up. Rather, his chakra was depleted to merely 2 or 3/10, and his body ached, significantly hindering his ability to mold clay bombs swiftly. It was a fortunate circumstance that Kakuzu had been forced to retreat, given Kakuzu's shadowy appearance. He likely bore serious injuries as well. The fact that he could still move was probably due to a temporary restoration aided by the Earth Grudge Fear technique. But once that wore off, his injuries would remain. As Didaze had anticipated, Kakuzu was left with only 1 heart. He must replenish it quickly. Utilizing the Earth Grudge Fear to control his body, Kakuzu forced himself to run. His strength had diminished considerably, and most importantly, he had but 1 life left. He did not wish to gamble on whether Didaze had any tricks left up his sleeve. I'll head to the land of grass to gather some hearts. After contemplating for a moment, Kakuzu resolved to make his way to the land of grass. He preferred to avoid provoking Hanzo of the salamander in the land of rain unless absolutely necessary. The land of rivers had very few ninjas, and searching in such a vast area would be exceedingly difficult. Conversely, the land of grass had a ninja village, likely filled with ninjas, and it was the nearest small nation aside from the land of rain. Without hesitation, Kakuzu set off, not intending to rest, dragging his charred body toward the land of grass, afraid to pause for even a moment. He feared that if he stopped, he would be caught. Apart from extracting a few hearts from low-ranking ninjas along the way, Kakuzu pressed on relentlessly. However, the hearts of these low-ranking ninjas were indeed weak, even with Kakuzu's enhancement. They remained feeble. They could only serve as a means of revival, far inferior to Kakuzu's original hearts. Although he was disdainful, he accepted these hearts as backup lives for the sake of his own survival. Lord Didaze. The scene shifted back to Didaze. After Kakuzu's departure, Yumeng and the others quickly approached Didaze. The clown and red pig, having undergone Yumeng's healing arts, had regained their normal mobility. What happened to you? Let me treat you. Yumeng exclaimed, her heart racing as she looked at Didaze, who was slumped on the ground. It's nothing, just some bodily aches. Didaze waved his hand dismissively. He sensed that his jutsu had performed similarly whether against a single foe or a group. In fact, when faced with numerous opponents, their overwhelming numbers often rendered them hesitant due to his extensive area of effect destruction capability. Have I truly become a humanoid-tailed beast? Didaze couldn't help but scoff. Tailed beasts operate differently when facing a formidable opponent compared to in battle. On the battlefield, they wreak havoc like gods of war, and even powerful foes struggle against them. However, when confronting a strong adversary alone, tailed beasts become constrained. The tailed beast bomb is easily evaded, and their massive forms hinder their mobility. Though Didaze was somewhat better off than a tailed beast, he was still not significantly improved. In one-on-one combat, he was evidently less effective than in a chaotic battle. If only I had mastered dust release sooner, Didaze mused, believing that once he learned dust release, his single target damage would be sufficient without endangering himself. Currently, his clay bombs were too prone to collateral damage. Yumeng, where did you learn your healing arts? They seem more professional than the doctors at the Iwagakure hospital. Didaze marveled, raising his head in astonishment at Yumeng's treatment. In the original memories, he had visited a hospital where, besides ordinary nurses, there were also medical ninjas specializing in treating fellow ninjas. Yet, it was evident that these ninjas' healing arts were inferior to Yumeng's. There's nothing to say about that. But, Lord Didaze, are you feeling better? Yumeng seemed reluctant to elaborate, redirecting the conversation back to Didaze. Much improved. Thanks to your medical ninjutsu, aside from my chakra, I have nearly fully recovered. Didaze assessed his condition. The soreness had dissipated, leaving only a faint sting that posed no significant hindrance. Lord Didaze, may I inquire why the man in the black mask sought to fight you? Yumeng asked curiously. That fellow had his eyes on my bounty. Didaze replied with a wry smile. He coveted your bounty? This. Yumeng was at a loss for words. Typically, bounty hunters target weaker individuals. Someone of Didaze's caliber would rarely attract such attention. Yet, what was this formidable individual they encountered today? A bounty hunter of such strength? He is Kakuzu, an S-rank rogue ninja from Takigakure. It has been quite some time since his last known whereabouts. I had assumed he had perished long ago, yet here he is, very much alive. The clown informed Yumeng of this man's identity. Chapter 46. The Forgotten Power. According to his account, he had once battled the first Hokage and narrowly lost. Given his age, it seemed plausible that he had indeed faced the first Hokage. After the clown finished speaking, he observed the dazed Yumeng. Had he truly engaged in combat with the first Hokage? Yumeng was momentarily stunned but soon turned her gaze to Didaze. Does this mean, Master Didaze, that you have attained strength comparable to that of the first Hokage? Her face beamed with joy as she looked at Didaze. Do you really believe everything he says? Didaze interjected, interrupting the earnest explanations of the clown with a hint of exasperation. Could it truly be as you say, that a shuriken was thrown from 800 miles away? The clown, intrigued, pondered the logistics of such a feat. Throwing a shuriken from such a distance would require traversing numerous countries. Such precision would indeed befit the title of the world's strongest assassin. If one could genuinely throw a shuriken from 800 miles, they would be exceedingly formidable. Red Pig chimed in, though it was evident from their expressions that they were merely jesting. That is not quite the case. I was only joking. From my estimation, he likely fought against a wood clone of the first Hokage for a time before fleeing, and it is highly probable that the first Hokage showed leniency. Didaze waved his hand, chuckling lightly. How is that possible? Yumeng exclaimed, her expression one of shock. A person who could escape from a clone of the first Hokage could engage in such a stalemate with Didaze? That would imply the first Hokage could easily overpower Didaze. Yumeng had never considered the first Hokage to be so powerful. She had always believed that his title as the god of shinobi stemmed from his selfless contributions and the monumental act of distributing tailed beasts for the sake of peace in the ninja world. It was these deeds that elevated him to the status of a deity, not his strength. This was the most immediate sentiment of the younger generation towards the first Hokage. If it were otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen could write until his pen smoldered, yet he could never claim the title of the strongest Hokage. Isn't it true that the first Hokage was merely slightly stronger than the first Kage of that time? Red Pig voiced his own confusion. You all. Didaze was at a loss for words, genuinely unaware of how significantly the major ninja villages had altered the narrative. The first Hokage, who could single-handedly dominate all the ninja villages, had been reduced in their accounts to a mere mild-mannered individual who was only slightly superior. The younger generation was utterly ignorant of the first Hokage's true power. Let us first seek out Jin Hu. I will explain everything to you. Your misconceptions about the first Hokage run quite deep. Didaze regarded the three of them, preparing to enlighten them about the first Hokage. Come aboard. Didaze conjured a giant clay bird and gestured for everyone to ascend. They nodded and climbed onto the massive avian. Why do you believe that the first Hokage was only slightly stronger than the other 4 Kage? Didaze inquired, not rushing to provide an answer, but rather posing a question that piqued his curiosity. Why did they hold such a belief? The texts had never stated as much. They merely seemed to bolster their own first Kage while never diminishing the first Hokage's standing. Because the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts, which implies that Konoha had to yield to the other 4 major ninja villages. Yu Ming was the first to respond. Is that truly the case? Didaze chuckled softly. It appears that the notion of Senju Hashirama promoting peace without wielding power is far from practical. The less power one exhibits, the more others will perceive them as lacking strength. The first Hokage may have fared better, but by the time of the second and third generations, his greatness would be utterly forgotten. Even if Senju Hashirama lived longer, he would witness the younger generations of shinobi forget his might, which would inevitably lead to war. Of course, upon witnessing his strength once more, peace would be restored, but how long could that last? The first Hokage did concede. Yet that does not mean he lacked power. Quite the opposite, he was fully capable of unifying the 5 great nations, Didaze said, gazing thoughtfully at Yu Ming. How can that be? Who would relinquish their interests when they possess power? Yu Ming could not fathom the rationale behind Senju Hashirama's choices. To have the strength to unify the 5 great nations, yet still distribute the tailed beasts? What kind of reasoning was that? Not only did he refrain from unifying the 5 great nations, but he also divided the tailed beasts. If she possessed the might to unify the 5 nations, she would never consider relinquishing the tailed beasts without igniting war. Observing Yu Ming's incredulous demeanor, Didaze understood that she was likely 80% skeptical. Had he not spoken of it himself, she would undoubtedly remain 100% unconvinced. This was a difference in character. Yu Ming would never grasp the mindset of someone like Senju Hashirama. Sit tight, and I will recount the tale of the first Hokage to you. Didaze began narrating the story of the final battle, which had some documentation, though most descriptions were limited to grandiose imagery of mountains crumbling and the earth shaking, with few authentic accounts of the combat itself. The primary reason was that no one dared to witness it firsthand. Didaze, however, presented the tale from a godlike perspective, embellishing it without strictly adhering to that vantage point. Didaze began to recount the final battle at the Valley of the End. In the Valley of the End. Konoha, what does this mean? Are we not even allowed to leave our homes? Uchiha Fugaku was recently plagued with headaches. For reasons unknown, the village had become increasingly aggressive towards the Uchiha clan. Originally assigned near the entrance of Konoha, they could still console themselves that it was for the purpose of defending against external threats. However, the village's hostility had intensified, and the missions assigned to the Uchiha clan dwindled, with most being menial D-rank tasks. Were they truly reduced to having members of the esteemed Uchiha clan fetch vegetables and chase cats? Those without Sharingan could tolerate it, but those with Sharingan, even the 3-tomo variant, found such indignities intolerable. Yet, the current clan leader of the Uchiha enforced restraint upon those who harbored thoughts of rebellion. Though the Uchiha were seething with anger, they had no choice but to obediently carry out D-rank missions. Just yesterday, even those wishing to leave the compound had to report to the root. Aside from the ordinary clan members lacking combat abilities, all others were required to notify the root. This is the order of the Hokage. I beseech you not to make things difficult for me, a cold voice from the root stated. This directive had been issued by Shimura Danzo, who had previously consulted Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter neither agreed nor objected to the arrangement. Shimura Danzo instantly grasped the implication of his old friend's words. You may proceed as you wish. I have not consented, but should trouble arise, the blame lies with you. Understanding this, Shimura Danzo chose not to inquire further. The following day marked the official and thorough targeting of the Uchiha clan. The missions transformed from mere assignments into outright persecution. Chapter 47. The targeted Uchiha clan, it's of little consequence. The Hokage has simply decreed that the Uchiha clan is to remain within their compound and refrain from venturing outside, the root ninja stated coldly. You scoundrel. I refuse to believe this is the Hokage's decree. Another Uchiha clansman, standing alongside Fugaku Uchiha, activated his Sharingan, revealing 3 crimson tomo. Believe it or not, it is indeed the Hokage's will. If you wish to defy the Hokage, feel free to strike me, the root ninja retorted fearlessly, having long since disregarded his own mortality. Should he be slain by the Uchiha clan, Danzo would seize the opportunity to retaliate, ensuring the protection and care of his family. Hamura, restrain yourself, Fugaku Uchiha implored. Placing a hand on Hamura Uchiha's shoulder, his arm displaying taut muscles. Hamura Uchiha, gazing at Fugaku Uchiha, forcibly suppressed his fury. Now that you understand, return to your compound immediately. The root ninja pressed, attempting to provoke Fugaku Uchiha into killing him and falling into his trap. Understood, Fugaku Uchiha uttered, veins throbbing with suppressed rage, yet he managed to contain his anger. Fugaku Uchiha possessed a commendable sense of perspective. Another person would have undoubtedly unleashed their Susanoo and wreaked havoc in Konoha. Lord Fugaku, Hamura Uchiha murmured, watching Fugaku Uchiha silently head towards the compound, casting a resentful glance at the root ninja before hurrying to catch up. Uchiha compound, clan head's residence father, Fugaku Uchiha uttered, kneeling on the floor. The Uchiha clan head responded, his expression inscrutable. Father, we are blockaded, unable to leave the compound, Fugaku Uchiha revealed, observing his father's composure and informing him of the root's blockade. Alas, the Uchiha clan head sighed. Father, should we not rebel? Fugaku Uchiha asked, his eyes gleaming menacingly as his Sharingan transformed into a Mangekyo. The newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan had amplified his inherent aggression. Rebel? How do you propose we rebel? Surprisingly, the Uchiha clan head did not rebuke Fugaku Uchiha, but instead inquired earnestly. I shall use my Mangekyo Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, and we shall launch a full-scale assault. Fugaku Uchiha declared, his face contorted with malice. My son, you are still too inexperienced. With merely the Nine Tails and your Mangekyo Sharingan, we stand no chance. The Uchiha clan had lamented. Had rebellion offered even a sliver of hope, he would have risked everything. The relentless oppression of the Uchiha clan had intensified, fueling his fear of their potential annihilation. He regretted not having followed Madara Uchiha's decision to abandon Konoha. However, he was now trapped. Rebellion would be a futile endeavor. As Konoha boasted the formidable third Hokage, Danzo Shimura, Sakumo Hitaki, and 2 of the Sannin, along with numerous jonin and elite jonin. The Uchiha clan could not possibly overcome such power, even with the Nine Tails. At best, the village would suffer severe damage, and the Uchiha clan would be decimated. The Uchiha clan was renowned for its arrogance and pride. Only desperation would compel them to submit. Are we to remain confined here, awaiting our slow demise? Do you realize the rumors circulating about the Uchiha clan? Fugaku Uchiha protested, his youth preventing him from displaying the composure he would later possess. His mind was consumed by rage. Danzo Shimura was spreading rumors that the Uchiha clan was a rebellious faction, poised to betray Konoha at any given opportunity. Furthermore, he claimed that the Uchiha clan had intended to follow Madara Uchiha in abandoning Konoha, but were deterred by the first Hokage's power. These claims portrayed the Uchiha clan as cowardly, timid, and presumptuous. Ordinary Uchiha clansmen faced constant scrutiny and derision from Konoha's villagers, compelling many to close their businesses to avoid the relentless harassment. There is a solution, the Uchiha clan had stated. Seek out Tsunade. She may assist us. Tsunade? Is she not a member of the Senju clan? Fugaku Uchiha questioned, skeptical of the notion that a Senju would aid the Uchiha. Precisely because she is a member of the Senju clan, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she is more likely to assist us, the Uchiha clan had explained. Father, why? Fugaku Uchiha inquired, puzzled by the suggestion to seek help from Tsunade, given the historical animosity between the Senju and Uchiha clans, exacerbated by the first Hokage's defeat of Madara Uchiha. As the first Hokage's granddaughter, she is more likely to uphold his ideals rather than those of the third Hokage. The Uchiha clan had scoffed. Hashirama Senju's ideals differ vastly from those of Hiruzen Sarutobi. One sacrificed himself to protect others, while the other sacrificed others to protect himself. Tsunade has inherited Hashirama's ideals, making her a potential ally. Even if she dislikes the Uchiha clan, she would not persecute us as Hiruzen Sarutobi does, but would instead seek reconciliation. I see. Fugaku Uchiha pondered, recognizing the disparity between the first Hokage's magnanimity and the third Hokage's narrow-mindedness. I shall depart immediately. Hold, the Uchiha clan head interjected. Do you know what to say? Fugaku Uchiha hesitated, admitting his lack of preparation. I do not. Please advise me, father. Then heed my words. The father and son conferred in hushed tones. And soon after, Fugaku Uchiha emerged from the room. Chapter 48. Fugaku seeks Tsunade's help. The Sharingan of Uchiha Fugaku slowly rotated, swiftly transforming into the form of the Mangeki Sharingan. The illusion cast by the three-tomo Sharingan was already formidable, yet Fugaku, seeking greater assurance, opted to employ the Manjiki to unleash his Genjutsu. He then stepped out of the clan's territory, and the root members present appeared to deliberately ignore him. His next destination was to find Lady Tsunade. With unwavering confidence, Fugaku believed locating her would be a trivial task. He first ventured to Tsunade's residence, only to find it empty. Next, he sought her at the casino, yet she remained elusive. Finally, he went to a bar, but still no sign of her. How could this be possible? After several hours of searching, he was still without a trace of Tsunade. Where could she have gone? Meanwhile, Tsunade found herself pondering the matter of Orochimaru while soaking in a hot spring. This issue had occupied her thoughts repeatedly of late. She sensed something amiss. How could Orochimaru have perished so easily? He often spoke of death, yet in Tsunade's eyes, he seemed the least likely to succumb. Orochimaru possessed an extensive repertoire of skills dedicated to survival. It was unthinkable that he could have met his end so casually. After a brief moment of anger, Tsunade fell into deep contemplation, weighing the possibilities of Orochimaru's survival against the oddities surrounding his death. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar presence. A frown creased her forehead as she donned her robe and directed a punch towards a specific location. The wall crumbled under the force, and a tall, silver-haired man was sent flying several meters away. "Jiraiya, you insufferable pervert!" Tsunade exclaimed, delivering several more punches to the bruised Jiraiya. Satisfied with her handiwork, she dressed and prepared to leave. His arrival had lightened her troubled heart considerably. "Ha, I've got it." Jiraiya, despite his battered visage, wore a mischievous grin. Let us call it the story of the violent beauty and the handsome white-haired man. He chuckled to himself, already envisioning the title of his next book. Truly, Jiraiya was something else. Tsunade shook her head and made her way home. Soon, she found herself near her residence. "Is that Uchiha Fugaku?" Upon entering her home, she was greeted by the sight of a figure waiting at her doorstep. "Lady Tsunade, you have finally returned." Fugaku had been standing there for several hours. Having searched every possible location without finding her, he resolved to wait at her door, convinced she could not remain absent forever. After waiting and waiting, it was only when darkness fell that Tsunade finally returned. "Fugaku, we're not exactly acquainted, are we?" Tsunade narrowed her eyes, puzzled by Fugaku's presence. "Lady Tsunade, you are the only one who can assist the Uchiha clan now." Fugaku bowed deeply, catching Tsunade off guard. No, what is it that you need?" Tsunade quickly helped him up from his deep bow. "Shimura Danzo has been obstructing us, preventing us from undertaking missions outside the village, and we have accepted that. But now he won't even allow us to leave our clan's territory. Are we still considered part of this village? He intends to expunge the Uchiha clan from Konoha." Fugaku expressed his grievances vehemently, looking expectantly at Tsunade. "How dare that old fool Danzo?" Tsunade slammed her palm against the railing, shattering it with her strength. "Lady Tsunade, the conflict between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara has long concluded. We are all part of Konoha now. The Uchiha clan will not rebel. Can you restore justice for us?" Fugaku pressed on, seizing the moment. "Rest assured, return home. I will confront the old man right now. If he allows Danzo to continue oppressing the Uchiha clan, I will take matters into my own hands." Tsunade's resolve was palpable. If she were in a different position, if her beloved grandfather had died at the hands of a rival clan, she would certainly feel discomfort, even if she did not voice it. Yet Tsunade approached the situation with fairness, earning Fugaku's deep respect for the princess of the Senju clan. He pondered whether, should Tsunade ascend to the role of Hokage, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village might significantly improve. "Yes, Lady Tsunade, I await your favorable response." Fugaku bowed once more before swiftly disappearing from her doorstep. "Grandfather, was it truly wise to pass the mantle to that old man?" Tsunade felt a deep sense of disillusionment with the decaying Konoha. This disappointment stemmed not from the lower ranks, but from the high-ranking officials' reckless disregard. "Enough of this self-pity. My grandfather would think me unworthy in this state." Tsunade chuckled bitterly to herself before heading directly to the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, in the office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was burning the midnight oil, reviewing documents. Typically, he could not complete his paperwork before 10 at night. "Hokage-sama." Tsunade burst through the door, bowing respectfully to Hiruzen. "Tsunade, have you still not forgiven me?" Hiruzen sighed at her formal address. "I did not come to waste time, Hokage-sama. I wish to ask, are you planning to ignore Danzo's actions? Are you willing to allow him to wreak havoc on the clans within the village?" Tsunade pressed him with pointed questions. Danzo is acting for the good of the village. Hiruzen struggled to articulate a defense he himself found unconvincing. For the good of the village? This is merely his self-serving agenda. He seeks the power of Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan and your position as Hokage. Tsunade unflinchingly exposed Danzo's hypocritical facade. Hokage-sama, please do not tell me you fail to see this. Tsunade relentlessly pursued the truth, locking eyes with Hiruzen, who, unable to meet her gaze, averted his eyes. Chapter 49, Tsunade's Ultimatum. Tsunade. The Uchiha clan has indeed been somewhat arrogant, and Danzo's oppression may serve a purpose. Moreover, this aligns with your grandfather's dying wish. Sarutobi Hiruzen invoked the name of Senju Tobarama in an attempt to quell Tsunade's fervor, still wishing to defend his old friend. My grandfather would never behave like you. Even if he harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan, he would not target them so ruthlessly. Must you drive the Uchiha clan to the brink of rebellion? Tsunade retorted with a scoff at Hiruzen. It is baffling how the old man dares to compare himself to my grandfather. No matter how much my grandfather detested the Uchiha, he recognized them as members of our village. Although the second Hokage imposed certain restrictions on the Uchiha clan, they remained within acceptable bounds. While they were stationed at the village entrance, they were also provided with a police force, and Uchiha Kagami was taken as a disciple. A case of wielding a stick with a sweet reward. However, under the third Hokage, only the stick remained, devoid of any sweetness. Over time, it is astonishing that the Uchiha clan could endure such treatment. If Tsunade herself were subjected to such relentless oppression without a glimmer of hope, she would undoubtedly align herself with the Uchiha. Tsunade, what do you intend to do? Hiruzen rubbed his temples, unable to counter Tsunade's arguments. Every word she spoke left him without retort. Immediately cease all actions against the Uchiha clan. They are part of our village. If you continue to allow Danzo to oppress them, I will take the Uchiha to the root organization to seek justice. Tsunade declared with unwavering resolve. I will discuss this with Danzo. Hiruzen nodded. What I seek is not discussion, but an immediate cessation. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. You have gone too far. Mitarashi Anko entered the room. She had overheard the commotion but had chosen to listen first. However, upon hearing Tsunade openly threaten Hiruzen, she felt compelled to step in. Gone too far. I am indeed excessive. What do you intend to do about it? Do not presume I am unaware. Danzo's audacity is surely shielded by you. Tsunade glared at Anko without reservation. You. Anko pointed at Tsunade, visibly agitated. Tsunade, do not speak to Elder Mitarashi in such a manner. Nara Shikamaru joined the fray. Did I not mention you? While Danzo commits all manner of despicable acts, you stand idly by, engaged in this verbal sparring. What do you intend to do? Tsunade's vigor rendered the three speechless. This is my final word. Tomorrow I shall personally visit the Uchiha compound. And if I still see Root present, I will expel them all. With that, Tsunade strode away, leaving behind a contemplative Hiruzen and an irate Anko and Shikamaru. Summon Danzo. After watching Tsunade leave, Hiruzen gestured to a member of the Umbu. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu bowed and swiftly vanished. You two may return. I have matters to discuss with Danzo. Hiruzen waved his hand at the two. Understood. The pair repressed their anger. After all, this was the princess of Konoha. Who would dare to slander or provoke her? Not to mention, the support of Jiraiya, her devoted admirer, and her partner, Kato Dan, would be unwavering. The latter was merely a special jonin, but Jiraiya was another matter entirely. Root organization recently, Danzo's spirits were quite high. If this continued, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly rebel. When that time came, he would suppress them with his root organization and then seize the Sharingan for himself. Eventually, he would run for Hokage. And with Orochimaru out of the picture, only Kakashi would remain. He would then tarnish Kakashi's reputation, and the position of Hokage would be assuredly his. However, Danzo likely did not foresee that Kakashi was rather fragile and might resort to taking his own life. Yet, even if he anticipated this outcome, for the Hokage position he had coveted for decades, he would act without hesitation. This was Danzo. His every action, purportedly for the good of Konoha, was predicated on one fundamental principle. He must be Hokage. Danzo, Hokage-sama requests your presence in the Hokage office. Just as Danzo was contemplating what to do upon becoming Hokage, an Umbu's arrival shattered his daydream. Hiruzen wishes to see me? Danzo furrowed his brow. Indeed, please attend promptly, Danzo-sama. The Umbu nodded. Understood, you may leave. I will arrive shortly. The Umbu nodded and departed. Danzo was uncertain why Hiruzen summoned him, yet he remained unperturbed. If there were truly a pressing matter, he would have been apprehended on the spot. The absence of such action indicated it was not significant. Danzo knew his old friend well. As long as he did not cross Hiruzen's bottom line or jeopardize Konoha, he could act without fear of repercussions. Danzo quickly gathered his things and made his way to the Hokage office. Hiruzen, why have you summoned me? Danzo opened the door, observing Hiruzen shrouded in smoke. His expression one of disapproval. Do refrain from smoking. It is detrimental to your health. Danzo offered this reminder out of friendship. His feelings towards Hiruzen were complex. At times, he regarded him as a close ally, while at other times, he perceived him as a relentless adversary. These conflicting emotions coexisted within Danzo's heart. Danzo, I did not call you here to discuss your smoking habits. Hiruzen extinguished the cigarette and regarded Danzo with utmost seriousness. What is it? The Uchiha clan has approached Tsunade. She has decided to advocate for them and has come to me. She demands that you withdraw Root from the Uchiha compound tomorrow, or she will take immediate action against you. Hiruzen laid the matter bare, observing Danzo's reaction. Humph. Danzo scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his features. As a member of the Senju clan, my grandfather perished at the hands of the Uchiha, yet here we are, engaging in this charade. How laughable. I will not withdraw Root. If she truly wishes to defend the family that killed her grandfather, let her come. Danzo held no belief that Tsunade would truly stand up for the Uchiha. To him, it appeared akin to rallying public support. If he were to retreat, his reputation would suffer, while Tsunade's would only soar. Chapter 50. Tsunade takes action. Danzo, are you not heeding my words? The expression on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned cold. Not really. Danzo Shimura quickly yielded. After all, the current Hiruzen Sarutobi was not yet the venerable Hokage of the future. He was not that old yet. The moment Danzo truly dared to openly defy Hiruzen was perhaps when he sent Hinata Hisashi away. At that time, he had already discerned that Hiruzen's heart had aged considerably, and he no longer needed to fear him. I believe we can approach it this way. I will postpone for a day. You can inform Tsunade that if I delay for another day, I will withdraw. This will also give us a glimpse into her attitude. If she does not even grant you this small courtesy, it would be utterly unacceptable. After all, you are her mentor. Danzo intended to delay for a day. Seeing Tsunade hesitate, Hiruzen would naturally disregard her words. Indeed, Danzo did not believe Tsunade would dare to act against him. He was one of the elders of Konoha, and the Root organization was an entity of Konoha itself. No matter how bold Tsunade was, would she dare to confront the village's organization? Danzo certainly did not think so. His intent was to make Hiruzen see that Tsunade would not retaliate, thus achieving his goal. A day, huh? After contemplating for a moment, Hiruzen agreed to Danzo's proposition. He too wished to ascertain whether his teacher still possessed any semblance of authority. Although he often presented himself as a kind-hearted individual, this did not imply that he lacked temper. Tsunade had provoked him repeatedly of late, and he was eager to discover whether she still held him in esteem as her teacher. You may leave now. I shall have a word with Tsunade. Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. Danzo exited and gently closed the door behind him. Go fetch Tsunade. Although Tsunade likely had not yet returned home, Hiruzen was not inclined to wait. Whatever needed to be said would be addressed tonight in one go. At Tsunade's residence, sister, you're back. Tsunade, weary from her day, was immediately embraced by S.H. Tar upon entering. How was your day at the Ninja Academy? Tsunade managed a smile as she ruffled S.H. Tar's hair. It was excellent. I ranked third in class today. S.H. Tar looked up, eager for praise. Not bad at all. You must keep up the good work. I'll need you to protect me in the future. Tsunade chuckled, giving S.H. Tar another affectionate pat on the head. Rest assured, once I awaken my wood release, I will ensure you become the happiest person in the world. S.H. Tar declared, raising his fist with determination. So, sister, I have run out of money. Could you lend me some? S.H. Tar rubbed his hands together, a hopeful expression on his face. Waiting here for me, were you? Tsunade sighed, but ultimately handed him several thousand ryo, sufficient for his pocket money. Currently, Tsunade's time for gambling was limited due to her hospital duties. Generally, she stayed in Konoha, where few would dare to swindle her. Thus, her losses were not significant. Losing tens of thousands in a day was considered substantial. A mere drop in the ocean compared to the inheritance left by the Senju clan. Thank you, sister. You are the best. S.H. Tar cheered, then flopped onto the sofa. This child. Tsunade shook her head with a smile. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Tsunade opened the door, puzzled by the sound. Lady Tsunade, the third Hokage requests your presence in the Hokage's office. Just as Tsunade was preparing for rest, an umbu appeared before her once more. Tsunade was bewildered but still decided to go. The old man must have something to discuss. He wouldn't call her over just for amusement. Without a word, she headed toward the Hokage's office. The umbu hesitated for a moment before hastily following, fearing being left behind. Yet, his speed could not match Tsunade's. And she ultimately arrived at the Hokage's office first. What is it? Tsunade pushed the door open and addressed Hiruzen, who was seated with a solemn demeanor. Danzo requires some time to withdraw his root members, so the Uchiha must wait a while longer, Hiruzen stated directly. Hokage-sama, do you truly believe your own words? Tsunade countered sharply. Tsunade, are you disregarding my authority? Hiruzen attempted to assert his position as a mentor to suppress her. Tsunade had provoked him too often lately, and he felt it necessary to issue a warning. Where do you think you're going? Without uttering another word, Tsunade pushed the door open and left. Her intentions clear. Very well. Hiruzen's expression darkened. He did not expect Tsunade to show him such disrespect. Inform Danzo Shimura that his root must be completely withdrawn by tomorrow. Hiruzen commanded the umbu, suppressing his anger. He was the village's leader, and all considerations must be made with the village's interests in mind. It would not do to let a moment of rage place the village in a precarious position. Meanwhile, Danzo, stationed at the root, heard the news and merely smirked. Withdrawal was out of the question. He was eager to see just how much courage Tsunade possessed to act against him. However, outwardly, he still acquiesced to the umbu's request, seeing his old friend so compliant. Hiruzen felt a sense of relief and subsequently retired for the night. The following day, father, they have yet to depart. Uchiha Fugaku had been vigilantly watching the Uchiha compound, but the root members showed no signs of leaving. Are they truly intent on pushing us to the brink? Fugaku's subordinate, visibly agitated, appeared ready to engage in battle at any moment. Our only hope now rests on whether Lady Tsunade will come to our aid. Fugaku had little faith left. He believed Tsunade might have intervened, but he did not expect her to act on their behalf. What use is relying on others? Lord Fugaku, you possess the Manjiki Sharingan, and we Uchiha are the strongest clan. We should rebel. Konoha is no match for us under the power of the Manjiki. Fugaku sighed at his subordinate's reckless enthusiasm. If it were truly that simple, would he have endured to this moment? If Lady Tsunade does not come to our aid, then we shall have no choice but to fight to the death. Fugaku was reluctant to traverse this path, yet if escape was impossible, he would have to fight with all he had. Root, very well. As Fugaku pondered, a woman's voice reached his ears. Tsunade had arrived at the Uchiha compound, striking a member of the root organization with a powerful blow. Lady Tsunade, she truly. Fugaku marveled as he witnessed her, akin to a deity, sending dozens of root members flying with a single strike. His astonishment was palpable. He had not anticipated that Tsunade would actually rise to defend the Uchiha, the very clan that had once slain her grandfather. His best hope had been for Tsunade to overlook past grievances and merely speak a few words to resolve the matter. But now, the Senju clan's popularity was not without merit. Fugaku gazed at Tsunade, a smile breaking across his face. He would wholeheartedly support her as the next Hokage, even if it meant risking the entire Uchiha clan. Chapter 51. The Uchiha's Gratitude. Lady Tsunade. What do you mean by this? Why have you turned against us? A member of the root organization was sent sprawling by a single punch. Yet soon a captain-like figure emerged to confront Tsunade. Why have I acted against you? Perhaps you should ask Shimura Danzo why he has targeted the clans within the village. Tsunade shouted angrily, then delivered a swift kick that sent the captain flying. She had controlled her strength. The blow would cause pain, but no serious injury. As a medical ninja, she was well aware of where to strike to inflict maximum discomfort without lasting damage. Despite her restraint, the captain was knocked unconscious by her kick. Lady Tsunade, we are here to assist you. The members of the Uchiha clan, witnessing Tsunade's support, immediately rallied to her side. Their crimson Sharingan eyes glimmered ominously, emanating a chilling chakra aura. You all should return. I shall handle this matter myself, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. She was safe to act. Being the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, no one dared to touch her. However, if the Uchiha clan intervened, they would undoubtedly provide Danzo with further ammunition against them. Tsunade, do you dare to strike against the Leafs organization? Do you still have any loyalty to Konoha? Danzo, lurking in the shadows, intended to observe whether Tsunade would truly take action. If she did, he would seize the moral high ground to denounce her. and he knew that her temper would likely only lead her to scold herself without repercussions. Do I have loyalty to Konoha? Perhaps you should inquire of those behind me who has truly abandoned Konoha. Tsunade scoffed, gesturing towards the Uchiha clan members. Danzo, you oppress the clans within the village. Can I not interpret that as a desire to fracture Konoha and establish your own village as Hokage? Lady Tsunade speaks the truth. Danzo, you old fool. You wish to create your own village and become Hokage. The Uchiha clan erupted in scornful shouts, hurling insults at Danzo with unabashed fervor. Some, in their fervent denunciations, even advanced their Sharingan from 1 to 2 tomo, though none progressed to the 3 tomo. Danzo's expression darkened. Tsunade, are you attempting to betray Konoha alongside the Uchiha clan? With no valid retort, he sought to cast blame. Water release, water line. With that, a feeble stream of water was expelled from the side. Infused with scant chakra, merely a spit that Danzo, too distracted, failed to notice. Danzo was abruptly splattered with the watery substance. Shinju, why are you here? Tsunade exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the boy. Sis, I noticed you seemed troubled yesterday, so I came along. I never expected someone would actually slander you. Shinju glared at Danzo, his disdain unmistakable. You wretched little brat. Danzo wiped the spit from his face, disgusted by the sticky mess that was anything but water release. Shinju, stand behind me. Tsunade, sensing Danzo's rising fury, immediately shielded the boy. You bandaged-faced monster. Shinju retaliated, making a face at Danzo from behind Tsunade. As a member of the Shinju clan, you aiding the Uchiha has betrayed your great-grandfather. Danzo, desperate for a final attempt to sway her, tried to invoke the name of Shinju Tobirama to compel Tsunade to withdraw and cease her interference with the Uchiha. I will make my stance clear today. Do not presume to pressure me with anyone, for your actions have completely betrayed the will of fire. Tsunade declared, unwilling to waste further words on Danzo. Sealing technique, release. Black markings appeared on her face as she unleashed her anger, determined to incapacitate the despicable Danzo once and for all. You dare lay a hand on me. An elder of Konoha. Danzo's face twisted with both fury and fear as he beheld Tsunade's unleashed power. Her response was a fierce punch. Very well. Root organization, retreat. Danzo, witnessing the ground crack beneath him, swallowed hard and hastily departed from the Uchiha compound. You scurrying rats. Tsunade spat at the direction of Danzo's retreat. Lady Tsunade, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. We shall do whatever we can, even if it costs us our lives. Uchiha Fugaku spoke solemnly, his serious demeanor matched by nods of agreement from the other Uchiha clan members. Seeing Danzo driven away filled them with relief. But they understood that this would undoubtedly bring troubles upon Tsunade. The Uchiha clan were not ungrateful. They would always remember those who aided them, pledging their loyalty for a lifetime. No need for that. If you face any injustices, feel free to come to me anytime, Tsunade replied with a wave of her hand. Retracting the sealing technique. Lady Tsunade, all services in our Uchiha clan shall be free for you from now on. Uchiha Fugaku called out as Tsunade prepared to depart. Though this gesture was but a trifling token of gratitude compared to her aid, he could not bear to leave it unacknowledged. Tsunade waved it off, assuring him it was unnecessary before taking Shinju's hand and walking away. The Wagakure, after a day and night of travel, Deidara returned to a Wagakure with a few companions. The group had increased from 6 to 8 since their departure. Make sure to train diligently. If you teach well, you may yet regain your freedom. However, should you dare to be negligent, Deidara warned Shaduk with a smile just before entering a Wagakure. Master, I understand. I fully comprehend. Shaduk trembled, fully aware of his dire consequences. His fear intensified as he glanced at the recently awakened Oki, who had been knocked out by a single blow, his head now swathed in bandages, blood oozing at the slightest touch. Come, let us report this good news to the Tsuchikage. Deidara grinned at his companions. Our Wagakure will have puppetry techniques now. I must learn this art. Pelican chimed excitedly. I'll take you to meet the Tsuchikage shortly. You'd best behave. Should you disobey, you might meet a fate similar to Oki's. Deidara pointed at the injured man, prompting Shaduk to bow repeatedly, as though pounding garlic. Chapter 52. Preparing to depart for the Hidden Mist Village. Lord Didaze, you have once again achieved great merit. I wonder what reward Lord Tsuchikage will bestow upon you. Yu Ming remarked with a smile. With Lord Didaze's accomplishments, any reward would be well-deserved. Hong Zhu chimed in. No need for that. The true strength lies in the village's power, not in individual prowess. Didaze waved his hand dismissively. The other 5 gazed at Didaze with admiration, while Shachio rolled his eyes. If his personal strength were sufficient, he would not have resorted to stealing treasures, but would have contended for the position of the 4th Kazekage. What are you rolling your eyes for? Yu Meng, sharp-eyed, noticed Shachio's disdain and stormed over, delivering a swift punch to his forehead. Instantly, Shachio was in tears, extolling Didaze's greatness. Didaze looked upon this scene with a helpless smile before controlling the clay giant bird to soar towards the Tsuchikage's office. Is that Lord Didaze flying in the sky? If only I could fly just once, I would have no regrets. The onlookers marveled at the sight of the clay giant bird. Their first encounter with something soaring above them. Tsuchikage's building come down, everyone, Didaze commanded as they arrived at the Tsuchikage's building. Reluctantly, the group disembarked from the clay giant bird, still savoring the rare experience of flight. Yet they recognized the importance of their mission and promptly lifted to Yen, heading towards the Tsuchikage's office. Tsuchikage's office, Tsuchikage-sama, we have returned, Didaze announced as he opened the door, followed by Jin Hu and the others. Is that a rogue ninja from the Sand Village? Anoki's gaze lingered on to Yen for a moment before shifting to Shachio. Tsuchikage-sama, I possess puppet techniques and can teach your villagers how to create puppets and master the art. Shachio eagerly offered his value. Oh, Anoki's eyes brightened instantly. Puppet techniques are indeed impressive, albeit with many restrictions. However, once mastered, they surpass the capabilities of ordinary ninjas. I will imprison Yen. As for you, I shall establish a puppet class, and I will send some jonin to learn from you. Should you withhold any secrets? Anoki's gaze turned threatening as it fixed on Shachio. Never, never. Tsuchikage-sama, I will exert my utmost effort to teach the esteemed individuals of a Wagakure. Shachio trembled, bowing repeatedly. Excellent. And if you perform well, you may also become a ninja of a Wagakure. Anoki's stern demeanor melted away, replaced by a smile. Meanwhile, Shachio shivered. Feeling the pressure from Anoki was far greater than that of the 3rd Kazekage. The 3rd Kazekage suppression was purely based on strength, while Anoki's was a combination of cunning and power, leaving Shachio feeling far more intimidated. Kintsu, give the orders. Everything must be executed flawlessly by tomorrow. Anoki instructed Kintsu beside him. Nodding, Kintsu took Shachio and departed. Didaze, I noticed you have something to say. Please speak now, Anoki said, glancing at the now empty room. Tsuchikage-sama, your insight is truly remarkable. You could discern my thoughts. Didaze flattered, and Anoki merely rolled his eyes, accustomed to such praise. Actually, I encountered a ninja who claims to have battled Senju Hashirama after pursuing the rogue ninja. What? Before Didaze could finish, Anoki abruptly stood, his eyes filled with apprehension. Even fear. Tsuchikage-sama, what is this? Yu Meng and the others exchanged astonished glances. While they had heard Didaze speak of Hashirama's might, they had never truly felt it. No matter how much Didaze spoke, in their hearts, that Tsuchikage would always be the strongest. Yet now, Anoki's reaction shattered their perception. Continue. Anoki took a deep breath, resuming his seat with a grave expression. He sought to attack us, and I engaged him in combat. He possesses the secret techniques of the Takigakure and wields 5 elements of ninjutsu, with 5 lives, Didaze elaborated. He is the S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu. I recall this individual. Yet I had no idea he had faced the first Hokage. Anoki acknowledged, his vigilance towards Kakuzu escalating significantly. Most of what he said is likely false. In the end, I sustained a minor injury while he fled, leaving behind 4 hearts. Didaze disclosed the outcome of their confrontation. With such abilities, he dares to claim he fought the first Hokage? Anoki laughed, unaware of how this individual could boast such a feat with his limited strength. Perhaps he was merely spared by the first Hokage. I expected someone formidable. Instead, he is merely a clown. Anoki waved his hand dismissively. Earlier, he had been genuinely alarmed, fearing another Uchiha Madara. After all, only Madara had managed to battle Hashirama and escape unscathed. By the way, Didaze, I have another S-rank mission for you. As soon as Anoki uttered the words S-rank, the others instinctively exited the room. S-rank missions are classified as top secret, not meant for their ears. Travel to the Hidden Mist Village to negotiate the affiliation of the Grass Ninja Village. If they refuse, then bombard their village. A ruthless glint flickered in Anoki's eyes. The amiable old man had transformed into a cold-blooded ninja in an instant. Rest assured, the current Jinchuriki of the 6 tails cannot control it. The 3 tails Jinchuriki can only partially transform, and the Hidden Mist Village itself is not strong, lacking aerial capabilities. Furthermore, Their current Mizukage is not formidable either. He won't even be able to reach you if you fly high. Onoki outlined his analysis for Didaze. If the Hidden Mist Village disagrees, they will undoubtedly become our enemies. And we must deal with enemies using the most ruthless methods swiftly. Sachikage-sama, your wisdom is unparalleled. Didaze expressed his deep admiration, realizing the old man had meticulously considered everything, leaving him only to execute the plan. Of course, such a plan requires corresponding strength. It is because you possess such strength that I dare propose such a bold strategy. Onoki's expression shifted back to one of warmth. Ha ha ha. It is indeed due to your sufficient power. Ha ha. You flatter me. Sachikage-sama. I shall certainly return with good news. Together, the elder and the youth shared a sinister laugh within the Iwagakure office. Chapter 53. Kakuzu's chance encounter with Orochimaru. Shall we go now? Is it not a tad too late? Noki inquired of Deidara. Let us postpone until tomorrow. It is indeed rather late now, Deidara replied, glancing at the sky, which had already turned to afternoon. It would likely be evening by the time they reached the Hidden Mist Village, so it would be wiser to depart in the morning. Then you should rest. We will set off at dawn. Ah, take this. Noki tossed a scroll to Deidara, containing his insights on dust release training. What is this? Deidara asked, puzzled as he examined the scroll. These are my training notes. You may find them beneficial for mastering dust release, Noki explained. His insights were not freely given. Many could learn dust release, but he had only shared his notes once before, with his son, KT. He deemed others' talents inferior to his son S, and thus withheld his teachings. Thank you, Lord Sachikage. I will surely master dust release. Deidara felt a warm glow in his heart, sensing the elder's affection for his junior. He mused that had he started in Konoha, he would likely still be entangled in intrigue. Go rest now. Rejuvenate for tomorrow. Noki waved him off, and Deidara bowed before exiting the Stone Village office. In the land of grass, Kakuzu vented his frustration. Damn it. Why is there not a single ninja around? He had searched the land of grass for hours without encountering anyone. His doubt regarding the existence of ninjas in this realm grew stronger. Suddenly, he spotted a figure and rushed over to investigate. Another damn ordinary person. He cursed upon realizing the man bore no chakra. Die. In a fit of rage, Kakuzu extended his tendrils to eliminate the man, who perished without ever knowing his assailant. I refuse to relent. Kakuzu's stubbornness flared. Today, he would unearth a ninja from the land of grass. The ninjas of Grass Village hide well, but I shall find one, and none shall survive. With this determination, he continued his search. Soon, he sensed a formidable aura. Could this be the leader of Grass Village? Kakuzu grinned wickedly, intent on annihilating the village that had toyed with him for so long. Achoo. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, at home, unexpectedly sneezed. What bad luck. He had been recuperating his strength, having regained about 50% of his power over the past few days. However, this was the limit of his current body. He could not grow stronger, even slightly. Determined, he resolved to venture out today in search of a new body, preferably a jonin. Yet, he was perplexed by the absence of any ninjas within the vast grass village. Just then, he too sensed a powerful chakra. Such a robust body. This is the vessel I have longed for. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he headed towards the source of the chakra. Are you the leader of Grass Village? Kakuzu, despite his desire to kill everyone in the village, remained cautious of the elderly figure before him. Your body seems impressive. Orochimaru observed Kakuzu's peculiar physique, finding it not only intriguing but also a source of potential power. If he could obtain this body, his strength would surely ascend to new heights. Wind release. Air slash. Orochimaru struck first, launching an air slash towards Kakuzu. Your heart is quite remarkable. It seems I have indeed found the right place. Kakuzu, equally exhilarated, recognized the value of the wind nature heart before him. Should he acquire it and restore his original heart, his power would surely increase. Thus, the two commenced their battle, each seeking to claim the other's heart and body. Yet, Orochimaru was at only 50% of his prime strength, while Kakuzu could only utilize his earth release. Earth release, earth flow river. Wind release, vacuum wave. The ninjutsu of both combatants clashed once more, resulting in a stalemate. You're quite strong for a woman, Kakuzu remarked, genuinely impressed by the seemingly ordinary woman before him. Who are you calling a woman? Orochimaru's expression darkened. While he was indifferent to gender, he would not tolerate being insulted. Oh, you are stronger than I anticipated. Since we cannot overcome each other, why not call a truce? Kakuzu proposed. sensing that he might not be able to defeat her after all. Recognizing the situation, Kakuzu decided to seek out another village to gather hearts, intending to return later to eliminate the leader of Grass Village. Wind release. Continuous great breakthrough. Orochimaru, with a scowl, unleashed a barrage of attacks without a word. What is the meaning of this, you damn woman? Kakuzu snapped back at the relentless Grass Village leader, and they clashed once more. During the fray, Kakuzu resorted to a desperate strategy, losing 2 of his hearts to inflict damage on Orochimaru, who sustained an injury to one of his legs. Without a leg, let us see how you contend with me, Kakuzu boasted, feeling confident as he eyed the incapacitated leader of Grass Village. Wah! Orochimaru suddenly began to vomit. And in a shocking moment, a new version of Orochimaru materialized before Kakuzu. Farewell. Earth release, earth wall, earth release, earthquake. As Kakuzu witnessed the emergence of the rejuvenated Orochimaru, he enhanced his speed with wind release, laying down multiple earth walls and utilizing earthquake to hinder Orochimaru's advance. He sensed that the chakra expenditure from his opponent seemed minimal. He estimated Orochimaru could still fight for quite some time. If I were at my peak, I wouldn't be suppressed by such trash. Although Kakuzu was in a desperate retreat, he continued to mutter curses. He felt truly unfortunate today, having encountered Deidara before being driven away by a mere village leader. His once great reputation seemed to be in tatters. Damn it! Orochimaru watched as Kakuzu fled further away, feeling helpless in his inability to pursue. He wished to chase, but the dense barriers of earth walls and the trembling ground significantly hampered his ability to follow. Forget it. I shall seek out the ninjas of Grass Village. Orochimaru believed that he could easily overpower the leader of Grass Village with his current strength and was prepared to invade the village to seize a new host. Although 3/4 of his power had sufficed before, the experience of almost dying had rendered Orochimaru more cautious. Chapter 54. The Sculpture of the Evil God Orochimaru, after circling the Land of Grass, was filled with questions. Why were there no formidable ninjas in the Land of Grass? Suddenly, he noticed a large pit. It bore the essence of that explosive release brat. Orochimaru sensed the extremely faint trace of explosive chakra in the air. Only he could perceive it, as others were utterly oblivious. Was this truly the village of grass ninjas? Orochimaru gazed incredulously at the pit. He entered to rummage around, and ultimately found a half-broken forehead protector from the grass ninja village. No wonder. As he crushed the protector, his anger surged uncontrollably. It was one thing for him to be defeated by Deidara, but now this scoundrel had obliterated the very place he had sought to seize. Nearby lay the Land of Rain. Well, perhaps he could find something in Takigakure instead. Orochimaru sighed. Although Takigakure was the most formidable among the small nations, he had no other options. Compared to Hanzo of the Salamander over there, Takigakure was more susceptible to manipulation. As long as he didn't provoke the Jinchuriki, the Seven Tails would likely remain dormant, and he merely needed to locate a solitary jonin. Orochimaru steadied himself and set off toward Takigakure. In Awagakure, Lord Tsuchikage, I am leaving. Deidara waved goodbye to Inoki while clutching a scroll. Kid, I trust you with this task. Do not let me down. Inoki smiled kindly at the spirited young man, resembling an ordinary elder watching over his child. Rest assured, the task is in my hands. You can place your mind at ease. Clay giant bird, Deidara declared, immediately molding a giant bird from clay before leaping onto its back. He directed the clay bird towards Kirigakure. Ah, the boundless ocean. As Deidara departed from the borders of Awagakure, passing through countless small nations, he finally beheld the vast sea. The Land of Water was indeed a grand island amid the ocean. Continuing his flight over the expansive waters, Deidara mused that without a map, he might have lost his way. One must admit that Kirigakure was indeed easy to defend but difficult to attack. Such terrain, spanning half the sea, rendered it nearly impossible for any offensive maneuvers. Time passed, though how much he could not say. At last, he arrived. Deidara spotted land in the distance and landed excitedly. Kirigakure. After landing, he summoned a shadow clone to explore the center of the land while he remained aloft on the giant bird, awaiting news from his clone. The shadow clone soon reached the heart of the land. Tsunegakure? The clone gazed at the name of the ninja village, its expression somewhat peculiar. So did my original self take a wrong turn? The clone struck itself with a fist, dispelling itself. Tsunegakure? Meanwhile, Deidara in the sky received the clone's report. I was clearly heading towards the Land of Water. He scratched his head. Well, Since I am here at Tsunegakure, I might as well investigate the worship of the evil god. Deidara had always been curious about Haiden and his immortality in the original narrative. Now that he had arrived at Tsunegakure, he was determined to see for himself. After all, Anoki had given him a 6-month time frame for his mission, and he could traverse this distance multiple times within that period without a care. First, let's explore the village. Deidara leaped down from the clay giant bird. Tsunegakure posed no threat to him. It was merely a small ninja village where a single jonin could easily dominate, and he could crush them without using explosive techniques. "O great evil god, may your blessings be upon me." As Deidara walked, he suddenly heard a man praying fervently. The object of his prayer. Deidara turned to see a grotesque figure before him. With a scoff, Deidara had no intention of interrupting the man. "Who are you? You cannot possibly be from the land of water." Yet, Deidara chose not to engage, but the man obstructed his path. "How dare you not pay homage to the evil god? You wretched fool." The man, a fervent devotee of the evil god, approached Deidara, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Wind release, blade of wind. Deidara summoned a blade of wind, his gaze indifferent as he slashed towards the man's throat. With a gasp, the man's throat was severed, and he began to bleed profusely, soon succumbing to death. "A fanatic of the evil god, yet it appears the deity does not favor you," Deidara remarked, casting a glance at the man's lifeless body. Clearly, the evil god had not granted him immortality. This desolate wilderness, and yet he encountered a sculpture of the evil god. It seemed this nation was rife with such statues. Deidara beheld the sculpture, which seemed to gaze back at him. However, he did not subscribe to the belief in any evil deity. With a swift motion, Deidara shattered the statue with his wind blade. After destroying the sculpture, he summoned his clay giant bird and soared towards the heart of the land of water. He remained indifferent to what these people believed. The earlier man's provocation had merely irked him. Possessing great power, yet allowing oneself to be insulted without resistance was akin to succumbing to death and returning one's strength to the universe. In Tsunegakure, did you sense that chakra just now? I don't know. Two guards stationed at the gate exchanged puzzled glances. They had indeed felt a surge of chakra, but it vanished as if into thin air, leaving them uncertain whether it had been a misperception or a genuine phenomenon. Wait, look to the sky. Just as they were engrossed in their confusion, Deidara had already alighted upon the central sculpture of the evil god in Tsunegakure. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The two immediately shouted, causing those below to gaze upward in alarm. "Cut it out!" Deidara sneered at the ninjas below, his disdain evident. Oh, he suddenly noticed an individual cradling a small sculpture of the evil god. This sculpture emanated a peculiar aura, distinct from the colossal statue in the square. It exuded a palpable sense of power. "Hand it over," Deidara commanded, directing his clay giant bird to swoop down before seizing the sculpture from the individual. "Curse you! Attack me!" The man, the current leader of Tsunegakure, held the sculpture that had been passed down through generations, believed to harbor the power of the evil god. The leader clutched the statue close, hoping that one day the evil god would witness his devotion. He believed there was no place safer than in his arms. Little did he expect that someone would audaciously snatch the evil goddess sculpture from him. Chapter 55. The assault on the village hidden in the mist. However, Didaze had already ascended to several hundred meters in the sky. Below him, the ninjas of Tang Ninja Village could only gaze in bewilderment as Didaze vanished into the distance. "Damn that bastard. Place a bounty on him in the black market. No, 300 million. And the evil god statue must remain intact." The leader of Tang Ninja Village was on the verge of madness. He pulled out 300 million, the entirety of Tang Ninja Village's savings amassed over decades. If anything else were to occur, they would be left with no funds. Yet, at this moment, the leader was unconcerned with such matters. He simply wished to reclaim his evil god statue. Unaware of these developments, Didaze had departed from Tang Ninja Village and found himself amidst the vast, boundless ocean. He attempted to infuse chakra into the evil god statue, tried blood recognition, and struck it forcefully. However, his efforts bore no fruit. The statue remained unchanged. With a sense of resignation, Didaze placed the seemingly extraordinary sculpture into a scroll. After several hours of travel, he finally arrived at the water country. "What is that thing in the sky?" A common fisherman from the water country wiped the sweat from his brow and pointed up. "It must be some kind of bird." Another fisherman remarked nonchalantly, indifferent to the small black dot above, as it posed no hindrance to his fishing. "Is that so?" The first fisherman scratched his head and returned to his task. Take this explosive clay. If negotiations fail, detonate it. Didaze had directly given a shadow clone a lump of explosive clay infused with a significant amount of his chakra. Once the shadow clone detonated it, the water shadow building would be obliterated in an instant. Rest assured, the shadow clone signaled Anoka to the original before descending on the clay giant bird crafted by Didaze. Excuse me, good fellows, may I ask for directions? The shadow clone grinned as it landed near the two fishermen. I did not mistake my eyes. This is indeed no bird. One fisherman exclaimed, wide-eyed. What might you wish to inquire about, esteemed ninja? The other fisherman responded, displaying an eager demeanor. The shadow clone wore the forehead protector of the village hidden in the mist. Didaze's scroll contained forehead protectors from the 5 great ninja villages. Whichever village he donned would suffice. Could you kindly direct me to the nearest seafood market from the village hidden in the mist? I have just returned home and wish to explore the water country thoroughly, Didaze smiled. My lord, if you proceed this way, you will find it. It's roughly a 5-minute walk from the village. The fisherman pointed Didaze in the right direction. Didaze nodded. Asking directly where the village hidden in the mist was would surely raise suspicion, but this inquiry would undoubtedly yield no issues. Didaze had come with the intention of confrontation. Negotiations? Nonsense. He would soon adopt the most arrogant tone and, should diplomacy fail, resort to violence. He firmly believed that only through force could the ninja world be altered, as evidenced by Senju Hashirama's prior attempts at peace. Well then, I shall take my leave. Thank you both. Didaze expressed his gratitude before swiftly vanishing from the scene. What a powerful ninja. If only my child could become a ninja, the fisherman mused, filled with genuine admiration. At the village hidden in the mist, transformation jutsu. Didaze transformed into an ordinary ninja of the Mist Village, subsequently casting a Jinjutsu on the gatekeeper before striding confidently inside. So, this is the Water Shadow Building. It appears even less impressive than the Earth Shadow Building, Didaze scoffed, stepping boldly through the entrance. Who goes there? The Umbu guards, alerted, quickly blocked Didaze's path. An envoy from the Stone Village, here to discuss matters with the Third Water Shadow, Didaze declared as he tossed a letter forward. We have no prior knowledge of an envoy from the Stone Village coming to negotiate with us. The Umbu captain, Yagura, emerged, his expression serious as he scrutinized Didaze. Well, now you do. Hurry and inform the Water Shadow. Do not delay the friendly exchange between our villages. Didaze waved dismissively, appearing disinterested in further dialogue. Very well. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Yagura launched an immediate attack, showing no intent to engage in conversation. Ah, I see. So there is nothing to discuss? Didaze, who had initially appeared dejected, suddenly sat up with excitement, a look on his face that sent chills through Yagura. You audacious fool. Infiltrating the village hidden in the mist and daring to seek an audience with our Water Shadow. You shall perish here today, Yagura declared menacingly, preparing to eliminate Didaze on the spot. Excellent. Didaze produced a lump of clay containing an immense amount of chakra. Explode. He shouted with frenzied intensity, and the clay bomb detonated instantaneously. Light and brilliance engulfed the entire Water Shadow building. What has transpired? The Third Water Shadow rushed out upon hearing the enormous explosion, but his timing was ill-fated. He was met with the tremendous blast. Water release, water barrier. The Third Water Shadow swiftly seized Yagura, erecting a water barrier to shield against the explosion. His barrier was indeed formidable, effectively mitigating the explosion's impact. However, all other Umbu members perished in the blast. What in the world just happened, Yagura? The Third Water Shadow glared at the ruins of his Water Shadow building, seething with rage. An envoy from the Stone Village came to discuss matters, but I doubted their intentions. Suspecting them to be a spy, I had received no prior notice of an envoy from the Stone Village, Yagura confessed, his demeanor resembling that of a child caught in wrongdoing. Unbelievable. The Stone Village has grown so brazen. The Third Water Shadow was equally incensed. Recently, an envoy from the Cloud Village had approached him to deal with the Stone Village, but he chose to remain passive. Now, he felt compelled to ally with the Cloud Village against the Stone Village. That man should be dead by now. I will dispatch someone to unite with the Cloud Village and launch an assault on the Stone Village. The Third Water Shadow declared, his expression darkening. Who says I'm dead? A voice suddenly echoed from above. C2, Giant Dragon. Didaze, having received feedback from his shadow clone, eagerly began his assault, soaring directly above the village hidden in the mist. Didaze, The third water shadow's pupils dilated. He recognized this man. Didaze was renowned as the strongest genius of the Stone Village, having single-handedly repelled the massive army of the Leaf Village. Now, this man had dared to venture into the village hidden in the mist. He had assumed that the bomb was merely a tool for the expendable, never anticipating Didaze's audacity to confront the mist village alone. The dragon descended, and the third water shadow steeled himself to confront this colossal explosive dragon. Chapter 56. A bombardment from 10,000 meters above. Water release. Explosive water shockwave. The third Mizukage expelled a vast expanse of water in an attempt to hinder the descent of the C2 dragon. This immense body of water significantly slowed the dragon's fall. But that was the extent of its effectiveness. Boom. Deidara formed a hand seal, and the dragon erupted in an explosion. Despite the third Mizukage employing the explosive water shockwave technique to mitigate most of the blast's force, he was still flung away by the sheer impact. Damn it. Why is he so powerful? The third Mizukage wiped the blood from his lips, casting a wary glance at Deidara. Deidara, I know you can hear me. I wish to converse. The third Mizukage amplified his voice with chakra, calling out to Deidara in the sky. He fixed his gaze on Deidara, prepared to strike the moment he received a response. However, Deidara merely scoffed, remaining entirely focused on the third Mizukage, his hands continuously molding clay. Yagura summoned the 7 ninja swordsmen at once. Realizing that Deidara was not easily deceived, the third Mizukage felt a chill in his heart. Although young, Deidara was evidently no fool. His audacity to create chaos in his village indicated he possessed hidden trump cards. What am I thinking? The third Mizukage shook his head vigorously, dispelling his chaotic thoughts. It was far too early in the battle to entertain such disheartening notions. It would undoubtedly affect his performance. Water Shadow, I will fetch assistance immediately. You must protect yourself. Yagura nodded, then swiftly departed to summon reinforcements. Quite impressive. Deidara observed the third Mizukage and then tossed a flash bomb. Water release, water barrier. The third Mizukage wasted no time, promptly conjuring the water barrier to intercept the explosive. The flash bomb detonated at close range, enveloping the third Mizukage in blinding light. He felt as though he had entered the sun, unable to open his eyes. Exploding clay, double-winged bird. Seizing the opportunity while the third Mizukage was momentarily blinded, Deidara swiftly molded the double-winged bird and hurled it toward him. The bird flapped its wings, surging toward the third Mizukage with incredible speed. Water release, hidden mist technique. Although the third Mizukage could not see, he could obscure Deidara's vision. A thick fog instantly enveloped the area where the third Mizukage stood, cutting off Deidara's line of sight. Upon realizing he had lost sight of his opponent, Deidara immediately ceased controlling the double-winged bird and began to mold clay bombs anew. The abandoned double-winged bird collided with the ground, creating a series of craters upon impact. Recovering a bit, I must exercise utmost caution. The third Mizukage attempted to open his eyes, finally regaining his vision. He looked at Deidara with trepidation, aware that the latter's techniques left him vulnerable and uncertain on how to counter such an enemy. Water release, water line. The third Mizukage aimed a jet of water at Deidara in the sky, moving swiftly under the cover of the hidden mist technique, ensuring that each spray of water emerged from Deidara's blind spots. The water lines, infused with a significant amount of chakra, did not disappoint. They struck Deidara, even severing the wings of the clay bird, sending Deidara plummeting toward the ground. I hit him. The third Mizukage's expression brightened. C2 Dragon. Deidara swiftly formed the dragon once more, but this time it was not for offense. Fly, ascend to 10,000 meters. Deidara prepared to implement his unscrupulous strategy. After all, the hidden mist village was vast. He could unleash chaos without fear of retaliation. However, the village would be unable to strike at Deidara, who hovered high in the sky. So he's leaving just like that? The third Mizukage watched Deidara mount the dragon and soar higher until he vanished from sight, bewildered. He had not anticipated Deidara's retreat to be so effortless. Water Shadow, I have summoned reinforcements. Yagura rushed back, panting, having called upon the 7 ninja swordsmen. The head of the Hozuki clan, the leader of the Mizunoto clan, and the current host of the Six Tails. There's no need. I have already driven him away. Although the third Mizukage was unsure why Deidara had fled, he feigned confidence, projecting an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Deidara, high above, could not hear the third Mizukage boasting and could only respond with action. If it's aerial bombardment, then this will suffice. After pondering for a moment, Deidara began molding clay once more. Water Shadow, you are magnificent. The head of the Hozuki clan chimed in, flattering the third Mizukage. Though their previous leader was the second Mizukage, who had passed away, the current Mizukage was the third, and they needed to cultivate a strong relationship with him. The others quickly regained their composure and began to lavish praise upon the third Mizukage. He nodded in satisfaction. Next, we will collaborate with the Cloud Village. Boom. The third Mizukage's words were abruptly interrupted by a tremendous roar. What is happening? The crowd turned their gaze, witnessing a distant area being flattened by an explosion. From the sky, clay bombs continued to rain down, expanding and erupting in massive blasts as they neared the ground. Indeed, this was the expansion bomb that Deidara had previously used to obliterate the Akimichi clan. Damn it, is he conducting indiscriminate bombardment from that height? The third Mizukage's expression darkened, transforming his earlier joy into fury. Water Shadow, we cannot reach him. Yagura lamented, realizing that at Deidara's current altitude, they were utterly incapable of striking him. Or rather, there was no ability within the ninja world to attack an enemy at 10,000 meters above without flight. Quickly, organize the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to evacuate. We must work together to halt these clay bombs. The third Mizukage prioritized the retreat of the ninjas, recognizing that while civilians could be replaced, the loss of shinobi would be detrimental. Yes, Water Shadow. The crowd obeyed, dispersing to block the expanding bombs. Go down and assess the situation below. Deidara commanded his shadow clone, which transformed into a bomb similar to the expanding clay. He infused the clone with explosive chakra, effectively turning it into a bomb. Soon, the clone descended and was detonated. Okay, here's a refined version of your text, focusing on enhanced vocabulary and sentence structure while maintaining the original meaning. Chapter 57. Annihilation of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. The Demise of Shibuki, the Blast Word. Deidara smirked, absorbing the information relayed by his shadow clone. The seven ninja swordsmen were assembled, presenting a formidable challenge, particularly Shibuki, the Blast Word, which possessed an acute counter to his explosion release. The Thunderclap sword posed a lesser threat, as Deidara predominantly employed fire release to trigger his detonations, rather than lightning release. His primary objective was the acquisition of the Blast Word, followed by Samahata and Hiramakiri. The Kabutawari and the Thunderclap sword were of secondary importance. Deidara swiftly formulated his strategy. As for the Kubikirib CH, it was merely a replenishable, ordinary blade, holding no significance for him. Deidara executed a rapid descent. Expediency was paramount. C3, number 18. Deidara swiftly fashioned a clay effigy and descended to a mere 100 meters above the ground. Deidara, you dare descend. The seven ninja swordsmen, observing Deidara's proximity, brandished malevolent grins. Hiramakiri, release. Thunderclap sword, lightning descent. Sewing needle, impale him. The three swords capable of ranged attacks were immediately unleashed upon Deidara. The colossal Hiramakiri hurtled towards him. The Thunderclap sword summoned bolts of lightning, and the sewing needle elongated, lunging towards him. Wind release, blade of wind. Deidara released number 18 and, channeling a substantial amount of chakra, severed the sewing needle with a gargantuan blade of wind. Although the sewing needle could reassemble itself, the process was time-consuming, rendering it temporarily harmless. Impossible! My invincible sewing needle! The wielder of the sewing needle appeared incredulous, unable to comprehend the situation. He likely believed his blade, save for the Kubikirib CH, to be indestructible. In reality, the Kubikirib CH was often wielded by the weakest, as it was comparatively ineffective. Lightning release. Lightning accumulation orb. Deidara, observing the descending lightning, amassed lightning release chakra to create an orb radiating intense electrical energy. He hurled the orb skyward, drawing all the lightning summoned by the Thunderclap sword. How can this be? The wielder of the Thunderclap sword was aghast. He had assumed that his technique, being a summoning, would fare better than the sewing needle's physical attack. However, Deidara had neutralized his lightning with a mere orb. A novel ninjutsu, perhaps? Deidara mused, observing the lightning-struck orb. He had fashioned it after a lightning rod, utilizing a concentration of lightning release chakra to attract external electrical currents. This required meticulous control, a skill in which Deidara excelled. Thus, a shinobi adaptation of the lightning rod was born. Of course, the technique had its limits. Once the internal and external lightning release chakra neutralized each other, the orb would dissipate. As for the Hiramakiri, Deidara disregarded it entirely. Its immense size made it the slowest of the three, and being struck by it would be an act of utter foolishness. Deidara casually weaved through the air on his dragon, evading the ponderous strike. All you do is evade. Are you intimidated by the might of my Hiramakiri? The wielder taunted, attempting to provoke Deidara into confronting the full force of his blade. Such rudimentary taunts, Deidara remarked dismissively. Perhaps you should observe your right flank? Deidara offered a well-intentioned warning. Number 18 had begun to expand, growing from a mere meter to 5, 10, and eventually 50 meters. With Deidara's chakra infusion, it reached a colossal size of over 100 meters. Hiramakiri, release. The wielder of the Hiramakiri, oblivious to the true nature of number 18, assumed it to be a mere, albeit gigantic, hollow shell. His limited intellect prevented him from comprehending the extent of Deidara's power, which surpassed that of their own Mizukichi. The gargantuan Hiramakiri crashed into number 18. Cracks appeared on the effigy's surface. A gaudy, impractical fade. The bomber of a Wagakure is all bark and no bite. The wielder of the Hiramakiri scoffed triumphantly. The cracks on number 18 intensified. Something is amiss. The other swordsman, though not the sharpest, began to sense the impending danger. Shibuki, the blast word, exploding tags. Mere explosion release. I shall cleave it asunder. The wielder of the blast word swung his blade, instantly coating it with hundreds of explosive tags. He charged towards number 18. The blast word bestowed upon its wielder a degree of explosion resistance, as the blade was inherently a weapon of area of effect. Without such protection, the wielder would be annihilated by their own weapon. However, this resistance had its limits, capable of withstanding only the detonation of a few hundred explosive tags. Deidara's number 18 far exceeded this threshold. TCH, he truly fails to grasp his own limitations, Deidara observed, as number 18 reached its maximum inflation. He subtly formed the detonating hand seal. Boom. Number 18, at its zenith, detonated instantaneously, the cataclysmic explosion obliterating a considerable portion of Kirigakure. Damn it. The third Mizukichi, witnessing the colossal number 18, had rushed towards it. However, he was too late. Deidara had already initiated the detonation. The third Mizukichi shielded his eyes from the blinding explosion. His heart sinking. He knew that the 7 ninja swordsmen had been stationed there, and he doubted their survival. The swords of Kirigakure must not fall into the hands of a Wagakure. The third Mizukichi, disregarding the concussive force of the blast, charged into the epicenter. He would retrieve the 7 blades at any cost. The third Mizukichi? He dares to venture in now? Deidara, hovering in the sky, maintained his sensory awareness of the ground. He detected the Mizukichi's chakra signature hurtling towards the explosion's origin. His intentions are transparent. Deidara surmised. He's forcing my hand. Deidara had initially intended to remain aloft, as the lingering explosions, though diminished, still posed a threat. Explosive clay, twin-winged birds. Deidara launched the twin-winged birds towards the third Mizukichi to harass him, then directed his dragon downwards. He too would claim the swords. Water release, great waterfall technique. The third Mizukichi unleashed an A-rank water technique, obliterating the twin-winged birds with its sheer force. Shibuki, the blast word. Deidara, enduring the concussive force of the explosions, seized the blast word. He then grabbed the Kabutawari, the blunt sword, which lay nearby. Released them. The third Mizukichi arrived, immediately collecting the remaining blades. Hiramakiri. Deidara spotted the Hiramakiri and directed his dragon to retrieve it. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. The third Mizukichi unleashed a ninjutsu upon Deidara, creating an immense body of water with his full power. Enough. This old man seeks a confrontation. 3 blades shall suffice. Didaze had no intention of engaging in a deadly confrontation with the third Mizukichi. After seizing 3 of the ninja swords, he ascended into the sky, leaving the remaining 4 for the third Mizukichi to contend with. Chapter 58. Return to the village. Didaze swiftly ascended after placing 3 ninja blades into a sealing scroll, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The third Mizukichi, having tucked away the remaining 4 blades, felt an overwhelming urge to curse at Didaze, who was hovering above. He had never encountered such a despicable tactic and was genuinely disgusted by Didaze's actions. Chakra was running low. Didaze sensed his chakra reserves and realized he had only about 20 to 30% left. It was wise to withdraw and prepare for battle upon returning. He had no intention of depleting his chakra completely, as that would pose a danger should he encounter any foes. Although he was high in the sky and unlikely to face any threats, it was prudent to retain some reserves. Just as Didaze was about to depart, one of his scrolls began to stir. It contained the statue of the malevolent deity. As the statue emerged, tendrils of dark energy surged towards it. 5,674 souls, rewarded. After the statue absorbed the essence, a thunderous voice echoed in Didaze's mind. Suddenly, a surge of pure dark energy rushed towards him. Wind release, great breakthrough. Didaze gazed at the dark energy, his instincts screaming in alarm. He sensed the potent power within it, yet he was hesitant to accept the deity's gift. Previously, he had sought to claim the statue to become its master. But now he feared that accepting this dark essence would render him a servant of the malevolent deity. As Didaze dispersed the dark energy, a displeased grunt seemed to resonate in his mind, and the statue returned to its dormant state. This artifact is truly enigmatic. Didaze regarded the statue warily before sealing it once more in the scroll. However, this time he was cautious, planning to secure the scroll with sealing techniques once he reached Iwagakure. Below, Lord Mizuki's Yagura arrived alongside the clan leaders. Upon arrival, he noticed the third Mizuki's grim expression as he held for ninja blades. Lord Mizuki, could it be? Yagura glanced around, realizing none of the 7 ninja swordsmen were present. Go find new inheritors for these 4 blades and contact Kimogakure. I intend to initiate war. The third Mizuki's tone was not one of anger, but rather a calm resolve. Yet, Yagura could discern the fury simmering beneath the surface. Understood, Lord Mizuki. Yagura refrained from inquiring why only 4 blades remained, having witnessed the disappearance of 7 individuals amidst a great explosion. He surmised that Didaze had taken 3, leaving only 4 behind. Meanwhile, the Mist Village dispatched messengers to Kimogakure under the cover of night, all unbeknownst to Didaze, who was already en route back to his village. The explosive blades could be utilized by those skilled in explosive techniques, while the remaining 2. Didaze had no intention of wielding the explosive blades himself. Although their effectiveness was undeniable, they were better suited for those who excelled in close combat. Moreover, Didaze primarily relied on ranged combat. Thus, carrying the explosive blades would be a waste. Never mind, he thought. He would ponder it further upon returning to the village. Didaze understood that overthinking would serve little purpose. It was far better to let the appropriate individuals test them once they arrived home. Iwagakure. He had finally returned. Didaze stretched lazily as he controlled a colossal dragon to descend gently. Lord Didaze, please enter. The gatekeeper respectfully greeted him and promptly opened the gate. Didaze nodded and proceeded into Iwagakure. He headed directly to the sealing department, for the 3 ninja blades possessed summoning attributes. He needed Kirin to nullify this attribute before he could properly handle the blades. If he failed to address the summoning issue, the moment he withdrew the blades, they might be reclaimed by Kirigakure. Kirin, Didaze called out upon entering the sealing department. Didaze, what brings you here? Nanako is still in class. Kirin emerged, astonished to see him. I didn't come to see Nanako. I came to see you. Didaze replied with a smile, discarding the sealing scroll. The sealing scroll? These are the ninja blades from Kirigakure? Kirin exclaimed in shock as she approached the scroll. What on earth had Didaze been up to acquire the ninja blades of Kirigakure? There are only 3, but since they can be summoned, I need your help to resolve that issue. Didaze explained his purpose for visiting Kirin. Summoning techniques, you say? The A-rank sealing technique that Konoha provided us includes a specific method for that. Kirin pondered for a moment before smiling. Are you referring to the contract sealing technique? Have you mastered it? Didaze asked, astonished at her revelation. I have, Kirin nodded. That's splendid. Didaze's joy intensified. Initially, he had intended to use several B-rank ninjutsu for a simple sealing, but now that they had the contract sealing technique, the task would be much easier. The contract sealing technique could sever the summoning link with the ninja blades and was far more reliable than B-rank sealing techniques. Step aside, I'm a bit rusty. Please refrain from making noise to avoid distracting me, Kirin instructed as she took the sealing scroll. Understood. Didaze pulled up a stool, watching as Kirin prepared to execute the contract sealing technique. Contract sealing. After forming several hand seals, Kirin placed her hand on one of the ninja blades. This blade can now be retrieved. The sealing has been completed. Kirin wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling the tension. It was her first time applying the contract sealing technique in a real sealing scenario, and any failure could result in the ninja blade emerging from the scroll. Is this the Hiramiki? Didaze retrieved the first successfully sealed blade. Karine continued her work, wiping her brow as she pressed on with the sealing process. Before long, under Karine's adept sealing technique, the remaining 2 blades were also successfully severed from their summoning link. Meanwhile, far away in Kirigakure, the third Mizukage sensed the complete dissolution of his connection with the ninja blades and sighed in resignation. He had harbored hopes that Didaze was unaware of these techniques, allowing him to reclaim the ninja blades through summoning. But now, all hope was lost. Make Humogakure bring me good news. This war is unavoidable. A fierce glint flickered in the third Mizukage's eyes. Chapter 59. Distribution of ninja blades. At this moment, Didaze picked up 3 ninja blades and tested their feel, only to find them rather uncomfortable for his use. The explosive blade was more suited for the explosive release team. The scythe was too heavy, unsuitable for a long-range ninja like Didaze. The Hiramakiri required an excessive amount of chakra, and Didaze would much rather use his chakra to create an 18 than wield the Hiramakiri. Karen, you've worked hard. When the time comes, I shall inform Lord Tsuchikage of your contributions, Didaze said contentedly, holding the 3 ninja blades. Karen waved her hand dismissively. However, before that, I need you to assist me with one more task. Didaze pulled out a sealing scroll, which contained the seal of the evil deity. Please help me seal this scroll completely so that no one can open it, he said with a serious expression. Understood. Without further ado, Karen utilized a sealing technique to firmly seal the scroll, applying 10 layers of B-ranked sealing techniques that were more than sufficient to rival A-ranked seals. Didaze nodded in satisfaction and then made his way to the Tsuchikage's office, carrying the 3 ninja blades on his back. Passers-by turned their heads in curiosity. Are those the ninja blades from the Mist Village? Goodness, they appear to be. What has Lord Didaze done? Did he perhaps take down the 7 ninja swordsmen? Impossible. The 7 ninja swordsmen are usually based in the village. They would only venture out together during war. I suspect Didaze has caused a significant commotion in the Mist Village. The bystanders whispered as they observed Didaze's imposing presence with the 3 ninja blades. Soon, the rumors morphed from Didaze having defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen to him, having forced the 3rd Mizukage to kneel and surrender the blades. However, Didaze remained oblivious to the villagers' wild speculations as he arrived at the office door. Old man, look what I've brought back, Didaze exclaimed as he pushed the door open. Oh, today you called me old man. Why not refer to me as Lord Tsuchikage? Could have teased Didaze. You wouldn't understand, old man. Just look at these 3 ninja blades on my back. Didaze proudly displayed the blades to Noki. Noki's eyes widened as he gazed at the blades. You did wonderfully. He slapped his thigh, his face breaking into a broad grin at the sight of the blades. The Mist Village refuses to negotiate, so I simply detonated them. The 7 ninja swordsmen were all eliminated, but alas, I could only seize 3. Such a pity. Didaze sighed. 3 is already impressive. If you had managed to acquire all 7, I would gladly abdicate in your favor. Noki consoled Didaze. Please, I'm not ready to beat Tsuchikage just yet. You can continue in that role. Didaze quickly waved his hands in refusal. Becoming Tsuchikage would mean losing my freedom, and I'm not done enjoying life yet. I'll consider it a few years down the line. Can the village purchase these 3 ninja blades? Noki inquired tentatively. Oh, what need is there for payment? I'm donating these 3 blades to the village. Didaze tossed the blades onto Noki's desk. However, I do have some thoughts regarding their rightful owners. Observing the old man's eagerness as he fiddled with the weapons, Didaze chuckled. Speak. Noki replied, increasingly enamored with the blades, not even bothering to look up from them. I believe the explosive blade should go to the explosive release team for trial. The Hiramakiri is best suited for the tailed beast Jinchuriki, as its chakra capacity significantly enhances its explosive power. As for the blunt blade, I think only Brother Kutu and Brother Gant could make use of it. Didaze concluded, watching Noki's reaction. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Noki stroked his chin, contemplating, realizing that if given the choice, he would likely have made similar decisions to Didaze. By the way, the summoning technique on these blades was lifted by Karen, so remember to reward her adequately. Absolutely. Noki nodded. I shall designate this as an S-rank mission for Karen, along with a reward of 5 million Ryo upon successful completion. He generously declared the reward. As for you. Noki glanced at Didaze, pondering what reward to offer him. I require nothing. Simply allow me to examine the Book of Seals when the time comes, Didaze expressed. Eager to explore the dust release and the splitting technique, both jutsu, he was keen to learn. Do you wish to study the techniques of the second Tsuchikage? Noki discerned Didaze's intentions immediately. The Book of Seals from a Wagakure primarily contained earth release techniques, along with the jutsu created by the second Tsuchikage. Didaze had only glimpsed the dust release previously, with no time to explore further. Your primary focus should be on mastering dust release. The rest is of lesser importance to you, Noki advised earnestly. For he too had not mastered the splitting technique or the dustless bewilderment, and yet was considered strong among the current Kage. Not to worry. Mastering dust release should pose no difficulty for me. Once I perfect my wind release, I'll find practical application far superior to mere theoretical study. Moreover, I have a feeling I might grasp the splitting technique and dustless bewilderment quite swiftly, Didaze replied with a serious demeanor. Very well, if this is your desire. I shall not dissuade you. Here is the Book of Seals, Noki said, tossing the tome to Didaze. Kutu, please inform the two Jinchuriki and the explosive release team to assemble at the training ground at 8 tomorrow morning. You should also attend, Noki instructed, intending to observe who wielded the ninja blades most effectively, rewarding the one who excelled. Understood, Lord Tsuchikage. Kuta bowed slightly before exiting the office. I shall take my leave as well, old Lord Tsuchikage. Didaze began, only to suddenly change his address. Not a concern. I am not one to be bothered by such titles. After all, Kutu addresses me as old man daily. Feel free to call me as you wish. I shall not take offense. Noki chuckled, stroking his beard. Very well, I bid you farewell, old man. Didaze relented, accepting Noki's amiable demeanor. He then promptly leaped through the window. This child. Noki watched Didaze leap through the window with a smile, stroking his beard once more. Through the window? Noki paused mid-stroke. Didaze, come back. Fix the window. His voice echoed angrily throughout the Tsuchikage building. Chapter 60. The confirmed ownership of the Ninja Blade chapters 58 and 59 have undergone significant revisions. Those who have not yet read them should take a moment to revisit. At the training ground, Onoki addressed the 12 individuals before him. I trust you are aware of the purpose of your summons? Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. They replied in unison, with the exception of Otsutsu. Otsutsu was not present out of respect for Onoki, but rather for the benefit of the village itself. Now that we have established this, let us proceed with the trials. One by one, Onoki signaled to Deidara, who picked up the explosive blade, Bakuf. Explosive release team, step forward. Deidara instructed. And the 8 members of the explosive release team moved in unison, their faces alight with anticipation as they gazed at the blade. They could sense that they were capable of wielding Bakuf, though the intensity of their abilities would vary. Whoever can unleash the greatest power with this blade shall claim it for themselves, Onoki declared. Following his words, Deidara tossed Bakuf to the explosive release team. The first to attempt was Suna. Although he could wield Bakuf, his strength was not particularly impressive. The subsequent attempts yielded similar results, until finally, it was Sho and Ishido, the eldest among them, who demonstrated the most formidable prowess with the blade. Due to Sho's youth, Onoki decided to award Bakuf to him. Dull blade, Duzai. You too shall give it a try. Deidara produced the dull blade, Duzai, which was primarily weighty. A user lacking sufficient strength would find it nearly impossible to wield effectively. However, without chakra infusion, Duzai was merely heavier than an ordinary ninja blade, but once infused, it became significantly more burdensome. It is not as heavy as legends suggest, remarked Keidu, as he grasped Duzai and infused it with chakra, wielding it as if it were a mere toy. Face off against Han, Onoki suggested, intending to assess the blade's capabilities in combat. I'll take my turn, Keidu proclaimed, advancing towards Han with Duzai in hand. Steam mode. Han's body erupted with steam as he cautiously observed Keidu. Keidu swung the small hammer atop Duzai and approached at a deliberate pace. Han, enveloped in steam, unleashed a powerful punch towards Keidu. While Han's fist struck Keidu, his arm was simultaneously impacted by the hammer. However, with the chakra of a tailed beast, Han swiftly healed his injured arm. He then began to move rapidly, exploiting openings to deliver another punch at Keidu. Stop, stop! Keidu exclaimed, finding Duzai too unwieldy. His strengths lay in earth techniques, not taijutsu, and wielding Duzai hindered his ability to utilize his earth jutsu effectively. Keidu, you may step aside. Let us see how Keita performs, Onoki called. Understood. Keita picked up Duzai, facing Han directly. Commence. With Onoki's command, Han surged forward at high speed. Steel release. Keita activated his steel release, rendering Han's punches ineffective against his defenses. If Han attempted to unleash a full-force attack, Didaze would obstruct his assault. Garuda wielded Didaze like a war god, relying on his unparalleled defensive capabilities, focusing solely on offense. One hand swung the hammer while the other brandished an axe, relentlessly striking at Han. Even when he missed, he would retract and continue his assault, while Han found it impossible to close the distance. Even if he did, Garuda's steel release would protect him. Cease. Inoki observed Han's inability to land a hit and nodded in satisfaction. The combination of steel release and Didaze proved invulnerable in defense, while also possessing considerable offensive strength. The sole drawback was perhaps its slower mobility. However, this was inconsequential. For Garuda would likely find himself at the forefront in battle, where enduring and striking were of utmost importance. Dull blade, Didaze, will now belong to you. Inoki affirmed with satisfaction, as Deidara retrieved the final ninja blade. Who shall take the first turn, you or Otsutsu? Inoki inquired, glancing towards the two Jinchuriki from Iwagakure. I shall abstain. I have yet to reconcile with the Four Tails. It would be futile for me to attempt wielding it against Han, Otsutsu admitted, acknowledging Han's superiority. Then let Han take it. However, we require a target. Inoki's gaze fell upon Otsutsu, the implication evident. Are you suggesting I release the Four Tails? Are you certain? Otsutsu questioned, taken aback. Despite his grievances with Inoki, he would not resort to releasing the tailed beast merely out of spite. No worries, with so many present. The Four Tails would simply be subdued, Deidara chimed in with a smile. If you all are agreeable, then let us proceed. Otsutsu lifted his garments and pressed upon his abdomen. In a swift transformation, Otsutsu became the colossal Four Tails. Roar! The Four Tails bellowed, thumping its chest in fury. Perfect steam mode. Han's deep voice resonated. The blade began to grow exponentially. Wait, it can grow larger? Deidara watched in astonishment as the blade transformed from an ordinary ninja weapon to 5, 10, 20 meters. Upon reaching 30 meters, the blade continued to expand. Soon, it had reached a staggering 50 meters. Han struggled to maintain his grip on the immense weapon. Realizing his strength was waning, Han promptly activated perfect steam mode, significantly enhancing his power. Yet, he refrained from further increasing its size. 50 meters was already sufficient. Just transforming it to 50 meters had consumed nearly a third of his chakra. The colossal blade descended upon the Four Tails with tremendous force. Roar! The Four Tails was forcefully slammed to the ground, the overwhelming energy rendering it unable to rise. This is far stronger than that of the Mist Village. Deidara murmured to himself, observing the immense energy wave. As the dust settled, the Four Tails had vanished, leaving only a faintly unconscious Otsutsu behind. Ensure Otsutsu is taken to the hospital for proper treatment, with the best care possible. Inoki commanded, summoning a member of the Umbu, who nodded and carried Otsutsu away. Even if both the Mist and Cloud villages unite against us, we shall not falter. Inoki declared with a broad smile, recognizing the substantial enhancement Iwagakure had received. As for war, not only would they not fear the Mist, but even the Cloud village would not intimidate them. Return to your posts and familiarize yourselves with your new ninja blades. Deidara, accompany me. Inoki instructed those who had received the blades, before calling out to Deidara. Uncertain of Inoki's intentions in summoning him, Deidara nonetheless followed. Under Inoki's guidance, they made their way to the Iwagakure cemetery. Chapter 61. Secrets in the Grave Old Man. What have you brought me here for? Didaze expressed his confusion. Silence. Ohyuki gestured for quiet and approached a grave at the forefront. Master, may your spirit rest in peace. I am compelled to do this for the future of Iwagakure. Ohyuki murmured for a while before he began to excavate the grave. What? Didaze stood by, dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? Hurry and help me dig. Ohyuki chided the oblivious young man. Thus, the two of them, one old and one young, wielded shovels provided by Ohyuki to unearth the grave. The Umbu stationed at a distance were also taken aback, yet they dared not intervene, after all. This was the grave of the second Tsuchikage, and it was only fitting that the Tsuchikage himself conducted the excavation. Old man, why are we digging up the grave of the second Tsuchikage? Didaze inquired as he toiled. Years ago, my master imparted to me the techniques of the split technique and the dust manipulation, but I was unable to master them. Ohyuki gazed skyward, reminiscing. So, I placed these two scrolls beside my master, leaving only the most fundamental training methods, for I deemed it unlikely that anyone could learn these exceedingly challenging jutsu. Moreover, it is the safest place. No one would think to search my master's grave for them. Ohyuki chuckled softly. Old man, you are ruthless, Didaze exclaimed. giving Ohyuki a thumbs up after a moment of contemplation. Soon, they had unearthed the grave, revealing a sealing scroll resting atop the coffin. I wonder if Diyu saw this when he dug up the tomb of nothingness? Didaze pondered, gazing at the scroll. Forgive me, master. This is all for the younger generation of Awagakure. Ohyuki murmured as he began to refill the grave with soil. Hurry and help me. Ohyuki barked at Didaze, who was lost in thought while holding the scroll. An elderly man digging a grave while a young man daydreamed beside him. Was this a show of respect for elders? Oh. Didaze snapped back to reality at Ohyuki's reprimand and began to level the soil. In no time, they restored the grave to its original state. The distant Umbu stood in stunned silence. Just focus on your training. If you have questions, don't hesitate to ask me. Ohyuki intended to offer assistance, having once studied those two jutsu himself. However, he reconsidered, knowing Didaze's talent might lead to inquiries he could not answer. How awkward that would be. Rest assured, I will master them before the war begins, Didaze declared confidently, for he had nearly discerned the reason behind Ohyuki's struggles with those techniques. It was likely due to their intricate manipulation, which had eluded Ohyuki. Having mastered dust release, Ohyuki was reluctant to invest further time grappling with those two techniques. If he were to dedicate years to it, he might eventually succeed. Yet, this posed no concern for Didaze. You boast without a shred of modesty. Ohyuki rolled his eyes, dismissing Didaze's bravado. It was absurd to think Didaze could learn what had stumped Ohyuki, who was at such a age. My back hurts. I'm leaving. Without waiting for Didaze's retort, Ohyuki excused himself, citing his back pain. Never mind. I can't afford to waste time. I must focus on mastering these new techniques. Didaze felt a sense of urgency swell within him at the thought of the impending war. He returned home and immersed himself in the study of dust manipulation, finding it far more beneficial than the split technique. If he could become invisible, he wouldn't need to remain airborne. He could descend and stealthily attach clay bombs, precision striking, and the element of surprise in his favor. Let me see. Didaze opened the scroll detailing the training techniques for dust manipulation. Meanwhile, in Takigakure, Kakuzu, having just extracted a heart, uttered his final words before departing this world. Clutching several hearts, he remarked, "These are splendid, well saturated. I shall take my leave." With a disdainful snort, Kakuzu discarded the bodies of 4 jonin and vanished from Takigakure. Among his victims was even the village leader. However, Kakuzu remained unfazed. As long as he did not provoke the 7 tails, the 5 great nations would not concern themselves with such events. What did it matter to them if a leader perished in Takigakure? Having collected 4 high-quality hearts, he departed, leaving behind a ravaged village. The people of Takigakure could only bury their leader in a makeshift grave, using a simple marker. "Prepare a proper burial for our leader," the villagers lamented, their spirits low. They had no illusions about confronting Kakuzu. They understood their strength was insufficient to apprehend him. Any attempt to provoke him would likely result in retaliation against their village. Resigned, the villagers sighed and began constructing a grave marker. Meanwhile, Orochimaru arrived at Takigakure but did not cross paths with Kakuzu. Instead, he found an ordinary jonin on the outskirts of the village, swiftly eliminating him to seize his body. Notably, the jonin was male. It is time to return to Konoha. Orochimaru licked his lips after acquiring his new form. In Kumogakure, are you suggesting that you wish to wage war against Awagakure? The third Raikage furrowed his brow at the Umbu from Kirigakure. Previously, they had approached Kirigakure, only to be met with indifference. Now, they sought collaboration, indicating something was amiss. The third Raikage was neither reckless nor foolish. What is the reason? Why did you not respond before, and what has changed now? Standing beside him, Tidai inquired. What is the truth? To speak candidly, we have been invaded by Awagakure, and 3 of our Shinobigatana have been seized. The Umbu from Kirigakure sighed, aware that they could not easily deceive the Raikage. He had hoped to withhold such information, but it seemed imperative to reveal the truth to gain the third Raikage's consent. The third Raikage pondered thoughtfully, casting a glance at Tidai. You should step out and rest for a moment while we deliberate. Tidai understood the unspoken message from the Raikage and promptly conveyed it to the Umbu from Kirigakure. We hope Lord Raikage will agree to cooperate. For the emergence of another formidable village akin to Konohagakure is an outcome we all wish to avoid. With that final plea, the Umbu from Kirigakure exited the Raikage's office, escorted by the Umbu from Kumogakure to a resting chamber. Chapter 62. The Alliance of Jonin and Kirigakure. How do you perceive this, Suchikage? The third Reikage inquired after observing the umbu of the mist village retreating into the distance. I find the proposition plausible, considering the current overwhelming power of Iwagakure. Moreover, with the recent assault by Iwagakure, the resentment from Kirigakure is at its peak. Tsuchikage responded after a moment of contemplation. Your reasoning is sound. The third Reikage nodded in agreement. Furthermore, I estimate that Deidara will find it exceedingly challenging to inflict substantial harm upon you. You may disregard his explosive attacks entirely. As for the large-scale detonations targeting our ninja forces, we can easily intermingle our troops with those of Iwagakure. Tsuchikage elaborated on Deidara's vulnerabilities. Although his explosions are indeed formidable, what if our own forces are mingled with those of Iwagakure? Would he truly risk annihilating his own comrades? Should he dare to do so, he would face scorn and condemnation once the war concludes, rendering him unable to maintain his standing within Iwagakure. An intriguing notion. Yet a dilemma arises. How can we integrate with the Iwagakure ninjas when they will undoubtedly launch an offensive and cannot simply allow us to infiltrate? The third Reikage acknowledged, albeit recognizing the flaw in the plan. This necessitates your physical presence, Lord Reikage, leading a throng behind you. Your role would be to absorb the explosive impact while the initial group infiltrates, and with the subsequent support of an insider, the following units can seamlessly blend in. Tsuchikage articulated his strategy. Quite astute, Tsuchikage. You are indeed my most trusted advisor. The third Reikage's eyes lit up, patting Tsuchikage on the shoulder with a smile. Moreover, we can mobilize our elite forces fully. Given the current state of Konoha, they would not dare to invade us. And with the sand village being the farthest away, their logistical challenges render them incapable of intervening. The nearest threats, Iwagakure and Kirigakure, will be preoccupied with their own conflict, leaving us unassailed. Tsuchikage concluded his thoughts, awaiting the third Reikage's decision. Indeed, I comprehend your perspective, the third Reikage concurred, finding harmony with Tsuchikage's strategy. We shall either refrain from conflict or deploy our entire army. Inform the umbu of Kirigakure that I shall convene with the Mizukage in the Land of Iron tomorrow to formalize an alliance against Iwagakure. Thus, the third Reikage decisively initiated a campaign against Iwagakure. The choice of the Land of Iron was strategic, as he knew Konoha would be hesitant to act against Tsukage. The third Reikage discerned that even a visit to Konoha to establish a pact would be met with little resistance. Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely greet him and the Mizukage warmly, perhaps even treating them to a meal. Having long perceived the decay within Konoha, the third Reikage had refrained from action due to their formidable strength. However, he mused that should Konoha ever weaken sufficiently, it would be jonin that sounded the death knell for them. Soon, the umbu of jonin reconvened with the umbu of Kirigakure in the Reikage's office, where they engaged in brief discourse to finalize the time and location of their meeting. Upon securing the alliance, the umbu of Kirigakure returned home to share the auspicious news with their Mizukage. In Iwagakure, Deidara was immersed in training, infusing chakra into every inch of his skin as he attempted to master the dustless bewilderment technique, a ninjutsu demanding an even distribution of chakra enveloping the user's body. This required exceptional chakra control. Even the slightest deviation would result in failure to achieve invisibility. After a day of arduous practice, Deidara had only been able to cloak an arm. However, the invisibility of a single limb seemed futile as it remained perceivable in terms of presence. Deidara approached Inoki to discuss his struggles, only to find that Tsuchikage's eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Inoki had also endeavored to master the dustless bewilderment technique, yet after months, even years, he had made little progress. While his duties as Tsuchikage limited his training time, the true challenge lay in the technique's complexity. Encouraged yet doubtful, Inoki found himself mired in self-reflection. Could it be that my talent is so lacking? After Deidara's departure, that Tsuchikage was left feeling despondent. Since I cannot find a solution, perhaps I should seek out that young one. I have not seen her in quite some time. Upon returning home, Deidara continued to practice but noticed no advancement. He resolved to visit Uzumaki Nanako. Waiting at the academy's entrance for the school day to conclude, he finally spotted her emerging, accompanied by two other girls, engaged in laughter and conversation. Nanako, Deidara called, waving. She turned, puzzled, before rushing over. Deidara and I've been so busy with missions and couldn't visit. Have you been studying well? Deidara smiled as he took her hand. I've been studying hard and made many friends. Nanako pointed to her companions, beaming. Nanako, you know Lord Deidara. The two girls exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Lord Deidara, Could I have your autograph? One girl eagerly thrust her notebook and pen toward him. Starstruck. Of course, Deidara replied, signing his name with a flourish. Lord Deidara, why is it just your name? The girl queried, scratching her head in confusion. Shouldn't there be something else? Deidara pondered, equally perplexed. Explosive madman. Lord Deidara, your nickname is so powerful. Please add that too. The girl shook Deidara's arm enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Nanako's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once I learn sealing techniques, I'll have to inscribe a print of the explosive mad-in on each of my seals. Deidara, caught in a struggle of emotions, reluctantly inscribed the 4 words, bewildered as to why such an unflattering moniker was met with such enthusiasm. Chapter 63, Diamond Seal After Signing. Didaze's 2 young admirers joyfully departed. Let us go. I am eager to see how you have mastered your sealing techniques, Didaze remarked, gently ruffling the little one's crimson hair. Master Didaze, I have actually learned an A-rank sealing technique, but I haven't even told teacher Carling about it yet. Vortex Nanako said with a sly smile. Oh, then let me witness your progress. Didaze suppressed his astonishment, adopting a casual demeanor. This little one had mastered an A-rank sealing technique in just a few weeks. Such talent was truly astonishing. Didaze's mind was tumultuous with surprise. He believed that if Anoki were to learn that Vortex Nanako had transformed from a novice to a practitioner of A-rank sealing techniques in mere weeks, he would be even more astounded than Didaze. It was akin to an infant who has yet to walk, achieving a remarkable time of 10 seconds in a 100-meter dash within a few weeks. This kind of talent had never been seen in a Wagakure, and even in the land of whirlpools, it would be considered the epitome of genius. Indeed, Vortex Nanako lifted her chin, seemingly seeking Didaze's praise. Nanako, you have done exceptionally well. You will undoubtedly become the finest sealing master in the future, and perhaps I will need your assistance then, Didaze said, smiling as he patted Vortex Nanako's vibrant hair. After being touched, her head lowered, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Master Didaze, let us head to the sealing class. Vortex Nanako, a bit shy, hastily shifted the topic. Then let us proceed, Didaze said, leading Vortex Nanako towards the sealing class. Along the way, she stole glances at him countless times, though Didaze remained oblivious, as the little one merely glanced and quickly averted her gaze. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the sealing class. Sir, please open the door. It's me. It was the end of the sealing class for the day, coinciding with the conclusion of the Ninja Academy's sessions. Carling had sacrificed her personal time to teach Vortex Nanako. However, for Carling, mentoring a prodigy was not a burdensome task. Oh, it's Nanako. Come in. The gatekeeper opened the door, gesturing for Vortex Nanako to enter. Master Didaze, you have come too? The gatekeeper recognized the golden-haired youth immediately. Didaze was easily recognizable, as golden hair was exceedingly rare in a Wagakure, and there was no other golden-haired youth who walked alongside Vortex Nanako. Sir, I have come to observe Nanako's progress, Didaze replied with a smile. Of course. The gatekeeper seemed flabbergasted, not expecting such courtesy from Didaze. Didaze and Vortex Nanako entered the sealing class, making their way to Carling's dedicated room. Knock, knock, knock. Didaze rapped on the door. Come in, Nanako. Carling replied without looking up, engrossed in her study of the 4-symbol seal. Didaze ushered Vortex Nanako inside. Didaze, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Carling inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion as she regarded Didaze. I came to check on Nanako's training results, and today she has a significant surprise to share with you, Didaze said, nudging Vortex Nanako forward with a smile. Oh, Nanako, what surprise do you have for me? Carling pinched Vortex Nanako's cheek playfully. Master Didaze, Teacher Carling, I have learned the diamond seal. Vortex Nanako would have previously protested against Carling's affection, but now she was too excited to care. Earlier that morning, she had felt an unusual surge of power within her. To her astonishment, she discovered that she had mastered the diamond seal. Hurry, let me see. Carling's voice faltered momentarily before erupting with joy. Vortex Nanako's accomplishment in mastering the diamond seal was monumental news for Carling. After all, Vortex Nanako was her student, and her strength brought Carling immense happiness. Indeed, it is the diamond seal, Didaze affirmed, sensing the authenticity of the technique. Given that other sealing techniques had been learned so swiftly, it was perplexing. The only plausible explanation was the diamond seal, which could be attributed to Vortex Nanako's extraordinary talent and her innate lineage. If she had mastered other sealing techniques, it would have been truly unfathomable. You used the diamond seal. Carling began, intending to suggest that Vortex Nanako demonstrated on her, to gauge its power. However, upon noticing Didaze beside her, she hesitated. Try it on me, Carling. Your physical strength would not yield meaningful results, Didaze advised. Although Didaze himself was an adept in long-range combat, his physical prowess was commendable, at least at the level of a high-ranking ninja. However, Carling, who dedicated her time solely to sealing techniques, likely had physical strength inferior to that of an average male chunin. Then, Master Didaze, shall I proceed? Vortex Nanako asked. Go ahead. I too am curious as to why the Vortex clan's diamond seal is so renowned, Didaze replied. Earth Release, Hardening Technique. Didaze utilized the Earth Release to significantly enhance his physical strength, albeit at the cost of reduced speed and continuous chakra consumption. This technique was primarily designed to withstand physical damage, akin to the concept of iron in one piece. However, due to the swift nature of ninja attacks, the hardening technique was rarely employed before one met their demise. Diamond Seal. As Vortex Nanako exclaimed the name, a flurry of golden chains erupted behind her. Each chain surged towards Didaze, swiftly ensnaring him. However, due to the hardening technique's enhancement, Didaze soon broke free from the diamond seal. While the power was commendable, most high-ranking ninjas would find it challenging to escape. It was lacking in speed. At its current velocity, it could only bind some chunin. Didaze articulated Vortex Nanako's shortcomings. Yet, mastering an A-rank sealing technique in just a few weeks is a talent that is exceedingly rare throughout history. In the future, I may very well rely on you, he concluded, gently ruffling Nanako's hair. Master Didaze, I will not disappoint you, Vortex Nanako declared with a serious expression. Carling, I have another matter for which I require your assistance. Didaze turned to Carling, revealing the additional purpose of his visit. Please help me seal away my chakra. Leaving only that equivalent to a low-ranking ninja, I wish to train. Didaze intended to restrict his vast chakra, seeking a balance from a minimal amount. This way, even when he later restored his original chakra, he could swiftly adjust based on the sensations experienced while sealed. Please take a seat. I will assist you with the sealing. Carling replied, nodding slightly, indicating for Didaze to sit. Dustless Obscuration Chapter 64. The imminent war. The sealing is complete. Carling wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Sealing Didaze's chakra proved to be quite challenging. The sheer volume of Didaze's chakra made it difficult to contain, even in the absence of any resistance from him. However, this seal would only last for 3 days. If you require further sealing after that, feel free to seek my assistance again, Carling remarked to Deidara. Even without any deliberate action from Deidara, his chakra would unconsciously exert pressure against Carling's seal. 3 days should suffice, Deidara nodded slightly. Nanako, I have noticed your progress. In the future, my elder brother may need to rely on you more, Deidara added, affectionately ruffling the little one's hair. For some reason, he felt a sense of ease every time he touched her head. Elder brother Deidara, I understand. The whirlpool. Nanako gazed up at Deidara, a wave of joy swelling within her heart. Daida's words indicated that he might require her help in the future, motivating her to strive even harder to grow. So she could indeed assist him when the time came. Deidara observed the spirited whirlpool Nanako, chuckling softly before departing from the sealing team to continue his training. The specter of war loomed ever closer, and if he did not learn quickly, there would be no time for further study once the conflict erupted. Training ground. I will channel my chakra into my right hand. Deidara skillfully made one hand disappear, then focused on the other. With the enhancement of the sealing technique, the diminished chakra made it considerably easier for Deidara to control. Soon, he successfully rendered his right hand invisible as well. Excellent. My hypothesis proves viable. Witnessing his success, Daida's spirits lifted significantly. He resumed his concentrated efforts on the dustless mirage technique. While the agreements between the Mist Village and the Cloud Village signaled an impending assault on the Rock Village, war seemed poised to ignite at any moment. 3 days later, Rock Village office. The forces from the Cloud Village and Mist Village are en route to us. Fortunately, due to our geographical advantages, they can only attack from one direction, preventing a pincer movement against us, Ohyuki informed the senior officials of the Rock Village. Among those present were not only high-ranking officials, but also 2 Jinchuriki from the Rock Village alongside Carling and Kuratsuchi. Deidara had also been invited to this high-level meeting, not merely as an observer, but as a voting member alongside the other leaders. Indeed, Deidara had been designated as a senior official of the Rock Village just days prior. If they wish to fight, let us engage, It will serve to bolster our rock village's reputation and demonstrate who truly holds the upper hand. An elderly man with graying hair slammed his hand on the table, exuding a fierce resolve. I share the same sentiment. Let us proceed with the vote, he added. Although it was termed a vote, it was evident that Ohyuki had already secured the majority within the council, rendering the meeting a mere formality. As the results came in, with Daida's vote included, the motion passed unanimously among the 7 present. Deida felt a hint of surprise. He had anticipated some dissenting voices. Given that everyone is in agreement, we shall take the initiative and engage in battle with the Cloud Village and Mist Village starting tomorrow. Ohyuki decisively concluded the meeting. Cloud Village Father, the forces from the Mist Village have arrived. We can prepare to set forth. Yagura excitedly burst into the Raikage's office, eager for the impending battle. He had long awaited this moment. During the Second Ninja World War, the Cloud Village had been sidelined, and their lone engagement had ended in defeat, leaving him with lingering dissatisfaction. Now, it seemed fate had presented him with a chance for retribution. Haha, let us go. The third Raikage bellowed with hearty laughter. Rallying the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and thousands of ninja to prepare for their encounter with the Mist Village. Although the 2 Tails Jinchuriki was quite aged, the battlefield demanded the presence of Jinchuriki. As for the younger 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, leaving him behind in the Cloud Village seemed far more perilous than taking him along. Shortly, the third Raikage and Yagura led the Cloud Village's ninja to the borders of the Land of Lightning, where they met the third Mizukage and his entourage of shinobi. Mizukage, how many warriors have you brought? The third Raikage wasted no time and posed the crucial question. Our Mist Village, surrounded by sea, has fewer missions to undertake. Thus the third Raikage, anticipating the response, understood even before the Mizukage finished speaking. Consequently, I have brought only 1,500 shinobi. However, rest assured, both of our Jinchuriki and the clans with bloodline limits are present, the third Mizukage quickly supplemented, seemingly aware that his numbers were indeed lacking. After all, this number was merely equivalent to the vanguard of the Rock Village's forces. It was rather embarrassing for a village to launch a war with such a meager contingent. As expected, the third Raikage's already dark expression darkened further. Mizukage, you were the one who sought our alliance. Your current actions reflect a lack of sincerity. If this is how you intend to proceed, I believe our pact could be reconsidered, he threatened, narrowing his eyes. You bring a mere 1,500 when I have gathered nearly 4,000? Are we to engage in combat or merely partake in a leisurely gathering? Furthermore, if the third Mizukage could only muster this many, the third Raikage would have to contemplate whether to confront the Rock Village or the Mist Village instead. The third Mizukage, observing the threat emanating from the third Raikage, sighed inwardly. He had not wished to assemble such a paltry force, but the aftermath of Daida's previous assault had left many shinobi engaged in reconstruction efforts. Raikage, I can allocate 1,000 more shinobi, but should we achieve victory, I shall take 30% while you receive 70. The third Mizukage conceded, acknowledging the necessity of extracting additional forces, even at the cost of slowing the rebuilding process. Very well, Mizukage, you have proven to be quite reasonable. The third Raikage's demeanor softened instantly, as if the earlier tension had never existed. After all, the previously agreed-upon 50-50 split had now shifted to a 70-30 division favoring the Cloud Village. It was no wonder he felt pleased. While the Mist Village might have fewer numbers, the presence of Jinchuriki and Kage was paramount, rendering the average combat strength less critical. The third Raikage feigned seriousness merely to extract some benefits. Though he appeared robust, he was far from a simpleton devoid of intellect. Chapter 65. The Ambush on the Mist Alliance in the Hidden Stone Village. This battle marks our first encounter of fewer against greater numbers, and it is undoubtedly one of the most significant confrontations for our village. Do we possess the confidence to face this challenge? Anoki, the Tsuchikage, has mobilized the shinobi, addressing them with fervor. Although the strength of our ninjas may be slightly inferior, we have amassed an impressive force of 8,000 warriors, with a portion deliberately left behind to guard our home. Despite the absence of Konoha due to treaty obligations and Sunagakure being in a weakened state, we must remain vigilant against the smaller ninja villages. We cannot afford to be humiliated by an unexpected breach. Thus, Anoki has retained a quarter of the shinobi for defense. Yet, even with this precaution, our numbers surpass the combined forces of the Mist and Cloud villages. However, it is essential to note that while our base-level strength is formidable, we lack the elite power that the Mist and Cloud villages possess. The The resounding voices of the gathered shinobi seem poised to shatter the very earth beneath them. Let us prepare for battle. Each ninja will be rewarded based on the rank of the enemy they defeat, and those wishing to train in dust release will find no obstacle in doing so. Inoki is aware that no prodigies exist here capable of mastering dust release. Yet this does not deter him from using it as a means to inspire his troops. The Tsuchikige's presence commands respect. As anticipated, the crowd erupts into cheers for their esteemed leader. With spirits high, Inoki feels compelled not to delay any longer. With a commanding shout, the forces of the Hidden Stone Village surge towards the border. Old man, your mobilization has been commendable. Inoki reflects, soaring through the air using the heavy stone technique, for he must oversee the entire operation. The only one capable of conversing with him at this altitude is Deidara, who also flies above. To be a true leader, one must inspire hope in others. If one cannot paint a grand vision for their people, they are unfit for the role. Inoki muses, recalling his own humble beginnings before he became the cunning Tsuchikage he is today. Wait, allow me to join you. Inoki calls out as he observes Deidara's clay bird, feeling that flying alone has lost its significance. Rather than squander chakra and stamina, it would be wiser to hitch a ride. Come aboard, old man. Deidara halts his clay bird before Inoki, who readily settles atop it. A clay bench. Deidara forms a lump of clay, swiftly shaping it into a bench. Rest easy. Old man, I shall keep watch below. He tosses a clay bench to Inoki. This contraption. It won't explode, will it? Inoki asks, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he grips the clay bench. Should it detonate, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Fear not, it is merely a standard clay construct. I have not infused it with explosive chakra. Even if you were to set it ablaze, it would not detonate. Deidara rolls his eyes, dismissing the notion of an explosive bench. However, a thought crosses his mind. What if he were to shape one into the appearance of a sealing scroll? An evil grin spreads across his face, sending a shiver down Inoki's spine. The ninja forces advance at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary folk, reaching the borders of the Earth Country in just 3 or 4 hours. Old man, we have arrived. Deidara glances down, spotting an opposing army approaching the border. Let us launch a surprise attack. Inoki declares, rising from his seat. Oh, Deidara raises an eyebrow, intrigued by the idea, which aligns with his own thoughts. Then let us proceed. Deidara directs his clay bird towards the Mist Alliance, where the Third Reikage and the Third Mizukage are receiving reports of significant chakra signatures ahead. Reikage-sama. Mizukage-sama, we have detected a large chakra presence ahead. A sensing ninja from the Cloud Village reports. What? The Third Reikage glances at the Third Mizukage, relishing in the superiority of his subordinate's abilities. Though the two villages are allied, this does not inhibit the Reikage's competitive spirit. The Mizukage, however, remains impassive. All units, accelerate. Form your ranks and prepare for battle. The Third Reikage bellows, bolstering his voice with chakra. The Third Mizukage echoes his command, igniting the battle spirit within their shinobi. Come on, old man. Deidara ascends higher into the sky until they reach an altitude of 10,000 meters. They hover directly above the Mist Alliance. Undetected due to their elevation, typical sensing ninjas perceive horizontally. Only the most skilled can sense vertically, and even they would struggle to detect two figures at such heights. Old man, begin gathering your power, Deidara instructs, as he swiftly molds clay bombs. Dust release, dust dispersal technique. Inoki channels energy, expanding his dust release into a formidable form. C3, number 18. Deidara shapes the basic explosive. Brace yourself, old man. I am about to dive. Deidara announces, and the clay bird plummets towards the ground at an astonishing speed. Reikage-sama, Mizukage-sama, there is a massive chakra source above us. A sensing ninja beside the Reikage suddenly stands. Agitated. What? C3, number 18. Moments before impact, Deidara halts the clay bird, casting the explosive downward. Dust release, ultimate dust dispersal technique. Inoki unleashes nearly a third of his chakra into the dust release, which expands dramatically. Boom. With a thunderous shout from Deidara, the number 18 detonates. Impossible. The Third Reikage's eyes widen in disbelief as thousands of shinobi cry out in agony. Yet, their pleas fall on deaf ears, aside from a few resilient jonin. The majority of the forces are decimated. In a single strike, the Mist Alliance suffers the loss of nearly 800 to 900 warriors. Meanwhile, Inoki's dust release approaches the ranks of the Mist Alliance. Water release, great waterfall technique. The third Mizukage hastily conjures a water barrier to counter Inoki's technique. But the disparity in power proves insurmountable. Within mere seconds, the Mizukage's water is shattered. Nevertheless, many manage to escape the range of the dust release attack. Old man, your dust release only claimed 200 to 300 lives, Deidara observes, surveying the square crater left behind. Enough. We must retreat now. We risk being cornered. Inoki urges, aware that they are now perilously close to the ground, where the Mist Alliance can easily retaliate. Chapter 66. Hell's Assault. Deidara heeded Inoki's counsel and departed from the scene. After all, his aerial bombardment served little purpose. The Mist allied forces could easily disperse, and even if he exhausted his chakra, he would scarcely eliminate a handful of them. As for surprise attacks, one successful strike sufficed. A second attempt would inevitably raise their vigilance, significantly diminishing the chances of success. Achieving the elimination of approximately 1,000 foes in this single ambush was already a considerable triumph. Lord Reikage, Lord Mizukage, we have been ambushed, suffering approximately 1,000 casualties. Although a precise tally had yet to be conducted, the battlefield, littered with corpses, suggested a death toll nearing 1,000. Damn it! The third Mizukage clenched his fists. Deidara's targeted assault was particularly close to the hidden Mist Village. To put it succinctly, the Mist Village bore the brunt of the losses, sustaining 80% damage, while the Cloud Village only suffered 20%. Mizukage, now is not the time for anger. Save your wrath for the main battlefield. The third Reikage's countenance remained grim. He had not anticipated Deidara and Inoki's audacity to directly ambush their army of 6,500. This boldness had already earned Deidara a measure of respect from the third Reikage. Deidara humph. The third Reikage grunted softly before continuing on his path. This time, however, he remained vigilant, instructing several sensory ninjas to monitor the skies, abandoning ground detection entirely. Meanwhile, Deidara had long since vacated the area. Old man, I'm coming down. Deidara suddenly announced to Inoki as he approached the rock ninja forces. What on earth are you planning? Inoki furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Deidara's intentions. You, a long-range fighter, wish to descend? With a chuckle, Deidara's form began to fade. What? Inoki's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Deidara's gradual disappearance. You actually mastered the dustless mist technique in such a short time. Inoki found himself at a loss for words to express his shock. After years of training with no progress, Deidara had achieved mastery in mere moments. Instantly, a wave of envy washed over Inoki's spirit. Old man, I'm going into hiding. Deidara called out before leaping down and blending in with the multitude of Rock Village ninjas. Once the battle commenced, Deidara would swiftly infiltrate the Cloud Village's inner ranks. Truly a genius. Inoki marveled at Deidara, who had become undetectable, feeling for the first time the stark disparity between individuals. Ahead lay the Rock Village's ninja army. Charge alongside Lord Reikage, shouted Tukadai to the ninjas behind him. The third Reikage, donning the lightning armor, surged forward with vigor. The third Reikage has arrived. Everyone, prepare to defend. Tukadai bellowed to the Rock Village ninjas at the forefront. Earth style, Earth flow wall. Tukadai quickly formed hand signs and summoned the Earth flow wall to shield against the third Reikage, whose body crackled with electric energy. As the Rock Village ninjas behind Tukadai followed suit, a multitude of Earth flow walls formed an impregnable barrier, seemingly isolating the third Reikage. Hell's Assault, 4 books of convergence. The third Reikage retracted his thumb, his lightning armor radiating blinding electricity. He charged directly at the Earth flow wall, effortlessly piercing through it, as if it were mere paper. What immense power! Spread out. Tukadai shouted in alarm upon witnessing the third Reikage's formidable might. Release, Flatfish. Han's deep voice resonated, infusing vast amounts of chakra. The Flatfish grew to a staggering 80 meters in size, straining under Han's grasp. Boil release, monstrous strength. Han exuded copious steam, lifting the enormous Flatfish to strike at the third Reikage. Reikage move. The third Mizukage warned as he observed the immense Flatfish, sensing the chakra surging within the weapon. A direct hit would spell certain doom. Ha ha ha. Now this is entertaining. To everyone's surprise, the third Reikage showed no inclination to evade. Hell's Assault, 3 books of convergence. The third Reikage retracted another finger, the electricity surrounding him intensifying. The third Reikage charged headlong toward the Flatfish, leaving the third Mizukage in a state of disbelief. The collision between the third Reikage and the Flatfish was fierce. Han continued to exert pressure, channeling chakra to enlarge the flatfish even further, surpassing 100 meters. The third Mizukage watched in awe, astonished that Han could wield the flatfish with such strength. What formidable power! The third Reikage was forced to retreat under the relentless onslaught of the flatfish. Hell's Assault, 2 Books of Convergence. The third Reikage unleashed an even more potent surge of lightning-released chakra, charging toward the flatfish with colossal force. Han found himself at a disadvantage, being driven back by the third Reikage's might. Earth Style, Mountain Earth Technique. Tukadai immediately formed hand signs, attempting to obstruct the third Reikage's advance. Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique. The third Mizukage swiftly countered with the Great Waterfall Technique to hinder Tukadai, despite the elemental disadvantage. Tukadai's strength paled in comparison to that of the third Mizukage. Under the torrent unleashed by the third Mizukage, the Mountain Earth Technique was easily overwhelmed. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Just as the third Reikage prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Han, Inoki's voice rang out. Simultaneously, the dust release approached the third Reikage. Damn it! The third Reikage swiftly withdrew, aware that despite being renowned for his formidable physique, he would struggle to survive a direct hit from the dust release. After all, this technique inflicted true damage, and no amount of physical or magical resistance could withstand it. Attack! The third Reikage commanded his ninjas with a sweeping gesture. With a surge of power, he propelled himself toward Inoki, who was suspended in the air. "You madman!" Inoki exclaimed, hastily evading the oncoming third Reikage. Despite the high likelihood of hitting him with the dust release, if the Reikage landed a single blow, it would be enough to send Inoki to the afterlife. Chapter 67. The Escalating War. Haha. "Oh, Noki, you old fool. You seem rather fearful of death." The third Reikage bellowed, plummeting from the sky to the ground, his booming voice echoing through the air. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Noki, disregarding the third Reikage's trivial provocation, raised his hand and unleashed a dust release attack directed at the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage promptly evaded the technique with remarkable agility. Indeed, the accuracy of dust release left much to be desired, as even a mere shadow-level ninja could easily dodge it. Meanwhile, Deidara had stealthily infiltrated the Mist Alliance using his Doton, dust cloud technique. This technique is truly effective, Deidara mused, observing how everyone around him seemed oblivious to his presence, a testament to the extraordinary capabilities of this ninjutsu. Despite the presence of numerous sensory ninjas within the army, easily numbering in the hundreds, not a single one could detect him. Based on the prowess exhibited by the second Tsuchikage in the original narrative, only shadow-level sensory ninjas could possibly sense someone utilizing the dust cloud technique. The third Reikage has paved a path for us. Charge! Just as Deidara began to mold his clay bombs, the Mist Alliance suddenly surged forward. It was none other than the third Reikage, enduring a barrage of ninjutsu from numerous opponents, carving a path for his comrades. The once impenetrable formation of a Wagakure crumbled under the relentless assault of the third Reikage and the expansive water release techniques of the third Mizukage. Even Han and Old Purple were prepared to summon tailed beasts to confront the enemy. "Still want to advance?" Deidara sneered, swiftly tossing his meticulously crafted nanobombs into the fray. He minimized the presence of these bombs, ensuring they went unnoticed by the surrounding ninjas. After throwing the nanobombs, he retreated to a safe distance. While his strength would protect him from the bomb's effects, who would wish to flirt with death? Once he had distanced himself sufficiently, Deidara formed a hand sign. Detonate. The nanobombs exploded silently, causing no alarm among the ranks. Charge. Following the silent explosion, the ninjas of the Mist Alliance continued their fervent assault, oblivious to the brewing disaster. Boom. Suddenly, a ninja exploded mid-stride. Nearby comrades were injured by the blast, but before they could call out a warning, they too erupted. What is happening? Tsuchikage turned to witness the Mist Alliance ninjas detonating one after another, resembling a harrowing chain reaction. Vivid crimson blood threatened to saturate the earth beneath them. What? The third Reikage, hearing the commotion behind him, could not help but glance back. He was met with the sight of his allies exploding like bombs. His expression shifted to one of alarm. Deidara had succeeded. Noki beamed at the chaos unfolding within the Mist Alliance ranks. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Noki, seeing the dazed third Reikage, launched another dust release attack at him. The third Reikage attempted to evade, but was a moment too late due to his momentary distraction. Fortunately, he managed to avoid a fatal blow though a portion of his hair was vaporized by Naki's attack, leaving him looking somewhat bald. The ninjas of Awagakure began to taunt the third Raikage, trying to rattle his composure and provoke an irrational response. The third Raikage cast a wary glance at Noki above and then concentrated his power into a single point. If his rear flank was compromised by Awagakure, then surely he could breach their defenses in return, restoring the battlefield to its original state. It must be said, the third Raikage possessed a keen understanding of warfare. Sometimes, rather than solely aiding one's allies, it is more effective to strike the enemy as fiercely as one would their own. Hell's Piercer, one finger. An immense force coalesced at the tip of the third Raikage's index finger. Dodge! Kage shouted to the ninjas behind him as he noticed the third Raikage gearing up for his attack. Han activated his steam mode and dashed to the sides. Boom! The earth release wall shattered upon contact with the third Raikage's one-finger technique, collapsing as effortlessly as a blank sheet of paper. In no time, the earth release wall was obliterated under the third Raikage's might, allowing him to plunge into the ranks of his enemies, wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, Deidara's operations yielded devastating results. His nanobombs had claimed the lives of approximately 700 to 800 individuals, predominantly lower-ranked ninjas, with only a handful of upper-ranked shinobi perishing. Clay bow and arrow. Deidara fashioned a clay bow and arrow, aiming directly at the third Mizukage. The dust cloud technique allowed not only Deidara's own body to become invisible, but also any object that he could physically contact. However, this invisibility was contingent upon the object's size, as larger entities could not become concealed. Moreover, should the connection be severed, the object would reappear immediately. Sensing imminent danger, the third Mizukage swiftly conjured a water barrier. Following that, he plunged into the ranks of Awagakure's ninjas, unleashing a torrent of water that swept away numerous foes. The formation of Awagakure descended into chaos. All-out attack. Suchikage seized the moment, issuing commands to the rear troops. The army surged toward the Awagakure forces. Roar! Han transformed into his complete form, the Five Tails, charging forth at the Mist Alliance. Hell's Piercer, one finger. The third Raikage's finger erupted with tremendous lightning, hurtling toward Han. Dust Release, original world separation technique. Noki, witnessing the third Raikage's onslaught against Han, quickly employed the original world separation technique to divert his trajectory. The third Raikage, momentarily hindered by the dust release technique, altered his course just as he was about to strike Han, who had already surged forth. Melt Release, Shield of Protection. Suchikage, observing Han's charge, immediately summoned the Shield of Protection to intercept the attack. Yet, Han's power far exceeded the shield's capacity, which crumbled after merely 6 or 7 seconds of resistance. Nevertheless, Suchikage had afforded the Mist Alliance sufficient time to respond. A massive turtle emerged on the battlefield. The current Jinchuriki of the Three Tails from Kirigakure. Thanks to the gentle nature of the Three Tails, each generation of Jinchuriki managed to establish a bond, wielding its power. However, this generation's Jinchuriki struggled to fully control the beast's might, yet amidst the chaos of battle, lack of control mattered little. The ability to slay was paramount. Simultaneously, a feline-like creature engulfed in blue flames appeared on the battlefield, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails from Kumogakure. This individual had confronted their inner demons and successfully allied with the Two Tails. As for the remaining Jinchuriki of the Six Tails and Eight Tails, one was an infant and the other a child. Chapter 68. Capturing the Three Tails Jinchuriki. The Three Tails rolled forward, crashing into the fully formed Five Tails. Such weight. Han attempted to use the head of the Five Tails to shove the Three Tails away, but to his dismay, he found it utterly impossible to move the Three Tails. It was as if a colossal mountain stood before him, immovable and steadfast. Meanwhile, the Two Tails had swiftly arrived at the battlefield, launching a clawed assault directly at Han. He hurriedly evaded, yet still felt the sting of the Two Tails' claws grazing him. Fortunately, the Two Tails was renowned for its agility rather than brute strength, so the impact was not particularly painful. Thanks to a copious amount of chakra, the wound left behind was swiftly healed. However, with the Three Tails blocking his path, the Two Tails could unleash its attacks without restraint. Even if the damage was minimal, the Two Tails could strike Han with a claw almost every second, dodging effortlessly between assaults. The Three Tails consistently obstructed Han's attempts to retaliate against the Two Tails, forcing him to breach the Three Tails' defenses first. Observing Han's disadvantage, Deidara resolved to cease utilizing ninjutsu against these ordinary ninjas. They were insignificant compared to the prowess of the Jinchuriki. After all, this was not the entirety of the ninjas from the Cloud and Mist villages. Even if they were all defeated, it would only result in a temporary setback. Yet, losing a Jinchuriki would be a devastating blow. With this thought in mind, Deidara immediately molded a colossal clay bird. He simultaneously dispelled the dust concealment technique, as the sheer size of the clay bird required substantial chakra to maintain invisibility. Once atop the clay bird, Deidara would be airborne, making it difficult for anyone to reach him. Thunder rumbled ominously as Deidara prepared to launch his clay bombs. Suddenly, he unleashed a mighty fire technique, fire release, great fireball technique. He directed the fireball upwards into the sky. What on earth is he doing? The three Jinchuriki exchanged puzzled glances at Deidara's actions. C3, number 18. Yet, Deidara offered them little time for contemplation as he swiftly crafted a massive puppet aimed at the three tails. The two tails was far too agile. An attack on it would likely be evaded, wasting precious chakra. Conversely, the three tails was not as nimble, despite a slight reduction in effectiveness. The likelihood of hitting it was nearly guaranteed. The enormous puppet plummeted from the sky, hurtling directly towards the three tails. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, and the surrounding sand was kicked up, obscuring visibility. As the smoke dissipated, Han fixated intently on the spot where the three tails had stood, ready to pounce the moment it showed signs of fatigue. The three tails' exterior darkened, and fragments of its armor fell away. Had this been a wild three tails, it would have succumbed to unconsciousness from such a blow, but this was the Jinchuriki of the three tails. It shook off the pain and continued to glare at Han. Mountain jump. Han sensed the three tails was displaying signs of weariness, an encouraging sign. He concentrated all his chakra into his front legs and charged fiercely toward the three tails. In response, the three tails quickly utilized its vast chakra to repair its armor. This restoration was not merely a patching of wounds. Rather, it was akin to donning an entirely new suit of armor, consuming a significant amount of chakra, approximately 30% even for the three tails. The three tails spun faster and faster, barreling directly towards Han. Thunder rumbled ominously. Almost there. Deidara murmured to himself, observing the darkening sky and the increasingly frequent rumbles of thunder. As it appeared that rain was imminent, Deidara seized the opportunity to bring forth the storm with a single fire technique. Shadow clone technique. Deidara formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone that immediately advanced toward the three tails, continuing to weave seals as it approached. Lightning release. Giant lightning ball. As the clone completed its final seal, it arrived at the side of the three tails, which was currently engaged in a contest of strength with Han. However, Han found himself at a disadvantage due to the incessant interference from the two tails, which frequently lunged at his eyes and legs. Han had to simultaneously withstand the three tails' powerful charges while evading the two tails' relentless attacks. Han, retreat. The shadow clone reached the three tails' side and shouted, completing the last seal for the giant lightning ball. Hearing Deidara's voice, Han, albeit confused, instinctively leaped backward. He propelled himself away with great force. What is happening? The Jinchuriki of the three tails suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over him, reminiscent of the fear he felt as a fledgling ninja before a higher-ranking shinobi. Why? The three tails Jinchuriki gazed up in confusion, only to witness a thick bolt of lightning descending from the heavens. Indeed, Deidara had unleashed the lightning ball upon the three tails. Struck by the lightning, the three tails bore a charred mark upon its body. However, this was not a lethal blow considering its formidable defense. It merely hindered its mobility. Alas, the three tails was not merely facing a single strike of lightning. The giant lightning ball had absorbed a third of Deidara's chakra, and he estimated that it would remain active until the downpour concluded. Roaring, the skies darkened further with the presence of more bolts of lightning, relentlessly bombarding the three tails as if it were a beast undergoing tribulation. The armor encasing the three tails shattered under the assault of the lightning, and the once mighty roars of the three tails transformed into desperate cries of anguish. While the complete form of the three tails boasted immense defensive capabilities, it was rendered insignificant against the forces of nature. C3, number 18. Seizing the moment, Deidara capitalized on the three tails' diminished defenses, hastily molding and hurling the number 18 at the three tails. Boom! The armor of the three tails shattered entirely, and its complete form was dispelled, leaving the Jinchuriki of the three tails unconscious. Dust concealment. As he launched the clay bomb, Deidara had already activated the dust concealment technique and positioned himself beside the three tails, awaiting its transformation back into the Jinchuriki form. The instant the three tails reverted, Deidara swiftly seized it and summoned the clay bird to ascend into the sky. Well done. Observing this turn of events, Inoki, who was engaged in battle against the third Reikage, couldn't help but smile. Capturing an enemy Jinchuriki first was a significant advantage. Moreover, the captured Jinchuriki was none other than the three tails, an asset well suited for the battlefield. Unlike the two tails, the three tails was heavily armored and could crush foes with its immense weight. To have such a battlefield weapon captured so early in the war filled Inoki with immense satisfaction. Chapter 69. Seizing the six tails, that incompetent fool. The third Mizukage, trailing behind the third Reikage, cursed under his breath. The capture of their own Jinchuriki so swiftly was hardly auspicious news for them. Meanwhile, high above, Deidara was preoccupied with locating his next quarry. The two tails' agility rendered it a challenging target for capture. Guillotine drop. Deidara shifted his gaze toward Ai, who was locked in combat with the explosion core. The 8 members of the core had encircled him, yet this encirclement failed to inflict any substantial harm. Instead, I unleashed a flurry of punches, left and right, with unrestrained vigor. Aside from Archer's explosive blade, which was capable of inflicting injuries, the remaining members of the explosion core barely managed to breach ice defenses. Some attacks didn't even accomplish that. Moreover, the Cloud Village took notice of Ice's predicament, and their forces were advancing toward the encirclement. However, Archer's area of effect abilities proved formidable, preventing anyone from approaching. Archer infused his chakra into his explosive blade, each strike accompanied by a deafening explosion, combined with his own explosion release. Each blast resulted in scores of casualties. Mirror Water Technique. Yagura finally arrived, unleashing the Mirror Water Technique upon Archer. A perfect replica of Archer emerged from the mirror. Given that Yagura was controlled by Toby later, he likely hadn't had time to master this technique, suggesting it was developed much earlier. Archer's power with the explosive blade surpassed Yagura's own, limiting the replicated Archer to only 70 of the original strength. This was the upper limit of what Yagura could replicate. Any stronger, and he would be unable to do so. The instant the clone appeared, it charged toward the Iwagakure ninja, scattering them in disarray. Clay bomb. Twin-winged birds. Observing Archer's clone wreaking havoc, Deidara promptly launched his freshly crafted, large twin-winged bird. As it soared through the air, the bird fragmented into numerous smaller versions, each moving along an erratic trajectory. Wind release. Gale force. Yagura, unfazed by the miniature birds, directly unleashed a wind-based attack, intending to blow them away. His wind release struck the birds with precision. What? Unexpectedly, the birds remained unaffected and instead underwent a secondary division. The already diminutive birds fragmented further, becoming even tinier. These were composed of nanobombs, Deidara's creation. Any attempt to attack them would only cause them to shrink further until they became virtually undetectable. Boom. The clay bombs detonated, and the remaining nanobombs infiltrated the Mirror Water Technique clone, triggering a secondary explosion. The clone dissipated into a puddle of water. Deidara, splendid work, Archer shouted from below, then brandished his explosive blade and slashed at Yagura. Yagura narrowly evaded the blow, but was still caught in the explosion's aftermath, leaving his shoulder charred. He quickly retreated from the battlefield. The third Reikage, witnessing his son's peril, abandoned his offensive and opted to protect him. For him, his son was irreplaceable, and his safety took precedence. Hell stab, four-finger no-kite. The third Reikage reshaped his fingers into 4 points and charged toward the explosion core. This technique was chakra-intensive and reserved for dire situations. Only the infinite chakra of Edo Tensei made it seem like a minor skill to be used casually. Steel release. Earth release. Hardening technique. Keidu, who was wreaking havoc on the outer perimeter, witnessed the scene and immediately rushed to intercept the third Reikage. He brandished his blunt sword, Kabutawari, to parry the attack, activating his steel release and hardening technique. Enhanced by both steel release and hardening technique, Keidu's physical fortitude reached its zenith, rivaling even the third Reikage's renowned physique. However, the hardening technique rendered him a stationary target. Yet, even as a stationary target, his defenses were nearly impenetrable. The third Reikage's four-finger nukite pierced through Kabutawari's defenses and plunged toward Keidu's chest. Clang! A crisp sound echoed, for distinct finger marks appeared on Keidu's chest, and he coughed up blood. However, his aura remained undiminished, indicating only minor injuries. Dustless, bewildering cover. Deidara formed a hand seal, and his clay bird, along with himself, vanished from sight. He was about to embark on a mission that required utmost chakra conservation, the abduction of the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, with the intention of becoming its host. But first, he would assist Keidu. Such resilience. Concealed in the sky, Deidara struggled to find a solution against the third Reikage. How foolish of me. Deidara slapped his forehead in realization. If I can't harm the father, I'll target the son. Let's see if you come to his rescue then. Shadow clone technique. Deidara channeled half of his remaining chakra into a shadow clone. He nodded to the clone, who then used the chakra to create a clay bird. The clone then crafted clay arrows and fired 5 consecutive shots at I dodged the first arrow, but the remaining projectiles surrounded him. He was forced to rely on his lightning release armor for defense, resulting in a dimming of the armor and a further darkening of his already dark skin. The third Reikage, witnessing this, abandoned his pursuit of Keidu, who seized the opportunity to retreat. It wasn't that the third Reikage didn't want to kill Keidu, but he prioritized his son's safety above eliminating an enemy. The shadow clone, adhering to the original's intent, continued to launch arrows, aiming to buy time and create an opportunity for the real Deidara. What's the situation at the front? The leader of the sealing squad guarding the Six-Tails Jinchuriki asked with concern. Unknown, but it appears we're at a disadvantage, a member of the sealing squad replied. Unable to discern individuals from a distance, they could only see the massive-tailed beasts. The disappearance of the three tails indicated that it was no longer combat capable. Prepare the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. The squad leader's face showed reluctance, but quickly hardened. For the sake of victory, every Kurigakure shinobi must be willing to sacrifice. Nearby, Utakata. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki continued to weep, unaware of the fate that awaited him. Chapter 70, C3. Enhanced. Invisibility number 18. Unleash the seal. Let us undo this binding. The chief of the sealing squad declared, pivoting to gather Utakata into his arms. He then sprinted towards the front lines with haste. Had he detected me? Deidara mused, barely having reached Utakata's side before the ninja whisked him away. This made Deidara suspect his presence had been compromised. Deidara steered his clay behemoth towards Utakata's fleeing form. Surely, it's merely a coincidence, he reasoned, observing the ninja's obliviousness. He's just stumbled upon this by sheer luck. Mine, Deidara exclaimed, snatching Utakata with a swift motion. What? The sealing squad leader, mid-sprint, felt the abrupt absence of weight in his arms. He turned to see Utakata levitating, ascending higher and higher. Oh, heavens, descend at once. The mist ninja pleaded, frantic. How could he have been ignorant of the Six-Tails' aerial capabilities? Why was this crucial information withheld? Meanwhile, Utakata, aloft in the sky, faded into translucence before vanishing entirely. The Six-Tails is secured, Deidara thought, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the infant Utakata. The thought of sparing him due to his tender age never crossed his mind. Deidara harbored no such leniency. The shadow clone has dissipated, has it? Deidara mused, receiving the transmitted information. The third Mizukage had ambushed and shattered the shadow clone, allowing the third Reikage to resume his devastating rampage. First, let's bring a temporary halt to this conflict. Sealing the Six-Tails promptly is the prudent course, Deidara decided. Preparing to test his newly developed technique, an amalgamation of dust release and explosion release. This innovation would transform his clay bombs into cloaked instruments of destruction, amplifying their deterrent effect. However, this came at a cost, a significant surge in chakra consumption. Deidara's chakra was already dwindling precariously. This scarcity was precisely why he sought to seize a tailed beast and seal it within himself. Among the available options, only the Six-Tails rivaled the Eight-Tails in chakra reserves. Confronting the Cloud Village for the Eight-Tails would incite an all-out war with the Stone Village. The Mist Village, however, lacked such tenacity. Deidara opted to exploit their weakness. Steel Release, watch over these two, Deidara commanded, entrusting the swaddled Utakata and the unconscious Three-Tails Jinchuriki to the recuperating Steel Release user. Without awaiting a response, he advanced towards the heart of the battlefield. Simultaneously, the fourth Reikage, found his thoughts in disarray. He struggled to comprehend how Deidara, who had been his equal just months prior, could now overwhelm him with a mere shadow clone. Could someone truly experience such accelerated growth? Fool, what troubles you? The third Reikage chided, discerning A's bewilderment. Amidst the chaos, he delivered a forceful slap that sent a reeling. Father, murmured, regaining his clarity after the blow. His eyes now resolute. Indeed, what am I questioning? Am I faltering simply because I've been surpassed? Reikage-sama, the Mist Village's Six-Tails Jinchuriki, has been abducted. A cloud ninja bellowed, struggling to be heard over the din of battle. The third Reikage, engrossed in combat, was inaccessible, necessitating a shouted message. Killer Bee, A exclaimed, leaping from the fray towards the Cloud Village's stronghold. If the Six-Tails Jinchuriki has been seized from the rear, could Killer Bee be? A's heart raced with anxiety and dread. He had come to respect Killer Bee, and the prospect of losing him caused him immense pain. The third Reikage followed closely behind, heading towards Killer Bee's location. That scoundrel, the third Reikage. With the third Reikage returning to safeguard the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, the third Mizukage's situation grew dire. Dust Release was now solely focused on him, forcing him to evade and seek cover, leaving him no opportunity to weave hand signs. The time it would take to complete a single sequence was sufficient for Inoki to end his life. The third Mizukage could only fervently hope that Inoki's chakra would soon be depleted. However, Inoki was still in his prime, making such an outcome unlikely. The third Mizukage was reduced to a pathetic spectacle, running and dodging Inoki's relentless attacks. C3. Enhanced. Invisibility number 18. Deidara intoned, expending the last of his chakra to create a puppet, which he hurled towards the rear. The puppet was entirely invisible as it plummeted towards its unsuspecting targets, the Mist Village's rearguard, who remained stationary, unaware of their impending doom. Deidara had deliberately targeted them to inflict maximum damage. He surmised that exacerbating the Mist Village's losses might incite infighting with the Cloud Village, whose allegiance was purely transactional. Should the Mist Village falter, the Cloud Village would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Boom! The invisible number 18 detonated, engulfing the Mist Village's rear guard in a cataclysmic explosion. The unshielded ninja, caught completely off guard, had no time to react or flee. Approximately 500 Mist Ninja perished in Deidara's invisible inferno. Combined with previous casualties, the Mist Village had suffered the loss of 2 Jinchuriki and over 1,500 ninja, potentially more. In contrast, the Cloud Village had lost fewer than 1,000 ninja, and their Jinchuriki remained unharmed. Third Mizukage, will you persist in this conflict? Your Jinchuriki have been captured, and your rear has been utterly destroyed, Inoki declared, having witnessed the colossal explosion. He knew Deidara had successfully targeted the Mist Village's rearguard, and sought to demoralize his opponent. The third Mizukage had indeed heard the explosion, but dared not turn to witness the devastation. He feared Inoki would exploit the distraction to strike. However, his resolve had already crumbled upon receiving news of the Six-Tails capture. A ninja had risked his life to deliver the message, only to perish moments later on the battlefield. This conflict must end. The third Mizukage's mental state was teetering on the brink of collapse. He gazed at the rampaging Two-Tails Jinchuriki, his mind spiraling into despair. Mist Village, retreat. The third Mizukage commanded, before fleeing towards the rear. He no longer considered the Cloud Village an ally, having witnessed the third Reikage indiscriminately attacking Mist Ninja on several occasions. That damned third Reikage, you'll pay for this. The third Mizukage harbored deep resentment towards the third Reikage, as the Mist Village had suffered unacceptable losses. Chapter 71. A resounding victory. The ninjas of the Mist Hidden Village began their retreat. The third Mizukage no longer cared about the casualties that would ensue. His losses had already been substantial. As the leader fled, the remaining ninjas exchanged glances, yet they ultimately followed suit. However, many were slain during the escape, leaving only around 700 to 800 to follow the third Mizukage out of the battlefield. Alas, my army! The third Mizukage lamented, but it was too late for regrets. He led the remaining few away from the fray. As for the Jinchuriki, discussions about compensation with the Rock Hidden Village could wait. The priority was to exit the battlefield and prevent further needless deaths. If this continued, the Mist Hidden Village might lose its title as the weakest among the 5 great shinobi countries to the Sand Hidden Village. Perhaps the only silver lining was that the majority of those who survived were Chunin and Jonin. With the Mist Hidden Village in retreat, would the Cloud Hidden Village continue to resist? On seeing the third Mizukage's flight, Inoki did not attempt to stop him. Firstly, it was futile. A fleeing Kaga-level ninja was beyond his grasp. Secondly, allowing the third Mizukage to escape would alleviate some pressure from the battlefield after the Mist ninjas departed. Despite the current advantage, the Rock Hidden Village had still lost nearly 2,000 men, and their losses were not far off from those of the Cloud and Mist allied forces. Yet, even so, it was a considerable gain. For the rock ninjas were generally weaker than their cloud and mist counterparts, albeit in greater numbers. "Father," Night Moon AI exclaimed, observing the third Mizukige's retreat. Unable to contain his irritation directed towards the third Reikage. "Umph." The third Reikage grunted, his expression darkening. The third Mizukige's violation of their pact by fleeing was indeed infuriating. Seeing her father silent, Night Moon AI pounded the ground in frustration. "Lord Reikage, shall we retreat?" Suchikage inquired, standing before the third Reikage. The opposing rock ninjas of the explosive release faction were still wreaking havoc, while the Two Tails and Five Tails were locked in combat, with the latter gaining the upper hand thanks to the assistance from the earth. Meanwhile, Inoki had distanced himself following the third Mizukige's departure, and the old Zetsu had unleashed his lava release to devastating effect, with Deidara, a formidable weapon of war, still in the sky. In light of the third Mizukige's exit, Suchikage could hardly fathom how the cloud-hidden village could secure a victory. Unbeknownst to him, Deidara had exhausted his chakra, leaving him with only the clay bird beneath him. "Let us retreat." The third Reikage sighed softly. "I shall assist you in holding off the pursuers," the third Reikage declared, transforming into a flash of blue lightning before Suchikage could respond. "As our forces withdraw, I will cover our retreat." An overwhelming chakra radiated from the third Reikage, instilling both apprehension and excitement in Inoki's gaze. He yearned to encircle and eliminate the third Reikage here. "Old man, do not engage in futile endeavors." Deidara swooped down to caution Inoki. "Even if we were to slay the third Reikage, it would yield no benefit. His strength would cost us dearly, and it would incite the cloud-hidden village's absolute enmity towards us." Deidara continued, "While the state of war may not be significant, once it concludes, the repercussions will be severe. If the third Reikage perishes, the Ascendant Night Moon AI will undoubtedly retaliate against the rock-hidden village." Most crucially, Deidara had no chakra left. Given his depleted chakra, it was uncertain how many lives the rock village would expend to eliminate the third Reikage. It could very well amount to thousands. The third Reikage could withstand the assault of 10,000 for 3 days and nights, and at that time, Inoki was still at his peak. Now, however, he had expended considerable chakra attacking the third Mizukige. With all these factors combined, Deidara felt that attempting to encircle the third Reikage would be a profoundly unwise endeavor. "Your reasoning is sound, but shall we simply allow the cloud-hidden village to retreat?" Inoki expressed his reluctance to concede as he gazed at the slowly retreating cloud forces. "Fear not, old man. We can certainly extract our due from the mist-hidden village." Deidara pointed at the two Jinchuriki beside Gongtu, grinning. "Moreover, with the mist village suffering such losses while the cloud village remains largely unscathed, do you believe these two villages will continue their alliance? Very well. Let us heed your counsel." After some contemplation, Inoki concurred with Deidara's logic. "What is happening?" The third Reikage remained on high alert in his most potent lightning release armor, prepared to strike at anyone attempting to breach his defense against the cloud forces. Yet, as he waited, no one made a move. Inoki merely hovered silently in the sky. This unnerved the third Reikage further. Despite his robust physique, he possessed sharp instincts and sensed something amiss with the rock-hidden village. "Where?" The third Reikage focused intently on Inoki and Deidara, stretching his perception to its limits. The cloud forces had retreated for half an hour, yet the third Reikage remained rooted in place, engaged in a silent battle with the air around him. How could this be? He sensed nothing. Sweat beaded on the third Reikage's forehead. "Retreat." Inoki, observing the stationary third Reikage, felt utterly helpless. He had expected the enemy to flee, but the third Reikage stood there for half an hour, while the cloud forces had long vanished without a trace. Amidst the third Reikage's astonishment, the rock-hidden village's forces gradually withdrew. Soon, they departed the battlefield, leaving the third Reikage alone. Wait. The third Reikage pondered deeply, suspecting that this behavior was uncharacteristic of Inoki. Could he have launched a surprise attack on the rear? The third Reikage gasped in horror. Was this a ruse by Inoki to draw him away? Or had the rock ninjas in the front simply been transformations, while they had already attacked the retreating forces? "Inoki, you are indeed cunning." The third Reikage's imagination ran wild, and he gritted his teeth as he sped towards the retreating army. "Please let it not be too late." The third Reikage silently prayed. Achoo! Inoki, mid-flight, sneezed. "Old man, have you caught a cold?" Deidara teased, observing Inoki's sneeze. "I have an inkling that someone is speaking ill of me from behind," Inoki replied gravely. Chapter 72. Becoming the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Did you not come under attack, Suchikage? The third Reikage sprinted towards the main force of Kumogakure with unparalleled speed, reaching the destination in just 1 minute, a journey that would typically take 30 minutes. Attack? Suchikage gazed quizzically at the Reikage. The third Reikage, perplexed, pondered the absence of an assault. Why had a Wagakure refrained from attacking? Never mind, let us return, he sighed. This had been the swiftest war he had ever fought, arriving in the morning and departing by evening, with a complete rout behind him. A Wagakure had grown far too powerful. His apprehension towards a Wagakure had reached its zenith. Meanwhile, how shall we deal with these two Jinchuriki? Inoki observed the unconscious Three-Tails Jinchuriki and the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Inoki had already regarded Deidara as the fourth Suchikage, and the fate of these two Jinchuriki lay in Deidara's hands, as he had captured them. Old man, do you think I am fit to become a Jinchuriki? Deidara posed a question instead of directly answering. You wish to become a Jinchuriki? Inoki furrowed his brow, beginning to understand Deidara's motives for abducting the two Jinchuriki. I aspire to become the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. My chakra has always been a limitation. If I can resolve this issue, my strength will ascend to a new level. Deidara nodded in agreement. In recent months, he had often encountered the insufficiency of his chakra and had come to realize its constraints. But how shall we resolve this? Becoming a Jinchuriki was undoubtedly the optimal solution. Yet, the current Jinchuriki in the village were in their prime, with several decades of life ahead, barring unforeseen demise. Inoki contemplated. The Six-Tails, you say? Since you wish to become a Jinchuriki, proceed boldly. I will shoulder any consequences. After a moment of deliberation, Inoki reached a decision. If other villages dared to demand Deidara's tailed beast, he would ensure they paid dearly, even at the risk of his own life. This was Inoki's resolution. In making this choice, he had cast aside concerns for his own life. Old man, it is sufficient that we can return the Three-Tails. I shall bear the costs. The Six-Tails will be sealed within you upon returning to the village. Inoki hastily concluded, not granting Deidara a chance to interject. Deidara nodded. As long as he became the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, the immense chakra would propel him into the realm of superiors, a formidable force capable of concluding a great nation's war single-handedly. Silence ensued. Soon, they returned to a Wagakure. Inoki confined the Three-Tails Jinchuriki to a dungeon, instructing Han, Ganto, and Kato to guard him, ensuring that he was securely bound. Even if the Three-Tails were unbound, encountering these three would lead to an inevitable defeat. The following day, in a clearing, Deidara approached Yutaka, preparing to lift the seal. To alleviate the potential agony of the seal's removal, Deidara skillfully ensnared Yutaka in a Jinjutsu, allowing him to depart painlessly. The Six-Tails emerged. In this desolate expanse of a Wagakure, devoid of anything but rocks, the Six-Tails immediately began exuding corrosive liquid that seared the ground, akin to magma rather than venom. The potency of the corrosive liquid was formidable. Contact would surely lead to death. Deidara observed the Six-Tails with newfound seriousness. First, you must lie down properly. C2 Dragon. Deidara formed the dragon, whose size closely matched that of the Six-Tails. Without any preliminary bombardment, the dragon charged directly at the Six-Tails, inflicting significant damage. Yet, the Six-Tails' injuries were not severe, as it utilized its chakra to mend itself swiftly. Dust release, detachment of the limit. Inoki, gathering energy, unleashed a dust release technique aimed at the Six-Tails. With its limited mobility, the dust release was exceptionally effective against such a lumbering-tailed beast. Half of the Six-Tails' form was vaporized, causing it to collapse. Yet it did not perish. A tailed beast only dies when it is utterly devoid of chakra or its head is destroyed. As long as there is chakra, a tailed beast can continuously regenerate. After all, while tailed beasts may appear as beasts, they are essentially conglomerates of chakra. SEAL team, proceed. As the Six-Tails lay incapacitated, Deidara commanded the sealing team to act swiftly. Impossible, Lord Deidara. We cannot approach. Despite having only half its form, the Six-Tails continued to spew corrosive liquid, preventing the sealing team from getting close. Vajra binding. Just as Deidara prepared for an extended battle, a familiar voice resonated, followed by golden chains ensnaring the Six-Tails. Has she mastered Vajra binding? Inoki's jaw dropped in astonishment. SEAL team, hurry. Nanako has restrained the Six-Tails. Deidara, noticing Nanako's flushed face, felt a pang of compassion. Yet now was not the time for distractions. The foremost priority was to seal the Six-Tails and ensure Nanako's efforts were not in vain. The sealing team advanced rapidly. Vortex Nanako enveloped the six tails in bindings as it struggled fiercely. Meanwhile, Nanako herself blushed deeply while exerting all her strength to restrain the beast. For symbol seal, Kaling placed her hands upon the six tails, initiating her first four-symbol seal. Success! Deidara observed the six tails bound by the four-symbol seal and stepped forward to become the Jinchuriki. Old man, hurry and take Nanako to the hospital. Standing before the six tails, Deidara saw Nanako collapse due to chakra exhaustion, his heart aching for her. However, the immediate concern was to conclude the sealing of the six tails, prompting him to send Inoki to escort Nanako to the hospital. I understand. Remain calm. She will be safe with me. Inoki hoisted Nanako onto his back and took flight towards the hospital. Lord Deidara, let us commence. Kaling utilized the four-symbol seal to begin sealing the six tails into Deidara's body. The six tails resisted violently, but it proved futile. Under the A-rank sealing technique, its struggles were in vain. Before long, the six tails was sealed within Deidara, while Kaling collapsed from chakra depletion due to the immense effort required for the sealing process. I shall take Kaling to the hospital. You all may return. Deidara hurriedly made his way towards the Iwagakure hospital with Kaling in tow. Chapter 73. Deceiving the six tails. Upon arriving at the hospital, Didaze placed Carling onto the bed and stepped outside to find Inoki. Old man, how is Nanako? Didaze inquired. He was aware of Carling's condition. Her fainting was merely a result of excessive mental stress followed by a sudden relaxation, which was not serious. Nanako is fine. She simply overexerted her chakra. She will recover in a few days, Inoki replied. However, you have been quite adept at keeping secrets. Only now do I learn that Nanako has mastered the diamond lock. Inoki chuckled, pleased to witness the potential of the new generation in Iwagakure. With talents like Huangtu, Didaze, Nanako, and Sho, Inoki felt he could leave this world content, knowing he had fulfilled his duty to his master. Old man, wait a moment. The tailed beast within me is restless. I need to visit the mental space, Didaze suddenly said to Inoki before sitting down on a chair and entering the mental realm. Inoki stood guard beside him. In the mental space, the six tails attempted to disrupt Didaze with its chakra, preventing him from using ninjutsu effectively. Six tails, let us sit and converse. Didaze addressed the persistent creature, which continued to ignore him and focused on interfering with his chakra usage. Kabenu, let us have a proper discussion, Didaze called out, using the creature's name directly. How do you know my name? The voice of the six tails, a sultry tone, echoed. Oh, so you are female? Didaze responded, somewhat surprised. He had assumed the six tails was male, not realizing it was female with such a melodious voice. You still haven't answered my question. How do you know my name? The six tails pressed impatiently. That requires recounting a dream I had long ago. Didaze feigned a nostalgic demeanor. When I was a child, I dreamed of an old man wielding a scepter with eyes shaped like ripples. The sage of six paths. The six tails' eyes sharpened, recognizing whom Didaze referred to. The old man told me that the world would be destroyed by one named Kagaya Otsutsuki, who would bring about the apocalypse. He wished for me to unite all the powers of the ninja world to resist Kagaya before the end came. He also mentioned that even more terrifying beings from beyond would follow, and if we remained divided, we would face utter annihilation when the invasion occurred, Didaze continued. The six tails appeared to believe Didaze's words, sitting quietly on the ground. Furthermore, he revealed that the nine-tailed beasts were separated from a creature called the 10 tails. Didaze glanced at the six tails as he spoke. You actually know of the 10 tails. The six tails looked up at Didaze, trying to glean something from his expression, but all she could perceive was his resolute determination. However, this determination stemmed from Didaze's firm resolve to convince the six tails, which the creature misinterpreted as a conviction to combat Kagaya Otsutsuki. I believe what you say. The sage of six paths has shared similar tales with us, but they have faded from my memory over time, the six tails slowly replied. While I might have only heard vague references to the 10 tails, knowing about Kagaya Otsutsuki is not mere coincidence. Although I am unfamiliar with these extraterrestrial beings you mentioned, it seems they are not benign, given the context of your words. Perhaps the sage chose not to share this to spare us worry. The six tails had accepted Didaze's claims. You've opened the door so easily? Didaze sensed her belief and immediately opened the seal. After all, we must join forces against Kagaya Otsutsuki and these otherworldly beings. Didaze remarked with a smile. He had not spoken falsehoods. Aside from invoking the sage's name, every word bore truth. I will be relying on you greatly in the future. Didaze extended his fist to the Six Tails, who felt his sincerity. Didaze's statements rang true. The Ten Tails, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the extraterrestrial beings were all genuine. He had indeed encountered the Sage of Six Paths. The mutual understanding between them was abstract, akin to a multiple-choice question offering yes or no options, yet devoid of a direct visual experience. The Nine Tails could see vivid imagery because it had witnessed events firsthand, whereas the Six Tails had no such prior interaction. Their fist bump merely confirmed the truth of Didaze's words. Having never experienced such a gesture before, the Six Tails was now completely convinced of Didaze's integrity, even believing him to be the one chosen by the sage to save the tailed beasts. Kabenu, would you like to go out and play? Didaze asked, lifting his gaze to the Six Tails. Go out and play. But if I leave your body, you will die? The Six Tails responded, perplexed. Allow me to teach you. Didaze approached the Six Tails and placed his hand on her. After some time, success. The Six Tails exclaimed in astonishment as she discovered that this small form of the Six Tails could allow her consciousness to exit without endangering Didaze's life. Indeed, even a slug can manage this. Didaze nodded with satisfaction, recognizing that the Six Tails was akin to a colossal slug. The Sage of Slugs could create smaller versions of themselves, and there was no reason the Six Tails could not do the same. I'll guide you out of the mental space. Didaze gently patted the small Six Tails resting on his shoulder. Feels like touching a bar of soap soaked in water, he noted, as the Six Tails obediently nodded. Didaze led the small Six Tails out of the mental realm. What? Inoki's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the small Six Tails now perched on Didaze's shoulder. Old man, I have reconciled with the Six Tails, Didaze said nonchalantly. Chapter 74. The Hidden Mist Village requests a 5 Kage summit, huh? Inoki exclaimed, utterly incredulous. They reconciled just half an hour after the sealing? What exactly did Deidara and the tailed beast do? Inoki was baffled. He knew it had taken Han over a decade to gain Kurama's recognition, and Rashi still hadn't earned Son Goku's approval. Yet, this Deidara. How did you manage that? Inoki couldn't help but ask. Inoki wasn't usually one to pry, but this situation defied comprehension. He felt he wouldn't sleep a wink if he didn't inquire. Well, Deidara drawled out the word, it's a secret. Deidara had no intention of divulging the details to Inoki, as it served no purpose. The more people who knew, the greater the effort required to maintain the fabrication. All right, Inoki retorted, playfully swatting Deidara's head. Is this a fragment of Seiken's chakra? He then asked, turning his attention to the miniature Six Tails. Indeed, it is a portion of Seiken's chakra, and its consciousness resides within it, Deidara confirmed. You may call me Seiken, the small Six Tails announced. Unlike the earlier mature tone, the miniature Six Tails now possessed an adorable, childlike voice. Understood, Seiken. Deidara promptly responded. He hadn't addressed it by name in front of Inoki earlier, uncertain if the Six Tails wished to reveal its name. But now that Seiken had spoken, he would comply. Several days later, Nanako and Karen had fully recovered. The Wagakure hosted a grand banquet to commemorate the victory. Deidara ensured that the miniature Six Tails clone was comfortably housed and well fed. However, where there was joy, there was also sorrow. Hidden Mist Village, Mizuki's office. I propose a 5 Kage summit. What are your thoughts? The third Mizuki had already received news that the Six Tails Jinchuriki had been absorbed by Deidara. This was information Deidara had intentionally leaked through spies. Upon hearing this news, the third Mizuki was so distressed that his hair had turned several shades grayer. If it had been anyone else, there might have been a chance to retrieve the tailed beast. But knowing Deidara, the third Mizuki was certain there was no hope. Aside from Deidara's strength, Inoki would never hand him over. Given Inoki's temperament, the most likely outcome would be another war between a Wagakure and Kirigakure, resulting in Kirigakure's destruction and a Wagakure's severe damage. The other villages would undoubtedly stand by, waiting to see the outcome before attacking the victor. Now, the third Mizuki no longer planned to retrieve the tailed beast. That was simply unrealistic. Instead, he sought the return of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Yagura, inform the Kage of the other villages that I wish to convene a 5 Kage summit at the Land of Iron. The third Mizuki instructed Yagura. Yes, Mizuki-sama, Yagura replied, kneeling on one knee before swiftly vanishing from the Mizuki's office. The Wagakure, Suchiki's office, an invitation to a 5 Kage summit? Inoki questioned, narrowing his eyes at Yagura. He immediately understood the third Mizuki's intentions, to pressure him with the other Kage. Indeed, we hope that Suchiki-sama will attend the 5 Kage summit in 3 days. Yagura stated without hesitation, refraining from mentioning the Kubikurabocho even when faced with Kitsuchi-wielding Kabutawari. "Return and inform your Mizukage that I will attend in 3 days," Inoki replied, waving his hand to dismiss Yagura. Yagura bowed before departing for Konoha. The third Mizukage dispatched a random Umbu member to notify Kyomogakure, as he feared that the third Reikage might kill Yagura with a single blow. Even when dealing with the rival village of Awagakure, the third Mizukage hadn't been this apprehensive. After all, the Awagakure was at least reasonable, whereas Kyomogakure would attack anyone who displeased them. As expected, the dispatched Umbu member was beaten. But the third Reikage also declared his agreement. The third Mizukage clenched his fist as he observed the injured Umbu member, acutely aware of the profound humiliation he felt. Meanwhile, Yagura was hastily making his way to Konoha. Konoha, why are there so many scouts at the entrance? Yagura wondered, frowning at the dozens of Konoha ninja guarding the gate. The gatekeepers noticed Yagura, and instantly, many of them activated their Sharingan. Yagura's mind blanked. The Uchiha clan as gatekeepers? Uchiha clan members with Sharingan guarding the gate? Yagura was perplexed but also deeply shocked. It was as incomprehensible as assigning the Hozuki clan to guard the gates in Kirigakure. However, the Uchiha clan hadn't been relegated to this position. They were supporting Tsunade's candidacy for 4th Hokage. Due to the Uchiha clan's tarnished reputation, the clan head had dispatched all Uchiha members to assist the villagers. Missions? Sorry, no more. The Uchiha clan had accumulated enough wealth to support all its ninja for several years without taking on any missions. The entire clan was now dedicated to performing good deeds in the village, which had slightly improved their reputation from infamous to merely questionable. This was all thanks to Tsunade. Whenever an Uchiha member felt angry or wanted to quit, they remembered Tsunade. If they wanted her to ascend to the Hokage position, they needed to maintain a good reputation. The formerly unruly Uchiha clan had humbled themselves for this cause. "I am an envoy from Kirigakure, not an invader. This is a letter from our Mizukage," Yagura exclaimed, unnerved by the sight of so many Sharingan, and quickly presented the letter given to him by the third Mizukage. "I'll take you inside." Several Uchiha members exchanged glances before a regular gatekeeper stepped forward. He was aware of the discord between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage. Soon, under the gatekeeper's guidance, Yagura arrived at the Hokage's office. Inside, he overheard phrases like regret and my shadow, which left him bewildered. A middle-aged man stormed out, glancing at Yagura before striding away. "Knock, knock, knock." After the man's departure, the ninja who had escorted Yagura knocked on the door. "Enter." A sorrowful voice called from within. "Hokage-sama," Yagura exclaimed, kneeling before the third Hokage, who was smoking a pipe. "A ninja from Kirigakure? What brings you here?" The third Hokage asked, setting down his pipe. "I am here to invite Hokage-sama to a 5-Kage summit in 3 days. We hope you will attend," Yagura replied, presenting the third Mizukage's letter. The letter stated that Iwagakure had stolen 2 of Kirigakure's tailed beasts and that, for the sake of peace in the shinobi world, Iwagakure should not be allowed to become too powerful. These words resonated with Hiruzen Sarutobi, who enjoyed playing the game of balance, even if he lacked the skill to do so. "Understood. I will attend," the third Hokage said, setting down the letter. Chapter 75. Orochimaru's return to Konoha. Upon receiving a response from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Yagura left Konoha with a joyful demeanor. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was deep in thought about the impending 5-Kage summit. "Lord Hokage, I encountered an individual resembling Lord Orochimaru at the entrance, but I could not ascertain his identity. So I came to report to you." Just as Hiruzen pondered, an Umbu burst into his office to relay the information. "What?" Hiruzen exclaimed, rising from his desk with a spark of excitement in his eyes. He had been aware of the recent activities of the Uchiha clan, yet felt powerless to intervene. If the Uchiha were rallying support for their kin, Hiruzen could find an opportunity to suppress them. However, as they were backing Tsunade, any attempt to undermine the Uchiha would equate to a complete fallout with her. Hiruzen was reluctant, if not afraid, to take such action. Within Konoha, there were countless civilians from the Senju clan, alongside numerous Senju ninjas. They had merely shed their surname. But if Hiruzen dared to target the young princess of the Senju clan, the repercussions would certainly remind him of the might of the greatest clan of the Warring States period. He felt trapped, unable to suppress them, and any attempt to engage Tsunade in dialogue was met with indifference. Frustrated, Hiruzen directed his ire at Danzo Shimura, who had seen his root organization as funding entirely slashed and its base dismantled. Moments ago, Yagura had overheard Danzo arguing with Hiruzen over this matter. Yet, Hiruzen was not devoid of solutions. He contemplated supporting Kakashi Hatake as a candidate for Hokage. If Kakashi were to be nominated, no one, including Tsunade, would object. However, given Kakashi's lack of connection to Hiruzen, he grappled with whether to endorse him. This dilemma weighed heavily on Hiruzen's mind. Should Kakashi ascend to the position of Hokage, their relationship would likely become strained. With Orochimaru's return, everything could be resolved. Hiruzen had no doubts about Orochimaru's identity. The Anbu must have confirmed it multiple times before reporting. The likelihood of it being Orochimaru was nearly a certainty, although the Anbu refrained from stating it so definitively. Hiruzen rose from his desk and hurried towards the gates of Konoha. At the gates, a bewildered Orochimaru observed the Uchiha clan gathering. Had he truly been away for decades? Lord Orochimaru? One of the gatekeepers exclaimed in shock, recognizing him. Orochimaru is dead. This must be an intruder. Another gatekeeper insisted. Recalling the intricately crafted gravestone he had visited in homage. Please inform the third Hokage. I shall remain here without malice, Orochimaru gestured, indicating his peaceful intentions. The gatekeepers cautiously scrutinized him before retreating to notify Hiruzen. Following this, a group of Anbu conducted a thorough examination of Orochimaru before relaying the information to Hiruzen. The reunion of master and disciple was finally at hand. Orochimaru, you are alive. Do you know how heartbroken I was upon hearing of your demise? Hiruzen began theatrically, tears streaming down his face. The nearby Anbu and gatekeepers were touched by this poignant display of affection. Only the Uchiha clan observed with skepticism, some unable to suppress their laughter, fully aware of Hiruzen's true motives. His relief at Orochimaru's survival intertwined with his desire for power. Orochimaru smiled faintly, well aware of Hiruzen's character, and dismissed his tears as inconsequential. He was certain that Hiruzen's concern stemmed from some ulterior motive. As the two acknowledged their reunion, Yagura had already informed the last remaining village. As the four Kage prepared to depart, the decision regarding whether Gaara would attend was no longer his to make. With all the Kage agreeing to the summit, it was a momentous occasion, the first since the era of the first Hokage, stirring excitement among many. The Wagakure Deidara. The Mizukage has initiated the 5 Kage summit. What should we do? Inoki pondered, looking to Deidara for input. As his chosen successor for Tsuchikage, Deidara's insights were crucial. Old man, what are your thoughts on the Sharingan? Deidara retorted, not directly answering Inoki's question. The Sharingan? Inoki replied. It is too taxing for those not of the Uchiha bloodline. Only those with vast chakra reserves can utilize it effectively. However, at a certain level of chakra, its usefulness diminishes. What if we were to present the Sharingan to the third Hokage? Deidara suggested, a smile creeping across his face. This had been his plan all along. He believed the third Hokage would covet the Sharingan, albeit too embarrassed to request it directly. But if it were offered by a rival village, would he refuse? Share your thoughts. Inoki's eyes sparkled with understanding, eager to confirm Deidara's intentions. First, we could present all the Sharingan to the third Hokage in exchange for his support at the summit, avoiding any need for allegiance, as long as he does not oppose us. Once he acquires the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly be displeased, and the third Hokage would be unlikely to share the spoils with them. This would deepen the rift between the Uchiha and the Hokage. Moreover, we could leverage these Sharingan, which hold little value for us, to persuade the third Hokage to advocate for us, ensuring the preservation of the Six Tails while sowing discord within Konoha. Deidara concluded, looking towards Inoki. Excellent. Well articulated. Inoki nodded, clearly pleased. Deidara's political acumen impressed him, assuring Inoki that a Wagakure would not falter after his passing. With 3 days remaining, he instructed, send a team of Anbu to acquire all the Sharingan from the third Hokage. I am unconcerned about the possibility of them being seized. The Anbu are elite shinobi, and no small village possesses the strength to take them. Chapter 76. Negotiations with Konohagakure Deidara. You are tasked with this matter. It is imperative that you execute it flawlessly. On this occasion, Inoki chose not to assign the task to Kudo, but instead entrusted it to Deidara, indicating his intention to cultivate Deidara's potential. Understood, Lord Tsuchikage. In light of the current circumstances, Deidara acknowledged the assignment while still addressing Inoki with respect. Proceed with this. Here is the command token. With it, you may approach anyone in the Anbu. Inoki tossed the command token to Deidara, who nodded and departed from the Tsuchikage's office. Satisfied with Deidara's demeanor, Inoki stroked his beard as he watched him leave. Accompany me to the Anbu with this token. After Deidara exited the office, he summoned his aide. Yes, Lord Deidara quickly accepted the token and followed closely behind Deidara. Umbu, summon Kintora. Deidara, observing the Umbu's presence, felt it unnecessary to seek Kintora himself and delegated the task to. Yes, Lord Deidara, clutching the token, ventured inside and soon found Kintora engaged in training. Are you Kintora? I have been sent by Lord Deidara to find you. Displayed the command token to Kintora. Indeed. Kintora, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded and followed towards Deidara. Kintora, it has been some time. How have you been faring? Deidara greeted Kintora with an embrace. Not bad. Kintora, taken aback by Deidara's unexpected gesture, struggled to articulate his response. After all, who would initiate a hug so abruptly? Kintora, I require your assistance. Deidara observed Kintora's bewilderment and secretly chuckled, finding amusement in the seemingly serious demeanor of Kintora, who appeared rather shy in this moment. What is it, Lord Deidara? Kintora, sensing the significance of Deidara's tone, understood that this was no trivial matter, for minor tasks were seldom assigned to the Umbu. Let us discuss this privately in that room. Deidara led Kintora into a small chamber while refrained from entering, as it was prudent for fewer individuals to be aware of the mission's details. Understood this and halted obediently at the door. Once inside, Deidara presented a scroll to Kintora and waited in silence as he perused its contents. Kintora, this is a mission assigned by the Tsuchikage. Successfully completing, it will significantly enhance your standing in his eyes. And I believe you aspire to become the captain of the Umbu, do you not? As Kintora raised his gaze, Deidara could tell he had finished reading. Lord Deidara, I comprehend your intent. Shall I commence this task immediately? Kintora struggled to contain his excitement. Becoming the captain of the Umbu was far beyond the status of a mere ordinary captain. The current captain was nearing retirement age, and Kintora had long coveted this position. Deidara's revelation ignited his enthusiasm. The sooner, the better. The swifter you act, the more that Tsuchikage will take notice of you. Deidara nodded, genuinely wishing for Kintora to ascend to the role of Umbu captain, as Kintora was an acquaintance, unlike the other captains whom Deidara did not know. Yes, I shall gather my squad at once. Kintora sprang to his feet, bowed deeply to Deidara, and exited the chamber. Deidara watched Kintora's retreating figure with a faint smile. The following day, Lord Hokage, this is the sincerity of our Iwagakure. Kintora stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen, stating his demands, yet Sarutobi appeared unmoved. Kintora, unwilling to prolong the discussion, produced the scroll. The surrounding Umbu promptly shielded Sarutobi. No need, stand down. Sarutobi waved his hand and turned his attention to the scroll. As it unfurled, a multitude of crimson orbs suspended in jars became visible. The Sharingan. Sarutobi's pipe fell from his lips, utterly astonished by Iwagakure's audacity in presenting such a treasure before him. Here are 10 pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan, 15 pairs of 2-tomo, and 30 pairs of 1-tomo. Kintora recited with pride. Deidara had retained merely 2 or 3 pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan for experimental purposes, opting to offer the rest. You have some nerve to trade our clan's bloodline limit. The third Hokage slammed his hand on the table, reprimanding Kintora. Lord Hokage, does that imply you have no intention of cooperating with us? Kintora met Sarutobi's gaze defiantly. This confidence stemmed from Iwagakure's current strength, which was no less formidable than Konoha's. In a true conflict, the outcome remained uncertain. We shall cooperate. An exultant voice resonated from outside, revealing Shimura Danzo, who had been frequenting the Hokage's office to negotiate on behalf of the Root organization. And who might this be? Kintora inquired, aware of Danzo's identity, but wishing to prompt Sarutobi to introduce him, lest Danzo's suspicious nature lead him to believe Iwagakure harbored ulterior motives. This is our esteemed elder, Danzo, Sarutobi clarified. While Danzo had been reduced to an honorary elder to placate Tsunade, he still wielded the privileges of his former position. May I inquire if his opinions align with yours? Kintora pressed further. I can. Danzo interjected. Monkey, are you not aware of the Uchiha? Yet before he could finish, Sarutobi silenced him with a stern glare, signaling that such internal discord should not be revealed in front of outsiders. We accept your proposal. The cooperation is established. Danzo recognized his misstep and hastily moved forward to seize the scroll. The prospect of the Sharingan was too enticing to resist. With Danzo's action, Sarutobi refrained from further objection, recognizing that this was Danzo's decision, thereby allowing him to deflect any potential fallout. I have agreed. You may return. Sarutobi rendered his verdict. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kintora's expression brightened, and he bowed deeply in gratitude. Chapter 77, The Five Kage Summit, Part 1. Monkeys, I demand half of these Sharingan. Shimura Danzo gazed greedily at the eyes before him. 1/10, that's the limit. No further discussion, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated resolutely after a brief glance at Danzo. 1/3 then. 1/3 will suffice. Danzo protested, realizing Hiruzen was only offering him a mere tenth. What was the point of becoming this villain if not for the Sharingan? Was he to be dismissed as a beggar with such an offer? For the village, Danzo, Konoha thrives. Hiruzen began to expound on ideals. I too act for the village. Danzo, impervious to Hiruzen's rhetoric, engaged in a heated debate about who truly served the village's interests. Danzo, I am the Hokage, Hiruzen declared. Monkeys, you will regret this. With a loud bang, after 10 arduous minutes of negotiation, Danzo could still only secure 1/10. This left him deeply dissatisfied, yet utterly powerless. Each time, Hiruzen's authority as Hokage suppressed him, leaving Danzo with no means to resist. To contend against me. Hiruzen felt a surge of satisfaction as he watched Danzo walk away. 2 days later. Let us depart. Inoki deliberated before ultimately choosing Steel and Deidara. The combination of one defensive and one offensive ninja was perfect, none other compared. Exploding clay. Giant bird. Deidara crafted a massive bird from clay, signaling for the two to ascend. Let us go. Once all were seated, Deidara deftly commanded the clay bird to soar into the sky. Soon, the trio arrived at the Land of Iron. At the border of the Land of Iron, Lord Tsuchikage, we have awaited your arrival. The samurai recognized Inoki and respectfully ushered him through. Deidara led Inoki directly to the venue of the Five Kage Summit. It had been many years since the last summit. A wistful expression crossed Inoki's face. The previous summit had also been convened over the tailed beasts, and now, once more, the tailed beasts were at the center of this gathering. Steel added, aside from the tailed beasts, there is little else worthy of convening the Five Kage. Inoki nodded, stating, the other village's willingness to participate stems from the fact that a Wagakure possesses 3 tailed beasts, which they perceive as a threat. Otherwise, the fate of Kirigakure would be of no concern to them. If a Wagakure were to lose the tailed beasts, Kirigakure would face annihilation, and the other villages would remain uninvolved. Welcome, Lord Tsuchikage. Inoki took his seat at the Tsuchikage's table, and soon a samurai approached to extend a warm greeting. And you are? Inoki inquired of the samurai. I am the current leader of the samurai of the Land of Iron, and I will preside over this summit. My name is Yake, he introduced himself. Inoki fell silent after hearing his name, and Yake, understanding the cue, did not initiate further conversation, leaving the atmosphere quiet. Shortly, the second Kage arrived, the third Mizukage, accompanied by Yagura and an unfamiliar member of the Hozuki clan. Deidara did not recognize him. He appeared to be merely an incidental character. Third Mizukage, you arrived quite swiftly. Inoki remarked with a smile. The third Mizukage regarded Inoki coldly. After all, it was Inoki who had dealt him such a blow. Was he expected to converse amiably? Ungrateful. Inoki, noticing the Mizukage's indifference, muttered a curse under his breath and chose to disregard him. Steel, do you think the old man is angry? Deidara chuckled, observing Inoki's bruised pride. I believe, considering Lord Tsuchikage's temperament, he is indeed upset. However, he will not allow his emotions to cloud his judgment, Steel replied with a nod. Deidara continued to observe as the next arrival was the third Kazekage. With an imposing presence, he strode in, flanked by Raza and Yakura, while Chio remained at home to safeguard. Earth Kage, Water Kage. The third Kazekage acknowledged the two with a slight nod, who reciprocated in kind. He then took his seat, with Yakura and Raza stepping back. After a brief interval, the Hokage and Reikage arrived almost simultaneously. Sarutobi Hiruzen was accompanied by Kakashi Hitaki and Orochimaru, both prominent candidates for the next Hokage. Although Hiruzen had reservations about bringing Kakashi, he felt compelled to do so to appear fair. Orochimaru has not perished, Steel exclaimed, astonished at seeing Orochimaru, whom he had witnessed being crushed. Deidara frowned but quickly relaxed. Orochimaru's resilience was unsurprising, though the manner of his survival remained a mystery. As they continued to observe, the third Reikage was accompanied by his son, A, and Tsuchikage. In response to the call of the Mizukage, we have gathered the Five Kage here today. I am the presiding leader, Yake. We shall now commence the Five Kage Summit. Yake fulfilled his role and returned to his seat. My sole demand for convening this summit is the return of the tailed beasts. Iwagakure already possesses 2. Do you intend to unify the ninja world with 4? The third Mizukage launched an immediate inquiry. Should you be outmatched, do not limit your losses here. Why not return the lives of our sacrificed shinobi? Inoki scoffed disdainfully. Is it true, Tsuchikage, that Iwagakure possesses 4-tailed beasts? The third Kazekage inquired directly. He had heard whispers but chose to remain skeptical, as the direct capture of 2-tailed beasts was unprecedented. Indeed, Inoki nodded slightly. Then I pose a question. How can you assure us that you will not invade? Iwagakure with 4-tailed beasts, while the rest of us have only 4 combined. The third Kazekage pressed, voicing the most pointed concern. That is a valid question. We do not intend to retain such an abundance of tailed beasts. How about this? I shall sell you the 3 tails, Kazekage. Inoki directly proposed. The 3 tails? The third Kazekage seemed intrigued. Kazekage, Tsuchikage seeks to ensnare you. Bringing back an uncontrollable 3 tails serves no purpose. The third Mizukage interjected urgently, addressing the Kazekage. After consideration, the Kazekage realized that purchasing the creature would not only incur costs, but also position him adversarially against Kirigakure. The combination of factors dissuaded him from pursuing the acquisition of the 3 tails. Hokage, what is your perspective on this matter? The third Raikage inquired of Hiruzen. I find such matters to be trivial. Let Iwagakure retain the 6 tails, Hiruzen declared, stepping forward to protect Inoki's interests. Chapter 78. The Meeting of the 5 Kages, Part 2. The 6th tails remains in Iwagakure. What actions they might undertake is uncertain. The third Mizukage relentlessly pressured Inoki, intent on cornering him, for the latter's adeptness at evasion would surely not yield easily. So, according to your assertion, if you lose, we must compensate you? Inoki retorted disdainfully, his anger palpable. Why not? The third Mizukage locked eyes with Inoki. The village is already in disarray. If this 5 Kage summit fails to result in the return of tailed beasts or the sword of the ninja, the village's demise will be imminent. At that moment, as the third Mizukage and Inoki exchanged glances, the third Raikage slammed his fist on the table. The bodyguards immediately sprang into action. Deidara and Kankuro hastily descended from the 2nd floor, positioning themselves protectively in front of Inoki. The atmosphere grew tense and charged. Enough. I merely wish for you two to cease your bickering. The third Raikage gestured for his bodyguards to withdraw, and others followed suit at their leader's signals. Observing the third Mizukage, Deidara remarked, he appears to be a cornered beast. Indeed, it is astonishing that a defeated faction behaves as if it has emerged victorious, Kankuro added with a scoff. I would like to express my opinion. I believe Iwagakure possesses an excessive number of tailed beasts. If you cannot part with the 6 tails, then relinquish either the 4th or 5th tails instead. Furthermore, I have heard that your relationship with the 4th-tailed Jinchuriki is rather strained. The words of the third Raikage dripped with malice. How about this? You hand over the 2nd tail's Jinchuriki to me, and I shall grant you the 4th tail's in return. A fair trade, wouldn't you agree? Inoki scoffed at the proposition, retorting that anyone can engage in such trash talk. Moreover, why has our esteemed Raikage's hair returned to its former state so swiftly? Does it grow at an astonishing rate? Inoki continued to mock the third Raikage, even employing formal language to amplify his sarcasm. You. The third Raikage, incensed, slammed the table again and stood up abruptly. Here we go again. Deidara sighed, casting a glance at the third Raikage before leaping down. The bodyguards once again positioned themselves in front of their leader. Raikage, please refrain from slamming the table and disrupting the discussions. Yuya, seated nearby, cautioned. He sensed that without his intervention, this 5 Kage summit would devolve into nothing more than a showcase of the third Raikage's temper. The third Raikage begrudgingly sat down, and his bodyguards returned to their posts. I believe Iwagakure should return the 3rd tails. After all, having triumphed in battle, they cannot expect to receive nothing in compensation. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. Mizukage, have you perhaps received some benefits? The third Mizukage was most wary of the Hokage, with many eyes upon Konoha. Should they dare to provoke other villages, a collective response would undoubtedly ensue. Occupying the most fertile land assured that Konoha would never initiate war, for to them, no other region held greater significance than their own. Mizukage, the Hokage merely speaks out of righteousness. Who are you to question him? Inoki retorted, engaging the third Mizukage in a heated exchange. The two launched into a verbal duel, hurling insults regarding their villages, ages, masters, and appearances. Let us all calm down. The third Kazekage, initially entertained, grew weary of the endless squabble. Is there nothing that can be resolved through discussion? We convened this 5 Kage summit precisely to address our issues. Awagakure will never relinquish the 6th Tails. The Mist Village must pay to reclaim the 3rd Tails. After this prolonged argument, Naka's temper flared. Free? What nonsense! Pay for it. I have no objections to the terms of payment. But does Awagakure intend to unify the entire shinobi world with so many tailed beasts? The 3rd Mizukage scoffed, attempting to steer Awagakure toward the notion of opposing the entire shinobi realm. Enough with the idle chatter. The 3rd Tails will cost 100 million ryo. If you refuse to pay, I shall gladly gift it to Konoha. Noki sneered. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly brightened. He deeply hoped the 3rd Mizukage would refuse. Just as the 3rd Mizukage was about to assertively decline, he felt a sudden chill on his back. Yagura discreetly manipulated a small water orb into the 3rd Mizukage's clothing, restoring some clarity to his thoughts. Originally, they had come here to reclaim the tailed beasts. Conceding to Noki was not an issue, but the 3rd Mizukage's stubbornness suggested that hostilities might resume once more. With a deep breath, the 3rd Mizukage calmed himself. I am willing to pay for the 3rd Tails. Additionally, I desire to purchase 3 ninja swords. The 3rd Mizukage exhaled slowly, suppressing his fury. Why was I not in such a benevolent mood earlier? Now, however, I shall not sell. Noki observed the now forcibly calm 3rd Mizukage, intent on provoking him further. Given the current state of the Mist Village, it posed no threat to Awagakure, allowing Noki to mock the 3rd Mizukage with impunity. I am willing to offer 200 million ryo. The 3rd Mizukage closed his eyes and raised 2 fingers. We are all friends here. I admit my previous comments were excessive. Noki, eyes glimmering with the prospect of wealth, grinned at the 3rd Mizukage. Name your price for the ninja swords. The 3rd Mizukage had no intention of moral coercion against Noki. He recognized that the old man was devoid of ethics and unafraid of threats. The ninja swords are not for sale. Noki firmly shook his head. The ninja swords have belonged to our Mist Village since time immemorial. Now that you have captured the tailed beasts, you must at least return our swords. The 3rd Mizukage, realizing that Noki had no intention of returning the swords, felt a surge of frustration. Losing 3 ninja swords alongside a single-tailed beast had effectively rendered the Mist Village as weak as Sunagakure, if not weaker. The current Kazekage was exceptionally formidable, and the Mizukage could not contend with him. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You still desire the ninja swords? Dream on. Naka's smile vanished, and he resumed his verbal sparring with the 3rd Mizukage. I believe Awagakure's surrender of a single-tailed beast is more than sufficient. There is no need to relentlessly pursue them. Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded with a smile. The 3rd Mizukage begrudgingly swallowed his pride, having originally intended to reclaim 2 tailed beasts, but now only managing to secure 1. Ensure you send someone to Awagakure to retrieve your Jinchuriki promptly. I cannot guarantee his survival should you delay. Let us conclude. Noki called out to Yuya. Do any of the Kages have further remarks? Yuya inquired of the other 4 Kages. Apart from the visibly displeased 3rd Mizukage, the others shook their heads in response. The leader of the Iron Country, Yuya, hereby announces the conclusion of the second 5 Kage Summit. Chapter 79. The 5 Kage Summit concludes well, old man. You certainly projected an aura of authority. Deidara jested, a grin spreading across his face as he and Noki departed the summit venue. Naturally, Noki chuckled, stroking his beard. I am the Tsuchikage, after all. A commanding presence is expected. The imposing demeanor he had displayed during the summit had completely dissipated. You, young man, should focus on your training. I anticipate a period of relative tranquility in the coming years. Yes, Deidara acknowledged with a nod. The Second Shinobi World War was drawing to a close, presenting him with an opportune moment to hone his skills. By the time the Third Shinobi World War erupted, he would be ready to make his mark. Old man, what are your thoughts on Orochimaru's survival? Deidara inquired as they walked. He escaped, so be it. Noki responded with nonchalance. If you manage to defeat him once, you can do so again. He was fortunate this time, but do you think his luck will hold indefinitely? Naka's optimism was unwavering. You have a point, Deidara conceded. I was being overly fixated on it. Orochimaru may be known for his supposed immortality, but he is not truly invincible. If he were, we might as well surrender to Konoha. Upon our return, dedicate yourself to rigorous training. Once you have mastered Dust Release, you will be assigned as a jonin squad leader for Nanako. Establishing a connection between Deidara and Uzumaki Nanako, the future master of sealing techniques, was crucial. And what could be more dependable than a mentor-student relationship, rivaling even familial bonds? Understood, Deidara affirmed. Let us return to the village. We can now await the Mizuki's payment for the release of his shinobi, Noki remarked with a sly grin. Clay bird, Deidara exclaimed, molding the clay into the form of a colossal bird and soaring towards a Wagakure. Meanwhile, the other Kage had also departed from the Land of Iron, marking the conclusion of the second 5 Kage summit, albeit at a considerable cost for Kirigakure. The Second Shinobi World War had officially ended, ushering in an era of fleeting peace for the shinobi world. Sunagakure Kazakage-sama, what transpired at the 5 Kage summit? Chiyoba inquired as soon as the third Kazakage returned. The discussions primarily revolved around the tailed beasts. However, I must confess, I was taken aback by the sheer imbecility of this generation's Mizuki, the third Kazakage recounted, his voice laced with amusement. Perhaps Kirigakure's isolation has rendered its inhabitants intellectually deficient. Despite being at a disadvantage, he chose to taunt rather than seek reconciliation. The third Kazakage regaled Chiyoba with anecdotes about the third Mizuki's loquaciousness. Indeed, this third Mizuki appears to be quite foolish. Chiyoba concurred, suppressing a chuckle. Now, ensure that your grandson trains diligently. I have high expectations for him. The third Kazakage patted Chiyoba's shoulder after a moment of levity. Sasori possessed an exceptional talent that surpassed even his own. Sasori's brilliance shone brightly, consistently achieving top marks. He mastered complex puppetry techniques in a single day, and within a week, he had attained proficiency, a feat that typically took months or even years. The third Kazakage had never encountered such a prodigy, already envisioning Sasori as the fourth Kazakage. His lineage, coupled with his innate genius, made him an ideal candidate. His youth was of no concern, as the third Kazakage was still in his prime. Had Sasori been older, the third Kazakage might have hesitated to choose him. I appreciate your consideration, Kazakage-sama. I will ensure that Sasori becomes an exceptional shinobi, Chiyoba replied with a nod, her thoughts drifting to her deceased son and daughter-in-law, rekindling her animosity towards Hitaki Tsukumo. Konoha Orochimaru, what did you overhear during your excursion with the old man? Jiraiya inquired, nudging Orochimaru with a mischievous grin. Overjoyed by Orochimaru's survival, he had been clinging to him incessantly since his return, much to Orochimaru's annoyance. We were discussing ways to cure you of your infatuation with women, Orochimaru retorted dryly before departing, leaving Jiraiya to lament his departure. The Hitaki clan father, you have returned, Kakashi greeted, bowing respectfully as he saw Tsukumo approaching. How has your swordsmanship been progressing, Kakashi? Tsukumo inquired, suppressing his melancholy and donning a cheerful facade. I have been practicing diligently. Would you care to test my skills? Kakashi responded proudly, relishing the pat on the head he received from his father. Kakashi, it is still too early to challenge me. Perhaps when you become a fully fledged shinobi. Tsukumo replied, ruffling Kakashi's hair. I will surpass you and become the next White Fang of Konoha. Kakashi exclaimed as Tsukumo turned towards the house. I shall eagerly await that day, Tsukumo replied before entering his abode. Alas, Tsukumo sighed as he stepped inside. The third Hokage has begun to target me. Have I finally encroached upon his interests? Tsukumo pondered, recalling the subtle jabs and reprimands he had endured from the third Hokage during their journey. Orochimaru had remained silent throughout. Tsukumo understood that his achievements had cast a shadow over the Hokage. However, if he were to pledge his allegiance to Hiruzen, he would be protected. But Tsukumo refused to submit. To do so would mean perpetuating the darkness that plagued Konoha. Shizuko, if your spirit is watching over me, grant me guidance. Master, no. Tsukumo faintly heard a voice. Who's there? Tsukumo exclaimed, brandishing his white light chakra saber. He rushed outside and saw masked figures abducting a child, while a woman lay injured nearby, desperately pleading for her child's safety. By what authority do you seize children in broad daylight? Tsukumo demanded, his anger reaching a boiling point. He could not stand idly by. To do so would haunt him for the rest of his days. With swift precision, Tsukumo dispatched the assailants with a series of deadly strikes. His suppressed rage had reached its peak. He never imagined such depravity existed within Konoha. This village. The darkness far outweighs the light, Tsukumo declared, his resolve hardening. He was prepared to confront the village itself. Chapter 80, Nanako Uzumaki's Graduation. The Root's new base, Lord Danzo. Our operatives have been slain by Tsukumo Hitaki. Danzo Shimura, observing the disarrayed arrival of several Root members, initially harbored intentions of unleashing his ire. However, The subsequent declaration from one of the members left him momentarily speechless. What? Why would Tsukumo Hatake target my personnel? Danzo questioned, abruptly rising to his feet. Does everyone perceive me as an easy target? Tsunade provokes me. And now Tsukumo Hatake does as well. He cited our recruitment methods for root members as being somewhat inappropriate, a root member stammered, omitting Tsukumo's more inflammatory remarks, fearing Danzo's imminent rage. Tsukumo Hatake, you say? Indeed, Danzo retorted, his anger laced with irony. He was powerless against Tsunade. The princess of Konoha, but Tsukumo Hatake? A glorified jonin. Just you wait. You will pay the price. Cease all recruitment activities. We must conserve our strength for now and avoid any conflict with Tsukumo Hatake, Danzo commanded, his countenance darkening. He cherishes protecting the villagers, does he? Someday, I will ensure he experiences the sting of their betrayal. Tsukumo Hatake, anticipating Danzo's retaliation, was surprised by the lack of it. He surmised that the third Hokage had intervened. And let the matter rest. 3 days later, in Iwagakure. Have you brought the funds? Demanded Inoki that Tsuchikage with indifference to the Umbu operative from Kirigakure. Yes. Here are 200 million ryo. May we have the three tails returned to us? The Kirigakure Umbu presented Inoki with a scroll containing the substantial sum. Kudo, escort him to the Iwagakure prison. Inoki commanded, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the money. Kudo nodded and led the Kirigakure Umbu to the prison, where the Three Tails Jinchuriki was being well fed and cared for. Originally, his accommodations were not so lavish, but the third Mizukage promise of ransom necessitated better treatment. The Jinchuriki occupied a large, solitary cell, complete with a bed and an abundance of food. He spent most of his time sleeping, as there was little else to occupy him. Han, their ransom has arrived. Release him, Kudo instructed Han, who was guarding the entrance. Finally, that old codger has been gorging himself, making me envious. I can't fathom why a prisoner is being treated so well, Han grumbled. Han, do you know how much ransom Kirigakure brought? Kudo inquired, patting Han's shoulder. How much could it be? They left the six tails behind. 50 million, perhaps? Han guessed. Kudo held up 2 fingers. 200 million. And you, for your diligent guard duty, have been awarded an S-rank mission and a 10 million ryo bonus. How much? 10 million? Han stammered, incredulous. S-rank missions typically paid over 1 million ryo, but 10 million was unheard of. This single reward eclipsed the earnings from 10 previous missions. Ahem. Esteemed sirs, might we retrieve our Jinchuriki? The Kirigakure ninja interjected, noticing that Han and Kudo were engrossed in their conversation. Yes, almost forgot. Han, release him. Kudo apologized. Hey, old man, you're free to go? Han unlocked the cell and nudged the sleeping Jinchuriki. What? Is it mealtime? The Jinchuriki mumbled, rubbing his eyes. I'm telling you. You're free to leave. Han exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. He had been diligently guarding the prisoner while the old man indulged in food and sleep. Has the village finally remembered me? The Jinchuriki began to lament his supposed plight, but his voice trailed off as he glanced at the lavish spread and comfortable bed behind him. The Kirigakure Umbu, embarrassed by the spectacle, covered his face and led the Jinchuriki away. Thus, the shinobi world entered a brief period of tranquility. The first half of Konoha Year 44. Time flowed, and Nanako Uzumaki's graduation day arrived. Nanako, I wonder who our jonin instructor will be. A girl whispered to Nanako, who was now approaching 13 years of age. I don't know. I hope it's brother Deidara. Nanako replied wistfully. Deidara had been secluded in the village, engrossed in training, and rarely ventured out. She felt as though he had no time for her. Lord Deidara is a busy man. He won't have time to teach us, the girl said. Those whose names are called, step forward. A teacher announced. Aweichi, Awario, Sato Iai. The 3 students walked to the front, where they were led away, one by one. Students were dismissed until only Nanako, her friend, and one other boy remained. Only us 3 left, Rei murmured. Nanako Uzumaki, Rei Watanabe Kawa. The teacher finally called. It's our turn, Nanako exclaimed, rising to her feet. The stoic boy also made his way to the door. Your instructor isn't at the entrance. He's waiting for you on the rooftop, the teacher said, pointing upwards. Understood, Mr. Sora. The 3 bowed and headed towards the rooftop. The little ones are finally graduating. A man with long, golden hair stood on the rooftop, sensing their approach. Chapter 81, Apprentice Assessment. This is, Ling Ning exclaimed. Her face flushed as she gazed at the golden-haired man standing on the rooftop. Lord Deidara, what brings you here? Watanabe Kawa was equally astonished to see Deidara. He couldn't believe that someone from the Ninja Academy could warrant Deidara's personal attention as a leader. After all, this was the originator of long-range explosion release. The one who led the Iwagakure forces to conquer Konoha, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, and the future Fourth Tsuchikichi. Such a figure was here to recruit disciples from the Ninja Academy? Watanabe Kawa was utterly taken aback. I'm here to find apprentices, of course, Deidara said with a smile, looking at the three youngsters. His dust release was on the verge of completion, but this final step stubbornly eluded him. Deidara had nearly harmonized the three attributes in the first year and then began to fuse them. However, to his dismay, the fusion of dust release proved exceedingly difficult. If the fusion difficulty of explosion release was 5, then dust release was 100. How could the learning curve of a bloodline detonation that surpassed even the bloodline limit be so low? Deidara had also consulted Inoki, who revealed that he had practiced for nearly 20 years. Inoki started at 15 and only mastered dust release when his master passed away. 20 years. This gave Deidara a deeper understanding of the difficulty of dust release. It was no exaggeration to call dust release the strongest attack. But the ability to obliterate everything also made its development incredibly challenging. Moreover, because it wasn't a bloodline limit, it couldn't be passed down through bloodlines, as Kuratsuchi exemplified. If dust release could be inherited through bloodlines, Inoki would have transformed into Alexander Dumas and desperately tried to propagate it. After all, dust release's attack power was limitless, and if more people awakened it, the combined dust release could easily destroy Konoha. Apprentice, Lord Deidara, are you referring to us? Watanabe Kawa asked excitedly. Yes, but my instruction is very strict. If you can endure it, you can apply to change teachers early, Deidara said, smiling at the three youngsters. Rest assured, teacher, we will persevere, Uzumaki Nanako declared, clenching her small fist. That would be ideal. Deidara patted their heads. Come, introduce yourselves. Deidara used clay to create 4 stools and placed them on the ground, signaling the youngsters to sit down. Teacher, I aspire to be as strong as my father, to protect the village, and to become the strongest person in Iwagakure, Watanabe Kawa said, sitting on the stool. To become the strongest, you must work diligently, but I have faith in you, Deidara replied with a smile. This young man was the son of Watanabe Tora, the current Umbu captain, Kintora, thanks to his father. Watanabe Kawa consistently ranked first in the Ninja Academy until Uzumaki Nanako arrived and relegated him to the eternal second place. Even so, Watanabe Kawa, who inherited his father's talent, was still formidable. With proper training, he could become at least as skilled as his father, an elite jonin. This was why Deidara had chosen him. Yes, teacher. Watanabe Kawa's face flushed with excitement. Deidara had successfully motivated the young man with just a few words. And you? Deidara turned to another young girl. I hope to become a powerful female ninja who can stand alone, Ling Ning said, looking at Deidara with some shyness. There's no need to be shy. With your talent, becoming a powerful female ninja is a simple matter, Deidara chuckled, patting Ling Ning's shoulder. She was the daughter of Raitsuchi and also 12 years old, so Deidara chose Ling Ning as his disciple. Admittedly, this had the appearance of only teaching acquaintances, but the difference in talent between children of jonin parents and children of jinin parents was significant and not easily bridged. Even Mike Guy, who worked to the extreme, had a father who was not weak. It wasn't that children of weak parents couldn't become strong, but the odds were simply too slim compared to children of strong parents. Deidara didn't want to gamble on this so-called chance. Nanako, introduce yourself, Deidara said, turning his gaze to Uzumaki Nanako with a smile. I want to become someone who can help you. Uzumaki Nanako's voice grew softer, and even her ears turned red. Haha, haven't you already helped me once? Deidara said with a smile, reaching out to pat Uzumaki Nanako's head. I want to help you more. Uzumaki Nanako said softly, looking up. If you want to help me more, then pass my assessment first. I won't go easy on you just because of who your fathers are, Deidara said sternly, taking his hand away. The three of them gulped, intimidated by Deidara's expression. Come, I'll take you to the training ground. Clay giant bird. Deidara created a clay giant bird and then beckoned for the three youngsters to climb aboard. This is Lord Deidara's explosion release? Watanabe Kawa asked excitedly, wanting to touch the clay giant bird. Kawa, don't touch it carelessly. Be careful of explosions. Ling Ning quickly stopped Watanabe Kawa's foolish action. Ling Ning, well done. Deidara praised from the front. Kawa, I must tell you that you shouldn't act rashly when you don't understand the situation. With your personality, you might die on the battlefield. Of course, the items I create won't explode, but your awareness is too poor. You didn't even ask before touching it. Aren't you afraid it will explode? Deidara scolded Watanabe Kawa, who lowered his head and didn't dare to retort. As a ninja, you must have a high degree of vigilance in everything. Unless you have an indestructible body like the Third Raikage, you have the luxury of trial and error. Normal ninjas can be shattered to pieces with just one mistake. So you must be extra careful. I don't want to send my disciples away prematurely. All right, let's go, Deidara said earnestly, and then controlled the clay giant bird to ascend into the sky and head towards the training ground. The three youngsters in the sky began to excitedly observe the scenery below, seemingly captivated by the sensation of being in the air. Training ground soon. The three of them and Deidara arrived at the training ground. Deidara landed the clay giant bird and made a sign to dispel it. Your passing task is to touch my shadow, Deidara said faintly, standing in front of the three youngsters. Only physical contact? Uzumaki Nanako asked, looking at Deidara. Shurikens, kunai. Anything is fine. As long as you can touch it, you pass, Deidara said with a smile. Chapter 82. Assessment passed. I will remain perfectly still, Didaze continued. Still? Teacher, you underestimate us. Watanabe Chuan exclaimed, as if passing the assessment was within reach. Then give it a try, Didaze replied with a smile. Hands clasped behind his back. The time limit is half an hour, starting from the moment you make a move, he added, then stood still, seemingly lost in thought. Chuan. Didaze is not so easy to handle. Ling Ning quickly stopped Watanabe Chuan, who was about to throw a shuriken. After all, Didaze had stated that any attack would signify the commencement of battle, and the timer would start then. Come on, let's discuss our tactics. Ling Ning pulled Watanabe Chuan and Vortex Nanako aside. Knowing to strategize is commendable, Didaze nodded in approval. The daughter of Reijutsu displayed a good sense of the overall situation, especially in organizational skills. Let us go. The trio emerged simultaneously after a brief discussion. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Earth style, earth flow spear. Watanabe Chuan unleashed the great fireball technique, while Ling Ning supported with the great breakthrough. Their jutsu combined, forming a powerful composite technique. Impressive power, but the approach is rather direct, Didaze commented as the great fireball surged towards him. Remember, sometimes wind style can counter fire style. Wind style, vacuum wave. Didaze quickly formed seals and unleashed a massive gust that extinguished the great fireball effortlessly. What? Watanabe Chuan stared in disbelief. In his eyes, elemental counters were typically irreversible. How could wind style, which was countered by fire style, extinguish it so easily? Earth style, earth flow wall. Didaze created an earth flow wall to block the earth flow spear. What do we do, Ling Ning? Watanabe Chuan asked. Glancing at the unharmed Didaze, didn't your father teach you the shadow clone technique? Use it to create a decoy while your true self transforms into a giant shuriken. Ling Ning quickly devised a battle plan. Considering Vortex Nanako's formidable strength, she was least suited for a surprise attack. Didaze would undoubtedly target her, making the chances of a successful ambush minimal. Understood. Vortex Nanako nodded. Diamond lock. Golden chains erupted from Vortex Nanako, aimed at Didaze. Wind style, wind blade. Didaze sliced through the chains with ease, severing each one Nanako created before she could even control them. Lightning style, lightning ball. Ling Ning launched lightning balls at Didaze, hoping to disrupt him while Nanako entangled him. Simultaneously, she hurled a giant shuriken. Wind style, great breakthrough. Didaze, slicing through the chains with one hand, formed the great breakthrough with the other. One-handed seals? Ling Ning was stunned. How could he perform seals with one hand? ISNT chakra manipulation supposed to require both hands? This is it. Chuan, I hope you're alright. Ling Ning swallowed hard, watching Watanabe Chuan get blown away and crash into a tree. With a puff, the Watanabe Chuan that crashed into the tree transformed into a cloud of white smoke. This was a shadow clone? Ling Ning pondered. If that was a clone, where was the real Chuan? Success. Watanabe Chuan stealthily dug a tunnel behind Didaze, emerging to touch Didaze's shadow. Wonderful. Ling Ning, exhausted but invigorated by the sight, realized they had passed the assessment. Vortex Nanako, equally fatigued from sustained output, felt her chakra nearing depletion. Chuan, you truly surprised me. Didaze smiled, glancing at Watanabe Chuan emerging from the ground. If I wish to be your disciple, I cannot give up over minor setbacks. Watanabe Chuan grinned sheepishly. Congratulations to all three of you. You are now my disciples. Didaze exclaimed. Pulling the weary Watanabe Chuan from the ground, then helping Ling Ning to her feet, and finally guiding Vortex Nanako over. All three received a gentle pat on the head from Didaze. Now, let us find the Tsuchikage. Didaze addressed the trio without referring to himself as an old man, showing respect towards the new generation. Fantastic. The three cheered joyfully. Before long, they officially formed a new team under Didaze's leadership, designated as Team 1. Subsequently, Didaze treated the trio to a grand feast, celebrating the establishment of their team. Chapter 83. The Rudiments of Flying Thunder God Sensei. Shall we embark on a mission today? Watanabe Kawa inquired of Deidara with fervent enthusiasm. Nay, I merely assist in procuring them. I shall not partake, Deidara responded with a genial smile. He harbored no inclination towards D-rank missions. He preferred to dedicate his time to honing his dust release techniques. Rest assured, Sensei, we shall acquit ourselves admirably, Watanabe Kawa exclaimed with zeal. He reveled in the prospect of his sensei's absence, affording him the liberty to exercise his capabilities without restraint. Kawa seems utterly oblivious, mused Rei, regarding Watanabe Kawa's exuberance with a touch of exasperation. Tsuchikage's office your arrival is somewhat belated, remarked Inoki, casting a glance at Deidara. Immaterial. The village is perpetually inundated with D-rank missions. Even a nocturnal visit would prove inconsequential, Deidara retorted with a shrug. Select your mission, Inoki conceded, resigned to Deidara's nonchalant demeanor, and tossed him a scroll. What manner of task do you seek? Deidara inquired of the trio with a grin. Despite the lowly status of D-rank missions, they offered the widest array of options. Sensei, I desire one that entails combat, Watanabe Kawa declared with fervor, his heart aflutter with anticipation for his inaugural mission. We concur with Kawa, Rei and Uzumaki Nanako echoed in unison. Combat, you say? Then I shall procure you a formidable adversary, Deidara murmured, his gaze settling upon a scroll with solemnity. Hold it! Watanabe Kawa's urgent cry reverberated. Adamant sealing chains. Uzumaki Nanako invoked in haste, ensnaring the fleet-footed creature in a golden bind. Well done, Nanako, Rei lauded, offering a thumbs up. You little rascal are quite the runner. Uzumaki Nanako exclaimed as she released the chains, revealing a diminutive ginger cat in a state of unconsciousness. A commendable display of coordination. Had one not known better, one might mistake your ensemble for an assault on the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Deidara quipped, dismounting from his clay avian construct and surveying the feline. Fortuitously, you tempered your strength. A surfeit of chakra would have propelled this creature to the Pure Land. Deidara cradled the cat with a chuckle. Sensei, why is this the vaunted adversary? Watanabe Kawa lamented, casting a forlorn gaze at Deidara. He had been transported to this location by Deidara, who promptly relinquished the mission scroll before ascending into the heavens. Watanabe Kawa's perusal of the scroll revealed the objective, to capture a cat. Yet, even this seemingly simple task had eluded him for several minutes, culminating in Uzumaki Nanako's intervention. While ostensibly a mere feline, it serves to hone your reflexes, collaborative spirit, and responsiveness. Ergo, Deidara drawled, you shall partake in further missions of this nature. Apart from Uzumaki Nanako, the others were expressions of despondency. Uzumaki Nanako, however, surreptitiously observed Deidara, unconcerned with the nature of the missions, content in his presence. Thus commenced the prolonged D-rank mission spree of Team Deidara, with one task after another falling to their hands. Konoha Minato, do you know? I have encountered one who may be the child of prophecy, Jiraiya exclaimed, bursting into Namikaze Minato's residence upon his return to Konoha after a 2-year sojourn. Namikaze Minato, now 17, had blossomed into a radiant young man. The child of prophecy? Namikaze Minato inquired with surprise. A youth bearing the Rinnegan. I am certain it was the Rinnegan, Jiraiya declared with fervor, alluding to the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. During his wanderings, he had stumbled upon the village of Amigakure and witnessed the eyes, promptly accepting the trio as disciples and imparting his knowledge and skills. Hanzo of the Salamander had long been aware of Jiraiya's presence, but had refrained from intervening, as Jiraiya's purpose was merely to instruct his disciples, not to instigate conflict. The Rinnegan? Namikaze Minato's eyes widened. Then I shall endeavor to meet this junior disciple in due course. Ah, Minato, how fares your progress with the Flying Thunder God technique? Jiraiya inquired, as if struck by a sudden thought. He had secured access to the Scroll of Seals for Namikaze Minato through the third Hokage, recognizing his potential. He had initially considered Namikaze Minato as the child of prophecy, but had since shifted his focus to Nagato, deeming him the one destined to reshape the shinobi world. Owing to his possession of the Rinnegan. I would venture to say I have only just scratched the surface, Namikaze Minato replied after a moment of contemplation. While he could now execute the Flying Thunder God technique, he had yet to devise his own unique variation, hence his assessment. You have already mastered the rudiments of the Flying Thunder God technique with such alacrity? Jiraiya exclaimed, his countenance reflecting astonishment. The Flying Thunder God technique was notoriously the most challenging of the second Hokage's repertoire, demanding exceptional spatial awareness, lightning-fast reflexes, and innate talent, a trifecta of prerequisites. Is it truly so astonishing? Namikaze Minato demurred, scratching his head. He found the Flying Thunder God technique rather straightforward, merely involving the deployment of a kunai, followed by instantaneous translocation. Engaging in skirmishes presents no difficulty. Engage me in combat. I shall assess the extent of your nascent Flying Thunder God technique and offer guidance, Jiraiya proposed, suppressing his astonishment and preparing to personally gauge Namikaze Minato's proficiency. After all, it is merely a rudimentary grasp of the technique. It is unlikely to lead to my defeat. Chapter 84. The Uchiha clan meeting. Come on, attack me. Jiraiya beckoned to Minato Namikaze, inviting him to strike. In Jiraiya's eyes, Minato remained the same as he had been years ago, when Jiraiya could easily overpower him with one hand. Now, after merely a year or so, Jiraiya doubted Minato had grown significantly stronger. Here I come. Minato hurled a kunai. Flying Thunder God. He instantly appeared behind Jiraiya. Summoning technique. Toad SH. Jiraiya bit his finger and summoned a toad of medium size, its vibrant red hue shining. Toad SH. Disrupt him. Jiraiya pointed at Minato, and the toad immediately understood, launching an attack. Flying Thunder God. Minato swiftly maneuvered among the kunai, landing a flurry of punches on Jiraiya. Soon, Jiraiya found himself receiving dozens of blows. Is this what you call just starting out? Jiraiya grunted as Minato struck him again, though Minato was holding back. Each hit left Jiraiya bruised. Teacher. Minato abruptly halted, standing before Jiraiya like a child caught misbehaving. You've clearly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. How can you claim to be just a beginner? Jiraiya was perplexed, unable to comprehend this assertion. After all, Minato had learned other ninjutsu as well. Surely he knew the level of his own skill? Well, teacher, I feel that there's still immense potential in the Flying Thunder God technique that I have yet to explore. I can honestly say I'm still just getting started. Minato replied earnestly. Jiraiya found this hard to believe, feeling Minato was merely toying with him. By the way, Minato, are you and Kushina cohabitating? Jiraiya inched closer, a sly grin on his face. Teacher, please don't. Minato's face flushed crimson. Then it's true. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Teacher, have you noticed that the situation in Konoha has become increasingly tense? Minato attempted to steer the conversation away. You mean the Uchiha situation? Jiraiya pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. The reputation of the Uchiha clan had shifted dramatically, just as they were no longer the targets of public disdain. A few Uchiha members had suddenly stirred trouble, engaging in fights. This instantly plunged public sentiment towards the Uchiha into the depths of negativity. However, a search of the clan's territory yielded no culprits, leading the villagers to believe the Uchiha were shielding their own, further fueling their disdain. After a year of good deeds, the Uchiha clan found their reputation tarnished by unfounded accusations. The mastermind behind this was all too apparent. Teacher, do you think the Uchiha clan is truly at fault? Is it the Uchiha who owe the village an apology, or is it the village that has wronged the Uchiha? Minato posed a thought-provoking question to Jiraiya. Unlike the original story, in this world, the Uchiha clan had genuinely been acting nobly, and Minato had witnessed this firsthand. Thus, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction over the renewed targeting of the Uchiha. I will inquire with the old man about the Uchiha situation. I too find it perplexing why they are being so harshly treated. Are they being pushed towards rebellion? Jiraiya sighed, ruffling Minato's hair. Because the Uchiha had done much good, Jiraiya's perspective on them had shifted as well. Continue your training. Focus on honing more offensive ninjutsu to compensate for your lack of attacking prowess. As Jiraiya took his leave, he advised Minato. Offensive ninjutsu. Uchiha clan meeting hall. Clan leader, what should we do? A young man with prominent tear troughs sat at the forefront, his expression grave. Uchiha Fugako had now ascended to the position of clan leader after his father's sudden death a few months prior, a demise that had come without warning. That old dog Danzo. An outraged Uchiha member stood and berated Shimura Danzo vehemently. Danzo and his protector, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are no good. The Uchiha members hurled insults at Danzo and the third Hokage, their words laced with bitterness. After all, it was one thing to perform good deeds without reward. But to be targeted for it? Were they not allowed to live? Had the Uchiha clan disturbed their ancestors' graves? Silence. Uchiha Fugaka raised his hands, calling for calm. The crowd gradually hushed, turning their attention to their young leader. We currently have only two choices. Wait for Tsunade to advocate for us, or consider a mass defection. Fugaka stated coolly. Why not simply raise Konoha? With our strength and your Manjiki Sharingan, we could easily conquer the village. A radical leader stood, fervently urging action. Do not underestimate Konoha. No clan can compare to its might. Our only option is to defect, and even that would be exceedingly difficult. Fugaka shook his head. The ignorance of these clansmen regarding the disparity in power was laughable. They were blinded by their anger. Let us wait. I hope for good news. Fugaka sighed and waved his hand, signaling the meeting's conclusion. Though reluctant, the members complied and departed. Narrow-minded fools, under your leadership, Konoha will only decay further. Once alone, Fugaka scoffed, casting a glance toward the Hokage building. Hokage office, old man. Why are you targeting the Uchiha clan again? Jiraiya entered just in time to hear a familiar voice, Tsunade's. Tsunade, you are here. Jiraiya greeted her with a cheerful demeanor. Jiraiya? What brings you here? Tsunade appeared troubled, her emotions tumultuous, as if she had just emerged from a heated confrontation. Chapter 85. The inaugural A-rank mission for Team 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his helplessness. Tsunade. I did not dispatch anyone to instigate the Uchiha clan. Moreover, those causing the disturbance genuinely possessed the Sharingan. He suspected Danzo's involvement, but refrained from disclosing it. He knew Tsunade's wrath would compel her to confront Danzo directly. I must inform Danzo to conceal those root members with Sharingan. He mused inwardly. Jiraiya, lounging on the Hokage's desk, turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, I failed to comprehend the rationale behind targeting the Uchiha clan. Tsunade stood beside him, arms crossed, seething with anger. Even if the Uchiha harbored rebellious intentions, I would unequivocally support the village. However, I perceive no such inclination. I only witness your persecution of them. Jiraiya sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Ponder this carefully, old man, Jiraiya said, escorting the incensed Tsunade from the Hokage's office. Summon Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded the Umbu in a subdued tone after their departure. Jiraiya, why did you pull me away? Tsunade demanded, shaking off Jiraiya's hand. What good do you think further arguments would achieve? It hinges on the old man. If he's unwilling, your words are futile. Jiraiya retorted. Tsunade's demeanor softened. Return and await news. You may assuage the Uchiha, but refrain from further disturbances. Jiraiya's tone was stern. Everyone has a breaking point. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade's mentor. Jiraiya didn't want Tsunade to gamble her future. Understood, Tsunade sighed, heading towards the Uchiha district. It's been a while since I last saw Orochimaru. I wonder what he's up to. Jiraiya mused, watching Tsunade depart. He had considered consulting Orochimaru but couldn't locate him. Subsequently, Tsunade placated the Uchiha clan, and the third Hokage personally issued a denial, but with limited effect. The Uchiha clan's reputation seemed to revert to its former state, as if their year of good deeds had been erased. The Wagakure, late year 44 of Konoha-sensei, we've completed D-rank missions for months. Isn't our experience sufficient? Watanabe Kawa grumbled to Didaze. He was weary of these missions. Perhaps. I'll take you out for some exposure, Didaze said, facing the three youngsters with a smile. Really, sensei? An otherwise listless Ling Ning exclaimed with excitement. Even Uzumaki Nanako looked at Didaze with anticipation. Although Nanako was indifferent to missions, she found these tasks tedious. However, before that, if I recall correctly, Nanako, you turned 13 today, don't you? Didaze inquired, changing the subject. Didaze-sama, you remembered? Uzumaki Nanako stammered, surprised, having forgotten herself. Of course. I remember your birthday clearly, Didaze chuckled. Sensei, what about me? Watanabe Kawa asked eagerly. You? Did you ever tell me your birthday? Didaze asked, puzzled. Didn't Nanako tell you either? Watanabe Kawa said, disappointed. Who told you she didn't? Didaze playfully tapped Watanabe Kawa's head. Kawa, didn't you know? Ling Ming said, looking at Watanabe Kawa in disbelief. Know what? Watanabe Kawa groaned, clutching his head. Didaze-sama brought me to a Wagakure, and he knew my birthday when I arrived. Uzumaki Nanako said softly, her cheeks flushed. Watanabe Kawa looked astonished. How much information do you lack? At this rate, you'd be expelled from the Umbu for intelligence deficiencies. Ling Ming quipped. Simultaneously, Didaze created a clay figurine. It's monochrome. Should we add some color? Didaze said, holding a black and white clay bear figurine, stroking his chin. And no need. It's already perfect. Nanako snatched the figurine, smiling contentedly. As for the second thing, how about I take you on an A-rank mission for some exposure? Didaze said, smiling as Nanako took the figurine. Hey, A-rank, Ling Ming exclaimed. Who jumps from months of D-rank missions to A-rank? I can protect you on an A-rank mission. This is primarily for exposure. After a high-difficulty mission, your fear of missions will diminish, Didaze said, smiling. For him, even S-rank missions were trivial. He only downgraded it to A-rank due to the presence of 2.5 burdens. Nanako was only half a burden since her full-power adamant sealing chains could likely restrain even a jonin. Her combat experience was her only shortcoming. Sensei, when do we depart? Watanabe Kawa asked eagerly. Tomorrow. Rest well today and prepare your kunai and shuriken. Dismissed. Didaze vanished, leaving behind 3 excited youngsters. The next day, Tsuchikage-sama. Team 1 seeks to undertake an A-rank mission. Please grant your approval, Didaze said respectfully in the Tsuchikage's office. Normally, teams are not permitted to accept missions of B rank or higher. However, if you are certain you can safeguard your team members, an A-rank mission is permissible. Anoki said, smiling. Rest assured, I will protect these children, Didaze vowed. Then let me see if there are any suitable missions. Anoki opened a scroll and began searching. After a long while, he said, how about this mission? Protecting the daimyo of the land of birds to a conference in the land of rivers. He put down the scroll and said, what do you think? Chapter 86. Escorting the Lord of the Bird Country, what do you think? Didaze did not respond directly to Ohayaki, but instead posed the question to the 3 young ones behind him. Escorting a lord sounds quite thrilling. Ling Ming whispered eagerly. I've heard that escorting a lord often attracts those who harbor animosity toward him, so battles are inevitable. Watanabe Kawa exclaimed with excitement. I have no objections, said Uzumaki Nanako, who felt that any A-level mission would suffice. Then it's settled. Come in. Ohayaki called out once he noticed the trio had reached a consensus. He had spent a considerable amount of time selecting a task, but in reality, he had already made up his mind. Didaze had discussed the matter with him the night before. Today was merely a formality. As for the young ones opposing the decision, that was inconceivable. They likely could not wait to embark on such an adventure. Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Didaze, a plump man entered and bowed deeply to the 2. This is Butler Fu, who will lead you to the bird country, after which you will escort the Lord of the Bird Country, Lord Sigi, to the river country, Ohayaki explained, gesturing for them to proceed. Let us begin our A-level mission. Didaze waved his hand and followed Butler Fu out of the Tsuchikage's office. At the entrance of a Wagakure, Watanabe Kawa eagerly inquired of Butler Fu, will we face formidable foes while escorting the Lord? Butler Fu, did Lord Didaze not inform him? Butler Fu's expression seemed somewhat unsettled. Essentially, there has been no instance of anyone attacking a lord since the establishment of the ninja villages, Didaze replied with a smile. Isn't it possible to encounter opponents of jonin level during an A-level mission? Ling Ming asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. You did say possible, did you not? Lords also consider the possibility, and they certainly do not lack the funds to hire ninja for protection, Didaze chuckled. Oh, the trio collectively drooped their heads in disappointment. I will be observing you from the sidelines. The mission is entirely yours to undertake, and I will only assist if you encounter serious difficulties, Didaze stated. Butler Fu had no objections to this arrangement. After all, having someone like Didaze escorting a lord ensured that no issues would arise. Let us proceed. While it is unlikely that ninja will ambush us, we should still be wary of bandits. I will be watching over you, and your performance during this mission will determine the nature of my future training for you, Didaze added. I will first take you to the bird country, after which I shall no longer intervene. Everyone hop on. Didaze conjured a colossal clay bird, signaling for everyone to board. Once all were situated, he deftly maneuvered the clay bird into flight. The trio, despite having experienced it once before, found the sensation exhilarating, while Butler Fu was utterly beside himself with excitement. Soon, propelled by the swift pace of the clay bird, Didaze arrived at the bird country. At the residence of the Lord of the Bird Country, Butler Fu composed himself before knocking on the door. Butler Fu, please come in. The guard promptly opened the door, allowing him entry. Yes, Butler Fu nodded, leading the trio directly to the Lord's office. Didaze activated his dustless cloak, confident that even as a passive technique, it posed no issue for him. As long as he did not render other objects invisible, the chakra expended on cloaking himself was minimal, allowing him to remain concealed indefinitely if he so desired. Butler Fu pushed open the door to the Lord's office, revealing a middle-aged man. "Lord, I have brought the ninja tasked with this mission." Butler Fu bowed his head respectfully. "Why are they so young? Is this a mere child? Can A-level missions only be assigned to such individuals?" Lord Sagi of the Bird Country frowned, perplexed that his A-level task was being handled by someone so youthful. "Lord Didaze, what do you think?" Butler Fu anticipated such skepticism and addressed the emptiness beside him. Didaze dismissed the dustless cloak, revealing himself. "The bomb madman Didaze?" Sagi exclaimed, rising in astonishment. He never imagined that such a renowned figure would be involved in an A-level mission. After all, such individuals typically undertook S-level tasks. It was not that Sagi was reluctant to issue S-level missions. Rather, the constraints of a smaller nation's lord limited the nature of escort tasks to A-level, with only the lords of the 5 great nations able to issue S-level escort missions. This was to uphold the prestige of the great nations. "Indeed, it is I," Didaze replied, choosing to ignore the title of bomb madman. What was that? He was unfamiliar with it. "Let us go." Immediately, Sagi exclaimed with enthusiasm, waving his hand. "Let us depart." Sagi's face lit up with excitement at the prospect of boasting about who was escorting him. "Do you know who is escorting me?" "The bomb madman." Didaze. The mere thought filled him with joy. For lords like him, who had no worries about sustenance, maintaining face became paramount. He could already envision the envy from the lord of the river country. As Sagi prepared to leave the bird country, Didaze once again employed the dustless cloak to conceal himself. Sagi soon gathered his belongings and found a carriage to set off for the river country. "Lord Sagi is about to leave the bird country," a wandering ninja eagerly reported to a middle-aged man. "Excellent. He has finally departed the bird country." A sinister smile crept across the face of the man named Jai. He had long coveted the bird country and, as a nomadic ninja, sought to claim a nation as his own territory. However, directly assassinating the lord within the territory would provoke the larger nation to retaliate. Thus, Jai chose to wait until Sagi left before making his move. "What kind of ninja is escorting the lord of the bird country?" Jai inquired further. 3 young children, seemingly no older than 12 or 13. Jai's subordinate replied excitedly. "Perfect. Once this is successful, you will all be hailed as national heroes." Jai's eyes gleamed with a cold, fervent excitement. Jai would eventually become a figure of notoriety, but he had not intended to act just yet. He expected that only jonin would undertake the task, and those would likely be elite jonin. However, with Didaze taking on the mission without revealing himself, Jai believed that only 3 children accompanied the lord of the bird country. He saw this as an opportune moment and decided against further waiting. He was determined to eliminate the lord of the bird country and seize the title of its new ruler. Chapter 87. The Assault of the Wandering Ninjas. 3 of you. It seems rather tiring to be on watch outside. Why not come and rest inside my carriage? The lord of the land of birds observed Uzumaki Nanako and her companions, dismissing their vigilance as unnecessary. The lord was seldom in danger of attack. Seeking ninjas was merely a precautionary measure. Even if there were threats, they would likely be mere bandits, rendering their watch outside rather pointless. "No, thank you for your kindness, my lord," Ling Ning interjected, continuing to scrutinize their surroundings with caution. "Ha! At last, you've shown yourself, lord of the land of birds." Just as the lord was about to persuade them further, a cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted, followed by a throng of ninjas leaping from the trees. "What?" The lord of the land of birds was taken aback, astonished that anyone would dare to rob a lord. "Surprised that I would dare to attack you?" Cho sneered. "Because you talk too much." Watanabe Chuan delivered a swift kick towards Cho, successfully striking him in the chest amidst his rambling. "You little brat." Cho fumed, incensed that a mere child had managed to launch a surprise attack against him. A seasoned upper ninja. The upper ninja of the Wandering Clan was roughly equivalent to a stronger middle ninja of a major nation. They primarily targeted upper ninjas from smaller nations, claiming the title as long as they were deemed upper ninjas in those regions. "Die, you insufferable brat." Cho unleashed a massive shuriken. Fire style, great fireball technique. Watanabe Chuan swiftly formed hand seals, releasing his own fireball in response to the shuriken. This child knows ninjutsu. Everyone, attack together. Cho was astonished that such a young child could wield ninjutsu. He himself had not even been a lower ninja at that age. A swarm of wandering ninjas charged forward, brandishing shurikens and kunai. Fire style, great fireball technique. Water style, water line. Earth style, earthquake. Lightning style, thunderstrike. While only a few of them could utilize ninjutsu, the majority were limited to basic transformation techniques. Nevertheless, with nearly 100 wandering ninjas, a dozen or more capable of ninjutsu still posed a significant challenge to the trio. Countless kunai and shuriken rained down upon them, accompanied by the onslaught of various ninjutsu. Ling Ning. Watanabe Chuan quickly retreated, joining Ling Ning's side. Understood. She replied immediately. Fire style, giant great fireball technique. Watanabe Chuan infused all his chakra into the attack, his face flushed with effort. Wind style, great breakthrough. Ling Ning also unleashed her wind technique to amplify Watanabe Chuan's fireball. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Nanako shielded the Lord of the Land of Birds with her earth style, mindful of stray embers that could harm him. Exhausted from releasing the giant fireball, Watanabe Chuan slumped to the ground, while Ling Ning had exhausted nearly half her chakra. The fusion of fire and wind resulted in an enormous fireball that obliterated all incoming shurikens and kunai. How can this child be so powerful? Chao's expression soured, while his subordinates hesitated, uncertain whether to continue their assault. Charge! Cho barked, attempting to bolster their morale. His chakra must be depleted after such a technique. Once we seize the Land of Birds, each of you will receive a reward of 100,000 ryo. With renewed vigor, the wandering ninjas surged forward, roaring as they advanced. Chuan, come here, Nanako called out, having noticed Watanabe Chuan down on the ground. She rushed to his side, placing her hand on his head. What? Watanabe Chuan was puzzled, unsure of Nanako's intentions. All done. Nanako injected her chakra into him. Now, she had gained the ability to manipulate her chakra into others' bodies. How is this possible? Watanabe Chuan was astonished to find his chakra fully restored. Stop dawdling. Get back to fighting, Nanako urged, patting his head. Shouldn't you recover too, Ling Ning? Nanako turned to her. Nanako, you. Ling Ning looked at her quizzically. This is one of my abilities. Just know that I can help you restore your chakra. Nanako approached Ling Ning, placing her hand on her head and transferring chakra into her. My diamond lock isn't suitable against such agile ninjas. This fight depends on you both. Nanako decided to take on the role of a healer. After all, her diamond lock could only catch them off guard. If they chose to evade, it would be challenging to eliminate them all. Moreover, earth and water techniques lacked the lethality of wind and fire, making healing a more prudent choice. Once again, Ling Ning and Watanabe Chuan unleashed their combined techniques. Fire style, giant great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. The fused colossal fireball hurtled towards the wandering ninjas. This time, the ninjas were unable to counter. Many had already exhausted a significant portion of their chakra from the previous assaults. Most wandering ninjas were mere lower ninjas, with middle ninjas being a rarity, and their chakra reserves were pathetically low. The giant fireball decimated nearly half of the wandering ninjas. It's that girl behind them. Cho quickly identified the source of their troubles and rushed forward, intent on eliminating the healer. In his mind, only the weak would cower behind. The strong would not. Naturally, he excluded himself from that judgment. Cho leaped towards Nanako, his demeanor brimming with confidence. This guy. Watanabe Chuan stared in disbelief as Cho charged at Nanako, bewildered by his audacity. Just a little brat, now scared and unsure of what to do. Cho mused triumphantly. Yet, to his surprise, Nanako wore a look of feigned terror, which only fueled Cho's excitement further. Wind style, air slash. Cho unleashed his attack towards Nanako, aiming to eliminate the healer. Diamond lock. Nanako awaited the opportune moment, feigning panic to draw Cho closer. What? Cho had never encountered such a ninjutsu. He was instantly ensnared by the diamond lock, bound tightly by golden chains, and collapsed to the ground, immobilized. Chapter 88. Annihilation of the Wandering Ninjas. Master Cho. The Wandering Ninjas were thrown into disarray upon witnessing their leader's capture. What is this? Cho, in a state of panic, struggled desperately against his bindings on the ground, only to realize he was utterly powerless to escape. This was the full-force Vajra seal of Nanako. Not even the elite shinobi from the 5 great nations could hope to break free from such a confinement, let alone Cho, whose reputation did not match his abilities. Capture them all, exclaimed Uzumaki Nanako. With the strongest already apprehended, The remaining ninjas found their chances of fleeing exceedingly slim. Earth release. Four corners, earth flow wall. Uzumaki Naneko summoned her immense chakra to create four colossal earthen walls, ensnaring everyone within. How could this be? The wandering ninjas gazed in shock at the walls that encased them, their eyes betraying their mounting fear. Naneko had been hesitant to employ this tactic initially, primarily concerned that Cho might escape. After all, in comparison to Cho, the others were mere foot soldiers. What value was there in eliminating a mere group of them? The wandering ninjas were as numerous as blades of grass, and if Cho managed to flee, recruiting another 100 would pose no challenge whatsoever. It could even be said that Cho only recruited 100 due to his apprehension over sharing the spoils with too many. If he were to recruit without restraint, 1,000 would surely flock to him. His ambitions were unparalleled, seeking nothing less than the conquest of a nation. The wandering ninjas were drawn to such strength. But now that Cho was captured, none of the remaining wandering ninjas could hope to escape. Vajraseal. Uzumaki Naneko unleashed more golden chains, and within the inescapable earth walls, these individuals faced only death. Devil! Ah! The anguished cries and curses of the wandering ninjas filled the air, yet Naneko's slaughter showed no signs of abating. Only when the last of them succumbed beneath the Vajraseal did she cease her relentless onslaught. Gulp! The earthen walls crumbled, revealing a gruesome scene of carnage within. Watanabe Chuan swallowed hard, unable to fathom Naneko's ruthlessness, for she appeared to be the most adorable girl in class. Beside him, Ling Ning's expression darkened. Having witnessed the bloodshed of over 100 lives, the ground soaked with crimson, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. Devil! Devil! The leader of the wandering ninjas, Cho, seemed to have lost his wits, incessantly muttering about devils. Should we spare him? Naneko inquired, gesturing towards the tightly bound Cho. And no, it's unnecessary, came the trembling voice of the daimyo, filled with dread. This was his first encounter with death, so close at hand. Having lived a life of luxury, he had never experienced such horror. Then let it be done. Naneko spoke with chilling calm. Stop. I am willing. Chao's words were cut short as Naneko deftly silenced him with a kunai to the throat. He lost his ability to speak and soon breathed his last. Lord Daimyo, the target has been eliminated. We shall continue to escort you. Naneko called to the daimyo, instructing Watanabe Chuan to dispose of the body. Fire release, great fireball technique. Watanabe Chuan nodded, incinerating the corpse until nothing remained. Shall we proceed, Lord Daimyo? Ling Ning stood beside him, offering reassurance. Let us go. The daimyo, still reeling from the harrowing events, struggled to regain his composure. Onward, commanded the steward upon receiving the daimyo's order, and the carriage resumed its journey. A day later. Lord Daimyo, we have arrived at the land of rivers. After a day and night of escorting, two of the trio were nearly exhausted. Yet they pressed on with feigned vigor. Thanks to her immense chakra, Uzumaki Naneko was unfazed, as she could endure without rest for an extended period. My sincere gratitude to the three young heroes for your efforts. The daimyo of the land of birds, accompanied by his son, descended and smiled at the trio. Initially, he had placed his hopes on Didaze, but he had come to appreciate the capabilities of the three young ones. The daimyo had his own considerations. For the land of birds bordered both the land of earth and the land of wind, which were currently at peace. Should conflict arise, his land would become a strategic buffer. The previous buffer had been entirely consumed by the clash between the land of earth and the land of fire, erasing the existence of the land of grass from the world. If war erupted between the land of wind and the land of earth, he too would have to take a side, and the choice must be weighed carefully. A poor decision could lead to total annihilation. Observing the new generation from a Wagakure, these 12 and 13-year-olds represented the future of their village. Such a formidable new generation suggested that a Wagakure would soon surpass Sonogakure. The daimyo had made a decision. Should war break out, he would immediately side with the land of earth. If he handed over the land of birds at the onset of conflict, the land of earth would not trouble him, and he might even be granted the title of a noble. With these thoughts, the daimyo's demeanor softened, even bordering on obsequiousness towards the three youngsters. I apologize for the wait in the land of rivers. Feel free to enjoy yourselves, and all expenses will be charged to my account. The daimyo declared generously. Wonderful. The eyes of the trio sparkled with joy. They knew the daimyo was wealthy, and thus had no intention of being thrifty. They were in dire straits financially. So why should they hold back when a wealthy patron was offering? Such behavior would be utterly foolish. Here are 500,000 ryu. Fuku. They may buy whatever they wish, and if it's insufficient, they can come to me. The daimyo readily handed over the substantial sum to Fuku, the steward. The trio's eyes gleamed with excitement. After completing an A-rank mission, their personal earnings would only amount to a few tens of thousands, as the leading shinobi would take the lion's share. But now, with 500,000 ryu at their disposal, their admiration for the daimyo soared to new heights. "Teacher, are you there?" Watanabe Chuan called out skyward. Didaze's figure gradually materialized. "Truly impressive, teacher. I cannot even sense your presence when you are cloaked." Uzumaki Naneko gazed at Didaze with admiration. "You are still young. When you grow, you will surely learn to perceive it," Didaze replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Go and enjoy yourselves, but remember not to delay the escort of the daimyo," Didaze instructed. With that, the trio cheered and swiftly departed under Fuku's guidance. Chapter 89. Kakuzu's new heart at the currency exchange. "Lord Kakuzu, you have arrived." The attendant at the currency exchange greeted him with a forced smile. "Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over the money," Kakuzu said, tossing several severed heads onto the table with a heavy voice. "Yes, yes." The attendant continued to smile awkwardly, quickly counting the amount. "In total, it amounts to 9,900,000 ryo. We will round it up to 10 million for you." After concluding the count, he presented Kakuzu with a large box filled with money, having made an effort to ensure the sum was a round figure as per his employer's instructions. Kakuzu immediately began to count the money at the original location. The attendant could only stand by with a forced grin as Kakuzu handled the cash before him. "All right, I shall take my leave." After counting the money, Kakuzu lifted the box and prepared to exit. "Lord Kakuzu, would you be interested in collaborating with us?" A voice called out from behind just as he reached the door. "Collaborate?" Kakuzu slowly turned, his eyes, akin to green beans, filled with an unmistakable sense of menace. "Indeed. A collaboration. I wish to partner with you to secure the current top bounty." Soon, two diminutive men stood before Kakuzu. "On what grounds would I collaborate with you?" Kakuzu scoffed, questioning whether anyone was worthy of an alliance with him. "Shall we test that?" The older man suggested. "Step outside. I wish to see what you truly possess." Kakuzu was uncertain if they genuinely had any strength or were merely posturing. The three soon stepped outside. "Lord Kakuzu, our primary objective is infiltration, as the top mission is not assassination," said the younger man, shaking his head. Their abilities paled in comparison to Kakuzu's, yet they possessed a skill he lacked. "Infiltration?" Kakuzu comprehended their intent, recognizing the mission to reclaim the evil god statue, a task issued by the leader of the Hidden Stone Village that had remained unfulfilled for 2 years, despite his greed for the mission. It required entering the Hidden Stone Village without knowledge of the statue's precise location, rendering it nearly impossible, its difficulty surpassing that of eliminating Noki. "Lord Kakuzu, we stand here. If you can reach us, we willingly submit to your demise." "Earth-style, underground fish technique." The two men exclaimed simultaneously, vanishing into the ground using their earth techniques. Have they burrowed underground? Kakuzu's gaze sharpened. "Earth-style, earthquake." He attempted to shake them out, only to be astonished to discover they had descended even deeper. What a peculiar ability. Kakuzu furrowed his brow. He sensed their chakra and assessed their strength. They were at most elite jonin, easily dispatched by him. Moreover, the underground fish technique could not enable such rapid descent, as their chakra could not support such swift infiltration. Yet, these individuals possessed an extraordinary ability, leaving him perplexed. "Come out. I agree to cooperate with you," Kakuzu called down. "Lord Kakuzu, you see me." As the two men emerged from the earth, they barely had time to speak before Kakuzu crushed their skulls with his tentacle fist. 2 earth attribute hearts. Kakuzu gazed at the pulsating hearts, his exhilaration threatening to overflow. With such hearts, he would undoubtedly succeed in infiltrating the Hidden Stone Village. After all, with the Earth Grudge Fear ability, why would he need to collaborate with these feeble individuals? Eliminating them would allow him to utilize their abilities for himself. Alas, the infiltration brothers have met their end. Lamented the attendant at the currency exchange, observing the lifeless bodies fall. Why choose to collaborate with Kakuzu, not realizing he is a madman? "Is there a bounty?" Kakuzu inquired, producing the hearts and discarding the headless corpses before the attendant. "I apologize, Lord Kakuzu, but these two," the attendant began, intending to explain that there was no bounty on them, as their abilities were highly coveted, and the employer had specifically instructed against offering a reward. Kakuzu shot a fierce glare at the attendant, his overwhelming killing intent causing the attendant to tremble in fear. There is. One bounty of 500,000 ryo for you. The attendant hastily presented Kakuzu with a large box. He could only accept this loss without protest. Yet, it wasn't entirely a loss. He could seek out those who once considered placing a bounty and inquire if they might still wish to do so. Then present the bodies afterward. If managed well, he could not only break even but also profit significantly. With this thought, the attendant's mood brightened slightly. Meanwhile, Kakuzu had finished counting the money and proceeded to extract his original Earth attribute heart. The attendant was horrified as he witnessed this gruesome act. The bloody heart was removed, revealing a dark object emerging from Kakuzu's form. Unfazed, Kakuzu had undergone this procedure numerous times before. May this Earth attribute heart prove advantageous, Kakuzu murmured, subsequently placing the heart within his body. What a powerful affinity for Earth. Upon inserting the heart, Kakuzu's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. He felt the Earth calling to him. Earth-style, underground fish technique. Kakuzu, suppressing his excitement, unleashed the technique. His figure vanished from the currency exchange. This sensation, Kakuzu's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. He felt as if his movements underground were as effortless as on the surface, something no other Earth attribute heart had granted him. After briefly assessing his newfound abilities, Kakuzu emerged from the ground. The evil god statue. Confidence radiated from Kakuzu's face. He sensed his infiltration skills had reached an unparalleled level. Not even Deidara could hope to eliminate him. Now, all that remained was to gather intelligence. Once he had sufficient information, there would be no limit to where he could venture with his current infiltration prowess. Kakuzu's spirit soared higher than ever before. I accept this mission. He pointed at the top task, then turned to leave. The inscription read boldly, reclaim the evil god statue bounty, 300 million. Chapter 90. Kakuzu's infiltration into a Wagakure. The feudal lord of the land of birds waved goodbye to the trio and Didaze with a cheerful smile, expressing hope for their next visit. Rest assured, we will surely return when the Lord has a mission. The three young ones enthusiastically replied, waving back. This mission had proven quite rewarding. When Watanabe Chuan arrived, he had nothing but a few shurikens, but he was now burdened with packages. The other two nodded in agreement. All right, remember this mission. We must maintain this attitude for future endeavors, Didaze advised with a smile, and the trio nodded in unison. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, Kakuzu did not rush to reveal himself. Instead, he sought to gather information first. After all, how could he steal something if he did not even know where the statue was located? Utilizing the Earth-style, underground fish technique, Kakuzu submerged himself within the soil, searching for clues throughout Iwagakure for 3 or 4 days. Finally, he pinpointed the location. Didaze's residence must be here. Kakuzu infiltrated Didaze's home. Who goes there? Suddenly, Kakuzu heard a young girl's voice. Was there a little girl at home? An evil grin spread across Kakuzu's face. If he captured this girl, he could threaten Didaze. He turned to look, but found no one. Leave this place. A small six-tailed creature stood before Kakuzu's shoes. Slime attack. The six-tailed beast, seeing that Kakuzu ignored it, became agitated and spat out a blob of slime. The viscous substance swiftly corroded a hole in Kakuzu's shoe, revealing his toes. Six tails. Kakuzu felt a sharp pain in his foot and looked down to see a tiny creature with 6 tails spewing slime at him. This was not right. How could 6 tails be so small? Kakuzu shook his head to dismiss this erroneous thought. In his memory, 6 tails was a formidable creature, not a diminutive one. Little creature, perish. With that thought, Kakuzu struck out with his tentacle towards the small 6-tailed beast, at the border between the land of birds and the land of Earth. Didaze was on his way when suddenly he heard 6 tails' voice in his mind. Your clone is under attack. Isn't your clone at my house? How could it be attacked? Didaze's mind momentarily froze. After all, his home was situated almost at the heart of Iwagakure. Who could have reached it? My clone described the assailant as a man with green bean-like eyes and a mask. 6 tails conveyed the information from the clone. Could it be that guy again? Didaze immediately thought of Kakuzu. Should I transfer my power back? 6 tails inquired. Yes, please do. I won't stop you. Didaze nodded. Subsequently, 6 tails left enough chakra for Didaze to survive and transmitted nearly all of its chakra to the clone. Back at Didaze's home, Kakuzu disdainfully remarked after knocking the small 6-tailed beast to the ground. Little creature. He continued rummaging through the house. Corrosive liquid. Just as Kakuzu was busy searching, The small six-tailed beast began to grow rapidly, soon matching Kakuzu's size. This was a deliberate control of size by Six Tails. If it became too large, it would be cumbersome to fight in the room. However, the chakra levels and attacking power remained unchanged. Only the size had been reduced. What is happening? Kakuzu sensed an incoming attack and quickly rolled away. How did it suddenly grow so large? Confusion washed over him, but he knew he had to resolve this battle swiftly. With his current evasion capabilities, he could escape even if Noki arrived. Thus, he intended to see if he could eliminate the small six-tailed beast before Noki showed up. Kakuzu's confidence stemmed largely from the creature's size. Had it not compressed its form, he would have fled immediately. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals to summon the Earth Flow Wall. Bolstered by the new chakra, the wall became extraordinarily robust. Yet, even this could not withstand the onslaught of Six Tails' corrosive liquid. In mere moments, the Earth Flow Wall was thoroughly eroded. The battle within Didaze's room commenced, resulting in utter devastation shortly thereafter. Fortunately, Didaze had taken most of his valuables with him. Only the malevolent statue remained in the room, as he found it too sinister to carry. The corrosive liquid had also damaged the scrolls, causing the malevolent statue to tumble out. This as Kakuzu's eyes gleamed at the sight of the malevolent statue. Although Six Tails did not comprehend Kakuzu's obsession with the statue, it positioned itself to block him from seizing it. In the Tsuchikage building, Noki was reviewing documents when he suddenly sensed two powerful presences engaged in battle. The location was Didaze's residence. Steel Earth, come with me, Noki shouted, immediately leaping through the window. Steel Earth, bewildered, followed suit, still unaware of the situation. But soon, he too sensed the two formidable energies and instinctively quickened his pace toward Didaze's home. Damn it, someone is coming. Kakuzu had not anticipated being delayed for so long, allowing reinforcements to arrive before he could take the malevolent statue. Dust release, disintegration technique. Just as Kakuzu hesitated whether to flee, Noki unleashed a dust release attack aimed at him. Earth Grudge Fear, fire. Kakuzu, panicking at the sight of the advancing dust, hastily employed Earth Grudge Fear to shield himself. The technique was vaporized, signifying that Kakuzu had lost a heart. Earth Style, Underground Fish Technique. Observing more individuals approaching, Kakuzu begrudgingly departed from Didaze's home. Such audacity. Steel Earth arrived just as Noki finished his dust release, catching sight of Kakuzu burrowing underground. A rogue ninja, Kakuzu. Noki glared at the retreating figure, his mind racing with thoughts. This individual dared to invade Didaze's home to steal, demonstrating remarkable audacity. Steel Earth mirrored his expression of anger. Didaze, that individual named Kakuzu has escaped. Meanwhile, Six Tails relayed the information from Didaze's clone. Let me guess where he will flee to. Didaze chuckled darkly. He intended to corner Kakuzu right here. Chapter 91. Heavy Explosive Clay Naneko. Concentrate fully on sensing the underground to the east. Inform me immediately if you detect anything. Didaze instructed the young girl beside him, the Whirlpool Naneko. This little one possessed remarkable perception abilities, rivaling even Didaze's own. Understood. Though Naneko was uncertain of the necessity behind this command, she complied wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Kakuzu was navigating through the earth. Moments later, teacher. There is an unidentified creature advancing underground to the east. Naneko exclaimed, her eyes widening as she spoke to Didaze. Excellent. Detonate the clay giant bird. Shadow clone technique. You three, ascend quickly. The ensuing battle may endanger you. Didaze commanded, sending his shadow clones to control the giant bird, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Kakuzu. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Didaze's eyes. Is this Didaze's presence? Didaze sensed Kakuzu, and correspondingly, Kakuzu became aware of Didaze's presence as well. I am buried deep beneath the earth. What can Didaze do to me? Kakuzu, who had initially harbored some trepidation, now felt no fear, only disdain. Canine, infuse your chakra into this. Didaze created a prototype of the heavy explosive clay No. 18 and gestured for the canine to channel chakra into it. Understood. A melodious voice echoed as a substantial amount of chakra was injected into the prototype number 18. C3. Enhanced form. Corrosive number 18. This new explosive clay was born from number 18, absorbing a significant amount of the canine's chakra, augmenting its explosive power while introducing corrosive properties, thus surpassing the original number 18 in strength. Giant clay bird. Didaze molded the giant clay bird and swiftly ascended. Explode. Once airborne, Didaze hurled the corrosive No. 18 downward. Boom. A tremendous roar reverberated, followed by a sound of seething corrosion. In an instant, the earth transformed into a gaping pit. Kakuzu, lurking underground, sensed the lethal threat and hastily channeled a vast amount of chakra deeper into the earth. Though this move demanded immense energy from Kakuzu, failing to do so could result in his demise. How has his power increased so significantly? Kakuzu was astonished. How long has it been? It didn't even detonate. Didaze observed intently below, his expression growing serious. Forget it. I initially intended to use this as a trump card. Didaze began to mold clay rapidly, but this time, the clay's density was extraordinarily high. He utilized 10 times the previous amount to craft a clay bomb. Soon, the clay bomb was completed. It appeared as a simple sphere. Yet, this seemingly ordinary sphere weighed nearly 10 pounds in his hand. Clay bomb. Heavy explosive clay. Didaze tossed the sphere in his hand, gauging its heft before launching it towards Kakuzu's direction. A blinding light erupted. Underground. Kakuzu suddenly felt enveloped by an overwhelming brightness. The previously dim underground was now brilliantly illuminated. Is this achievable by humans? The three small creatures gazed in awe at the immense white light emanating from the earth, their expressions reflecting confusion. Phew. The heavy explosive clay truly takes a toll. After crafting the bomb, Didaze felt fatigued. Its power far exceeded that of number 18. But it bore a significant drawback. It consumed an extraordinary amount of chakra. Had it been the previous Didaze, this heavy explosive clay would have depleted all his chakra. However, with the assistance of the six tails, it now consumed approximately 20% of his chakra to wield. Didaze rode the giant clay bird, diving downward, sensing Kakuzu's presence, and flew towards it. At that moment, Kakuzu was beset by earth grudge fear. One earth grudge fear emerged, followed by another, soon resulting in 2 earth grudge fears surfacing from his body. The heavy explosive clay's detonation inflicted continuous damage. A single earth grudge fear could not sustain him. Kakuzu was fortunate to have survived with 2 earth grudge fears, yet his luck was waning as his earth attribute heart emerged. Kakuzu, I spared you last time. How dare you return to a Wagakure seeking death? Didaze descended and beheld Kakuzu on the ground. Detonate the clay, dual-winged bird. Didaze crafted the dual-winged bird to distract Kakuzu, buying himself time to mold other explosives. Kakuzu hastily employed earth grudge fear to defend himself, then unfurled the scroll. Upon opening the scroll, a heart was revealed within. This heart belonged to another member of the duo. Kakuzu had retained it for emergencies, and it seemed that moment had arrived. Kakuzu swiftly thrust the heart into his own body. The affinity has diminished significantly. Kakuzu mused. The heart must be freshly acquired to be optimal. This was why he did not stockpile hearts. However, these 2 hearts were too valuable, prompting Kakuzu, who typically refrained from hoarding hearts, to keep them. Earth release. Underground fish technique. Kakuzu, unwilling to confront Didaze, hastily burrowed into the earth to escape. Detonate the clay, giant bird. Didaze, observing Kakuzu's rapid retreat, promptly directed the giant clay bird towards his fleeing form. Kakuzu sensed yet another assault. Fortunately, this time it was a wind attribute earth grudge fear. Kakuzu dared not look back, enduring the damage as he fled swiftly. This old man is actually retreating without fighting me. Didaze could only watch helplessly as Kakuzu escaped, for he was ill-equipped to pursue. Crafting clay bombs requires a preparatory phase, and Kakuzu was fleeing at full speed, making it impossible to create a bomb capable of breaking through the earth in time. So be it. Didaze, witnessing Kakuzu's hasty retreat, understood he had instilled profound fear in his adversary, who would likely refrain from provoking him again. Indeed, as Didaze anticipated, Kakuzu was now enveloped in terror. He could not fathom how Didaze had grown so powerful so swiftly, but he knew he had been fortunate to escape this time. Next encounter, his survival was uncertain. Kakuzu was now overwhelmed with fear towards Didaze. The speed of Didaze's growth had transcended his comprehension. Chapter 92. Return. He sighed inwardly, realizing he had let this fellow escape once again. Deidara lamented his helplessness, as Kakuzu had already fled far away. However, after this battle, the fear he instilled in Kakuzu should be profound enough to prevent any further trouble in Wagakure. Judging by Kakuzu's complete reluctance to resist this time, it was evident that his apprehension had significantly escalated. Nevertheless, it was best to escort the three young ones back to the village. Deidara shook his head, then molded a new clay giant bird and soared into the sky. Teacher Deidara. The three young ones exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him from above, prompting Deidara's shadow clone to nod and dissipate upon seeing its original. Sir, what technique was that? Watanabe Kawa could not help but inquire, recalling the explosive power of the previous detonation. Watanabe, one should not casually inquire about such matters. Lingning quickly interrupted Watanabe Kawa's question. If the abilities of a ninja are disclosed indiscriminately, they may easily become targets. It's nothing much, merely a new clay bomb technique, Deidara replied dismissively, knowing that if he were to elaborate on the principles, it could take an entire day. Let's head back to the village. Hold on tight. With that, Deidara maneuvered the clay giant bird directly towards a Wagakure, soaring at speeds that elicited gasps from the three young ones. A Wagakure, what is that in the sky? The gatekeepers of a Wagakure seemed uncertain, as if they had glimpsed something extraordinary, yet were unsure. Deidara's clay giant bird flew at such high speeds and altitudes that ordinary ninjas generally failed to notice it. Given the urgency of the situation, Deidara had no intention of wasting time with the gatekeepers. Suchikage building Lord Deidara. The Umbu at the entrance was about to intercept him when he recognized Deidara and immediately bowed respectfully. Continue your duties. I must see Lord Suchikage. Deidara ushered the three young ones and entered the Suchikage's office. At that moment, Anoki was deep in thought, pondering why Kakuzu had invaded Deidara's home. He directed this question toward Kudo. Lord Suchikage, I have no idea. Kudo replied with a resigned smile. How could he possibly know? Perhaps Kakuzu simply had an affinity for Deidara's residence? Lord Suchikage. Just as Anoki and Kudo exchanged perplexed glances, Deidara's voice rang out. Deidara, come in. Anoki and Kudo reacted as if they had seen a beacon of hope. Lord Suchikage. Deidara entered and bowed respectfully. The little ones are still here. I must set an example. Anoki, the rogue ninja Kakuzu invaded your home, but the exact reason remains unclear. Due to the Six-Tails clone, he did not achieve his goal and has since escaped. Anoki's gaze was intense as he looked at Deidara. I managed to intercept him and inflicted serious injury. He won't be causing trouble for several years. Deidara recounted his encounter with Kakuzu. You actually encountered him? How did you draw him out? Anoki asked incredulously, finding it hard to believe, given Kakuzu's mastery of Earth-style jutsu. No, I did not draw him out. Deidara shook his head, which only deepened Anoki's confusion. I blew him out. Deidara clarified. Blew him out? Anoki's eyes widened. He had merely sensed that Kakuzu had burrowed down hundreds of meters. How could Deidara have explosively extracted him? Deidara, have you developed a new type of clay bomb? Anoki exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. Deidara's increased strength essentially signified a victory in the next war. Indeed, Deidara nodded slightly. That's splendid. Anoki was elated. A clay bomb capable of creating a massive pit hundreds of meters deep would be formidable on the battlefield. Anoki dared not imagine the scene. By the way, Deidara, your home was left in ruins. The village can arrange a new house for you if you wish. Anoki suddenly recalled the devastation of Deidara's residence, which seemed utterly shattered. That is acceptable. Deidara nodded. By the way, how did your mission go? Anoki finally broached the topic of their assignment, which paled in comparison to the current matters at hand. Nana, you may explain. Deidara gestured for Uzumaki Nana to share the details of their mission. Go ahead. Anoki regarded her with a gentle gaze. This young one had already mastered the adamantine sealing and was merely a step away from the four-symbol seal. Her talent surpassed that of carrying by a considerable margin, and it was likely that Nana would learn the four-symbol seal before her teacher. Yes, Nana bowed respectfully. Our primary task was to escort the daimyo, but we encountered some wandering ninjas along the way. Uzumaki Nana succinctly recounted their experiences, including the fact that the daimyo of the Land of Birds had provided money for their expenses without any concealment. Anoki nodded in satisfaction. You did well this time. After this incident, the daimyo of the Land of Birds should lean towards our Wagakure. In the event of a conflict with Sunagakure, we may contact him to see if he is willing to ally with us. The seasoned Anoki immediately perceived the potential in this situation. Securing the Land of Birds would place him in a favorable position against Sunagakure, which lay in a desolate region, while the Land of Birds served as a natural barrier. The path from Sunagakure to the Land of Birds included several mountain ranges. Of course, Iwagakure had its own advantages. The Land of Birds was flanked by mountains, effectively isolating Sunagakure from Iwagakure. However, if Iwagakure were to seize control of the Land of Birds, The combined forces of the Land of Birds and Iwagakure's ninjas would create an impenetrable defense. Sunagakure would pose no further threat to Iwagakure. You may collect your rewards for this mission, classified as S rank. Onoki nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the significant accomplishment. Winning over the daimyo of the Land of Birds alone warranted an S rank. You're dismissed. Onoki waved his hand, signaling the three young ones to leave. Wonderful. After departing, the three young ones erupted in jubilant cheers. The reward for an S-rank mission, even with Deidara-sensei taking a substantial portion, would still provide ample funds for them to enjoy. Previously, they had only spent a fraction of the 5 million ryo given by the daimyo of the Land of Birds, primarily on shuriken and kunai. The daimyo had encouraged them to spend more, but the three young ones felt hesitant, as they did not want to squander their employer's money recklessly. However, this time, the bounty from the S-rank mission was entirely theirs to allocate, and after months of frugality, the trio finally had the chance to indulge in some extravagance. Chapter 93. Whispers of Rumor. Time flowed slowly. In the 45th year of Konoha, at the Hitaki clan's residence, Kakashi joyfully exclaimed, "Father, you have returned." He had not seen his father for nearly a year. "Yes," Hitaki Tsukumo replied, his gaze tinged with melancholy. This time, he had failed his mission, however. He had saved his comrades, which he considered not an utter failure. After all, he never regarded himself as an invincible warrior, a title solely imposed upon him by others. "Kakashi, let me assess your swordsmanship practice." Tsukumo decided not to dwell on his failure, leaving the resolution to the higher-ups, for further contemplation seemed futile. At the Root Organization headquarters, Shimura Danzo expressed surprise. "Tsukumo has failed his mission?" This was indeed the first time for him. "Yes, Lord Danzo, Tsukumo did fail, but he managed to rescue his teammates," reported a ninja from the Root Organization, bowing his head. "Humph. Spread the word. I want Tsukumo's reputation to plummet." Leaving him with no chance to contest for the position of fourth Hokage, Danzo declared with delight. Shattering Tsukumo's invincible image would surely lead to disillusionment among the villagers. When one is exalted to a pedestal through constant success, a failure can evoke feelings akin to living hell. "Understood, Lord Danzo." The members of the Root Organization were already adept at disseminating rumors. The following day, a villager conversed with another. Why did Tsukumo save his comrades? The esteemed Konoha White Fang actually disregarded his mission for them. As fate would have it, Tsukumo and Kakashi passed by at that moment. "Father, can you believe they would say such things about you?" Kakashi, flaring with indignation, attempted to break free from Tsukumo to confront the villagers. "No need to pay them any mind. Perspectives vary, and there will always be those who disapprove of my actions," Tsukumo replied, shaking his head to calm Kakashi. Yet, the rumors did not cease with Tsukumo's restraint. They only intensified. The narrative transformed from a mere mission failure to the absurd claim that Tsukumo had orchestrated it as revenge against the village. Even the Root Organization found the spread of such nonsensical rumors troubling, prompting them to consult Danzo. "Fear not, as long as you propagate the rumors. The villagers will embellish them on their own," Danzo scoffed. He was all too familiar with the nature of the villagers. Once he launched an attack via public opinion, it would be relentless. This method of assault was particularly gratifying to Danzo, while the Root Organization dared not refute him, cautiously participating in the rumor mill. However, the outcome was beyond anyone's expectation. The illogical rumors, refined by the villagers, morphed into claims of Tsukumo engaging in treachery with other villages. Even the severe injuries from the recent battle against Iwagakure were attributed to Tsukumo's supposed collusion with them. The rumors escalated, and members of the Root Organization could not help but admire Danzo's foresight. At the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Fugaku received a report. "Lord Fugaku, the rumors surrounding Tsukumo are proliferating." Another of Danzo's machinations. "He intends to bring the village to ruin," Fugaku replied with a cold smile. Yet he remained unfazed, contemplating that should it come to a head, he would lead his clan to defect. Remaining in such a village could spell doom for their family. Upon receiving the news, Tsunade swiftly arrived at Tsukumo's home, accompanied by Jiraiya. Orochimaru was absent due to an experiment. "Tsukumo, you must maintain your composure. I will speak on your behalf later. The villagers' outcry is too strong to rectify at present," Tsunade urged, sitting across from Tsukumo. She felt weary from the incessant internal strife within the village. If the external threats were dealt with, the internal conflicts could be overlooked. However, with neighboring villages growing stronger and Konoha weakening, she saw no promising future for the village. "I understand." Tsukumo nodded slightly, though his heart was far from tranquil. "Tsukumo, rest assured, we will ensure you receive justice," Jiraiya added. "It is enough for me that both of you are willing to assist," Tsukumo responded with a faint smile, comforted by their assurances. Afterward, Tsunade and Jiraiya encouraged Tsukumo before departing the Hitaki residence. As time continued to pass, Tsunade attempted to dispel the rumors, but with little effect. When it came to rumor-mongering, none could rival Danzo. This time, Danzo was particularly shrewd, leaving Tsunade with no opportunities to counter him. She could not catch him in any wrongdoing. Confronting him at the root headquarters would yield no justification. Thus, Tsunade was compelled to simultaneously refute the rumors while seeking evidence against the root organization, which had ceased its slanderous activities by the time she began her search. However, while they ceased, the villagers did not. Their scorn escalated, to the point where upon opening his door, Tsukumo would find rotten vegetables and foul eggs strewn before him. Even stepping outside meant being subjected to the disdainful gazes of those around him. His teammates began to criticize him for his decision to save a comrade. Even young Kakashi was influenced, beginning to question whether his father's actions were indeed misguided. Yet, in a twist more favorable than the original narrative, Tsunade and Jiraiya consistently visited to offer comfort, alleviating Tsukumo's spirit and preventing him from making the fateful decision seen in the original tale. At the root organization's base, Danzo addressed a woman. "Have you understood?" "Lord Danzo, I truly..." She attempted to refuse. "Your child." Danzo interrupted her with a disdainful snort. "Lord Danzo, I will go. I will go." The woman bowed repeatedly. "Tsukumo, have you begun to feel the sting of betrayal from the villagers?" Danzo laughed heartily after her departure, seemingly in high spirits. The next day, Tsukumo encountered a woman who appeared evasive at his doorstep. "It's you?" Tsukumo's eyes narrowed as he recognized her. Wasn't she the mother of the child he had saved? "Tsukumo, you scoundrel. Disgrace." The woman, her gaze averted, hurled rotten vegetables at him before turning away and leaving his doorstep. Tsukumo felt no anger. He discerned her unwillingness and recognized that Danzo had threatened her. He could accept being attacked, but he could not tolerate the idea of those he protected being coerced. Without hesitation, Tsukumo made his way to Tsunade's residence. "Tsunade, please take care of Kakashi for me," Tsukumo implored softly. "What are you planning?" Tsunade asked, alarmed. "I am going to kill Danzo." Chapter 94. Tsukumo Hitaki infiltrates the root organization. "What?" "Tsukumo, don't do anything rash," Tsunade exclaimed, urgently addressing Tsukumo Hitaki. Even she had only dared to create a disturbance at the root organization's base, but Tsukumo's assassination attempt on Danzo Shimura would likely brand him a rogue ninja. "Kakashi, I implore you to look after him," Tsukumo said, offering a deep bow instead of replying to Tsunade. "I will take care of Kakashi, but please, don't do anything foolish," Tsunade implored. Tsukumo shook his head, his form dissolving into nothingness. It was merely a shadow clone. "I hope I'm not too late," Tsunade muttered, rushing out the door towards the root organization's base. Tsukumo had already received the information transmitted by his shadow clone. The distance between Tsunade's residence and Danzo Shimura's root organization was roughly 15 minutes, a duration Tsukumo deemed sufficient to eliminate Danzo Shimura. "I shall eradicate this village's scourge," Tsukumo thought, his gaze hardening as he stormed into the Shimura clan's territory. Indeed, Danzo Shimura's new root organization base was located within the Shimura clan's compound. "Who goes there?" members of the Shimura clan demanded, attempting to intercept him. Tsukumo's eyes flashed with cold determination as he used the flat of his blade to knock them unconscious. He had no desire to harm the innocent. His sole intention was to kill Danzo Shimura. "Tsukumo Hitaki, why are you invading the Shimura clan's territory?" a member of the Shimura clan shouted. Tsukumo ignored him, incapacitating another individual with the back of his blade. "Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique," a Shimura clansman exclaimed, as he unleashed a ninjutsu, hoping to halt Tsukumo's advance. Tsukumo drew White Light Chakra Saber, its brilliant white light obliterating the ninjutsu. "Wind release, Vacuum Wave. Earth release, Earth Flow Spears. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique." A multitude of ninjutsu techniques were employed, dozens of attacks converging upon Tsukumo from all directions, leaving him with no apparent means of evasion. "Sword Shadow Slash," Tsukumo cried out, rapidly brandishing White Light Chakra Saber, conjuring a series of sword shadows that shattered the ninjutsu. Tsukumo advanced, striking the ninjas unconscious with the flat of his blade. Ignoring the enraged shouts of the ninjas behind him, Tsukumo entered Danzo Shimura's root organization base. He was confident that once inside, Danzo Shimura's demise was inevitable. Inside the Root Organization base, a member reported, "Lord Danzo, Tsukumo Hitaki has breached our defenses." Danzo Shimura, who had been examining the changes in the first Hokage's cells, was taken aback. "Tsukumo Hitaki? What audacity! Quick, inform Hiruzen." Danzo Shimura commanded, summoning a Root Organization member. "Yes, Lord Danzo," the Root Organization member replied, heading upwards to leave the base. "Ugh, ah." The Root Organization member suddenly clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground. Tsukumo had silently slit his throat. "Danzo Shimura," Tsukumo said, standing at the entrance, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Tsukumo Hitaki, do you know who I am? I am an elder of Konoha. Do you intend to assassinate an elder? Do you wish to defect from Konoha?" Danzo Shimura shouted, attempting to reason with Tsukumo. If he could only calm him down, he would have ample means to deal with him. However, a direct confrontation with Tsukumo would be an undesirable outcome. Although both were seasoned veterans, Tsukumo's talent far surpassed that of Danzo Shimura. "Heavens weep!" Tsukumo cried out, unleashing a torrent of blade strikes from the entrance towards Danzo Shimura. Unlike his previous attacks, these strikes were relentless, akin to a torrential downpour. Tsukumo could unleash 10 strikes per second. Summoning technique. Danzo Shimura cried out, summoning his personal summon. Although Dream Eater had sustained severe injuries previously, several years had passed, and even grievous wounds would have healed by now. "Exert all your strength and expel." Danzo Shimura commanded Dream Eater, while Dream Eater typically inhaled. After being tricked by Deidara previously, Danzo Shimura preferred the act of expelling. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. In combination with Dream Eater's expulsion of wind, Danzo Shimura's wind release was greatly amplified. Tsukumo's blade strikes were forced to retreat. "Umph." Tsukumo scoffed, disappearing in a body flicker technique. "Where did he go?" Danzo Shimura muttered, desperately trying to sense Tsukumo's presence. "Abyssal divide." Tsukumo cried out, appearing behind Dream Eater, white light chakra saber seemingly manifesting a colossal phantom. "Ooh." Dream Eater wailed, blood spurting from its body. Danzo Shimura quickly released the summoning. Dream Eater had once again sustained severe injuries, and would likely be unable to emerge for several years. "Heavens weep, prison." Tsukumo cried out, slashing down Dream Eater before unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Danzo Shimura. A series of blade strikes materialized, forming a massive encirclement. Tsukumo gradually constricted the prison's perimeter, while Danzo Shimura could only watch helplessly as it grew smaller. Wind release, wind blade, wind release, continuous vacuum, great sphere. Danzo Shimura unleashed ninjutsu upon the blade strikes, but each time he came close to shattering them. Tsukumo would accelerate his strikes to reinforce the breach. Danzo Shimura frantically unleashed ninjutsu, while Tsukumo's blade strikes grew increasingly rapid. Soon, Danzo Shimura's range of movement was reduced to 10 meters. It can last for about a minute. Tsukumo thought, after estimating the duration of the prison. Before leaping inside the blade prison, "Tsukumo Hitaki, let's talk this over." "I'll support your candidacy for 4th Hokage," Danzo Shimura said, as he sensed Tsukumo's murderous intent. Earth split. Tsukumo cried out, slashing down at the ground, instantly creating 3 streaks of sword energy that surged towards Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura barely managed to evade the attack, but Tsukumo's next move was already upon him. Tsukumo cornered Danzo Shimura and unleashed a strike. "Ah!" Danzo Shimura cried out, clutching at his bleeding arm. Tsukumo had severed his arm with a single strike. However, Tsukumo had no intention of showing mercy and continued his relentless assault upon Danzo Shimura. Chapter 95, S-Rank Rogue Ninja. "Tsukumo Hitaki, get over here now?" Danzo Shimura roared at the Root members surrounding him. The Root operatives exchanged glances, hesitant to advance. This iteration of Root was newly formed, its members not yet subjected to the extensive brainwashing of later years. Their loyalty was questionable, though bound by the curse of the Root tongue. Their devotion to Danzo was minimal, almost non-existent. Most had been coerced into joining, compelled only by the threat of the curse. "If I die, you all perish, and your deaths will be excruciating. That is the rule I have inscribed within the curse of the Root tongue," Danzo declared, observing their hesitation. They were aware of this, but hearing it spoken aloud was different. Danzo's words were the final straw. The thought of agonizing death spurred them into action, and the Root members charged into the blade's path. One by one, they were cut down, their sacrifices disrupting Tsukumo's assault. Meanwhile, Tsukumo Hitaki severed Danzo's remaining hand. Now devoid of both arms, Danzo fled in disarray, while the root members threw themselves at Tsukumo to impede his progress. Despite Tsukumo's swiftness, he struggled to breach the wall of flesh. Root's blood flowed like a river. After nearly 10 minutes of relentless combat, the root members were almost entirely annihilated, and Tsukumo was visibly exhausted. Slaughtering hundreds of root operatives was no easy feat. Tsukumo Hatake ceased this at once. The third Hokage finally arrived, accompanied by Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tsukumo's eyes narrowed, and he lunged again, aiming for Danzo's head. Danzo had blocked the previous strikes with his hands, but now he was defenseless. Enma, adamantine prison wall. Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned Enma, who transformed into an adamantine barrier, shielding Danzo. Even so, Tsukumo's blade drew blood from the simian summon. It seems he cannot be killed, Tsukumo thought. Assessing the situation, he did not wish to die, not before he had finished Danzo. Knowing Hiruzen's character, he would never allow Danzo to harm Kakashi. He would likely protect Kakashi to demonstrate his magnanimity. Moreover, Tsunade had pledged to safeguard Kakashi. With his mind at ease, Tsukumo charged toward Hiruzen like a god of war. As he neared, Tsukumo abruptly leaped toward the ground. Abyss. Tsukumo swung his blade upward with tremendous force. The strike pierced through the underground root base. Tsukumo escaped through the newly created fissure. After him, Hiruzen, who had been waiting for Tsukumo to surface, was surprised by his escape. Tsukumo's combat instincts were superior to his own. Hiruzen's face darkened. After a day of pursuit, Konoha issued a warrant for Tsukumo Hatake, now branded an S-rank rogue ninja. Tsukumo Hatake, once a hero of Konoha, was now a wanted criminal. News of this spread rapidly to other villages. 3 days later, in Sunagakure, Granny, have you heard? Tsukumo Hatake has been branded a rogue ninja by Konoha. A female ninja exclaimed excitedly to Chiyo, who was repairing a puppet. Chiyo looked up. Where did you hear such an improbable tale? She asked, dismissing the idea. Tsukumo Hatake, the hero of the leaf? He would no more become a rogue ninja than I would. The ninja produced a wanted poster. Granny, I didn't believe it at first, but Konoha has issued a warrant. The poster clearly stated, Tsukumo Hatake, S-rank rogue ninja of the leaf, reward, 200 million ryo. What? Chiyo's eyes widened as she seized the poster. Granny, according to rumors, Tsukumo defected due to village gossip. The ninja continued. Ha ha ha. Chiyo laughed gleefully. Lend me this wanted poster. Chiyo snatched the poster and hurried towards Sasori's room. Knock, knock, knock. Chiyo knocked on Sasori's door. Sasori had become increasingly reclusive, but his talent was universally acknowledged. Teachers, teammates, and even the Kazekage praised Sasori. He was a natural puppeteer. He had already created 3 new types of puppets, which had been adopted by Sunagakure's puppeteers. The third Kazekage had designated Sasori as his successor, a decision that met with unanimous approval. Many believed that Sasori would surpass the third Kazekage and become the greatest Kazekage of all time. However, Chiyo knew that Sasori carried a deep-seated pain, the loss of his parents. Chiyo hoped that the news of Tsukumo Hatake's defection might offer Sasori some solace. Enter. Sasori's cold voice replied. Sasori, are you creating puppets again? Chiyo asked, observing Sasori hunched over his work. Granny, what do you need? Sasori asked without looking up. This is Tsukumo Hatake. He's been branded a rogue ninja. Chiyo said eagerly, presenting the wanted poster. He was betrayed by his village and forced to flee, becoming a rogue ninja. Chiyo spoke with undisguised satisfaction. I see, Sasori replied, unmoved. Sasori. Chiyo was at a loss for words. They remained in silence for several minutes before Chiyo quietly closed the door and left Sasori's room. Tsukumo Hatake, rogue ninja, Sasori murmured, a hint of malice in his voice. At the Kazekage Tower, haha, they drove Tsukumo Hatake away. The third Kazekage roared with laughter. Tsukumo Hatake had been a psychological barrier for Sunagakure. As long as he lived, Sunagakure would not dare to wage war against Konoha. But now Konoha had driven him away? How foolish. In a few years, when Sasori comes of age, it will be time to wage war against Konoha. Chapter 96. The Art of Division. The Stone Village. That Tsuchikage's office. Kakashi Tsukumo has defected? Noki, engrossed in reviewing documents, paused, astonished by the news. Wasn't Tsukumo celebrated as a hero of the leaf? Katsuchi. Noki summoned his attendant. Katsuchi bowed respectfully. Lord Tsuchikage, your command? Prepare for war. Any provocation will be met with immediate engagement. Noki exclaimed, brimming with excitement. With the loss of Kakashi Tsukumo, the Leaf Village has effectively lost its right hand. Understood. Lord Tsuchikage, Katsuchi acknowledged with a nod. He understood Naki's intent perfectly, recognizing the Leaf's unprecedented vulnerability. The previous war had inflicted severe casualties, and recovery within a mere 3 or 4 years was improbable. Furthermore, the defection of their elite ninja only exacerbated their plight. Noki now believed that the stone village alone could contend with the Leaf. I wonder if Deidara has finalized the last step of his particle style, Noki mused. Meanwhile, Deidara was at home, diligently practicing the art of division. He had long since advanced to the final stage of the particle style. Yet an invisible barrier perpetually impeded his progress. Deidara decided to cease his futile efforts, as months of fruitless training had yielded no results. He felt that dedicating his time to mastering the art of division would be more beneficial. Deidara had spent several months honing the art of division. Drawing upon his experience with the mastery of nothingness, he had achieved remarkable control over his body. The art of division, in essence, involved manipulating one's body to divide its internal components in two. Proficiency in either the mastery of nothingness or the art of division would significantly reduce the difficulty of mastering the other. The trio of youngsters were now capable of undertaking missions independently. Uzumaki Nanako had become adept at utilizing sealing techniques in conjunction with the adamantine sealing chains, making her a formidable opponent even for seasoned jonin. Rine's wind style had seamlessly synchronized with Watanabe Kawa's fire style, with Nanako's sealing techniques providing support. The three could effortlessly subdue a dozen jonin. Rine and Watanabe Kawa would continuously unleash fire and wind style attacks, while Nanako would employ sealing techniques to restrict their opponent's movements. Whenever the two depleted their chakra, they would replenish it with Nanako's assistance. This strategy proved virtually insurmountable unless their opponents possessed vastly superior strength. Deidara had also confided in Nanako about his plans to integrate with style, as she possessed both earth and water release, along with an abundance of yang release. Yang release was synonymous with mystical palm technique, and Nanako was essentially a talking mystical palm technique user. However, despite nearly a year of integration, she had yet to achieve any tangible results. After all, the creation of wood style, particularly the first Hokage's lineage limit, was no simple feat. The trio had all attained the rank of CH Nin, enabling them to embark on missions without Deidara's supervision. As for the CH Nin promotion exam, the trio had individually defeated a CH Nin instructor, whose strength was considered exceptional among CH Nin. Their victory secured their immediate promotion. Art of division. Deidara channeled his chakra throughout his body and released it with full force. Another Deidara materialized from his body. Deidara felt his power diminish by half. Both the potency of the clay bombs he could create and his total chakra reserves had been reduced by half. However, the reduction only affected the chakra of Deidara's original body, excluding the six tails chakra. Does the clone not possess a tailed beast? Deidara sensed that the clone had inherited only 50% of his original body's chakra. Seal. Deidara formed a hand seal, and the clone instantly reintegrated into his body. Saiken. You possess the ability to divide, don't you? Deidara entered his mental space, addressing the six tails with a smile. I request that you divide a single entity into my clone. I wish to observe the outcome. The six tails nodded in agreement. Art of division. This time, Deidara brought the six tails from his mental space along with him. The six tails promptly divided a small entity and transferred it into the clone's body. Success. Deidara's face lit up with joy. His abilities had been weakened, but the six tails had not. At most, the six tails' overall chakra had been reduced, but its power remained unchanged. If he were to divide, it would be akin to having two six tails on the battlefield. Excellent. Having achieved his desired outcome, Deidara recalled the clone and prepared to deliver the good news to Noki at the Tsuchikage's office. This was a request that Noki had specifically made. If Deidara were to master the second Tsuchikage's techniques, he was to inform him without delay, as he wished to witness the second Tsuchikage's abilities once more. Perhaps it was a sign of old age that Noki had begun to reminisce about his mentor. The Tsuchikage's office. Old man. Deidara swiftly arrived at the Tsuchikage's office and knocked on the door. Enter. Noki responded. Deidara pushed the door open and stepped inside. You've mastered the art of division? Noki inquired, his face beaming with anticipation, knowing that Deidara must have good news. Indeed, Deidara immediately formed a hand seal, and a clone emerged from his body. Deidara had effectively split into two individuals. Your talent is truly remarkable. Even my mentor may not have surpassed you, Noki remarked, gazing at Deidara's clone with a mixture of awe and admiration. There was a time when he couldn't even find a successor. But now, The stone village was flourishing. Oh, yes, Kakashi Tsukumo has defected due to the slander and gossip surrounding his mission failure, Noki suddenly announced, after his moment of reflection. He had initially intended to send someone to summon Deidara and inform him of the news, but since Deidara had arrived on his own accord, he decided to share the information with him directly. Deidara was taken aback. Shouldn't Kakashi Tsukumo be dead? How could he have defected? Inconceivable, isn't it? I, too, find it quite perplexing, Noki replied, observing Deidara's stunned expression, assuming that he was shocked by the news of Kakashi Tsukumo's defection. The Leaf Village is effectively digging its own grave. They have personally driven their hero down the path of defection, which has undoubtedly chilled the hearts of others. Furthermore, if Kakashi Tsukumo is willing, the Uchiha clan may also seek to defect with him, as they appear to be facing increasing discrimination. Deidara pondered for a moment before responding. If it were the Uchiha clan from the original timeline, they would certainly be unable to defect. However, with Kakashi Tsukumo's defection, if he were to offer assistance to the Uchiha clan, they would have a high probability of successfully defecting. Deidara, you should also prepare yourself. I sense that the Third Shinobi World War is imminent, Noki said, nodding in satisfaction at Deidara's response. Understood, Deidara replied, fully aware that the Third Shinobi World War was only a year away. Chapter 97. Uchiha Madara. Deep within an obscure cavern, a raspy voice shattered the silence. Addressing an aged figure, Lord Madara, Kakashi Tsukumo, a fugitive of S rank from Konoha, is advancing towards your location. Uchiha Madara arched an eyebrow, intrigued. An S rank shinobi from Konoha? Elaborate. It was unprecedented news to him. Affirmative, Black Zetsu affirmed, as White Zetsu emerged from the earth, chirping, Lord Madara, how I've longed for you. Spare the pleasantries. Madara interjected coolly. Recount the circumstances. He had grown accustomed to White Zetsu's eccentricities. Initially, he had questioned their connection to his will, but Black Zetsu had clarified that only he embodied Madara's will, while the White Zetsu were merely expendable creations. White Zetsu drooped, feigning dejection. Lord Madara, this Kakashi Tsukumo's plight is even more wretched than yours. He harbored no intention of deserting, but relentless persecution from the village's hierarchy forced his hand. Such a pitiful tale. White Zetsu feigned wiping away non-existent tears. Humph, Madara scoffed. The successor chosen by Tobirama is as inept as he was. Black Zetsu, scowling, dragged White Zetsu away. Lord Madara. Tsukumo prioritized his comrades over a mission, resulting in its failure. Consequently, he faced condemnation from the villagers, and even his rescued teammate reproached him. Enraged, Tsukumo stormed the Konoha leadership's stronghold, but failed to eliminate them and fled the village. Black Zetsu swiftly summarized the events. The true catalyst, the woman Tsukumo had saved, remained unknown. White Zetsu could not maintain constant surveillance, so the crucial detail eluded them. Humph, Madara grunted. Bring him to me. I wish to assess his capabilities. Black Zetsu protested. Lord Madara, you are too frail. It is unwise. Madara's condition was precarious. His body was aged, the Rinnegan had been entrusted to Nagato, and his life force was sustained by the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Nagato's summoning of the statue had further weakened Madara. What do you fear? Madara challenged. I merely. Black Zetsu internally cursed, but outwardly placated Madara. If you harbor no fear, then bring him forth. Do you believe I, Uchiha Madara, am incapable of handling a fledgling? Madara rose, radiating arrogance. Lord Madara, you possess only a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, and a worthy successor has yet to be found. My will would never contradict my ideals. Madara narrowed his eyes. I offer only an objective assessment. I lack your strength and your vision. I shall lead Kakashi Tsukumo to you at once. Black Zetsu retreated into the earth. In the depths of a forest, Kakashi Tsukumo sought respite. Having evaded his pursuers, he found himself in unfamiliar territory. He had refrained from killing, merely outmaneuvering them. Suddenly, he sensed a rapidly approaching chakra signature. What is that? Greetings. A White Zetsu burst from the ground. Tsukumo's eyes flashed. A blade of chakra arced toward the intruder, cleaving it in two. Such a temper. A voice lamented as the bisected White Zetsu transformed into a dark mass. My master wishes to meet you. Would you be amenable? Black Zetsu chuckled ominously. Your master? I do not consort with nobodies. Tsukumo probed. Spare your inquiries. I ask only if you dare meet my master. Black Zetsu, a veteran of millennia, remained impervious to Tsukumo's tactics. He vanished into the earth, leaving behind a White Zetsu. If you wish to meet him, Simply inform me, White Zetsu chirped. His sole directive was to await Tsukumo's consent and then escort him. Tsukumo sensed Black Zetsu's departure with dismay. I can no longer detect him. 3 hours later, with his chakra replenished, Tsukumo declared to White Zetsu, take me to your reclusive master. Tsukumo, though distant from Konoha, remained within reach. He resolved to investigate. Confident in his ability to escape any genuine peril, Lord Madara, he approaches, Black Zetsu rasped. Then let us ascertain if this other S-rank rogue shinobi from Konoha possesses the requisite strength. Uchiha Madara's face bore an expression of unwavering confidence. He remained the imperious Uchiha Madara. Chapter 98. Kakashi Hatake vs. Uchiha Madara. Here we are. White smiled wickedly at Kakashi Hatake before plunging into the earth. Kakashi, focused and alert, approached the nearby cave with heightened awareness. Step by step, he moved with utmost caution, amplifying his sensory abilities. To his surprise, he detected only a faint chakra. Such a feeble chakra? Kakashi furrowed his brow, puzzled. The chakra was merely on par with an average chunin, which seemed implausible for a subordinate capable of wielding such formidable earth-release techniques. No. Wait. Kakashi suddenly sensed another presence. One whose chakra rivaled that of a tailed beast. He quickened his pace, eager to uncover the mysteries hidden within the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he was confronted by an enormous creature, beneath which lay a man. Are you the S-rank rogue ninja Kakashi Hatake? The frail old man spoke as Kakashi stared, his mind racing to comprehend the creature's nature. Who are you? Kakashi shifted his gaze. Do you wish to know my identity? Uchiha Madara chuckled. Then come, amuse me. The outer path golem surged with chakra, and Madara, trembling slightly, formed a hand seal. A clone emerged, still in its elderly form but brimming with chakra. Tricks. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he charged toward the golem. Madara remained utterly unfazed, even closing his eyes in indifference. Susanoo. The clone activated Susanoo. Susanoo, you are Uchiha Madara. The moment Kakashi beheld the Susanoo, everything clicked into place. No wonder he found the old man familiar. He was none other than the legendary Uchiha Madara. Once known as the Azura of the Shinobi world, Kakashi had seen Madara's photograph. As the first rogue ninja from Konoha, his legacy loomed large in the village's history. Madara's prowess was widely acknowledged, particularly since the first Hokage had defeated him, indicating the latter's might. However, since the third Hokage's ascension, both Madara and Hashirama Senju had been deliberately downplayed, leading many to believe the third Hokage was the strongest. Yet, Kakashi understood that Uchiha Madara was far from an ordinary adversary. Amaterasu. Gazing upon the azure Susanoo, Kakashi unleashed a powerful strike. His attack had potency, yet it was merely adequate. Susanoo, 4th stage. Madara's clone smirked, effortlessly activating the 4th stage of Susanoo. Despite possessing only a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan, manifesting the 4th stage was a trivial task. It was likely that only the complete form of Susanoo would challenge the elderly clone's capabilities. Susanoo, twin sword dance. 2 colossal sword waves collided with Kakashi's attack, sending him hurtling through the air, tumbling uncontrollably. What overwhelming power! Kakashi adjusted his posture mid-flight, minimizing the damage sustained. Nonetheless, he coughed up blood. Have I become so weak? Madara's clone frowned, astonished that a single blow failed to incapacitate Kakashi. It seemed he would have to resort to that technique. Kakashi, wiping the blood from his mouth, rose once more, gazing at the approaching Madara clone controlling the Susanoo. Crimson Abyss. Kakashi concentrated his chakra upon his blade, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy. Clenching his teeth, he increased the speed of his strikes. This technique consumed an astonishing amount of chakra and was indiscriminate in its lethality, rendering it nearly impossible for Kakashi to control the direction of his sword energy perfectly. In truth, this technique was still a work in progress. However, with only Madara before him and such a substantial target, the flaws of this technique seemed to vanish. Showy yet insubstantial, Madara critiqued. Yasaka Magatama. The Susanoo raised its arm, summoning an endless array of Magatama. Kakashi's strikes could not match the speed of the Magatama's emergence. The two faced off for 5 minutes. While Madara's clone remained calm and collected, Kakashi was nearing exhaustion. Suddenly, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground to deliver a stealthy blow to Kakashi. Who permitted you to act on your own? Madara glared at Black Zetsu, his eyes filled with displeasure. Lord Madara, if he continues to expend chakra like this, he will perish. We still need him. Black Zetsu rasped an explanation. Very well. The clone of Madara dispelled Susanoo, merging back into Madara's form. The original Madara assessed the battle, deeming it dull, akin to playing house with children. I have already planted a curse mark on his heart, Black Zetsu remarked as Madara offered his thoughts on the encounter. Bind him securely. When he awakens, I shall have a word with him, Madara declared. While he regarded the S-rank rogue ninja as inconsequential in comparison to himself, he recognized the necessity of having options. If he failed to find a suitable implementer for his plans in the coming years, Kakashi would inevitably become the prime candidate. Let him awaken at his own pace. With that, Madara closed his eyes in meditation, while Black Zetsu vanished into the earth. Kakashi remained bound tightly, unable to move on the bed. An hour later, Kakashi felt a wave of soreness throughout his body. I'm still alive? This was the first thought that crossed his mind. You're awake? Madara was seated beside Kakashi. The latter attempted to move, only to realize his chakra was sealed, and he was firmly restrained to the bed. Chapter 99. The Moon's Eye Plan. Uchiha Madara. What is your true scheme? Kakashi Hitaki, lying helplessly on his bed, initiated a conversation with Uchiha Madara. Do you truly wish to know? Madara's voice was seductive, reminiscent of a devil enticing souls to descend into hell. If I claim I do not wish to know, will you let me go? Kakashi scoffed, aware that Madara's desire to keep him was due to his usefulness. Clever. Madara chuckled heartily. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. Let me enlighten you. As Madara's laughter subsided, his gaze turned cold, as if the jovial figure from moments ago had vanished. However, before that, I must pose a question. Do you believe this shinobi world can attain true peace? Madara's eyes bore into Kakashi's. Can this world truly be at peace? Kakashi's expression clouded with confusion. He began to ponder the feasibility of peace, seeking a resolute answer. After much contemplation, he sorrowfully concluded that attaining peace in the shinobi world was nearly an impossible endeavor. The prospect of peace in the shinobi realm is virtually unattainable. Kakashi stated after his reflection. Since peace is unachievable in reality, then peace within an illusion becomes exceedingly precious. Madara began to reveal his fangs. I once beheld a monument deep within the Uchiha clan's territory. Madara fell into reminiscence. The inscription read, to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails while possessing the Rinnegan allows one to unleash the ultimate Jinjutsu, infinite Tsukuyomi. As Madara spoke, his demeanor grew increasingly animated, while Kakashi's expression grew more solemn. He had already surmised Madara's intentions. Infinite Tsukuyomi is an all-encompassing Jinjutsu. Those ensnared within it will possess all that they desire. For instance, you would not be coerced into defection by Konoha. You would remain a hero, revered as the fourth Hokage, and perhaps even unify the 5 great nations. Madara's gaze remained fixed on Kakashi. The latter's eyes appeared entranced, seemingly lost in the reverie of infinite Tsukuyomi. What is it that you wish for me to do? Or what must I accomplish to realize infinite Tsukuyomi? Kakashi quickly regained his composure and inquired of Madara. I require you to be ever vigilant. When I identify my successor, you must heed his commands without question. Although Kakashi possesses considerable strength, he does not meet Madara's criteria, for he lacks the requisite madness. Only those of the Uchiha clan who have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan are deemed suitable by Madara. The previous wielder, Uchiha Fugaku, was also dismissed by Madara, for he had become somewhat rational. The awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan is inherently an abnormality. I comprehend. Kakashi appeared to concede to Madara's words, responding with submission. I am aware that your heart does not truly align with my words, yet that is of no consequence. I have sown a cursed seal within you. Should you attempt to disclose any information regarding me or defy my will, your body will explode instantaneously. Madara scoffed. Such a lackluster reaction. Even if Kakashi professed to accept his ideology, Madara remained skeptical. However, he cared little, as Kakashi was merely a higher-tier pawn in his eyes. I have no intention of earning your trust. You need only fulfill your duties. Besides, do you not wish to reunite with your deceased wife? Upon uttering this, Madara released Kakashi from his chains. Once liberated, Kakashi refrained from attacking and instead sat on the bed, lost in thought. For the next few years, you may do as you please, but when I summon you, you must return here with utmost haste. Madara stated nonchalantly. Kakashi nodded, recognizing the weight of the situation. He had no choice but to comply. Kurizetsu, escort him away. Madara commanded. Yes, Lord Madara. Kurizetsu rasped in response, subsequently dragging Kakashi into the shadows, causing him to vanish. In the forest, Kurizetsu addressed him, "You may depart. But remember, when Lord Madara calls, you must respond promptly." With that, Kurizetsu burrowed into the ground and disappeared, leaving Kakashi with a heavy heart. "Konoha, my father is a hero of Konoha. How could he possibly defect? I refuse to believe it." At merely 7 years of age, Kakashi Hitaki faced Tsunade with unwavering resolve, even daring to shout at her. "Your father has indeed defected. Here is his wanted notice." Tsunade presented Kakashi with the wanted poster of his father, SHM Hitaki. "No, I refuse to believe. My father must have his reasons." Kakashi's faith seemed to shatter as he sat on the ground, eyes vacant, murmuring to himself. Alas, Tsunade sighed, knowing well the burdens SHM carried, yet unable to divulge them to Kakashi. "In any case, for your safety, come and reside with me." Tsunade took Kakashi by the arm and led him toward her home, fulfilling the promise made to SHM. After all, who knows what reckless actions Shimura Danzo might undertake? This man had lost both arms to SHM. Despite his reluctance, Kakashi was escorted away by Tsunade, for remaining behind could result in dire consequences. Should Kakashi perish? It was uncertain what SHM might do in response. "Konoha, your 46th land of wind, Desert Sasori, come forth. If you emerge now, I may still show you mercy. If you continue to hide, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The third Kazekage called into the cave. "Kazekage-sama." Sasori emerged from the cave, a look of shame upon his face. "I merely desired vengeance for my parents, which led me to steal the sealing scroll." Sasori's expression revealed a sense of unwillingness. "You are to be my appointed fourth Kazekage. Why resort to thievery? If you required the scroll, you could have simply asked me." The third Kazekage softened his tone upon observing Sasori's demeanor. "Kazekage-sama, I acknowledge my mistake." Sasori's face contorted with further grievance, resembling a distressed child. The third Kazekage, unable to resist the sight of Sasori's plight, approached to pat his head. As the third Kazekage made contact, he felt a sharp sting. His complete lack of defense had rendered him vulnerable to Sasori's ambush. "You've fallen into my trap." Sasori's expression morphed into one of malevolence, as if the person before him had been entirely replaced. Chapter 100, The Breath of War Scorpion. "You scoundrel." The third Kazekage suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness. Even the manipulation of his chakra became exceedingly difficult. "You are on the brink of death." Scorpion swiftly distanced himself and summoned 3 puppets he had crafted to engage the third Kazekage from afar. Caught off guard by Scorpion's ambush, the third Kazekage was rendered unable to utilize his ninjutsu, ultimately succumbing to Scorpion's relentless assault. The mightiest Kazekage of all time met his end in such a ludicrous and absurd manner. "You shall become my exquisite masterpiece." Scorpion gazed at the lifeless form of the third Kazekage, sealing it within a scroll before vanishing into the vast desert. 3 days later. "Grandma, the Kazekage has gone missing." As Chiyo pondered over Scorpion's affairs, a ninja approached her with even graver news. "The Kazekage missing? Impossible." Chiyo's eyes widened. She was acutely aware of the third Kazekage's strength. Such a figure could not simply disappear while searching for Scorpion. After all, the third Kazekage had not even left the Land of Wind. How could he be overwhelmed by hostile villages? Concealing the information, Chiyo reassured herself, suggesting that the Kazekage may have simply been delayed by some matters. "Yes, Grandma." The ninja nodded before disappearing from Chiyo's sight. "May the Kazekage be safe." Chiyo's heart was heavy with unease. If the third Kazekage truly was missing, Sunagakure would likely face a cascade of troubles, compounding the village's already precarious position. As time passed, another week slipped by. Iwagakure, acting Kazekage Deidara observed the news, realizing that the third Great Ninja War was about to commence. Indeed, their Kazekage had mysteriously vanished, prompting the selection of an acting Kazekage. Noki scoffed. He suspected the third Kazekage was most likely dead, but they claimed he was simply missing to prevent Sunagakure from collapsing entirely. "Old man, I plan to send the youngsters into battle to gain some experience," Deidara stated to Noki. The youngsters were already 15 years old and had developed considerable strength. Rin and Watanabe were approaching the level of jonin, while Nanako was nearing the rank of a Kage. Although Nanako excelled in control, her speed was her Achilles heel, preventing her from being classified as a Kage, as she could not single-handedly take down a typical Kage-level opponent. Allowing them 3 to engage in battle for experience is acceptable. Noki pondered briefly before reaching a decision. At 15, They were no longer children. In the ninja world, they were regarded as adults. KT informed the ninja forces to enter a state of war readiness and prepare to engage the moment the conflict ignites. We will divide our troops into two fronts, one against Kumogakure and another against Konohagakure. Noki decisively commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood, Lord Tsuchikage. KT nodded and promptly left the office. Old man, are you so certain that the Kazekage will initiate war? Deidara inquired of Noki, curious to see if their thoughts aligned. With internal instability, they were bound to seek an adversary to distract from their internal conflicts. However, what could they gain from attacking them? Would they seize their stones? Not to mention the likelihood of their own forces refusing such an endeavor. Noki chuckled. You and I are on the same wavelength. When the time comes, you shall command the battlefield at Konoha, Old Z. I will designate you as the supreme commander there. Noki declared. He intended to dispatch more personnel to the Kumogakure front, as the third Raikage was a wild card who might not remain at home, instead opting to join the fray. If they did not bolster their numbers, they risked being overwhelmed by the madman. Deidara alone could sufficiently manage one battlefield. Had it not been for Old Z's stubbornness, Noki might not have sent anyone to Konoha. Deidara could breach Konoha with just a cadre of jonin. However, Old Z's involvement required Noki to speak on his behalf, as he was well aware. I understand, Deidara gestured affirmatively. Previously, Deidara had facilitated negotiations between Old Z and the Four Tails, with the assistance of the Six Tails. Ultimately, the Four Tails and Old Z reached an agreement, for which Old Z was grateful to Deidara. Consequently, Noki allowed Old Z to accompany Deidara. As for the Kumogakure front, the forces would include Han, KT, the explosive release team, and others. These individuals were sufficient to withstand Kumogakure's onslaught, and even without the third Raikage present, they could push back against Kumogakure. Even if the third Raikage did appear, the defense of KT and the explosive prowess of Han would ensure that a Wagakure could retreat unscathed. The advantage of this strategy was the alleviation of concerns regarding Kumogakure's interference. Should Konoha gain the upper hand, Noki could lend support without fearing an ambush from Kumogakure. I shall take my leave now. I must seek out Old Z and Nanako. Deidara, satisfied with Naka's arrangements, prepared to inform Old Z and the youngsters of their involvement in the war. Go on, and make sure to keep a close eye on Nanako. Noki waved his hand, but suddenly remembered something and added hastily. Rest assured, I shall look after the youngsters well, Deidara retorted, rolling his eyes before closing the door to the Tsuchikage's office. First, to find Old Z. Deidara murmured to himself. Atop the mountain, Old Z's residence. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed as Old Z, who had been meditating, rose to open the door. Deidara, come in. The typically stern expression of Old Z transformed into a radiant smile upon recognizing Deidara, who was promptly ushered inside. Deidara and Old Z engaged in light-hearted banter as they entered the home. Old Z, I suspect war may be imminent, so I wish to invite you to join me on the battlefield at Konoha. Deidara wasted no time in broaching the subject. Deidara, you know how much I detest Naka's tendency to beat around the bush, Old Z remarked after sipping his tea. What is there that cannot be said directly? Why the need for such convolutions? So what does that imply? Deidara inquired cautiously. Of course I accept. You have personally invited me. It would be absurd not to go. Old Z chuckled, patting Deidara on the shoulder. That's splendid. I will rely on you to look out for me on the battlefield. Deidara smiled as he and Old Z shared a friendly embrace. Come now, I typically abstain from alcohol, but let us indulge today. Old Z retrieved a case of liquor and handed Deidara a bottle. Thus, they drank and enjoyed each other as company until night fell. Deidara, can you drink this much? Old Z ultimately collapsed to the ground, flushed with drink. Deidara merely smiled faintly before shutting the door behind him as he exited Old Z's residence. Chapter 101. The growth of the Didaze squad, shadow clone technique upon emerging. Didaze summoned 3 shadow clones, which swiftly made their way to the home of the 3 young ones, while Didaze's true self remained at the training ground in quiet anticipation. Soon enough, the trio followed their clones to the training area. Didaze-sensei, what do you summon us for at this late hour? Watanabe Chuan inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his eyes. The current Watanabe had matured significantly since childhood, now strikingly handsome in his all-black attire, standing at a height of 1.7 meters. Didaze-sensei, you called us to the training ground. Could it be? Ling Ning exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Now standing at 1.6 meters. Ling Ning's long black hair and spirited demeanor exuded a remarkable aura. Indeed, the purpose of this gathering is to have you all reenact the battle from your first day at school, Didaze replied with a cheerful grin. Then you must be cautious. Sensei. Uzumaki Nanako chimed in with a playful smile. The now red-haired Nanako bore a striking resemblance to her brother, differing only by the absence of glasses and her long locks. Didaze couldn't help but marvel at the robust genetics of the Uzumaki clan, contrasting it with another individual whose lineage appeared to have little effect, Xianglin, who was seemingly molded from her mother-esque likeness. But it's nighttime, sensei, Watanabe suddenly recalled, glancing down at Didaze. As expected, Didaze cast no shadow in the darkness. Fear not, just look to the sky. Didaze chuckled. The trio instinctively gazed upwards. Explosive clay. Bright bomb. With that proclamation, the sky erupted into an astonishing brilliance. A vast daylight emerged, almost blinding in its intensity. Above, one of Didaze's shadow clones piloted a colossal clay bird, clasping a glowing bomb in its beak. What on earth is that? Watanabe gasped, taken aback by the sudden radiance of the bright bomb, which eclipsed the brightness of any household lamp. Ling Ning stared in awe at the luminous projectile. This clay bomb, infused with chakra, can illuminate for approximately half an hour. Within that time, you must touch my shadow, Didaze lightly chuckled, standing tall. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Watanabe swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames. This technique, taught to him by his father during his time in the Umbu, ranked among the most lethal of B-rank ninjutsu, capable of momentarily evading danger. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Didaze completed several seals, then expelled a colossal gust of wind. This technique was his own creation, born from countless hours of experimentation, even replicating the vacuum great sphere utilized by Danzo. In essence, it was a compressed ball of wind chakra, not overly difficult, at least not for Didaze. How can this be? Watanabe stared in disbelief as his vast flames were dispersed by the enormous wind sphere. It defied logic that his formidable fire technique could be so easily thwarted by wind. I have always said, there is no absolute counter, only disparities in strength, Didaze remarked, condensing wind blades at his fingertips. Wind release. Multiple wind blades. Didaze summoned blades of wind from both hands, launching an indiscriminate assault towards Ling Ning, Watanabe, and Uzumaki Nanako. Wind release. Extreme cutting air wave. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Diamond lock. The three young ones retaliated with their respective techniques. However, Nanako's diamond lock not only withstood Didaze's attack, but also surged back towards him. The other two could barely fend off the wind blades, lacking the strength to counterattack. Didaze had already gauged the abilities of the other two. Yet Nanako's prowess remained an enigma. Didaze accelerated the release of his techniques, while the other two maintained their normal pace. But for Nanako, her speed surged dramatically. She was compelled to infuse a significant amount of chakra into her chains, which thickened rapidly. The reinforced chains boasted enhanced defense, perfectly blocking Didaze's wind blades. Nanako, you've learned Diamond Lock quite well, Didaze complimented, acknowledging her new technique. Thank you for your praise, sensei. I will strive to improve further. The previously serious Nanako blushed at Didaze's commendation, then earnestly addressed him. You little rascal. Didaze shook his head in bemusement. If he couldn't see that Nanako harbored feelings for him, he would truly be a fool. As time passed, Nanako ultimately failed to breach Didaze's onslaught. The other two had long succumbed to exhaustion. The intensity of their ninjutsu exchanges proved too burdensome. You have lost this round, and with loss comes punishment, Didaze declared, stroking his chin with a stern expression. Sensei, please no. Watanabe lamented, his face contorted in despair. Didaze's punishments typically involved rigorous physical training, as he believed in the value of a sound physique. Well, Chuan, you may opt out. To Watanabe's astonishment, Didaze granted him an unexpected reprieve. Really? Is that true, sensei? Watanabe was momentarily stunned. He had merely spoken offhandedly, and yet Didaze had genuinely allowed him to abstain? This is wonderful. You two are fortunate, for your punishment is to accompany me to the battlefield. Didaze elongated his words, delivering a statement that left Watanabe regretting his previous nonchalance. Sensei, I was wrong. I want to go too, please. Watanabe instantly lunged at Didaze's legs, clinging to him in tears. You said you wouldn't go. I'm merely fulfilling your wish. Didaze jostled his leg, causing Watanabe to dangle comically. At that moment, I was immature. Now, I have matured. I understand that I cannot abandon my comrades. Watanabe asserted, his expression resolute. Very well, you rascal. Didaze chuckled reproachfully. Go prepare. The battle may commence soon, and I do not wish to witness your demise on the battlefield. Didaze's demeanor turned serious, while the three young ones felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation in their hearts. Chapter 102. The Third Shinobi World War within the Sunagakure, in the Kazakage's office. A masked shinobi knelt before Raza. Lord Raza, the internal discord can no longer be contained. Raza exhaled deeply, though currently serving only as acting Kazakage. His authority was virtually absolute. He recognized the grim likelihood of the third Kazakage's demise. Summon the council. I intend to deliberate on initiating hostilities with Konoha. The Umbu operative acknowledged the command with a bow and departed to alert Chiyo and the others. Soon, the elder statesmen of the village had assembled alongside Raza. Save for Ebizo, Raza justified her absence by citing her youth, a somewhat hypocritical assertion given his own relative inexperience. The true motive, however, was to safeguard his position from her influence. Ebizo, for her part, voiced no objection, and the others remained silent. Chiyo, observing the collective reticence, broke the silence, offering Raza an opening. Lord Kazakage, do you contemplate engaging Konoha in war? Raza, pleased by her initiative, adopted a stern countenance. Indeed, I harbor grave suspicions that the third Kazakage met his end at the hands of Konoha shinobi. The council members erupted in a chorus of opinions. Swiftly, a consensus formed. War with Konoha was inevitable. As there are no dissenting opinions, Chiyo and Ebizo shall lead a force of 2,000 shinobi in an assault on Konoha, Raza declared, sealing the decision. This contingent represented merely a vanguard of Sunagakure's forces. Chiyo and Ebizo bowed in acknowledgement. Understood, Lord Kazakage. Following further deliberations on the intricacies of the impending conflict, Sunagakure issued a declaration of war against Konoha the following day. Konoha is culpable in the assassination of the third Kazakage. Sunagakure hereby declares war upon Konoha. The message was concise, betraying Sunagakure's haste. They dispatched the declaration to Konoha and amassed their forces along the border. This strategy, though sacrificing the element of surprise, aimed to secure the moral high ground. Simultaneously, the Wagakure eagerly proclaimed their own war against Konoha. The Wagakure mourns the loss of the third Kazakage, a valued ally, who was unjustly slain by Konoha. The declaration continued at length, culminating in the decision to wage war on Konoha. Instead of outright war, Kumogakure dispatched troops to the border, poised to engage a Wagakure should they attempt any incursions. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, the Sandaime Hokage addressed the envoys from the opposing villages. Is there truly no room for negotiation? The Sunagakure envoy sneered. Lord Hokage, after your actions, do you expect any possibility of parley? He was fearless, knowing his family would be provided for in the event of his demise. In fact, his death would only strengthen his village's resolve and bolster their claim to righteousness. The Iwagakure envoy echoed the sentiment. Lord Hokage, for you to orchestrate the assassination of such a noble shinobi as the Kazakage is utterly reprehensible. He glared at Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Sunagakure envoy regarded his Iwagakure counterpart with newfound camaraderie. How many times must I reiterate that I was not responsible for his death? Sarutobi retorted, taking a long drag from his pipe in an attempt to regain composure. Lord Hokage, one must accept responsibility for one's actions. If you believe me to be mistaken, feel free to strike me down now. The Sunagakure envoy's audacious defiance placed the Iwagakure envoy in an awkward position. Are you trying to get us both killed? The Iwagakure envoy thought. It's your Kazakage who's dead, not mine. Why should I sacrifice myself for you? The Iwagakure envoy feigned ignorance. The Sunagakure envoy, slightly embarrassed, remained silent. Sarutobi, his face grim, smoked in silence for several minutes. Very well, you may leave. I understand. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes, but he suppressed it. The Sunagakure envoy was disappointed, but the Third Shinobi World War had officially begun. Unlike previous conflicts, this one was preceded by a formal declaration. Sunagakure had already deployed to the Land of Rivers, engaging in a tense standoff with Konoha. Iwagakure, too, dispatched its forces to the Land of Waterfalls. Having seized control of the Land of Grass, they were disinclined to fight on their own territory. Takigakure, with only the Nanabai as a significant threat, posed little resistance. On the border between the Land of Waterfalls and the Land of Fire, a Takigakure shinobi bowed obsequiously before Deidara. This is the place. We implore you not to harm us. He had evacuated as many people as possible, leaving the battleground open for Iwagakure and Konoha. Deidara simply grunted in response, his gaze fixed on the distant Konoha forces. Among them, he recognized familiar faces: Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and even Minato Namikaze. The Sannin, along with the rising prodigy Minato Namikaze, had been deployed to defend against him. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, the question arose, with the Sandaime Hokage preoccupied with defending Konoha, who would defend Sunagakure? Within the Uchiha compound, the Uchiha clansmen grumbled as Fugaku Uchiha led them toward the battlefield. Why must we obey the commands of that damned Sandaime Hokage? Their clan had been assigned to the Sunagakure front, alongside only 2,000 ordinary shinobi, with few jonin among them. Chapter 103. The Battlefield of Sunagakure. However, Uchiha Fugaku still arrived, not for any other reason, but because with Hatake Tsukumo's defection, Tsunade's ascendance to power had become highly probable. He aimed to establish his reputation in this war before extending his support to Tsunade. Focusing primarily on defense, Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the distant army of Sunagakure, led by Chiyo and Ebizo, and spoke solemnly. Since his last outburst, his vision had become significantly blurred. He would not activate his Manjiki Sharingan unless absolutely necessary. There are so many members of the Uchiha clan over there, Ebizo exclaimed in astonishment to Chiyo. He recalled that previously, only a handful of Uchiha had taken to the battlefield, yet this time nearly 100 had come. Was Konoha preparing to wage a war of annihilation against them? No. Look closely. Chiyo maintained her composure and, upon closer inspection, discerned something amiss. Look closely at what? Ebizo asked, puzzled. They seem to be ordinary ninjas led by the Uchiha clan. No other specialized clans have come. Chiyo's sharp eyes quickly identified the peculiarities of this battalion. Normally, it was uncommon for a clan to bring so many of its members to the battlefield. Indeed, Ebizo remarked, observing the chakra signatures with surprise. What is Konoha thinking? Sending such a contingent to confront us? Ebizo was equally perplexed. We don't know what schemes Konoha has in mind. But the absence of other specialized clans is a fortunate circumstance. We can swiftly crush them. Chiyo was exceedingly confident. With the god of death, Hatake Tsukumo, absent, and Tsunade, the one capable of neutralizing her poison, also missing, she couldn't comprehend Konoha's rationale for dispatching such a force. Yet now, the advantage lay with her. Advance, Chiyo commanded, drawing forth the puppet technique of the 10 shinobi, while Ebizo likewise summoned his puppets. It's Lady Chiyo's 10 shinobi. The morale of the troops surged at the sight of her puppets. They watched in admiration as Chiyo deftly manipulated 10 puppets, while Ebizo controlled 5, an impressive feat for any puppet master. However, with Lady Chiyo's 10 shinobi leading the charge, Ebizo's 5 puppets appeared less extraordinary. Brothers, onward! Uchiha Fugaku shouted to the members of the Uchiha clan behind him. To inspire their spirits, he called out warmly and charged forward himself. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, Phoenix fire jutsu. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A sweeping array of fire techniques erupted forth, instantly reducing the puppets ahead to charred remnants, forcing even Chiyo's 10 shinobi to retreat momentarily. The Uchiha clan's fire techniques are formidable. The 2,000 ninjas accompanying the Uchiha clan whispered amongst themselves. They had always perceived the Uchiha as ordinary, even somewhat inadequate, given their experiences within the village. Yet now, on the battlefield, the strength of the Uchiha clan had utterly reshaped their understanding. They could hardly fathom how such a powerful Uchiha clan had been suppressed within the village. Charge! With a resounding command, the ninjas of Sunagakure surged toward those of the Uchiha clan. Quickly assist them. The ninjas of Konoha joined the fray, engaging in a chaotic melee with the ninjas of Sunagakure. Although the quality of Konoha's ninjas might not be particularly high, that was only relative to Konoha itself. Against the ninjas of Sunagakure, they were still evenly matched. However, Sunagakure had specifically sent their elite vanguard. This illustrated the considerable disparity between the two villages. The Uchiha ninjas instinctively guarded against the puppet masters. Utilizing their Sharingan's perceptive capabilities, the puppet masters found it impossible to deceive the Uchiha. Meanwhile, the ordinary Konoha ninjas faced similarly ordinary Sunagakure ninjas. As for Ebizo and Chiyo, they found themselves momentarily detained by Uchiha Fugaku. Despite not activating his Manjiki Sharingan, Fugaku managed to hold off Chiyo and Ebizo with his 3-tomo Sharingan and the prowess of an elite jonin. Chiyo manipulated her puppets to strike at Uchiha Fugaku repeatedly. Yet he deftly avoided their assaults using his 3-tomo Sharingan. Even with Ebizo's puppets joining the fray, 15 puppets failed to overcome Uchiha Fugaku in such a brief period. "You're quite adept at evasion," Chiyo huffed. "Fall back behind me," she commanded Ebizo, who obediently complied, knowing that his sister intended to employ a particular technique. 3 treasure absorption. The other puppets moved to distract Uchiha Fugaku while the 3 central puppets unleashed an overwhelming suction force. The immense pull nearly swept Uchiha Fugaku away in an instant. Not good. Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed as he hastily activated Susanoo. Having learned from his previous experience, he only dared to activate the skeletal form of the first stage. For Fugaku, the chakra consumption of this initial stage was relatively low. If one were to draw a comparison, it might cost him only the equivalent of 1 diopter of vision for every minute of combat. After all, the form he had awakened was designed to work with Susanoo, thus reducing the chakra demand somewhat. Nevertheless, even so, the consumption was still alarming. The second stage of Susanoo consumed 10 diopters per minute, while the third stage consumed 50. As for the fourth stage, Uchiha Fugaku was incapable of activating it at present. Attempting to do so would result in complete blindness within 5 minutes. "Susanoo, you truly awakened the Manjiki." Chiyo maintained her grip on the 3 treasure absorption while addressing Uchiha Fugaku. She recalled Uchiha Madara, a formidable man who also wielded Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku ignored Chiyo, directing his skeletal hand to strike at the puppets. The puppets swiftly evaded his onslaught. The suction force of the 3 treasure absorption intensified, and even Fugaku's skeletal Susanoo began to falter, sustaining multiple fractures that compelled him to expend chakra to mend them. After all, this was the full power of Sunagekyu's foremost puppet master. It was unrealistic for Fugaku to expect to withstand it using only the first stage of Susanoo. There's no choice. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes reddened with strain. Susanoo, second stage. Chapter 104. Operation Eruption, Metamorphosis. Fugaku Uchiha, eyes bloodshot, transmuted his Susanoo into a formidable bow. The bowstring tautened, and an arrow of pure chakra was unleashed. The assault momentarily overwhelmed the Sambo absorption crushing formation. But under Chiyo's masterful puppetry, it swiftly recovered. Nevertheless, Chiyo ceased the offensive maneuver. Noticing this, Fugaku promptly reverted his Susanoo to its initial stage. His chakra expenditure isn't exorbitant, yet inexplicably, he's downgraded the technique. "Sister," Ebizo remarked from behind. "I surmise it's the drain on his ocular prowess." Chiyo's piercing gaze scrutinized Fugaku within the Susanoo's confines. While attrition favored her, her reserves were finite. "For now, we shall engage in measured skirmishes." He likely hesitates to squander his dojutsu power. "Once this conflict subsides, I shall petition the village for the Kazekage's personal intervention." With the Kazekage's inclusion, their adversary would undoubtedly crumble. Raza's renown stemmed from his extensive ninjutsu arsenal, ideally suited for confronting colossal entities. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged a knowing glance, then nodded in unison. The aged duo began to conserve their strength, ensuring Fugaku remained occupied without prompting a second stage Susanoo. Eventually, Fugaku ceased even the first stage, employing merely an arm-like manifestation to parry their advances. Though their undignified retreat was hardly flattering, the preservation of his ocular stamina was paramount. Fugaku Uchiha was, at his core, a pragmatist. While appearances may have mattered years prior, he was now a seasoned veteran. The Suna battlefield thus reached a stalemate. Soon after, Chiyo orchestrated a tactical withdrawal. "Excellent. Lord Fugaku, they're retreating." Few Uchiha had perished, and thus, few had awakened their Sharingan further. Chiyo is undeniably cunning. She's undoubtedly summoning reinforcements. Fugaku mused inwardly. At the IWA front, "Shall we advance, esteemed commander?" Within the command tent, jonin convened. One addressed Deidara. "Indeed. Upon the commencement of hostilities, I shall employ my fission technique to impede Orochimaru and Jiraiya, while Rashi engages Tsunade. The remainder falls to you." Deidara addressed the assembled jonin. These were elite jonin, numbering over 20. Hundreds of standard jonin and over 200 special jonin supplemented their ranks. Inoki had furnished Deidara with 3,000 personnel, devoid of genin. It was no exaggeration to state that, excluding the uppermost echelon, the majority of the intermediate forces resided under Deidara's command. The Kumo front was primarily staffed by genin, with jonin numbers not even a fifth of Deidara's. However, given their border defense role, Inoki's allocation was understandable. Rest assured, Lord Deidara, we shall not fail you. A robust figure rose, bowing deferentially. This was Daosher of IWA, the master of the camouflage hiding technique from the Battle of Canopy Bridge. While inferior to Mu's dustless, bewildering cover, it was still a form of invisibility, and Daosher merited his elite jonin status on that merit alone. Good. Deidara nodded slightly. Toshihito. Maizei Hikari. Deidara called out 3 names in succession. Toshihito had led the IWA army against Konoha in the original timeline, a seasoned and formidable warrior. Maizei was a master swordsman, renowned as Iwa's finest. Hikari was a ninja of exceptional skill in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Coupled with Daosher, these 4 constituted the strongest jonin on this front, barring Nanako. Lord Deidara, your orders? Toshihito, Maizei, and Hikari stood, bowing to Deidara. Form a squad with Daosher. Operate in concert, and shatter Konoha's lines. Deidara issued his command. Yes, Lord Deidara. The 4 responded in unison. In my absence, Toshihito shall be the supreme commander. All shall obey his directives. Deidara rose. Now, Rashi, let us depart. Deidara strode towards the exit. Rashi hastened to follow. The assembled ninja gazed upon Deidara with reverence. Warriors of IWA, the conflict commences. Crush Konoha, and we shall be the mightiest village. Deidara delivered a rousing pre-battle exhortation. War! War! The IWA ninja responded with fervent zeal. Advance! Seeing morale at its peak, Deidara gestured grandly. The IWA ninja hosts surged towards their Konoha adversaries. The IWA ninja approach, Jiraiya stated gravely to Orochimaru and Tsunade. Let us intercept them. Tsunade charged forth. Wait for me. Jiraiya pursued Tsunade, and Orochimaru followed, shaking his head. Mitotic division technique. Deidara split himself into 2. And both Deidaras advanced upon the Sannin alongside Rashi. Summoning technique. Gamabunta. Summoning technique. Katsuyu. Jiraiya and Tsunade summoned their respective familiars, while Orochimaru remained idle. Since the demise of Manda, Orochimaru could only summon common snakes. No sentient serpent would heed his call, diminishing his power. Orochimaru, join me. Jiraiya beckoned warmly, indicating Gamabunta's head. Jiraiya, I have not granted him permission to stand upon my head, Gamabunta grumbled to Jiraiya. Please, Gamabunta-sama, indulge me this once. Jiraiya pleaded. Very well. But only this once, Gamabunta conceded grudgingly. Orochimaru, hurry up, Jiraiya urged as Gamabunta relented. Orochimaru smiled faintly and deftly ascended to Gamabunta's head. At that moment, Deidara, borne aloft by a clay construct, arrived with Rashi to confront the Sannin. It was an unspoken agreement among the elite to engage their counterparts. Jiraiya trusted Minato, and Deidara trusted Nanako and Daosher. Chapter 105, the debut of the Flying Thunder God Didaze. With the Sannin assembled, you shall meet your end. Jiraiya proclaimed theatrically, gesturing towards Didaze. Come and try, Didaze retorted with a sneer. Rashi, coming. Rashi's entire being erupted in flames, and the 4-tailed sun Goku materialized amidst the inferno. Witnessed the might of lava release. The colossal Son Goku spewed molten lava while his powerful arms crashed towards Jiraiya and his comrades. Meanwhile, Didaze disrupted the Sannin with his clay bombs. After his wide-range explosions were mitigated by Katsuyu, the remaining blasts were jointly neutralized by Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Didaze stalemated the Sannin, who, though at a disadvantage, were far from defeat. Didaze and Rashi were engrossed in their battle with the Sannin, leaving them oblivious to the rest of the battlefield. While Didaze-sama holds off the Sannin, the main force will engage in direct combat. Daisher, you'll infiltrate the rear of Konoha. Mizuru, Kagari, you're with me to the front lines. Tashi commanded Daisher, Mizuru, and Kagari. Understood. Daisher acknowledged with a nod. Secret art. Art of camouflage. Daisher concealed himself with his chakra and advanced towards Konoha's rear. Konoha's rear was lightly defended by Chunin and a couple of jonin at most, posing little challenge for an elite jonin like Daisher. Let's neutralize the Hyuga clan's ninjas to facilitate Daisher's mission, Tashi declared, leading the 2 others towards the Hyuga ninjas. A dozen Hyuga ninjas, all from the branch family, were observing the battlefield and relaying information to the front lines. These Hyuga were not formidable, with only a few capable of utilizing the rotation technique. Currently, the branch family was not restricted from learning rotation. Upon spotting the approaching trio, the Hyuga ninjas retreated hastily. Destructive insect swarm. An Aburame clan ninja. witnessing the assault on the Hyuga clan, dispatched his destructive insects to intercept the attackers. Although combat had commenced, the secret clans maintained observers to monitor the overall situation. These two Aburame ninjas were tasked with overseeing the battlefield. Shadow imitation technique. A Nara clan ninja also deployed the shadow imitation technique to impede the trio. The Akimichi clan ninjas were all committed to the front lines, as the human bullet tank technique was unsuitable for rear operations. Earth release, earth flow river. Tashi placed his hand on the ground, causing it to fissure, disrupting the shadow imitation technique. Meanwhile, Mizuru pursued the Hyuga ninjas, slaying several. The Konoha ninjas gradually encircled the trio. Despite the attempts of the Iwagakure ninjas to reinforce them, the Konoha ninjas maintained a tight defense, preventing any breaches. Flying Thunder God. Just as Mizuru was about to strike another Hyuga ninja, a kunai materialized in the ground, followed by the instantaneous appearance of a blonde figure. Impossible. Mizuru, stunned, parried the kunai aimed at his neck, his shock palpable. Without warning, his adversary had seemingly teleported through space and time. He blocked it. He's a formidable opponent. Minato Namikaze declared gravely, brandishing a kunai. Flying Thunder God, heavenly dance of the swift shadow flash, zero style. Minato's litany of techniques left Mizuru bewildered. Is this guy insane? He wondered. But Mizuru had little time to ponder. Minato hurled a series of kunai and began teleporting rapidly between them. Mizuru barely managed to fend off Minato's attacks with his swordsmanship, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. Though armed only with kunai, Minato posed a significant threat to ninjas, who were typically high in attack but low in defense. Unless one possessed the physique of a cloud ninja, impervious to blades, any unguarded strike was fatal. Minato's velocity increased exponentially, transforming him into a yellow blur. Mizuru was steadily pushed back. Kagari and Tashi attempted to assist Mizuru, but were intercepted by other ninjas. Given their capabilities, they could have broken through the encirclement, especially with their coordination. However, they were blindsided by Minato, who relentlessly assaulted Mizuru. Mizuru was on the verge of collapse, yet his adversary's attacks intensified. A chance. Sensing Mizuru's exhaustion, Minato amplified his already blistering attacks. He had become a true flash of light, and Mizuru could barely protect his neck from being slashed, unable to target the neck perfectly due to his speed. Minato instead inflicted numerous cuts across Mizuru's body. My time has come. Mizuru resigned himself to death, witnessing the growing number of wounds on his person. Adamant sealing chains. A female voice echoed. Golden chains erupted, enveloping Mizuru. It was Naruto Uzumaki. She unleashed the adamantine sealing chains, breaching Konoha's encirclement and shielding Mizuru. She resembles Kushina. Minato was taken aback. He recognized the red hair and the adamantine sealing chains. Are you a member of the Uzumaki clan? Minato ceased his assault, urgently inquiring. Perish. Naruto ignored Minato, retrieving Mizuru with the chains and then launching them towards Minato. I must defeat her before I can reason with her, Minato thought. Throwing a kunai towards Naruto. Beware, he can teleport using kunai. Mizuru warned weakly from behind Naruto. Rest assured, I will contain him, Naruto responded coldly. Chapter 106. The Toad Sage Flying Thunder God. Minato Namikaze hurled a kunai and swiftly traversed through the air, while Nanako enveloped herself in a diamond lock, leaving no opportunity for Minato to exploit. Realizing he could not breach her defenses, Minato shifted his focus to the magic leech. Reappearing, he threw another kunai, which hurtled straight towards the leech. Nanako quickly countered with her diamond lock, but Minato pressed on, producing a sealing scroll. He launched kunai while rapidly teleporting with Flying Thunder God. Kunai came from all directions, forcing Nanako to cocoon the leech in chakra for protection. Sigh. Minato gazed at Nanako's impenetrable defense, feeling exasperated. Jiwei, hi, coordinate with the jonin to distract her. I will infiltrate the rock-hidden village. He instructed his companions. They nodded in agreement and, with the aid of numerous jonin, momentarily stalled Uzumaki Nanako. Despite the strength of her diamond lock, the combined efforts of many jonin made it difficult to sustain her defenses. With over 20 jonin momentarily occupied with her, Minato seized the chance to break away and plunged into the ranks of the rock-hidden village, wreaking havoc. Many rock-hidden ninjas perished without uttering a single word. As Minato moved through the battlefield like a harbinger of death, swiftly reaping lives. Although his attacks targeted individuals, the rapidity of his onslaught resulted in the demise of a foe nearly every second, rendering resistance futile. Suddenly, flames erupted from behind. as Minato continued his rampage. A conflagration ignited in the rear. What? The Leaf Ninjas were taken aback. That was their supply. If their provisions were lost, the war would be unwinnable, as the enemy could merely drag out the conflict to secure victory. Retreat! Retreat! Shouted the Leaf Ninjas, hastily regrouping. Minato was also compelled to fall back. Without the support of the Leaf Ninjas, he would be doomed if encircled by thousands of enemies. The Rock Ninjas could easily station dozens around a flying Thunder God mark, leaving Minato with no escape. The large stone succeeded. The Leaf Ninjas surrounding Uzumaki Nanako withdrew, and the magic leech revealed a smile of delight. The stone had successfully incinerated the leaf supplies, while the return speed of the Leaf Ninjas suggested the flames wouldn't last long. Even a few minutes of burning would result in substantial losses. As long as they could stall, victory would inevitably be theirs. On another front, TSK. It seems your granary is ablaze, Deidara remarked, observing the towering flames. Serpent's hand. Orochimaru's expression darkened, ignoring Deidara's taunts. As he continued to unleash jutsu upon Deidara from above, Deidara vanished once more, forcing Orochimaru to cease his assault. Can't sense his chakra at all. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Jiraiya, aren't you capable of that technique? Wanta reminded him from below. I'm not yet proficient with it. Jiraiya hesitated. If you don't take a chance now, you won't stand a chance against him, Wanta urged. Of course, it's entirely up to you. I'm not a leaf ninja. Wanta added nonchalantly. The outcome for the leaf mattered little to him. He was merely offering a reminder due to his friendship with Jiraiya. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya's resolve solidified. Orochimaru, Tsunade, please buy me some time. He looked at Deidara, who was incessantly launching clay bombs from the sky. What are you planning? Orochimaru inquired, puzzled. I intend to attempt entering Sage Mode. Sage Mode significantly enhances my sensory abilities. Once activated, we shall no longer be on the defensive. Jiraiya took a deep breath. Currently, they could only contend with Old Purple, who was engulfed in flames exceeding 1,000 degrees, making close combat nearly impossible. Any slug that encountered Old Purple would be incinerated, and Wanta could only rely on ranged attacks to wear him down. Additionally, the hidden Deidara continued to rain explosive clay bombs from above, placing the three ninjas in a precarious position. Sage Mode. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. That was a technique unique to the Sacred Land. Could Jiraiya, the underdog, truly have learned sage techniques? Jiraiya, you. Orochimaru began to question when he noticed Jiraiya biting his finger to summon a toad, halting his inquiry. Young Jiraiya, what have you summoned us for? The sage of Mount Myaboku asked as he appeared. Young Jiraiya, we just finished cooking. Would you like a bite? Sage Shima added, looking at Jiraiya. Esteemed sages, I request your assistance in absorbing sage chakra. I wish to enter Sage Mode. Jiraiya bowed deeply. Young Jiraiya, your Sage Mode is not yet mature. Are you certain you want us to absorb Sage Chakra? Sage Shima expressed concern. I implore you, esteemed sages. Jiraiya declared resolutely. Seeing they could not dissuade him, the two sages exchanged glances and leaped onto Jiraiya's shoulders. This is Sage Mode. Deidara immediately reacted upon seeing the two toads on Jiraiya's shoulders. Must not let him succeed. C3. Acid Liquid number 18. Deidara gathered a massive amount of chakra, unleashing a gigantic puppet. Slug. Tsunade shouted, summoning the slug, which released a torrent of acid towards number 18. The slug's body also moved forward to shield against number 18. Serpent's Barrage. Orochimaru bit his finger, summoning a multitude of ordinary snakes. A vast number of snakes surged forward, although they dissolved into pus upon contact with No. 18's acid, their sheer numbers prevailed. An endless stream of snakes successfully depleted the acid surrounding number 18. Explosion. Deidara, seeing number 18 unable to advance any further, detonated it from 50 meters away. A deluge of acid splattered forth, accompanied by the force of the explosion, even at a distance of 50 meters. Jiraiya faced grave injury if caught in the blast. Toad Song. Chapter 107. Sage Mode. The two toad sages emitted an overwhelming cacophony that forcefully disrupted Didaze's explosions and corrosive liquid, causing them to plummet to the ground. What a racket! Didaze instinctively covered his ears, as the toad song pierced through him like 1,000 claws scraping against a chalkboard, inducing a profound discomfort. On the other side, Old Purple, unable to take to the skies, resorted to covering his ears with both hands. However, this proved futile. The toad song was a penetrating assault. and merely covering his ears did little to diminish the noise. Melting release, flower fruit mountain. Old Purple could no longer endure the noise and slammed his hands onto the ground. In response, a torrent of magma surged forth, heading straight for the Toad Sages. The two sages, witnessing this, shouted even louder, while Old Purple's suffering intensified. Wind release, air slash. Orochimaru formed a series of hand seals, and in conjunction with the Toad's song, he sent the magma crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. At long last, the two Toad Sages were exhausted and ceased their raucous performance. Little Jiraiya, we shall absorb Sage Chakra now. It will take approximately 5 minutes. Both Shinsaku and Jima. The sages simultaneously closed their eyes to begin the absorption process. Even though Shinsaku and Jima intended to share a portion of their absorbed Sage Chakra with Jiraiya, time was still required, and 5 minutes was a brief interval. Understood. Jiraiya observed the two sages with their eyes shut, his expression somber. He was acutely aware that failure this time would result in his transformation into stone. Yet, he had no choice, if they did not fight with all their might. Defeat was inevitable. Montai, expel Toad Oil. Orochimaru, assist me. Jiraiya commanded Montai, who stood beside him, and Orochimaru, who was at his feet. Understood. Got it. Ninjutsu, Toad Oil Fireball. Wind release, great breakthrough. Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of flames. Montai expelled Toad Oil, and Orochimaru utilized wind release. The three forces converged, creating an enormous fire technique directed skyward. Now, Jiraiya instructed. Montai immediately adjusted his aim upwards, as the colossal fire technique scorched the heavens. Didaze was compelled to evade. For he was not a body cultivator, a direct hit from such a fire technique would likely reduce him to ashes. Although Jiraiya could not pinpoint Didaze's exact location, his barrage in the sky forced Didaze into a precarious situation. However, Didaze swiftly distanced himself from the epicenter of the battle, employing stealth to obscure his whereabouts from Jiraiya. Tailed Beast Bomb. Old Purple, seeing that Jiraiya and the others had disregarded him, felt a surge of fury. The massive Four-Tails opened its maw, gathering energy for a colossal tailed beast bomb. Not good. Sealing technique. Release. Golden Palm. Katsuyu, witnessing the tailed beast bomb nearing completion, sprang from the slug's head, releasing the sealing technique midair and delivering a powerful punch to the Four-Tails' head. Do you dare touch me? Old Purple scoffed disdainfully. He elevated his melting release chakra to its zenith, his body radiating like flowing magma, the temperature surpassing that of before. Any creature that came into contact with Old Purple would be instantaneously obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, Katsuyu, undeterred, landed a punch squarely on Old Purple's face. Boom. The tailed beast bomb detonated within Old Purple's mouth. At the moment of impact, Katsuyu's hand was seared, yet driven by sheer willpower, she completed her strike. As Old Purple collapsed, Katsuyu's hand was irrevocably charred. Lady Katsuyu. The little slug quickly approached Katsuyu's blackened right hand, utilizing its healing abilities to restore her. Simultaneously, Katsuyu's own sealing technique began to mend her hand, and in a short while, the charred layer peeled away, revealing new skin beneath, as though she had never been injured. Old Purple, however, rose once more from the ground. Scorching river eruption. Old Purple was utterly incensed. He had been knocked down by a mere woman, and with Didaze observing from above, his pride had been ruthlessly shattered. Old Purple was furious. Didaze, perceiving the flames engulfing Old Purple intensifying, understood that the adversary was on the brink of wrath. Heavy explosive bomb. Didaze conjured a heavy explosive bomb, hurling it towards Katsuyu. Should she be struck by this bomb, her demise would be all but assured. C2, Giant Dragon. Didaze manifested a dragon and flung it towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya aimed at the dragon, while Katsuyu found herself temporarily unguarded. What an opportunity! Didaze promptly cast the heavy explosive bomb towards Katsuyu. What kind of bomb is this? Katsuyu observed a dark object descending from the sky, her mind racing with alarm. Creation Rebirth. 100 Healings Technique. To avert instant annihilation, Katsuyu activated the 100 Healings Technique. Black markings spread across her body. She then sprinted towards Old Purple. Realizing she could not evade, she resolved to approach Old Purple, believing Didaze would not detonate the bomb while targeting him as well. Explode. Observing Katsuyu's trajectory, Didaze had no choice but to trigger the bomb in advance. The heavy explosive bomb possessed immense power. If it struck, even Old Purple would sustain severe injury, perhaps even death. Moreover, Given the Four Tails' colossal size, the damage inflicted would undoubtedly be greater than what Katsuyu would endure. Boom! The heavy explosive bomb detonated mid-air, yet the immense force of the explosion created a massive crater in the ground measuring several dozen meters. Katsuyu, Jiraiya, upon hearing the colossal explosion emanating from Katsuyu's direction, immediately panicked. Little Jiraiya, our Sage Chakra is ready. Let us enter Sage mode. Just as Jiraiya prepared to call out to Katsuyu once more, Shinsaku and Jima, the two sages, opened their eyes. Jiraiya, I'm fine. Katsuyu, though severely burned and with numerous wounds exposing bone, remained alive. Even in such a dire state, aided by the 100 healings technique and the slug's abilities. She was not dead. Her body was even beginning to heal itself rapidly. Thank goodness you're all right. Orochimaru, hurry and assist Katsuyu. Upon hearing Katsuyu's voice, Jiraiya's heart finally eased. If she could still speak, then she was likely safe. Orochimaru nodded and swiftly leaped down, hastening towards Katsuyu's location. Katsuyu. Upon seeing her, Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. The extent of Katsuyu's injuries was inconceivable. Such wounds should have been fatal, a certainty of death even at this severity. Orochimaru, I'm fine. Katsuyu's voice was remarkably weak. Although her body was healing rapidly, the chakra required for such significant recovery was immense. At that moment, Old Purple's erupting lava reached Katsuyu and Orochimaru's vicinity. I'll carry you. Orochimaru swiftly scooped up Katsuyu and dashed back. Don't even think about escaping. Tailed Beast Bomb. Old Purple aimed a tailed beast bomb at the two. Sage Art, 5 Right Gate. Chapter 108. C4. Garuda Didaze, the sage, unleashed the art of fire, while Shinozaki, the sage of wind, combined their powers with Jiraiya's oil technique. Together, they manifested the sole S-rank fire technique in the entire ninja world, the Sage Art, 5 Right Gates. Attempting to attack me with fire? How ludicrous. Old Purple scoffed as he gazed at the enormous flames surging towards him, continuing to gather the tailed beast ball. Old Purple, quickly evade, Deidara exclaimed, observing that Old Purple was dismissive of 5 Right Gates. The Sage Art, 5 Right Gates, was not merely a fire technique. It was a sage technique. While basic fire techniques could be easily resisted by the Four Tails' fiery defenses, sage techniques were an entirely different matter. Old Purple was momentarily puzzled by Deidara's warning, but obediently darted to the left. However, Jiraiya immediately adjusted his position and continued his onslaught against Old Purple. Lava release, granite. Seeing that Jiraiya would not relent, Old Purple promptly hardened his skin. C3, Enhanced Explosive Number 18. As it seemed that Old Purple was about to be struck by 5 Right Gates, Deidara hastily formed an explosive number 18 and hurled it towards Jiraiya. Yet, Jiraiya appeared to possess an uncanny awareness, releasing 5 Right Gates the instant Deidara prepared his attack. Deidara had anticipated this, knowing well that Sage Mode heightened perception. He realized that his dustless miss would be of no effect against Jiraiya. As the flames surged towards him, Deidara mounted his clay bird and began to evade. Meanwhile, his clone continued to mold the explosive number 18. Umph. Deidara muttered disdainfully as he evaded Jiraiya's fire technique. He had seen Old Purple begin to gather another tailed beast ball, while his clone was nearing completion of the explosive number 18. Once it was ready, it would spell doom for Jiraiya. Jiraiya, oblivious to Deidara's clone crafting the clay bomb, relentlessly pursued Deidara's main body. Sages, lend me your strength. Jiraiya called out through mental communication to the two sages. They nodded in agreement. Sage Art, 1000 Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair began to grow rapidly. The two sages augmented Jiraiya's hair, allowing him to use the 1000 Needle Jizo endlessly. Jiraiya's hair shot towards Deidara's clone. Now, Deidara's main body was being pursued by 5 Right Gates, while his clone was targeted by the 1000 Needle Jizo. Damn! Deidara found himself being relentlessly pursued for the first time, a situation he was not accustomed to. Merge. Deidara swiftly approached his clone, and the two combined into one. 6 Tails. Notify Sun Wukong and instruct Old Purple to take cover. Deidara commanded within. Understood. Though 6 Tails was unsure why, he trusted Deidara's reasoning. Sun Wukong, hurry and tell Old Purple to leave, the farther the better. 6 Tails communicated with 4 Tails mentally. Got it. 4 Tails nodded in agreement without further discussion. Old Purple, flee this place. Sun Wukong directly contacted Old Purple. Why, son? Old Purple questioned, puzzled. At that moment, He was focused on unleashing tailed beast balls at Tsunade and Jiraiya, which kept them occupied. Enough with the chatter. Sun Wukong, known for his fiery temperament, roared angrily at Old Purple before seizing control of his body. He forcibly led Old Purple away from the battlefield. Have they left? Deidara watched as Old Purple departed and promptly tossed the clay into his mouth. This tastes terrible. Deidara chewed, then began to concentrate all his chakra into the clay. For the next 5 minutes, he evaded Jiraiya's onslaught while gathering his chakra within the clay. It was not that he preferred this method. It was simply the fastest way to collect his chakra. To think Deidara could invent such a bomb, truly astounding. Deidara mused as he observed the small version of himself, infused with his entire chakra. He was merely imitating Deidara, yet no one could replicate him. Everything relied on one's own effort. Yet, this very individual had developed a nanoscale bomb that rivaled the power of dust release. C4 Garuda. Deidara forcefully hurled the Garuda. The Garuda expanded in the wind. 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters. Deidara's Garuda was significantly larger than Deidara's. As the Six Tails chakra was inevitable, Deidara soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters, unafraid of missing his target. When released, the area within a 10-mile radius would become barren. What is that? Jiraiya gazed at the 500-meter giant before him, his eyes filled with confusion. Young Jiraiya, do not panic. Shinozaki, observing Jiraiya's bewilderment, quickly offered reassurance. Meanwhile, Deidara, now at 10,000 meters, still sensed the looming danger and continued to ascend while preparing to detonate. Below, the Garuda exploded silently. Though the massive Garuda detonated without sound, every cell in Jiraiya's body screamed of the impending peril. Boom, boom, boom. The toads were obliterated into tiny fragments. The miniature toads exploded again, becoming even smaller. Wentai, however, managed to withstand the blasts with his chakra, but he could not hold out for long. The air was thick with infinite nanoscale bombs. Anyone remaining in the vicinity would inexorably inhale them, and as long as they could not escape, death awaited them. Moreover, due to the extensive explosion radius of the Garuda, Jiraiya and his comrades found nowhere to flee. Quick, summon your allies. Shinozaki and Jima, suppressing the nanoscale bomb's detonation, urged Jiraiya. Magic, toad summoning. The two sages began to chant. Under the immense soundwave assault, the nearby nanoscale bombs were dispelled. Yet, it was of little consequence. The 10-kilometer explosion radius meant they could not escape. Furthermore, using reverse summoning was an impossible feat. To execute reverse summoning required hand seals. And the instant they activated their chakra, the nanoscale bombs within them would detonate. At that moment, Tsunade and Orochimaru joined Jiraiya, both wearing expressions of concern. They sensed that survival was becoming increasingly unlikely. I shall attempt reverse summoning, Jiraiya declared resolutely, then bit his finger. The instant Jiraiya broke his skin, explosions erupted from his body. Chapter 109. The Death of Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya. The two great toad sages were taken aback. Reverse summoning technique. Jiraiya enveloped the area with his summoning, designating Mount Mayaboku as the target point, and then, boom, Jiraiya was utterly obliterated. Not even a trace of flesh remained. Jiraiya. Tsunade's tears flowed freely as she gazed in agony at the remnants of Jiraiya. Meanwhile, the two sages, Shima and Fukasaku, were also caught in the explosion, but due to being thrown down by Jiraiya beforehand, their injuries were not severe. The two of them and the three toads made their way to Mount Mayaboku. Only Jiraiya perished alone on the battlefield. As for the slug, it was destroyed beyond recognition, leaving Jiraiya no time to summon it. However, it mattered little. Even if the summoned body of the slug sage was entirely obliterated, it would not be of great concern for the slug sage. Chakra was depleted, yet it was worth it. Deidara observed the vast expanse of forest consumed by the flames, an area of 10 miles devoid of any life. He understood that at least one of the legendary 3 shinobi must perish. The reverse summoning technique was not easily utilized. However, he could only use it once more. Should they encounter such a technique again, they would immediately reverse summon. Next, he would return to see how the battlefield on their side fared. Deidara chuckled softly, then departed on his clay bird from the desolate wasteland. Along the way, he spotted the frantic figure of old Ziji escaping the 10-mile radius and offered him a ride on his clay bird. What on earth is that? I feel like if I slow down even a bit, I would be utterly doomed. Old Ziji was still shaken, clutching his chest to steady himself. If you are in such a dire state, One can only imagine how they must be faring. Deidara laughed heartily. Indeed, those three must have met their end. Old Zg stroked his chin, gradually becoming more excited. If those three are dead, then that would mean not so easy to kill. At most one of them has perished, and I suspect this technique will be ineffective next time. Deidara rolled his eyes. With such a technique, how could anyone survive? Even Sun Wukong stated that if he remained here too long, he would succumb to the pressure. Old Zg looked on in disbelief. If even the tailed beasts cannot withstand it, how could mere mortals manage? They must have reverse summoned, but it should not matter. At least one of them will die. Deidara guessed they would not all perish, but it was hard to say who would sacrifice themselves. The one with the least chance of survival was Orochimaru, followed by Tsunade. The most likely to have fallen was Jiraiya. Deidara speculated that Jiraiya was unlikely to survive. With his self-sacrificing spirit, he would undoubtedly choose to perish in such a situation. I hope it is he who has met his end. Sage arts are truly distasteful. Deidara silently mused. In the past, Deidara had admired Jiraiya. But the current Deidara was someone living in the world of Naruto. No matter how much one cherishes another, preserving one's own life must take precedence. Zg, I still possess chakra. Allow me to join the front line. Old Zg said to Deidara. That is acceptable, but do not transform into your complete form. It may inadvertently harm our allies. Deidara nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I am mindful of that. Old Zg waved dismissively. He was confident in his lava release. With caution, he would not harm his comrades. As long as you are aware, let us proceed. Deidara maneuvered the giant bird toward the battlefield, where Konoha was engaging the Iwagakure forces. An hour earlier, the group arrived at the rear, only to find it utterly deserted. The fire seemed to have ignited out of thin air. Water release, water barrier. They hastily employed water release to extinguish the flames. Fortunately, the fire was not particularly fierce, and they managed to quell it within a few minutes. However, Konoha had suffered a loss of nearly 1/3 of its provisions. This was a substantial blow to Konoha. Minato, Iwagakure's forces are approaching. Yamanaka Shurjimi said solemnly beside Minato. Prepare to engage in battle. Minato furrowed his brow and rushed from the rear. Minato, the ninjas dispatched from Iwagakure this time are formidable, far stronger than before, and they have arranged themselves, awaiting our attack. Our priority now is defense. Yamanaka Shurjimi quickly interjected, blocking Minato's path. We must not retreat. Minato cast a calm glance at Yamanaka Shurjimi and brushed aside his hand, striding toward the Iwagakure army. Not retreat. Yamanaka Shurjimi stared in disbelief at Minato. He understood what defense signified. It meant that Konoha held no advantage even against Iwagakure. Other villages would only become more covetous of Konoha. After all, Konoha possessed the most fertile lands and the finest living conditions. Other villages had long coveted Konoha. At the slightest sign of weakness, all villages would pounce upon Konoha like frenzied hyenas. Indeed, a man entered and smiled at Minato, nodding in acknowledgement. Dan. Minato bowed his head respectfully to Dan. This individual had participated in the Second Shinobi World War and was also Tsunade's partner. Kato Dan had survived due to the premature conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War. Follow me. I will lead you into the fray. Kato Dan nodded, addressing Minato and Yamanaka Shurjimi. Very well. Minato decisively agreed, while Yamanaka Shurjimi hesitated before nodding. Is there anyone else willing to charge alongside me? Kato Dan surveyed the surroundings. Raising his voice, I am willing. Yamashiro Kai stood forth. As one of the few who had fostered a good relationship with Minato, Yamashiro Kai felt it necessary to step forward. I shall accompany you. Others chimed in. Let us go together. Kato Dan glanced around, finding over 100 willing to join him. Then let them carve a path to victory. Onward. Kato Dan gestured grandly. Kai, you will control my body. I will fight using the spirit transformation technique, as my body possesses greater strength than yours. Kato Dan instructed Yamashiro Kai beside him before charging forth. Dan. Yamashiro Kai stood astonished, realizing that Kato Dan intended to fight both spiritually and physically. It was known that if either Kato Dan's spirit or body sustained damage, he would perish. Kato Dan was effectively shouldering double the risk of death. Spirit transformation technique. Kato Dan's spirit emerged from his body. Kai, swiftly enter my form. As Kato Dan sprinted forward, he urged Yamashiro Kai. Heart turn technique. Yamashiro Kai suppressed his emotions and directed the heart turn technique toward Kato Dan's body. Chapter 110. Confrontation. Beware of this soul. It possesses offensive capabilities. The East Dead Man shouted as he beheld the technique of spiritual transformation. This technique is impervious to direct attacks and can only be countered by one's formidable mental fortitude. However, if the opponent's mental strength is feeble, it would pose no threat to Kato Dan. There are but two methods to dismantle the spiritual transformation. The first is to overpower it with immense mental strength, and the second is to locate Kato Dan's true form and obliterate it entirely. Yet, Kato Dan's true form is not easily subdued. It harbors a chakra level akin to that of an elite jonin, and even Yumashiro Kaichi can unleash jonin-level prowess when utilizing it. Flying Thunder God, Minato Namikaze produced a kunai and hurled it, causing it to shimmer rapidly upon hitting the ground. Each flicker signified a life claimed. Under Minato's relentless assault, only elite jonin could hope to withstand his unparalleled speed. Minato's velocity had long surpassed the limits of ordinary jonin reflexes, allowing him to potentially eliminate an opponent within mere seconds. Vajra Lock. Nanao, witnessing Minato's rampage among the crowd, grew anxious. She extended multiple golden chains from behind, aiming to intercept each kunai. She has discerned my abilities, Minato pondered calmly. Flying Thunder God, second phase. Seizing the moment before the Vajra Lock could ensnare him, Minato launched another kunai and teleported onto the moving weapon, swiftly dispatching an adversary. Upon landing, he grasped the still airborne kunai and hurled it anew. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, leaving Nanao bewildered as to what Minato had executed, and he was already racing towards the rear of a Wagakure. Minato moved at an astonishing speed, akin to the swiftest kunai throw, while concurrently eliminating a dozen unsuspecting foes along the way. Nanao, you restrict the front. We will engage him from the rear. East Dead Man instructed as he charged forward with the leech, firelight, and the boulder. The leech had regained its peak strength after Nanao had patted its head, having suffered previously when facing Minato alone. However, if the four of them joined forces, Minato would undoubtedly struggle to overcome them. After all, they were all elite jonin. Should Minato truly prevail against them, he might be on the cusp of reaching the level of a Kage. Lord East Dead Man, they are coming. Clear the way for our lord. The Iwagakure ninja shouted as they saw the four advancing, swiftly parting to create a lane directly to Minato. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. The four soon arrived beside Minato, who had already claimed nearly 100 lives. With such a rapid rate of killing, even with singular damage, he was a formidable weapon of war. Boulder, stay hidden and prepare to ambush. Leech, you restrain him. Firelight, you, and I will employ ninjutsu to disrupt him. East Dead Man assigned tasks to the trio, who nodded in agreement. Boulder began forming seals and activated the camouflage technique, gradually vanishing from sight. Flying Thunder God, Minato remained vigilant, aware that unless he dealt with these four, he could not kill the Iwagakure ninja at ease. They posed a significant restriction on him. This was also the first time Minato faced four opponents of elite jonin caliber. His previous encounter with the leech had been manageable, but this was a different challenge altogether. One misstep, and even with Flying Thunder God, he might not escape unscathed. Minato's expression grew grave as he launched a kunai. Yet, before it touched down, he began to flicker rapidly among the kunai. Blade Drawl the leech unsheathed his sword, aiming to strike Minato. However, just as the leech was about to reach him, Minato instantly swapped to another moving Flying Thunder God. Minato moved with blinding speed between kunai, each time employing his left hand for a secondary throw. This left the four in a daze, unable to lower their guard. Boulder struggled to find an opening, as Minato continuously switched positions in the air while throwing kunai. Fortunately, only 5 kunai remained in the air. The others had already landed. After all, Minato was not a deity. He could not simultaneously maneuver and launch several kunai while ensuring accuracy. Are they lying in wait? Minato sensed a faint presence near one of the kunai. His perceptive abilities, honed under Kushina's tutelage, made detecting Boulder a simple task. Adjusting his position in midair, Minato hurled a kunai directly towards Boulder. What? Boulder gasped, eyes wide in horror as Minato's kunai bore down on him, his face paling. He had not anticipated Minato's keen perception. His camouflage technique had always proven effective in previous battles. At this distance, there was no escaping. Boulder, the leech exclaimed, realizing Minato's trajectory was aimed at Boulder. He dashed forward, intent on intercepting the blow. However, Minato's speed far surpassed his own. In an instant, Minato's kunai was already slicing towards Boulder's throat. Boulder had no choice but to shield himself with his arms. One limb was grievously wounded. the kunai leaving a deep gash that nearly exposed bone, and he emerged from his camouflage. Blood flowed from his left hand, which he pressed against his right, revealing bone beneath the crimson. Fortunately, Minato was using kunai. Had he unleashed the Rasengan, Boulder would have surely met his end. Boulder, position yourself among us. The trio formed a protective barrier around Boulder, their gazes fixed intently on Minato. Minato relentlessly attacked with Flying Thunder God, and the three barely managed to fend him off. A stalemate ensued, as Minato sought to eliminate them with greater speed, but they held firm, preventing him from swiftly dispatching any of them. They intermittently employed earth release techniques to disrupt Minato, nearly capturing him on several occasions. Despite their numerous injuries, they sensed Minato's chakra waning. If they continued to exhaust themselves, they might suffer severe injuries, but Minato would inevitably be forced to retreat once his chakra was depleted. Otherwise, death awaited him. After all, Minato was still young. Lacking the experience of countless battles, he was, essentially, a powerful yet reckless youth. His impressive combat talent merely masked his naivete. Chapter 111. Arshure's reinforcements arrive. Nanako. Evade. Rei, witnessing Cat Dan's spirit malevolently charging towards Uzumaki Nanako, immediately warned her, Nanako, move quickly. Nanako swiftly dodged to the left, while continuing to unleash her adamantine sealing chains upon the Konoha forces. Although spectral, Cat Dan could still inflict harm upon Nanako, albeit spiritual rather than physical. Arc. Nanako cried out as Cat Dan struck her with a kunai, causing an excruciating pain that resonated within her very soul. This agony transcended mere physical suffering, becoming unbearable. Simultaneously, Cat Dan experienced a backlash. Such potent spiritual power. Attacking a weaker spirit would have been inconsequential, but Nanako's superior spiritual strength retaliated fiercely, causing Cat Dan's spectral form to writhe in agony. To illustrate, while ordinary spirits might not initiate attacks, assaulting them would provoke a defensive response. Cat Dan's spirit transformation technique usually shielded him from harm, but a more formidable spirit could breach his defenses and inflict damage. In essence, the pain Nanako endured was mirrored by Cat Dan, though his spirit transformation technique offered some protection, giving him the edge in a spiritual contest. Ignoring the pain, Cat Dan relentlessly struck Nanako, blow after blow. Finally, as Cat Dan neared his limit, Nanako collapsed, seemingly entering a state of suspended animation. With her subdued, victory is within our grasp, Cat Dan muttered, his eyes gleaming with malice, as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Nanako, Rei, and Watanabe Kawa, engaged in their own battles, cried out in anguish as they saw Cat Dan poised to strike the unconscious Nanako. Their desperate cries were futile, as Nanako remained unresponsive. Cat Dan's strike landed, yet something felt amiss. He sensed an unseen force impeding his attack. Undeterred, he continued to assault Nanako, only to be met with the same resistance, as if striking solid wood. Why? Cat Dan muttered in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. How could someone defenseless when conscious now repel his attacks in an unconscious state? Dan-sama, we are on the verge of breaching the Iwagakure defenses. An Iwagakure shinobi reported respectfully, having witnessed Cat Dan's power. He was truly worthy of being Tsunade's lover. Nanako, who had confounded so many Konoha shinobi, was swiftly subdued by Dan-sama. Indeed, the Konoha forces believed Nanako to be dead. Very well. Cat Dan relented, deciding to postpone his inquiries until after the war. With Nanako incapacitated, her fate was inconsequential. As Cat Dan departed, the Iwagakure shinobi swiftly surrounded Nanako's body, retreating with her. With Nanako's restraint lifted, the Konoha forces surged forward, pushing the Iwagakure shinobi back. Minato Namikaze, embroiled in a fierce battle, received reinforcements and quickly overwhelmed his opponents, leaving them battered and bruised. It seems our end is near, the shinobi lamented, realizing their defeat. Konoha was indeed the mightiest of the shinobi villages. Deidara-sama, we have failed you, Higashi murmured, gazing skyward. Minato Namikaze approached Higashi, preparing to deliver the coup de grâce. Needle seafloor. Suddenly, a figure with a tailed beast cloak engulfed in flames descended from the sky. Arshur-sama, Higashi exclaimed, astonished by the timely intervention. Withdraw. I shall deal with these Konoha shinobi, Arshur declared, his voice resonating with authority. He had witnessed the heavy casualties suffered by the Iwagakure forces, and their retreat was a welcome sight. This way I can use my full power. Understood, Higashi replied. recognizing Arshur's intentions, and promptly retreated. The Konoha shinobi watched Arshur warily. Why has he returned? Minato wondered, perplexed. Wasn't he engaged with Jiraiya-sensei and the others? Why has he arrived so swiftly? Tailed beast transformation. Arshur roared, transforming into the fully realized Four Tails. Damn, a tailed beast. The Konoha shinobi, initially puzzled by the halt in their advance, immediately understood the situation upon witnessing the emergence of the colossal Four Tails. Tailed Beast Ball. Arshur unleashed a devastating tailed beast ball upon the Konoha forces. Boom. The tailed beast ball detonated, instantly annihilating hundreds of Konoha shinobi. Such was the destructive power of a tailed beast, a weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. We cannot allow him to continue this onslaught. Minato realized, reacting swiftly. The Konoha shinobi, however, were paralyzed with fear. We are doomed, they murmured, devoid of hope. Without the Sannin here, how can we possibly withstand this? Indeed, without high-level combatants, confronting a tailed beast seemed impossible. Minato Namikaze, however, was an exception. Flying Thunder God, guiding thunder. Minato deployed his newly developed Flying Thunder God technique, which he had yet to use in actual combat. Arshur launched another tailed beast ball, and Minato teleported directly in front of it, diverting it to an uninhabited area. While Minato would have preferred to redirect the tailed beast ball towards the Iwagakure forces, they had retreated several miles, rendering such a maneuver impossible. We survived? What just happened? The tailed beast ball was redirected. The Konoha shinobi, astonished to find themselves unharmed, were filled with disbelief. It was Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya-sama's disciple. Minato was finally recognized. While his performance on the battlefield had been impressive, it was nothing compared to this feat. He had redirected a tailed beast ball, and he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique so early in life. Deidara, observing from above, frowned. Minato Namikaze was only 19 years old, yet he was already so powerful. Deidara seemed to forget that he was only 20 years old himself. Chapter 112. Ceasefire. Bluffing Shuemin gazed at the distant explosion of the tailed beast ball, releasing a sigh of relief. Although the consumption of chakra was considerable, he had managed to thwart the attack. The tailed beast ball. Lao Zi, undeterred, unleashed another tailed beast ball towards Konoha, only to be redirected once more by bluffing Shuemin. Lao Zi utilized lava release. Deidara shouted from the sky, confident that bluffing Shuemin could not redirect lava release. Everyone retreat. Bluffing Shuemin commanded the group behind him. They immediately fell back, including Kato Dan, who had little to say. The battle had shifted. It was no longer an even match. Scorching River, unleash your flames. Lao Zi erupted with astonishing chakra. However, he was promptly teleported away by bluffing Shuemin. Seizing the moment as Lao Zi unleashed his chakra, bluffing Shuemin touched the teeth beside Lao Zi's mouth. The teeth were unaffected by lava release, allowing bluffing Shuemin to make contact effortlessly. He then transported Lao Zi to a designated location, a grove situated over 10 miles away. Bluffing Shuemin wished to relocate Lao Zi even further, but his current strength did not permit it. Lao Zi would not return for a while. Casting a wary glance at Deidara in the sky, Bluffing Shuemin chose to retreat with his team. Unbeknownst to him, Deidara had already exhausted his chakra. He merely sensed the looming threat posed by Deidara. Lao Zi returned. After a while, Lao Zi finally reappeared, still intent on pursuing, but Deidara called out to him. Lao Zi, he must have expended a significant amount of chakra to transfer my tailed beast ball. Lao Zi's expression reflected his frustration. It was evident he was quite irate. Even if he has exhausted his chakra, he has already distanced himself. Do you intend to chase him all the way to the land of fire? Deidara remarked, addressing the fuming Lao Zi. Lao Zi scratched his head, conceding to Deidara's point. If he pursued any further, he would indeed reach the land of fire. Come back with me. Deidara maneuvered his clay bird to Lao Zi, and together they soared backward. Before long, they arrived at the rear. My lord Deidara, I apologize for our failure to overcome Konoha. We still require your resolution. Please punish us. Dong Shuren approached Deidara, resembling a child awaiting reprimand. It's fine. That young man with the yellow hair was indeed beyond my expectations. Deidara shook his head. He had anticipated that bluffing Shuemin would not master Flying Thunder God until at least a year into the Ninja World War, yet here he was, employing it right at the onset. Furthermore, given his proficiency, it was clear that he had not merely recently acquired the skill. I shall ensure that yellow-haired boy meets his end next time. Dong Shuren expressed his dissatisfaction. There is no need to dwell on him. You cannot kill him with your current abilities. Deidara gently shook his head. Bluffing Shuemin was adept at evasion. Even he could not hope to detain him. The demise of Bluffing Shuemin in the original narrative was purely a narrative device. The third Hokage had been unwilling to perish, opting to sacrifice the youth instead. I shall request a reinforcement for the village to guard against Bluffing Shuemin. Deidara intended to speak with Anoki, summoning Kuratsuchi. With Bluffing Shuemin's formidable speed, even a Kanai would be ineffective against Kuratsuchi. Even should he learn the spiral sphere, it would not trouble Kuratsuchi. In essence, Kuratsuchi was the perfect counter to Bluffing Shuemin's high mobility yet low offensive power. As for the notion of not being able to reach Bluffing Shuemin, that was inconsequential. Deidara could unleash chaos amidst a crowd, doubting that Bluffing Shuemin would remain passive. Even if he did, Kuratsuchi could provoke him into a duel, ensuring that Bluffing Shuemin would be compelled to respond, resulting in a chaotic clash. By the way, my lord Deidara, your disciple has fallen into a coma and has yet to awaken. Dong Shuren informed Deidara. Who? Deidara stood abruptly. Your disciple. Uzumaki Nanako. Dong Shuren had scarcely finished speaking when Deidara had already exited the tent. Deidara hurried to another tent, specifically designated for treating the injured. However, injuries were prioritized by severity. Nanako's condition, being merely comatose, was among the least severe. He entered the tent marked for minor injuries, where the occupants mostly bore superficial wounds from kunai and blades, bleeding but not life-threatening. Many had already risen to converse. Yet, upon Deidara's entrance, the room fell silent. Lord Deidara, you've come to see your disciple, haven to you? Murmurs began to circulate among the gathered. All eyes turned to the unconscious girl. Teacher, Nanako remains in a coma. Even using healing technique has proven ineffective. Ling Ning and Watanabe Chuan stood vigil by Uzumaki Nanako, and upon seeing Deidara, Ling Ning nearly broke into tears, while Watanabe Chuan appeared despondent. Let me examine her. Deidara placed his hand upon Uzumaki Nanako's forehead. He began to extend his senses, probing the flow of chakra within her body. From the outset, he had sensed an instability in her chakra, as if something were awakening within her. Deidara aimed to confirm his suspicions. He closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the flow of chakra within Nanako. Initially, he detected a rich life energy. This essence had been present within Uzumaki Nanako's chakra previously, but now it resonated with an invigorating vitality. This is Deidara's eyes widened. Do not worry. This is Nanako's fortuitous moment. Deidara withdrew his hand, a smile returning to his face. He had discerned the nature of Nanako's condition. Her body was undergoing transformation. Previously, her wood release had always fallen short of completion, and Deidara had been unaware of the reason. Now, however, he understood. Nanako lacked this final crucial step. The continuous flow of chakra. Mere life energy alone was insufficient for perfecting wood release. But with the addition of this unceasing chakra, it could be said that Nanako was on the brink of awakening her wood release. All that remained was for her to awaken. Chapter 113. The summons of the great toad Seiju are to guard Nanako. As soon as she awakens, inform me at once. I must write a letter to the Tsuchikage, Didaze instructed, casting a glance at Ling Ning and Watanabe Chuan. Understood, teacher. Both responded with a nod. Didaze then strode towards his tent, which had been constructed from earth. Earth, I summon you to write. Didaze called as he entered the tent, waving his hand to beckon the earth to him. Yes, Lord Didaze. The earth responded, producing paper and a pen, waiting attentively for Didaze's command. Old man, I have just slain one of the legendary 3 ninjas, and I am quite certain that he will not survive this time, Didaze stated with an unruffled demeanor. The earth, however, nearly lost its grip on the pen, stunned by the revelation. One of the legendary 3 ninjas is dead, and he is absolutely certain of it? How could this be? The battle has barely lasted half a day, and yet the legendary 3 are so easily defeated? Realizing that Didaze had fallen silent, the earth understood it was time to begin scribing. Hastily, it recorded Didaze's previous statement, pondering how such explosive news could emerge at the very start. Surely, the subsequent news would not leave him in such a state of shock. Please continue, my lord, the earth urged, quickly finishing the previous segment and looking up at Didaze. This battlefield has a user of Flying Thunder God. I require Steel Earth's assistance. Also, Nanako should be able to awaken wood release, but she remains unconscious until she regains consciousness. Didaze succinctly conveyed the remaining information. W wood release. The Earth was momentarily bewildered. It understood the significance of wood release, despite its limited knowledge of Hashirama Senju. It knew well that wood release is a bloodline limit. This indicates the emergence of another bloodline clan within a Wagakure. The Earth hastily pinned this down, astonished that Didaze had delivered such shocking news twice in such a brief time frame. Yes, deliver this letter to the land of Earth with utmost speed. Didaze nodded slightly, instructing the Earth. Of course, Lord Didaze. The Earth bowed and retreated slowly. Half a day later, in a Wagakure, Suchikage's office. Didaze summoned you to deliver this letter? The war has only just begun 2 days ago. What could be so urgent? Noki furrowed his brow, puzzled by the early delivery of a letter from Didaze. As he opened the letter, his eyes widened with disbelief. "WL," Noki exclaimed, leaping from his seat. The Earth quickly averted its gaze, unable to bear the sight of Naki's unrestrained excitement. Realizing his own loss of composure, Noki sat down, taking a few deep breaths. I have not been so unrestrained in many years. After regaining his composure, he reflected on the monumental significance of wood release, which he could hardly contain. That is the technique of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, a figure who dominated all ninja villages. Hashirama had refrained from unification out of kindness, but a Wagakure would not repeat that folly. With Didaze's explosive release combined with Nanako's wood release, the unification of the ninja world was imminent. Even the death of one of the legendary three was cast aside in Naki's mind. Filled with excitement, Noki envisioned a Wagakure's dominance over the ninja world. Nanako remains unconscious. I must personally visit her. Noki suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Nanako had become his most cherished treasure, a member of the Uzumaki clan, a natural master of sealing techniques, and now awakened wood release. It could be said that even if she were to pluck out Naki's beard, he would merely smile and praise her for it. Lord Suchikage, please reconsider. The Earth interjected, raising its head. You are the only one left in the village. If you leave and Sunagake your attacks, who will protect the village? You are right. Naki's excitement was tempered by the Earth's words. Send a reply to Didaze and summon Old Z back. I shall head to the battlefield. Noki resolved to join the fight personally. His strength far surpassed that of Old Z. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would surely overpower Old Z. Yes, Lord Suchikage, the Earth bowed in response. Go now? Noki nodded. Eager to see Nanako on the battlefield, he could provide her with insights, having once witnessed Hashirama unleash wood release. Although it was merely the most basic form, it would be far superior to Nanako's solitary exploration. Mount Miyaboku, you two have finally awakened, Sage Fukasaku remarked as he observed the slowly opening eyes of the duo. The nanobombs had proven exceedingly difficult to eliminate. They had spent half a day clearing them all. Jiraiya. Tsunade's eyes welled with tears as she opened them. She had been focused on eradicating the nanobombs within her body, leaving no time to mourn Jiraiya. After all, if she paused, she would be directly on her way to the Pure Land to meet him. Orochimaru remained silent, staring blankly at the sky. For the first time, he felt the fragility of life. Just yesterday, he had been laughing and conversing with Jiraiya, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Great Toad Sage has summoned you. Just as they were lost in their emotions, a toad hopped over to them. Come, do not grieve. Little Jiraiya would surely be happy to know he saved you. Come with me to meet the Great Toad Sage. Sage Fukasaku comforted Tsunade and Orochimaru, despite his own sorrow. Meanwhile, Sage Shima wiped her tears from the side. Sage Fukasaku had no choice but to bear the weight alone. Let us go, Tsunade. Orochimaru stood up, appearing entirely unfazed by Jiraiya's death. Orochimaru, do you truly regard Jiraiya as so insignificant? Tsunade retorted angrily, glaring at Orochimaru. When the news of Orochimaru's demise reached them, Jiraiya had mourned for him for quite some time. Yet now, the roles had reversed, and Orochimaru showed no sorrow for Jiraiya. Tsunade. Orochimaru suddenly raised his voice. Jiraiya chose to sacrifice himself so that we could live. He did not wish to see us angry or grieving. He simply did not want us to die. Orochimaru's expression was solemn. Let us go. He turned without a backward glance and followed Sage Fukasaku. Chapter 114. Two Worlds? Ah, little Jiraiya, you've arrived. The Great Toad Sage, appearing somewhat groggy, addressed Tsunade and Orochimaru below. Unfortunately, Master Toad Sage, Jiraiya is no longer with us. Sage Shinsaku replied with a hint of sorrow. I see. The Great Toad Sage murmured, closing his eyes once more and falling silent. Master Toad Sage, what did you summon us for? Orochimaru inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed the sage in meditation. Oh! The great toad sage suddenly seemed to recollect something and opened his eyes. It has divided into two. Divided into two. Orochimaru furrowed his brow in confusion. Jiraiya is still alive. No, he is dead. The great toad sage appeared somewhat disoriented. The child of prophecy has changed. After a moment of bewilderment, the great toad sage spoke again. What? Sage Shinsaku's eyes widened in disbelief. The child of prophecy has never changed, yet it suddenly has today? Great toad sage. When did this transformation occur? And who is the current child of prophecy? Sage Shinsaku pressed urgently. I sense that a new child of prophecy emerged several years ago, yet I cannot perceive any of his traits. All that remains is an abyss of darkness. The great toad sage squinted. Moreover, several years ago, our world split into two. Split into two? Orochimaru frowned, struggling to comprehend. Is it possible for the world to divide? What does this mean? The future has shifted. The child of prophecy is no longer what he once was. The great toad sage seemed confused or at a loss for words, closing his eyes again, refusing to speak further. No matter how Sage Shinsaku called out, the great toad sage remained silent. Apologies, it seems the great toad sage is somewhat dazed today. Sage Shinsaku, realizing the sage had likely drifted back into slumber, turned to Tsunade and Orochimaru. I shall escort you back. Let us set the coordinates at Jiraiya's home. Very well, Orochimaru nodded, while Tsunade remained silent, her head bowed. Reverse summoning technique. Sage Shinsaku clapped his hands to the ground, and the two vanished from their location. Ah, we have arrived. Orochimaru opened his eyes, finding himself in Jiraiya's home. The sight that met his eyes was one of disarray and filth, highlighting the owner's untidiness. Jiraiya. Tsunade burst into tears upon seeing the room. What does it mean for the worlds to diverge? Jiraiya is dead, yet he is not. Orochimaru disregarded Tsunade's lament, lost in contemplation of the great toad sage's cryptic words. Could it be? A wild thought crossed Orochimaru's mind. Perhaps this world fractured at some point, resulting in the emergence of two distinct realities? And the great toad sage felt the existence of both worlds simultaneously, leading to his contradictory statements about Jiraiya's fate. This world appears to be far more intriguing than I had anticipated, Orochimaru mused, a smile creeping across his lips. He then proceeded to leave the room, heading towards the Hokage's office. He intended to report the situation on the battlefield to Sarutobi Hiruzen. How the battlefield was managed would be Hiruzen's concern, not his. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru pushed the door open. Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen, engrossed in paperwork, frowned. It has only been 2 days since the war began. Why are you back in Konoha? He even sensed Orochimaru's chakra to confirm his identity. Weren't you on the battlefield? How have you returned? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his brow furrowed. We lost the battle. Jiraiya is dead. However, the enemy has exhausted their chakra, so a temporary ceasefire has been declared. Orochimaru stated flatly. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Jiraiya is dead? His shock stemmed not from the fact of Jiraiya's death itself, but from the overwhelming strength of a Wagakure, which managed to eliminate Jiraiya in just 2 days. Deidara has developed a new type of bomb called Kagetsuchi, Orochimaru revealed. This bomb is comprised entirely of nanobombs. Once detonated, it renders the land barren for a 10-mile radius. Anyone within this area will continuously absorb the nanobombs, regardless of whether they breathe. Orochimaru meticulously explained the details of Kagetsuchi, ensuring he could deflect blame. It was evident that the enemy was simply too formidable, rather than himself being too weak. I believe he previously used a smaller version. But has he really advanced to such a colossal weapon so quickly? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. He recalled Deidara's earlier use of a small spherical nanobomb, which had been significantly less potent, unable to cause complete desolation, and with a maximum range of only a few hundred meters. Yet, how could he have improved to such an extent in such a short span? Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprehension towards Deidara deepened. However, we can utilize the reverse summoning technique to retreat in advance. Previously, we lacked intelligence, which is why we did not escape. Next time, if he deploys it again, we can exit early through the reverse summoning. Orochimaru continued. I understand. I will join you on the battlefield shortly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He felt compelled to participate. The current situation instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. He sensed that other villages were growing stronger while Konoha was regressing. Understood, Orochimaru affirmed. Then exited the Hokage's office. Back at Jiraya's home, after weeping profusely, Tsunade returned to her own residence. "Sister, what is the matter?" A 15-year-old SHJ approached. Observing his sister's red-rimmed eyes with concern, he remained at home primarily to care for Kakashi, who, having lost both parents, would struggle to live alone without SHJ's support. "SHJ, Jiraiya has died," Tsunade whispered through her tears. "What?" SHJ's eyes widened in disbelief. Just days ago, he had seen Jiraiya, and now he was gone. Amidst the tumult of emotions, a radiant green light suddenly enveloped SHJ. Chapter 115. Sarutobi Hiruzen joins the battle. It was merely a fleeting moment, yet even Tsunade felt as though she were seeing things. "Shungshu, what was that just now?" Tsunade gazed at Shungshu, bewildered. "Huh?" Shungshu replied, equally perplexed, as he clenched his fists. Nothing seemed amiss. I'm not sure either." After scratching his head, Shungshu confessed. He sensed a change within himself, yet upon closer inspection, he found no discernible difference. This left him utterly confused, uncertain of what was transpiring. "Stay still, I will examine you," Tsunade declared, recognizing the bewildered expression on Shungshu's face, realizing that he likely had not detected any anomalies. However, she was confident that she could uncover something. Placing her hand upon Shungshu's head, she began to sense the flow of chakra throughout his body. After a prolonged search, she finally discerned a faint spark of vitality within him. This is would release," Tsunade exclaimed, withdrawing her hand in astonishment. "Would release?" Shungshu echoed, his face alight with excitement. "Would release, birth of the domain." Yet, there was no response. "Would release, would clone technique." Still, nothing happened. What the heck? Shungshu was completely unaware of any would-release chakra within him. "Fool, you lack even basic medical ninjutsu. How could you awaken would-release?" Tsunade scolded, striking Shungshu lightly on the head. Would-release is a bloodline limit that requires earth, water, and yang release to awaken. Currently, Shungshu had no mastery of medical ninjutsu, which encompassed yang release. How could he possibly awaken would-release? "Go find someone in the medical department to learn medical ninjutsu," Tsunade instructed Shungshu. "Medical ninjutsu, sister." Shungshu began, but he was silenced by Tsunade's fierce glare. "Understood. I will go this afternoon," Shungshu replied earnestly. "If you truly awaken would-release, you will undoubtedly succeed in becoming Hokage," Tsunade added, patting Shungshu's shoulder, offering him words of encouragement. Observing Shungshu's renewed determination, Tsunade felt a sense of accomplishment, hoping for his successful awakening. "Hokage's office, what do you want me for?" Shimura Danzo inquired, his face shadowed with a morose expression, a visage resembling that of a corpse. His arm had been reattached. The time elapsed since it had been severed was brief enough for the medical arts of the ninja world to restore it. "You are to watch over the village. Until my return, you will serve as acting Hokage," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, taking a drag from his cigarette. "But remember this, your root organization is not permitted to recruit anyone. If you dare to recruit within the village, upon my return, I will disband your root organization entirely." Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at Danzo as he spoke. Danzo clearly did not hear the latter part of Hiruzen's statement. He only registered the word Hokage. "Oh really? Monkey, are you truly handing the Hokage position to me?" Danzo stammered, trembling with excitement. "Acting Hokage, only until my return." Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Danzo's flushed, quivering form with a hint of exasperation. This man placed far too much importance on the Hokage position, merely an acting role. "Did you catch the rest of what I said?" Hiruzen questioned, eyeing Danzo, who appeared on the verge of elation. I heard. Danzo responded dismissively. "Repeat it back to me," Hiruzen commanded sternly. "Root organization is not permitted to recruit. If they do, it will be disbanded," Danzo recited obediently. However, he did not take Hiruzen's words to heart, believing the monkey would not take action against him, as he was, after all, a close friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Just remember what I said. I must depart with Orochimaru and the others now. The village is in your hands. Heed my words." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a slight nod before exiting the Hokage's office. As Danzo watched Hiruzen leave, he promptly seated himself upon the Hokage's throne the moment the door closed. The expression on Danzo's face was one of unrestrained joy. He truly believed he had become the Hokage. "Go summon Tsunade to join us." Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Orochimaru, instructing him to call for Tsunade. "All right." Orochimaru nodded, soon summoning Tsunade, who had shed her earlier despondency. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed his comforting words, opting for silence. "Let us proceed," he declared, taking the lead towards the battlefield without any accompanying entourage, deeming it unnecessary. The battlefield at Iwagakure predominantly lacked elite combatants rather than mere cannon fodder. The latter could be summoned in abundance, but to what avail? A colossal clay bomb dropped by Deidara would claim the lives of countless shinobi below the rank of jonin, leaving no chance for escape. As the three made their way, Inoki deliberated repeatedly about recalling Shirue, having heard of a powerful yellow flash on the opposing side. However, at the border, the extensive earth release techniques were ineffective, and Han, the sole Jinchuriki, could not be deployed. Steel Earth was the only one capable of withstanding the third Raikage assault, making his absence equally unthinkable. After much contemplation, Inoki resolved to summon Shirue back. After all, Shirue was the strongest among the explosive release group, yet there were others capable of similar feats. Although Shirue was the most formidable, he was not irreplaceable, prompting Inoki's decision. Moreover, Inoki doubted that an inexperienced young man with blonde hair could triumph over Shirue. Deploying Steel Earth against such an individual would be a waste. Upon receiving the news, Shirue hurried towards the village, departing with Inoki the following day. Just as Inoki set forth, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the battlefield, observing the retreating Leaf Shinobi. "Why have you withdrawn so far?" Hiruzen inquired upon entering, directing his question at Cat Dan. The Leaf Shinobi had nearly retreated from the land of waterfalls. A few more steps, and they would find themselves in the land of fire. "Apologies, Hokage-sama. It was my failure to manage the situation," Cat Dan admitted, taking full responsibility without attempting to defend himself. "Hokage-sama, it wasn't Dan's fault. It's because..." Namikaze Minato began, eager to speak in Dan's defense. However, Cat Dan gestured for Minato to remain silent. "Very well, I shall not dwell on it further." Noting Cat Dan's high standing among the troops, Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from reprimanding him further. He needed Dan to bolster the morale of the troops. "Let us allow the wounded to rest for the time being. We shall resume hostilities once they have recovered." Hiruzen glanced at the room filled with injured shinobi, uncertain of what to say, and could only encourage them to rest. In the room, aside from Namikaze Minato and Yameka Inoichi, nearly everyone bore some form of injury. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Cat Dan nodded slightly. Hiruzen acknowledged him with a nod before exiting the large tent. Namikaze Minato, meanwhile, cast a lingering glance at Tsunade, hesitating to speak. With a heavy sigh, he ultimately left the tent, having learned through my Bokuzen of the death of his master. Chapter 116, The Arrival of Inoki a Day Later. Inoki burst into the large tent with Sho in tow. Lord Tsuchikage. The crowd was taken aback, surprised by his swift arrival. It seemed he had rushed here immediately upon receiving word. "Lord Tsuchikage, you have arrived." Deidara greeted Inoki with utmost respect. "I've brought Sho with me. Steel Earth cannot leave the borders. He is the only one capable of fending off the third Raikage assault," Inoki stated to Deidara. "Indeed, I hadn't considered that at the time, but Sho's presence is fortuitous," Deidara replied with a smile. "Rest assured, he is merely a flashy kid. I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death," Sho retorted, displaying a complete disregard for Minato Namikaze. "Sho, do not underestimate him. His strength is formidable. Aside from his lackluster offensive capabilities, he excels in every other aspect, battle intelligence and raw power alike. In a real confrontation, your abilities may find it difficult to contend with him," Deidara warned, shaking his head. He did not want Sho to belittle Minato. "Is he really that strong?" Sho asked, scratching his head. Deidara's words prompted him to reconsider his earlier arrogance. After all, if Deidara suggested that Minato might surpass him, it would be foolish to dismiss that claim. "Why would I lie to you?" Deidara rolled his eyes. "Now where is Nanako?" Without waiting for Sho to respond, Inoki urgently inquired about Nanako's whereabouts. "She is in the tent for lightly injured patients," Deidara informed Inoki. Upon hearing this, Inoki headed straight for the injured tent, as if Nanako were his own daughter. "That old man," Deidara muttered, shaking his head as he followed Inoki to the tent. Sho trailed behind Deidara. Inside the large tent, the onlookers exchanged glances, astonished that Inoki's first action was to check on the wounded rather than issue commands. Deidara accompanied Inoki to the room for lightly injured patients. "There she is." Deidara pointed to Nanako, who lay on a makeshift bed. Lord Tsuchikage, Watanabe, and Lingning, who had been dozing beside Nanako, instantly awakened upon seeing Inoki. "It's fine. I merely came to check on Nanako," Inoki waved his hand dismissively, then placed a hand on Nanako's forehead to sense her chakra. Indeed, it is wood release. Inoki felt the vibrant flow of chakra within Nanako, reminiscent of what he had witnessed in Hashirama Senju. He was certain that this was a sign of her awakening wood release. How long has she been unconscious? Inoki asked Deidara. Only 2 or 3 days, Deidara replied. Make sure to inform me the moment Nanako awakens, Inoki said, his tone reflecting an unusual intensity. Let us step outside to discuss, Deidara suggested, noticing Inoki's agitation. Inoki nodded and followed Deidara outside. However, once outside, Inoki remained deep in thought, only stopping in an empty area devoid of witnesses. Deidara. Inoki's voice was low as he called to Deidara. Old man, speak. Deidara responded with a serious expression. I am overwhelmed with joy. Ha ha. Inoki suddenly burst into laughter. Deidara was bewildered, staring at Inoki as he laughed, feeling a sense of confusion. Inoki continued to laugh heartily for 2 or 3 minutes before finally calming down. Old man, is it really that amusing? Deidara scratched his head. You don't understand. It is wood release. Wood release. Inoki glared at Deidara. Inoki was acutely aware of what wood release represented. It was a power capable of dominating the ninja world. So what if it is wood release? At the end of the day, it is merely a bloodline limit. Its might is merely due to Hashirama's strength, Deidara retorted with a roll of his eyes. If we're discussing strength, your dust release can obliterate anything. If you possess the chakra and power of the first Hokage, your dust release could easily annihilate Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Deidara aimed to temper Inoki's expectations. After all, he knew that wood release did not necessarily equate to the prowess of Hashirama. There was also Yamato, whose wood release capabilities were not particularly noteworthy. While Nanako would undoubtedly not be merely an elite jonin, awakening wood release would at least elevate her to a level akin to that of a Kage. However, if one were to dream of her reaching Hashirama's level, that would be unrealistic. Your words carry some weight. Inoki mused, stroking his chin as he contemplated Deidara's perspective. He realized that the power of a bloodline limit depended on the user's abilities. Simply awakening wood release did not guarantee invincibility. Inoki acknowledged that his previous viewpoint had been somewhat narrow-minded, given his experiences with Hashirama and being bested by Uchiha Madara. It was only natural to aspire to the wood release that could rival Madara. Yet he found himself so captivated by the allure of wood release that he had lost sight of rational thought. It was Deidara's role to remind Inoki of this reality. While Nanako awakening her bloodline limit and achieving a Kage-level strength is certainly attainable, do not set your expectations too high. Otherwise, you may face disappointment, Deidara advised. Kage level? That is commendable. Inoki nodded, realizing the flaws in his earlier logic. How could one expect someone to awaken a bloodline limit and immediately become invincible? Very well. Let us devise a battle plan, Inoki declared, waving his hand. He had returned to a more grounded state from his earlier excitement. Subsequently, Deidara and Inoki returned to the large tent to finalize their strategy, planning to launch an attack on Kanehagakure once the injured had sufficiently recovered. Inoki even suggested that if Konoha did not exhibit any inclination to attack, they would wait for Nanako to awaken before initiating hostilities. A peculiar calm had settled over both Konoha and Iwagakure, with neither side making any moves to scout or probe, creating an illusion for Takigakure that the war had come to a standstill. Chapter 117. The Second Assault of Sunagakure in the Land of River. Kakashi Hatake wandered aimlessly, devoid of purpose. He was uncertain of his intentions for being there, akin to a headless fly meandering through the terrain. Perhaps it was time to rest. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, Kakashi was abruptly jolted back to reality. He discovered a cave and settled down, retrieving his provisions and water, having gone a full day and night without sustenance. His thoughts were consumed by Uchiha Madara's Moon Eye plan, which he perceived as nothing short of the annihilation of humanity. Immersed in illusions, what would become of those ensnared in a false paradise? Who would uphold the world in the absence of humanity? Kakashi felt an unsettling conviction that Uchiha Madara had lost his sanity. Sighing heavily, Kakashi realized that ignorance was a blessing. Once he acknowledged the gravity of the situation, he found himself entrapped in an even more formidable cage. Death was not an escape for him. If he perished, who would dare to challenge the course of events? After a year of contemplation, Kakashi sensed that he was ensnared in a vast conspiracy, one in which even Uchiha Madara might be unwittingly entangled. Madara's singular focus on an idyllic world left unaddressed the aftermath of such a vision. Yet, Kakashi remained voiceless, aware that speaking out would lead to his demise at the hands of Madara. Meanwhile, during Kakashi's aimless wandering, Raza finally arrived at the battlefield of the Land of River with his forces. Lord Kazekage, you have arrived. Chiyo and Chiyo's elder brother, Zuki, greeted him respectfully. I have brought along Yakumo. Together, the four of us shall effortlessly vanquish this Leaf Village contingent. Nodding in agreement, Raza acknowledged his previous decision to keep Yakumo hidden within the village. Raza, a narrow-minded individual, lacked the qualities befitting a Kazekage. However, with the village's dwindling population, Raza was the only viable candidate for the position, a necessity born of circumstance. He feared that Yakumo's notoriety might eclipse his own, prompting him to keep her close. Yakumo, loyal to her village, accepted Raza's decisions without question, viewing reputation as trivial. As long as Sunagakure remained harmonious, that was sufficient. In truth, Yakumo possessed the qualities suitable for the role of Kazekage, yet the predominantly male leadership and Raza's slightly superior strength secured his election as the fourth Kazekage. Yakumo, recognizing the detrimental effects of ongoing instability in the village, voluntarily withdrew from the competition for Kazekage. Nonetheless, Raza continued to regard her as a potential threat. Returning to the matter at hand, Raza declared, "Let us rest a while. We shall launch our assault tomorrow." The group unanimously concurred. The following day, Raza commanded, "Attack." With a sweeping gesture, the ninjas of Sunagakure charged fearlessly forward, driven by the hope of earning the Kazekage's favor. Their fervor caused significant upheaval within the ranks of the Leaf Village. Uchiha Fugaku, step forward. Raza bellowed at the Leaf ninjas. Who do you think you are? Uchiha Fugaku emerged from the rear, eyeing the four assailants with caution. He recognized the newcomers, Raza and Yakumo. Their likenesses familiar to him despite never having met them. Words are futile. Raza scoffed. Sand gold cascade. He summoned a barrage of sharp sand gold projectiles, launching them at Uchiha Fugaku. The sand transformed into countless spikes, hurtling towards him. Fire release. Fireball barrage. Yakumo conjured fireballs, hurling them at Uchiha Fugaku. Chiyo and Zuki summoned puppets to engage Fugaku as well. Susanoo, first stage. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes spun, and the black form of Susanoo materialized instantaneously. Form transformation. As Uchiha Fugaku's left eye swirled, the skeletal Susanoo manifested weapons. A new technique he had developed. By enveloping Susanoo's arms in muscle during form transformation, he could create weapons that persisted even when reverting to skeletal form. Akin to a glitch in his ocular prowess. A hammer? Raza mused, observing the weapon in Susanoo's grasp. Quake. Uchiha Fugaku swung the hammer down, causing the ground to tremble violently, sending sand soaring and obstructing the incoming projectiles. However, Chiyo and Zuki maneuvered their puppets to continue their assault on Uchiha Fugaku, flanking him in an attempt to overwhelm him. Fall. Uchiha Fugaku launched the hammer straight towards the puppets, prompting Chiyo to deftly evade. The hammer struck the ground, sending up another cloud of sand. Fire release. Massive fireball. Yakumo gathered energy, summoning a colossal fireball, nearly the size of Susanoo itself. This is bad. Uchiha Fugaku realized the impending danger. If struck, his Susanoo in skeletal form would likely collapse. Susanoo, second stage. Blood tears streamed from Uchiha Fugaku's eyes as Susanoo rapidly grew muscles. Form transformation, shield. The hammer in Susanoo's hand transformed into an enormous shield, which he immediately raised to protect himself. Hand of sand gold. Raza, seeing the massive shield, summoned a gigantic hand of chakra, reaching for Uchiha Fugaku's shield in an attempt to seize it. Form transformation, blade. Uchiha Fugaku, left with no choice, transformed into a blade, swinging down with Susanoo, severing the massive hand in two. Yet, a smile crept across Raza's face. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. Upon the activation of Susanoo's shield alteration, Lady Eboshi promptly discharged her fully charged, colossal fireball. The incandescent projectile hurtled towards Ashitaka, threatening annihilation. With insufficient time to react, Ashitaka hastily brandished his greatsword in defense. The conflagration erupted, scattering a tempest of sand. As the particulate matter dissipated, it became evident that Susanoo had sustained considerable damage. However, its defenses remained unbreached. Such formidable resilience. Ashitaka mused. He had anticipated a swift resolution, but the adversary's defenses proved impenetrable. Summoning his ocular prowess, Ashitaka observed the rapid restoration of Susanu's injuries. I refuse to believe your regenerative capabilities are limitless. Lady Eboshi exclaimed, her frustration mounting. Will our village be thwarted by a mere clan? Is a singular lineage superior to an entire populace? Commence the assault. Lady Eboshi commanded her subordinates. Understood. They affirmed in unison. Quicksand burial. Lady Eboshi chanted, as an immense volume of gold dust materialized from the desert's depths. The particles began to swirl around Ashitaka with increasing velocity, gradually inflicting damage upon Susanu. Lady Eboshi, prepare your incantation. Lady Eboshi commanded, maintaining the relentless assault of gold dust. Lady Eboshi diligently focused on conjuring another colossal fireball. Simultaneously, Lady Eboshi amplified her chakra input, causing a ceaseless surge of gold dust from the earth, further constricting Ashitaka. Form alteration. Hammer. Ashitaka declared, realizing the necessity of transitioning from defense to offense. Hammer of seismic force. Ashitaka slammed the gargantuan hammer upon the earth, dispersing a portion of the surrounding gold dust. Now is the opportune moment, Lady Eboshi. Princess Mononoke exclaimed, seizing the advantage. Scorching Inferno, super colossal fireball. Lady Eboshi unleashed her fully charged pyrotechnic assault. This iteration dwarfed even Susanu in magnitude. However, the expenditure exacted a toll, depleting a third of Lady Eboshi's chakra reserves. The incandescent sphere collided with Susanu, generating a resounding impact. Ugh! Ashitaka groaned as fissures propagated across Susanu's structure. An opening. Princess Mononoke and San exchanged knowing glances before dispatching their puppets towards Ashitaka. Triple treasure pulverization. Crimson art. Incineration cannon. San positioned the twin puppets, which then discharged a potent laser barrage. The simultaneous onslaught of the triple treasure pulverization and the laser cannon brought Susanu precariously close to disintegration. I am compelled to invoke the third echelon, Ashitaka muttered, forcibly amplifying his ocular might. Armor materialized upon Susanu, signifying its enhanced state. Another transformation? Princess Mononoke and San exclaimed, their astonishment palpable. They had presumed Ashitaka's prior form to be his zenith. A swift resolution is imperative, Ashitaka resolved, acutely aware of his dwindling ocular reserves. He was compelled to vanquish his adversaries expediently and deactivate Susanu. Form alteration, Inferno Blade. Ashitaka proclaimed. In this third echelon, he could imbue form alterations with supplementary attributes, such as flames. The effect mirrored a diminished Amaterasu, possessing its potency but lacking its perpetual nature. The armored ebony Susanu brandished a colossal blade engulfed in black flames, evoking dread among the quartet. His power is undeniable. He has surpassed me. Lady Eboshi conceded, her countenance darkening. The Uchiha clan members, witnessing the formidable Susanu, were galvanized. Some with nascent Sharingan awakened the second Tomo, spurred by the spectacle. The newly awakened Uchiha fearlessly charged, compelling the Sand Village ninjas into a defensive posture. Fall back. Lady Eboshi commanded, swallowing her trepidation. I must fulfill my duty as Kazekage. Quicksand layer burial. Lady Eboshi bellowed, channeling her chakra. Gold dust surged from the earth, a spectacle of immense scale. Lady Eboshi's face strained with the exertion. Still, she persisted, augmenting her chakra input. Susanu, black flame slash. Ashitaka swung the black flame-infused blade, annihilating the gold dust upon contact. However, Lady Eboshi swiftly reconstituted fresh waves of dust. The encroaching gold dust enveloped Ashitaka. Ashitaka's strikes were swift, but Lady Eboshi's summons were swifter. This was her domain. The inexhaustible gold dust surrounded Ashitaka entirely. Quicksand layer burial. Lady Eboshi roared, fortifying the seal with her remaining chakra. The colossal Susanu was entombed within Lady Eboshi's technique, resulting in a vast dune stretching hundreds of meters and nearly 100 meters thick. Lady Eboshi had mobilized all the gold dust within a 5-kilometer radius, expending the majority of her chakra. Gazing upon the entombed Ashitaka, Lady Eboshi smiled. My quicksand layer burial should contain him for at least half an hour. We shall seize this opportunity to eliminate the remaining Leaf Village ninjas. Understood. The trio responded with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, within Susanu, Ashitaka's attempts to breach the seal from within proved futile. At his current rate, it would require at least 20 to 30 minutes. He hesitated to invoke the fourth echelon, as it would entail the forfeiture of his eyesight. Moreover, he doubted he could resolve the conflict within 5 minutes. Chapter 119. Fugaku's defection ambitions. Fugaku Uchiha deactivated his Susanu's third form, reverting it to its initial stage to avoid being crushed. Even the brief activation of the third stage had noticeably diminished his visual acuity. Prolonged use to breach the gold dust imperial funeral ceiling would likely lead to blindness. Moreover, even if he succeeded, Raza and his forces would have ample time to eliminate them. Left with no alternative, Fugaku rescinded the third stage, hoping to preserve his ocular prowess until Raza's technique dissipated naturally. He hesitated to gamble, fearing the immediate purge of the Uchiha clan upon his loss of power. He believed the third Hokage was capable of such an act. Meanwhile, the arrival of the four figures on the battlefield swiftly turned the tide. They wreaked havoc among the Leaf Shinobi, decimating their ranks. "We're finished." This sentiment echoed in the minds of the Leaf Ninja, unable to envision their survival. Their strongest warrior was sealed, while their adversaries effortlessly cut them down. Despite the awakening of Sharingan among some, only the Mangekyo held any sway against these formidable foes. Elsewhere, Kakashi Hitaki, aimlessly wandering, sensed a malevolent and potent aura. Driven by curiosity, he ventured to investigate, suspecting a clash between Leaf and Sand forces. However, wary of implicating the Leaf in his presence, he intended to observe from a distance. Upon reaching the scene, he was horrified to witness the Sand Village's massacre of Leaf Shinobi. Execrable, Kakashi clenched his fist. Lightning blade. He emerged, unleashing a relentless barrage of lightning-infused strikes upon Raza. Puppet technique. Father and mother. Chiyo swiftly intervened, deploying the puppet brigade to shield Raza. The onslaught of blades damaged 3 of Chiyo's puppets. Kakashi Hitaki. Raza spat out the name. Kakashi Hitaki, a missing nin of the Leaf. The Leaf Ninja, resigned to their fate, gazed at Kakashi. Why was this former pillar of their village, now a defector, coming to their aid? Hadn't he abandoned the village out of resentment? Kakashi, indifferent, amassed his chakra. Lightning burial, lightning imprisonment. He unleashed a strike upon the gold dust imperial funeral ceiling. Resolute defense. Kakashi discovered his attack, failed to shatter the seal. Even you cannot breach my gold dust imperial funeral ceiling. Raza, initially apprehensive, breathed a sigh of relief. He lacked a comprehensive understanding of Kakashi's capabilities, never having directly engaged him in combat. He merely knew that the third Kazekage could hold his own against Kakashi, with both sides sustaining heavy injuries in most engagements. The third Kazekage could manage, so could he. Sand Shinobi, retreat. Raza, casting a wary glance at Kakashi, ordered the Sand forces to withdraw. Kakashi, in turn, watched as the Sand Ninja vanished, before casting a detached gaze upon the Leaf Shinobi and disappearing into the desert once more. The gold dust imperial funeral ceiling, now devoid of Raza's control, dissipated, freeing Fugaku. Susanoo, third form. Fugaku immediately activated the third stage of his Susanoo, anticipating an ambush within Sand Village territory. Preparing for a desperate fight, he was surprised to find himself surrounded by Leaf Ninja. Lord Fugaku, the Sand have retreated. A Uchiha ninja reported. Retreated? Why? Fugaku deactivated his Susanoo, puzzled. Kakashi Hitaki arrived and drove them away. The Uchiha ninja replied, admiration evident in his eyes. He harbored no ill will towards Kakashi's defection, secretly envying his freedom from the Leaf. Kakashi Hitaki. Fugaku murmured. Send word to find Kakashi Hitaki. I wish to speak with him. He commanded the remaining Leaf and Uchiha ninja. This battle had solidified his desire for a clan defection. The Leaf treated him as expendable, refusing to provide adequate support. Kakashi's appearance offered a potential turning point. Given the opportunity, he would lead the Uchiha clan away from the Leaf, fearing that under the third Hokage's leadership, the clan would not survive until Tsunade's ascension. Understood, Lord Fugaku. The ninja, though unaware of Fugaku's intentions, complied. The Leaf Ninja dispersed across the land of wind, seeking Kakashi. Kakashi, observing from afar, remained hidden, unsure of their motives. Chapter 120. The Monk of Sharing Blessings. Have we not yet located him? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, a hint of despondency in his voice. Alas, clan leader, it appears that Hitaki Tsukumo is reluctant to meet with us, an Uchiha clansman replied, his head bowed in deference. Very well, if he chooses not to see us, we shall let it be. Fugaku sighed deeply. Withdraw all shinobi tasked with finding Hitaki Tsukumo. Recognizing that Tsukumo had no intention of meeting him, Fugaku resolved to cease the search. However, he did instruct his clansmen to prepare for a potential retreat should Sunagakure launch another offensive that they could not withstand. If it comes to it, we can always claim it was defection. What is there to fear? Yet, his heart was heavy with concern for the clansmen within the village. With the third Hokage present, he felt it would be unwise to lead his people away in a flight from their home. Unbeknownst to Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already engaged in battle and had kept this information hidden from him. In a certain cave, Hatake Tsukumo furrowed his brow. Have they truly ceased their search for me? He had anticipated that if Fugaku was insistent, he would eventually emerge to confront him. But he was taken aback by the sudden halt in their pursuit. This left Tsukumo perplexed regarding their intentions. Well, I suppose I shall pay him a visit. After much contemplation, he decided to see Fugaku and discern his true motives. Tsukumo gathered his belongings and made his way to the Konoha garrison. He had no fear of being ambushed. Even if Konoha wished to capture him, they would find it impossible. Having readied himself, he vanished from the cave in a series of swift movements. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of Sunagakure, an officer barked, "Old man, come out," as he flung open the door to the cell of Sharing Blessings. "Ah, you're finally letting me out," Shikaka screeched within the confines of Sharing Blessings' body. "What is it that you desire, old fool?" Sharing Blessings trembled as he clasped his hands together once more, seeking to understand the officer's intentions. "Enough of your prattle. Just get out now," the officer retorted, yanking Sharing Blessings from his cell. "You've treated him so poorly. Allow me to take control and exact revenge," Shikaka hissed in a conspiratorial whisper. "Shikaku, you are a good child," Sharing Blessings suddenly remarked to Shikaku. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am far older than you." Shikaka snapped, incensed by the comment. "Ha. Sharing Blessings chuckled within the confines of his mind. "Among all those I have encountered, you possess the kindest heart. Regardless of your age, your essence remains that of a child." He gestured toward his own heart. "Old man, have you lost your senses? You call me kind?" Shikaka scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. "Relative to humanity, you are indeed quite benevolent," Sharing Blessings countered, shaking his head gently. "I can empathize with your plight. Just as I am imprisoned in this cell, you too are confined within my being. Yet, the difference lies in my ability to communicate with others, whereas you are limited to our exchanges. In terms of suffering, I cannot compare to your anguish," he said, casting his gaze downward. "Why are you spouting such nonsense now?" Shikaku retorted dismissively. "They intend to deploy me to the battlefield, which signifies an opportunity for your freedom," Sharing Blessings stated calmly. "Freedom?" Shikaka gasped, momentarily taken aback. He had attempted to persuade Sharing Blessings countless times. Even when Sharing Blessings was assaulted, he had been unwilling to relent. But now, why was Sharing Blessings willing? In the vast desert, as long as you refrain from causing chaos, no one shall find you. "However, I have but one condition," Sharing Blessings continued. "Speak." Shikaku's demeanor shifted, seriousness replacing his earlier flippancy. "I request that upon your emergence on the battlefield, you flee into the desert without engaging in combat," Sharing Blessings articulated, aware that any confrontation would pose a risk of capture. The optimal course of action was to escape immediately. His prior reluctance to release Shikaku stemmed from the fact that it was a village setting, where Shikaku not only would be unable to flee, but could also inflict significant damage upon the village. To Sharing Blessings, this was utterly senseless. He had long regarded Shikaku as his most cherished kin, having awaited an opportunity as depicted in the original narrative. Yet, he had ultimately passed away before such a chance materialized. "Very well, I shall heed your request." Shikaku's expression was complex. "You old fool, have your ears gone deaf?" The officer berated Sharing Blessings, delivering a series of blows that disregarded his age. "How dare you?" Shikaka shrieked, unleashing a surge of chakra. The chakra penetrated the seal, materializing into a hand that seized the officer by the throat. "Shikaku, you promised me," Sharing Blessings murmured softly. Upon hearing Sharing Blessings' words, the chakra hand brutally cast the officer to the ground before dissipating. "Let us depart." Sharing Blessings turned to face the officer. The officer, trembling with fear, rose unsteadily and guided Sharing Blessings toward the office of the Kazekage. In the Kazekage's office, the officer knocked and announced, "Kazekage-sama, we have brought the one-tailed Jinchuriki." "Sharing Blessings, Sunagakure requires your strength," Raza stated bluntly, lacking any pretense of courtesy. To him, the one-tailed Jinchuriki was merely a tool for the village. When the master required a tool, it was simply utilized. There was no need for pleasantries. "I understand, Kazekage-sama," Sharing Blessings replied with utmost respect. "Old man, the Kazekage does not regard you as a person," Shikaku cackled with unrestrained mockery from within the sealed space. How about I eliminate him once I am free? As Shikaku's laughter faded, a cold malevolence filled his gaze. Once you gain your freedom, you may depart. The cycle of vengeance is endless. Release your hatred and embrace your liberty. Sharing blessings sighed within his mind. Then, if you have no objections, we shall set out together in 3 days. Raza nodded affirmatively. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Sharing blessings replied, his gaze lowered. That night, in the Konoha encampment, Uchiha Fugaku was deep in contemplation when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Tsukumo Dano. Fugaku exclaimed, seeing the unkempt Hatake Tsukumo and sitting up in excitement. Oh, you still call me Dano? I am but a rogue shinobi now, Tsukumo said with a half-smile, observing Fugaku's reaction closely. Chapter 121. The assistance of Hatake Tsukumo. You have always been the person I admire the most. Even if one were to betray the village, it would be due to the village's coercion, Uchiha Fugaku stated with a serious expression. With a faint smile, Hatake Tsukumo responded, his thoughts veiled in mystery. So, what is the reason you have sought me out? Lord Tsukumo, our Uchiha clan wishes to defect from the village. The persecution we have faced is too severe. They have made us confront an entire village, treating us like disposable tools. As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku's fists clenched tighter. However, without assistance, even I cannot escape the village's siege. Therefore, I implore you to support our clan. If we can flee from Konoha, we shall pledge our loyalty to you henceforth. Uchiha Fugaku bowed deeply before Hatake Tsukumo, genuinely yearning to leave the village. In the past, he could comfort himself with the thought that enduring would be worthwhile until the 4th Hokage took office, but now Fugaku found it impossible to reconcile his feelings. He had realized that the village was driving their clan to the brink of destruction. If they refused to engage in battle, choosing not to confront Sunagakure, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would confine them all within the village. It sounds appealing, doesn't it? But Sarutobi Hiruzen would not extend his previous benevolence. Instead, he would employ underhanded tactics. In such a scenario, even Tsunade would be powerless to save their clan. Fugaku increasingly believed that Uchiha Madara's departure had been the right choice. Those who had chosen to remain were the truly foolish ones. I am sorry, but I cannot assist you. Hatake Tsukumo, having listened to Uchiha Fugaku's grievances, sensed his determination, yet found himself ensnared in his own predicament, lacking the capacity to save the Uchiha clan. If Uchiha Madara were to discover that the entire Uchiha clan had defected, who could predict what he might do to them? It would be akin to emerging from a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's lair. Are you unwilling? Uchiha Fugaku sighed deeply. He had prepared himself for Tsukumo's refusal, yet when the rejection came, he found it difficult to accept. You have your own burdens, do you not? Fugaku gazed into Tsukumo's eyes. I apologize, Tsukumo replied with a heavy sigh. I will help you repel the forces of Sunagakure. I assure you that you will return to Konoha safely this time. While he could not allow the Uchiha clan to follow him, he could drive back Sunagakure. Though he was a rogue ninja of Konoha, who decreed that a rogue ninja could not partake in battle. Thank you immensely. Uchiha Fugaku, who had initially felt despondent, instantly regained his spirit upon hearing Tsukumo's words. With Tsukumo's assistance, at least the Uchiha clan members present would not suffer severe casualties. The number of clan members capable of activating their Sharingan was already scarce, and following the last battle, while their skills had improved, their numbers had dwindled. Only nearly 100 remained with Fugaku, most possessing 2 tomo, a few with 3, and none with 1. After half of their kin had perished in the previous conflict, nearly all of the survivors had experienced a rise in their ocular prowess. The Uchiha clan's increasing strength was not without reason. However, the Meijiki Sharingan required innate talent, or else this battle could yield multiple Meijiki-s. If all went well, the next battle should involve a tailed beast. You handle the one tail, and I will hold off the other 4, Tsukumo stated to Fugaku. Though he possessed techniques to deal with large creatures, such as his blade skills, they paled in comparison to the might of a Susanoo. Very well. Fugaku nodded in agreement. A few days later, let us depart. Rashi and his companions, accompanied by the forces of Sunagakure, returned to the battlefield against Konoha. Last time, you were fortunate to have Hatake Tsukumo's aid. But I refuse to believe you can rely on a rogue ninja indefinitely. Rashi scoffed, directing his derision at Uchiha Fugaku. My apologies. Fugaku retorted with a cold snort, just as Hatake Tsukumo made his appearance. Thinky. Tsukumo uttered not a word, swiftly wielding his white fang with unparalleled speed. The blade became a mere afterimage. unleashing an endless torrent of slashing light. Damn it! Sand Gold Wall. Rashi's expression shifted drastically as he hastily summoned a wall of sand to block the attack. The sand surged from the ground, forming an impenetrable barrier before him. Tsukumo's Tenki merely left cracks on the wall, which quickly mended. Humph. My Sand Gold Wall is beyond your ability to breach. Rashi observed as Tsukumo struggled to penetrate his defense, his previous grim demeanor dissipating. Tengaku. Tsukumo, uninterested in further discourse, expanded the blade's aura multiple times before delivering a powerful strike to the Sand Gold Wall. The barrier cleaved in two, and Tsukumo seized the opportunity to charge forward. Blazing Release, Fireball Barrage. Leaf Storage conjured fireballs to hurl at Tsukumo. Chiyo and Ebizo manipulated their puppets to assault him as well. Rashi joined in with his sand attacks. Yet, despite the ferocity of their combined assault, Tsukumo adeptly withstood every attack, even countering when the opportunity arose. The four were wholly occupied by Tsukumo alone, unable to assist Uchiha Fugaku. Fukufuku, hurry! Rashi shouted urgently to Fukufuku. Shikaku, once you emerge, just run. Do not harm anyone. Fukufuku turned to Shikaku in the mental realm, his demeanor gentle. In an instant, Shikaku felt as if he were once again in the presence of the Sage of Six Paths. No one, apart from that old man, had ever treated them, the tailed beasts, with such kindness. Old man, why? Shikaku's voice was unexpectedly subdued. Your kind is pitiable, Fukufuku replied. We are not pitiful. We are embodiments of power. It is you frail humans, with your fleeting lifespans, who are truly to be pitied. Shikaku interrupted, his tone growing increasingly fierce. We both understand the agony of confinement. Now, you have a chance to obtain freedom. What reason do I have not to assist you? Fukufuku smiled at Shikaku, akin to a parent gazing at a child. Shikaku fell silent, unsure of how to respond to the elderly figure who cared so selflessly for him. Chapter 122, Shikaku's Escape. Shikaku, emerge. Your liberation is at hand. Within the confines of his mindscape, F-Ku dismantled the seals, allowing Shikaku to break free from its imprisonment. Shikaku cast a final, inscrutable glance at F-Ku, and then, roar. Shikaku materialized, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed with pent-up fury. Susanoo, second state. Configuration shift, hammer. Uchiha Fugaku, wary of underestimating his adversary, instantly propelled his Susanoo to its second stage, materializing a colossal hammer in its grasp. However, the One-Tail's subsequent action took everyone by surprise. It burrowed into the sand and vanished without a trace. Impossible. Arsa's astonishment was palpable upon witnessing this. Weren't the tailed beasts supposed to harbor deep-seated animosity towards humanity, launching indiscriminate assaults upon their emergence? Why, then, did this particular beast flee the moment it appeared, executing its escape with such seamless efficiency? Damn it, F-Ku. Arsa's thoughts abruptly turned to F-Ku. He refused to believe that the One-Tail possessed such cunning on its own. Surely, F-Ku was the mastermind behind this maneuver. Arsa's suspicions, though steeped in malice, were not unfounded. The One-Tail had absconded. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been poised for a fierce confrontation in his second stage Susanoo, was momentarily taken aback. He had been anticipating a grand battle, only to have his opponent burrow into the sand and flee. However, Fugaku quickly regained his composure and steered his Susanoo towards Hatake Tsukumo's battlefield. Damn it, Arsa's countenance darkened as he watched Fugaku's Susanoo advance. He could not afford to retreat again. To do so would signify the utter failure of their campaign. RSA refused to accept such a humiliating defeat so early in his tenure. You three, impede Tsukumo. I shall engage Fugaku. RSA commanded. The trio nodded in acknowledgement. Delaying Tsukumo posed no significant challenge, as long as they avoided direct confrontation. Tsukumo's strength lay in his offensive prowess, not his speed, by maintaining their distance. They could evade his attacks, and even if they were struck, they had puppets to serve as sacrifices. Giant gold dust impalement. RSA summoned forth a torrent of gold dust from the earth, forming a massive, pointed spire. Configuration shift, shield. Fugaku promptly transformed his hammer into a shield, bracing himself for the impending assault. He also vigilantly scanned his surroundings, wary of Arsa's attempts to seize his shield with his gold dust appendages. RSA strained, veins bulging, as he conjured a gold dust spike that dwarfed even the Susanoo in size. The gargantuan spike hurtled towards Fugaku, who raised his shield in defense. Clang! The gold dust spike collided with the shield, producing a resounding clang that reverberated across the battlefield. Upon impact, the tip of the spike shattered, but our SA relentlessly reinforced it, ceaselessly battering the shield. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of relentless pressure, Arsa's gold dust spike pierced through the shield's defenses and impaled the Susanu's body. The Susanu's frame absorbed the full force of the blow, causing Fugaku to wince and clutch his eyes. Configuration shift, shuriken. The Susanu's hand materialized a shuriken, which Fugaku hurled towards RSA. He knew that RSA could replenish his chakra rapidly in the desert, so he sought to avoid a prolonged battle of attrition. Instead, he aimed to strike Arsa's physical form directly. RSA, spotting the approaching shuriken, swiftly evaded it. However, a relentless barrage of colossal shuriken left him struggling to defend himself. Gold dust wall. RSA was forced to abandon his gold dust spike, converting it into a protective wall to intercept the shuriken. Configuration shift, longsword. Upon seeing the gold dust wall materialize, Fugaku transformed the Susanu's shuriken into a longsword. With a single, decisive stroke, the Susanu cleaved the wall in two. Gold dust wall. Undeterred, RSA promptly erected another gold dust barrier. He had discerned that Fugaku's eyes were bearing a significant strain. While he could replenish his chakra, could Fugaku's eyes recover from the damage? This realization buoyed Arsa's spirits. He merely needed to prolong the battle, and eventually, Fugaku would succumb to the limitations of his ocular power. When that moment arrived, RSA, now aware of Fugaku's vulnerability, shifted his tactics from offense to defense, aiming to deplete Fugaku's Dijutsu. Fugaku, recognizing his opponent's strategy, reduced the Susanu to its initial stage. Even in this state, his eyes continued to lose power, albeit at a slower rate. RSA remained patient, content to bide his time and wear down Fugaku's reserves. Do you take me for a fool? Fugaku scoffed inwardly, observing the airtight encirclement RSA had established. He wants me to attack, but what am I supposed to attack? Does he think I'm a clown? RSA dispelled the gold dust surrounding him and launched a tentative attack, which Fugaku deflected with a skeletal arm. For Fugaku, summoning the skeletal arm consumed negligible Dijutsu. Frustrated, RSA resumed his large-scale offensive, but this too proved to be a significant drain on his resources. As RSA and Fugaku reached a stalemate, Tsukumo and his three adversaries found themselves similarly locked in a deadlock. Tsukumo was hampered by 15 puppets, while Ibis bombarded him with scorching stream rock technique from the rear, preventing him from gaining the upper hand. Tsukumo, at his core, was merely a high-level Kage. It was only with Tsunade's assistance, which allowed him to recover before the third Kazekage could regenerate, that he had managed to drive the Suna forces into a rout. But without Tsunade's support, Tsukumo was forced to adopt a more cautious approach, minimizing his injuries. Otherwise, his recovery would lag behind that of the Suna forces, as Fugaku's contingent lacked skilled medical ninjas. Amidst this stalemate, Shikaku, accompanied by F-Ku, sought refuge in a secluded cavern. Rather than seizing F-Ku's body for complete resurrection, Shikaku chose to retreat back into the depths of his mindscape. Chapter 123. The surprise attack on Konoha. Shikaku. True freedom is within your grasp. Why do you not choose to inhabit my body? Fumifuku said kindly to Shikaku. Enough with the nonsense. I would consider it a degradation to occupy such an old, ugly, and weak vessel. Shikaku retorted haughtily, mocking Fumifuku. Huh. Fumifuku laughed heartily, unperturbed by the insult. After all these years, he understood Shikaku's thoughts and temperament intimately. Shikaku had always harbored the desire to take over his body, yet Fumifuku had never resented his own form. The current words were merely a reflection of reluctance. Otherwise, would a tailed beast truly care whether the body it occupied was attractive or not? Ultimately, it is the essence of oneself that emerges, not the host's physical form. Shikaku. Fumifuku called softly within the mental space. Huh. Shikaku responded with an air of impatience. You are truly a kind child. Fumifuku chuckled, the wrinkles on his already unattractive face deepening. Yet, Shikaku felt a warmth he had never experienced before. Stop talking nonsense. I couldn't care less about your empty words, Shikaku shouted, then lay down with his hands on his head, motionless. Fumifuku chuckled softly, gazing at the vast desert before slowly rising to walk into the distance. In the latter half of the year 46 of Konoha, time flew by, and months slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this period, Nanako showed no signs of awakening, yet the vitality of her chakra grew increasingly potent. Noki and Deidara sensed they were on the brink of success. Hence they did not rush to engage in battle. However, across from them, Sarutobi Hiruzen was impatiently awaiting action. Inside the Konoha tent, the prolonged inaction from a Wagakure must indicate some sinister plot. An elite shinobi remarked, "Lord Hokage, I too sense a conspiracy, otherwise Deidara's nature would have compelled him to strike long ago." Cat Dan added with a bow. "Then, do you suggest we take the initiative?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired kindly. Observing the elite shinobi before him, the gathered elite shinobi exchanged glances, none willing to respond. They were well aware of Hiruzen's intentions. The old man simply wished to shift the blame. If anyone accepted, a victory would be commendable, but if they lost, the blame would rest solely on them. The elite shinobi understood Hiruzen's character, and thus, none dared to take the bait. Seeing no one willing to engage, Hiruzen's expression turned to one of disappointment. What is the situation on the Sand Village front? In an attempt to alleviate the tension, Hiruzen turned to his umbu. According to the latest reports, there are no issues from Sunagakure. Lord Fugaku has successfully held them off, the umbu reported with precision. Yet, a flicker of apprehension crossed Hiruzen's eyes. He had intended to diminish Uchiha Fugaku's arrogance, hoping to instill in him a sense of failure that would lead him to forge alliances with Kirigakure and Kimogakure, thereby alleviating some of a Wagakure's pressure. However, to his surprise, Fugaku had managed to hold off Sunagakure with merely a handful of clan members and Konoha shinobi. Did this not imply that Fugaku's strength was now comparable to his own? Furthermore, the One Tail had distanced itself during the skirmish. And although Fugaku asserted it was not due to his departure, the villagers of Konoha would not share the same sentiment. Given such formidable prowess, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to allow Sunagakure to expend its resources against Fugaku. The notion of discussing alliances with Kirigakure and Kimogakure vanished from his mind. Engaging in such discussions now would likely not only bolster Fugaku's reputation, but also enable a full retreat. This posed a significant threat to Hiruzen, who would not permit the Uchiha clan to undermine him, even if they bore no ill intentions. After all, his mentor had once warned him that the Uchiha clan was a tribe of lunatics. Never trust them, for regret only comes when they unleash their madness. Yet, even the second Hokage had kept one of their own close, remaining vigilant while allowing them space to exist. If the first Hokage had offered them sweet dates and more, and the second had offered a stick with dates, then Hiruzen's approach was solely that of a stick against a stick. "Convey my orders. We will launch a surprise attack on a Wagakure tonight," Hiruzen declared, realizing he could no longer seek a scapegoat. "Understood." The elite shinobi responded in unison. This information would not be disseminated further down the ranks. To prevent any spies from catching wind of the plan, only those of elite status would be informed. The lower-ranked shinobi would only learn of the impending assault at the moment they were set to charge. Soon, night fell. "Move out." The elite shinobi roused their comrades from slumber, explaining the situation briefly as they observed their bewildered expressions. Each elite shinobi led small groups to rendezvous swiftly with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, a number of Wagakure spies were left frantic, unable to notify their comrades in time. "Go." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand decisively, charging ahead toward a Wagakure's encampment. After a brief trek, Hiruzen and his forces arrived at the Wagakure base. "Charge!" Hiruzen shouted to the shinobi behind him, summoning the Kanri and striking fiercely. The sentinels guarding a Wagakure were instantly dispatched, yet the commotion roused the villagers within the tents. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Numerous shinobi began to shout, awakening their comrades. Despite this, the initial wave of the assault managed to eliminate nearly 1/5 of a Wagakure's forces. "What is happening?" Deidara and Noki awakened abruptly, hastily stepping out of their tents to grab a passing shinobi for answers. "Konoha's shinobi have launched a surprise attack. Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Deidara. Our brothers at the front are suffering heavy casualties," the shinobi reported. "Shuri, move." Deidara immediately rushed to another tent, pulling Shuri out. Their tent was situated centrally within the Wagakure camp, muffling the sounds of chaos, which had prevented Shuri from waking. Shinobi vigilance depends on proximity, not on surrounding noise. Deidara disregarded whether Shuri was fully awake, seizing him and delivering 2 sharp slaps to rouse him forcibly. "What happened?" Shuri jolted awake. "Konoha is attacking. Arm yourself." Deidara handed Shuri an explosive blade. "Those scoundrels from Konoha dare invade at such a time." Shuri's expression darkened with fury. Chapter 124, Watergate versus Hunter in the forefront. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the Rui Bang and combined it with his wind release, unleashing a tremendous suction force. Mother Nest, Deidara, and Inoki swiftly arrived at the battlefield with Hunter, witnessing the devastating casualties among the Iwagakure ninjas. A surge of fury welled up within Deidara. The Mother Nest was directly conjured by Deidara, from which countless tiny spiders emerged. The Rui Bang drew these spiders towards itself, and they exploded in a cascade of destruction. The Rui Bang was sent hurtling back towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yuruma. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been manipulating the wind release, immediately halted the technique to catch the Yuruma. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Combined ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. After setting the Yuruma aside, Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals, unleashing two jutsu that merged into a more formidable combined technique. The Earth Dragon Flame Flow surged with intense burning and mud towards the Mother Nest. In an instant, the Mother Nest was utterly obliterated. Flying Thunder God. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato hurled kunai towards Deidara in the sky, aiming to teleport to the kunai's location to strike him down. You face me. Hunter leapt high, seizing the Flying Thunder God kunai and crushing it right before Minato's eyes. Minato's expression turned grave. This individual was unfamiliar to him, likely sent by Iwagakure to counter him. Given the previous battle, Iwagakure had probably gauged his strength and dispatched someone at least his equal, necessitating utmost vigilance. Minato decisively abandoned his attack on Deidara, recognizing that targeting Hunter on the ground was a more feasible strategy. It was evident that Hunter was also a shadow-level powerhouse, and neglecting him could lead to chaos on the battlefield. Flying Thunder God. Minato launched 3 kunai with his right hand, aiming at Hunter's left, middle, and right positions. Explosive Blade, Explosive Slash. Hunter snorted disdainfully, drawing the explosive blade and sweeping it across the 3 kunai. A violent explosion erupted, and the kunai vanished into the ether. Assessing his opponent, Minato concluded, area-type opponent, utilizing explosive techniques, presumed immobile, unknown defense, but formidable attack power. Then, Minato threw 3 more kunai with both hands, this time targeting the sky. Hunter fixated on the heavens. Body Flicker Technique. Minato's intention was to distract Hunter. He executed the Body Flicker Technique, materializing beside Hunter, kunai in hand, aiming to strike. Clang. Hunter lowered his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at Minato. Did you truly believe I was unprepared? He sneered. As he spoke, the explosive blade detonated instantaneously. Minato's expression shifted, and he swiftly teleported to the kunai in the sky. He seized another kunai and hurled it downwards. Earth Clone Technique. A clay duplicate of Hunter manifested beside him, rapidly lunging towards the kunai. Meanwhile, Hunter remained fixated on Minato, having discerned the latter's attack power was merely kunai strikes. To him, such power was negligible. Even standing still, Minato would struggle to breach his defenses. After all, Hunter practiced close-range explosive techniques. Although his physical strength was not as monstrous as that of steel, a mere kunai was laughable in its ability to penetrate his defenses. Underestimating me, are you? Minato realized Hunter's demeanor. It wasn't he that Hunter regarded him with disdain, but rather the absurdity of Minato's method of attack. Who could fathom that a speedster, elusive even to shadows, would resort to kunai? Initially, Hunter had his doubts, but witnessing Minato's continued reliance on kunai forced him to concede the truth. His opponent was indeed a fragile being with speed, yet lacking in offensive might. Then, Hardening Technique. Hunter's body transformed to a bronze hue, appearing exceedingly durable. He provocatively beckoned Minato, brandishing the explosive blade as he advanced step by step towards the Konoha ninja. Minato, if you fail to attack, I shall slaughter the Konoha ninjas. Hunter's voice echoed like a harbinger of doom, causing Minato's expression to darken. Minato switched places with the Earth Clone's kunai, risking potential injury to eliminate the clone. He then launched a flurry of kunai, scattering them widely to avoid being obliterated in one fell swoop. Minato began to dart among the kunai, searching for Hunter's vulnerability. Now this is how it should be. Fight me like a true man. Hunter laughed heartily, plunging the explosive blade into the ground. Explosive Blade, Earth Explosion. After embedding the blade, he shouted, and the ground erupted in a cacophony of explosions. The blasts obliterated Minato's kunai, forcing him to retreat from Hunter's assault. Is this all you can do, Minato? Hunter taunted, not merely speaking but aiming to disrupt his opponent's composure. A ninja must remain calm. If one side loses their wits in a confrontation of equals, victory is assured for the other. Yet, Minato remained unaffected by Hunter's verbal jabs, growing more composed. He understood that Hunter sought to provoke him into revealing a weakness. Thus, he needed to maintain his steadiness and conceal any flaws. As the psychological battle unfolded, Inoki and Deidara clashed fiercely with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Given that they were in a Wagakure's stronghold, Deidara refrained from deploying his lethal clay bombs, knowing that such power could inflict more harm on his allies than on the leaf. Consequently, Inoki and Deidara found themselves in a stalemate with the three from Konoha. Deidara could only produce and hurl medium-sized bombs continuously, a tactic that proved immensely troublesome for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Simultaneously, the disruptions from the smaller bombs nearly allowed Inoki's dust release to strike Hiruzen several times. Chapter 125, The Slug Sage, Lightning Release, Thunderclap. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon the two figures in the sky, realizing that he could not simply retreat any longer. After all, he had come to launch an offensive, and it was evidently futile to be perpetually on the run. With a surge of chakra, he unleashed a lightning technique, forcing Deidara and Inoki to evade. However, due to Sarutobi's physical movement, he could not match their speed. "Old man, come up," Tsunade called out, recognizing that Sarutobi could not catch up with the two. Instantly, she summoned him atop the slug. The slug, being considerably larger, was much swifter than Sarutobi. Even in a crawl, it outpaced the smaller opponents. Once perched atop the slug, Sarutobi's thunderous assault posed a genuine threat to Deidara and Inoki. "Old man," Deidara shouted to Inoki, who nodded in response. C3. Number 18. Dust Release. Ultimate Dust Release Destruction Technique. Given the slug's size, the surrounding area was largely cleared. As long as he refrained from using the C4, a technique of vast destruction, C3 would not cause excessive casualties, especially since the slug could absorb some of the blast. Oh no! Orochimaru observed the situation. One opponent manifested a puppet while the other amassed a formidable dust technique, sensing impending doom. Summoning Technique, Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru bit his finger, summoning three enormous mouths before him. Has he learned it already? Deidara mused, astonished at the sight of the Triple Rashomon. Rhino, infuse it with acidic chakra. Seeing the formidable barrier, Deidara commanded the rhino to add acidic chakra. Initially hesitant due to the risk of splatter, he now felt no fear. The Triple Rashomon would be sufficient to withstand it. Understood, the rhino replied in a feminine tone, promptly infusing acidic chakra into Deidara's number 18. Deidara then hurled the puppet into the fray. The corrosive acidic liquid swiftly created a gaping hole in the first Rashomon. The second, though dented by the acid, remained intact. Explode. Deidara formed seals, igniting number 18, causing the acidic liquid to erupt forth. However, due to the first Rashomon acting as a shield and only sustaining a large hole, and with a third barrier behind it, only a small quantity of acid splattered out. Nonetheless, Orochimaru's Triple Rashomon was rendered utterly useless. Meanwhile, Inoki's dust technique had fully coalesced and surged towards the slug. Shadow Clone Technique. Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder. Initially confronting the foe, Minato Namikaze, after enduring a blow, formed seals to create a shadow clone. Just as the explosive blade detonated, he teleported away while the clone darted towards Tsunade. In a split second, the clone transferred the dust technique using Flying Thunder God, but was obliterated upon contact. What? Inoki's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a powerful bloodline limit, and the Flying Thunder God could transfer it away? Phew, what a substantial drain. Even though Minato's shadow clone succeeded in the transfer, it was annihilated by the dust technique. The clone possessed a substantial portion of Minato's chakra, yet upon demise, it provided only a fraction back to him. Minato, well done. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Lightning Release, Thunderclap. Combined Ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. After commending Minato, Sarutobi launched a dual elemental attack towards the two in the sky. A fierce current of electricity mingled with water, threatening instant death upon contact. Concealment Technique. Deidara rendered himself invisible and descended to the ground. I will sense them, Sarutobi shouted. His perceptive abilities not to be underestimated. He was a versatile combatant, capable of many techniques. Understood. Tsunade nodded, keeping a vigilant watch on Inoki. Slug. Spray him with acidic liquid. Tsunade commanded the slug. Yes, Lady Tsunade, came the gentle response. as the slug began to expel a torrent of potent acid towards Inoki. Deidara lingered beneath the slug. Suddenly, Sarutobi's eyes widened in alarm. Too late. Deidara sneered, injecting nano-sized bombs into the slug's form. The slug, despite its ability to split, would not survive if it could not divide into nano-sized fragments. Although Deidara recognized that this slug was merely a fraction of the true slug sage, destroying this clone would still inflict significant damage. Lady Tsunade, hurry down. My body is filled with nano-sized bombs. The slug, sensing the perilous influx of explosives, realized the dire situation. If it were her true form, she would not fear, for her strength could obliterate the bombs. However, as a mere clone, her only option was to delay the explosion. Get down now. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically as she kicked Sarutobi, who was still sensing, sending him tumbling away. It was hard to imagine whether this was personal vendetta or necessity. Sarutobi, startled by the sudden kick, quickly adjusted to land steadily. Tsunade, having propelled Sarutobi away, descended with utmost urgency. Then, with a resounding boom, the colossal slug shattered. The wet bone forest. Is my clone in such a state? The slug sage, nestled in slumber, sensed the disturbance. Return. Upon uttering this command, the myriad fragments of the exploded slug began converging back to the slug sage's true form. Despite being divided down to the nano-level, the slug sage's essence endured. However, this fragmentation had indeed inflicted genuine damage, estimated at roughly 1% of its total mass. The slug sage, an ancient being existing for millennia, and the most powerful of the three great summoning sanctuaries, found it remarkable that Deidara, merely 20 years old, could inflict harm. After all, the slug sage had never suffered injury or loss of mass throughout the ages. Whenever struck, it merely divided, and when further attacked, it would split again. Yet, Deidara had managed to cause real damage, piquing the slug sage's interest. Deidara, the towering figure, reaching for the clouds, murmured. Chapter 126. Spiral Sphere on the battlefield. The fact that he could still survive astonished Didaze, as he sensed that even in a fragmented, nanoscopic state, the slug sage continued to exist. This led Didaze to form an initial hypothesis regarding the slug sage's power. He surmised that the true, complete form of the slug sage would not be inferior to the Ten Tails. He murmured to himself, pondering deeply. Soon after, he perceived that the minuscule slugs had all vanished, seemingly having flown towards a singular direction. Were they being retracted into the sage's body? Didaze's expression shifted to one of profound apprehension. It was essential to remember that the summoning sanctuary was a realm entirely separate from the ninja world, akin to the Kamui dimension, forming its own miniature universe. Yet, the slug sage had managed to absorb the fragmented entities of the ninja world within the summoning sanctuary. Just as Didaze contemplated this, Tsunade activated her Byakuga mode and delivered a powerful kick towards him. This position had been indicated to her by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could vaguely sense Didaze's presence, now cloaked in the dustless mist. Although he could not perceive it as effortlessly as Jiraiya in Sage mode, he could still sense it to some degree. Body splitting technique. Didaze formed a single hand seal, subsequently splitting into two. The two manifestations of Didaze dispersed to either side, commencing a series of distractions. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. The dual Didazes posed a significantly greater challenge to sense than a solitary one, especially as he had to balance both combat and perception. This heightened the difficulty of his sensory abilities considerably. On the ground, Tsunade was meticulously searching for footprints, and upon discovering a fresh one, she unleashed a powerful punch. 10,000 Snakes Formation. Orochimaru summoned the formation in an attempt to engulf Didaze, aiming to pinpoint his location. Do you truly consider me Mirir? Noki scoffed from above. Multi-gravity technique. Noki called forth several colossal stone giants, which emerged from the earth and began to slaughter the snakes within the 10,000 Snakes Formation. Each stone giant could eliminate hundreds of small snakes in a mere second, and with 6 or 7 summoned simultaneously, they overwhelmed Orochimaru's efforts. This left Orochimaru looking rather displeased. Meanwhile, Didaze, concealed in stealth, occasionally hurled explosive bombs towards Sarutobi Hiruzen to disrupt his sensory abilities. At times, he dared to detonate bombs less than a meter away from Tsunade, who was pursuing him relentlessly. However, with her curse seal having been lifted, her wounds healed rapidly, preventing Didaze from inflicting any significant damage upon her. Orochimaru clashed with the stone giants, while Sarutobi Hiruzen occasionally launched ranged ninjutsu at Noki above, keeping him on alert and preventing him from engaging fully. Thus, a temporary stalemate ensued between Didaze, Noki, and the two ninjas below. However, despite the apparent deadlock, it was evident that Didaze and Noki held the upper hand, as neither had sustained injuries. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen had even been struck by one of Didaze's explosive bombs. Although his injuries were not critical, what if such encounters continued? It could be said that if the battle persisted, victory would inevitably belong to Didaze and his ally. On the other side, it appears your Hokage is not as formidable as he seems. SH observed the unfolding battle with Didaze, smirking as he witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen being injured by Didaze's explosive clay. Minato Namikaze, however, paid no heed to SH's taunts, maintaining a serious demeanor as he prepared for battle. Explosive blade. Grand detonation. Noticing that Minato was unfazed by his words, SH abandoned the attempt to provoke him verbally and directly brandished his explosive blade, launching an attack. Flying Thunder God. Minato instantly teleported to another kunai, evading the strike. However, SH's intent was never to attack Minato directly. He aimed to destroy all of Minato's Flying Thunder God kunai. Even though a sealing scroll could contain numerous kunai, how many could it truly hold? Hundreds? Thousands? Regardless of the quantity, if he could exhaust them, SH was confident he could deplete Minato's resources. Provokingly, SH beckoned Minato to approach. If he engaged in an attack, Minato would counter, and although SH could surpass his speed, he could not penetrate Minato's defenses. Minato began to rapidly contemplate a strategy to break the deadlock. Although his plan was somewhat immature, he had no other choice. His expression grew resolute as he realized that releasing a ninjutsu would disrupt his use of Flying Thunder God, and against an opponent like SH, failing to utilize it smoothly would spell disaster. Minato would not gamble with his life, especially since Kushina awaited him at home. Allow me to introduce you to my newly developed non-seal ninjutsu. Minato began to gather chakra in his hands. This technique had initially been reserved as a trump card, but necessity dictated its premature use. With his left hand, Minato swiftly threw a kunai, while his right hand remained concealed. What could be hidden in his right hand? SH heightened his vigilance upon sensing Minato's hidden hand. Just as SH prepared himself, Minato had already switched places and appeared before him. Explosive release, landmine fist. SH's eyes lit up as he charged toward Minato. Yet, Minato vanished once more in midair, reappearing directly behind SH. What? SH's expression reflected utter astonishment. He could not fathom how Minato had maneuvered behind him. Earth release, hardening technique. SH hurriedly hardened his skin, attempting to withstand the impending blow. Spiral heaven wheel roar, spiral sphere. Minato shouted, and a circular, azure object struck SH squarely on the head. Ugh! SH was instantly rendered unconscious by the impact. Had he not activated the hardening technique, he would have perished on the spot. Previously, Minato had exploited a visual discrepancy while simultaneously throwing two kunai, switching places in midair and obstructing SH's line of sight with his body. Ultimately, he awaited the second kunai's arrival behind SH before executing his newly developed ninjutsu to conclude the encounter. How could SH be defeated so swiftly? Didaze observed SH's unconscious form, feeling a twinge of frustration. Moreover, had the spiral sphere already been perfected? Was it a result of the last-tailed beast bomb from Old Purple? Didaze speculated internally. Enough pondering. I must rescue SH. With a sigh, Didaze directed his fragment to assist SH. Chapter 127. Unique Dust Release Projectiles. At that juncture, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from Minato Namikaze, poised to deliver a decisive blow to Gari. The elimination of such a formidable adversary would undoubtedly constitute a monumental boon for Konoha. However, just as Minato was about to execute the final strike, he observed Gari levitating, as if hoisted by an unseen entity, Deidara. After careful deliberation, Minato resolved to exercise caution. An attempt to eliminate Gari at that moment might prove futile, and the risk of being infiltrated by Deidara's nanobombs was far too significant. Minato promptly entered the fray where Hiruzen Sarutobi was engaged in combat, intending to assist the Hokage. With the aid of his Flying Thunder God technique, Minato swiftly appeared beside Hiruzen. My apologies, Hokage-sama, for my tardiness, Minato expressed with a hint of contrition. Minato, your performance has been exemplary. Hiruzen exclaimed, his spirits lifted. The fact that Gari had been incapacitated by Minato was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Hokage-sama, allow me to assist you in evading attacks while you focus on sensory perception, Minato proposed. Subsequently, he dispersed numerous flying thunder god kunai across the battlefield. Southeast, Hiruzen declared, closing his eyes to concentrate on sensing Deidara's location. With Hiruzen dedicating his attention solely to sensory perception, Deidara's unseen dust dispersion proved ineffective. Hiruzen could now pinpoint Deidara's position with precision. Empowered by this accurate intel, Tsunade relentlessly pursued Deidara. Clay Bird. Deidara was compelled to summon his clay bird and ascend into the sky. The reason he had refrained from using it earlier was that the broader the range of the unseen dust dispersion, the easier it was to detect. Given the clay bird's considerable size, even with the concealment of the unseen dust dispersion, it would be relatively easier to locate. I can perceive him without exerting my full sensory capabilities. Minato, assist Tsunade, Hiruzen instructed. Understood, Hokage-sama. Minato acknowledged. Concurrently, Deidara's clone secured Gari in a safe location before rejoining the main body. Merge, Deidara commanded, reintegrating with his clone. Tsunade-sama, allow me to assist you in aerial combat. Minato declared, placing his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade-sama, these are flying thunder god kunai. Focus on launching them at the Tsuchikage in the sky. Given Naka's elevated position, Minato feared that his own strength might not suffice to reach him. Thus, he enlisted Tsunade's aid, knowing that her prodigious strength could propel the kunai to incredible heights. However, Minato sought not only distance but also velocity, which Tsunade could provide due to her superior strength. Tsunade nodded, grasped the flying thunder god kunai, and hurled it skyward with tremendous force. The kunai soared towards Noki like a projectile. Earth Release, Added Weight Rock Technique. Earth Release, Stone Fist Technique. Noki immediately discerned Minato and Tsunade's intentions. However, the velocity of the flying thunder god kunai was too great, leaving him no time to evade. Whoosh! The flying thunder god kunai teleported, and Tsunade, having amassed her power, unleashed a devastating punch towards Noki. Noki countered with his hardened fist, augmented by the added weight rock technique. Enhanced by a 100-fold increase in weight, the stone fist technique rivaled, if not surpassed, Tsunade's strength. Moreover, with no risk of straining his back, Noki emerged victorious in this exchange. Such immense power. Is the Tsuchikage not renowned for his dust release? Tsunade exclaimed, massaging her aching right fist in astonishment. That is the added weight rock technique, which allows one to instantaneously increase their weight by 100-fold, thereby amplifying their strength, Hiruzen elucidated. Humph. Noki retorted dismissively, casting a disdainful glance at Hiruzen. Minato and Tsunade persisted with their strategy, which, though simple, proved remarkably effective. Noki was forced to engage them directly, unable to find an opening to employ his dust release. Meanwhile, Hiruzen intermittently launched long-range ninjutsu from below, vexing Noki. Old man, I must apologize for the inconvenience, Deidara thought, offering a silent apology to Noki before infusing dust release into his explosion release. Deidara had embarked on the final step, but something was amiss. Unlike Noki, he could not manifest the cubic dust release. Instead, he could only integrate it into his explosion release. Deidara suspected a flaw in his technique, but he could not pinpoint it. He had meticulously followed the prescribed steps throughout the process. Could the issue lie in the training method provided by the second Tsuchikage? Yet, if that were the case, how had Noki succeeded? Thus, Deidara initially dismissed the possibility of a flawed method. He had not intended to employ this unfamiliar dust release, recognizing its inherent instability. However, circumstances now compelled him to do so. The alternative, his C4 technique, would indiscriminately annihilate friend and foe alike, including Nanako, Renj, Watanabe, and the unconscious Gari. Therefore, Deidara would only resort to C4 as a last resort. C3, while posing a threat to a Wagakure, lacked the decisive power to repel Konoha. Clay Bomb, unique dust release projectile. Deidara infused his clay bombs with chakra, a fusion of his explosion release and dust release Kekkei Genkai, and launched these miniature spheres into the sky. Shush, shush, shush. A multitude of small, spherical projectiles were unleashed by Deidara. Water release, great waterfall technique. Hiruzen promptly formed hand seals and expelled a vast torrent of water, anticipating that the bomb's explosive power would be diminished in water. However, the clay bombs did not behave as he had expected. A familiar sensation, Noki murmured, furrowing his brow as he detected an eerily familiar energy. Dust release, Noki exclaimed, his eyes widening with elation as he observed the clay bombs launched by Deidara. Chapter 128. Trying to flee? An anomaly detected. After meticulous scrutiny, Noki discerned a subtle variance between Deidara's dust release clay bombs and his own dust release. Furthermore, he was perplexed as to how Deidara had managed to fuse these two elements. The amalgamation of two bloodline limits was far more arduous than merely awakening a single one, particularly considering that dust release wasn't even a bloodline limit but a bloodline elimination. What? Hiruzen Sarutobi exclaimed, also witnessing the detonation of the dust release projectile, which had annihilated the Great Waterfall technique almost instantaneously. The explosion transpired without a sound, as if unleashed in a realm of absolute silence. Evade it swiftly, Sarutobi implored, sensing an impending crisis and promptly darting aside. Deidara, undeterred, continued to hurl dust release projectiles, each one obliterating a swathe of land upon impact. Sarutobi, in his retreat, intermittently cast ninjutsu, endeavoring to nullify the dust release projectiles. However, he discovered to his dismay that Deidara was launching two projectiles in quick succession. The initial detonation obliterating his ninjutsu, and the subsequent one continuing its trajectory toward him. Sarutobi's attempts to counter Deidara's ninjutsu only heightened his vulnerability. Forced to flee in disarray, Sarutobi watched as Deidara began launching the projectiles at the group. Deidara's capacity to conjure dust-release projectiles far surpassed Naki's, prompting him to unleash them upon all four adversaries. Under Deidara's relentless assault, Minato Namikaze was unable to advance with Tsunade, compelled instead to retreat while seeking opportunities for ambushes. However, the quartet found themselves perpetually outmaneuvered by Deidara's incessant barrage of dust-release projectiles. Noki, too, joined the fray, directing his dust release towards Sarutobi and his comrades, placing them in dire straits. Meanwhile, the clash between Konoha and Iwagakure forces remained fiercely contested, with Kat Dan leading the charge for Konoha. Under the command of Toji, Meguri, and Hikari, Iwagakure managed to offer resistance, but Konoha's abundance of bloodline limit clans gradually pushed them back. The coordinated synergy among Konoha's bloodline limit clans proved to be a formidable advantage. Lord Hokage, should we retreat? Minato inquired, having used his Flying Thunder God technique to reach Sarutobi, who was desperately evading Deidara's attacks. Withdraw. Sarutobi conceded, recognizing Deidara's seemingly inexhaustible stamina. Bolstered by the Six Tails chakra, Deidara could potentially conjure dust-release projectiles for an entire day and night. However, the quartet's endurance was finite. With Naki's ongoing dust-release attacks, the four were compelled to evade flawlessly with no margin for error. Any misstep could prove fatal, rendering any defensive ninjutsu futile. Under such duress, Sarutobi couldn't guarantee his own infallibility. A single mistake could cost him his life. Understood, Minato affirmed, nodding slightly. Subsequently, he teleported to Kat Dan's side. He had been capable of disengaging earlier but chose to remain, alleviating pressure on Sarutobi and the others by evading with the body flicker technique. Dan, the Hokage has ordered a retreat. Minato conveyed to Kat Dan. I am Hayashi. Dan is over there. Kat Dan gestured toward the spectral cat Dan behind him. The spectral cat Dan was currently engaged in combat with Toji, Meguri, and Hikari. The combined might of these three elite jonin was barely enough to contend with Kat Dan, who had even gained a slight advantage. Kat Dan had refined his Reika technique to perfection, verging on the threshold of a Kaga-level ninja. Minato scratched his head before teleporting to the spectral Cat Dan and swiftly relaying the retreat order. Cat Dan nodded in acknowledgement. Retreat. Subsequently, Konoha initiated an orderly retreat, with Cat Dan and members of the Bloodline Limit clans remaining as rear guards while the others withdrew. Attempting to flee? Deidara sneered, observing the maneuver from another battlefield. C2 Clay Style, Dust Release Dragon. Deidara infused a substantial amount of Dust Release Chakra, conjuring a colossal dragon and launching it toward the retreating Konoha forces. Shadow Clone Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique. Guiding Thunder. Minato swiftly created a clone, which intercepted Deidara's dragon in midair. This way, if Deidara detonated the dragon, it would occur in the sky. And if not, Minato could use his Guiding Thunder technique to teleport it away. Such ingenuity. Sarutobi marveled at Minato's talent. They had been at a loss regarding the clay bombs, yet a young prodigy had devised a solution, despite being a year younger than Deidara. Water release, great waterfall technique. Lightning release, lightning strike. Composite ninjutsu, lightning waterfall technique. Observing Deidara's intent to create more clay bombs, Sarutobi promptly infused lightning into his water technique. A massive waterfall surged toward Deidara, crackling with electricity, forcing him to abandon his offensive. C3, number 18. Deidara conjured number 18, which collided with the lightning waterfall technique, instantly dispersing the water. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Composite ninjutsu, wind fire dragon bullet. Sarutobi persisted, unleashing a composite ninjutsu toward Deidara in the sky. Deidara, left with no alternative, abandoned the pursuit and resumed launching dust release projectiles. Old man, go? Although Sarutobi had managed to impede Deidara, Noki remained unhindered. Deidara gestured for Noki to advance. Understood. Noki acknowledged, flying toward the Konoha forces. Perilous. Sarutobi instantly comprehended Naka's intentions and attempted to intercept him. Deidara intensified his production rate, escalating from 5 projectiles per second to 10. At this pace, the trio was unable to provide support to the Konoha ninja. Stone golem technique. Upon reaching the Konoha forces, Noki formed hand seals, summoning dozens of stone golems. The stone golems commenced a massacre among the Konoha ranks. Noki was aware of Minato's ability to absorb long-range ninjutsu, but he was not limited to such techniques. The stone golem technique was equally devastating to the Konoha forces, members of the Akimichi clan. Upon witnessing the emergence of numerous stone golems, promptly rallied to defend their comrades. However, Naka's stone golems were not easily vanquished. Several Akimichi clan members were required to collaborate to destroy a single golem. Even when shattered, Noki could manipulate chakra to reassemble the golems by absorbing nearby stones. The stone golems wreaked havoc among the Konoha forces, resulting in the death of 1/10 of their numbers. This was despite the assistance of the Akimichi clan. If the Akimichi clan continued to serve as rearguards, it was feared that more than half of the Konoha forces would perish. Chapter 129. The Greatest Hokage, the Spiraling Heaven Wheel Dance, Spiraling Sphere. Minato Namikaze unleashed the spiraling sphere towards the colossal stone giant. Yet it merely left a dent upon impact. Everyone, retreat quickly. Super multiplication technique. As the casualties among the Akimichi clan members mounted, one of their ninjas significantly amplified his chakra, resulting in a considerable increase in size once again. However, the ability to execute the super multiplication technique was rare. Out of over 50 Akimichi members, only 5 managed to utilize it, growing even larger. This technique indeed greatly enhanced their power, with the strongest among them capable of shattering a stone giant with a single punch. Dust release, original realm stripping technique. Inoki raised his hand, casting dust release. Due to his size, it was easier for him to target. He aimed directly at the head of the Akimichi ninja, knowing that Minato would be the slowest to reach that position. As anticipated, upon witnessing the dust release, Minato realized he was too late to provide aid. The technique pierced through the head of the Akimichi ninja, leaving behind a headless body. Giant stone golem technique. Inoki formed hand seals once more, summoning a stone giant that was dozens of times larger than before. Flying Thunder God. Minato gazed at the massive stone giant and immediately transported it several dozen miles away. Inoki then dispelled the giant and summoned a new one. For Inoki, controlling the stone giant primarily consumed chakra, while summoning it required minimal expenditure. Since the area was abundant with rocks, he didn't need to use earth release to create them. It was akin to how Raza manipulated sand in a desert. Thus, the chakra consumed by summoning the giant stone golem technique here was negligible. Go, I'll hold them off. Minato signaled to the leaf ninjas to continue their retreat while keeping a vigilant eye on Inoki. Konoha truly is a breeding ground for geniuses. Inoki cast a nonchalant glance at Minato from above. He had no intention of pursuing further, aware that with Minato obstructing him, continued pursuit was futile. Inoki flew back to regroup the remaining Iwagakure forces. The army has retreated. We must hurry. Minato swiftly arrived beside Tsunade, speaking rapidly. Tsunade nodded, and with a quick use of Flying Thunder God, Minato whisked her away. He then appeared next to Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi, taking both of them as well. Deidara observed Minato's actions with little surprise, as he too wished not to waste time with these individuals. He planned to launch a surprise attack on Konoha in a couple of days, allowing them to experience what a true ambush felt like. Old man, How many did we take out? Deidara inquired after Minato had evacuated everyone. About 1/5, Inoki replied, stroking his chin. Not bad. A near 1-to-1 casualty rate, Deidara nodded. With such a failure in the ambush, Hiruzen Sarutobi truly lacks command, Inoki scoffed. Old man, I intend to raid Konoha tomorrow, Deidara stated after a moment of contemplation. Oh, are you planning to go alone? Inoki asked. Indeed, Deidara affirmed. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Inoki expressed concern. Those Konoha folks couldn't possibly stop me, Deidara replied nonchalantly. It wasn't that he underestimated Konoha, but rather that their current strength was indeed lacking. True, Inoki pondered for a moment, unable to conceive how Konoha could possibly detain Deidara. Then go, but exercise caution. You are my chosen successor, Inoki said, patting Deidara's shoulder earnestly. Ha ha ha, rest assured, old man. Deidara laughed heartily. Konoha at this moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi had returned to the original encampment with his team. Why is this happening? Hiruzen was perplexed, unable to comprehend why a Wagakure, possessing the strength to suppress them, appeared as if they were the stronger side. If it weren't for Minato's timely intervention to deal with the enemy's commander, it seemed all his men would have fallen victim to the ambush. Yet, Hiruzen could not fathom what a Wagakure was truly plotting and decided to set that thought aside. Come here. Hiruzen beckoned to a nearby Umbu. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu replied respectfully. Contact Kumogakure and Kirigakure and inform them that I wish to form an alliance, with each village contributing 10% of their mission quotas. Hiruzen stated, his heart aching at the thought. A mere 10% from Konoha could equate to a quarter from other villages, while Sunegakure's share was nearly half. Understood, Lord Hokage. The Umbu nodded. Off you go. Hiruzen waved his hand. The Umbu vanished in an instant. Having not returned for half a year, he wondered how Danzo was faring in the village. Before making this decision, Hiruzen had been tormented and conflicted, uncertain whether to sacrifice the village's interests. But now that the decision was made, he felt an unexpected relief. However, once he relaxed, his thoughts naturally drifted to the person he cared about most, Danzo. Konoha Village. In the Hokage office, a member of the root organization respectfully addressed Danzo Shimura, who sat at the Hokage's main seat. Lord Hokage, this batch of new bloodline and secret technique clan ninjas has already infiltrated the tongue root curse seal. Well done. Continue gathering orphan geniuses, Danzo replied, his eyes narrowed. He operated covertly, collecting talents that were all orphans, ensuring that few in the village were aware of his significant recruitment efforts into the root organization. In fact, Danzo had even coerced various bloodline and secret technique clans to surrender a number of their members, specifically, a batch, meaning each clan was compelled to hand over more than one individual. Each clan harbored deep resentment towards Danzo, but found themselves powerless against him, save for the Uchiha clan. Danzo dared not act against the Uchiha, as they were indeed capable of a coup. Instead, he amplified public opinion, ensnaring the Uchiha in a whirlwind of controversy. It could be said that Konoha was now in complete disarray due to Danzo's machinations, although the villagers remained blissfully unaware. Would you say I am a competent Hokage? Danzo asked, a sense of pride swelling within him as he believed he had gained control over all bloodline clans. Lord Danzo, you are the greatest Hokage, surpassing even the third Hokage. A member of the root organization replied, delivering the answer Danzo desired. With a satisfied expression, Danzo lifted his chin. Chapter 130 would release chakra indeed. He, Shimura Danzo, is the greatest Hokage. In just half a year, Shimura Danzo had instilled such fear that no clan with bloodline limits or secret arts dared to defy him openly or covertly ever again. He was certain that Sarutobi Hiruzen could never achieve this in his lifetime. Master, when you pass the Hokage title to me, I have long since made Konoha flourish. Shimura Danzo silently mused. Very well, you may leave. I still have documents to review. The illustrious Hokage, Shimura Danzo, waved his hand, signaling the members of the root organization to depart. Danzo was diligent in his duties, for his aspiration to become Hokage was not a fleeting whim. He understood that one could not merely relish the privileges of power without fulfilling responsibilities. However, compared to the authority he wielded, his workload had diminished significantly. The following evening at the Konoha encampment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unsettling anxiety gnawing at his heart, a disquiet he could not pinpoint. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn skyward to a multitude of colossal puppets descending. This is bad. Hiruzen realized immediately that Deidara had launched a surprise attack. 5 elements. Great explosive clay technique. Hiruzen swiftly summoned his shadow clones, channeling all of his chakra to intercept the clay bombs, aiming to detonate them in midair. Yet this time, Deidara's clay bombs were not of the explosive variety. They should rather be termed acid bombs. As Hiruzen shattered one, a torrent of corrosive acid erupted forth. In an instant, Konoha suffered the loss of a quarter of its populace, with casualties continuing to mount. Summoning technique. Snails. Tsunade hastily summoned snails, hoping to save the afflicted ninjas. However, the acid's corrosive properties were so potent that even the snails were powerless to assist those already compromised. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze sought to pursue Deidara, only to find that he had vanished into the heavens. In the end, Konoha's casualty count revealed that 1/3 of its forces had been decimated in this assault. Although the majority of the deceased were lower-ranked ninjas, the impact on Konoha was profound. Additionally, 1/3 of the surviving personnel bore injuries, which would not heal without several months of rest. The wounded ranged from chunin to jonin, though elite jonin were rarely among the injured. Thus, Konoha had been temporarily incapacitated, and recovery would take considerable time. Upon returning to the Iwagakure encampment, Deidara suddenly recalled an important detail. The primary reason Nanako remained unconscious was due to the overwhelming power of wood release. However, what if another force could help balance this power? Indeed, Deidara contemplated infusing his dust release chakra into Nanako's body, believing this approach might stimulate her awakening. If the wood release was too potent, then introducing an alternative force ought to suffice. This notion was quite audacious. He promptly sought out Inoki, sharing his idea. Inoki found it feasible, but raised concerns regarding Nanako's safety. I will monitor the chakra within Nanako at all times, should any danger of upheaval arise. I will immediately retract my chakra and quell any disturbances, Deidara assured him. Since you are confident, then proceed, Inoki nodded in agreement. As Nanako was Deidara's apprentice, he could hardly jeopardize her safety, and thus, Inoki refrained from vehement opposition. While wood release was undeniably significant, Deidara was assured of his own judgment. I shall take my leave, Deidara affirmed with a nod. Cough, 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 cough. Inoki suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs. Deidara gazed at him in confusion. I shall accompany you, Inoki remarked, rolling his eyes at Deidara's obliviousness to social niceties. He had initially intended to let Deidara invite him, only to feign reluctance before ultimately agreeing to go. Much to his surprise, Deidara had no intention of extending that courtesy. Very well, then, Deidara acquiesced, and together, they made their way to the infirmary. Nanako had been assigned a private tent, as it was impractical for someone in such a profound coma to share space with other patients. Soon, they arrived at Nanako's exclusive tent. Upon entering, Deidara immediately spotted Rin and Watanabe practicing, while Nanako lay in a deep slumber, her complexion flushed. Despite her unconscious state, her aura was not diminished. Rather, it was remarkably potent. The very strength of this aura was the cause of her prolonged slumber. Master, Watanabe and Rin exclaimed in joy upon seeing Deidara. Step aside. I shall attempt to awaken Nanako, Deidara instructed with a nod. Yes, master. The two beamed with delight, for this was the first time Deidara expressed intent to rouse Nanako. Although he merely stated he would try, they felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, knowing Deidara was not one to boast without reason. Inoki, too, watched quietly as Deidara placed his hand upon Nanako's head, channeling his dust-release chakra throughout her body. Such formidable wood release. Deidara sensed the chakra within Nanako. She possessed the healing power of yang release, which was abundant, rendering her wood release exceptionally strong. Yet this very strength hindered her awakening, as her other abilities were insufficient to control such overwhelming power. After all, Nanako did not possess the chakra of Ashura. If she were to awaken in her current state, her power could rival that of a Kage. Deidara felt a twinge of regret as he sensed the wood release within Nanako's being. However, maintaining this condition could mean years of unconsciousness for her. He began to infuse his dust release chakra into her body, where the two energies clashed. The dust release diminished a significant portion of the wood release, causing Nanako's complexion to shift from a vibrant flush to a more normal hue. The power granted by the wood release diminished from the level of a Kage to that of a strong jonin, eventually reaching the strength of an average shinobi. Deidara paused after each reduction to observe Nanako's expression, ensuring there were no signs of awakening before continuing. As Deidara reached the level of an average shinobi, Nanako let out a muffled groan. Chapter 131 Awakening of Nanako. Ling immediately approached upon hearing Nanako's muffled groan. All right. Didaze wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. The effort required to extinguish the chakra of wood release was extraordinary. Any moment of carelessness could result in Nanako's immediate demise. Didaze had no choice but to devote all his energy to this task, fearing not a single misstep. What is happening to me? Nanako slowly opened her eyes, only to feel as though her body no longer belonged to her, a stiffness enveloping her entire being. Nanako, activate your wood release chakra, and you shall swiftly regain your physical form, Didaze instructed, observing her struggle to rise. After all, Nanako had been lying dormant for half a year. Her body had grown rusty. Would release chakra? Nanako was somewhat puzzled, yet she began to sense it within her. Soon enough, she discovered it. This would release. Her expression transformed into one of delight. Nanako then channeled the wood release chakra into her limbs. And with its aid, she instantly returned to her former self, her body fully revitalized, devoid of any rustiness. Is this the power of wood release chakra? Daimyo watched in astonishment. He was taken aback to see Nanako merely circulate the wood release chakra within her body and achieve complete restoration. He had anticipated a more complex process, not realizing that the chakra's vitality was so formidable. The clan of the whirlpool, overflowing with yang release, indeed possessed wood release stronger than that of Yamato by several hundred times. Didaze nodded in approval, noting the intensity of Nanako's wood release chakra. Although the total quantity of chakra had diminished, its quality remained unchanged. In terms of quality, Nanako's wood release chakra was likely hundreds of times stronger than Yamato's. The issue of quantity could be remedied through further training, but Nanako's physical strength would need to keep pace as well. Nanako, take your time to familiarize yourself with your newfound power. Once you feel adequately prepared, we shall commence the war, Didaze advised her. Understood, Brother Didaze, Nanako replied, meeting his gaze. As for the techniques of wood release, you may consult the old man. He has witnessed Senju Hashirama perform ninjutsu firsthand. Didaze gestured toward Daimyo. While Didaze was somewhat knowledgeable about the skills of wood release, it was of little consequence without understanding the flow of chakra and the proper hand seals. Merely knowing a technique was insufficient. It was imperative for Nanako to explore and develop her own understanding. After all, creativity in technique creation is a challenge for anyone. At the very least, Daimyo had indeed observed Senju Hashirama perform hand seals, which would allow him to impart that knowledge to Nanako, enabling her to utilize wood release swiftly. Truth be told, I once witnessed the first Hokage summon a wood clone when he was about to meet others. I still remember it vividly, Daimyo recounted. In that moment, Senju Hashirama had been indifferent to whether Daimyo was watching. After all, he could not perform wood release himself, so he was free to observe. He subsequently taught Nanako the hand seals for the wood clone technique. The initial development of a ninjutsu is often the most challenging. I'll give it a try. Nanako stood up, her hands forming seals under the expectant gazes of those around her. Soon, a wooden figure emerged from her body, rapidly transforming into a clone. Nanako succeeded on her first attempt. Excellent. Daimyo could not help but cheer for her. As for the strength of the wood clone, Nanako pondered as she stroked her chin. She then delivered a punch to the back of the clone. The clone staggered back from the impact, but did not dissipate. Its durability is impressive. Daimyo nodded in agreement. This was far superior to the shadow clone technique, which would vanish upon the slightest touch. Can your clone operate independently from your body? Daimyo inquired. While the water, earth, and lightning clones were more effective at close range than shadow clones, their inability to distance themselves from the original limited their practicality. I'll test it. Nanako signaled her clone to move away. The clone dashed away, with Didaze trailing behind. The clone ran a full mile without showing any signs of dissipating. Didaze observed with satisfaction as the clone returned to Nanako's side. The fact that it could travel such a distance without vanishing indicated it could exist for an extended period. Akin to the shadow clone, Didaze was the first to relay this news to the others. Indeed, this is the bloodline limit of the first Hokage. Even a mere wood clone is already so practical. Daimyo's face radiated excitement. With Nanako possessing a substantial amount of chakra, if she were to create numerous wood clones, it would be equivalent to having dozens or even hundreds of elite shinobi on the battlefield. Furthermore, they were resilient, unlike shadow clones that would disappear upon the slightest contact. Shall we launch a full-scale assault on Konoha tomorrow? Didaze inquired of Daimyo. Absolutely. Dame Yu recognized Didaze's intentions. Following Didaze's recent ambush on Konoha, the village was still in disarray and unable to mount an effective defense. Now was indeed the most opportune moment to strike. As for Nanako, while she had only mastered the wood clone technique, it was sufficient. With both her and Sho, victory in this war was assured. Nanako, rest well. Tomorrow we shall engage in the final battle against Konoha. Didaze affectionately ruffled Nanako's hair. Understood, brother Didaze. Nanako affirmed, her gaze resolute as she met Didaze's eyes. Both of you must take care as well. Preserving your lives is paramount. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Didaze patted Watanabe and Ling's heads. Rest assured, sensei, we will safeguard ourselves, and naturally, we will emerge victorious in this war. Watanabe and Ling, recognizing the concern in Didaze's eyes, assured him. That's splendid to hear. Didaze smiled warmly at the three young ones. At the Konoha encampment, what? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was filled with astonishment and fury. The cause was the call for aid from Minato Namikaze upon his return to the village, yet all the clans possessing bloodline limits had shut their doors. Ultimately, it was the more amicable Akimichi clan that allowed Minato to enter. It was then that Minato learned of the true extent of Shimura Danzo's actions. All the clans with bloodline limits now harbored an intense hatred for him. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had appointed Danzo as Hokage, he too was met with disdain. None of the reinforcements were forthcoming. If they needed assistance, they were to seek it from Danzo. Chapter 132. Danzo's imprisonment. Sarutobi Hiruzen only now comprehended the full extent of Shimura Danzo's transgressions. Danzo had antagonized virtually every clan possessing a Kekkei Genkai within the village. Minato, return me to the village. Hiruzen commanded, his tone laced with undisguised fury. He had repeatedly cautioned Danzo against recruiting individuals. Yet Danzo had not only disregarded his warnings but had escalated his actions. This reflected poorly on Hiruzen's judgment of character, igniting a fierce anger within him. Hokage-sama, we have returned, Minato announced as he transported Hiruzen to the Akimichi clan grounds, utilizing a previously established marker. Proceed directly to the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen urged. Departing the Akimichi compound swiftly, having observed the hostile glares directed at him by the Akimichi clan members. He feared that a major upheaval would erupt within the village if Danzo's actions were not promptly addressed. Danzo, Hiruzen muttered, his teeth clenched in frustration. Hokage Tower. Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo was meticulously reviewing documents when a series of urgent knocks interrupted him. Enter. Danzo commanded without looking up. Danzo-sama, the Hokage has returned. A Root operative exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. What? Danzo responded, rising abruptly. Indeed, and I have already arrived. Hiruzen's voice boomed, seething with suppressed rage. Catching Danzo off guard as he pondered how to deflect the situation. Hiruzen, allow me to expel, Danzo began, but his words were cut short as Hiruzen, consumed by fury, delivered a forceful blow, sending Danzo crashing against the wall. Relieve him of his council position, release all members of Root, and confine him to the prison, Hiruzen ordered, his gaze piercing and cold. Understood, Minato affirmed, incapacitating Danzo with a swift strike. Danzo offered no resistance, nor did he desire to. He knew he was no match for Hiruzen. Resistance would only provoke Hiruzen to execute him publicly, whereas compliance might offer a chance for eventual release. Root operatives attempted to intervene, but were deterred by a stern glare from Hiruzen. Thus, Danzo was incarcerated, and the operatives dispatched to Root by various clans were returned to their families. However, a rift had formed between these families and the village. They now perceived themselves as insignificant, realizing that their resistance was futile when the village turned against them. Despite the return of their members, the clans offered only token support, sending a few Chunin-ranked shinobi. Hiruzen acknowledged that this incident had eroded the trust of these families, a wound that would take months, if not years, to heal. Once the war concludes, it will be time for me to step down, Hiruzen sighed inwardly, recognizing that his departure was necessary to mend the fractured relationship between the village and the clans. As for Danzo, he was provided with comfortable accommodations in his cell. As Hiruzen's longtime comrade, he had no intention of sentencing Danzo to death. His plan was to imprison Danzo for a few months, releasing him only after Root had been completely disbanded. Without Root, Danzo's capacity for causing trouble would be virtually non-existent. Moreover, the cursed seal of heaven could be undone by a Kaga-level shinobi through a gradual process of chakra manipulation, a task Hiruzen was capable of, given time. Having addressed the internal issues of the village, Hiruzen cast a weary glance at the 40-odd Chunin-level shinobi representing the clans, a meager contribution. With no other recourse, Hiruzen recruited additional jonin from within the village, numbering roughly 100. While not a substantial force, Hiruzen believed it would suffice. Time passed, and the following day arrived. The Wagakure outpost advance. With a wave of Inoki's hand, the Iwagakure shinobi surged forward, leaving only those incapable of movement behind. Hokage-sama, a dire situation has arisen. The Wagakure has launched a full-scale assault. A reconnaissance ninja reported, detecting a massive concentration of chakra. I did not anticipate such decisiveness. Hiruzen mused, surprised that a Wagakure had opted for an all-out offensive so soon. Should they not have probed our defenses first? Are they not concerned about potential ambushes? Hiruzen questioned, puzzled by a Wagakure's apparent recklessness. Dan, you and Minato lead the shinobi forces to intercept them. Hiruzen commanded, forced to confront the situation. He entrusted Kato, Dan, and Minato with leading the defensive line, hoping to repel the Iwagakure forces and buy time for his forces to recover. He, along with Orochimaru and Tsunade, would attempt to hold off Deidara and Inoki, a challenging task, but one they could manage in the short term. Hiruzen placed his hopes on Minato, recalling his victory over Gari. He believed Minato could turn the tide of the war, just as Deidara had inspired Iwagakure. Charge! The Iwagakure shinobi reached the Konoha outpost, fueled by anger over Konoha's recent ambush. Their morale was high, requiring little encouragement from Deidara, who merely needed to ignite their sense of unity and vengeance. Dan, Minato, our fate rests with you, Hiruzen said, his gaze fixed on them before departing with Orochimaru and Tsunade to confront Deidara. Hokage-sama, I shall not fail you, Minato responded, feeling the weight of Hiruzen's expectations, which represented the hopes of all of Konoha. Would release, would clone technique. Deidara and Hiruzen's group engaged in combat, while Minato prepared to face his adversaries. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. It is you, Minato exclaimed, shocked to see the individual who had previously restrained him with the adamantine sealing chains, now performing the wood release. Why does she possess the wood release? Nanako ignored Minato's question, distributing her chakra among her clones. Multiple clones emerged from Nanako, numbering in the dozens. Each possessing chakra reserves comparable to an average jonin. Although Nanako had significant chakra reserves, creating so many clones was taxing. She ceased creating more clones and directed the existing ones to encircle Minato. Chapter 133, Minato captured, would release? Minato Namake's thoughts were a muddled haze. Is it possible for the Uzumaki clan to awaken would release? Why are you able to? Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to inquire of Nanako. However, before he could finish his question, numerous shadow clones surged forth. Simultaneously, Katsu arrived at Nanako's side. Minato, I acknowledge your prowess as a formidable opponent, but I shall not suffer defeat a second time. Katsu brandished his explosive blade, his eyes ablaze with determination. Ever since his previous loss to Minato, he had been consumed by shame, yearning for a rematch to redeem himself. Katsu, no need to waste words with him. Diamond Prison, Nanako commanded, and a shimmering barrier enveloped her. Astonishingly, her clones were also encased in the same diamond seal. However, the diamond prison consumed an immense amount of chakra, significantly reducing the duration of Nanako's clone's existence. Summoning technique. Gamabunta. Understanding that he could not withstand such concentrated assault, Minato summoned the mighty toad, Gamabunta, to aid him. Jiraiya, you summon me. Gamabunta glanced at the summoner, uttering his customary phrase. Yet, he soon realized that it was not Jiraiya who had called him forth, but rather his apprentice. Gamabunta, I beseech you to hold off these chains. Minato bowed respectfully to the toad. Diamond prison, you say? Understood. Gamabunta drew forth his short blade. Though it was termed a short blade, to him, it was still a colossal weapon by any other standard. Gamabunta clashed his blade against the diamond prison. The strength of the diamond prison was formidable. Yet Gamabunta's might was equally impressive. With a single stroke, the clone's diamond prison shattered, leaving only Nanako's original form's barrier intact. After all, the clones inherited only the strength of a jonin and could not withstand Gamabunta's assault. Would release. Prison. Observing the colossal figure of Gamabunta, Nanako swiftly formed hand seals. Would release emerged from her being, a manifestation of her chakra. Would release. Minato, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. Gamabunta's face contorted into a wry smile as he beheld the wood release materializing behind Nanako. This technique was an innovation she had devised based on the chakra flow of the wood clone technique. Given sufficient time, she could develop numerous wood release techniques. But time was not on her side. Thus, she had only managed to create the prison technique. As Nanako completed her seals, the trees began to sprout, encasing Gamabunta in a prison-like structure. Despite his attempts to sever the wooden bindings with his blade, it proved futile. The resilience of the wood release rivaled that of Nanako's diamond prison. Even if Gamabunta managed to cleave through the wooden prison, the diamond prison would still ensnare him, firmly confining him within. Gamabunta. Minato gasped in shock as he witnessed Gamabunta's swift defeat amidst his battle with Katsu. Summoning. Contract seal. Nanako charged towards Minato. Flying Thunder God. Minato swiftly hurled a kunai to evade. Yet, Nanako's fingertips had already made contact with his own. That was sufficient. Seal. Nanako infused her chakra into Minato, completely sealing his summoning abilities. Unless someone were to release the seal, or several months, if not years, passed, Minato would be unable to summon a single beast. Isn't this Kushina's contract seal? Minato's heart raced in surprise. While he could comprehend the diamond prison, the tail seal seemed exclusive to Kushina. That technique was brought from the land of whirlpools, a secretive art not easily accessible to outsiders, let alone those from other villages. Why then would a member of the Uzumaki clan from the Hidden Stone village wield such a seal? Could it be due to her parents' high status in the land of whirlpools? Minato's mind raced with thoughts, yet in reality, only a second had passed. He knew he had to proceed with utmost caution now. As he regarded the encroaching Katsu and Nanako, his alertness heightened to an extraordinary level. He recognized the considerable threat both posed. Explosion release. Ground bombardment. Katsu thrust his explosive blade into the earth, causing the ground to erupt violently. Minato was compelled to evade in order to survive. Spiraling heaven. Rasen Shuriken. Suddenly, Katsu stood frozen in place. And Minato seized the opportunity to gather chakra in his hand, launching the Rasen Shuriken towards Katsu. Just what I needed. Katsu remained undeterred, activating his hardened technique. He then opened his arms and embraced Minato. What? At that moment, Minato's Rasen Shuriken pierced Katsu's body. Katsu coughed up blood, but had no intention of relinquishing his hold on Minato. Explosion release. Landmine fist. Katsu clutched Minato tightly, channeling explosive chakra into his right fist, preparing to strike. Realizing there was no escape, Minato also amassed chakra for his Rasen Shuriken. The two techniques collided with a thunderous roar. Diamond prison. Nanako sensed the chakra of both individuals, confirming they were still alive. She awaited the dissipating smoke, revealing Minato and Katsu sprawled together. However, Katsu's injuries were far more severe. A crater resembling a Rasen Shuriken marred his body. Minato appeared gravely wounded from the explosion, but could be healed swiftly with sage techniques. Rin, Kawa, please take Katsu back, and keep a vigilant eye on this one. Nanako ensnared the two with the diamond prison. Subsequently, she bound Minato tightly and handed him over to Watanabe Kawa. Katsu, severely injured, was entrusted to Rin. Well done. Daida, engaged in combat with Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions, noticed Minato's unconscious form and realized the victory of this battle was now assured. Until now, they had struggled to gain the upper hand, primarily due to Minato's presence. But with his capture, how could this be? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the captured Minato, a flicker of unease shadowing his eyes for the first time. Chapter 134. The overwhelmed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Nanako commenced her massacre. Kato Danya stood no chance against her and was swiftly knocked unconscious and captured. After all, as the leader, his worth was undoubtedly overshadowed by the value of his position. Thus, Nanako chose not to end his life. However, the remaining individuals were far less fortunate. Nanako unleashed her fury, and no one could withstand the might of the Diamond Lock, which reaped the lives of the Leaf Village ninjas like a grim reaper. Retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that the situation was beyond his control. The only viable strategy was for the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist villages to wage war against the Rock Village. This would create an opportunity for the Leaf Village, as the Rock Village would need to divide its forces. For now, the priority was to conserve strength and withdraw. I must rescue him, Tsunade exclaimed, determined to save Kato Danya. Tsunade, do not be reckless. Sarutobi Hiruzen warned darkly as he dodged a dust release attack. This is something I must. Tsunade's words were cut short when Orochimaru struck her down, subsequently utilizing a reverse summoning technique to vanish from the battlefield. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed under his breath. He had never anticipated that Orochimaru would abandon the fight, leaving him in a precarious position. With both Tsunade and Orochimaru having exited the battlefield, Hiruzen found himself utterly isolated. With no other options, he reluctantly performed the summoning seals to call upon the Monkey King. Meanwhile, after the trio's departure, Inoki and Deidara turned their focus towards the Leaf Village, initiating their own slaughter. Approximately 10 minutes into the carnage, aside from Yamashiro Aoi, Yamanaka Shikaku, and the heirs of the prominent families such as Namikaze Minato and Kato Danya, all other Leaf ninjas had been mercilessly eliminated. The damage inflicted upon the Leaf Village was catastrophic, rendering recovery impossible without a decade of respite. Upon returning to the Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited an alliance with the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist villages to alleviate his burdens. His thoughts had long since abandoned the battlefield at the Sand Village. If Uchiha Fugaku could hold them off, he saw no reason to intervene. As time flowed onwards, the Rock Village army, while maintaining a defensive stance, steadily advanced, soon breaching the borders of the Land of Fire. Indeed, this land boasts unparalleled fertility, Inoki mused as he gazed over the vast, unobstructed plains. It was difficult for him to fathom that the entire Land of Fire consisted of such terrain. If the Rock Village possessed such land, he believed he could lead it to become the strongest ninja village, though they had already achieved considerable success. Old man, now is not the time. We must possess the capability to confront the entirety of the ninja world before laying claim to the Land of Fire, Deidara interjected, shaking his head. His intention in entering the Land of Fire was not to conquer, but to extract significant tribute. Although the Rock Village could now overpower the Leaf, it was evident they were not yet ready to face the 4 great ninja villages together. Consequently, Deidara had no plans to invade the Leaf Village, a sentiment shared by Inoki. Deidara speculated that the other ninja villages would soon declare war on the Leaf, especially given their recent defeat. Everyone desired to seize the opportunity to exploit a weakened foe, particularly one as fertile as the Leaf Village. However, while they could attack, occupying only a small portion would not suffice. Should the Rock Village attempt to monopolize or conquer the entire Leaf territory, it would invite a coalition of all ninja villages against them. If they were to fail even once, the Rock Village would face the united onslaught of 4 villages. For no one wished to see a stronger rival emerge. Thus, he planned to wait until the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist declared war on the Leaf, then swiftly extract a hefty tribute before negotiating a ceasefire. This was Deidara's scheme. If they were to conquer, they should do so entirely. It made no sense to settle for a fraction. Moreover, Deidara was confident that with his rapidly increasing strength, he would soon be able to lead the Rock Village to truly dominate the entirety of the Land of Fire. Under Deidara's directive, the Rock Village slowed its advance upon entering the Land of Fire, deliberately avoiding villages to commit no massacres. He believed there was no need to kill ordinary people, for in a few years, this land would rightfully belong to the Rock Village. To slay them would simply be akin to slaying their future compatriots. 3 days later, upon learning of the Leaf's defeat, the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist immediately declared war. For the first time, Sarutobi Hiruzen experienced the depths of despair. While the Rock Village lingered within the borders of the Land of Fire, the outside world erupted into chaos as 2 villages proclaimed war. Monkey, they are intent on the annihilation of our village. Kirin Kamaru quivered in fear. She recognized that the Leaf possessed no capability to withstand the assault of the 4 great ninja villages. If besieged by all 4 simultaneously, the outcome could only be one: the eradication of the village. Hiruzen, we must release Danzo. In this dire situation, even if he has made grave mistakes, we need his strength. Mito Gatika urged Sarutobi Hiruzen. Furrowing his brow, Hiruzen contemplated the pros and cons. Soon, he reached a decision: release Danzo. After all, when faced with the specter of annihilation, every clan would have to muster their full strength, regardless of their past grievances. No village would accept the families of the Leaf. They were considered enemies, and even if accepted, it would be with the same suspicion that the Leaf had shown towards the Uchiha clan. These families' interests were irrevocably intertwined with the Leaf Village, and the destruction of the Leaf would spell doom for them as well. Even if they found acceptance, they would merely be seen as subservient and untrusted. For instance, the Hidden Cloud, despite its camaraderie, would only regard allies as true partners. A surrendered clan would never be seen as such. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood these truths well, and in the face of impending destruction. He was not overly concerned about the family's reluctance to lend their aid unless they truly wished for mutual annihilation. However, the village had existed for only a few decades, while these clans had lasted for centuries. Yet, despite this understanding, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt no confidence in repelling the onslaught of the 4 great ninja villages. At the moment the 2 villages declared war, Deidara swiftly sought to convey a message to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Half a day later, an envoy arrived at the Hokage's office. At the border of the land of fire and the land of earth, we wish to discuss a ceasefire. The sooner, the better. The Rock Village Ninja relayed Deidara's message to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 135. An outrageous demand, is that veritable? Hiruzen Sarutobi exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, his eyes gleaming with elation upon receiving the intelligence. However, it would behoove you to approach this matter with sincerity, lest the Third Shinobi warned. A subtle threat veiled in his words. Sarutobi, however, was unfazed by the veiled menace, acutely aware that his village teetered on the precipice of annihilation. He would acquiesce to any demand to secure a cessation of hostilities, determined to prevent the demise of Konoha during his tenure. The Wagakure encampment, does he possess the audacity to present himself? Noki inquired of Deidara, his boredom palpable as he awaited Sarutobi's arrival at the border. He has no alternative. The very survival of Konoha hangs in the balance, Deidara retorted with a sardonic smile. Sarutobi would never allow Konoha to perish under his stewardship, especially considering the existence of the Pure Land. Should Konoha fall on his watch, he would be unable to face his predecessors in the afterlife. Mark my words. He will likely convene a high-level council beforehand. The more protracted his arrival, the more exorbitant our demands shall become, Deidara stated matter-of-factly. Had Sarutobi arrived expeditiously and unaccompanied, it would have signified his personal resolve. However, a delay of 1 or 2 days would indicate a consensus reached after deliberations among the village elders, affording them an opportunity to extract maximum concessions, knowing that a unified front had been established, precluding any dissent. As Deidara had foreseen, Sarutobi promptly convened a high-level council upon the envoy's departure. After a day of intense debate, they reached a consensus: surrender. With Tsunade incapacitated by the capture of Kat Dan and Minato Namikaze also held captive, Konoha's formidable warriors were dwindling. Reluctantly, Konoha resolved to capitulate to a Wagakure, offering substantial resources in exchange for the return of their elite combatants. Sarutobi surmised that a Wagakure's overture for surrender negotiations implied that their leaders had been spared, as they represented a valuable asset. He braced himself for a debilitating financial burden, accepting that Konoha might suffer long-term consequences from the reparations, provided it secured the village against the other 3 powers. Hiruzen, are you certain about embarking on this journey alone? The elders questioned, to which Sarutobi remained steadfast, leaving them with no recourse. Should this prove to be a ruse orchestrated by a Wagakure, Orochimaru would succeed him as the 4th Hokage, charting a new course for the village. Sarutobi sighed, clinging to the belief that a Wagakure was unlikely to betray him, yet acknowledging the inherent risks. Leading a contingent would expose Konoha to complete annihilation if treachery were afoot. By traveling alone, Konoha would retain the means to escape and rebuild even if he were to perish. The loss of all Kage-level shinobi would render Konoha defenseless. Enough deliberation. My decision is irrevocable, Sarutobi declared, silencing any further objections from the council. He departed from Konoha alone, heading towards the designated rendezvous point with Iwagakure. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon location, Deidara greeted him with a mocking tone. Oh? Our esteemed Hokage has deigned to arrive unaccompanied? He had always held Sarutobi in contempt. Spare me the pleasantries. What reparations do you seek? Sarutobi inquired, his composure unwavering, as if he were not in enemy territory. Excellent. Hokage-sama, you are indeed forthright. In that case, I shall proceed, Deidara announced, clapping his hands. Kat Dan, Minato Namikaze, Yamanaka Haichi, and Aburame Shibi were brought forward, Minato appearing dejected, while the other 3 glared at Deidara with animosity. Firstly, these 4, Deidara began with a smile. For them, I require merely half of Konoha's mission revenue in perpetuity. His words caused Sarutobi's countenance to shift dramatically. Impossible. Half of the mission revenue is exorbitant. Sarutobi vehemently rejected the demand. Noki, on the other hand, regarded Deidara with admiration. Deidara's demand was not merely audacious, it was insatiable. Had he been in charge, he would have demanded no more than 1/5 of Konoha's permanent revenue for the four. Deidara's request for half was tantamount to confiscating everything from Konoha except its land, rendering it no different from a vanquished village. In fact, it was worse than defeat, as it would leave them vulnerable to the other three powers without the resources to escape. Very well, Hokage-sama, you may propose an amount. I shall grant you but one opportunity, and should I disagree then? Deidara brandished a kunai, twirling it in his hand, his intentions unmistakable. Sarutobi swallowed hard, realizing that the youth was employing psychological warfare more skillfully than he himself. Deidara's tactic ensured that the counteroffer would represent the highest price Sarutobi could realistically afford, making it far more advantageous than if Deidara had set the initial price. After several minutes of furrowed contemplation, Sarutobi opened his eyes and declared, Cat Dan and Minato Namikaze. 1/10 of the permanent mission revenue each. This was the result of his careful deliberation. Cat Dan's connection to Tsunade made a low price untenable. Despite being less powerful than Minato, his absence demoralized Tsunade, justifying the 1/10 valuation. Minato, the strongest of Konoha's new generation, was worth even more. Sarutobi glanced at Yamanaka Haichi and Aburame Shibi, struggling with his decision. While they were members of the Yamanaka and Aburame clans, he was reluctant to expend significant mission revenue to secure their release, as he deemed them unworthy. However, moved by Minato's pleading gaze, he relented. Yamanaka Haichi and Aburame Shibi, 1/40 of the permanent mission revenue each, Sarutobi conceded with a sigh. In truth, he would have been pleased if Deidara had simply killed them, considering them not worth 1/40 of the village's revenue. Hokage-sama, your sincerity. Deidara's dark expression caused Sarutobi a moment of trepidation, while Noki looked on in bewilderment. Sarutobi's offer was already quite generous, amounting to 25% of Konoha's permanent mission revenue. Indeed, not bad. I accept. Deidara suddenly smiled, signaling his agreement. Sarutobi's face darkened as he realized he had been deliberately intimidated. Now, let us discuss the reparations for our withdrawal, Deidara continued after unnerving Sarutobi. There's more? Sarutobi asked, his face grim. He had naively assumed that the ransom would be the final price for peace. Chapter 136, Surrender Non-Aggression Treaty. What does this expression of Lord Hokage signify? Does he wish to cease discussions? Deidara observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor, which seemed rather unfriendly, and promptly issued a threat. After all, the village of Konoha was currently at risk of annihilation, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could not afford to turn against him, especially with his life on the line. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile. Since Lord Hokage claims there is nothing, it is best if there truly is not. Deidara cast a cold glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He then demanded 1/3 of Konoha's annual income, every year. Deidara continued, leaving Onoki beside him in shock at such a voracious demand. 1/3 of Konoha's annual revenue was already equivalent to the entire income of a Wagakure for a year. Securing this third would undoubtedly expedite a Wagakure's development, providing better training for the new generation of shinobi. I accept. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grim. He understood what 1/3 of the annual income entailed. It would diminish Konoha's capacity to nurture the next generation and significantly impact the current shinobi. Yet, he felt compelled to comply, now that an agreement has been reached. I shall take my leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a darkened expression, rose to depart. Do not be hasty. I have not finished speaking yet. Deidara's words dripped with insidious intent. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned back in shock. Even Onoki looked at Deidara in disbelief. Having already extorted 1/4 of Konoha's mission quota and 1/3 of its annual income, Onoki thought it remarkable that Deidara was still unsatisfied. Deidara, do not overreach. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flushed with growing anger. Clearly, he was genuinely infuriated. Do you wish to annihilate the village? However, Deidara extinguished Sarutobi Hiruzen's rising fury with a single phrase. I also require the complete sealing techniques of the Land of Whirlpools, including the dead demon-consuming seal, as well as the full suite of would-release ninjutsu. Deidara continued. He refrained from asking for the Flying Thunder God technique from the sealing book, feeling that he had already extracted enough, lest Sarutobi Hiruzen feel backed into a corner. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at Deidara, his expression betraying his fury. Given the chance, he would relish the opportunity to tear Deidara to shreds. He understood the implications of a Wagakure acquiring the complete sealing techniques and would release ninjutsu. Enough of this prattle. Will you comply or not? If not, We shall march straight into Konoha and seize the sealing book. Deidara coldly dismissed Sarutobi Hiruzen's finger pointing at him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was engulfed in a profound internal struggle. He found himself in a precarious dilemma. Complying would betray the land of whirlpools and the first Hokage. Refusing would betray the common folk of Konoha and the second Hokage who entrusted him with the village's legacy. I shall comply. Sarutobi Hiruzen made his decision. I cannot offer you anything further. If you desire more, come to Konoha and take it yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen added, having reached his limit. I knew Lord Hokage was a man of reason and understanding. Deidara laughed heartily before releasing the bindings of Minato and his companions. Take them back. I trust Lord Hokage will not renege on his word. Deidara smiled, though Sarutobi Hiruzen perceived his words as no different from a devil's whisper. He dared to release these four, knowing that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to turn hostile. This also provided Sarutobi Hiruzen with a justification, as procuring such a multitude of items solely through him would be quite challenging. I shall await your favorable response. Deidara waved goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile, while Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored him completely and departed. Deidara, you are too much. Onoki gazed at Deidara in astonishment after Sarutobi Hiruzen had distanced himself. In truth, if I continued to press, he might have breached his limits once more, but I deemed it unnecessary. Deidara chuckled. Sarutobi Hiruzen's limits were flexible. Pushing them further was inconsequential. However, Deidara felt it unnecessary, as there was a risk of Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming truly desperate. Moreover, the gains obtained were already substantial. 2 days later, after protracted discussions, Konoha finally gathered the terms for compensation under Sarutobi Hiruzen's firm stance. This is the treaty. We ask that you sign it. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen brought along Konoha's upper echelons, a cadre of elder statesmen, including Tsunade, Mito, and some older figures unknown to Deidara. Oh, a peace non-aggression treaty? Deidara squinted at the document. We seek merely a title. You have already accepted so much compensation from us, and all we desire is a nominal acknowledgement. Surely, you do not require Konoha's surrender. Several elders stepped forward to address Deidara. Enough of your nonsense. Sign it. Deidara tore the peace non-aggression treaty asunder. He then produced the surrender non-aggression treaty. Previously, he had no need for a reputation, but now it was essential. It was imperative to establish a name, lest he face significant resistance in unifying the 5 great nations in the future. Deidara aimed to shatter Konoha's backbone, instilling fear in them whenever they encountered Iwagakure. Deidara. Mito stepped forward, wishing to chastise Deidara for his insatiable greed. However, Deidara would not yield. Before she could finish, he struck her squarely in the face. Mito stumbled back, clutching her face, blood streaming from her wounds. Is there anyone still opposed? Deidara shook the blood from his knuckles. None of the Konoha elites dared to voice dissent. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and ultimately signed the disgraceful surrender non-aggression treaty. There was no room for rebuttal in the current circumstances. This is the sealing techniques and would release ninjutsu you requested. As for the annual income and mission quotas, I will arrange for them to be directly delivered to the Tsuchikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply and handed over the wood-release ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Deidara examined them, noting they were merely copies. However, this bore no consequence. Originals and copies held equal value. Given Konoha's evident sincerity, we shall withdraw our forces. Deidara's countenance brightened, and he affectionately ruffled Sarutobi Hiruzen's hair. He relished the opportunity to humiliate him. Onoki, witnessing Deidara's gesture, stepped forward to follow suit, also ruffling Sarutobi Hiruzen's hair. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling deeply humiliated, remained silent, merely observing as the shinobi of Iwagakure retreated from the land of fire. Chapter 137, Nurturing Village Teacher. You were incredibly impressive just now. Watanabe Chuan approached Didaze, his eyes filled with admiration. Didaze not only silenced the people of Konoha with a mere word, but even as he provocatively departed, they dared not retaliate. To be honest, Watanabe Chuan was utterly astonished by Didaze's audacity. He had the audacity to pat the head of the opposing village leader, leaving them speechless. Didaze had truly set a precedent for disrespecting a village's shadow. Didaze merely scoffed. He was well aware of how Kiki Sakumo had been driven away. Sarutobi Hiruzen was neither worthy of nor deserving his respect. Thus, trampling upon his face in front of everyone seemed a fitting choice. Shadow clone technique. Didaze proclaimed, forming seals to unleash his shadow clones. Clay giant bird. As soon as the clone emerged, it conjured a giant bird for Didaze to mount. Lord Tsuchikage, please return with the main forces while I explore outside. Didaze leapt atop the giant bird and addressed Inoki. Understood. Inoki nodded. Though he was unaware of Didaze's intentions, he would not hinder him. After all, no one in the ninja world possessed the capability to restrain Didaze given his strength. Inoki harbored no concerns regarding his safety. And you, Nanako, remember to diligently practice your wood release. Yes, teacher, I will train hard. Didaze called down to Nanako, and upon receiving her reply, he nodded in satisfaction. The giant bird then soared into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. Can you split into yin and yang forms? As the clay giant bird soared through the sky, Didaze conversed with the Six Tails in his mental space. What are you planning? Six Tails inquired, puzzled. I possess a sculpture of an evil deity that has always felt peculiar to me. It emanates a strange power, and I suspect it is the power of the evil god. Didaze spoke slowly. I ask if you can split into yin and yang forms primarily because I wish to summon the Shinigami. Seeing the bewildered expression on Six Tails' face, Didaze continued, in my view. The Shinigami can suppress the evil god. I want to test if I can expel the evil god's will from the sculpture using the Shiki Fujin technique. Moreover, there is a strong possibility they may mutually annihilate, possibly preventing the Shinigami from even reaping souls. Having concluded his explanation, Didaze awaited Six Tails' decision. Your idea is intriguing. Six Tails contemplated for a moment before responding. I can assist you, but you must understand that if we fail, my power will be halved, and yours will diminish correspondingly. That is acceptable. Didaze nodded, indicating he could bear the consequences of failure. Truthfully, he did not believe they would fail. The evil god and the Shinigami felt like enemies to him. One reaped souls, while the other granted eternal life. One could say the existence of the evil god undermined the Shinigami's domain. Didaze did not doubt that the Shinigami harbored animosity towards the evil god. Didaze sensed the power residing within the evil god's sculpture, compelling him to take this gamble. However, before proceeding, Didaze intended to visit the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Orochimaru had discovered the Shinigami's mask at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. This mask allowed the wearer to use Shiki Fujin directly, though it, like the standard release, required a life as payment. Orochimaru had merely exploited a loophole. In essence, the Shinigami's mask was merely a tool for rapidly executing Shiki Fujin. However, Didaze believed that seeking the mask would be more advantageous than learning the technique itself. Yet, given that the Land of Whirlpools was located at sea and devoid of any remaining ninjas, Didaze found the search challenging. Didaze began aimlessly searching for the Land of Whirlpools over the ocean. The absence of any chakra fluctuations made locating the place quite difficult, especially for Didaze. He suddenly realized he needed a map. However, returning to a Wagakure for one now seemed unnecessary. After several hours of searching, he felt that going back for a map would be a waste of time. Found it. Suddenly, Didaze's eyes sparkled. He spotted a small island. Not large, but capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. Didaze felt he had found the right place. Guiding the clay giant bird down, Didaze soon landed on the island. However, as he fully descended, he realized there was a chakra presence on the island. Recognizing this, Didaze sighed and prepared to depart on the clay giant bird. There are men. Suddenly, Didaze heard several female voices, followed by a flurry of kunai and shuriken hurled in his direction. Didaze's expression instantly turned icy. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Didaze formed seals, raising a massive earthen wall to block the scattered kunai and shuriken. After dispelling the wall, he swiftly employed the body flicker technique combined with taijutsu, subduing the female ninjas within moments. Give me a reason. Didaze glared at the women, his demeanor stern. Their appearances were unremarkable, neither particularly attractive nor unattractive. Didaze had no intention of invading this place. He merely intended to glance and leave, yet he had been attacked. We are ninjas from Nurturing Village, waiting for men to arrive, whom we defeat to have them join us. One of the more robust female ninjas quickly explained, sensing Didaze's killing intent. She dared not waste words, fearing Didaze might strike her down. Nurturing Village, you say? Didaze lowered his kunai. Very well, I have no interest in wasting time with you. With swift efficiency, he knocked the women unconscious and prepared to leave on his clay giant bird. Just then, a firework suddenly lit up the sky, released by the robust woman. She had pressed the button as Didaze aimed to strike her, fearing for her life. What a nuisance. Didaze observed the approaching chakra source, shaking his head as he prepared to ignore it and depart. Nurturing flow, explosive wind fist. Just as Didaze was about to take off, a beautiful female ninja approached, launching a punch at the clay giant bird. Chapter 138. Fuzi Qingchuan, it was truly never-ending. Didaze sighed. Fire release, great fire extinguishment. With a single hand seal, a sea of flames erupted before the astonished gaze of the beautiful woman. Water release, water barrier. The female ninja immediately employed her jutsu in an attempt to block the flames. However, Didaze's great fire extinguishment far exceeded the limits of the water barrier she had conjured. With a hiss, the water barrier transformed into steam, leaving the female ninja scorched and wounded. Qingchuan Darren. Just as the female ninja began to fade into unconsciousness, another female ninja emerged from behind to support the one called Qingchuan. This newcomer cast a furious glare at Didaze, as if he had committed some unspeakable atrocity. Didaze's mood soured at her fierce gaze. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick, sending her flying. She rolled several times on the ground before crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. Nonetheless, Didaze did not strike to kill, for this female ninja had not directly harmed him. Turning to the unconscious Qingchuan, Didaze summoned a green healing technique in his hands. Though not an expert, he was capable enough to treat an ordinary burn. Soon, under the influence of his healing technique, Qingchuan regained consciousness. I require a map of this area, Didaze stated calmly as she awoke. You have bested me. I shall become your servant, at your command. Qingchuan replied, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. What do you mean? Didaze felt a troubling premonition. Darren, we reside in Fuzi village, where every woman must defeat a man and bring him into our village. If we fail, we must marry the man who conquers us. Qingchuan shyly explained, casting a furtive glance at Didaze. So, your immediate assault on me was to make me a part of your village? Didaze regarded the beautiful woman with a headache. Indeed, but I did not expect you to be so formidable. According to our village's customs, I must marry you. Qingchuan confessed bashfully, secretly admiring Didaze's striking appearance, which prompted her to take action. Does that mean these three must also marry me? Didaze pointed to the three ordinary-looking women lying unconscious on the ground. Those three are exempt, for I am now your servant. They cannot marry you. Qingchuan smiled sweetly. What is your full name? Didaze asked, finding the woman somewhat familiar. Darren, my full name is Fuzi Qingchuan, she replied. So, you are the leader of Fuzi village? Didaze deduced, assuming she was the village chief and potentially the future mentor of Fuzi Jingxiang. Have you already guessed? Qingchuan chuckled. I have no intentions regarding your village. And you need not marry me. I simply require a map. Didaze shook his head, uninterested in marrying someone he barely knew, regardless of her beauty. I am well acquainted with this area. Where do you wish to go? Qingchuan asked with a mischievous smile. I wish to travel to the land of whirlpools. Do you know the way? Didaze inquired. The land of whirlpools? That is the nation that was destroyed. Qingchuan stroked her chin, recalling the nation vividly. She remembered the devastation from her childhood, realizing the formidable strength of the once mighty ninja village, which had fallen to the combined forces of the Cloud and Mist villages in mere days, without even receiving aid from the Leaf village. By the way, which ninja village do you belong to? I have not seen a headband on you. You aren't a wandering ninja, are you? Qingchuan asked pointedly, eager to ascertain Didaze's status. I am not a wandering ninja, Didaze replied, discerning her intentions. He smiled gently and retrieved his headband from a scroll, as he typically refrained from wearing it to avoid unnecessary attention. This is... Qingchuan gazed at the headband, deep in thought. This is the headband of a Wagakure. Are you from a Wagakure? She exclaimed in surprise. Didaze nodded silently. If my memory serves me, according to the map, the Wagakure is quite distant from here. Well, since you wish to go to the land of whirlpools, I shall not dilly-dally. Do you plan to depart now, or stay for a meal? Qingchuan asked. I will stay for a meal, Didaze decided, initially considering leaving but ultimately opting for the meal, as his rations were rather tasteless. Follow me, Darren. Qingchuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she respectfully led Didaze towards Fuzi village. Although referred to as a village, the small island was essentially the territory of Fuzi village, more akin to a small nation. Before long, under Qingchuan's guidance, Didaze arrived at a palace. Though calling it a palace might be an exaggeration, it resembled a larger version of a rural three-story house. It bore the label palace, leading Didaze to accept it as such. Upon entering, He was greeted by a multitude of individuals, men and women alike, though the vast majority were women. Didaze quickly discerned that the men here were all brought in through marriage, serving as mere appendages to the women. Chapter 139. A family must be neat and complete. Lord Qingchuan. The people within the palace greeted Qingchuan with utmost respect, reflecting his elevated status here. Qingchuan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Get away from me. If I catch you near Lord Qingchuan again, prepare to vanish. Just as Qingchuan was engaged in conversation, a youth of around 15 or 16 years suddenly approached. This boy was the second generation born from the women of Fuziken. Every man from Fuziken, upon reaching 18, must either marry into another family or venture out to seek their fortunes, a customary practice of the village. This particular youth had long harbored a secret affection for Fuziken Qingchuan and was recognized as the most talented young man in the village, possessing the strength of a chunin at such a tender age. How noisy! Didaze frowned slightly and then struck the boy's arm with a punch, producing a sharp cracking sound. Oh! As the boy clutched his arm in agony, Didaze seized his hair, forcing him to face him. Remember this. I do not take kindly to threats. Didaze emanated a chilling aura, akin to that of a demon, causing the boy to tremble uncontrollably. Begone! With a swift motion, Didaze hurled the boy into the air, executing a kick that sent him crashing into the ornate frame of a landscape painting in the center of the hall. Oh, did I hit the mark? Didaze observed the arrogant youth sprawled within the painting's frame and couldn't help but express admiration. You two must be his biological parents, correct? Seemingly unsatisfied, Didaze turned to the man and woman behind him, sensing their murderous intent. After all, who else could be capable of such hostility towards him but the boy's own parents? Would you prefer a dignified death or an undignified one? Didaze offered the couple a choice with a smile. Lord Qingchuan. The couple, realizing they were no match for Didaze, immediately sought assistance from Fuziken Qingchuan. Apologies. His strength is formidable, and I am unable to intervene. Fuziken Qingchuan wore a reluctant expression, even shedding a few tears. However, Didaze glanced at him. Detecting no sorrow in his eyes, only delight, Didaze chuckled softly. Wind release, tornado. As Didaze laughed, the couple seized what they believed was an opportunity and conjured a tornado together. The potency of their technique was nearing that of A-rank ninjutsu, leaving the onlookers from Fuziken astonished. Though the tornado required cooperation from both, its might was undeniable. Wind release, whirling air. Didaze summoned two small, swirling gusts of wind in his hands, a C-rank ninjutsu, and notably the weakest among them. This technique could merely stir the dust on the ground, accomplishing little else. Is he seeking his own demise, employing such a feeble technique against A-rank ninjutsu? The spectators were skeptical of Didaze's approach, as they had all witnessed this ninjutsu before. After all, no ninja village would conceal such an ineffective technique. Yet, precisely because it was so ineffectual, Didaze chose it for combat. He intended to establish absolute authority. One act of provocation was sufficient. Though Didaze was not afraid of challenges, the presence of such foolishness was disheartening. Using this trashy wind release, he truly seeks death. The couple scoffed at the sight of Didaze's small wind orbs. While they acknowledged Didaze's superiority, they believed that no matter how strong he was, close to the leaders of the 5 great nations, victory could not be assured against them with such a weak technique. Ninjutsu depends on its wielder, Didaze sneered, then cast the 2 orbs into the heart of the tornado. The tornado remained unchanged. Ha! I truly expected you to be a formidable opponent. The couple, initially apprehensive, burst into laughter upon realizing the tornado was unaffected. Wait, how could this be? Just as they attempted to manipulate the tornado to assault Didaze, it remained completely still. Sometimes, the weakest force can paradoxically control the mightiest ninjutsu. Didaze infused whirling air into the tornado's core, transforming it into an extension of his will. Go! With a wave of his hand. The tornado surged towards the couple, their expression shifting dramatically as they sought to unleash a wind release to block it. However, their efforts were in vain. With Didaze's chakra amplifying the technique, whirling air would not dissipate. Since the core remained intact, the tornado too would endure. The couple found themselves utterly incapable of countering the tornado under Didaze's command. My lord, we are willing to serve as your dogs. Please spare us. They pleaded for mercy. Didaze coldly commanded as the tornado swept past them, inflicting numerous lacerations. Before long, they succumbed to blood loss. To spare the 16 or 17-year-old boy the anguish of losing both parents, Didaze chose to reunite him with their spirits. The hall fell into a profound silence, none daring to utter a word to Didaze. He remained indifferent, for he had no intention of making friends here. "My lord, allow me to take you to dine." Fuzikin Qingchuan approached Didaze with a beaming smile, guiding him towards the dining hall. They were the two most formidable individuals in Fuzikin, aside from her. Their son had persistently pursued her, seeking to make her his wife, not merely through marriage into their family. This implied that the couple aimed to secure control of Fuzikin by marrying off their son to Fuzikin Qingchuan. Yet, she had continually declined. In truth, Fuzikin Qingchuan's refusal was inconsequential, as neither of them matched her prowess. However, the incessant harassment was bothersome, even without Didaze's intervention. She would have sought an opportunity to eliminate them. Yet, with Didaze's assistance, this turn of events was undoubtedly favorable for Fuzikin Qingchuan. "My lord, please eat at your leisure. Once you are satisfied, we shall proceed to the land of rivers." Fuzikin Qingchuan prepared a lavish feast for Didaze. Didaze nodded. However, before indulging, he exercised caution, using chakra to detect any poison. Once assured of its safety, he began to feast heartily. After all, compared to military rations, a proper meal was far more delightful. Chapter 140. The Country of Whirlpools, my lord. Do you wish to continue serving dishes? Fuzi Qingchuan inquired with a smile, gazing at the empty plates. "Let us depart," Didaze replied silently, rising to his feet. He then summoned the clay giant bird under Fuzi Qingchuan's watchful eyes. "Come aboard." Didaze gestured for Fuzi Qingchuan to ascend. "Yes, my lord." Her eyes sparkled with astonishment as she beheld the clay giant bird. It was hard to fathom that something as ordinary as clay could enable flight. Unbeknownst to her, Fuzi village was isolated from the outside world, leaving them oblivious to current events, including the identities of the 5 great nations' leaders, let alone Didaze. Didaze guided the clay giant bird into the sky, soaring over the hall and reaching the entrance. The villagers, seeing the magnificent creature, rushed to witness the spectacle. Fuzi Qingchuan was overwhelmed with excitement. This was her first experience of flight. Gradually, under Didaze's control, the clay giant bird ascended higher, transforming the once vast Fuzi village into a mere speck of an island below. What an astonishing ability! Fuzi Qingchuan expressed her admiration for Didaze. Having never before encountered anything capable of flight, Didaze had undoubtedly reshaped her perception of the world. "Where's the country of whirlpools?" Didaze had anticipated Fuzi Qingchuan would speak, yet her gaze remained fixed on the ground. He felt compelled to prompt her. "The country of whirlpools lies to the southwest. Simply fly in that direction." Startled by Didaze's words, Fuzi Qingchuan brushed her hair aside and pointed eagerly. Didaze nodded and swiftly maneuvered the clay giant bird forward. The sudden acceleration caught Fuzi Qingchuan off guard, causing her to stifle a gasp of surprise. The bird's speed far surpassed her own running. Soon, they spotted a small island. "This is it," Fuzi Qingchuan declared confidently. "Indeed," Didaze affirmed, guiding the clay giant bird downwards. Upon landing, Didaze was struck by the desolation of the country of whirlpools. Ruins lay scattered everywhere, and collapsed homes littered the ground. Even the trees were mostly uprooted. It was unmistakably the country of whirlpools, a place of ruin unlike any other. "Let us act together," Didaze proposed. Initially, he had considered splitting up, but reconsidered given their unfamiliarity. What if she found something and concealed it? Didaze preferred to assume the worst about strangers. "Very well, my lord," Fuzi Qingchuan replied with a charming smile, completely unaware of Didaze's wariness. She believed he was merely concerned for her safety. Together, they began their search. Though the country of whirlpools was small, the area they needed to cover was vast. Didaze surmised they wouldn't locate the ancestral grounds for several days. After a day of searching, Didaze had found nothing until they stumbled upon a place resembling a refuge. "Be cautious," Didaze warned, blocking Fuzi Qingchuan from forcefully breaking in. "There is a chakra presence here." A glint of sharpness crossed Didaze's eyes. The aura was faint, only detectable to Didaze's trained senses. Special type, dust release bomb. Didaze formed a hand seal and threw it towards the door, which vanished, revealing a circular entrance. "What?" Fuzi Qingchuan's eyes widened. The power contained within that small orb filled her with dread. Had she encountered it, she might have perished instantly. Yet Didaze seemed to regard it as an ordinary object. Her curiosity about him grew. Inside, Didaze immediately encountered a massive sealing technique housing an old man whose seal had weakened considerably. From Didaze's perspective, it appeared it would last no more than half a year without intervention. Seal, release. Didaze decisively unsealed the old man. Though he had no knowledge of the individual's identity, he was confident in his ability to subdue him should the need arise. The old man in the seal slowly opened his eyes. You. Didaze's expression turned serious. He sensed he was on the brink of something extraordinary. I am but a little swan. The old man suddenly grinned foolishly, flapping his arms like wings in the cramped space. Fuzi Qingchuan, initially anticipating a significant revelation, contemplated hiding when confronted with the old man's madness. Compose yourself. Didaze barked at the old man, attempting to rouse his faculties. Yes, I am not a swan. The old man's demeanor shifted to one of depth. Do you know where the ancestral grounds of the Whirlpool clan lie? Didaze observed the old man's eyes regain clarity, suspecting his shout had restored the man's mind, and immediately inquired. The old man scrutinized Didaze with a wise gaze. I seek the ancestral grounds primarily to. Didaze intended to use Naneko as a shield, but before he could finish, the old man resumed his antics. I am indeed not a little swan. I am a little dog. Woof, woof, woof. The old man crawled around on all fours. Didaze felt a mix of exasperation and confusion at this eccentricity. What had he stumbled upon? A lunatic? Coughing, Fuzi Qingchuan stifled her laughter, though her expression betrayed her amusement. Chapter 141. The Mask of Death. Forget it, sighed Didaze. With that, he stepped out the door. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. However, just as Didaze was about to exit, he suddenly turned back and unleashed a torrent of flames toward the old man. The immense inferno seemed poised to consume everything in its path. Sealing technique. Fire's sealing method. The old man, witnessing the raging sea of flames approaching him, quickly formed hand seals to summon the fire sealing method. As he completed the seals, a surge of chakra erupted, absorbing the flames, which were subsequently sealed away into a scroll. Still going to pretend? Didaze coldly inquired, now standing beside the old man. How did you discover it? The old man asked without turning his head. I refuse to believe such a potent sealing technique would merely seal away a useless thing. Didaze replied. Although the seal had weakened over time, he could discern its original rank, an almost S-rank sealing technique that could render the sealed individual into a state of false death, allowing them to survive without sustenance. However, in the original story, no one came to the land of whirlpools, and thus the old man likely perished from starvation after the seal inevitably collapsed. Truly impressive. Inheritor of dust release from a Wagakure. Let us proceed, the old man scoffed, recognizing the disparity in their powers from the earlier fire technique. Didaze's single fire technique forced him to expend a significant amount of chakra to defend, and the dust release used to unlock the door had made it clear that he was at a disadvantage. Resigned, the old man sat down, prepared to meet his end. In his view, the 5 great nations were all the same, none worthy of trust, including the land of fire. Kill you? That is not my intention. On the contrary, I can allow you to meet the remnants of the land of whirlpools, Didaze stated, gazing at the old man. Kushina, has she escaped? The old man suddenly became animated, grasping Didaze's arm and trembling with anticipation. She has escaped and is currently living in the land of fire. But the person I wish for you to meet is not her, Didaze confirmed with a nod before shaking his head. Are there other remnants of the land of whirlpools? The old man asked, taken aback. Of course, one is right here in a Wagakure. But to meet her, you must assist me, Didaze replied, sensing the old man was already ensnared in his scheme. What do you want? The old man did not inquire about Didaze's intentions, but instead directly asked what he desired. He clearly understood that Didaze's arrival in the land of whirlpools was for a specific purpose. Otherwise, what could possibly draw him to such a desolate place? I seek the Mask of Death, located in the ancestral land of the Uzumaki clan, Didaze declared, revealing his objective. The Mask of Death? What do you intend to do with it? That artifact can unleash the dead demon-consuming seal, which is perilous. The old man frowned, expressing concern. Grateful for a Wagakure's shelter of the remnants of his clan, he felt compelled to issue a warning. That is of no concern to you. Simply help me retrieve it. I would not gamble with my life, Didaze assured the old man. Very well, the old man reluctantly acquiesced. Under the old man's guidance, Didaze soon arrived at the ancestral site of the Uzumaki clan. During their journey, Didaze learned more about the old man. The old man's name was Uzumaki Yen, an elder of the land of whirlpools. While the clan fought desperately, he had wished to join them, but was stopped by the clan leader, who sealed him away in a place that could isolate his chakra. The leader reinforced the seal to ensure Uzumaki Yen would survive to preserve the last vestiges of the Uzumaki clan's legacy. The reasoning behind preventing the youth from venturing out was that the elder possessed extensive sealing techniques, while the younger generation lacked such knowledge. Although the clan leader's intentions were noble, the door had ultimately been sealed shut, had there been no unforeseen circumstances. The moment the seal on Uzumaki Yen was lifted would have marked the beginning of a countdown to his demise, for he lacked the strength to break through the stone door. The methods the clan leader left for him to open the door were entirely erased, transforming what was meant to be a refuge into a prison. As for who sealed the door, Uzumaki Yen was unaware, leading Didaze to involuntarily ponder a certain dark entity. It is widely acknowledged that when the perpetrator is unknown, it is likely the work of Kagaya's will. This is the ancestral land of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Yen announced as they reached a shrine. The Mask of Death. Didaze immediately spotted the mask placed prominently in the center. The mask boasted 2 yellow-brown horns and sharp teeth, exuding a chilling aura. Wait, Uzumaki Yen halted Didaze, who was about to seize the mask. The elder then began to mutter an incantation, performing a ritual to safely retrieve the Mask of Death. What are you doing? Didaze inquired, curious about the elder's actions. To be honest, I do not know. I am merely following the method left by our ancestors to take the Mask of Death, Uzumaki Yen replied with a wry smile. The ancestors only instructed him on how to retrieve the mask without explaining the rationale, leaving him genuinely in the dark. Nevertheless, as it was the wisdom of his forebears, he trusted it would not lead him astray, and thus he proceeded to take the mask as instructed. The deity summoned by this mask is stronger than the one conjured by the dead demon consuming seal, yet it comes with its own drawbacks. As Didaze observed the Mask of Death, Uzumaki Yen continued, summoning the deity requires a lengthy dance, making it less efficient than the dead demon consuming seal. The dead demon consuming seal is instantaneous, while the Mask of Death requires a lengthy incantation. Despite the deity being more powerful than the one summoned by the dead demon consuming seal, what good is that if the target has already fled by the time the dance concludes? The dance primarily serves to attract the deity's attention. The dead demon consuming seal directly summons a shadow of the deity, while the Mask of Death calls the deity's true form. However, if I were to summon it, the deity would descend immediately, the 6 tails conveyed to Didaze in the mental space. Is that so? Didaze remarked, enlightened. No wonder there is a distinction. One is a shadow, while the other is the true entity. And since the 6 tails can summon the deity instantaneously, it suggests that the tailed beast's chakra is among the most radiant for the deity, eliminating the necessity to perform a dance to capture its attention. Chapter 142. Returning to a Wagakure. If that's the case, it simplifies matters. Deidara had been contemplating the duration required for the dance, considering the unwieldiness of the 6 tails form. However, the 6 tails acquiescence alleviated his concerns. Now that we've retrieved the mask of the Grim Reaper, accompany me. Deidara placed the mask into a sealing scroll, then turned to Uzumaki Hikaru with a smile. Understood. Uzumaki Hikaru nodded. And you? Will you return? Deidara inquired, turning to Nadeshiko Harukawa. I would be delighted to visit a Wagakure with you, Deidara-sama. If you would permit it, Nadeshiko Harukawa replied with a smile. I would be honored by your presence. Let us depart together. Deidara responded, smiling. Excellent, master. Nadeshiko Harukawa exclaimed, leaping onto the clay bird upon receiving Deidara's consent. Young man, is she your paramour? Uzumaki Hikaru whispered, leaning in conspiratorially. She is not my paramour, Deidara responded, glancing at the elder with surprise before shaking his head. Young man, you possess an enviable charm. Uzumaki Hikaru seemed even more envious after Deidara's denial. Haha, I presume you were quite the libertine in your youth? Deidara chuckled, steering the conversation toward Uzumaki Hikaru. Alas, I have never been one for dalliances. Truth be told, I have never had a lover in all my years, Uzumaki Hikaru sighed. Is that so? Deidara asked, somewhat taken aback. I devoted myself solely to training in my youth, and now that I am old, I lack the vigor, Uzumaki Hikaru lamented. However, it is perhaps for the best. Because I have no attachments, my emotional bonds are the weakest among the elders. Others resisted being sealed away due to their reluctance to part with loved ones, but I readily accepted. Uzumaki Hikaru chuckled to himself. You truly are. Deidara began, at a loss for words in the face of the old eccentric. In confidence, my sealing scroll contains a potion capable of restoring a man's virility. It is a secret remedy of the Uzumaki clan. Would you care to sample it? Uzumaki Hikaru suddenly whispered, producing a scroll with a mischievous glint in his eye. No, thank you. Keep it for yourself. Deidara declined without hesitation. This elixir can restore your vigor tenfold. If you were to use it, 100 times in a night would be no challenge. Uzumaki Hikaru lamented. The Uzumaki clan had foreseen Uzumaki Hikaru's potential reproductive challenges and entrusted him with this potion. It would be tragic if Uzumaki Hikaru were to emerge from his seal only to discover his infertility. After all, the Uzushiogakure elders were uncertain whether Kushina or any other members of the clan would escape. Uzumaki Hikaru represented their last hope in the event of failure. Let us depart, Deidara declared, eager to end the discussion, and leaped onto the clay bird. Upon seeing Deidara's ascent, Uzumaki Hikaru quickly abandoned the scroll and followed suit. Alas! Uzumaki Hikaru sighed, gazing at the ravaged landscape of Uzushiogakure as Deidara ascended. Deidara refrained from offering solace, recognizing that this was Uzumaki Hikaru's personal burden and that he, lacking similar experiences, had no right to offer platitudes. With Deidara's clay bird traveling at full speed, the group reached the land of Earth in half a day. So this is the land of Earth? So many rocks. Nadeshiko Harukawa marveled at the peculiar rock formations. Are you not familiar with the geographical features of the 5 great nations? Deidara inquired, intrigued. That, I am not, in truth. Nadeshiko Harukawa frowned, realizing that she was indeed ignorant of the 5 great nations' landscapes. Since we have time to spare, allow me to enlighten you, Deidara offered with a smile. Oh, that would be wonderful, Nadeshiko Harukawa exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. She was genuinely interested in such matters, as the Nadeshiko village was only familiar with the land of fire. The Nadeshiko village had been isolated for a long time, and its establishment was prompted by a traveler who mentioned the founding of villages in the 5 great nations. Thus, the Nadeshiko village was hastily established. The traveler had visited the land of fire and returned with tales of the outside world. Nadeshiko Harukawa's mother learned of the village system at that time and imitated it, but the village remained largely unchanged, merely adopting the name of a shinobi village. Seeing Nadeshiko Harukawa's enthusiasm, Deidara began to describe the various shinobi villages. Nadeshiko Harukawa listened intently, captivated by the novel information. She even rested her hands on her cheeks, resembling a young woman listening to her lover's tales. Just as Deidara finished describing the 5 great nations and was about to discuss the smaller countries, the clay bird arrived at Awagakure. We have arrived. We shall continue our discussion another time. First, allow me to introduce you to the Tsuchikage-sama, Deidara announced. Smiling at the two, Deidara guided the clay bird toward the Tsuchikage's building. Let us descend. Deidara dismissed the clay bird and smiled at the two. The two dismounted, curiously surveying the Tsuchikage's building. Why does the Tsuchikage's building seem different after only a few days? Deidara mused, noticing that the building seemed larger than before. Intrigued, Deidara approached the Tsuchikage's building. Deidara-sama. The guard at the entrance bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with unconcealed admiration. Over the past few days, Inoki had widely publicized Deidara's victory over Konoha, and the news of Konoha's defeat and surrender had reached every corner of Awagakure. The villagers of Awagakure were filled with pride, having defeated the supposedly strongest shinobi village. This meant that Awagakure was now the strongest shinobi village. Inoki had spared no effort in extolling Deidara's achievements, even overshadowing himself. Everyone believed that Deidara was the hero who had defeated Konoha. This explained the guard's adoring gaze upon seeing Deidara. Search me. Deidara nodded and extended his arms. The guard carefully examined Deidara before respectfully gesturing for him to enter. Chapter 143. The evil god sculpture and the death god mask. These two are my friends. Let them in as well, Didaze said to the two hesitant individuals. Yes, Lord Didaze. The guard immediately allowed the two to enter. You certainly have a high reputation in Rock Hidden Village, Nayuko Saikawa remarked, somewhat astonished. Didaze was clearly not the leader, yet he was undertaking tasks that only a leader could perform. To allow outsiders into the leader's building with merely a word from Didaze, the trust the guard placed in him, or perhaps Didaze's own prestige, was astonishing. It seemed that this was part of a campaign to bolster his standing. Didaze did not respond to Nayuko Saikawa, instead contemplating within. He sensed that this was likely an initiative by Inoki to prepare him for succession as the Tsuchikage. After all, In Inoki's eyes, he was already in his 50s, nearing the twilight years of a typical ninja's life. Inoki himself was still in the final stages of his prime, but in a few years, he would indeed enter old age. Perhaps this urgency in promoting Didaze was driven by Inoki's desire for a swift transition of leadership. How grand! Upon entering, Naruto Saikawa's eyes widened in awe. Didaze was equally taken aback by the Tsuchikage building, which bore little resemblance to his memories. The interior had expanded at least several times over. No wonder it appeared significantly larger from the outside. Moreover, it had been refurbished in just a few days. Inoki must have summoned many Earth-released ninjas for this task. Wait a moment. Didaze sadly realized that he could not locate the staircase. The renovation had altered the location of the stairs, and his search in the familiar spot yielded nothing but emptiness. Say, follow me. Just as Didaze was about to step outside to ask the guard about the staircase, Steel Earth arrived with a teacup in hand. He waved to Didaze, signaling him to follow. Steel Earth, you're back. Didaze smiled at him. Well, with Cloud Hidden Village and Konoha at odds, why should I remain at the borders? Steel Earth laughed heartily. By the way, who are these two behind you? He inquired, somewhat hesitantly. They are friends I met outside. Didaze replied with a smile. Ah, friends of yours. Steel Earth extended his hand, free of the teacup, and the two newcomers shook hands with him. Let us go. After replenishing the tea and pouring hot water, Steel Earth led Didaze to the opposite side of where the original staircase had been. Didaze could only shake his head in exasperation. It was merely a staircase. Yet its location had been changed. Soon, the four arrived at the door of the Tsuchikage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Steel Earth, holding the tea with one hand, knocked on the door. Without waiting for Inoki to respond, he pushed the door open. Look who's here, Steel Earth announced, placing the teacup on the desk and revealing Didaze standing behind him. Oh, you're back so soon? Inoki greeted Didaze with a smile. I merely went to retrieve something. It won't take long. By the way, do you know who this is? Didaze scratched his head and pointed at Vortex Yen, attempting to shift the focus of the conversation. Who is he? Inoki finally noticed the person beside Didaze. Wait, red hair could it be? Initially, Inoki regarded him as an ordinary elder, but upon closer inspection, he realized that this individual seemed to belong to the Vortex clan, and an elderly member at that. He is. Inoki's gaze shifted back to Didaze, his face betraying an uncontrollable joy. He had deduced that this person must be a survivor from the land of Vortex. Furthermore, judging by the abundant chakra within him, he must hold a significant position within the clan. The sealing techniques of someone of high standing in the land of Vortex would undoubtedly be formidable, far surpassing even Karing's skills. It was likely that the current sealing techniques of Nanako paled in comparison. I am an elder of the land of Vortex and the living embodiment of its sealing techniques. I am well versed in all the sealing arts of my homeland, and I came here primarily to meet the remnants of the Vortex clan in your village. Vortex, Yin succinctly introduced himself. Ah, an elder from the land of Vortex, my apologies. Inoki exclaimed, rising to greet Vortex Yin with a handshake. Although Rock Hidden Village possessed a complete set of sealing techniques from the Vortex clan, many of them were not easily comprehensible. Just like the Flying Thunder God technique in the sealing tome, besides Minato Namikaze and the second Hokage, who else could master it? Some sealing arts, even if written down, could not be utilized without proper guidance, and it could take years to comprehend them. Vortex Yin was not only a living tome of sealing techniques but also a master of the art. He could elevate Rock Hidden Village's sealing techniques far beyond those of the 5 great nations. Henceforth, you shall be our village's foremost master of sealing techniques and an esteemed elder, Inoki proclaimed grandly to Vortex Yin. He was untroubled by the thought that Vortex Yin might be a spy from a rival nation. After all, the Land of Mist was known for its hostility towards the Land of Vortex, while the Land of Fire had remained indifferent during its plight. As for the Land of Sand, a place so impoverished that it could hardly afford to send a sealing master as an undercover operative? Thank you, Lord Tsuchikage. Vortex Yin respectfully bowed to Inoki. Is this your new girlfriend from outside? Inoki shifted his gaze to Naruto Saikawa. Naruto Saikawa covered her mouth, giggling softly. No, she's merely a friend I brought along to expand her horizons, Didaze replied, somewhat helplessly. Is she joining the Rock Hidden Village as well, like Elder Yin? Inoki directly asked the question that concerned him most. Not quite. She has her own village and is its leader, Didaze said with a smile. Oh, you truly are fortunate. Inoki chuckled. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Inoki indicated that the group could depart. as he needed to convene a high-level meeting to discuss the decisions he had just made. You two can explore for now. I have some matters to attend to. After leaving the Tsuchikage building, Didaze addressed the two. As for accommodations, you may head to the place that Tsuchikage arranged for you. Also, here is 1 million ryo. It should suffice for your needs. Without waiting for a response, Didaze handed each of them 1 million ryo and promptly made his way home, eager to address the matter of the evil god sculpture. At Didaze's home, he opened the sealing scroll and retrieved the death god mask, only for the evil god sculpture to emit an eerie black light. However, Didaze chose to ignore it, hastening to the back mountain with both items in hand. Six tails. Divide. Didaze commanded the beast solemnly. The six tails nodded, and its form split in two. Then, Didaze opened his mental space, releasing the shadow version of Six Tails. The massive creature quickly occupied nearly half of the back mountain, and at that moment, Didaze felt a decline in his own strength. Let us begin. Didaze presented the death god mask to the shadow version of Six Tails. Chapter 144. The abilities of the evil god sculpture as Six Tails donned the death god mask. Its exaggerated proportions rendered the scene rather comical. Mere moments after the mask was affixed to its visage, the spectral form of the death god materialized behind Six Tails. Didaze beheld the death god clearly, with its ghastly green face and fearsome fangs. Yet, within the depths of the death god's eyes, Didaze discerned a palpable urgency and overwhelming greed. The death god's gaze was fixed intently on Six Tails, devoid of the condescending demeanor often depicted in animations. Summoner, with whom do you wish to perish? The death god, having observed Six Tails' silence, unexpectedly initiated conversation. Its voice grated on the ears like claws scraping against a blackboard, a sound both jarring and unpleasant. I wish to eradicate him, Six Tails declared, producing the evil god sculpture. The death god remained silent, but its eyes flared with murderous intent. Simultaneously, tendrils of black mist erupted from the evil god sculpture, lunging menacingly toward the death god. This aura was immensely powerful. Even Didaze felt the weight of its presence. Yet, the death god merely opened its maw wide and swallowed the black mist whole. It was evident that this dark essence was not easily digestible, for a fleeting expression of anguish crossed the death god's visage after consuming it. However, the death god swiftly regained its composure, continuing to devour the black mist in large gulps. The evil god sculpture and the death god thus found themselves locked in a stalemate. But soon enough, the black mist ceased to emanate from the sculpture. Didaze vaguely perceived a shadowy figure emerging from behind the evil god sculpture, which was promptly engulfed by the death god. Could this be a manifestation of the evil god? Didaze pondered uncertainly. After all, if it were the true essence of the evil god, such weakness would be inconceivable. The death god exhibited no signs of fatigue. Had the evil god truly been consumed so easily? Didaze found it hard to believe. The contract is sealed. Your soul now belongs to me, the death god murmured softly, a sound only Six Tails could hear. It then opened its mouth wide once more, swallowing the soul of Six Tails whole. Didaze noticed that the death god seemed to grow slightly taller as it ingested Six Tails. Silently, Didaze had not anticipated the evil god sculpture to be so feeble, failing to balance the scales against the death god. I have retracted the consciousness of my form. It is now merely an unconscious soul, so there is no need to worry about its suffering, Six Tails remarked with a smile, seeming to read Didaze's thoughts. You were able to retract your consciousness? Didaze exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. The form is essentially a division of my essence infused with my darker side. In simpler terms, it is still a clone, Six Tails explained. Didaze experienced a moment of clarity. The Six Tails and Nine Tails were fundamentally different. One was a true bifurcation of existence, while the other was merely a larger clone infused with darkness. In reality, Yang Six Tails remained the true entity, and what had been consumed was simply a clone possessing half of its power. However, your strength has undeniably diminished, at least in terms of endurance. It does not compare to before, Six Tails reminded Didaze as it lay within the mental realm. I anticipated this. There is no need for concern, Didaze replied with a smile. He was aware that after a year, when Naruto traversed time, he could absorb the dragon vein in Lulan, thus rejuvenating and possibly surpassing his previous strength as the fully realized Six Tails. Yet, a more pressing matter remained, uncovering the hidden powers of the evil god sculpture. Didaze grasped the sculpture and began to channel chakra into it, meticulously probing its capabilities. After several minutes of exploration, Didaze's eyes widened in astonishment. The powers of the evil god sculpture indeed left him in awe. Its abilities could be categorized into two distinct types. One involved the absorption of bloodline limits, which would instantly convert into the user's own capabilities, akin to an innate gift. However, the individual from whom the bloodline was drawn would perish immediately. This ability could only be utilized once, and Didaze speculated whether the absence of the evil goddess' true form was the reason for this limitation. Nevertheless, the prospect of absorbing a bloodline limit was still overwhelmingly formidable. The evil god sculpture also possessed the ability to convert the power of those slain, at a ratio of approximately 1 to 50. This meant that for every 50 elite ninja Didaze eliminated, he could potentially gain the power of one elite ninja. This revelation clarified the origin of the black mist that had previously emanated from the sculpture. It was likely the power harvested from those Didaze had slain. Within the sculpture, it seemed there was a reservoir of power. Didaze sensed a familiar essence, reminiscent of the strength he had garnered from his time in the Mist Village, where he had vanquished the 7 ninja, swordsmen, and numerous other foes. Placing his hand upon the evil god sculpture, he began to absorb this power. This energy was swiftly extracted, augmenting his strength by the equivalent of 1.5 elite ninjas. Reflecting upon his chakra, Didaze mused that while he had taken many lives, most had been commoners. The true powerful adversaries were limited to the 7 ninja swordsmen and a handful of lower-tier ninja. The enhancement of 1.5 elite ninja's chakra was indeed commendable. Let us test this further. Didaze placed his hand once more upon the evil god sculpture, and a surge of black light erupted. Instantly, he was enveloped by a thick shroud of dark mist, transforming him into a figure cloaked in a malevolent aura. This ability allowed Didaze to become the harbinger of the evil god, radiating an aura of wickedness while possessing the capacity to summon the evil goddess specter to intimidate his foes. However, Didaze felt that the specter itself was of little utility. It was essentially an upgraded version of a transformation technique. Clearly, the evil god sculpture harbored additional abilities. But due to the absence of the evil god's true essence, these powers remained inaccessible. Didaze did not feel regret over this. After all, the benefits he had already reaped were substantial. Yet, the method of absorbing a bloodline limit remained a source of contemplation for Didaze. He promptly dismissed the Sharingan, recognizing that without a brother, he had no use for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Its capabilities paled in comparison to his own strength. The notion of absorbing a Sharingan was evidently not worth the cost. Chapter 145. A reunion among kin. To speak frankly, Didaze yearned to absorb a bloodline limit that would enhance his physical prowess. However, such a bloodline limit was not easily found, and from what Didaze had gathered, it seemed that only Steel Release and Wood Release could suffice. Steel Release directly augmented physical strength, whereas Wood Release fortified vitality, thereby enhancing physical strength. Comparatively, Steel Release was stronger in its early stages, yet its growth potential in later stages was inferior to that of Wood Release. Regrettably, both bloodline limits were exclusive to the inhabitants of his village, all of whom shared a close relationship with Didaze. Thus, he decided to bide his time. Having resolved his thoughts, it was time to return. Didaze glanced up at the sky, now painted in the hues of dusk. He sealed the death god sculpture into a scroll and proceeded to carry it with him. Didaze departed from the back mountain, making his way towards the temporary residence assigned to Uzumaki Yin and Fujiko Harukawa. Before long, Didaze arrived at the abode where the two were staying, but found only Uzumaki Yin present. Has she gone out shopping? Didaze inquired with a smile. She hasn't returned yet, Uzumaki Yin replied, stroking his beard with a chuckle. That young girl was utterly awestruck by the splendor here. She is likely still busy purchasing things. Very well, since that is the case, let us proceed to meet the remnants of the Uzumaki clan, Didaze suggested, having initially intended to exclude Fujiko Harukawa from meeting Nanako. Even if Fujiko were present, he would have sought an excuse to prevent her from joining. Shall we go? Uzumaki Yin lowered his hand from his beard, his expression a mix of excitement and apprehension. He was uncertain how to present himself before the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Didaze summoned a clay giant bird, and the two ascended onto its back. As they soared, Didaze initiated a light-hearted conversation. Allow me to introduce her. Her name is Uzumaki Nanako. She is 15 years old and my disciple. Didaze proclaimed with a hint of pride. You are indeed her master? I am immensely grateful. Uzumaki Yin exclaimed, bowing deeply upon hearing Didaze's words. There is no need for such formality. It is Nanako's talent that I value, which is why I accepted her as my disciple. Moreover, you are her elder, so there is no need for such distance. Didaze promptly reassured Uzumaki Yin, lifting him to his feet. That is well noted. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall never refuse. Uzumaki Yin declared, his demeanor reflecting a stubbornness that only deepened his gratitude towards Didaze. The remnants of the Uzumaki clan are fortunate to have encountered you. Uzumaki Yin expressed after thanking Didaze, his voice tinged with sentiment. Not at all. I consider it my fortune to be her master, Didaze replied, shaking his head. He never viewed himself as the benefactor in this relationship. He and Nanako were equals, and he had never regarded his role as her master as an act of charity. You have certainly earned my respect, Uzumaki Yin observed, gazing at Didaze with admiration. If it were anyone else, they would have at least hinted at expecting something in return, whether directly or indirectly. Yet, you have not implied such a thing at all. Didaze had never uttered a word suggesting that he expected gratitude from the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Even if he had, Uzumaki Yin would have obliged. However, it was evident that such expectations would diminish his regard for Didaze. Here we are, the two remarked, arriving at the doorstep of Nanako's home. Situated adjacent to the residence of Oyamaki, it was a modest dwelling. Oyamaki had offered to enlarge Nanako's living space, but she had declined, stating that she preferred to live alone and found larger accommodations uncomfortable. Knock, knock, knock. Didaze rapped on Nanako's door. Who is it? Came her voice, followed by the creaking of the door. Didaze, big brother, Nanako exclaimed, her face betraying a hint of fluster upon seeing him. Won't you invite me inside for a visit? Didaze smiled warmly at Nanako. Please come in. Nanako quickly gestured for Didaze to enter. And who is this? She asked, noticing Uzumaki Yin. She sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. This gentleman is your kin, Didaze interjected, not allowing Uzumaki Yin to fumble in his introduction. Eh? Nanako's eyes widened in astonishment. She was aware of the existence of the remnants of the Uzumaki clan, but they were all quite young. She had never encountered anyone of advanced age. The eldest among the first batch she had learned about from her parents had barely surpassed 20. After all, those sent away had to be young enough to sustain the lineage, and the elderly clearly lacked that capability. Moreover, even after all these years, it was improbable that someone of such age would appear. Why don't you two have a good talk? Didaze suggested, choosing not to elaborate further. If he revealed everything, what would be left for Uzumaki Yin and Nanako to discuss? He simply wished to break the ice. Having noticed that Uzumaki Yin seemed uncertain about how to engage with Nanako. Well then, good sir. Who exactly are you? What is your standing in the land of whirlpools? Nanako and Uzumaki Yin exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Nanako who could no longer contain her curiosity. I am. Uzumaki Yin stroked his beard, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Meanwhile, Didaze stepped into Nanako's home. Upon entering, he quickly observed the state of the place. It was chaotic, utterly chaotic. It wasn't dirty, but rather disorganized, with various items strewn about, creating a scene of disarray. This little one truly has a knack for clutter, Didaze noted as he watched Nanako engrossed in conversation with Uzumaki Yin, opting not to interrupt, but rather to tidy up the disorder at hand. Such a propensity for leaving things everywhere. Didaze began to organize the items around Nanako's home, sighing at the surplus of belongings. He discovered more than one drying rack beneath the table and bed, totaling perhaps 7 or 8. He wondered how the young girl had managed to stow away so many racks without even realizing it. Chapter 146. Conversation at this moment. The two had begun to grasp each other's circumstances. Naiko warmly invited Uchiha Hiko to dine outside. As for why she wouldn't let him into her home, Naiko likely recognized that her abode was rather unpresentable. Let us not dine out. Come inside, Didaze interjected, observing Naiko's reluctance to welcome Uchiha Hiko into her home. Oh, teacher, Naiko exclaimed, darting into the house and clinging to Didaze's arm as if to charm him. I've tidied everything up. Take a look for yourself, Didaze said, gazing at the cheerful Naiko who clung to him. Wow, teacher, you managed to organize everything in such a short time? Naiko finally noticed that her previously chaotic home had transformed into a state of meticulous order. Remarkably, it had only been a mere 10 minutes since Didaze had entered her home, and yet it appeared so immaculate. Let him in. I shall cook soon. Didaze gently patted Naiko's head, aware that she lacked culinary skills, given her limited time for learning. Although he himself was not a master chef, preparing simple home-cooked meals was well within his capabilities. Besides, who would dine out when they could share a meal with a fellow villager? Thank you so much, teacher. Naiko's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. What is there to thank? You've already acknowledged me as your teacher, Didaze remarked, affectionately ruffling the little one's hair. Hee, I knew the teacher would be the best to me. Naiko giggled adorably before stepping outside to summon Uchiha Hiko. To be honest, you are the most organized member of the Uchiha clan I have ever encountered, Uchiha Hiko commented, surveying Naiko's home and giving a thumbs up. What do you mean by that? Naiko inquired, intrigued. Because we are so focused on sealing techniques that our belongings are usually placed haphazardly, Uchiha Hiko chuckled. However, with your impressive tidiness, you will undoubtedly become an exemplary wife and mother. Naiko's face turned a shade of crimson, and she involuntarily glanced at Didaze, who was busy in the kitchen. Does that mean teacher Didaze also possesses the qualities of a virtuous wife and mother? Naiko's mind began to wander into fanciful thoughts. Thankfully, Didaze remained oblivious. Otherwise, he would surely have given her a playful tap on the head for her daydreaming. As Didaze busied himself in the kitchen, Naiko and Uchiha Hiko resumed their conversation. During their chat, Uchiha Hiko learned that Naiko had awakened her would release abilities, which astonished him as he had no idea the Uchiha clan possessed such potential. How did you awaken it? Could you teach me? Uchiha Hiko could not resist the allure of wood release and inquired earnestly. Of course, I would be delighted to. Naiko eagerly agreed. First, you need to integrate the earth and water chakra into your body. Then, Naiko paused, pondering her phrasing. Then, a significant amount of yang release will merge with these two attributes, and after experiencing a brief fainting spell, you will awaken. What constitutes a significant amount? Uchiha Hiko asked, puzzled by the definition of significant. Roughly, it means your entire body would be infused with yang release chakra, Naiko explained. Impossible. Uchiha Hiko exclaimed, rising abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment. Why is that impossible? Naiko, taken aback by Uchiha Hiko's reaction, could only ask meekly. The amount of yang release chakra you describe cannot possibly exist. Your physique. Uchiha Hiko's eyes gleamed with excitement. May I experience your chakra? He stood and bowed deeply to Naiko, seriousness etched on his face. There's no need for such formalities. You are my elder. Naiko quickly rose to assist him, extending her arm for him to sense her chakra. Touching her arm would suffice for chakra perception. It was not necessary to touch her forehead. Uchiha Hiko placed his hand on her arm, closing his eyes to perceive the energy within. Such powerful yang release. Uchiha Hiko's eyes flew open, astonishment evident in his gaze. The Uchiha clan's yang release was indeed stronger than that of ordinary individuals, yet Naiko's strength was unprecedented. Child, you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the Uchiha clan's sealing technique legacy. I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you accept? Uchiha Hiko asked earnestly, his expression serious. Naiko was torn. She was already a disciple of Kirin, and it would be inappropriate to take on another master, especially one whose teachings conflicted with those of Kirin. What would happen to her relationship with her current master? Just then, Didaze emerged from the kitchen with a meal, inadvertently alleviating Naiko's dilemma. Do you already have a master? Uchiha Hiko appeared slightly disappointed. I can still teach you, but it would be in the capacity of the Uchiha clan, not as your master. Uchiha Hiko suddenly conceived a solution and addressed Naiko. That is certainly acceptable. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to teach me. Naiko promptly bowed in appreciation. All right, let us eat first. Didaze remarked as he observed Uchiha Hiko grinning while stroking his beard, and Naiko bowing in gratitude. Brother Didaze, your culinary skills are remarkable. Naiko enthusiastically praised him after finishing her meal, her eyes sparkling with admiration and reverence for him. Didaze excelled not only in combat, but also in daily life, far surpassing her abilities. Uchiha Hiko, noticing the admiration in Naiko's gaze, understood her feelings. After the meal, Didaze departed from Naiko's home, while Uchiha Hiko took the opportunity to invite Naiko to the training ground under the pretense of practice. Come here, Uchiha Hiko beckoned Naiko. Aren't we supposed to be training? What are we doing here? Naiko queried, perplexed as she observed Uchiha Hiko seated under a large tree. Forget about training for now. Do you fancy that young man? Uchiha Hiko patted the ground beside him, gesturing for Naiko to sit. Naiko, having just settled down, sprang up again, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. You cannot conceal anything in those eyes of yours. It seems that not only I, but that young man is already aware of your feelings, Uchiha Hiko remarked, amused by Naiko's blushing visage. That is impossible. Naiko's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 147. Confession, is it truly that obvious? Naiko still attempted to resist. Silly child. Even someone like me, who has only recently come into contact with you, can see it. How could he not? Vortex, Yin shook his head. Love can often blind those who are deeply involved. The gaze Naiko inadvertently revealed was sufficient for Vortex Yin to reach a conclusion. Would a man as astute as Didaze fail to notice? Vortex Yin found that hard to believe. Setting that aside, do you know whom he brought back with him this time, apart from me? Vortex Yin asked, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke to Naiko. Who? Naiko's curiosity was piqued by Vortex Yin's teasing, and she couldn't help but inquire. A very beautiful woman, indeed. She possesses the kind of looks that any man would find appealing. Vortex Yin spoke with a hint of mischief, eager to observe Naiko's reaction. Sure enough, her expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. Didaze is not that kind of person. Naiko seemed incredulous. What is impossible about it? Men are naturally drawn to women. After all, Didaze is still a man, and it is entirely normal for him to find pleasure in the company of women, Vortex Yin replied, shaking his head. Though he was aware that Didaze and that woman shared no connection, who could predict the future? He himself had once harbored feelings for someone, but never had the courage to confess, ultimately watching as someone else claimed her heart. Thus, he remained alone in his twilight years. Now, witnessing a junior who mirrored his own past, he felt compelled to offer guidance. Otherwise, if Naiko were to meet a similar fate, it would be a most regrettable outcome. Vortex Yin understood all too well the pain of unrequited love. What you must do now is to clearly express your feelings without getting entangled in doubt. Consider your teacher's strength and status, the hero of your village. How many people do you think admire him? Vortex Yin had grasped Didaze's position within the village. He was not merely a shadow of the Hokage, but in certain aspects, even surpassed it. I do not know if I truly like my teacher. Naiko's voice grew somber. In truth, she herself was uncertain whether her feelings for her teacher were romantic or merely fraternal. Come, sit down, Vortex Yin urged, patting the space beside him, signaling for Naiko to stop standing. Naiko seemed to calm a bit, taking a deep breath before sitting down. When did you begin to feel something special for your teacher? Vortex Yin prepared to guide the conversation step by step. When? Naiko began to reminisce. It must have been when he first saved me. She continued to recall the events. However, she concealed many details, knowing that if the elder were to learn of her past, he would surely be displeased. Yet, that village had already been destroyed. No amount of anger from the elder would change that. Thus, Naiko chose not to divulge more to Vortex Yin. So, it was at the moment your teacher rescued you from the jaws of a beast that you began to harbor feelings for him, Vortex Yin deduced. It was a clear case of hero saving the damsel. It was entirely natural for Naiko to develop affection for Didaze at that time. Then why do you not confess to him? Do you not wish for him to know your feelings? Vortex Yin pressed on. I fear my teacher might reject me. Naiko confessed, lacking confidence. If you do not try, once your teacher falls for someone else, you will have lost your chance entirely, Vortex Yin stated bluntly. He aimed to sever Naiko's retreat. For as long as she remained indecisive, it was possible Didaze might indeed find someone else. After all, many within the village admired Didaze, and discussions about him often evoked expressions of adoration from both men and women alike. Vortex Yin had not idled away his afternoon in the village. He had ventured out briefly and had quickly understood the extent of Didaze's popularity. Currently, Naiko enjoyed the closest relationship with Didaze, but that could change. Therefore, Vortex Yin believed the sooner she acted, the better. Go. Take the chance. Do not leave yourself with regrets, and I am certain you will succeed, Vortex Yin encouraged Naiko. All right. Naiko seemed to have made up her mind. In truth, she had long harbored such thoughts. Vortex Yin had merely given her the push she needed. Naiko departed with unwavering determination, resembling a warrior preparing for battle. Vortex Yin watched as Naiko left, eagerly anticipating her news. He had regretted a lifetime due to his own cowardice in matters of confession, but Naiko would not share his fate. Haha. With this thought, Vortex Yin could not help but laugh joyfully. Didaze home upon returning home, Didaze lay in bed, contemplating the sinister deity sculpture, unable to find sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at Didaze's door. Who is it? Didaze formed a hand seal, summoning a shadow clone to answer the door. Too lazy to rise himself. Teacher. Upon opening the door, the shadow clone discovered it was Naiko. Naiko, come in. The shadow clone gestured for her to enter. Didaze, brother. Naiko summoned her courage and called out to Didaze, who lay on the bed. Naiko, why are you visiting me at this hour? Didaze quickly sat up, looking at Naiko with curiosity. Didaze, I like you. Naiko proclaimed without any preamble, delivering a striking blow. Didaze's mind momentarily stalled. He was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Naiko's late-night confession. Naiko, you are still quite young. Didaze noted, considering that she was only 15 years old, still a minor. Does that mean you will wait until I am of age to marry me? Naiko's eyes sparkled with hope. Well, let's discuss it when you come of age. Didaze scratched his head, unsure. Didaze, I am no longer a child. Naiko pouted, displeased with Didaze's response. Naiko, have you truly thought this through? Didaze regarded her seriousness and stood up, putting on his shoes. I have thought it over for a long time. I wish to hear your earnest answer. Naiko locked her gaze onto Didaze's eyes. Very well. Didaze met her gaze, and after a few moments, once he confirmed Naiko's determination, he looked away, speaking in a serious tone. Didaze, brother? Naiko's eyes glimmered, as if struggling to believe that her long-held wish had been so simply fulfilled. Halt. Deidara restrained the young girl's head, preventing another headbutt. You're not yet of age. If you still harbor affections for me after reaching adulthood, I'll formally accept you. If, upon reaching maturity, your heart lies elsewhere, I won't hinder you. Deidara declared in a solemn tone. That won't happen. Nanako gazed at Deidara with unwavering resolve. Take this. Deidara halted Nanako as she prepared to depart, handing her an item. What is this? Nanako examined her palm, discovering a miniature effigy of herself. Time was of the essence. I offer you this small token. I hope you aren't displeased. Deidara presented the doll to Nanako, accompanied by a smile. No. Nanako ecstatically embraced Deidara, bestowing a kiss before skipping away from his abode. That little one. Deidara watched Nanako's joyful departure with a smile. Training grounds elder. I am eternally grateful. Nanako arrived at the training grounds, locating Uzumaki Hikaru, who was stargazing. Success? Uzumaki Hikaru, observing Nanako's demeanor, surmised positive tidings. Affirmative. Deidara-sama accepted me, stating that if my affections persist into adulthood, he'll formally accept me. Nanako's elation was palpable. My sincerest congratulations. When the nuptials occur, remember to request this old man to officiate. Uzumaki Hikaru chuckled, rising to his feet. He had been awaiting Nanako's arrival. Otherwise, who would possess the inclination to count stars late at night? Now that your affairs are settled, this old man shall return home. Uzumaki Hikaru waved farewell to Nanako. Nanako reciprocated the gesture before joyfully skipping homeward. The following day, following deliberations among the village's hierarchy, an additional elder was appointed in Iwagakure. This decision, internally resolved within Iwagakure, was communicated to various superiors and jonin. Those below jonin rank were not privy to this information. Uzumaki Hikaru, for his part, remained indifferent, dedicating his time to the sealing squad. Under Uzumaki Hikaru's guidance, the sealing squad's techniques underwent substantial enhancement. Karen also assimilated numerous novel sealing techniques under Uzumaki Hikaru's tutelage. Nanako, meanwhile, was engaged in the study of wood-release ninjutsu. Deidara was immersed in the mastery of lightweight rock technique. Although its significance to Deidara had diminished, acquiring additional skills would augment his power. The Iwagakure exuded an air of prosperity. Kanahagakure Danzo, you are hereby released. An Umbu operative arrived at Konoha's prison, liberating Shimura Danzo from his confinement. Shimura Danzo occupied a solitary cell spanning 50 square meters, replete with amenities. His meals were prepared and delivered by a dedicated attendant. A stark contrast to the communal fare. Sarutobi has had a change of heart? Shimura Danzo queried the Umbu operative with a hint of arrogance. I regret to inform you that I am uninformed on the matter. Kindly seek an audience with the Hokage. The Umbu operative remained tight-lipped, refraining from answering Shimura Danzo's inquiries. Humph. Shimura Danzo scoffed, departing the prison with his hands clasped behind his back. Soon, Shimura Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office. Sarutobi, what is the purpose of summoning me? Is your own strength insufficient to quell these 3 shinobi villages? Shimura Danzo inquired. Shimura Danzo immediately assailed Sarutobi's authority. En route, his loyalists had apprised him of the situation. Shimura Danzo desired to contribute, but also sought to needle Sarutobi. Danzo, If you can successfully deter one shinobi village, I shall reinstate your position as an elder. Sarutobi refrained from elaboration, instead presenting Shimura Danzo with a tangible incentive. Shimura Danzo was capable of making prudent decisions. To offer me what was already mine as a gesture of goodwill? Sarutobi, do you not find it laughable? Shimura Danzo sneered. It ceased to be yours long ago. Sarutobi retorted, his countenance hardening. Very well, I shall not engage in disputes with you. I shall lead a contingent to impede Kirigakure. Shimura Danzo waved his hand dismissively, as if deigning to argue with Sarutobi were beneath him. Danzo. Sarutobi slammed his desk, rising to his feet. Shimura Danzo's disregard for his authority was escalating. Furthermore, I require Orochimaru's assistance. I cannot single-handedly withstand an entire shinobi village. Shimura Danzo continued in a measured tone. Agreed. Sarutobi acquiesced after deliberation, deeming the request reasonable, given Danzo's limited capacity. Additionally, I demand a larger allocation of shinobi. My combat prowess pales in comparison to yours. Shimura Danzo persisted. Sarutobi nodded, finding no fault with the request. And should I emerge victorious, my accomplishments must be disseminated to all. Shimura Danzo continued to escalate his demands, probing Sarutobi's limits. Agreed. Sarutobi furrowed his brow but deemed the demand acceptable. And concerning my route, Shimura Danzo, emboldened by Sarutobi's compliance, broached the subject of his route organization. Danzo, do not overstep. Sarutobi uttered Shimura Danzo's full name for the first time, eliciting a cold sweat on Shimura Danzo's brow. I understand. Shimura Danzo, perceiving Sarutobi's stern expression, realized his aspiration was futile and sullenly departed the Hokage's office. I wonder about the situation at the Sunagakure front. Sarutobi massaged his temples. Initially, he had hoped for Uchiha Fugaku's demise to seize control of the Sunagakure front and suppress the Uchiha clan. However, he now dreaded such an eventuality. Konoha lacked the military strength to thwart Sunagakure. The existing forces were stretched thin, making it exceedingly difficult to allocate reinforcements to Uchiha Fugaku. Deidara's prior incursions had decimated nearly half of Konoha's shinobi. The village was incapable of providing support to Sunagakure. The situation was so dire that even deploying forces on two fronts was a challenge. Even many of the academy teachers had been pressed into service. The deployment of instructors underscored the extent of the damage inflicted upon Konoha by Deidara. The original timeline's deployment of forces on four fronts was now reduced to a struggle to maintain two. Meanwhile, at the Sunagakure front, Tsukumo-sama, without your assistance, we would have been annihilated long ago. Uchiha Fugaku, having repelled another Sunagakure assault, conversed with Hitaki Tsukumo atop a stone. It is of little consequence. However, it appears that other nations have also declared war on Konoha. Hitaki Tsukumo waved his hand dismissively before addressing Uchiha Fugaku. If I am not mistaken, Sunagakure is about to commit all of its forces to this battle. Hitaki Tsukumo gazed in the direction of Sunagakure, his voice laced with apprehension. Chapter 149. Observing the battle from afar in the land of rivers, a voice broke the silence. Hey, old man, what on earth are you doing? A small creature, Shikaku, tapped relentlessly on the head of its companion, Fumihiko, with a strand of chakra. I'm on my way to the next temple, Fumihiko replied with a gentle smile, before placing the little Shikaku back into his backpack. Suddenly, he spotted a vast sand dune in the distance. Shikaku, would you like to play over there? He inquired. Huh? A big sand dune? Let me see. Shikaku exclaimed as it leaped from the backpack, eyes gleaming with excitement. This looks splendid. Let me out to play. With a warm smile, Fumihiko transformed into the complete form of Shikaku, relinquishing all control to the creature. A Shikaku rolled joyfully atop the sand dune, emitting sharp cries of delight as its chakra radiated freely. What immense chakra! The scorpion, who was in the process of modifying the third Kazekage, felt irresistibly drawn to this powerful energy. In no time, he found himself approaching the source. Not far from Shikaku, he gazed in awe. Is that a tailed beast? His pupils dilated, excitement coursing through him. He already possessed a puppet of a Kage level. If he could acquire a tailed beast puppet as well. Though he was uncertain why Shikaku had emerged, it mattered little. The prospect of a tailed beast puppet ignited his hopes. However, he regrettably had not completed his modifications on the third Kazekage and lacked the capacity to confront Shikaku. After all, toxins might be effective against humans. But against a conglomerate of chakra like Shikaku, it was mere folly. Retreating slowly, his eyes lingered greedily on the tailed beast. In Konoha, The irritable Inazuka clan leader slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Our people will not engage in battle alongside Shimura Danzo. Indeed, let him go alone. Other clan leaders echoed in support, showing no regard for Danzo's reputation. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat silently, his expression darkening. I understand your sentiments, but we must prioritize the greater good. Don't talk to me about the greater good. How can Shimura Danzo be so blind to it? You merely wish to protect him. The leader of the Yamanaka clan scoffed, unmasking Hiruzen's facade of virtue. How dare you speak to the Hokage like that? Tsunade stood up, indignantly addressing the Yamanaka leader. My stance is clear. If you disagree, feel free to leave. The Yamanaka leader met her gaze unflinchingly. Enough. Sit down, Tsunade. Hiruzen gestured for her to calm down. Since you oppose following Danzo, let it be so. Your clan members will accompany me, Minato, and Tsunade to the battlefield at Kumogakure. Hiruzen conceded, taking a step back. Very well. Agreed, came the chorus of approval from the clan leaders. As long as it did not involve Danzo, they were willing to cooperate. After some personnel arrangements, Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling the meeting's conclusion. Danzo, stay behind. Hiruzen addressed Shimura Danzo directly. What do you intend to do? Danzo asked, confusion etched on his face. This time, I will allocate 4/5 of the remaining ninjas in the village to you. You must hold back the forces from the Mist Village, ideally pushing them back. Hiruzen stated firmly. 4/5. You are quite audacious, Danzo replied with a cold smirk. Hiruzen's decision was indeed bold. The defense against Kumogakure would largely rely on the clan ninjas. If any issues arose with them, the entire operation could collapse. Konoha stood at a precipice, and without this drastic measure, dire consequences loomed. He sighed, reluctant to make such a choice. The reality was that the ninja reserves were critically low, with Deidara having decimated their ranks. Contemplating Deidara filled Hiruzen with seething rage. He regretted ever accepting those Sharingan. Had he known this would transpire, he would have never compromised the village's safety by giving the Six Tails to Deidara. Thus began the full-scale war among the 4 great ninja villages. Compared to the original narrative, Konoha faced one less adversary, yet the cost was substantial. They could not manage to take on 3 opponents simultaneously, leaving Uchiha Fugaku isolated at Sunagakure to hold the line. Should Fugaku's forces falter, Konoha would be swiftly overwhelmed. Plunging into chaos. To stabilize Fugaku, Hiruzen penned several letters, each filled with promising prospects. Though Fugaku dismissed them with disdain, he had no intention of betraying the village. This was an opportune moment to bolster his reputation, as many within the village grew discontented with Hiruzen. Fugaku was no fool. He understood that once the war concluded, Hiruzen would inevitably step down. Supporting Tsunade or seizing power for himself were both favorable options. That night, Fugaku conferred with Kakashi Hitaki, who had no objections to the discussions. Meanwhile, Sunagakure, witnessing the turmoil of the other villages, began to launch more frequent offensives. Fortunately, with Hitaki's involvement, they managed to hold their ground. The other 2 villages held slight advantages, but could not make significant headway. Thus, 4 of the 5 great ninja villages were embroiled in conflict, while Iwagakure focused solely on its own development. With the other villages at war, Iwagakure found itself with an increased number of missions. Deidara had purposefully left behind Minato Namikaze and Kat Dan to stall the other 2 villages. If they fell, Konoha would be utterly defenseless. Deidara's strategy was to have the 4 villages exhaust each other, allowing Iwagakure to grow stronger in the interim. Their goal was to remain hidden and wait until they were powerful enough to swallow Konoha whole. The entire ninja world descended into chaos, while Iwagakure remained a sanctuary of tranquility. Chapter 150. The future Naruto. In the latter half of the year 48 of Konoha, the war raged on with relentless intensity, though Sunagakure began to show signs of fatigue. The other 2 villages, however, suffered minimal losses in combat strength. For a considerable duration, Minato Namikaze found himself in a position of vulnerability in Kumogakure. Even his renowned speed proved insufficient against the Third Raikage. The armor donned by the Third Raikage endowed him with unparalleled speed and defense, while the cellular activation from his lightning chakra mode granted him heightened perception. Minato was unable to contend with the Third Raikage, having no choice but to retreat in disarray whenever they crossed paths. Similarly, Tsunade could not engage the Third Raikage in close combat. Although her recovery speed was remarkable, the Third Raikage showed no fear of close-quarters fighting. Tsunade sustained injuries throughout their encounters, while the Third Raikage's fighting spirit only grew fiercer, making it exceedingly difficult for her to inflict any substantial damage. At best, she might leave him with a bruise that a medical ninja could swiftly heal. Sarutobi's ninjutsu style offered a relative advantage against the warrior-like Third Raikage. Yet he faced a critical vulnerability during the hand-sealing process. Ultimately, Minato had no choice but to assist Sarutobi in holding the Third Raikage at bay. However, Kumogakure still boasted the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and making it impossible for Tsunade to fend off both. Fortunately, there were still Cat Dan and other clans to aid. Yet Konoha was undeniably at a disadvantage. Conversely, the battlefield in Kirigakure fared somewhat better, though it was still less favorable than that of Kumogakure. Under the command of the Third Bazukage, the 7 ninja swordsmen and the 3 Tails Jinchuriki had forced Shimura Danzo's Konoha ninjas into a precarious position. However, their situation was not as dire as that of Kumogakure, and they occasionally mounted counterattacks. Meanwhile, Sunagakure contemplated whether to seek a truce. Over 2 years, Shikaku Nara had eliminated thousands of Sunagakure ninjas. Danzo was already aware of Shikaku's assistance to Uchiha Fugaku, yet he chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. His priority was to safeguard Konoha. In Iwagakure, over the past 2 years, Deidara had devoted his time to studying the evil god sculpture and recovering his strength. Though he had made some progress, his chakra reserves were still not as robust as before. Nevertheless, he had uncovered a new ability of the evil god sculpture. Once transformed, all who worshipped the evil god would obey his commands without question. Deidara had personally tested this in the land of hot water. Upon using the evil god sculpture's transformation, the villagers would comply with his every word, as if they had become his subservients. He established the title of evil god messenger in the land of hot water. Though this reputation had yet to spread to other ninja villages, now seemed the opportune moment for action. Deidara mused, realizing that success in absorbing the dragon vein would yield an inexhaustible supply of chakra. "I'm heading out," he announced as he entered the office of Noki. "Why won't you accept the position of Tsuchikage when I've already elevated your reputation?" Noki grumbled, clearly displeased. "Patience, old man. In a few years, once Konoha is subdued, I shall ascend," Deidara replied with a grin. "Let us hope that's the case." "I'm getting old," Noki retorted with a glare. "Off I go then." Noki waved dismissively, granting Deidara permission to depart. "Farewell." Deidara cheerfully waved back, leaving behind a sum of 50,000 ryo on Naka's desk. "What are you doing?" Noki sensed a foreboding. "For the window repairs." Deidara summoned a clay bird and soared through the broken window. "You rascal," Noki glared at the shattering glass, nearly choking on his indignation. "Ha!" Kuda chuckled, trying to ease Naka's frustration while observing the shattered glass. "Don't you dare laugh." Noki shot him an irate look. "You fix that glass yourself. No hiring help." Kutu's beaming smile instantly vanished at the command. After a brief flight, Deidara arrived at Lulon, sensing 2 immense chakra signatures nearby. "Timing is everything," he smiled, recognizing the presence of the 9 Tails. "The 9 Tails Jinchuriki is close." The 6 Tails warned from within his mind. "Do not worry, I am aware," Deidara replied with a grin. As he surveyed the area, he found Naruto Uzumaki engaged in a fierce struggle against a formidable foe. At that moment, the enemy had already been transformed into a puppet, while Naruto had unleashed his 3rd tail. Yamato and Sakura lay gravely injured on the ground. Without Minato's assistance, Naruto had no chance of defeating his opponent unless he released the 9 Tails' full power. "Well then, my objective is the dragon vein, so I shall lend a hand," Deidara mused, shaking his head at the sight of Naruto on the brink of unleashing his 4th tail. He approached Naruto and rendered him unconscious. Deidara bore no animosity towards Naruto, especially since this version was not from his world. After all, he intended to return to his original realm after this encounter, and a little assistance would not hurt. It seemed this was not a future he had altered, but rather the original timeline. "Naruto!" Sakura cried out in anguish upon seeing Naruto fall. "Who are you?" the enemy demanded, sensing the immense chakra emanating from Deidara. "You would be wise to retreat, lest you regret your choice," the enemy warned, but to Deidara, the threat sounded as childish as a toddler's warning to an adult. While the enemy possessed boundless chakra, it was not truly his own power, after all. Sarah could simply shut off the dragon vein. "You, go and close the dragon vein," Deidara commanded as he created a shadow clone that immediately approached Sarah. "How dare you ignore me?" The enemy seethed, enraged by Deidara's disregard. "Do you truly believe she will comply?" He scoffed, raising a massive puppet fist to strike Sarah. C3. Special type, strong acid number 18. Deidara declared, summoning the explosive creation. Isn't that his ability? Sakura's pupils dilated in shock. Although she had not directly fought Deidara, she had gathered intel from Kakashi-sensei. Wait a moment, she thought, her eyes narrowing in realization. Chapter 151, C5. Annihilation. Sakura had seen a photograph of Deidara, and the resemblance between the figure before her and the one in the image was striking, at least an 80% similarity. While Sakura was lost in her thoughts, Deidara's acidic liquid number 18 was already unleashed. The Dragon Pulse Fireball. The centipede unleashed a fire technique through the Dragon Pulse. The fireball, immensely amplified by the Dragon Pulse, transformed into a vivid purple hue. Under such overwhelming might, no one could defeat me. I am invincible. The centipede beheld the colossal purple fireball and burst into laughter, his mirth growing louder. The Dragon Pulse Fireball obliterated C3. Number 18. Die. The centipede intensified his efforts, aiming to eliminate Deidara in one fell swoop. Boom. Within Deidara's perception, his C3. Number 18 absorbed a substantial amount of fire chakra, significantly enhancing its potency. Deidara maneuvered number 18 forward a bit before triggering its detonation. The pressure was unbearable. The strength of the fire technique, bolstered by the Dragon Pulse, was absurdly high. Even number 18 could not absorb too much. What? The centipede, spewing flames, was taken aback as he saw number 18, now considerably larger, hurtling toward him. He was not afraid of being killed by number 18. With the Dragon Pulse, he was immortal. He was merely astonished that the power he had gained from the Dragon Pulse was being countered. He felt that, with the strength of the Dragon Pulse, he should be invincible, unmatched by anyone. The explosion of number 18 caused the centipede's body to be ravaged by half. Yet, with the Dragon Pulse's assistance, he swiftly recovered. Is that all you can do? Deidara provocatively beckoned at the centipede. You scoundrel, I will kill you. The centipede erupted in fury. Pathetically weak, Deidara effortlessly dodged the centipede's attacks while mocking him. His taunts were not without purpose. They were designed to disturb the centipede's focus. As long as the centipede's mind was unsettled, his strikes would be rife with openings. Moreover, Deidara was also awaiting Sarah to sever the Dragon Pulse. After all, even if he could slay the centipede, the latter would simply resurrect with the Dragon Pulse's aid, rendering any victory meaningless. Die. The centipede's attacks grew increasingly frantic, even abandoning all defense. The Dragon Pulse was severed. They engaged in a fierce battle for several minutes, with the centipede repeatedly attempting to break free and kill Sarah, only to be thwarted by Deidara. So be it. It is time to send you on your way. Deidara's gaze sharpened. Explosive clay. Giant bird. Deidara swiftly approached Sakura and her companions, unceremoniously pulling them along. Sakura had regained her ability to move, so she drew Naruto to her side for treatment. Deidara ascended with all three to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Sakura and Yamato, clearly on high alert, remained vigilant, their gazes fixed on Deidara despite being on his clay giant bird. They had communicated moments earlier and confirmed that this blonde man was indeed connected to the rogue Akatsuki member, Deidara, and that their relationship ran deep. Below them, the centipede sensed impending doom the instant the Dragon Pulse was cut off. Even with the Dragon Pulse's support, he was wounded. Without it, he would surely perish. No, I am invincible. The centipede's eyes suddenly filled with a frenzied gleam. Let us die together. The centipede attempted to inject the remaining chakra into the Dragon Pulse to disrupt its flow. He still had a considerable amount of chakra left. If he succeeded in infusing it, the Dragon Pulse would be utterly destroyed. You have no chance. Deidara observed the frenzied centipede below with an impassive expression, speaking softly. C5. Annihilation. A sphere radiating an extraordinarily intense spectrum of colors materialized in Deidara's hand. This was a newly developed clay bomb, infused with dust release, explosion release, fire release, wind release, lightning release, earth release, and water release chakra. The amalgamation of 5 elemental chakras within it would create a force far surpassing the ordinary. Additionally, the dust release endowed this clay bomb with an annihilating effect. Such potent chakra. Sakura was left speechless at the sight. The chakra contained within this sphere even surpassed that of Naruto. Die. Deidara hurled C5. Annihilation downward. The clay giant bird swiftly ascended to 10,000 meters. It was blinding. The moment C5. Annihilation detonated, the decibel level exceeded the human threshold of hearing, rendering it soundless. All Sakura and Yamato could see was a blinding white light. When the brilliance faded, the centipede had vanished, yet the ground remained unchanged. Gulp. Yamato swallowed hard, his eyes filled with sheer terror as he gazed at Deidara. He was not afraid of the explosion itself. Rather, it was the sheer control that frightened him. He could sense that Deidara had the power to level the city of Lulan, yet he had only obliterated a single centipede. This mastery was enough to instill fear in Yamato. It seems he is dead, Deidara remarked with a faint smile. The centipede had not managed to inject his chakra into the dragon pulse before C5 erupted within him, leaving not a trace behind. The explosion did not affect the surroundings for a simple reason. The dust release chakra annihilated the residual shockwaves after vanquishing the centipede. Dust release could amplify destruction, but it could also contain it. You are not from this world, are you? Deidara addressed the three behind him. Huh, how did you know? Sakura was about to nod in agreement, but suddenly realized she had never mentioned this, gasping in surprise. Humph. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It's so obvious that if I couldn't discern it, I would be quite foolish indeed. Deidara spoke without turning back. Never mind, I have no interest in you. Deidara waved his hand dismissively. He then turned his attention to Sarah. I will take the dragon pulse, but as compensation, Lulan will receive a substantial sum of money for development. Deidara stated to Sarah, My lord, please take it. You have saved our Lulan, and we can only express our gratitude. Sarah hastily rose and bowed to Deidara. Deidara had rescued them, and without him, she would have been deceived by Lushan, and her people would have faced enslavement. Now that Deidara had saved them, taking the dragon pulse was not an issue for Sarah. After all, without the dragon pulse, they could not overcome their enemies. What difference did it make? No, Deidara, I will not allow you to take the dragon pulse. Just as Deidara nodded at Sarah, Naruto awakened behind him, having only heard Deidara mention taking the dragon pulse. You, the rogue from Akatsuki, I will not allow you to succeed. Naruto stood up, his eyes brimming with combat spirit. Chapter 152. The future world. Naruto, you fool. He is not Deidara. Sakura's forehead was marked with a symbol of frustration as she delivered a punch to Naruto's head. I'm sorry. His brain isn't functioning properly. After reprimanding Naruto, Sakura quickly turned to Deidara. It's fine. Deidara waved his hand dismissively, having no intention of explaining himself to the thick-headed Naruto. After all, their acquaintance might very well come to a permanent end today, rendering any explanation of his identity futile. By the time he clarified, Naruto would likely have returned to his original world. Deidara maneuvered the clay giant bird downward, and soon the five of them landed safely. After being hit by Sakura, Naruto hesitated to speak. Although he was oblivious to her fierce defense of Deidara, he understood that there must be a reason for it. Naruto was straightforward, but not foolish. Dragon Vein. Deidara sensed the energy and proceeded towards the brightest spot. Naruto and the others followed suit. You all need to wait for a while. Once I have refined the Dragon Vein, I will send you back to the future world, Deidara informed the trio. They nodded in agreement. After a day and night of refinement, Deidara finally sealed the Dragon Vein within his mental space. Due to the overwhelming power of the Dragon Vein, he was unable to fully refine it in one go. However, even a partial refinement was sufficient to enable him to send Naruto and the others away. I can send you now, Deidara proclaimed, having sealed a portion of the Dragon Vein within himself, aided by the Six Tails. Even this fraction significantly augmented his chakra, surpassing even what it was when the Six Tails was intact. Thank you. Sakura bowed deeply to Deidara. She then gathered the other two and stood before him. Deidara formed seals, and the power of the Dragon Vein erupted. In an instant, not only Sakura and her companions, but Deidara himself vanished. We're back. Naruto stretched, gazing at the familiar ruins of Lulan. Since their memories had not been sealed, the trio remained conscious. Sai spotted the returning trio on the ceiling platform, and alongside them, he noticed a golden-haired youth. I messed up. I inadvertently crossed over myself, Deidara said, sensing the Dragon Vein and realizing he could not return for the time being. The temporal power of the Dragon Vein required replenishment, which would take months to restore. A rogue ninja from a Wagakure. Deidara, Sai exclaimed upon seeing Deidara, instantly rising and directing a kunai towards Deidara's throat. Sai no. Sakura rushed to intercept Sai, tackling him to the ground. After all, she had witnessed Deidara's strength. If Sai truly attacked, he might end up gravely injured. You're quite astute, Deidara remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Sakura. If Sai had attacked, Deidara could guarantee there would be no hope of survival for him. Huh. Sakura chuckled nervously. What are you doing? P.S. a rogue ninja. Sai glared at Deidara, despite being pinned down by Sakura's formidable strength. He is not our Deidara. Sakura could no longer restrain herself and landed a solid punch on Sai's head, leaving him momentarily dazed. She then began to explain the situation regarding the dragon vein, helping Sai understand the context. Is that so? Sai looked at Deidara in disbelief. So, this is someone from the past? Though incredulous, the reality was undeniable. A person from the past had truly arrived in the future world. This is a good thing, right? This golden-haired guy clearly seems benevolent. Having him around will bolster our confidence against the Akatsuki, Naruto said nonchalantly, stretching again and resting his hands behind his head. I'm leaving now. Deidara had no intention of accompanying them to Konoha. He intended to visit Awagakure instead. After all, his identity held little significance in Konoha, but it would be of some value in Awagakure. Even in this world, Deidara was a trusted subordinate of Inoki. Why should he go to Konoha? Without consulting the trio, Deidara merely informed them and summoned the clay giant bird, soaring towards Awagakure. We must return quickly to inform Tsunade-sama, Yamato declared solemnly. The arrival of someone from the past in the future was neither a trivial nor monumental matter. After all, a person from the past was unaware of the future's historical trajectory, minimizing potential harm. However, the real concern was that someone as powerful as Deidara could not simply be an insignificant figure. Yamato could not conceive of anyone resembling Deidara from the past who possessed such strength. This indicated that the situation might be more complicated than they anticipated. Thank you for sealing the dragon vein. The people of Lulan are now living happily. This is thanks to Mother. A purple-haired girl approached from a distance, speaking to the four on the ceiling platform, but was abruptly interrupted by Yamato's astonished expression. Did you say, this is the dragon vein? It still exists? It's underground? Yamato's reaction startled the purple-haired girl. Why yes, she stammered. Return to the village immediately. Yamato sprinted toward Konoha, with the remaining three reluctantly following. Meanwhile, Deidara had arrived at Awagakure. He soared above the village on his clay giant bird. The S-rank rogue ninja Deidara has arrived. The ninjas of Awagakure instantly recognized the signature clay giant bird. The entire village went on high alert. Deidara, in midair, overheard the commotion below. I forgot. The clay giant bird is the signature technique of this world's Deidara, he mused, smacking his forehead. He truly had grown accustomed to this. The moment he entered Awagakure, the familiar scenery relaxed his vigilance. Deidara is here. Where is he? Kuratsuchi, hearing the noise outside, emerged from the Tsuchikage building to gaze skyward. Humph. That guy dares to come to Awagakure. With my dust release, I shall send him to meet the Grim Reaper. Inoki scoffed at the sight of the clay giant bird in the sky. Hey, old man, Deidara has come all this way. At least ask him why he is here. Kuratsuchi teased, flashing a grin at Inoki. Chapter 153. The Future of Awagakure. Hey, Deidara, what brings you here? Kuratsuchi cupped her hands around her mouth, calling out loudly to the figure of Deidara in the sky. Deidara was mistaken for Deidara, which did not surprise Deidara at all, considering that in this world, aside from Deidara, no one else commanded a clay giant bird. He guided the clay bird to descend slowly. Although Inoki remained on high alert, he refrained from launching an immediate attack, suggesting that he still held a modicum of regard for Deidara. After all, if a rogue ninja from another village dared to swagger into the village's leader would have already initiated an assault. As Deidara maneuvered the clay bird down, Inoki furrowed his brow, puzzled about Deidara's intentions. Deidara. Akatsuchi waved cheerfully at Deidara, seemingly oblivious to his status as a rogue ninja. You too, he is a rogue ninja. Inoki could not help but reprimand Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi. So what? Old man, you haven't made a move either. Kuratsuchi replied nonchalantly, her arms wrapped around her head. Umbu. Inoki, at a loss for words regarding Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi, gestured for the Umbu to encircle the descending Deidara. Hey, Deidara greeted the encircling Umbu with a wave. Deidara? Inoki frowned, sensing something amiss. When had Deidara begun to resemble his father so closely, as if he were carved from the same mold? Had the transformation truly been so drastic in less than a year? Inoki pondered, recalling the significant differences he had observed when he had previously hired the Akatsuki. Deidara, what is your purpose here? Kuratsuchi inquired, still with her arms wrapped around her head. Do you believe me when I say I am not Deidara? Deidara offered a wry smile. Huh. Kuratsuchi elongated the sound, her face betraying disbelief. Deidara, I am not blind, she retorted. Return. Noki suddenly beckoned to the Umbu. They did not question his decision. Despite Deidara's S-rank rogue status, they would comply with the Tsuchikige's orders. Follow me to the Tsuchikige's office, Noki said, casting a deep glance at Deidara before turning towards the office. Hey, old man, why are you suddenly heading to the Tsuchikige's office? Kuratsuchi stomped her foot, watching Noki leave. However, upon seeing Deidara follow, she immediately trailed after him to the office, with Akatsuchi following closely behind. What is this, all so secretive? Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi shut the door to the Tsuchikige's office upon entering. You are not Deidara, are you? Noki asked bluntly. You truly are the wisest of the Kage. Deidara complimented him, indirectly affirming Naka's suspicions. I knew that Deidara would never dare come to a Wagakure. He avoids me whenever possible. How could he come here? Noki scoffed. However, I had not heard that Deidara had an illegitimate child. Noki scratched his chin in contemplation. Stop guessing. I am Deidara. Deidara announced with a smile. What? Noki looked at Deidara in disbelief. Deidara has long been dead. How could you possibly be him? Naka's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance, gathering his dust release technique in his hands. Should Deidara utter a single falsehood, Noki would unleash his technique immediately. I am not from this world. If you do not believe me, observe. Deidara shook his head, then split himself in two. Body split technique. Noki watched as Deidara divided, his dust release halting its formation. Could it be that he truly hails from another world? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Naka's mind, and he ceased gathering his technique. Another world? That sounds intriguing. Kuratsuchi gazed at Deidara with stars in her eyes. This is proof. Deidara produced a scroll, rummaged through it, and then tossed out a collection of Naka's own notes. You can verify your notes and see if they remain. Noki opened the notes to find his handwriting, and upon checking his drawer, discovered that his notes were still within the scroll. The two sets of notes were identical. Could it be that someone truly crossed over from another world? Naka's composure began to waver. Your world must be quite different from mine. Noki suddenly adopted a serious tone as he addressed Deidara. Your reaction is impressively swift, not at all like someone over 70, Deidara praised Noki. Indeed, in my world. I awakened explosion release at the age of 16. Deidara succinctly summarized the events, leaving Noki and the others astonished. You mean to say that Konoha compensated us with 1/3 of their revenue, 25% of their mission quota, along with release techniques and a complete set of sealing techniques? Noki spoke in disbelief. If a Wagakure could truly obtain such resources, it might have a chance to become the foremost ninja village. Indeed, and your dust release has also received a legacy, Deidara declared. Small particles of dust release emanating from his hands. It truly is dust release. Noki had not seen anyone else wielding dust release since his master's passing. He was the only one left in the entire ninja world. Deidara. Noki smiled suddenly, rubbing his hands together. Why not remain here as the Tsuchikage? After all, you have crossed over to our village, and returning may not be feasible. Naka's proposal astonished Kuratsuchi. Hey, old man, I want to be the Tsuchikage too. Kuratsuchi protested, feeling indignant. Are you truly aware of your own prowess? Noki shot Kuratsuchi a sidelong glance, showing no mercy. Think it over. There is no need to rush your response. If you wish for the position, I can abdicate immediately. Noki continued addressing Deidara. Chapter 154. The schemes of Didaze no need. I can respond to you right now. I can return to my original world, but it requires a period of energy recharge. Although Didaze understood that the words of the elder Noki, who was over 70 years old, were spoken with genuine sentiment, he still declined the offer. After all, this world was not his own. The primary reason I have come to see you is that I have no foothold in this new world. Thus, I sought you out primarily for a place to settle. Didaze continued to address Noki. Sighing, Noki expressed, to be honest, I am envious of my counterpart in that world. With such a perfect successor, the Hidden Stone Village has become the foremost ninja village, far surpassing my current situation. Since the assassination of the Third Raikage, the Hidden Stone Village had fallen into further decline. Once, his personal bodyguard, Gant, had perished in that battle against the Third Raikage. Although they succeeded in slaying the Third Raikage, the Hidden Stone Village was left in a state of despair. Since that is the case, let Akatsuchi take you to select a house. Noki waved his hand, seemingly in a rather somber mood. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. The plump Akatsuchi bowed, and then led Didaze away from the Tsuchikage's office. Akatsuchi, may I ask you something? Didaze inquired of the portly Akatsuchi. Please do. Akatsuchi replied with a naive smile, turning his head toward Didaze. What significant events have transpired recently in your village? Didaze aimed to gauge the current state of affairs through major happenings. Significant events, you say? Akatsuchi scratched his head. The Kazekage was captured by an organization called Akatsuki, but he was later returned. Furthermore, the S-rank rogue ninja, Sasori of the Red Sand from the Sand Village, has perished. Is that so? Didaze began to comprehend the current timeline. It appeared to be the year 66 of the Leaf Village, and the death of Sasori indicated that Akatsuki had thus far only captured Shikaku. After all, capturing tailed beasts was a gradual process. To be honest, Didaze had thoughts about the Ten Tails in this world. If he could seal the Ten Tails within himself, he would no longer have to fear anyone upon returning to his original world. Even Uchiha Madara would have no choice but to flee before his own Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Could it be possible for you to merge with me, despite not being from the same world? At that moment, Didaze suddenly recalled something and entered the spiritual space to converse with the Six Tails. Are you suggesting? The Six Tails immediately understood Didaze's intentions. Indeed, Didaze nodded affirmatively. Merging is possible, but if you wish for me to assume the dominant position, you must first bring this world's version of me to the brink of death or to death itself. The Six Tails explained to Didaze. As a slug, the Six Tails was capable of merging, especially with an identical counterpart. However, if they merged directly, the resulting consciousness might not belong to the Six Tails. There was no guarantee that a harmonious relationship with Didaze would be maintained. Thus, the Six Tails required Didaze to incapacitate the counterpart first to ensure that its own consciousness persisted post-merge. Understood. Didaze nodded. However, there is a slight complication. Capturing the Six Tails involves dealing with pain, the Six Paths. While describing pain as a superhero might be an exaggeration, it could be said that the reincarnated Nagato was indeed formidable. If pain was considered the strongest beneath the Kage level, few would contest that claim. After all, pain had proven to be quite a challenge against the physically formidable Third Raikage, easily overwhelmed if approached one by one. Although the technique of Chibaku Tensei could seal the Third Raikage, dealing with him without a fierce confrontation would be quite difficult. However, when it came to battling ninjutsu-wielding Kage-level opponents, Pain's use of the Hungry Ghost Path would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage. Even Dust Release would yield similar results. It's right here, Akatsuchi's words brought Didaze's thoughts back to the present. Such a coincidence. Didaze chuckled as he gazed upon the house before him. This house was reminiscent of the one he had occupied in his original world. It was the very residence where his brother Deidara had lived during his childhood. However, since he had been exiled to the outskirts of the village, he had not resided there since. Akatsuchi reminisced. Deidara often caused havoc in the village during his youth, blowing up houses and such. Yet, there were no casualties. Young Deidara was not so reckless. After all, if he had truly caused harm to others, Noki, despite his fondness for Deidara, would not have been so lenient. As the village leader, all considerations had to prioritize the village's well-being. Allowing Deidara to reflect on his actions outside the village was also intended to facilitate his growth and deter further destruction. However, Noki had not anticipated that the Akatsuki organization would seize the opportunity. Had he known Deidara would be abducted while outside the village, he would have never permitted Deidara's expulsion. After all, young Deidara merely sought amusement and was unaware of the consequences of his actions. In essence, his values had yet to be properly shaped. Nonetheless, he had enough awareness to refrain from harming others, which meant that he could still be guided towards a more positive path. However, after joining the Akatsuki, he had been thoroughly transformed into a great villain. Didaze nodded. Subsequently, he tidied up the house and settled in. Although it had remained uninhabited for many years, it was not dirty. It appeared someone had cleaned it periodically. The news of Didaze's arrival in the Hidden Stone Village had not been widely disseminated, with only 4 individuals aware of it. It was merely in addition to the ranks of Akatsuchi and Han. As for Oanoki, he was unaware of the whereabouts of Old Purple, who was outside the village, and could only surmise that Old Purple remained in the Land of Earth. In the Leaf Village, Hokage's office, someone from the past has arrived in this world? Tsunade furrowed her brows, feeling increasingly troubled by the situation. First, it was the Akatsuki organization, and now individuals from the past had come to the present. Each event added to her headache. If it were merely individuals from the past, it would be one thing. However, it is evident that these newcomers are not people from our past, Yamato remarked with a wry smile. When we departed, This individual had already devoured the dragon vein. Yet, upon our return, the dragon vein still exists, Yamato stated with a serious expression. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Yamato looked at Tsunade. It signifies that it is not the past we have experienced. Tsunade grasped Yamato's meaning. Why could this be happening? Tsunade fell into deep contemplation. Tsunade-bachan, don't worry. The blonde-haired gentleman doesn't seem like a bad person. Naruto cheerfully interjected, displaying a carefree demeanor that was devoid of the initial hostility he had directed at Didaze. He might even assist us in dealing with the Akatsuki organization. Naruto continued. Chapter 155. The enraged Deidara. Naruto's words held merit. Sakura couldn't help but chime in with agreement. It seems you both have a favorable impression of that fellow. Sakura, do you happen to know his name? Tsunade inquired, tapping the table and directing her gaze towards Sakura. A look of embarrassment crept onto Sakura's face. She, too, was at a loss for the name of the blonde-haired individual, only sensing a resemblance to Deidara. Do you know which area you have traversed back to? Tsunade, noticing Sakura's uncertainty, swiftly changed her line of questioning. Silence was the only response left for Tsunade. Not knowing anything makes this quite difficult for you. Tsunade lamented, tapping her fingers on the table. I wonder what happened to Sarah in the end. Just then, Naruto's mumblings were overheard by the group. Why are you all staring at me? Initially indifferent, Naruto became flustered when he noticed everyone's gaze upon him. Naruto, repeat what you just said. Sakura exclaimed excitedly, moving closer to him. Why are you all looking at me like that? Naruto stammered, swallowing hard. Not that line, the one before it. I wonder what happened to Sarah in the end. Naruto obediently repeated. Yes, that's it. We can return to Lulan and ask Sarah's people when the dragon vein was sealed. Sakura said with enthusiasm, a smile gracing Tsunade's face. She was pleasantly surprised by Sakura's cleverness. Meanwhile, while the Leaf villagers were investigating Deidara, he had already informed the Tsuchikage of his intent to venture out. I just arrived a few days ago, and you wish to leave already? The Tsuchikage had no objections to this. I want to see the outside world, after all. I am not one to remain idle in my original world either, Deidara replied with a smile. Do be cautious of the Akatsuki, they are a group of terrorists. If you find yourself in danger, return to Awagakure, and I will assist you, the Tsuchikage advised Deidara. He held a unique sentiment towards Deidara. The Deidara of this world had perished while serving as the Tsuchikage's bodyguard, leaving him with a lingering guilt, despite knowing this Deidara was not the one from his world. Thank you for your concern. Deidara felt a stir of emotion. By the way, here is a complete set of sealing techniques from the land of whirlpools. Please take it if you find it useful. Deidara produced a backup of the sealing techniques and handed it to the Tsuchikage. Oh dear, how embarrassing. The Tsuchikage's eyes sparkled upon seeing the sealing techniques. Though he feigned modesty, his hands moved quickly to accept them. If you like it, that's all that matters. I shall take my leave. Deidara waved goodbye to the Tsuchikage and then mounted his clay bird, soaring towards the hidden mist village. He aimed to locate Deidara. At this juncture, Deidara was likely in the hidden mist village capturing the three tails. In the hidden mist village, a tailed beast without a Jinchuriki is weak. Deidara's clay bird carried the three tails, while Haiden lay languidly atop it, lost in thought. Hey, Haiden, must you remain so taciturn? Deidara remarked, unable to resist speaking to the silent Haiden. Haiden turned away, ignoring Deidara. Deidara, feeling snubbed, huffed and fell silent as the duo continued flying with the three tails towards the Akatsuki. Hey, Haiden, why is there a clay bird that looks like mine over there? Deidara, who had sworn never to acknowledge Haiden again, suddenly spotted something and called out to him. Upon hearing Deidara, Haiden stood to investigate. Did it vanish? Am I seeing things? Deidara scratched his head, seemingly puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the clay bird. Wait, Kamui. Uchiha Obito sensed something amiss and swiftly regained control of his body from Zetsu. Though Haiden occupied Obito's body, he was not under Obito's control. After all, even the most adept disguise could not fully mask his true identity. At that moment, several explosive tags passed through Obito's body, landing on the three tails below. A thunderous explosion erupted, waking the already unconscious three tails, only to render it unconscious once more. Magnificent art. Deidara gazed at the explosion below, his eyes wide with awe, entirely unconcerned about any peculiarities regarding Haiden. Applause rang out. Truly, a testament to the Uchiha clan. Your reflexes are remarkable. Deidara observed the emergence of Deidara, who smiled at Obito. What? P.S. One of the Uchiha clan? No. Don't think your art is impressive enough to tarnish my comrade's reputation. Deidara reacted vehemently. Moreover, why did you transform into my likeness? Deidara continued to question Deidara. I did not employ transformation techniques. As for whether your comrade belongs to the Uchiha clan, perhaps you should take a look into his eyes? Deidara replied with a smile. I do not believe you. Haiden, let me see your eyes. Deidara asserted, moving closer to Haiden's masked face. That's enough. Obito's voice was low and threatening. Who are you? Obito regarded Deidara, his eyes betraying a clear apprehension. Does it truly matter who I am? Or should I refer to you as Uchiha Madara? Deidara chose to address Obito by his alias rather than his true name, believing it would maintain a lower level of vigilance. Uchiha Madara? Deidara's expression shifted dramatically. The next time we meet, you won't be so fortunate. Obito, sensing Deidara's reaction, felt the potential for betrayal and decided it would be prudent to retreat. He slowly entered the Kemui dimension, vanishing from sight. Scoundrel! Just the calmness of Obito's voice allowed Deidara to envision the expression hidden beneath the mask. You deliberately exposed him as an Uchiha in front of me. What are your intentions? Deidara turned to Deidara, his anger palpable, yet not devoid of intellect. I wish to propose a collaboration with you. What say you? Deidara smiled at Deidara. Chapter 156, C5. Enhanced. Sunday collaboration? Deidara scoffed. I concede you possess a modicum of artistic talent, yet in comparison to the Akatsuki, your artistry falls short. Deidara harbored no true loyalty to the Akatsuki. He merely found the organization to be undeniably cool and impressive. With the demise of Sasori, Deidara's allegiance to the Akatsuki had essentially diminished to nothing. Nevertheless, he continued to regard the organization with admiration, which was why he had yet to sever his ties. How about I showcase an explosion for you? If you find it sufficiently breathtaking, we can collaborate, shall we? Deidara did not dispute Deidara's words, but instead smiled and proposed an alternative. Oh, Deidara's interest was indeed piqued. Although his arms were crossed, his gaze fixated intently on Deidara. It would be all too easy to annihilate the Three Tails here. Let us venture to a more distant locale. Deidara had no intention of obliterating the Three Tails in this place, as it would serve no purpose. If the Akatsuki did not seal all 9-tailed beasts within the Gedomazo, how could he capture the 10 tails? Although Deidara's current strength rendered him unable to contend with Uchiha Madara, the traversal of the dragon vein allowed for the selection of time nodes. In essence, if Deidara returned months later, he could train for a decade in the original world before returning. As long as the time node chosen corresponded with the departure time, it was feasible. Come now, Deidara addressed Deidara. Or are you afraid your art might be surpassed by mine? Deidara continued, gazing at Deidara. My art is unparalleled. Very well, I shall accompany you. Deidara fell prey to Deidara's provocation, maneuvering his clay bird to fly alongside him. After several minutes of flight, they arrived at a vast ocean. Having traversed such distance, how much longer must we fly? Deidara's expression grew increasingly dubious. This distance is adequate. We are barely within reach of land. Deidara contemplated, stroking his chin, and then smiled. Humph, my clay bombs cannot reach such distances. You must be deceiving me. Deidara initially acknowledged the other's artistry, yet even he could not achieve the feat of flying this far while posing a threat to land. Whether it is a deception, you shall see for yourself. Deidara offered no further rebuttal. He began infusing his dust release, explosion release, and 5 release chakra into the clay. The circular clay sphere in Deidara's hand began to emit a kaleidoscope of colors. Rhinoceros dog, channel all your chakra into me. Deidara intended to create something monumental this time. Apart from retaining enough chakra for his own safety, he planned to infuse all remaining chakra, including that from the dragon vein, into this clay bomb. Meanwhile, Deidara remained transfixed by the clay bomb, sensing an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from it. Ascend, as we are perilously close to the sea surface. Deidara whispered to Deidara. Indeed, Deidara too sensed the potent energy within the spherical bomb, promptly soaring upward. The two ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, one to the left and the other to the right. It remains somewhat perilous. Let us rise higher. The light radiating from the clay bomb in Deidara's hand had become blinding to Deidara. Without further ado, Deidara commanded his clay bird to ascend swiftly. After another ascent of 10,000 meters, Deidara began to struggle for air, yet he was grateful for the assistance of chakra to avoid succumbing in the sky. However, he paid no heed to this, his focus unwavering on the vibrant clay bomb held by Deidara. C5. Enhanced. Sun. Deidara cast the blinding clay bomb downward. As it plummeted, it accelerated rapidly, its brilliance intensifying. This time, Deidara infused the bomb with the most fire-release chakra, rendering it even more radiant than mere annihilation. The bomb detonated, and with foresight, Deidara closed his eyes, while Deidara, mesmerized by the bomb's brilliance, was momentarily blinded by the intense white light. Tears streamed from Deidara's eyes, and he quickly shut them. Silence engulfed the surroundings. It is over. Deidara, sensing the absence of the blinding light, turned to Deidara. It was merely a grand display. I have yet to witness its true power. Deidara attempted to maintain his bravado. Although he had internally acknowledged the artistry of this explosion, he remained verbally defiant. Shall we descend to observe? Deidara made no retort, but invited Deidara to peer below. Upon their descent, when Deidara witnessed the aftermath of the clay bomb, he was left speechless, as if stuck in a loop. The ocean below was devoid of water. Indeed, it was utterly desolate. The powerful explosion had instantaneously vaporized the water, and the intense heat from the explosion caused the surrounding moisture to evaporate almost instantaneously. Deidara gazed at the barren expanse, disbelief etched across his face. My artistry pales in comparison to yours. After a long pause, Deidara finally lowered his head, resigned to utter this admission. Do not mention the clay bombs I could normally create. Even my self-detonation pales beside your capability. What if you became my elder brother? After conceding defeat, Deidara's spirits lifted, his eyes shimmering with admiration for Deidara, wishing to be his subordinate. This was the very artistry he aspired to attain. If one day he could create such masterpieces with the same ease as Deidara, he would have no regrets in life. Deidara scratched his head, pondering the notion of being regarded as Deidara's elder brother felt rather inappropriate. As for being called brother, let us forego that. I require you to serve as an informant within the Akatsuki. Deidara declined Deidara's request to adopt the title of elder brother. An informant? Deidara inquired, puzzled. I need you to monitor every move of the Akatsuki, relaying any actions to me at once. Deidara explained to Deidara. With Deidara as an insider, capturing the tailed beasts would become a much simpler endeavor. Being an informant is not my form of artistry. Deidara muttered quietly. Simply perform your role diligently as an informant, and once the task concludes, I shall teach you this technique. Deidara shot a glance at Deidara. Being an informant is my artistry. Deidara promptly amended his previous statement. Chapter 157. Recruiting Haiden, take the three tails back with you. Deidara said to Deidara after reaching an agreement with him. He infused Deidara's body with a sphere of six tails chakra, allowing the six tails to establish contact whenever necessary. Deidara gazed intently at the figure who bore a striking resemblance to him, then dragged the three tails onward toward the Akatsuki organization. Once Deidara had vanished from sight, Deidara summoned the sinister deity sculpture and transformed into a dark-robed figure exuding malevolence. Deidara intended to seek out Haiden. Although Haiden possessed the immortality granted by the dark god, it did not guarantee his complete subjugation to the deity's sculpture. Nonetheless, he was a fervent devotee of the dark god. He was likely in Takigakure. Kisame and Haiden were tasked with capturing the two tails and seven tails. Since Deidara had commenced the capture of the three tails, it implied that the two tails had already been secured. Thus, Kisame and Haiden were likely lying in wait in Takigakure to seize the seven tails. No, I could simply ask Deidara. Deidara suddenly realized he had erred in his assumptions. Why speculate when he could directly inquire? After all, Deidara possessed far more intelligence than he did. Deidara, do you know where Kisame and Haiden currently are? Deidara contacted Deidara directly. Kisame and Haiden? Deidara furrowed his brow, deep in thought. They should be in Takigakure. They mentioned capturing the two tails and seven tails. The two tails was just delivered a few days ago, he mused, stroking his chin uncertainly. Excellent. Deidara nodded. With confirmation that they were indeed in Takigakure, he swiftly commanded a clay giant bird to soar toward the village. In Takigakure. Did we not come to capture the seven tails? Why have you wandered into the exchange center again? Haiden exclaimed irritably, eyeing Kisame as he emerged from the establishment. You fail to comprehend the allure of wealth. Only money remains steadfast, Kisame replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Haiden before dismissing him. I truly wish to eliminate you. Haiden fumed, reluctantly arming himself to follow Kisame. There's another task at hand. located to the southeast of the Land of Water, Kisame stated, presenting his newly assigned mission to Haiden. You fool, you've taken on yet another task? Haiden seethed. Were they not supposed to be capturing the Seven Tails? He had no desire to squander time on trivial matters. This target should pique your interest. Once completed, you may offer a ritual sacrifice to your so-called god, Kisame remarked. Eyeing Haiden. Dark god. Dark god. You wretched cur. Haiden bellowed, enraged by Kisame's disrespect toward his dark deity. Indeed, the dark god, Kisame replied apathetically, continuing on toward his newly assigned target. Throughout the journey, Haiden incessantly extolled the virtues of the dark god, while Kisame remained unresponsive. Wait. After they had traversed some distance, Kisame abruptly halted Haiden with an outstretched hand. What are you doing? Haiden snapped, visibly annoyed. Fool, there are traces of enemies ahead. Kisame replied coldly. Enemies? Haiden asked, perplexed. Do you not sense a chilling presence? Kisame remarked, noting Haiden's obliviousness. A chilling presence? I feel only a welcoming aura. Haiden replied honestly, scratching his head. Do not hide. Reveal yourself. Kisame commanded, addressing the towering tree behind them. Truly impressive to have battled the first Hokage. A gravelly voice resonated as Deidara appeared before them, cloaked in darkness. Knowing I fought the first Hokage, you still dare to obstruct my path? Your confidence is commendable, Kisame declared, lifting his chin with pride. Haiden, the dark god has sent me to commend you, his most devoted follower, Deidara proclaimed, disregarding Kisame and addressing Haiden, who had been fixated on him since his arrival. Really? The dark god has finally acknowledged me. Haiden exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He sensed the overwhelming aura of the dark deity emanating from Deidara, even stronger than when he activated his death god's bloodline. It is due to your reverence for the dark god that he has sent me to meet you. Deidara continued in a hoarse voice. Have you finished yet? Kisame interrupted, growing impatient. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A fiery apparition materialized behind Kisame, launching an inferno toward Deidara. Deidara stood motionless, appearing utterly unperturbed. How dare you show such disrespect to the dark god? Haiden chastised, stabbing Kisame in the back in righteous indignation. To dare attack the dark god's envoy, you wretch. Haiden's scythe struck Kisame, drawing forth his blood. Haiden, you scoundrel. Kisame gasped, turning painfully to face him as the water-based apparition receded from his body. He had believed his partnership with Haiden to be tolerable, yet he never anticipated such treachery for merely confronting an unrelated individual. Envoy, this scoundrel disrespects the dark god. He must be executed immediately. Haiden licked the blood from Kisame's wound before leaping to Deidara's side. Before we proceed with the ritual, accept the dark god's gift. This is what you have earned through years of sacrifice. Deidara produced the dark deity sculpture from beneath his cloak. Dark god. Haiden knelt, fervently bowing before the deity, disregarding Kisame entirely. The sculpture's eyes glowed red as tendrils of dark energy surged into Haiden's body. Deidara recognized that Haiden was not entirely under the dark deity sculpture's control, likely due to the immortality bestowed upon him by the dark god. Since the sculpture could not fully dominate Haiden, it was prudent to win his favor. Within the sculpture resided the power of those Deidara had slain over the past 2 years, an energy equivalent to that of 3 elite jonin. Though this power was modest, it would significantly enhance Haiden, who, without his immortality, was merely of elite jonin caliber, far from being worthy of the title of Kage. Chapter 158. The death of Kakuzu. Is this the power bestowed upon me by the dark god? Faden exclaimed, laughter spilling from his lips as he reveled in his newfound strength. He could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his abilities. After all, the power of 3 elite jonin was immense, nearly equivalent to his own original capabilities. Kakuzu, how dare you betray the organization? Kakuzu glared at Faden, wary of his capabilities. He knew that if his blood fell into Faden's hands, he would be in grave danger. The only course of action was to flee immediately, seeking to absorb a heart from any unfortunate soul he encountered, to see whether he could prolong his life faster than Faden could deplete his own. With plenty of low-ranking shinobi in Takigakure, even if he were to perforate himself, Kakuzu would still survive. Lord Messenger, should we eliminate him? Faden, with a mad glint in his eyes, licked Kakuzu's blood, relishing the moment. He cannot escape. Deidara, cloaked in black, rasped his words. He is yet to make a move. Kakuzu had already reached the perimeter of Takigakure, yet Faden did not attack. I must inform the leader post-haste, Kakuzu thought, retrieving his ring to alert Pain. Although he felt little loyalty toward Pain, the sting of betrayal was not one he wished to endure. His primary motive for notifying Pain was to have him punish Faden and this so-called Dark God's messenger. He sensed that he would struggle to contend with either of them. Despite the messenger's lack of aggression, Kakuzu could sense an intangible threat emanating from him, akin to a mere mortal being scrutinized by a predator. Deidara? Just as Kakuzu prepared to contact the airborne Deidara, he caught sight of a colossal clay bird soaring through the sky. Isn't he supposed to be capturing the Three Tails? What brings him to Takigakure? Kakuzu furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed. What is this? Just as he was about to make contact through the ring, a colorful object hurtled toward him with alarming speed. This? Kakuzu gasped in horror, recognizing the power encapsulated within the clay bomb. He felt certain that this strike would obliterate him completely. In a frantic bid, he tried to communicate with Pain through the ring. Yet, he was ultimately a moment too late. Deidara detonated the bomb, reducing Kakuzu to mere fragments, obliterating all four of his hearts in one fell swoop. The dust release technique consumed the light and residual energy, rendering Kakuzu as if he had been erased by an unseen hand from above. Had the clone already dispatched Kakuzu? Seated alongside Faden, Deidara received the news from the clone with little reaction. The Kakuzu of old might have posed a formidable challenge, but now he had diminished to nothing more than a common adversary in Deidara's eyes. With a casual flick, a C5 bomb was enough to instantaneously annihilate Kakuzu. What good were 5 hearts if they could be obliterated in one go? Kakuzu was dead. Rising from his seat, the dark-cloaked Deidara addressed Faden in a chilling tone. He is already dead. Is he? That's splendid. I have long found him insufferable, Faden remarked, unfazed. For his relationship with Kakuzu had merely been a strained truce-born of mutual inability to kill one another. Continue your pursuit of the Seven Tails. Kakuzu's demise was due to the Seven Tails rampage, and Kakuzu's own blunder led to his end, Deidara instructed Faden. Lord Messenger. I no longer wish to return to that Akatsuki organization. I wish to accompany you to meet the Dark God. Faden expressed reluctance to return to the Akatsuki. It is the Dark God's will. Deidara, knowing Faden's loquacious nature, refrained from further dialogue. The command of the Dark God must be upheld. Faden's demeanor shifted instantly, shedding his previous nonchalance. I shall remain in constant contact with you. Deidara released a dense cloud of black energy, which enveloped Faden, entering his body. Faden offered no resistance, gazing at the cloaked Deidara with reverence. In truth, this was the chakra of the Six Tails, merely shrouded in the black aura of a dark god statue. However, Faden was oblivious, for his admiration for the Dark God prevented him from probing deeper. When the Dark God descends upon this world, all will be leveled. Deidara uttered a few words to deepen Faden's trust before retreating, his form dissipating into the shadows. In reality, Deidara had merely unleashed a burst of black energy, employing a stealth technique. Yet, Faden's perceptive abilities were clearly insufficient, as he gazed longingly at the spot where Deidara had vanished. The Dark God commands me to remain in the Akatsuki, thus I must strive to gather more intelligence for the Dark God. Faden, invigorated by his encounter with the Dark God, brandished his scythe and set forth toward Takigakure. Since joining the Akatsuki, he had never felt so invigorated. But after meeting the Dark God, he felt an inexhaustible surge of energy for the Dark God's grand endeavor. The pursuit of the Seven Tails, how delightful! Faden reveled in his newfound power. With the Dark God's blessings, I am invincible. He clenched his fist tightly, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Deidara had departed from Takigakure. Deidara, inform me immediately if Pain moves to capture the Six Tails. Deidara relayed a message to Deidara through the Six Tails chakra. He did not intend to engage directly in capturing the Six Tails. Instead, he planned to seize it from Pain once he had subdued it. After all, if he were to defeat the Six Tails, Pain would likely attempt to seize it from him as well. Thus, it would be wise to turn the tables on Pain. Although the Six Tails was not overly difficult for Pain to capture, it would nonetheless deplete his resources. The more Pain was worn down by the Six Tails, the greater Deidara's chances of overcoming him. Understood, Deidara nodded in agreement. My apologies, Old Purple and Han. Deidara silently expressed regret to these two figures in the world, whom he did not truly know. What Deidara could do was to resurrect Han and Old Purple after obtaining the power of the Ten Tails. However, it was impossible for Deidara to disrupt his own plans. If he failed to acquire the Ten Tails power from this world, he doubted he could contend with the Otsutsuki of his own realm. Traveling to a future world posed significant dangers, yet it equally presented tremendous opportunities. Chapter 159. The 6 paths of pain. Time fleetingly passed, and before long, several days had elapsed. During this period, for reasons unknown, Uchiha Obito entirely refrained from disclosing any information regarding Deidara to Pain, thus allowing Deidara to keep his undercover identity concealed. Although it was highly probable that Uchiha Obito was aware of Deidara's potential betrayal of the organization, he showed no inclination to alert Pain. Meanwhile, Haiden had captured the 7 tails. And although Kakuzu had perished, Pain remained silent on the matter. After all, Kakuzu was already dead, and punishing Haiden for such a trivial issue seemed futile, especially at this critical juncture when Pain was keen to avoid further losses within the organization. The imminent capture of the 9-tailed beasts was approaching, and any punishment for Haiden could wait until after that ordeal was concluded. Pain was not foolish. He recognized the connection between Kakuzu's demise and Haiden's actions. Yet he simply wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Brother, Pain is preparing to set out to capture the 6 tails, Deidara noted. Having observed Pain's Deva path disappear from the Rain Village after Haiden's successful capture of the 7 tails, he immediately utilized his chakra to secretly communicate with Deidara. Although Deidara had requested that he refrain from calling him brother, Deidara paid no heed. He understood that once he revealed his name, Deidara would inevitably recognize him as his father. So Deidara had no intention of disclosing his true name. This predicament forced Deidara to address him as brother, a circumstance that Deidara had inadvertently facilitated. Well, Deidara thought, I am too apathetic to correct his form of address. Let him call me whatever he wishes. You must leave the Akatsuki organization at once. Once this affair concludes, Pain will surely grow suspicious of you. Come to the Stone Village. Noki has stated that he can erase your status as a rogue ninja, Deidara advised. There isn't a single artistically gifted individual in the Stone Village. It's a wasteland for talent, Deidara scoffed. He was acutely aware that Deidara was not from the Stone Village. Had it possessed someone of Deidara's caliber, it would not be in such disarray. After all, Deidara was older than him, and with his keen intellect, he had deduced various possibilities, suspecting that Deidara might very well be the illegitimate child of his parents. How else could one explain their shared explosive release talent and striking resemblance? Deidara assisted Deidara out of a sense of camaraderie, but also because the latter elicited a profound sense of familiarity within him. Come to the Stone Village, and you shall encounter things unlike any other, Deidara said mysteriously. He had taught Noki a few choice phrases, confident that such words, combined with dust release, would lead Deidara to reconsider his reckless ways. Deidara had developed some affection for the Stone Village, especially since he had never laid a hand against it. Things unlike any other? Very well. I shall trust you this once. Deidara relented, moved by Deidara's words, and resolved to visit the Stone Village. He felt an unshakable belief that Deidara would not deceive him, as the sense of kinship he experienced was something he had never felt in his life. Then I shall take my leave. Remember to depart from the Akatsuki organization promptly. Deidara cautioned Deidara before summoning a clay hawk to soar toward the location of the 6 tails. The experience of riding the clay hawk was far inferior to that of the clay giant bird, yet urgency dictated the situation. In the original narrative, when encountering Pain, Weigao had managed to eliminate 2 of his foes, but the skirmish was brief. If Deidara arrived late, Pain might have already taken Weigao away. Deidara aimed to seize the opportune moment right after Weigao had vanquished 2 of Pain's forms. After all, as a ninja specializing in ninjutsu, the last thing Deidara feared was the Hungry Ghost Path. Once the Hungry Ghost Path was eradicated, the likelihood of Deidara capturing the 6 tails and even overwhelming Pain's 6 paths would soar to a staggering 90%. Deidara harbored ambitions not only for the 6 tails, but also for the Rinnegan. Although the Rinnegan was not the original of Pain, its absorption through the evil god sculpture could potentially bestow upon him powers that were not entirely original. While Deidara's primary objective was the 6 tails, defeating Pain's 6 paths was also an exceedingly significant goal for him. If he did not take advantage of this opportunity to diminish Pain's forces, he would have little confidence in facing Pain at his peak. The Hungry Ghost Path posed a formidable challenge to him. As Deidara hastened towards his destination, he soon arrived in the Land of Water. Upon his arrival, he sensed 2 powerful auras clashing. Just in time. Dustless Haze. Deidara activated the Dustless Haze technique and swiftly made his way to the site of the battle. Do you dare challenge a god? How absurd. Shinra Tensei. Upon his arrival, Deidara witnessed Wai Gao, partially transformed into a tailed beast, being repelled by Shinra Tensei. Summoning technique. The male figure of the animal path rapidly formed hand seals to summon a colossal chameleon, its tongue extending to ensnare the half-tailed beast Wai Gao. However, Wai Gao swiftly transformed into a blue hue, evading the chameleon's grasp. "Now's my chance," Deidara exclaimed, recognizing that Wai Gao had broken free and was about to strike the hungry ghost path and the human path with a powerful punch. He immediately knew it was time to act. C3, Special Type, Strong Acid Number 18. Deidara promptly created the 18 model. It was not that he lacked the desire to produce a more powerful C4 or C5. The urgency of the situation left him no time. The Hell Path had already removed the two, and if he hesitated, they would soon be revived. Deidara decisively fashioned the most powerful clay bomb he could deploy at speed. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, annihilating the Hell Path and turning the two reviving pains into mere ash. Even the Azura Path, caught in close proximity, was affected, losing half of its body in the blast. However, this did not hinder its ability to fight, as its controlling black rods remained intact, allowing it to continue the battle despite its grievous injury. Who goes there? Pain's Deva Path immediately fixed its Rinnegan gaze upwards. Pain had only just begun to focus and observe, having previously been engrossed in combat with the Six Tails, which allowed Deidara to launch a surprise attack. Had Pain been slightly more attentive, Deidara's dustless haze would have proven ineffective. To provoke a god is to incur a price. Pain spoke coldly to Deidara, his expression devoid of emotion. He then hurled several black rods, while the Azura Path transformed its head into a massive sword, forcefully pinning the half-tailed beast Wai Gao to the ground. The black rods of Pain's Deva Path impaled Wai Gao firmly to the earth, leaving him unable to move, only able to struggle and howl in anguish. "You shall pay for your insolence," Pain declared, turning his attention to Deidara, his gaze brimming with divine disdain for the mortal before him. Even though this mortal had just slain a god, Pain held him in utter contempt. "Anyone can boast," Deidara retorted with a cold laugh, rapidly crafting clay bombs in the sky. "Shinra Tensei." Pain extended his hand, pulling downward. Deidara felt as if an invisible giant hand grasped him, an overwhelming force rendering him unable to escape. C3, Special Type, Dust Release Number 18. Yet, Deidara did not intend to break free. Instead, he infused the 18 with a copious amount of dust release, launching it at Pain's Deva Path. Under the influence of the gravitational force, Dust Release Number 18 surged towards Pain's Deva Path at an unimaginable speed. Pain's Deva Path, sensing the imminent threat, quickly adjusted its hand gesture to unleash Shinra Tensei upon the approaching threat. The Shinra Tensei instantaneously obliterated a vast expanse of forest, while the Dust Release technique No. 18 was likewise annihilated in midair by the overwhelming might of the Shinra Tensei. Chapter 160. The Celestial Destruction. What formidable repulsion! Deidara cast a wary glance at the utterly devastated forest. Clearly, this was no ordinary Shinra Tensei. Although the difference from the Super Shinra Tensei was still significant, it was evident that it had far surpassed the typical Shinra Tensei. Perhaps it would be wise to follow the path of his repulsion. Having devised a strategy, Deidara promptly resolved to distance himself from Tendo Pain, seeking an opportunity to strike decisively. In a nameless location within the Land of Water, Conan anxiously observed Nagato, who coughed a few times, seemingly fatigued from the recent exertion of Shinra Tensei. "If capturing the Six Tails proves too arduous, allow me to assist," she offered, her concern for Nagato evident in her voice. "Cough. It's not the Six Tails. I have already subdued it," Nagato replied, coughing violently before gesturing dismissively at Conan. This individual shares a profound connection with Deidara. I never anticipated that Deidara would be an undercover agent. I previously believed only Itachi Uchiha was a spy. After uttering this, Nagato fell silent, immersing himself wholly in the battle, while Conan continued to watch him with deep concern. Whether Deidara was a traitor mattered little to her. Her sole focus was on Nagato, her only solace following Yahiko's death. Where has he fled? Tendo Pain, having unleashed an enhanced version of Shinra Tensei, began surveying the surroundings. The Animal Path and Azura Path, utilizing their Rinnegan, remained vigilant, ready to strike should Deidara reveal himself. To the left. At that moment, the Animal Path spotted Deidara. Summoning technique, Rhinoceros. Monster Arm Rocket. Shinra Tensei. The three Pains launched their attacks almost simultaneously. As Deidara evaded the Shinra Tensei, he tirelessly forged C4, aware that C5 would deplete him completely, especially with pain possessing Super Shinra Tensei. Such a force might even surpass C5, Sunday. Should his C5, Sun fail to achieve the desired effect, even if Tendo Pain entered a state of weakness after using Super Shinra Tensei, he would still struggle to contend with his opponent. The initial assault of Shinra Tensei struck first, obliterating Deidara's massive clay creation. No, Tendo Pain quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He sensed the virtually limitless presence of nano-sized bombs in the air. Should these bombs infiltrate Pain's body, his demise would be assured. After all, Pain's form is essentially that of a corpse, relying on Nagato for chakra. Attempting to expel the nano-sized bombs would be untenable. There was no other choice. Tendo Pain observed the rhinoceros's body detonating from within, transforming it into a lifeless carcass as he gradually ascended. Super Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain's voice resonated ominously as he unleashed the technique. Summoning technique, Cerberus. The animal path summoned the three-headed hellhound, which, along with the Azura path, entered its body. Although the Cerberus would also suffer from Shinra Tensei's impact, it would endure only external damage, thus remaining safe within. As long as the wounds were not of a severing nature, the Cerberus would recover with remarkable swiftness. Finally liberated, Deidara soared into the sky, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. With Tendo Pain employing Super Shinra Tensei, it suggested a forthcoming period of vulnerability for his adversary. C4 had been entirely obliterated. Deidara sensed C4's complete annihilation, with not even a trace of the nano-sized bombs remaining. He had successfully tricked Tendo Pain into expending a significant portion of chakra, yielding a substantial gain. He chuckled softly. The chakra infused into the C4 he had constructed was considerable, including that of the six tails and the refined chakra of the dragon vein. One could assert that the chakra contained within this C4 was comparable to that of a tailed beast. Panting heavily, Nagato, having unleashed Super Shinra Tensei, exhibited signs of severe fatigue, as though his life force was waning. He calculated that this recent offensive had likely consumed at least 80% of his chakra. He had overestimated Deidara, yet he had still underestimated him. Where is he? Tendo Pain gazed skyward, attempting to locate Deidara's form. It is complete. Deidara descended from the heavens, a vibrant clay bomb glimmering in his hand. What is this? Nagato sensed an overwhelming peril. C5, enhanced type, Sun. Deidara hurled the multicolored clay bomb towards Tendo Pain. Do not use Shinra Tensei, Nagato swiftly concluded. Utilizing Shinra Tensei would prematurely detonate the clay bomb, and he lacked the strength to unleash Super Shinra Tensei once more. There was no alternative. Nagato's body began to cough blood, his hair turning a more ashen hue. He forcibly ended his state of weakness at the expense of his own lifespan. If he had originally been able to survive for another 5 or 6 years, he could now only endure for a mere 2. Nagato had sacrificed 3 years of his life to forcibly extract chakra and conclude his state of vulnerability. Nagato, who is the enemy that compels you to such extremes? Conan stepped forward, attempting to channel chakra into Nagato. However, this energy was but a drop in the ocean, offering him little relief. Do not worry, I am fine, cough. Cough. Nagato coughed up another mouthful of black blood. Celestial destruction. With great difficulty, Nagato raised his hand to form seals. Simultaneously, Tendo Pain launched a spherical black orb into the air. Celestial destruction. A tremendous force of attraction emanated from the small orb. Everything on the ground was drawn towards it, including Deidara's C5, Sun. Tendo Pain, with a frenzied expression akin to that of a madman, exerted every ounce of strength to unleash the celestial destruction. Even Deidara, soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters, felt the overwhelming pull attempting to drag him from the sky. Celestial destruction. Could Nagato's state of weakness truly end so swiftly? Deidara regarded Tendo Pain with a grave expression. Chapter 161. The Forced Rescue of Pain Boom. A deep, resonant explosion echoed within the core of the planetary devastation. The vibrant hues of light were dazzling, resembling a resplendent rainbow. However, Nagato had no inclination to admire this breathtaking spectacle. His gaze was fixated on the planetary devastation. If even this formidable technique could not secure victory, he was certain of his impending defeat. The seven-colored radiance within the planetary devastation grew increasingly brilliant, as if it were on the verge of bursting forth. The entire structure transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, an enchanting sight indeed. What a powerful explosion. Nagato sensed the continuous detonations within the planetary devastation. It was nearing its breaking point. No, I am a god. His expression twisted in fury as he continued to form seals, striving to amplify the force of the planetary devastation. He could not afford to lose. To his astonishment, this adversary proved exceedingly formidable. Obito, are you not going to rescue Pain? Black Zetsu chuckled as he addressed Uchiha Obito. They spoke in accordance with Black Zetsu's instructions. For Nagato was intended to resurrect Uchiha Madara. In the original narrative, Obito wielded the Rinnegan, yet he had never intended to bring Madara back to life. What does his death matter to me? Obito replied coldly, casting a dispassionate glance at the radiant planetary devastation above. Obito, Madara still requires resurrection. Have you abandoned the plan for Infinite Tsukuyomi? Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, his voice hoarse. Humph. Infinite Tsukuyomi is indeed a world I desire. Obito glanced at Black Zetsu warily before responding. Although they were collaborators, he harbored reservations regarding Black Zetsu's true intentions. In his mind, Black Zetsu was merely a fragment of Madara, and he could not ascertain what hidden cards Black Zetsu might hold. If you wish to achieve Infinite Tsukuyomi, then go and save Pain. Nagato is fighting desperately. Black Zetsu observed the fierce expression on Devapath Pain's face and spoke. What about the Six Tails? Obito inquired, glancing at the unconscious figure of H-Ka below. There is no need for concern regarding the Six Tails. Madara had previously captured tailed beasts and left behind a small fragment of chakra, and the Six Tails is not particularly crucial among them, Black Zetsu explained in a low tone. The notion that Madara possessed tailed beast chakra was indeed absurd, yet Black Zetsu genuinely had it. Having lived for nearly a millennium, Black Zetsu had amassed chakra from various tailed beasts, albeit in minuscule quantities. At best, it could serve as a tool for resurrecting the Ten Tails. Normally, a single-tailed beast would augment the Ten Tails' strength, but if the quantity were too little, it would merely act as a medium for resurrection. However, considering that the Six Tails possessed less chakra than the Eight Tails or Nine Tails, as long as those two remained unharmed, Black Zetsu's small fragment would suffice to supplement the Six Tails. Understood. Obito's figure gradually vanished from sight. Nagato disregarded his physical exhaustion and continued to amplify the gravitational pull of the planetary devastation. It swelled larger and larger, yet it remained under constant assault. Had it not been for the black orbs within that stabilized the structure by absorbing most of the explosions, it would have shattered into fragments long ago. Nevertheless, even so, the planetary devastation was on the brink of collapse. Devapath Pain suddenly felt a hand touch his back. The other two paths were preoccupied with observing Deidara's position and thus did not notice Obito. Without exchanging words with Nagato, Obito directly pulled Devapath Pain into the Kamui dimension. The connection with Devapath Pain has been severed. Uchiha Madara has taken Devapath Pain. In that instant, as Devapath Pain was absorbed, Nagato immediately sensed the disconnection. The other two paths saw no necessity for rescue. After placing the now lifeless Devapath Pain in the Kamui dimension, Obito emerged back beside Black Zetsu. Let us return. I have gathered sufficient intelligence about the individual above. Black Zetsu stated lightly as he regarded Obito's presence. Obito acknowledged with a nod before disappearing from sight. He could already sense that the clay bomb above was on the verge of detonation. After Devapath Pain was taken by Obito, the significantly weakened C5 Sun rapidly breached the planetary devastation. Azura Path. Nagato attempted to manipulate Azura Path to resist, but against the overwhelming might of C5 Sun, both Azura Path and Animal Path were reduced to ashes in an instant. Even H-Ka entered a complete tailed beast transformation, albeit unconsciously. The Six Tails of this world shielded itself against the sun. Otherwise, had H-Ka endured the brunt directly, the Six Tails would surely have perished. However, even the fully transformed Six Tails of this realm, bearing the brunt of the significantly weakened sun, was left gravely injured. Though not fatal, its strength had diminished by at least 70 to 80%. Excellent. Deidara observed the Six Tails below. I recommend caution. First, restore your chakra. We do not know if the one who took Pain will return. The Six Tails advised Deidara. Although she had not witnessed the battle directly, she could still sense the fluctuations of chakra. You make a valid point. H-Ka will likely remain unconscious for a while. However, to prevent anyone from reaping the rewards, Deidara skillfully manipulated his hands, and in the blink of an eye, A lifelike clay replica of himself appeared in his grasp. Let this serve as a guardian over HK, if anyone attempts to snatch the prize. Deidara placed the Garuda upon the now human HK. He instructed Garuda to detonate upon detecting any chakra source, except for HK. At this moment, Deidara's power was entirely capable of creating such a rule-based clay bomb, as it simply involved infusing chakra sources within the clay bomb. The method to avoid detecting HK was straightforward, by extracting a portion of the Six Tails chakra and incorporating it. Given that HK was unconscious and only the Six Tails chakra was diffusing around her. Has he noticed me? Obito reappeared at the location from which he had just vanished. He had indeed contemplated snatching the prize, for bringing the Six Tails into the Kemui dimension required little time. However, now faced with the formidable clay replica of Deidara guarding HK, he realized that he had been detected. Damn it, why do I feel as though the opponent understands me so well? Obito clenched his fists, sensing as though his intentions had been laid bare. Toby, we must retreat. It's evident they are anticipating our actions. Zetsu emerged from the earth, addressing Toby. We cannot seize the Six Tails from this adversary. Let's regroup after Nagato revives Lord Madara and reclaim our position. Toby, upon hearing the name Madara from Zetsu, grimaced in displeasure before vanishing. Deidara, having dedicated approximately 2 hours to recuperation, had largely replenished his chakra. It seems they dare not confront me, he remarked as he descended. Subsequently, the massive C4 Garuda reverted to a lump of clay. Utakata remained unconscious on the ground. Saiken, can you now absorb your counterpart from this realm? Deidara inquired of the Six Tails, recalling its earlier, grievous injuries. Indeed, its wounds render it vulnerable to my power. However, to ensure success, I recommend utilizing the Dragon Vein for assistance, the Six Tails responded. Understood, Deidara affirmed, channeling the Dragon Vein into the Six Tails. Enter its mental domain. Very well, Deidara acquiesced, placing his hand on Utakata's head, allowing them both to enter Utakata's subconscious. There, Deidara pinpointed the location of Utakata and the Six Tails, swiftly advancing toward them. Soon, Deidara beheld the severely wounded Six Tails within the sealed space. Proceed, Deidara instructed his Six Tails, which lunged forward. Despite being smaller than Utakata's Six Tails, the wounded state of the latter rendered it unable to resist, succumbing to assimilation. Deidara, aid me. It's contesting control of the body, Deidara's Six Tails, now larger and radiating a different aura, implored. Affirmative. Deidara complied, infusing the Dragon Vein into the Six Tails, which swiftly suppressed and eradicated the opposing consciousness. Deidara sensed a surge in power, the fusion of the two Six Tails proving nearly as potent as the Dragon Vein. Deidara, I perceive the potential to unlock new abilities. The Six Tails mused, its form adorned with intricate, beautiful patterns. I must enter a period of dormancy. Upon awakening, I anticipate gaining new insights. Very well. How long will this dormancy last? Deidara inquired. Perhaps an extended duration, the Six Tails replied after contemplation. In that case, I shall refine the Dragon Vein while awaiting your reemergence. Deidara affirmed. Saiken, leave a small fragment within him to sustain his life. This fragment would merely preserve Utakata's life, precluding him from utilizing its chakra. Bereft of the Six Tails, Utakata would no longer possess his former strength, but might find solace. Allow me to offer one final act of assistance, Deidara said, lifting Utakata and carrying him toward a field of flowers. Meanwhile, Hataru, Utakata's apprentice, sat at their initial meeting place. Master, she exclaimed upon seeing Deidara carrying the unconscious Utakata, her face etched with concern. He lives, but he is no longer the extraordinary Jinchuriki. Remember, Utakata is deceased. This is no longer him, Deidara stated, placing Utakata beside Hataru. Without the Six Tails, Utakata would no longer be hunted. I am eternally grateful. Hataru bowed deeply, lifting Utakata into her arms, ready to depart. This place is perilous. Allow me to escort you to safety, Deidara offered, deciding to see his benevolence through. While Utakata no longer possessed the Six Tails, Toby might still seek to capture him for information. We shall abide by your decision without question, Hataru replied, gently laying Utakata on the flowers, acknowledging Deidara's benevolent nature. Deidara, wordlessly, placed Utakata and Hataru on his clay bird, choosing to deliver them to the Fuma village, where they could live peacefully. I wonder what my brother meant by surprise. Deidara muttered, ignoring the guards and barging into the Tsuchikige's office, where Inoki was reviewing documents. Hey, old man. Deidara shouted from the window, riding his clay bird. Anoki frowned as the mirror shattered. Deidara had broken through it to enter the office. Intruders, the Umbu exclaimed. Leave us, Anoki commanded. Hey, old man. My brother said there was a surprise here for me. What surprise do you have for me? Deidara demanded, pulling up a stool and placing his feet on Anoki's desk. Your brother? Anoki questioned, perplexed. Who is Deidara's brother? Is that your father? Anoki rolled his eyes and couldn't help but say, My brother looks just like me. Old man, did my dad have another son besides me? Deidara asked conspiratorially. What brother? That's your dad. Anoki retorted. Huh, Deidara exclaimed, leaping to his feet, incredulous. Chapter 163. The duel between Deidara and Anoki. Old man, surely you jest. My father passed away long ago, did he not? Deidara expressed his disbelief. Anoki scoffed, then began to elucidate how Deidara's father had traversed through time. Are you implying he was my father from the past? Deidara scratched his head, finding the notion preposterous. Could someone from the past truly journey into the future? Do you think I would deceive you? Anoki rolled his eyes. Regardless of whether he is my father or not, it matters little to me. I merely wish to know what surprises you have in store for me, old man. Deidara genuinely did not care about the identity of Deidara's father. After all, he had always been an orphan, and he found it hard to believe he cared for familial ties. Yet, a hint of discomfort lingered, as he was uncertain how to engage with Anoki. No surprises. But I do have a scare for you, Anoki remarked coldly. A scare? What kind of scare? Deidara inquired, his curiosity piqued. To master my C5? You must learn dust release, so. Anoki did not finish his sentence. Deidara appeared bewildered. Wasn't that explosive release? How did it relate to dust release? Surprised? Dust release is far more powerful than your pathetic explosive release. Anoki expressed his dissatisfaction with Deidara's expression. Come, follow me to the back mountain. Seeing Deidara's expression, Anoki decided to demonstrate it himself. Although Deidara was a rogue ninja and could never become the Tsuchikage, he could certainly assist the next generation. Moreover, Anoki noticed that Deidara harbored no ill will towards Awagakure. Unlike other members of the Akatsuki who bore resentment towards their original villages, Deidara was not driven away by his village. He was different. At the back mountain, Anoki inquired. Deidara, I've heard. You seem to harbor a strong dislike for the Uchiha? Although a question, Anoki already knew the answer, having learned it from Deidara's father. He chose this point as a starting point for their conversation, avoiding any melodramatic sentiments that he found embarrassing. The Uchiha. A fierce glint appeared in Deidara's eyes. Since you despise the Uchiha yet have encountered few of them, it must be Itachi Uchiha, correct? Anoki continued. Old man, you truly are astute. Deidara replied after a moment of silence. Given your disdain for the Uchiha, have you devised a plan to deal with him? Or are you merely left with silent loathing? That mere Uchiha? I have already devised a solution for his genjutsu. Do you see this eye? Deidara lifted his hair to reveal the mechanical eye he possessed. Oh, is it for dispelling genjutsu? Anoki expressed mild surprise. But how do you plan to counter Susanoo? Will you rely on your explosive release, which is weak against lightning? Susanoo? What is that? Deidara frowned, genuinely unaware of what it was. Susanoo. Anoki seemed lost in thought. It is an extraordinarily potent power, exclusive to the Uchiha clan. Once awakened, it grants strength on par with a Kage, along with formidable defense. As Anoki reminisced about Madara Uchiha's Susanoo, he addressed Deidara, and what of Susanoo? My explosive release is unrivaled. Deidara wore a skeptical expression. I know. Your explosive release is indeed powerful. Anoki praised Deidara in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. How about we have a competition? Anoki suggested, revealing his intent. The annihilating nature of dust release ensured that Anoki would not be defeated. Even Deidara's C4 would be entirely obliterated under Anoki's full power. Old man, at your age, what if you get killed by my explosions? Deidara spoke earnestly, not intending to mock Anoki, but genuinely concerned about the repercussions of harming him, given Anoki's advanced years. If he were to accidentally kill Anoki, Deidara would feel a twinge of guilt, for the old man had treated him kindly. Do you truly think this Tsuchikage is a mere fade? Anoki's expression darkened at Deidara's assumption. Did Deidara truly perceive him as just an ordinary old man? All right, if you feel overwhelmed, just tell me, and I'll escort you out. Deidara reluctantly agreed, for he had no real concept of dust release's strength. Throughout his life, he had never seen Anoki employ it. C2, Dragon. Deidara crafted a dragon and commanded it to unleash small bombs at Anoki. Dust release. detachment of the primitive world. Inoki summoned Dust Release, effortlessly slicing the dragon in half, obliterating it into nothingness. What? Deidara's expression shifted from indifference to shock. His dragon had been reduced to ash in mere seconds? Do you have any other techniques? Inoki taunted, beckoning Deidara with his hand. C3, number 18. Deidara summoned a massive puppet, the very technique he had used to defeat Gaara. Futile, Inoki shook his head. Dust Release, detachment of the primitive world. Number 18 was swiftly turned to ashes, just like the dragon. How can this be? Deidara was left in despair, unable to fathom how easily his art had been eradicated. Old man, if you can withstand this next attack, I will follow you to learn Dust Release and never betray you again. Deidara's gaze burned with determination. Very well. Inoki nodded, having awaited this declaration from Deidara. C4, Karura. Deidara chewed on the clay, then expelled a clay bomb resembling his own form. Old man, if you feel like you can't handle it, just yield, and I will save you. Thank you, Inoki replied with a smile. Dust Release, limitless detachment. Inoki gathered all his chakra, summoning an enormous wave of dust release before him. Chapter 164. The Lower Ninja Deidara? What? Deidara watched in disbelief as his C4 Garuda was obliterated without a trace, his face a portrait of shock. Have you now witnessed the formidable power of my dust release? Naka's expression was far from pleasant. He winced in pain, yet to avoid appearing weak before Deidara. He mustered his strength and addressed him. Old man, your dust release is indeed powerful. After a moment of silence, Deidara replied, so you must fulfill your promise now. With a faint smile, Inoki responded, understood. Deidara nodded in agreement, and for the first time, Naka's face broke into a relieved smile. For reasons unknown, the host of the Five Tails had mysteriously vanished, evading all searches, and contact with the host of the Four Tails had been completely lost. However, Deidara's situation brought a glimmer of joy to Inoki today. Here is your new forehead protector. Please hand over the one you previously defaced. Inoki glanced at Deidara as he spoke. Reluctantly, Deidara removed the scratched forehead protector. From this day forth, you shall be a lower ninja of a Wagakure. Inoki stated solemnly as he handed the protector to Deidara. A lower ninja, how nostalgic, Deidara mused, tracing the contours of the pristine forehead protector. Wait, could you repeat that? I am what? Suddenly realizing the implication of Naka's words, he was taken aback. Was he truly being designated as a lower ninja? He, Deidara, an S-rank rogue ninja, a formidable opponent who had single-handedly captured tailed beasts and faced the Kazekage, was being reduced to a mere lower ninja? Indeed. You left as a lower ninja. What error is there in your current status as a lower ninja? I have already made a concession by not sending you back to the Ninja Academy. Inoki defended his stance vehemently. Very well, old man. Then await my triumph in the CH-Nin exams, Deidara retorted with a sly smile as he accepted the forehead protector. Perhaps you should remain a CH-Nin. I reconsidered, and your abilities may not align with those of a lower ninja, Inoki stammered, suddenly anxious. If Deidara truly participated in the CH-Nin exams, he might not only excel, but dominate. In such a scenario, none other than Deidara would ascend to CH-Nin status. Deidara scoffed. While CH-Nin was not particularly impressive, it was certainly a step above being a lower ninja. Where shall I reside? Deidara inquired. Now that Inoki had conceded to his status as a CH-Nin, you may stay near my home. Kuratsuchi has been eager to see you, Inoki replied, supporting his waist. That fellow, Deidara remarked, seemingly regarding Kuratsuchi more as a comrade than a woman. You should go find Kuratsuchi. Let her arrange the specifics for you. I must return to my paperwork, Inoki said, wincing from the pain and quickly taking flight towards the Tsuchikage's office, seeking a member of the Umbu for a massage. I wonder how Kuratsuchi is faring now, Deidara mused, placing his hands behind his head in a carefree manner. Soon, Deidara arrived at Naka's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door. Naka's residence was quite spacious, capable of accommodating numerous occupants without issue. Given that Kuratsuchi was Naka's granddaughter, it was not surprising that she lived with him, as elderly individuals often require companionship. Who is it? Kuratsuchi, having no pressing engagements that afternoon, was resting at home when she heard the knock and got up to answer the door. Kuratsuchi gasped in disbelief as she opened the door. Wait, Deidara, is that really you in a Wagakure? She rubbed her eyes to ensure she wasn't hallucinating, mistaking Deidara for another. From now on, I am a CH-Nin of a Wagakure. And the old man expects you to arrange my accommodation, Deidara declared with a huff. No way, you are an S-rank rogue ninja. Does the old man truly have such confidence? Kuratsuchi was astonished. To reintegrate an S-rank rogue ninja into the village would inevitably invite considerable opposition. Rumor had it that the Kazekage held a significant grudge against Deidara. A conflict with Sunagakure could be imminent. TCH. Deidara pursed his lips, seemingly uninterested in discussing it further. Regardless, the old man must have his reasons. However, it is genuinely delightful to see you again, Deidara. Kuratsuchi exclaimed cheerfully, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Seeing you brings me joy as well, Deidara replied, his demeanor somewhat dejected. He was not particularly fond of being alone with Kuratsuchi. She lacked the charm he appreciated. Hey, now, am I not your senior? Is this how you speak to your elder? Kuratsuchi boasted playfully. Don't jest with your abilities. How could you possibly be my senior? Dream on. Deidara scoffed. Come on, I'm a rogue ninja just back in the village. How can I not be your senior? They continued to bicker while searching for suitable accommodation. After several hours of effort, Deidara successfully settled back into a Wagakure. This time, however, he had matured and would no longer engage in indiscriminate terroristic acts throughout the village. One day later, in a Wagakure, Deidara returned home. The reason for the day's delay was primarily due to the leader of Sunagakure, Shizuka, being reluctant to accept rogue ninjas from Kirigakure. Yet, after Deidara's persuasive words and the allure of some A-rank ninjutsu, Shizuka ultimately took the risk to accept the two. Upon arriving in a Wagakure, Deidara disregarded the people below and headed straight for the Tsuchikage's office. In the Tsuchikage's office, he overheard Deidara's voice from outside. No, old man. You're serious about assigning me C and B rank missions? I have not even sent you on D rank missions. Do you wish to add your activities with the Akatsuki to your mission record? You are merely a CH nin. Naka's tone was rather unfriendly. Deidara, I will accompany you. There's no need to be so angry. Kuratsuchi chimed in beside him. Forget it. Once I've completed enough missions to become AJ nin, I shall only undertake S-rank missions. Deidara's voice rang out once more. Hearing this, Deidara pushed open the door to the Tsuchikage's office. Oh, you have returned? Noki looked up to meet Deidara's gaze. Chapter 165, The Five Shadows Conference in the Future World returns. Didaze nodded slightly. I will not be venturing out for some time. I intend to meditate and cultivate within the village, he informed Daimyo. Daimyo acknowledged this with a nod, expressing no objections. Hey, just as Didaze was about to retreat for his training, Deidara suddenly called out to him. Did the old man say you are my father? Is that true? Deidara squinted his eyes. Huh, you're Deidara's father? You look too young for that. Kuratsuchi, astonished, circled Didaze, scrutinizing him. She could hardly discern how Didaze could be Deidara's father. He appeared far too youthful. Not quite. Your father in this world has long since passed away, Didaze replied calmly. Oh, Deidara responded, not probing further. For him, it was merely about discovering an answer. Whether it was true or not held little significance. Deidara had long outgrown the need for familial bonds. All right, go carry out your mission. It is to eliminate bandits. Daimyo, sensing the awkward atmosphere in the room, promptly handed Deidara the mission scroll. Bandits, huh? I suppose I'll reluctantly let them witness my art. Deidara remarked disdainfully as he accepted the scroll. He felt that the bandits were unworthy of experiencing his artistry, yet eliminating their hideout without utilizing explosive techniques would take far too long. It would be simpler to annihilate them with a C3 blast. Meanwhile, Didaze had already retreated, intending to focus on refining the dragon vein. After all, with the six tails in slumber, his power would significantly diminish. Thus, it was prudent to harness this time to refine the dragon vein. When the six tails awoke, Didaze's strength would experience a transformative leap. Time passed. A year later, in the latter half of the 67th year of Konoha. Knock, knock, knock. While Didaze was refining the dragon vein, he heard several knocks at the door. Didaze rose and opened the door. Big brother. The old man said he wants to commence the Five Shadows Conference and asked if you would like to attend. Upon opening the door, Didaze was met by Deidara. Deidara still opted not to call him father, continuing to refer to him as Big Brother. After all, Didaze appeared far too youthful for that title. The Five Shadows Conference. Didaze was not particularly surprised. He simply did not expect Daimyo to summon him, considering he was not a resident of this world. During this time, Haiden had been persistently relaying information to him, including that a man named Jiraiya had infiltrated the Rain Village, only to escape in a sorry state after losing an arm. Didaze was not overly astonished by this news. After all, he had significantly drained Nagato's power during their last encounter, and it was uncertain whether Nagato had fully recovered his Six Paths abilities. Jiraiya, utilizing Sage Mode, could indeed escape from a weakened Nagato. Moreover, Sasuke had concluded his battle with his brother and joined the Akatsuki, being tasked with capturing the Eight Tails. Recently, Hayden had informed him that the Eight Tails had returned with only one tentacle, while mocking Uchiha Sasuke as a failure, utterly inferior to his brother. As for Nagato, he had yet to pursue the Nine Tails. Daida's previous intervention had disrupted Nagato's plans, which should have concluded in Konoha by now. Inform the old man that I am willing to attend, but I will remain in the shadows, as I am not suited for the limelight. Didaze understood Daimu's intentions. He wished for Didaze to protect Deidara. After all, the Wind Shadow harbored a deep-seated grudge against Deidara, and the relationship between the Fire Shadow and Wind Shadow was relatively amicable, making it uncertain whether an attack on Deidara could be initiated. Didaze's presence would serve as a safeguard. As for why Deidara was specifically chosen, it was primarily because Daimu had no intention of concealing him. Having taken Deidara in, why would he hide him? The deed was done, and he had no qualms about acknowledging it. Then let us go. We must find the old man. Deidara casually clasped his hands behind his head. Are you not at all nervous? After all, you essentially killed the Wind Shadow last time, Didaze teased, observing Deidara's nonchalant demeanor. Please, that guy's strength is nowhere near mine. He only became Wind Shadow due to the lack of competent individuals in Sunagakure. Why should I fear him? Deidara pouted. Indeed. Didaze chuckled softly. Having been entrenched in the Akatsuki, Deidara had firmly adopted the philosophy of survival of the fittest. Attempting to alter his mindset would be nearly impossible. However, Didaze had no desire to change him. The ninja world indeed operated on the principle of the strong prevailing over the weak, albeit the Akatsuki was far more direct in their approach. Let us proceed. Didaze followed Deidara to the Tsuchikige's office. Upon entering, Didaze was greeted by a tall man with bronze skin. This was unmistakably the Yellow Earth from 20 years prior. Oh, you actually agreed? Daimu's face displayed a hint of surprise upon seeing Didaze, as if he had not anticipated Didaze's arrival. Old man, wasn't it you who summoned me? Why do you appear so astonished now that I'm here? Didaze could hardly contain his exasperation. This old fellow had summoned him, yet now acted as if Didaze's presence was unexpected. It's just that I didn't expect you to actually come. With you here, Yellow Earth can return. Daimu waved his hand, signaling for Yellow Earth to leave. No need. I will remain hidden. Old man, you can take Deidara and Yellow Earth with you. They will not be able to detect my presence, Didaze asserted with unwavering confidence. He had nearly fully refined the power of the Dragon Vein, and even though the Six Tails had yet to awaken, Didaze's strength was formidable enough that the Five Shadows would not be able to perceive him. Then it shall be Yellow Earth and Deidara, Daimu consented. This time, he had not brought Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi. The reason for this was straightforward. He had brought Deidara instead. Given that Deidara was bound to clash with the Wind Shadow, Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi's weaker abilities would be of little assistance. Hence, Daimu urgently summoned Yellow Earth, whose strength far exceeded that of Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, and his powerful earth release techniques would prove invaluable. Let us depart. Daimu had been prepared to leave, merely awaiting Didaze's arrival. Climb on. Yellow Earth crouched down, allowing Daimu to mount his back, as the group set forth towards the Land of Iron. Chapter 166, The Five Shadows Conference in the Future World, 2. Hey, old man, why not just ride on my clay giant bird? Deidara suggested, gazing at Noki, who was seated upon the sandy ground. That could work. Noki pondered for a moment and reached a decision. Big brother, you should join as well. After all, your stealth mode is not suited for molding a clay giant bird for travel. Deidara called out to his companion behind him. All right. Deidara nodded, then stood atop the clay giant bird that Deidara had just crafted. Let us set off. Once all three were aboard, Deidara maneuvered the clay giant bird towards the Land of Iron. Upon arrival, a voice echoed, Lord Tsuchikage, we have been awaiting your presence. Deidara, you traitorous shinobi dare to come here. Gaara shouted, interrupting the statement of the approaching Noki. In an instant, a massive sand hand surged toward Deidara. Just as Noki prepared to step in front of Deidara to block with Earth Release, he was pushed aside by Noki. Dust Release, the technique of original world separation. Noki conjured a powerful dust release technique that obliterated Gaara's sand hand without leaving a trace. Wind Shadow, Deidara is now a member of a Wagakure, not merely a traitor. Noki stated flatly to Gaara. What do you mean by that? Kankuro, standing in front of Gaara, questioned angrily. Do I need to explain myself to you? Noki shot a dismissive glance at Kankuro. He felt no remorse for Deidara's actions against the Wind Shadow, as Deidara had never caused trouble for a Wagakure. The fate of other villages was of little concern to him. Suchikage, do you not fear ridicule for openly harboring a rogue from the Akatsuki? Tsunade interjected, entering alongside the one-armed Jiraiya and Kakashi. Kakashi cast a sharp glance at Deidara, recalling the time he had severed one of Deidara's arms with Kimui, now miraculously reattached. Humph. Does this old man need your guidance for anything? Noki retorted, unperturbed. Oh, it seems I've arrived just in time for the commotion. Mei Terumi said cheerfully as she stepped in. A rogue from the Akatsuki, is it? The fourth Raikage, seated nearby, finally grasped the situation. Where is Uchiha Sasuke? Speak. The fourth Raikage flashed to Deidara's side, attempting to seize him with a single hand. Your brother's whereabouts are of no concern to me. If he is dead, so be it. Deidara retorted boldly. You scoundrel. Raikage's lightning bomb. The fourth Raikage's face darkened with fury at Deidara's curse against Karabi, and he lunged at Deidara. Do you think I fear you? Deidara began to mold clay, having learned to ignite it with fire release, thus overcoming his previous weakness to lightning release. Lord Raikage, please restrain yourself. Samui interjected, blocking the fourth Raikage with her blade. As the leader of a neutral nation, it was imperative to prevent conflict among the assembled leaders. Just moments ago, he had dared not confront the dust release technique head-on, but now he found himself in a stalemate. Humph. The fourth Raikage reluctantly withdrew. Raikage, may I interpret your actions as a provocation? Noki addressed the fourth Raikage with an unfriendly tone. If you see it that way, then so be it. The fourth Raikage retorted angrily. With no choice but to maintain decorum in the land of iron, he swallowed his rage. Everyone, please take your seats and refrain from quarreling. Samui attempted to diffuse the tension, and eventually, the five shadows settled into their seats. The conference commenced without any pleasantries from Samui, who feared that any further words might reignite the conflict. Initially, I held no particular expectations for this Five Shadows conference, but today, the Suchikage certainly surprised me. Gaara, with a grim expression, addressed Noki. Suchikage, demand that he reveal the location of Uchiha Sasuke, and I shall overlook his return to the village as a rogue shinobi. The fourth Raikage, consumed by anger, had lashed out at Deidara merely as an outlet for his frustration. Do I need your permission to act? What difference does it make? Noki scoffed, unyielding in his stance. According to Deidara, his brother's prowess far surpassed his own, and Deidara himself was already of substantial strength, making it unwise to underestimate him. Noki understood that as long as Deidara was present, other villages posed little threat. With both Deidara and his brother as formidable weapons of war, a Wagakure would not shy away from conflict. Suchikage, the fourth Raikage slammed his fist on the table in anger, a striking resemblance to his father. Deidara, observing this familiar scene from above, rolled his eyes in exasperation. The shadow guards positioned themselves protectively in front of the leaders, only retreating once assured of safety. Ahem. Lord Raikage, please temper your emotions. We can resolve this verbally without resorting to such displays, Samui advised, trying to quell the rising tension once more. Understood. The fourth Raikage responded curtly. My brother has been taken, and not just him. Other Jinchuriki have likely been captured as well. Your village must share a similar fate. The fourth Raikage surveyed the room, his voice heavy with concern. The tailed beasts from Sunagakure have long been captured, and as for the instigator, Gaara shot a murderous glance at Deidara, who met it with a defiant stare. The four tails and five tails from a Wagakure are also missing, Noki added. Unwilling to withhold information any longer, having gleaned the gist of the truth from Deidara, the Akatsuki seeks to resurrect a creature known as the Ten Tails. One tailed beast from Kirigakure is unaccounted for, while another has defected. I cannot ascertain whether it has been captured, Mei Terumi lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. Kirigakure currently had no tailed beasts, and it harbored the highest number of rogue shinobi. She had once promised to accept returning rogues, but few had come back, leaving many disillusioned with their homeland. The two tails and eight tails from Kumogakure have also been captured, and additionally, the seven tails from Takigakure has been taken as well. The fourth Raikage's voice grew graver. Are you implying that the Akatsuki is now targeting the nine tails? Tsunade's expression shifted alarmingly. Fortunately, Naruto is currently training in Mount Myaboku. Tsunade's thoughts turned to Naruto, her spirit slightly lifted, for Mount Myaboku was no easy place to enter. Chapter 167. Sasuke disrupts the 5 Kage Summit. What conspiracy is the Akatsuki plotting? Tsunade furrowed her brow, voicing her concern with a deep tone. What scheme could they be devising? Perhaps we should inquire with Lord Third Shinobi, shouldn't we, Lord Shinobi? Gaara interjected, his tone laced with sarcasm, revealing the depth of his indignation. Uncharacteristically, Gaara, usually a man of few words, resorted to derision. You and my granddaughter are of similar age. I suggest you temper your speech, lest you utter unfounded claims that invite ridicule, Noki retorted, not one to indulge Gaara's impudence. Unfounded claims. Have you forgotten your alliance with the Akatsuki? Or did Deidara offer you a discount? Why else would you seek their collaboration? The fourth Raikage scoffed. Enough, Tsunade interjected, massaging her temples. I must disclose a matter of grave importance. The leader of the Akatsuki wields the Rinnegan. In an attempt to quell the escalating discord, Tsunade divulged the crucial intelligence gathered by Jiraiya. What? Noki exclaimed, his reaction the most pronounced. The Rinnegan? Is that not the Sage of Six Paths Eye? The fourth Raikage echoed the sentiment. Indeed. Tsunade continued somberly. Jiraiya barely encountered the adversary, losing an arm in his hasty retreat. The sight of Jiraiya's condition upon his return had been unsettling. Despite their history of wagers, she never anticipated such a severe outcome for him. Even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was no match for this foe. Gaara pondered, his hands clasped beneath his chin. The bickering subsided as the Kage absorbed this stunning revelation. Suddenly, a white Zetsu emerged, disrupting the solemn atmosphere. The fourth Raikage, more volatile than in accounts, swiftly dispatched the Zetsu before it could utter more than a greeting. Sure. Locate his cohorts. The fourth Raikage commanded. Sure focused his senses and pinpointed a location. Without a word, the fourth Raikage charged toward it, demolishing walls in his wake. Akin to an enraged bull, Sasuke, a formidable chakra signature, is approaching, Karen warned, sensing the imminent danger. Sasuke, engaged in combat with samurai from the land of iron, was caught off guard. Liger Bomb. The fourth Raikage roared, unleashing a torrent of chakra as he lunged at Sasuke. Deidara, mounted on his clay bird, kept pace with the Raikage, unafraid of being targeted, safely out of reach in the sky. Oh, this is Sasuke Uchiha, the one who vanquished Itachi? He seems unremarkable. Was Itachi truly so inept? Had I known, I would have intervened, Deidara sneered, observing Sasuke's desperate evasion. How dare you insult Itachi? Sasuke retorted, his eyes blazing crimson. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted on Deidara, who transformed into a clay effigy before detonating. How pathetic, how weak was Itachi to be killed by you? Deidara reappeared, launching a verbal assault on Sasuke. You fiend. Sasuke's eyes bled profusely. Susanoo. Sasuke's Susanoo materialized, evolving from a skeletal form to a larger, more defined structure. C1 clay spiders. Deidara, soaring above on his clay bird, unleashed a barrage of clay explosives upon Sasuke. Simultaneously, the fourth Raikage delivered a devastating blow to Sasuke's Susanoo, shattering several of its skeletal components. Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi was nothing more than a clan-killing scoundrel. I commend you for ending his life. Deidara taunted, convinced that Itachi had deliberately lost the battle. Sasuke's animosity shifted entirely toward Deidara, his eyes hemorrhaging. His vision blurred, but his Susanoo advanced to its second stage, wielding a bow and arrow. I was right, Deidara mused, confirming his suspicions that Itachi had indeed thrown the fight, a fact Sasuke was also aware of. If you possess the ability, come and kill me. Itachi used to kneel and call me grandfather. Ha ha. Deidara mocked Sasuke relentlessly. Since Itachi was deceased, his younger brother would suffice for retribution. Sasuke unleashed a barrage of arrows at Deidara, who effortlessly evaded them from above. Am I being ignored? The fourth Raikage bellowed. Lariat. He charged at Sasuke. Sasuke. Karen cried out in alarm. The fourth Raikage's full-force punch collided with the Susanoo, seemingly without effect. The Susanoo is invincible, Sasuke sneered. However, as Sasuke gloated, the Susanoo began to crumble. What? Sasuke's smile faltered. Never underestimate the Raikage. You fool. The fourth Raikage roared, shattering the Susanoo and preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Sasuke. Ak! Jugo! Sasuke cried out as Jugo intercepted the attack, being hurled against a wall, his fate uncertain. Amaterasu. Kagutsuchi. Sasuke activated his Susanoo, albeit in its skeletal form, to defend against the approaching Raikage. Raikage, allow me. Deidara dropped a massive C3 explosive from above. Chapter 168. The Revelation of Obito's Identity Die. A triumphant expression surfaced on Deidara's face as he reveled in the satisfaction of vengeance. Boom. The C3 explosion erupted. Although the fourth Reikage had not escaped to a safe distance, his formidable physique meant he sustained only minor injuries. Remember to tell that bastard Uchiha Itachi that I was the one who killed you. Deidara mockingly shouted downwards. The ground below lay barren. Have I turned my art to ashes? Deidara basked in his self-satisfaction from above. You bastard. The fourth Reikage roared at Deidara, glaring at the remains of Uchiha Sasuke, now reduced to nothingness. He had intended to interrogate Sasuke, but with his opponent deceased, how could he press for answers? Isn't it merely about your brother? Your brother wasn't captured. Uchiha Sasuke only managed to seize a tentacle. Believing he had slain Uchiha Sasuke, Deidara, in his elation, disregarded the fourth Reikage's tone and divulged the information. What? The fourth Reikage's expression shifted visibly. I told you, your brother has not been captured. Deidara rolled his eyes. Wonderful. The fourth Reikage, in a fit of emotion, even shed tears of joy. Thank you for this information. I shall remember your kindness. The fourth Reikage solemnly addressed Deidara. The matter of being a rogue ninja held no weight for him, especially since Deidara had not instigated a terror attack in the Land of Lightning. What did the death of the Kazekage have to do with him? Did he have any close relations with Tsunagakure? The fourth Reikage was a man of clear grievances and honesty, yet no matter how forthright he was, his stance remained firmly rooted in self-interest. It's nothing. Deidara waved his hand dismissively. Killing Uchiha Sasuke brought him joy, a form of revenge against Uchiha Itachi. Is it all over? When the other Kage arrived, they found nothing but an empty expanse. Uchiha Sasuke has perished beneath my art. Deidara gazed at Inoki. Oh, is that so? A man in an orange mask appeared, revealing Uchiha Sasuke to the crowd. Sasuke. Kakashi's heart raced upon seeing the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke. Initially devastated by the news of Sasuke's death, he now faced a dilemma as Sasuke was alive, leaving him uncertain of how to approach the situation. Uchiha Obito cast a disdainful glance at Kakashi before tossing Uchiha Sasuke into the Kimui dimension. Dissolution technique. Terumi May unleashed a viscous and highly corrosive acid at the masked man. How could this be? CHJR watched helplessly as the acid struck behind the masked figure. Do not be so hasty. Uchiha Obito's voice resonated, calm and deep. Ah, Fei, is it not customary to greet an elder in your presence? Just as Uchiha Obito prepared to elaborate on his Eye of the Moon plan, a shout interrupted him. That bastard. Uchiha Obito cursed Deidara internally 100 times. I declare war in the fourth Great Ninja War. Uchiha Obito omitted much of his speech, feeling that staying here any longer would lead to Deidara's words completely obliterating his carefully crafted image. Better to say less and depart, preserving an air of mystery. So farewell. Everyone. Uchiha Obito slowly activated Kimui to draw himself in. A perfect opportunity. Uchiha Obito shifted his body to the outside world before gradually entering the Kimui dimension. It looked undeniably impressive, yet it exposed significant vulnerabilities. Deidara, employing his dust technique, stealthily approached. Had the five Kage launched an attack, Uchiha Obito would have immediately reacted and retreated into the Kimui dimension. After all, he was no fool. He desired to impress without jeopardizing himself. Deidara refrained from utilizing explosive techniques, as the flow of chakra would alert Uchiha Obito. Black Hand. Deidara chuckled before lunging towards Uchiha Obito's mask. Killing Uchiha Obito held no tangible benefit for Deidara, as he still relied on him to summon the Ten Tails. However, doing nothing seemed inappropriate, so he resolved to unmask his opponent. What? Uchiha Obito was struck with shock as his mask was removed without his knowledge. Obito. Kakashi froze in disbelief upon recognizing Uchiha Obito. You seem to know him? Inoki inquired, frowning at Kakashi. He was once a hero of Konoha. Kakashi replied tersely. Obito, why have you chosen this path? Surely, you have your reasons. Kakashi attempted to defend Uchiha Obito. Deidara, though I am uncertain why you spared my life, I shall remember your mercy and repay it 100-fold in the future. Uchiha Obito quickly donned another mask before vanishing without a trace. Obito. Kakashi gazed at the spot where Obito had disappeared, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair as he slumped to the ground. Deidara, so that is your name. Tsunade glanced at Deidara, then at Deidara, comprehending the truth. Based on previous intelligence, it was now confirmed that Deidara was, in fact, Deidara's father in the original world. This explained why Deidara obeyed him. The Fourth Great Ninja War is about to commence. Do not just look at me. You must prepare as well. Deidara smiled at the five Kage. I would rather die than ally with the land of Earth. Gaara, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. His disdain for Deidara was palpable. Although Deidara had not killed any civilians in Sunagakure, his actions had still been reprehensible. Just because he had been unable to succeed in his plans did not absolve him of his intentions. Kazekage, your words are excessive. Recognizing one's mistakes is the mark of a good person. The fourth Raikage shook his head in defense of Deidara. Gaara, this matter no longer concerns you alone. He dares to declare war against our 5 villages, and he surely possesses confidence in his strength. We must adequately prepare, at the very least. The wielder of the Rinnegan is certainly on their side, and they likely have other hidden cards. Tsunade spoke firmly. She, too, harbored no fondness for Deidara, but this was not the time for Gaara to act recklessly. I understand. Gaara lowered his head. Had anyone else said this, he might have retorted. But Tsunade's words held weight, especially considering Naruto had once saved his life. The Fourth Great Ninja War is finally upon us. Deidara reflected on the 5 Kage. Though awkwardly united, who had formed an alliance, feeling a sense of melancholy. Chapter 169. Return to the original world. However, the rhinoceros beetle has yet to awaken. It seems I must first return to my own world, mused Didaze. He had begun to comprehend the nature of the dragon vein traversal. Under normal circumstances, the flow of time on both sides remained equivalent. Yet, Didaze possessed the unique ability to extend this time indefinitely, nearly to a standstill. This implied that upon his return to the original world, he could choose to prolong the time flow on both sides infinitely. Thus, a year in Didaze's world might equate to merely a day here. However, it was only recently, as he neared the completion of his refinement, that he came to understand this. The time that had already elapsed could not be altered. It had been nearly a year since he last returned, and he pondered the state of his original world. Didaze sighed inwardly. He planned to return when these individuals commenced the consolidation of the allied forces. It was high time for the original world to achieve unity. He could sense that the 6 tails within him was on the verge of awakening. Absorbing another bloodline limit in the original world and honing it to perfection would equip him with ample power to contend for the 10 tails during the Great Ninja War. Venturing forth now felt somewhat hasty, as he sensed he might not be able to suppress Uchiha Madara. After acquiring wood release, Uchiha Madara could rightly be deemed the strongest beneath the Sage of 6 Paths, and Didaze was uncertain if he could overcome him. As for Might Guy, it was essential to understand one thing. Upon opening the 8th gate, he would inevitably perish. The best outcome for Might Guy would merely be an exchange with Uchiha Madara, whereas the worst for Madara would still result in a similar exchange. Thus, asserting that Uchiha Madara was the strongest beneath the Sage of 6 Paths was undoubtedly correct. Another pressing matter arose. Who would lead the ninja allied forces? Just as everyone contemplated the 4th Great Ninja War, the 4th Raikage spoke up. He was quite envious of the position of the supreme commander of the Ninja Alliance. After all, the 5 great ninja villages were not a united front. Should he ascend to this command, it would signify that he was the strongest among them. I believe it is most fitting to appoint the oldest and most experienced among us, declared Inoki, the Tsuchikage, as he promptly nominated himself. Your reasoning is flawed. I contend that the Hokage should take precedence. Iroha supported Tsunade without hesitation. The 5 individuals engaged in a heated debate. Didaze observed the cacophony of voices and, with a light shake of his head, withdrew from the scene. After prolonged discussions, it was ultimately decided that Inoki would assume command. Since Didaze was the only one who had encountered Uchiha Obito, and given the remarkable chakra within him, the other Kage, albeit reluctantly, consented to Inoki's leadership. After all, even without Didaze, Inoki's strength and experience sufficed to justify his position. You seem to be in good spirits, old man. Didaze teased, gazing at Inoki, who wore a broad grin. Of course, I am now the supreme commander of the 5 great ninja villages. Inoki rolled his eyes. He was already contemplating how to leverage this supreme position for the benefit of the Iwagakure village post-war. Didaze simply smiled. Inoki's ignorance of the war's intensity was a blessing, allowing him to remain relatively untroubled. Meanwhile, the villages began to mobilize ninjas to prepare for Uchiha Obito's so-called 4th Great Ninja War. Didaze's temporary abode, it was time to return. Didaze arrived at his temporary residence in the village and summoned the Dragon Vein to return to his original timeline. Upon his departure, the world appeared to enter a slow-motion state. Didaze adjusted the time ratio to 365, 1, meaning a year in his world equated to merely a day here. Konoha. Year 49, second half lure and Didaze reappeared at the location from which he had departed. I'm back, he reflected with a sense of nostalgia. How did someone suddenly appear out of thin air? Is this a ghost? Exclaimed a nearby vendor, startled and collapsing to the ground. It seemed that Sarah had managed the area well. Didaze glanced around. When he had left, this place had been desolate, but now it blossomed with vitality. It was time to return to Awagakure. Nanako must have been waiting for me for quite some time. This year also marked the occasion of his marriage to Nanako. Didaze had long been engaged to her, but she had only just reached adulthood this year. The Awagakure elder. Where do you think Master has gone? Nanako, clad in Awagakure's jonin attire, rested her chin on her hands, looking at Uzumaki-han. How many times must you ask this? With your master's strength, what could possibly happen? You are simply worrying too much. Uzumaki-han remarked, unable to resist tapping Nanako's head. I can't help it. Nanako mumbled, Master. It's been a year. I miss you so much. She stepped out of the ceiling team, gazing dreamily at the two birds perched in the trees. Suchikage's office, by the window, huh? They even went so far as to write that I shouldn't break the glass. Didaze observed the sign on the glass, which explicitly stated, Didaze must not shatter the glass. Well then, Didaze produced a kunai and smashed the glass without hesitation. I simply cannot resist, he exclaimed. Had the sign not been there, he might have refrained from breaking it, but now, not doing so would be a disservice to the mere existence of that instruction. He, Didaze, was determined to demonstrate to Inoki that there were too many loopholes in his statement. The glass need not be shattered, nor did he have to be Didaze. You rascal! Didaze! Roared Inoki. Hee. Didaze swiftly climbed through the window. I'll make sure to leave a dog door for you next time, Inoki said with a scowl. Hey, old man, that's a bit much. I have to pay for the glass. Didaze tossed 1,000,000 ryo onto the desk. 1,000,000? Just for breaking a piece of glass. Inoki's eye twitched. I must correct you on something. Didaze's expression turned serious. What? You think that 1,000,000 covers 10 or 100 times? I assure you, I shattered the glass with a kunai, not by crashing into it. Please do not slander my actions, Didaze declared with righteous indignation. He didn't care about the monetary value of the glass. What mattered was that he had uncovered a flaw in the rules. He had plenty of money. A mere 1,000,000 ryo was hardly worth quibbling over. Didaze, you. Inoki was at a loss for words, exasperated by Didaze's reasoning. All right, old man. Don't be angry. Let me share what I encountered during my recent excursion. Didaze redirected the conversation, observing Inoki's reddening face. Chapter 170. A dog-sized opening. Are you suggesting you traversed into a future world? On hearing Deidara's account, Inoki narrowed his eyes inquisitively. Not precisely a future world, but rather a parallel dimension, Deidara responded with a smile. But let's set aside the matter of future worlds for the moment. Weren't you planning to marry Nanako this year? Inoki promptly dismissed the subject of future worlds, deeming Nanako and Deidara's impending nuptials of greater significance. I'll pay a visit to Nanako upon my return, Deidara affirmed. You scamp. Marriage is an inevitable juncture for every man. At 23, you're hardly a stripling. It's high time you tied the knot. Inoki playfully chided, patting Deidara on the back. Indeed, Deidara murmured, lost in contemplation. Very well, go and see Nanako. I shall commence preparations for your wedding in the coming days, Inoki declared with a wave of his hand. Excellent. In due course, I expect you to officiate as the esteemed witness. Deidara responded with a grin. Agreed. Inoki affirmed with a nod. By the way, what is the current situation in the ninja world? Deidara inquired with a hint of curiosity. A second wood release has emerged, Inoki replied with a peculiar expression. A second? Deidara asked, perplexed. Hashirama Senju's grandson, Nawaki Senju, has awakened the wood release. Wielding its power, he has brought the 3 other villages to the brink of defeat. Inoki explained. Oh, judging by your tone, his wood release is formidable? Deidara mused, already formulating a plan. If Nawaki's wood release proved potent, he would undoubtedly become the prime candidate for absorbing the bloodline limit. In addition, he had to prioritize learning Sage Mode, as the Preta path could only absorb Sage Jutsu and seal it away, rather than converting it into his own chakra. Indeed, its potency is only slightly inferior to Nanako's. According to intelligence reports, Inoki confirmed gravely. I see. Deidara resolved that Nawaki would become the target for his bloodline limit absorption. Furthermore, Minato Namikaze has developed a novel ninjutsu. While it remains incapable of breaching the third Reiki's defenses, it possesses considerable destructive capabilities, Inoki added with a sigh. What has he devised? Deidara inquired, intrigued. He has enlarged the Rasengan, rendering it akin to a miniature blue-tailed beast bomb, Inoki elucidated. A Great Ball Rasengan, perhaps? Deidara muttered inwardly. The development of the Great Ball Rasengan by Minato did not surprise him, as inflicting superficial damage on opponents would inevitably lead to such an innovation. The Great Ball Rasengan would inflict substantial damage on Ai, and the situation in the war would be more optimistic for Konoha. So, Konoha holds the advantage in the current conflict? Deidara queried. Affirmative. However, Konoha's ninja ranks are depleted, hindering their advance despite their superior high-end combat prowess. Instances of high-end victories offset by low-end defeats have become commonplace, Inoki affirmed with a nod. It appears the damage we inflicted upon Konoha was far from trivial. Deidara remarked with a chuckle. Undeniably, the sand village would have crumbled long ago, had Konoha not been unable to provide reinforcements. It is rumored that Konoha's ninja presence in the region has dwindled to a mere 500, Inoki lamented. In his eyes, Fugaku Uchiha was a true hero, having fought valiantly for Konoha for 3 years. Despite their opposing allegiances, he held immense admiration for such individuals. Heh. Deidara chuckled drily, aware that Fugaku's motivations stemmed from something other than loyalty to Konoha. Inoki was simply idealizing the village. Enough wasting time with an old codger like myself. Go and see Nanako. Inoki urged Deidara. Understood. Deidara replied, disappearing from the Tsuchikige's office in a flash. At that very moment, Kuratsuchi arrived at the Tsuchikige's office, laden with a stack of documents. Kuratsuchi, I require a favor, Inoki called out, sending shivers down Kuratsuchi's spine. Lord Tsuchikage, please state your request directly. Your manner of speaking fills me with trepidation. Kuratsuchi responded apprehensively. Kindly repair the window, but leave a dog-sized opening, Inoki instructed, handing Kuratsuchi 10,000 ryo. A dog-sized opening? Kuratsuchi repeated, bewildered as he accepted the money. A dog-sized opening in the window? Is such a thing even conceivable? Given someone's predilection for using windows, I deem a dog-sized opening the most fitting solution, Inoki sighed, his expression somber. Understood. Kuratsuchi acquiesced, refraining from further inquiries as he sensed Inoki's displeasure. Nanako's residence knock, knock, knock. Deidara rapped on Nanako's door. Following his discussion with Inoki, the hour had grown late, and Nanako had long since returned from her duties with the sealing squad. Who is it? Is that you, Rin? Nanako's voice called out. Unlike before, Nanako's voice had lost its childishness. It is I, Deidara announced from the doorway. Deidara, Nanako exclaimed, leaping from her bed and flinging open the door in delight. Nanako. Deidara gently ruffled Nanako's hair. Her height had increased, obviating the need for him to stoop when patting her head. Deidara, I am 18 now. You still treat me as a child. Nanako pouted, yet her joyful expression remained undisguised. Nanako, now that you have come of age, I wish to ask you one final. Before Deidara could complete his sentence, Nanako silenced him with a kiss. Deidara was taken aback by Nanako's sudden advance. Why was he on the receiving end of a forceful kiss? Deidara, I have been enamored with you since the moment you rescued me, Nanako confessed, her voice trailing off. Even a bold young woman like herself found such words difficult to utter. Nanako. Deidara gently raised her head, gazing into her eyes. I reciprocate your feelings. Deidara, please, come in. I shall prepare a meal for you. Nanako stammered, flustered by Deidara's intense gaze. Deidara chuckled and stepped into her home. Chapter 171. Will you marry me? Nanako, allow me to take over, Didaze said, rising from his seat as the unmistakable scent of burnt food wafted through the air. Cough, cough. Didaze, I will have it ready shortly, Nanako replied. Emerging from the kitchen, her once vibrant red hair now dulled with soot. Didaze, you must trust me. Her voice trailed off as she locked eyes with him, her confidence faltering. Let me handle it, dear. Didaze gently ruffled her hair before stepping into the kitchen. Goodness. Didaze gazed at the charred remnants before him, unable to identify any semblance of edible food, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. This is inedible. Without hesitation, he discarded the burnt concoction and began to prepare the dishes he recalled from his past life. Though not a master chef, he was certainly capable of crafting home-cooked meals that would be far superior to Nanako's attempts. Nanako watched him in admiration, resting her chin on her hands. Didaze, you truly excel at everything. Her gaze brimmed with affection, unmistakable in its intensity. Before long, Didaze had prepared a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup. Wow, Didaze, your cooking is infinitely better than what we find outside. Nanako exclaimed after savoring her first bite. That's an exaggeration. My cooking cannot compare to the expertise of professionals who dedicate their lives to this craft, Didaze replied, dismissing her praise. No, really. Your food is far superior. Nanako insisted with unwavering conviction. Didaze, I wish to eat your meals for the rest of my life. Is that all right? With newfound courage, she addressed him as he enjoyed his meal. Of course, Didaze replied, lifting his head with a warm smile. He then produced a small clay figurine depicting the two of them, hand in hand, radiating joy. The figurine captured Nanako's likeness from a year prior. Though they had been dating for some time, they had yet to progress beyond holding hands. Nanako had hinted numerous times. Yet Didaze remained oblivious, hesitant to take the next step before turning 18. May I use this as a token of my proposal, Nanako? Will you marry me? He asked, placing the figurine aside as it magically animated, revealing a bouquet of flowers in the clay Didaze's hands. Nanako. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Do not call me Dada anymore. From now on, I shall be your closest kin, he murmured, resting his forehead against hers, absorbing her warmth. Husband. Nanako stammered, her voice trembling. Wife, Didaze replied softly, cradling her head with gentleness. The night passed in silence. Didaze. As the morning light filtered through, Nanako slowly opened her eyes to find Didaze beside her, his cheeks flushed. Memories of the previous night's intimacy filled her with shyness. Still calling me Didaze? He said, playfully tapping her head. Husband, she exclaimed joyfully. Now that's more like it. Didaze kissed her affectionately. Nanako, I must step out for a moment. I have prepared your breakfast, and I shall return by noon to cook again, he said tenderly. All right. Nanako nodded, feeling like the happiest woman in the world. At Uzumaki Yan's residence, Didaze rapped on the door with determination. Uzumaki Yan, bleary-eyed, opened the door. Didaze, you've returned. With mild surprise, he greeted Didaze but quickly regained his composure. In a couple of days, may I ask you to stand as Nanako's elder at our wedding? Didaze bowed respectfully. Uzumaki Yan, now Nanako's only elder, was taken aback. You two are getting married? The drowsiness evaporated instantly, replaced by keen interest. Yes, but since both Nanako and I are orphans. Didaze's words trailed off, and Uzumaki Yin understood the implication. I see. I will attend. But you must discuss this with Nanako, he said, concern etched on his face, fearing she might not want him to assume such a role. I will speak with her, Didaze assured him. Their bond had long transcended mere student-teacher dynamics. They shared a father-daughter relationship. Uzumaki Yin had come to regard Nanako as his own daughter, even if he was somewhat blinded by his affection. Next, Didaze made his way to Naka's home. It was still early, and Noki had yet to arrive at the office. Known for his efficiency with paperwork, he rarely stayed out late, often returning home early. Knock, knock. Knock. Didaze rapped on Naka's door. What brings you to my home so early? Noki eyed Didaze warily. Old man, your windows are so small that bumping into them is hardly thrilling. What are you worried about? Didaze couldn't resist teasing him. How dare you? Noki exploded, launching himself at Didaze with a powerful strike. However, Didaze quickly shielded his head with chakra, absorbing the blow. Speak. What brings you to me this early? Noki asked, his mood lightened after the brief scuffle. I am to marry Nanako, and I wish for you to serve as my elder and officiate our union. Didaze bowed deeply. Me? Noki was taken aback, never expecting Didaze would ask him to take on such a role. Is that acceptable? Didaze implored, his eyes filled with hope. To be asked to officiate your wedding is quite an honor, Noki chuckled heartily. I must admit, I am somewhat taken aback, but I gladly accept. To his surprise, he had not anticipated such closeness with Didaze. Regretting his earlier outburst, he wondered if he had hurt the young man. What are you doing? Didaze asked, bewildered, as Noki began to ruffle his hair and blow on it playfully. Chapter 172. The Wedding, Part 1. After bidding farewell to Dame Mu, Didaze returned home, where Nanako was having her breakfast. Nanako. Didaze called out with a smile as he approached her. Big brother, where have you just been? Nanako asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. I went to visit Uzumaki Yin and Dame Mu, our elders, since we are both orphans, Didaze replied, gently ruffling Nanako's hair. And how many times must I tell you? Do not call me big brother. Feigning anger, Didaze playfully admonished her. Husband. Nanako exclaimed joyfully. Do you have any objections to Uzumaki Yin being your elder? Didaze inquired further. I have no objections at all. To be honest, even if you didn't go, I would have sought Elder Yin myself. Nanako replied cheerfully. Elder Yin has been so very kind to me. Is that so? Didaze nodded appreciatively, feeling a sense of comfort. It seemed that Nanako regarded Uzumaki Yin as a father figure, though she had not explicitly stated it. Didaze could see it in her eyes. Since that is the case, then it is settled, Didaze said softly as he stroked her head. Nanako leaned against Didaze's shoulder, her long red hair cascading over his back. Almost the entirety of Awagakure was aware of Didaze's upcoming wedding, and many women were moved to tears by the news. 3 days later, Didaze stood at the entrance, dressed in a sleek black suit, welcoming guests. This was not merely a task he had to undertake alone. Didaze wished to avoid disappointing his friends. After all, most people would prefer to personally hand a gift to the groom rather than entrust it to a stranger. Teacher, Lingning and Watanabe Chuan arrived early and bowed to Didaze. What brings you two here? Didaze observed the hands they were holding. As you can see, Lingning and I are together now, Watanabe Chuan replied, scratching his head. That's wonderful. You must treat Lingning well from now on. If you mistreat her, I shall drag you out for extra training in the early hours. Didaze jested. Teacher, rest assured. I will never let Lingning down. Watanabe Chuan vowed, raising his hand, only to be silenced by Lingning covering his mouth. Please ignore him. He is not quite right in the head, Lingning said, firmly holding Watanabe Chuan's mouth shut, before smiling at Didaze. This is a gift from Watanabe Chuan and me. Lingning presented a small badge inscribed with first class, which featured not only Nanako and Didaze, but also Lingning and Watanabe Chuan. This took us 2 days to make. And you cannot imagine how difficult it was, she remarked, her eyes brimming with pride despite her complaints. Such thoughtfulness. Nanako and I will treasure this gift, Didaze said, carefully pinning the badge to his clothing. Teacher, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Watanabe Chuan asked, bewildered as he watched Didaze affix the badge onto his suit. What is inappropriate about it? Didaze smiled. This symbolizes the bond of our first class, which is more important than anything else. Teacher, Watanabe Chuan and Lingning's eyes glistened with tears. After chatting a bit longer with them, they proceeded into the hall. Then came Didaze's other comrades, including those he fought alongside during the Great Ninja War. The number of guests was considerable, prompting Didaze to choose a spacious venue. This place was originally an open area, but in preparation for Didaze's wedding, the Earth-style ninjas had tirelessly constructed a grand hall. Inside were numerous dining tables, with no less than 500 set out. Oh, it's you. Didaze greeted many guests, most of whom he only knew in passing. After half an hour, he finally spotted a few familiar faces. Haha, congratulations. By the way, my son has already stopped by, hasn't he? Watanabe Tiger laughed heartily. He has. Didaze replied, smiling. Here, this chakra short blade is a gift for your future child, Watanabe Chuan said, producing a chakra short blade and offering it to Didaze. No, that is too extravagant. A simple gift would suffice. Didaze repeatedly declined. Enough of that. I am giving it to your child. Watanabe Tiger insisted, pushing the blade into Didaze's hands. With no choice, Didaze accepted it reluctantly. That's the spirit. Watanabe Tiger laughed as he saw Didaze take it, then walked into the hall. Others, including Watanabe Tiger's close associates, brought additional gifts, which were valuable to them, but rather ordinary for Didaze. Nevertheless, he warmly welcomed them, appreciating their generosity. When it came to Silver Rabbit, or Yumeng, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Here is a diaper for the baby, and this is some clothing, and that is. Yumeng presented an array of baby items she somehow acquired, handing them all to Didaze. I just got married. Didaze looked at Yumeng with a touch of helplessness, passing the items to someone designated to collect them. This is all for your future child to have, Yumeng said with a knowing look, smiling as she entered the hall. She had always believed she would never fall in love, but upon meeting Didaze, she felt a stir in her previously frozen heart. Yet before she could transform that flutter into love, Didaze had already wed, leaving her with a sense of loss. However, missing out on love did not render her unable to live. Yumeng truly is something else. Didaze observed her expression and realized she might harbor some unspoken feelings for him. This was not mere vanity. He recognized in her eyes the same look he had seen in Nanako's before. Didaze. Just as he pondered, a voice from behind pulled him back to reality. Chapter 173. The Wedding, Part 2. What a delightful surprise. Didaze exclaimed, watching the happiness of Lien and Shou. Haha, now that you're married. How could we possibly miss this occasion? Lien stepped forward and embraced Didaze. I truly didn't expect you all to come. Aren't you supposed to be on an S-class mission? After their embrace, Didaze inquired. An S-class mission is nothing to worry about. Your wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Lien responded with a smile. Such a trivial S-class mission, Didaze couldn't help but scoff. Are you belittling us? Lien feigned indignation. Of course not. Didaze chuckled. By the way, here is a gift from us. Lien presented a scroll to Didaze. What is this? Didaze asked, puzzled. This is an explosive tag, containing hundreds of thousands of them, which we purchased. I believe your child will surely inherit your explosive techniques, so it's perfectly fine for them to play with explosive tags in their childhood. Lien asserted confidently. And this is protective clothing for your child. When they play, they can wear this, and throwing explosive tags won't be a problem. Lien handed over another scroll, containing 7 sets of protective gear, tailored for the child from ages 1 to 7. You, my friend. Didaze was both amused and exasperated. Who gifts like this? Well, isn't my gift truly innovative? Lien, oblivious to the absurdity, wore a proud expression. It is indeed quite novel, exceptionally so. Didaze nodded in agreement. This is not just innovative, it's simply outrageous. Lien seemed eager to elaborate on how to nurture the child's talents, but Didaze pushed him inside. The rest of the group chuckled and followed Lien and Shou into the hall. Before long, Han and Old Z arrived. Didaze, I halted my travels immediately to return to the village for you. Old Z feigned a sorrowful expression. How old are you? Still acting like a child. Didaze laughed heartily, giving Old Z a gentle shove. Exactly. Didaze is right. Han chimed in unexpectedly. You rascal. Old Z shot Han a fierce glare. Han averted his gaze, scratching his nose. Just a moment. Han and I have a mysterious gift. May we enter now? Old Z said conspiratorially to Didaze. What's the matter? Given our relationship, would I deny you entry? Didaze chuckled. All right, just wait. I promise you a surprise. Old Z laughed heartily, then pulled Han into the hall. In the following hours, Didaze encountered familiar faces. Huang Tu, Kaling, Lei Tu, Tu Xuan, Kafulin, Mojizu, Huoguang, and Dongshiren, among others. After welcoming everyone, Didaze finally spotted Ohyuki and Uzumaki Yen at the back. The two approached side by side. Let us go in, Ohyuki spoke to Didaze. Yes. Didaze felt a flutter of nerves. This was his first wedding, and he was somewhat flustered. Seeing Didaze, usually so composed, now swallowing hard, Ohyuki couldn't help but find it amusing. Regardless of one's demeanor, moments like these inevitably induce a sense of panic. Ohyuki recalled his own wedding years ago. Though the scale was much smaller, he too had felt overwhelming anxiety. Didaze mingled with friends, enjoying drinks, and soon became pleasantly tipsy. However, he was mindful, and, once everyone had eaten sufficiently, he used chakra to eliminate the alcohol from his system. Then, Didaze stood at the forefront of the stage, preparing to deliver some official remarks when Old Z and Han suddenly rushed up. What are you two doing? Didaze looked at the unexpectedly charging duo in confusion. Complete tailed beast transformation. The two transformed into colossal tailed beasts. Didaze was utterly bewildered by the sight of the two enormous creatures. Congratulations to Didaze on his wedding. Wishing you 100 years of happiness and early blessings of children. The two-tailed beasts proclaimed, their blessing appearing delightfully bizarre to Didaze. However, the guests below clearly did not share his sentiment. Many were thrilled at the sight of the enormous tailed beasts. Best wishes to Lord Didaze for a long and happy marriage. Others offered their congratulations. The entire hall erupted into a sea of joy. Meanwhile, Han and Old Z quickly transformed back and vanished. Those two, Didaze felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Having friends like these is indeed a blessing. Despite the interruption, Didaze managed to deliver his prepared speech before leaving the stage. Ohyuki and Uzumaki Yen also shared heartfelt words, followed by Kaling and Lingning, who were close to Didaze. After Ohyuki and Uzumaki Yen concluded their speeches, they took their seats at the highest point. Newlyweds, enter. Didaze appeared from the left, while Nainai emerged from the right. Dressed in a wedding gown with a red veil, Nainai looked radiant. Didaze, do you take this woman to be your wife? I do. Didaze replied, his expression resolute as he gazed at Nainai. Uzumaki Nainai, do you take this man to be your husband? I do. Nainai's voice was gentle, bowing to heaven and earth. The officiant, having received their affirmations, proceeded to the final steps. Didaze had requested simplicity, knowing Nai's impatience, and he aimed to consider her feelings. The entire wedding process was something Didaze had taught the officiant. Although the officiant had never done it this way, he had obliged Didaze's wishes. Didaze and Nai bowed to the heavens and the earth. Bowing to the parents, Didaze and Nai bowed towards Ohyuki and Uzumaki Yen, who looked at them with eyes full of affection. Bowing to each other as husband and wife, Didaze faced Nai, noticing her trembling form, entering the bridal chamber. With the officiant's concluding words, Didaze took Nai's hand, leading her to the bridal chamber. The sky had darkened slightly. Didaze entered the prepared room, and Nai immediately cast a sealing jutsu, wishing to avoid any disturbances. Didaze reinforced the seal with the power of the dragon vein, ensuring it was impenetrable and soundproof. Only Ohyuki's dust release could breach it, and they would sense it the moment it happened. Darling. Nai's cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe apple, and thus, they spent another silent night together. Chapter 174, Radiance, a month later. Old man Didaze rushed into the Tsuchikage's office with great urgency. Ohyuki looked at Didaze with a hint of confusion. I need to step out for a while, Didaze stated directly. Step out? What do you intend to do? Ohyuki inquired, somewhat puzzled. It's nothing significant, but it may take about a month. Didaze waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Have you informed Nanako? Ohyuki readily agreed, then asked. I have, Didaze nodded. Then you may go. Ohyuki gestured with his hand. Understood. After receiving Ohyuki's affirmation, Didaze turned to leave. However, just as he was about to exit, he caught sight of a hole in the glass. Old man, you. Didaze looked at the hole with bewilderment. Recently, I've been a bit irritable, so I made a hole for ventilation. Ha ha. Ohyuki replied with a dry chuckle. Is that so? Didaze left the Tsuchikage's office with a lingering sense of doubt. Once outside, Didaze did not dwell on it, but directly headed towards the exchange bureau. He was well aware of its location. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the exchange bureau was established by the 5 great nations, as only they could place bounties on the kages of the 5 great nations. Exchange Bureau. Didaze activated the evil god sculpture, emanating a thick aura of darkness, cloaking himself in its shadows. Esteemed sir, are you here to place a bounty or to accept a mission? I can assist you. The head of the exchange bureau immediately rose, bowing as he approached Didaze. Upon seeing him, he was quite perceptive, for those lacking such insight had long met their demise. The individuals at the exchange bureau were far from virtuous. Killing one would invite pursuit, but that would matter little to someone who had already lost their life. There had been instances of individuals who mocked the desperate souls visiting the exchange bureau, only to be slain the following day. While those desperate souls were subsequently killed, their heads displayed at the bureau's entrance, such actions held no significance for the deceased. Moreover, the head of the bureau sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from this cloaked figure, even surpassing that of Kakuzu. I come to accept a mission. Didaze spoke in a hoarse voice. Esteemed sir, what mission do you wish to undertake? We have bounties for Ch-Nin, J-Nin, and... Before the bureau head could finish, Didaze had already taken dozens of bounty notices for rogue ninjas. Esteemed sir, you have yet to register. The bureau head looked at Didaze with a pained expression as he prepared to leave. Register me. This will be your reward. Didaze tossed a piece of gold. Gold. The bureau head's expression changed dramatically, his face transforming from despair to sheer delight. My identity has not been registered yet. Yes, I will use my identity to register you first, esteemed sir. The bureau head's eyes twinkled with cunning as he devised a plan. When this esteemed sir returned in the future, the head could transfer the registration to him. May I ask your name, esteemed sir? So I can register you. The bureau head leaned closer, speaking in a subservient tone. A name. Just call me Radiance, Didaze replied hoarsely, lowering his gaze to the bounty notices. Radiance? How peculiar a name. The bureau head thought, glancing at the cloaked figure and the incongruity of the name with the appearance. At that moment, Didaze began to scrutinize the bounty notices. Bounty notices Fascia, A-class rogue ninja of Sunagakure, former J-Nin. Bounty, 15 million Ryo. Possible locations, Land of Rivers, Land of Wind. Shalu, A-class rogue ninja of Sunagakure, former special J-Nin. Bounty, 10 million Ryo. Possible locations, Land of Rivers, Land of Wind. Didaze compiled the bounties for the rogue ninjas from Sunagakure, preparing to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. The bounty was secondary to him. His primary goal was to accumulate the powers within the evil god sculpture once more. Land of Rivers, who goes there? Facia sensed something amiss and abruptly turned around. He saw a figure cloaked in black, exuding an aura of malevolence. Who are you? Facia gasped in alarm, feeling an intense pressure radiating from the figure. You need not know. Didaze unleashed a surge of black energy towards Facia. Facia's expression twisted in agony before he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. Strangely, there were no visible wounds on his body. All done. Didaze lifted the corpse and placed it into a sealing scroll. In the past year, he had developed 2 new applications for the evil god sculpture. The first directly affected the soul, annihilating the target's essence while leaving only the physical body. After all, as the nemesis of the Grim Reaper, though the evil god was not as skilled in manipulating souls, he possessed some knowledge. By infusing chakra of a higher level than the opponent's into the evil god sculpture, he could utterly obliterate the opponent's soul. For a jonin, chakra at the level of a quasi-kage was required. Kage-level souls could not be eradicated, nor would they suffer damage. The strength of souls beyond the Kage level increased significantly, rendering the inferior version of the evil god sculpture incapable of inflicting harm. These details were inherently part of the evil god sculpture's description, which had automatically embedded itself in Didaze's mind upon learning the technique. The second application was to obliterate the physical body while preserving the soul. However, to destroy the body, sufficient chakra must be infused, enough to severely injure or even kill a Kage-level ninja, as physical damage accumulates over time. These techniques were not particularly formidable for Didaze, but when employed under the guise of another identity, they were more than sufficient. As long as Didaze infused enough chakra to inflict effective damage, he could easily eliminate his foes. After all, Didaze possessed a vast reservoir of chakra. His fully realized dragon vein chakra surpassed that of the 8 tails, slightly less than that of the complete 9 tails. However, should the 6 tails awaken, Didaze's chakra would vastly exceed that of the complete 9 tails. I wonder why this entity has remained dormant for so long. Didaze recalled the 6 tails had mentioned it might take some time, but he never expected it to be over a year with no signs of awakening. Forget it. Let us focus on acquiring wood release for now. Didaze shook his head, dispelling his chaotic thoughts, and continued the hunt for the next rogue ninja. Chapter 175, The Wind and Snow 5 days later. Didaze raised an eyebrow in surprise as he examined the freshly minted bounty notice in his hand. The notice read, Asama Santai, a C-rank rogue ninja from the Land of Snow, an ordinary individual with a cadre of commoners. Current possible locations, the Land of Snow, the Land of Waterfalls. Bounty, 500. 000 Rio. Note, the young girl beside Asama Santai must be captured alive. Didaze's expression turned peculiar. He was genuinely unaware that Asama Santai was a rogue ninja. However, the bounty seemed rather paltry, did it not? No wonder no one in the original story seemed to care about this individual. Not only was the reward meager, but the stipulation of capturing the girl alive added further complications. Didaze found himself astonished at Fenghua Nuteo's stinginess. Of course, it was also plausible that the other party simply regarded Asama Santai and Fenghua Xiaoxue as inconsequential. Yet, Fenghua Xiaoxue possessed the hexagonalized crystal, which, although Didaze understood it to be a treasure capable of bringing spring to the Land of Snow, Fenghua Nuteo was oblivious to its significance. He had always believed it to be a relic more powerful than his own chakra armor. As for the reason behind the 500,000 Rio bounty, Didaze speculated that it might be due to the Land of Snow's production of chakra armor. Nonetheless, it was this very sum that spared Asama Santai's life. Otherwise, if a bounty hunter had set their sights on him, his demise would have been inevitable. Perhaps it was worth a look. Didaze chuckled softly. Although Fenghua Nuteo was quite malevolent, his strength was not to be underestimated. He was at least of jonin caliber, if not an elite jonin. His 3 subordinates were likely ordinary jonin, but that would suffice. It was time to seek out Fenghua Xiaoxue. In an instant, Didaze vanished from his location, beginning his search for Asama Santai and Fenghua Xiaoxue throughout the Land of Snow. Being ordinary individuals, they were quite difficult to locate. Lacking chakra, they were imperceptible, making them elusive. This was one of the reasons why no one had taken on the task. After all, 500,000 Rio was not an insignificant sum, suitable for a leisurely undertaking. Yet, finding Asama Santai proved to be no simple feat. The Land of Snow. Huff, huff. A petite girl with black hair and delicate features walked alongside several burly men. How much longer must we walk, Santai? Fenghua Xiaoxue tightened her cotton coat and inquired of Asama Santayu. Princess, we should be nearing the land of waterfalls. Once we leave the land of snow, we will be entirely safe, Asama Santayu reassured her. Safe? Fenghua Xiaoxue's lovely face fell, clouded with a deep melancholy. Princess, Asama Santayu felt a pang of sympathy at her despondent expression. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves echoed. Xiaoxue, quickly hide behind me. Asama Santayu reacted instantly, shielding Fenghua Xiaoxue. Brothers, are you afraid of death? He addressed his companions. Not at all. As long as we can protect the princess, even death would be worthwhile. The men displayed expressions of fearless resolve, ready to sacrifice themselves for Fenghua Xiaoxue. Santayu, take the princess and flee. We'll hold them off. They prepared for a desperate fight against the soldiers of the land of snow, relieved that their adversaries were not ninjas. I will protect the princess. Without hesitation, Asama Santayu hoisted Fenghua Xiaoxue onto his back and began to flee. His courage was not lacking, but his priority was the protection of Fenghua Xiaoxue. Engaging in a futile battle against the soldiers of the land of snow would only result in more lives lost. Let me down. I refuse to leave. Fenghua Xiaoxue pounded on Santayu's back, frustrated by her helplessness. Now is not the time for your stubbornness, princess. Asama Santayu gripped her firmly to prevent her from escaping. Feeling her struggles were in vain, Fenghua Xiaoxue ceased her resistance and stared blankly at the sky. Shall we make a deal? Just as Asama Santayu desperately ran, a figure blocked their path. Who are you? Asama Santayu set Fenghua Xiaoxue down and reached for his short blade. Princess, when I say go, run. Do not concern yourself with me. He whispered urgently. No, Santayu, I will never abandon you. If we must die, let us die together. Fenghua Xiaoxue shook her head vehemently, tears brimming on her delicate face. She had already lost too many loved ones. Santayu was her last remaining kin. Throughout their days of fleeing, she had come to regard Asama Santayu as a father figure. Shall we make a deal? Didaze reiterated, now revealing his true form. He understood that if he had used the guise of the evil god sculpture, Fenghua Xiaoxue and Asama Santayu would sooner choose death than collaborate with him. A deal? What kind of deal? Asama Santayu's expression turned wary, fearing it to be a trap laid by the soldiers of the land of snow to extract the hexagonal ice crystal. Assist us in reclaiming our homeland, and I shall restore her to the throne, Didaze proposed with a smile directed at Asama Santayu and Fenghua Xiaoxue. If you can help us reclaim our homeland and avenge my father, I will grant you anything you desire. Fenghua Xiaoxue shouted defiantly. Princess. Asama Santayu closed his eyes in anguish, uncertain if this choice was right or wrong. Santayu, I refuse to continue living in a state of despair while abandoning my companions. If he is deceitful, then it would be a blessing for us to perish together. Fenghua Xiaoxue's tear-streaked face broke into a radiant smile. Princess, I am the one at fault. Asama Santayu too found himself shedding tears. Very well. Didaze nodded with a smile. My lord, could you please help us save our companions? I implore you. Upon seeing Didaze agree, Fenghua Xiaoxue knelt and bowed deeply. Asama Santayu, witnessing Fenghua Xiaoxue's gesture, hastily followed suit, bowing to Didaze. Rise. Didaze gestured with his hand, forming a clay giant bird to indicate they should mount. Why you are? Asama Santa gazed at Didaze in shock, recognizing him instantly upon seeing the jutsu. The land of snow may have been remote, but it was not devoid of information from the outside world. Shoo. Didaze placed a finger to his lips, smiling softly. I understand. Asama Santayu suppressed his urge to shout. Your Majesty, the land of snow is saved. Chapter 176. Ambitions amidst wind and flowers. What is the matter, Santaifu? Fenghua Xiaoxue inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she observed the visibly excited Santaifu. Nothing, Your Highness. I merely sense that our comrades may yet be saved. Although Santaifu was uncertain as to why Didaze forbade him from revealing his identity to Fenghua Xiaoxue, he complied with the request nonetheless. Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded emphatically, her face displaying a resolute expression. Though she remained unaware of Didaze's true identity, she was far from naive. The ability to conjure such flying contraptions suggested that even if they could not defeat Fenghua Nuteo, escape was still a likely possibility. Over here, my lord. Santaifu urgently gestured towards the location from which they had recently fled. Hold on tight, Didaze commanded, accelerating the clay giant bird to its maximum speed. Fenghua Xiaoxue struggled to maintain her balance, nearly toppling over. To remedy this, Didaze swiftly fashioned a grip for her, recognizing the instability of a child's stance. Right there. Those mounted warriors are not our allies, Santaifu exclaimed upon spotting the valiant fighters engaged in a bloody struggle below. Lightning release. Lightning sphere. Several spheres of lightning materialized around Didaze, darting towards the soldiers of the Snow Nation as if guided by an unseen force. The soldiers were rendered unconscious by the electric assault. My lord, spare their lives. They too are merely following orders. Fenghua Xiaoxue interjected unexpectedly. Do you know whom I despise most? Didaze did not directly answer her, but instead posed a question of his own. Who do you despise the most? Fenghua Xiaoxue asked cautiously. These soldiers belong to the Snow Nation. Are they not responsible for their actions? Open your eyes and see clearly. Didaze lowered the clay giant bird, revealing a scene that would be etched into Fenghua Xiaoxue's memory forever. The warriors below were drenched in blood, many with broken limbs, dragging their battered bodies towards her. Your Highness, what brings you here? They inquired, concern evident in their voices. Can you truly justify your actions? Didaze whispered beside Fenghua Xiaoxue, his disdain for the sanctimonious evident. He could not fathom the forgiveness espoused by Naruto Uzumaki, who absolved Obito even before his body had grown cold, while the soldiers of the Snow Nation acted under coercion. The choice between those who fought valiantly and their oppressors was clear. To be a king is not merely about benevolence. It requires the deterrent power of thunderous resolve. This is the lesson I impart to you today. Santaifu nodded in agreement, finding no fault in Didaze's reasoning. From the moment the soldiers pursued them, he had deemed them enemies. The notion of coercion was mere nonsense. Those under orders could choose to turn a blind eye and let them go, yet they did not. Go. Eliminate one of them. Didaze produced a dagger from his waist and handed it to Fenghua Xiaoxue. Didaze sought a flourishing Snow Nation and a competent ruler. Not a ruler steeped in compassion alone. A ruler of mercy could never lead the Snow Nation to prosperity. My lord, the princess is still too young. Santaifu protested anxiously. Do not waste words, Didaze replied coldly. I understand. Santaifu fell silent, daunted by Didaze's words. Fenghua Xiaoxue grasped the dagger, her hand trembling as if afflicted by a tremor. To kill one person could restore their nation and exact vengeance. Failure to act would consign her to a life of perpetual flight. Didaze's icy tone struck her heart like a hammer, each word resonating with profound weight. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Fenghua Xiaoxue recognized the gravity of her previous inaction. While her choices were justifiable for the Snow Nation, they had betrayed the warriors who had risked their lives to protect her. With newfound resolve, she approached, dagger in hand. Fenghua Xiaoxue plunged the blade into the soldier's heart. He let out a final, anguished cry before succumbing to death. Your Highness, allow us to handle this. How could you commit such an act? The warriors, initially bewildered by her intentions, were taken aback upon witnessing her decisive action. During their flight, she had hesitated even to harm a small animal. Now, she had taken a life. It is I who have wronged you all. Fenghua Xiaoxue bowed deeply to the warriors. You have nothing to apologize for. It is that scoundrel Fenghua Nuteo who deserves our ire. The warriors rallied, swiftly taking up arms to avenge her. In consideration of the princess's sensibilities, they ensured to muffle the cries of the slain soldiers, preventing any distress to her. You have done well. Truly worthy of the Snow Nation's princess, Didaze remarked as he approached Fenghua Xiaoxue, affectionately ruffling her hair. A smile blossomed on Fenghua Xiaoxue's face at the gesture. By the way, this esteemed lord is quite handsome. She cast a furtive glance at Didaze, quickly averting her gaze. Let us proceed. Didaze conjured a larger clay giant bird and addressed the gathered warriors. Climb aboard. Santaifu urged the warriors, who were initially skeptical of Didaze. Their wariness heightened after days of evasion. Very well. With Santaifu's encouragement, they began to board. Buckle in. Didaze accelerated the giant bird to its maximum velocity. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the Snow Nation, in the Grand Hall. Still no leads? Fenghua Nuteo inquired darkly from his throne, surveying those before him. My lord, that wretch is exceedingly elusive. We simply cannot. A minister cautiously began. Useless. Fenghua Nuteo unleashed a wave of ice release, encasing the minister in a block of ice, sealing his fate. Perhaps we should seek out the princess instead? Suggested three individuals clad in chakra armor, standing beside Fenghua Nuteo. You still need to develop the chakra armor. When each of us possesses one, it shall be our time to dominate the ninja world. When that day comes, Wherever Fenghua Xiaoxue may flee, she shall be compelled to surrender the six-horned ice crystal. After finishing his statement, Fenghua Nuteo unleashed another ice release, shattering the frozen minister into countless fragments. Chapter 177. How delightful it would be to rule the world together. Is there anyone else with matters to report? After the execution of a minister, the oppressive gloom surrounding the search for Fenghua Xiaoxue had significantly dissipated. Fenghua Nuteo's face once again bore a smile. Yet the ministers remained silent, intimidated by his previous brutal actions. Since no one wishes to speak, we shall disperse, Fenghua Nuteo declared, waving his hand as he exited. My lord, are we truly not to apprehend Fenghua Xiaoxue? We are certain we can bring her back. Heiyu Chuexue, standing beside him, implored. Though her appearance was unremarkable, she harbored a deep loathing for the beautiful Fenghua Xiaoxue. Do you wish to defy me? Fenghua Nuteo turned to glare at Heiyu Chuexue. Why yes, my lord, I dare not. Heiyu Chuexue quickly lowered her gaze, afraid to meet his eyes. Do not presume to take matters into your own hands, Fenghua Nuteo warned. Striding out of the grand hall, followed closely by his three subordinates. At the research base, Fenghua Nuteo gazed upon his newly developed chakra armor with a triumphant smile. With this armor, even the shadows of the 5 great nations shall bow before me. His expression grew increasingly audacious. Put it on, he commanded his companions. Yes. They responded respectfully. In the land of snow, that is the royal palace. Fenghua Xiaoxue pointed towards the palace and looked up at Didaze. Very well. You and Asakuma Santai will accompany me. The rest shall remain in the skies, Didaze instructed, nodding. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Didaze created a shadow clone to manipulate a giant clay bird. Come, he beckoned to Fenghua Xiaoxue. All right. Fenghua Xiaoxue leapt eagerly, wishing to climb onto Didaze's back. However, Didaze preferred not to let her ride. Instead, he lifted her effortlessly with one hand, as one might a small dog. A look of bewilderment crossed Fenghua Xiaoxue's face, as she had not expected this method of transport. Asakuma Santai was similarly hoisted by his clothing. Didaze then initiated a free fall. Fenghua Xiaoxue squeezed her eyes shut as the ground rushed closer, unable to suppress her terrified screams. Light and heavy rock technique. Just before they plummeted to the ground, Didaze invoked the technique, halting their descent mere meters from the earth. Didaze chuckled awkwardly at the sight of the panic-stricken Fenghua Xiaoxue and the pale-faced Asakuma Santai. Let us proceed. With one in each hand, he swiftly soared towards the royal palace of the land of snow. Is that a person up there? A soldier guarding the palace rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It seems so, perhaps. Another soldier replied uncertainly. Fire arrows, fire arrows. A commanding chunin, with sharper vision than his comrades, discerned that a figure was indeed flying overhead. Wind release, breakthrough. The chunin unleashed a gust of wind towards the sky, his sole ninjutsu. In the land of snow, a chunin was recognized as such merely for mastering one ninjutsu and some basic skills, often rendering them inferior to the jonin of larger nations. Fire release, great fire destruction. Didaze cast a sidelong glance at the oncoming wind attack, securing Fenghua Xiaoxue under his arm as he formed hand seals with one hand. The wind, though not particularly strong, fueled his fire technique, which unleashed devastation akin to a natural disaster, instantly obliterating the soldiers and ninjas guarding the gate, leaving behind nothing but ash. Point me towards Fenghua Nuteo, Didaze instructed Fenghua Xiaoxue. At that moment, she gaped in utter astonishment. Where is he? Asakuma Santai, though shocked, was somewhat prepared for the display of power. He believed that someone capable of gaining the title of explosive maniac in the ninja world would surely be stronger than Fenghua Nuteo. Yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Didaze nodded and swiftly took off in the direction indicated by Asakuma Santai. Inside the palace, Fenghua Nuteo. Fenghua Xiaoxue glared at the man who had his back turned towards them, her teeth clenched in rage. Oh, has my dear little niece sought assistance? Fenghua Nuteo slowly turned to face them. You vile beast. You killed my father for your own selfish desires. You do not deserve to call me your niece. Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyes burned with fury as she confronted him. You must be the explosive maniac, Didaze. Perhaps we could discuss terms? What she can offer, I can as well. Fenghua Nuteo disregarded Fenghua Xiaoxue, his gaze wary as he assessed Didaze. His chakra armor was not yet perfected, and he had no desire to confront such a renowned adversary in the ninja world just yet. While he was confident in his abilities, the potential damage to his armor was a concern, and it would be wiser to negotiate. Oh, she is willing to cede the land of snow to me. Would you be inclined as well? Didaze inquired with a smile directed at Fenghua Nuteo. I would offer you the same. Fenghua Nuteo responded decisively. I possess chakra armor, and with your strength, we could easily crush the 5 nations. Together, we could dominate the ninja world, ruling it half and half. How splendid that would be. Fenghua Nuteo began to elaborate grandiosely, as if victory were already assured. Your proposition is intriguing. I find myself tempted, Didaze mused, stroking his chin as if contemplating. My lord, please do not be swayed by his deceitful words. He is nothing but a duplicitous scoundrel. Asakuma Santai, alarmed by Didaze's demeanor, urgently interjected. Humph, you dare to speak. You worthless fool. Fenghua Nuteo unleashed an ice release technique aimed at Asakuma Santai, certain that a hit would mean certain death with no chance of survival. An admirable thought. But I must decline. Didaze shattered Fenghua Nuteo's ice release with a flick of his hand, a mocking smile gracing his face. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Fenghua Nuteo's expression darkened ominously. Chapter 178. The frog at the bottom of the well, kill him. Fenghua Nuteo commanded, addressing the 2 behind him, Langya Shuebing and Dongxiong Dongyu. Yes. The 3 nodded respectfully and positioned themselves before Fenghua Nuteo. How dare you refuse the Lord's kind offer? It seems you must be sent to hell for repentance. Rest assured, Jonin village will also be eradicated by us. Heiyu Chushue proclaimed defiantly at Didaze. Speak less if you are so unseemly, Didaze coldly shot back, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Having killed countless foes, Didaze's aura was beyond what Heiyu Chushue could withstand. The powerful intent locked onto Heiyu Chushue, causing him to falter and collapse to the ground. What does it matter if he has an intimidating presence? Heiyu Chushue began, but suddenly realized Didaze had vanished. Didaze reappeared before him, striking with a blade. In that fleeting moment, Heiyu Chushue glimpsed his own body. Is that me? A lingering doubt shadowed his mind as his head fell, staining the snow crimson. That fool. Fenghua Nuteo observed Heiyu Chushue's instantaneous demise, feeling a twinge of dismay. He believed that it was Heiyu Chushue's incessant chatter that led to his downfall. Charge! Fenghua Nuteo urged the remaining 2. Die! Langya Shuebing and Dongxiong Dongyu unleashed a tremendous ice-release jutsu, transforming it into colossal spikes aimed at Didaze. Just to initial form, Didaze, forming a single hand seal, summoned a massive rock giant. The moment it emerged, it effortlessly grasped the ice spikes created by the 2. What? The 2 gasped in shock. They had never encountered such a jutsu before. What is this thing? Fenghua Nuteo regarded the massive rock giant with an air of trepidation. Step back. I shall deal with this rock giant. He commanded Langya Shuebing and Dongxiong Dongyu. This must be his strongest jutsu, though I know not why it is not an explosive technique. With such power, it is no wonder he dared to bring Fenghua Xiaoxue to the land of snow to seek me. Fenghua Nuteo regarded the towering rock giant with fear in his eyes. So this is Didaze's trump card. Truly, he is worthy of his reputation in the Ninja World War. Asakuma Santayu looked upon the giant with admiration, while Didaze remained silent, coldly observing Fenghua Nuteo. Let me shatter your illusions. Fenghua Nuteo stepped forward, channeling energy into his hands, fixating his gaze on Didaze, prepared to evade any potential ambush. Does he truly have no intention of attacking? After a prolonged build-up, Fenghua Nuteo noticed Didaze remained motionless. Even a fool would recognize the disdain in his demeanor. Humph, soon you shall regret your underestimation. Fenghua Nuteo vowed silently. Is it not just a rock giant over 10 meters tall? I concede it is formidable, but I, Fenghua Nuteo, am no easy prey. Once he defeats Didaze, he would imprison him, forcing him to witness the destruction of Yin village by his army of ninjas clad in chakra armor, making him understand the cost of underestimating him. Ice release, Black Dragon Blizzard. Fenghua Nuteo concentrated chakra in his hands, unleashing a dragon formed of snow and frost. It was not a bloodline limit technique. Didaze merely glanced at it, comprehending its nature. Much like Risha manipulating sand, Fenghua Nuteo merely controlled the snow and frost of the land of snow. He could create some, but not wield it as effortlessly as a bloodline limit. Thus, should he leave the land of snow, his strength would diminish by approximately 50%. Die. A triumphant smile spread across Fenghua Nuteo's face. The rock giant was struck fiercely by his attack, the black dragon exploding upon impact. Excellent. Our leader is invincible. Dongxiong Dongyu and Langya Shuebing's expressions transformed into excitement. They knew the true power of Fenghua Nuteo's Black Dragon Blizzard. Boom, boom. Just as Fenghua Nuteo began to celebrate, he heard the ground tremble with the sound of a massive creature moving. Fenghua Nuteo's eyes widened as he witnessed the rock giant sprouting legs, slowly advancing towards him. Impossible. Ice release. Black Dragon Blizzard. Fenghua Nuteo, in disbelief, unleashed another Black Dragon Blizzard. Yet the rock giant completely disregarded his attack, merely swaying slightly as if unfazed. No, I refuse to believe it. Ice release. Twin Dragon Blizzard. Fenghua Nuteo concentrated nearly all his chakra into this assault. Two enormous black dragons coalesced, far larger than the previous one. Die for me. Fenghua Nuteo's expression turned maniacal. Boom. The rock giant was utterly obliterated by Fenghua Nuteo's desperate strike. Ha ha ha. Mere trifles. Despite being utterly exhausted, Fenghua Nuteo persisted, taunting his foe. He believed that, like him, Didaze had also reached his limits. Summoning such a large rock giant must have drained considerable energy. Langya Shuebing, Dongxiong Dongyu, forward. Fenghua Nuteo commanded the two behind him. Master, your rock giant has shattered. Asakuma Santayu turned to Didaze, speaking in disbelief. It is not destroyed. Didaze shook his head. Then, with another series of hand seals, the fragments of the shattered rock reassembled, absorbing the earth around them. From one, it became two, then four, then 8. Dozens of rock giants surrounded Fenghua Nuteo and his companions. Impossible, impossible. I am the strongest. Jinjutsu, release. Fenghua Nuteo appeared to lose his sanity as he gazed upon the multitude of rock giants, frantically forming seals in a desperate attempt to dispel the illusion. The frog at the bottom of the well. Didaze regarded Fenghua Nuteo as someone who had never seen the wider world. Indeed, while Fenghua Nuteo's strength was not insignificant, he was almost among the upper echelons of power in the great ninja villages. His ambition to unify the 5 great nations was nothing more than a delusion. Even if every soldier in the land of snow possessed Fenghua Nuteo's strength, they would still be unable to unite the 5 great nations. Didaze commanded the rock giants to crush Langya Shuebing and Dongxiong Dongyu, leaving only Fenghua Nuteo alive. He was somewhat intrigued by the chakra armor, which, while not enhancing his own abilities, could be of use to Yanin village. Chapter 179. Ascension to the Throne. How formidable. Is this truly the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village? Asama Santayu's jaw dropped in disbelief. Though he had anticipated that Kazahana Nato might be defeated, he never imagined it would be so decisively. It seemed to him that Didaze barely exerted any effort to eliminate Kazahana Nato. Did we actually win? Kazahana Koyuki spoke, her voice tinged with confusion. She had not expected the battle to conclude so abruptly. Koyuki, remember this. If he can kill me, he can certainly eliminate you as well. Once you have outlived your usefulness, your fate will be no different from mine. Kazahana Nato glared at Koyuki, uttering the most venomous curses. Enough of this nonsense. Didaze swiftly rendered Kazahana Nato unconscious. Do you recall our prior agreement? He turned to Koyuki. Yes, whatever you desire, I shall provide. Koyuki responded with unwavering determination. She was not one to disregard the gravity of her situation. Without Didaze's assistance, she could only imagine how long her escape would take. Do you wish to become a ninja? Didaze inquired, nodding in approval. Ninja? But I lack the aptitude to become one. I cannot even harness chakra. Koyuki lowered her gaze, feeling despondent. You need only to express your desire, Didaze replied nonchalantly. I desire it, Koyuki declared resolutely. Do not move, Didaze commanded, placing his hand upon her head, bestowing upon her the power stored within the evil god sculpture, enough to grant her the rank of a jonin. With this, she could gradually cultivate her abilities. The beginning is indeed the most challenging. Once initiated, the subsequent journey becomes considerably easier. Transitioning from an ordinary person to a jonin would eliminate 99% of the populace, for the majority are indeed mere commoners. The leap from jonin to chunin, however, would only see a modest reduction of perhaps 70 to 80%. I truly possess chakra now. Koyuki's eyes widened in astonishment as she felt an unprecedented power surging within her. Meanwhile, Asama Santayu looked on with envy. Come, let us eradicate Kazahana Nato's remaining allies, Didaze urged, addressing the elated Koyuki, who was still reveling in her newfound chakra. Very well. Koyuki suppressed her joy. A great purge commenced in the land of snow, leading to the execution of all loyalists to Kazahana Nato. The following day, an official who had aligned with Kazahana Nato in the assassination of the previous king pleaded for mercy before Koyuki. I truly have fallen into the hands of a thief. Your Highness, I beg you, spare my life. You have erred in two respects. First, you are not a victim of theft. Second, I am the queen, Koyuki declared coldly, placing her sword against the official's neck. Your Majesty, the official's plea was abruptly silenced as Koyuki executed him with a swift stroke. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive. After a day of cleansing, your resolve in eliminating foes has certainly sharpened, Didaze praised, applauding Koyuki. To become the queen of the land of snow. This is a path I must tread. Koyuki's expression hardened, shedding her previous naivety. This was merely the first day. The act of taking life indeed facilitates rapid personal growth. At least psychologically. I have extracted the method for producing chakra armor from Kazahana Nato through illusionary interrogation. Here are the manufacturing details. Henceforth, let the land of snow produce these, and I will procure them at 1,000,000 per set, Didaze instructed, tossing a scroll to Koyuki. Given that the land of snow already possessed a research facility, establishing a new one in the land of earth would be a futile endeavor. It would be more prudent to have the land of snow manufacture the armor for distribution to the land of earth. The research base in the land of snow had been forcefully constructed through the exploitation of its citizens, incurring immense costs that had left the populace destitute. Understood, Koyuki responded, glancing over the scroll. Didaze had outlined the estimated expenses, indicating that the cost of one set of armor ranged from 5 to 600,000, allowing him a profit of approximately 400,000 per acquisition. A lucrative venture indeed, considering that an S-rank mission only yielded a few million. In the coming days, I shall provide you with specialized training to expedite your mastery of the fundamental techniques of chakra refinement, the three-body technique, and the essential combat skills of a ninja. Didaze informed Koyuki. Yes, Koyuki replied respectfully. Prepare for your coronation. I shall return in 2 days to formally instruct you. Didaze waved his hand dismissively. Will you attend? Koyuki found herself questioning, unable to suppress her curiosity. No, Didaze replied, pausing briefly before departing with haste. So it is I must not succumb to despair. I am the queen of the land of snow. Koyuki felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly resolved to uplift her spirits. The next day, all traitors had been executed, ensuring that Koyuki's coronation proceeded without incident. No one questioned her youth in assuming the throne. Bring forth the traitor Kazahana Nato for execution. With the conclusion of her coronation ceremony, Koyuki issued her first royal decree. Disheveled and defeated, Kazahana Nato was led to the execution platform. Did you ever consider the consequences when you murdered my father? Koyuki glared at the uncle who had wrought havoc upon her family. I refuse to believe it. My chakra armor is invincible. I am destined to unify the ninja world. Ha ha ha. Kazahana Nato appeared utterly deranged. It seemed that the previous interrogation had shattered his psyche, leaving him a mere shell of a man. Observing the frenzied Kazahana Nato, Koyuki felt no satisfaction from avenging her family. Execute him. At Koyuki's command, Kazahana Nato, shackled and bound, was mercilessly slaughtered before the gathered crowd. The choice to execute him in such a brutal manner rather than through a guillotine was meant to convey a greater sense of deterrence. As she watched Kazahana Nato reduced to a mere pulp, Koyuki felt no stirrings of emotion. She was only aware that she could now seek Didaze to learn the ways of the ninja. She harbored no lingering feelings towards Kazahana Nato. Even hatred seemed unwarranted for such a wretched being. Chapter 180. Encounter with Shimura Danzo. Afternoon, my lord. Are you at home? Fenghua Xiaoxue, donned in a sharp attire, knocked on the temporary residence of Didaze. To think you would arrive in the afternoon. I assumed you would be working late into the night. Didaze remarked as he stepped out to greet her. My lord, you jest, Fenghua Xiaoxue replied with a shy smile. I've entrusted all matters to Asima Santu. After all, it merely requires a stamp. The subordinates have already clarified everything in their reports, so I need not offer any opinions. I shall teach you for only a week. How much you learn in that time will depend on your own efforts. At the end of the week, I will take my leave, Didaze stated, raising a finger toward her. Really, can't you stay a few more days? Fenghua Xiaoxue gazed at Didaze with hopeful eyes. I have my own affairs to attend to. Didaze shook his head. I understand. Fenghua Xiaoxue lowered her gaze. Let us check your chakra. I am still unaware of your chakra affinity. Didaze tossed a test paper to her. If the chakra is of fire affinity, the test paper will ignite. If it is of water affinity, the paper will become damp. For wind affinity, the paper will split in half. For earth affinity, the paper will shatter. For lightning affinity, the paper will crumple. Didaze explained. All right. Fenghua Xiaoxua nodded, channeling her chakra into the test paper. There was no response. What is happening? Didaze furrowed his brow. Try again. He handed her a new test paper. Okay. Fenghua Xiaoxua nodded and attempted once more to infuse chakra into it. Still, there was no reaction. Is there no chakra affinity? Didaze realized the implication. Two test papers yielding no response made the conclusion obvious. Fenghua Xiaoxua possessed no chakra affinity. However, this defied logic. Once chakra is awakened, one inherently possesses at least one chakra affinity. My lord, is there something wrong with me? Fenghua Xiaoxua asked nervously, noting Didaze's frown. Nothing serious, Didaze replied, shaking his head. He began to grasp the reason. The chakra from the evil deity statue was likely of an unassigned nature, allowing it to be freely imparted. Previously, he had only given chakra to those who already possessed it, leading the unassigned chakra to amplify their existing affinities without him realizing it. However, bestowing unassigned chakra upon an individual devoid of any would result in the emergence of chakra without an affinity. Your chakra is unassigned, which means you will need to cultivate an affinity anew, Didaze informed Fenghua Xiaoxua. Unassigned? I thought something was wrong. You scared me. Fenghua Xiaoxua exhaled, patting her chest. Initially, Didaze's expression had led her to believe it was a significant issue, only to find it was merely the absence of chakra affinity, an inconsequential matter for her. After all, she had not even been afforded the chance to cultivate a chakra affinity before. Would you like to learn an A-rank ninjutsu that does not require a chakra affinity? Didaze suddenly suggested. An A-rank ninjutsu that doesn't require chakra affinity? Fenghua Xiaoxua looked up, curiosity evident in her expression. A week later. Keep it up. You are not far from success. Didaze encouraged as he observed the water sphere wobbling slightly. Since Fenghua Xiaoxua's chakra level was that of a jonin, she would be unable to utilize the Rasengan. So Didaze had elevated her chakra level to that of a chunin. Even so, given the current state, it would likely take her several weeks to break the water sphere, despite Didaze having explained the steps thoroughly. It could even be said that not even Minato Namikaze could teach as effectively as Didaze. My lord, it has already been a week. Are you leaving? Fenghua Xiaoxua inquired, a hint of reluctance in her voice. I have imparted the subsequent steps to you. Now you must learn at your own pace. When I next visit, I hope you will have truly mastered it, Didaze replied. His next visit would be a year hence, the time he had scheduled to collect the chakra armor. I will not let you down, Fenghua Xiaoxua declared, clenching her small fist with determination. Good luck. Explosive clay, giant bird. Didaze encouraged her one last time before conjuring a massive bird of clay that soared into the sky. Fenghua Xiaoxua stood there, transfixed, watching Didaze's retreating figure for quite some time. The battlefield of mist and leaf Danzo-sama. The enemy is attacking again, a root ninja reported, kneeling before Shimura Danzo. They are becoming desperate after their prolonged assaults. The more they press, the less we can engage them directly. Relay my orders. Retreat. Danzo scoffed. He was not ignorant of tactics. He merely awaited the collapse of the battlefield in the Land of Lightning, at which point the leaf forces would soon come to his aid. As for when the lightning forces would falter, that remained uncertain, but it was imminent. With the emergence of wood release, the brutes of the Land of Lightning found themselves severely constrained and were unable to push forward, nearly being driven back to their homeland. They were merely holding on, refusing to surrender. Another day passed, and Mist Village had yet to achieve any significant victories. While they had forced Danzo's forces to retreat, it bore little consequence. The opposition had not suffered substantial losses, and they dared not advance too far. If they did, they would easily fall victim to a collective assault from Leaf Shinobi. Clearly, my strategy is sound, Danzo mused, leisurely sipping his tea. Pour me a cup as well, rasped a voice. Who dares to lurk in the shadows? Danzo exclaimed, rising immediately. I am not lurking. I am right here, the voice replied once more. And Danzo then beheld a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo launched an immediate counterattack upon seeing the figure. Didaze manipulated the evil deity statue to unleash an attack infused with approximately 1/5 of his chakra. Danzo's body was soon riddled with numerous wounds, causing him to roll on the ground, wailing in pain. It was not that Danzo lacked endurance. The agony he experienced surpassed any pain he had previously endured. However, Didaze had long since set up a soundproof ceiling technique that prevented anyone below his strength from hearing anything. Can we converse normally now? Didaze asked, pouring himself a cup of tea while observing the sweat-drenched Danzo sprawled on the ground. Who are you? Danzo gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he spoke slowly. Chapter 181. The Deception of Danzo. I am capable of propelling you further, even to the pinnacle of Hokage, rasped Deidara, cloaked in shadows. Hokage! Hokage! Shimura Danzo halted his restless movements, momentarily forgetting the agony coursing through him, as he silently repeated these two words in his mind. The title of Hokage had become his obsession. Did he truly hold such a fervent desire for the position? Perhaps not, at least. His initial admiration was far from this pathological fixation. What truly gnawed at him was the sting of defeat to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I refuse to believe your intentions are so simplistic. What ulterior motives do you harbor? Danzo questioned, skeptical of Deidara's words. As a seasoned manipulator, a fundamental trait he possessed was an unwillingness to trust others easily. Are you familiar with the concept of the evil god? Deidara inquired, gazing at Danzo. Evil god. Danzo frowned. He had never heard of such a figure. What is the evil god? He pressed. The evil god is the embodiment of perfection itself. Even the Grim Reaper and the Sage of Six Paths must prostrate themselves before him, Deidara remarked, casting his gaze skyward, feigning reverence. The most perfect existence? With power surpassing that of the Sage of Six Paths? Danzo's expression shifted, revealing his internal conflict. In truth, he was not entirely convinced by the claims of this cloaked figure. So, you serve as a subordinate of the evil god? Danzo probed, scrutinizing Deidara. Subordinate? You may perceive it that way, but I would prefer you to refer to me as the executor, Deidara replied, hidden within the shroud of darkness, rendering Danzo unable to discern his true expression. Deidara's tone remained calm and unperturbed, leaving Danzo with no solid information to analyze. What is an executor? Danzo could not suppress his curiosity, sensing he was on the verge of uncovering something monumental. That is not for you to know. All you need to tell me is whether you desire to become Hokage, Deidara retorted, deftly evading Danzo's inquiry. He had no intention of divulging too much to a mere pawn. After all, the more lies one tells, the harder they become to maintain. It was far more effective to allow the other party to fill in the gaps themselves. How do you perceive my thoughts? Danzo asked, his brow furrowing as he addressed the enigmatic figure before him. The master bestows upon us the ability to see through facades. In my eyes, you cannot conceal your desires. Deidara stated, feigning impatience. I will ask you once more. Do you wish to become Hokage? Danzo's mind raced through a montage of memories. From his days in the Ninja Academy, where he had been overshadowed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, to his graduation, and ultimately, his defeat in the pursuit of the Hokage title. He refused to continue living in the shadow of defeat. He yearned to triumph, to claim victory at least once. I want to, Danzo declared resolutely to the figure shrouded in black. You have made the right choice. This is the blessing bestowed upon you by the divine, Deidara proclaimed, extending his hand as a surge of dark energy surged toward Danzo. This force was equivalent to that of 2 jonin, for Deidara had tirelessly hunted rogue ninjas, slaying not only those on the wanted list, but also many unfortunate souls he encountered. What? Why has my strength suddenly increased? Danzo exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. After years of stagnation, his power had surged unexpectedly. Although for someone of his caliber, the strength of 2 jonin was not particularly remarkable, it nonetheless filled him with profound joy. His power had been teetering on the brink of decline, barely maintaining the minimum threshold of a Hokage. However, with this newfound strength, he felt assured that he would not fall below that level even after surpassing his peak. Such a being capable of granting power could not be a mere ordinary individual. Could it be that the evil god truly possessed strength that rivaled, or even surpassed, that of the Sage of Six Paths? Danzo's conviction began to waver. Initially, he had viewed this cloaked figure's strength as formidable, dismissing the divine claims as mere fabrication. Yet, upon feeling the surge of chakra and bodily enhancement within him, his perspective shifted entirely. No one could achieve such a feat. Only someone of the Sage of Six Paths caliber might possess the potential to do so. And even that was merely a possibility. After all, if power could truly be bestowed, why didn't the first Hokage entrust his strength to the second before his demise? If he couldn't trust others, could he not trust his own brother? The power of the evil god is as vast as the ocean, Danzo thought. shifting from skepticism to reverence as he bowed deeply to Deidara. The evil god requires no unnecessary formalities. He desires you to accomplish a task for him. Once completed, you shall naturally ascend to the role of Hokage, Deidara explained. What is this task? Danzo inquired, his tone respectful. Summon Senju Hashirama to the battlefield of the mist. The evil god requires his soul. Upon completion, his bloodline limit shall be yours. The evil god seeks only his soul. The divine does not deceive mortals. Deidara's words echoed in Danzo's ears like a devil's whisper. Would release. If I could acquire would release. Yes, as long as I obtain would release. Danzo's mind screamed, teetering on the edge of madness. Yet, how would he deal with Tsunade and Dan Kato? After a brief moment of frenzy, Danzo regained his composure and began to ponder. His relationship with Tsunade had long since reached a freezing point. How could she possibly allow Hashirama to come to him? Moreover, the intensity of the battles in the mist did not compare to that of the Cloud Village. There was no way Hashirama would come here. Do not worry. I have individuals specifically tasked with resolving such matters. You shall learn in 3 days. All you need to do is cooperate. With would release in your possession, who could possibly obstruct your ascent to Hokage? Deidara coaxed Danzo, simultaneously instilling a surge of greed within him. Very well. Danzo's eyes gleamed with avarice as he readily agreed. Shall I compose a letter now? Danzo inquired, gazing at the cloaked figure. 3 days hence, Deidara replied, vanishing into the shadows as his cloak billowed, leaving Danzo standing alone in the void. Chapter 182. Manipulating the Third Mizukage. The Third Mizukage was utterly exasperated. He had anticipated that the significantly weakened Konohagakure would be an easy target. Yet it proved to be far more formidable than expected. Years had passed without any tangible progress, which was entirely contrary to the interests of the Third Mizukage. He had envisioned an opportunity for the Hidden Mist Village to reap the benefits once the Hidden Stone Village defeated Konoha. But the swift capitulation of Konoha had placed the Mist Village in a precarious position. Now, the Third Mizukage found himself in a quandary. Advancing was as difficult as retreating. Although the Mist Village had not been defeated, and on the surface appeared to have significant advantages, the Third Mizukage understood that appearances could be deceiving. Konoha now possessed would-release techniques, which would only grow stronger with time. The defeats of the Mist and Cloud Villages were merely a matter of time. Despite the presence of 2 Jinchuriki in the Cloud Village, they were becoming increasingly overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of wood-release techniques. The Third Mizukage felt that as the proficiency of the wood-release grew, so too would the efficacy of their attacks against the tailed beasts. Initially, the two-tailed beast had been able to dominate the situation, but it had now escalated to the point where the 8-tailed beast was required to restrain the growing strength of the wood-release. He sensed that the situation would only worsen for the Cloud Village. If the two-tailed beasts could no longer contain the threat posed by the wood-release, it would signify the complete downfall of the Cloud Village. This was all occurring while Konoha had yet to unleash the 9 tails. Yagura, what do you propose we do next? The Third Mizukage sighed and turned to his companion, Yagura, seeking his insight. Yagura did not respond, his gaze fixed vacantly ahead. Jinjutsu, release. The Third Mizukage noticed something amiss with Yagura and attempted to dispel the illusion. Release. Release. Despite his efforts, he discovered he was utterly incapable of breaking the illusion, or rather, it was not an illusion at all. Soft footsteps approached, unhurried yet deliberate. Who goes there? The Third Mizukage halted his attempts to free Yagura and turned sharply toward the source of the sound. Do not be so irate. I merely wish to avoid drawing attention. A figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows behind him. When did you? Cold sweat broke out on the Third Mizukage's forehead. He had no idea how this individual had managed to approach him unnoticed, and if their intent had been lethal, he feared he would have already met his demise. Do not be so alarmed. I am not your enemy, the cloaked figure spoke in a gravelly voice. If you are not my enemy, why employ an illusion on Yagura? The Third Mizukage formed hand seals, prepared to counter any potential ambush. There is no need for hostility. I assure you, I am here to assist you. The cloaked figure replied, shaking his head. You can assist me? The Third Mizukage scoffed, but as he spoke, his expression turned blank. Without the Sharingan, dealing with illusions is troublesome, Deidara lamented, observing the Third Mizukage's vacant stare. He had employed a series of 3-layered illusions, followed by a sealing technique to temporarily render the Third Mizukage into a puppet under his control. Given the Third Mizukage's capabilities, Deidara could maintain this control for no more than half a month. Beyond that, the Mizukage would break free. Now, All that remained was to await the unfolding drama. Deidara gradually vanished into the shadows. In the ensuing battles, the third Mizukage would lead from the front and would fight valiantly for the Mist Village, even at the cost of his life. Such nobility! As a result of the third Mizukage's relentless efforts, Konoha would be compelled to call for reinforcements. And who would counter water techniques most effectively? Undoubtedly, it would be the formidable wood-release wielder, SH-10. The following day, the third Mizukage addressed his assembled shinobi with an expression devoid of emotion. Listen well. As your Mizukage, I have failed to lead you to victory against Konoha. This is my gravest error. However, since the crowd was positioned at a distance, none perceived the third Mizukage's unusual demeanor. From tomorrow onwards, I shall lead the charge, treating each battle as if it were my last. To ensure I do not perish on the battlefield, the next Mizukage will be Yagura. As the third Mizukage concluded, all eyes turned toward the diminutive figure of Yagura. Me, Mizukage? Yagura was taken aback by this unexpected news, speechless. While he was indeed a candidate for the role, he was not the sole contender. His candidacy had merely been the most popular choice. Yet with the endorsement of the third Mizukage, it was clear that Yagura was destined for the position, leaving no room for others. This sudden turn of events left Yagura in a state of confusion, unable to muster even a word of thanks. No need for gratitude. What I require is the defeat of Konoha. The third Mizukage instructed Yagura. Meanwhile, the other shinobi looked on with envy at Yagura. This was a mobilization meeting called by the Mizukage himself, and Yagura had been singled out for a private conversation. It was a testament to the third Mizukage's regard for him. From tomorrow onwards, the bounty is set, 10,000 ryo for the head of a jonin, 100,000 for a chunin, and 1 million for a jounin. The third Mizukage issued a rousing command that ignited the spirits of the assembled shinobi. Long live the Mizukage! Defeat Konoha! Defeat Konoha! The crowd erupted in fervor, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Such a generous reward. Yagura's expression shifted dramatically. The Mizukage is acting strangely. He immediately sensed something was amiss with the third Mizukage, yet he found himself unable to voice his concerns. The jubilant cries of the shinobi echoed around him, and even the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were swept up in the excitement. Alone, he had no power to effect change. Advance. From tomorrow, we shall not retreat until Konoha is vanquished. The third Mizukage seized the moment, launching the offensive. All followed his lead towards Konoha. In the ensuing combat, the third Mizukage pushed himself to the brink, ultimately overcoming Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Danzo was held at bay by the Three Tails, who aided the third Mizukage in repelling him after the latter's triumph over Orochimaru. The shinobi of the Mist Village shed their previous despair, fighting ferociously. They were determined to take down their adversaries, even at the cost of their lives. This fervor drove the Konoha shinobi, led by Danzo, into retreat. In merely 3 days, they were driven from the borders of the Fire Country deep into its interior. Once within the territory of the Fire Country, the Mist Village commenced a spree of destruction, laying waste to everything in their wake. Deidara, manipulating the third Mizukage, made no attempt to intervene, knowing that without sufficient pressure, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to contend with Shimura Danzo, who might seek to eliminate the Cloud Village next. Chapter 183. The Fury of the Daimyo in the Daimyo's residence useless. Utterly useless. The Daimyo hurled the letter onto the ground with palpable disdain. I refrained from commenting on the last incursion of a Wagakure into the Land of Fire, but now, with Kirigakure rampaging through our territory, Konoha is woefully inadequate in its defense. I am beginning to question whether it is even worthwhile to allocate military funds to them. The Daimyo regarded the messenger ninja with an icy stare. My lord, we could indeed repel Kirigakure. It is merely due to the Hokage's selfishness that all our forces are stationed at the battlefield of Kimogakure. If only that ninja with wood release, Shenshu, could arrive, Kirigakure would pose no challenge at all. And with the strength available to the Hokage, even without Shenshu, Kimogakure should not have been able to breach the Land of Fire. The root ninja below suddenly raised his head to address the daimyo. He was a trusted aide of Shimura Danzo, and his primary mission in delivering this message was to summon Shenshu to the battlefield. Shenshu? The ninja who has awakened the wood release? The daimyo stroked his chin. Lost in contemplation, he was fully aware of the significance of someone awakening such a powerful ability. Then let us dispatch Shenshu to support the battlefield against Kirigakure. The daimyo commanded with a sweeping gesture. My lord, the Hokage is far too self-serving. Without your correspondence, the ninja hesitated, but the daimyo understood his implication. Dare he defy my will? The daimyo's expression soured. Without your letter, merely to convey a message would likely lead to. The Hokage would not grant you any consideration. Very well, very well. The daimyo laughed in fury. Draft a letter for me, ordering Sarutobi Hiruzen to send Shunshu to the Kirigakure battlefield. Should he refuse, then Konoha shall receive no military funds henceforth. Yes, my lord. The aide bowed and withdrew. The root ninja also lowered his head. Soon, the letter was composed on the daimyo's exclusive stationery, sealed with his various personal stamps, and handed to the root ninja. Go forth. If this situation remains unresolved upon your return, you understand the consequences. The daimyo shot a cold glance at the root ninja. Yes, my lord. The root ninja carefully accepted the letter, bowed, and swiftly vanished from sight. My lord, Konoha has become increasingly untenable over the years, remarked the aide quietly. Humph. They only know how to play with power. Under their leadership, Konoha has become more and more depraved. The daimyo snorted. To him, Konoha was merely an army, and the internal strife among its ranks was utterly intolerable. To him, what could possibly warrant infighting among soldiers? The aide dared not respond, only listening as the daimyo continued to lament the incompetence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the Kumogakure battlefield inside the tent, well done, Shinshu. At this rate, we shall soon penetrate the very heart of Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised the man beside him. Indeed, it was Shinshu. After a year of battle, Shinshu had shed his youthful naivety. This is all thanks to the Hokage, Shinshu replied with a hint of detachment. Sighing, Hiruzen gazed at Shinshu, his heart heavy with concern. The young man harbored a significant grievance against him. Shinshu, Hokage-sama, a letter from the daimyo has arrived. Just as Hiruzen was about to continue, a call interrupted him. The daimyo? Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of confusion. It had been quite some time since the daimyo had reached out to him proactively. Their only exchanges in recent years revolved around military funding, which the daimyo allocated annually without further discussion. Now, after nearly a decade of silence, the daimyo suddenly sends a letter? Hiruzen felt an unsettling premonition. Hokage-sama, this is the letter from the daimyo. The root ninja knelt, presenting the missive to Hiruzen. Furrowing his brow, Hiruzen opened the letter. How do you command, Konoha? The land of fire has been invaded by Kirigakure. They are burning, killing, and pillaging within our borders. You have one day to send Shunshu to deal with Kirigakure, or Konoha will receive no military funds from henceforth. The daimyo's words were exceedingly brusque, treating Hiruzen as if he were a subordinate. It was unfathomable that, in a world imbued with supernatural powers, an ordinary daimyo could chastise the Hokage as one might a child. What? The land of fire has been invaded? Hiruzen exclaimed, disregarding the daimyo's tone. This situation was far worse than the previous incident with the Wagakure, which had refrained from pillaging due to a demand for reparations. The lunatics of Kirigakure, however, had invaded with no such restraint, and this would undoubtedly tarnish the daimyo's perception of Konoha. After all, the daimyo maintained Konoha to safeguard the land of fire, and now they had been struck at their very doorstep. Shinshu, I implore you to assist at the Kirigakure battlefield. Hiruzen bowed deeply to Shinshu after perusing the letter. Absolutely not. Shinshu was taken aback by Hiruzen's gesture, hastily stepping aside. After all, Hiruzen was the teacher of his elder sister and held a superior position in both rank and age. He could not accept such a grand salute. Though Shinshu harbored little fondness for Hiruzen, he could not disregard the courtesy extended to him. I shall depart at once, Shinshu declared, preparing to set off for Kirigakure. In his view, resolving the situation there swiftly would also expedite the resolution of the conflict with Kumogakure, thereby bringing an end to the war. I wish to accompany Shinshu. Tsunade interjected, seeing Shinshu ready to depart. No need, sister, I can manage alone. How dare a mere third Mizukage and a tailed beast invade the land of fire? Shinshu scoffed. Wood release is particularly effective against water release, as it absorbs its power. Unless the water technique possesses overwhelming force capable of completely obliterating wood release. Standard water techniques merely enhance the recovery rate of wood release. That said, sister, do not worry. I wield wood release. Shinshu interrupted Tsunade, resolutely leaving the tent. The child has grown. As an elder, it is essential to respect his decisions. Shinshu patted Tsunade's shoulder. I am merely feeling a bit anxious. Tsunade confessed, a sense of unease washing over her for reasons she could not articulate. I hope it is merely my overthinking. Tsunade gazed after Shinshu, silently praying for his safety. Chapter 184. The Affliction of the Broken Sleeve? In the Land of Fire, on the battlefield of the Hidden Mist, Orochimaru furrowed his brow as he addressed Shimura Danzo. He sensed that the third Mizukage had lost his former composure, as if he had been replaced by another. The third Mizukage's current tactics were recklessly aggressive, willing to inflict severe injuries upon himself to vanquish his enemies. This frenzied approach deeply unsettled Orochimaru, for he had a profound fear of death, especially heightened after nearly perishing at the hands of Deidara. Thus, his recent encounters with the third Mizukage typically culminated in his retreat. Danzo disdainfully glanced at Orochimaru before speaking slowly. Shinju, is it? Orochimaru was taken aback. It had been a long time since he had last seen Shinju since the onset of the war. He was uncertain of his disciple's current state, despite receiving various reports indicating Shinju had vastly improved. However, he yearned to see his disciple in person. An urgent ninja abruptly entered the high-level meeting tent. What is it? Danzo inquired, regarding the root organization ninja with curiosity. This authority had been granted to allow entry during emergencies. Lord Danzo, Lord Orochimaru. Several nobles from the Hidden Mist village have been captured in the Land of Fire, threatening us to engage them in direct combat. Otherwise, they will continue to execute these nobles. The root ninja succinctly relayed. Is that so? Danzo's brow furrowed deeply. This was indeed troublesome. How would he explain his defeat to the daimyo after acquiring wood release? He was not concerned about the nobles. Rather, he pondered how to articulate his predicament. From the recent battles, he had discerned the third Mizukage was undoubtedly being manipulated, as his combat style had transformed dramatically. It was implausible for an individual to undergo such a shift in fighting style within mere days. While temperament may change, fighting styles do not. The fact that an individual of such caliber could be controlled indicated that the malevolent deity was no mere impostor, but a true god akin to the Grim Reaper. Lord Danzo, those from the Hidden Mist, also claimed. The root ninja hesitated mid-sentence. Speak freely, even if it is an insult directed at me. I wish to hear all of it. Danzo interjected, his expression firm. He was unfazed by criticism, possessing a remarkably resilient psyche. The third Mizukage said that you, Lord Danzo, have a proclivity for broken sleeves and share a special relationship with the third Hokage. Otherwise, how could you perpetrate such atrocities against the villagers and yet emerge from prison? The root ninja stammered, unable to meet Danzo's gaze. Orochimaru's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this, recalling how Hiruzen Sarutobi had repeatedly tolerated Danzo's provocations without taking effective action, at most issuing verbal warnings. The most severe consequence had been a short imprisonment, from which Danzo was swiftly released. This had clearly surpassed the bounds of camaraderie. What? Danzo's complexion darkened, turning an ashen hue. If those nobles were to insult his ancestors, he might remain unperturbed. However, the insinuation of an affair with Hiruzen enraged him. His release had been earned through diligent service to Konoha, and he had acted against his family's constraints for the sake of the village. Now, the third Mizukage accused him of harboring a broken sleeve proclivity? The moment Danzo noticed Orochimaru's astonished gaze, his discomfort intensified. That scoundrel! Danzo's face visibly flushed with indignation. The third Mizukage also threatened that if he did not show himself within 3 days, the next to be executed would be the daimyo of the Land of Fire. What? Has he lost his mind? Orochimaru exclaimed. The affairs of the ninja world should not involve the daimyo. If the third Mizukage were to kill the daimyo of the Land of Fire, it would sever the assistance from the daimyo of the Water Country. Moreover, the Land of Fire would not cease functioning due to the absence of one daimyo. There were heirs aplenty to assume the position. Thus, eliminating the daimyo would yield only detrimental consequences for the third Mizukage. Is he so impatient? Danzo reflected calmly, understanding that the third Mizukage's actions were likely a prompt for him to act swiftly. However, the issue remained that Shinju had yet to arrive. Let it drag on. The death of a few nobles would not be a great loss. Perhaps it would even benefit the region. Danzo waved his hand dismissively. Without Shinju's presence, he would not foolishly engage in a direct confrontation with the Hidden Mist village. What he required was Shinju's wood release, not a mere victory over the Hidden Mist. Yes, Lord Danzo. The root ninja bowed respectfully before departing the tent. Do you truly intend to disregard these nobles? Orochimaru licked his lips, addressing Danzo. What worth do they hold? If they perish, so be it, Danzo scoffed. Under normal circumstances, he would have intervened to save them, for the more supporters he had, the greater his chances of attaining the Hokage position. Yet, With the opportunity to acquire would release at stake, he was unwilling to risk it all for a handful of nobles. Did these nobles truly merit his intervention? Orochimaru regarded Danzo with a cold, calculating gaze. He sensed that Danzo was concealing something from him, yet he was too apathetic to inquire further. After all, despite Danzo's shortcomings, he remained aligned with Konoha during wartime. As long as he was not given the chance to cause trouble, Danzo remained a valuable asset to the village. Provide me with another batch of hidden mist ninjas. I require subjects for my experiments. Orochimaru dismissed his concerns regarding Danzo's intentions, confident that Danzo would not engage in any underhanded schemes on the battlefield. As long as Danzo remained outside the village, he posed no significant threat. There are only 30 left. Use them sparingly, Danzo nodded. That will suffice, Orochimaru replied, turning to exit the tent. Would release. Danzo yearned to see Shinju immediately. In the underground laboratory, to avoid attracting attention during experiments in the tent, Orochimaru had established a rudimentary lab below ground. Lord Orochimaru, these are the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, currently in a state of unconsciousness. The Root Organization ninja reported, having brought 30 captives to Orochimaru's lab and securely bound them. Leave now, Orochimaru instructed with a nod. The Root ninjas complied, exiting the laboratory. After their departure, Orochimaru set up a sensory barrier. He would be alerted should anyone approach. He rummaged through the area until he found a corpse, then arranged the Hidden Mist ninja accordingly. Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Orochimaru formed the hand seals. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist let out blood-curdling screams. Was it a failure? Orochimaru gazed upon the tragic demise of the Mist Village ninjas and the lifeless bodies that lay still. He stroked his chin in contemplation. No worries. There are still 29 left. A cold smirk crept across Orochimaru's face as he looked at the 29 unconscious Mist Village ninjas behind him. Chapter 185. The Frenzied Third Mizukage. A day later, what is happening in the Land of Fire? Yagura found himself perplexed by Konoha's actions. They had already slain dozens of nobles, all of whom were prominent figures, yet Konoha remained reticent, refusing to engage in battle. This left Yagura in a state of helplessness. If their own water country were invaded, they would fight to the last breath to protect their aristocracy. However, Konoha, for reasons unknown, did not respond even when severed heads were sent to them. Continue the slaughter, Yagura commanded, waving his hand as another group of nobles was brought forth. Lord Mizukage, I am willing to donate all my wealth to the water country. Please spare my life. A noble pleaded on the guillotine, tears streaming down his face. Execute him. Yagura's gaze remained as still as a deep well. The noble's head rolled to the ground like those of his predecessors before him. Lord Hayakawa is dead, good riddance. He should have perished long ago. The villagers, though filled with fear towards the third Mizukage, felt a thrill at the noble's demise. Although the Mist Village had committed atrocities upon their arrival, once they began plundering the aristocracy's wealth, they ceased their oppression of the common folk. After all, 1,000 commoners are hardly worth as much as a single noble. In the wake of executing these nobles, the third Mizukage had amassed wealth equivalent to a decade's worth of military funding for the Mist Village. In the rear, Deidara could not help but marvel at the opulence of the Fire Country's aristocrats. He mused that even the combined wealth of the daimyos from the other 4 countries might pale in comparison to that of the Fire Countries. With the taste of success, the Mist Village intensified their ruthless plundering. Nobles were hanged and their possessions seized without mercy. Eventually, the ninjas of the Mist Village struggled to carry away the sheer volume of loot. Each ninja returned home laden with riches, while the commoners of the Fire Country rejoiced at the sight of their former oppressors facing execution. It could be said that the Mist Village gained wealth, while the ordinary citizens of the Fire Country found satisfaction in witnessing the flamboyant deaths of their aristocrats. Both parties were in high spirits, save for the nobles themselves. Due to the Mist Village's reluctance to harm civilians, there had been very few civilian casualties after the initial onslaught. This led to instances of civilians guiding the Mist ninjas to the nobles they despised, eager for retribution. The Mist ninjas would ensure that the noble lineages faced extinction, and in return, they rewarded the informants with a fee. This arrangement led to an increasing number of guides, with some even competing for the opportunity. With the assistance of these civilians, the speed of the plunder escalated dramatically. Another day passed at Konoha's encampment. You have finally arrived, Shimura Danzo exclaimed with delight upon seeing Shinsuke. He was pleased that Shinsuke had come alone, without the presence of Kato Dan or Tsunade. Master, Where are we headed? Shinsuke dismissed Danzo's excitement, turning to Orochimaru for answers. How dare he disregard me? So brazenly Danzo clenched his fists, feeling a rare sting of disrespect. Shinsuke, the Mist Village has been slaughtering nobles for the past 2 days, nearly wiping out their entire aristocracy. Moreover, many civilians have been guiding Mist ninjas to the nobles. In just 2 days, the death toll among the aristocrats has exceeded 3 digits, Orochimaru explained, his expression a mix of intrigue and concern. What heinous acts must those nobles have committed to incite such fury among the populace? Shinsuke sighed. Who knows? Orochimaru shrugged. Then shall we set off? Shinsuke inquired. Yes. We cannot delay any longer. Otherwise, the Mist Village may eliminate the remaining nobles. Danzo stated bluntly. Agreed, Shinsuke replied coolly. Although he harbored disdain for Danzo, he recognized the urgency of the situation. It was imperative to address the threat posed by the Mist Village before they turned their sights on the common folk. Even if the higher-ups abstained from violence, could they control their lower-ranking ninjas? A mere jonin could easily overpower an ordinary citizen. Just wait. Danzo glared ominously at Shinsuke. After a brief mobilization, the Konoha forces set forth towards the Mist Village. Meanwhile, the Mist Village continued its bloody campaign against the nobles. Following Konoha's initial assault, the Mist Village finally organized a substantial defense. However, this resulted in approximately 20% of their forces perishing, primarily due to their distraction from the recent rampage against the nobles. You are the third Mizukage? Shinsuke addressed the man before him, who squinted in the sunlight. Water style, great water collision wave. Without uttering a word, the third Mizukage unleashed a torrent of chakra, conjuring a vast expanse of water that enveloped half the battlefield. Everyone was forced to tread upon the water to continue the fight. It is the great water collision wave of Lord Mizukage. Attack! Attack! The Mist ninjas, invigorated by the sudden appearance of the massive water domain, surged forward. With the boost from their leader's technique, their water-style jutsu significantly enhanced. They began to push back the Konoha ninjas relentlessly. Great waterfall technique. The third Mizukage continued to weave hand signs, his body radiating astonishing chakra. A colossal waterfall surged forth, crashing toward Shinsuke. Great waterfall technique. The Mizukage repeated the technique, his complexion growing increasingly pale, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Is he exhausting his life force? Orochimaru observed the Mizukage with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. The great waterfall technique was an A-rank jutsu, and the scale of his release indicated he was channeling a significant amount of chakra. Yet he persisted, frantically unleashing vast amounts of chakra, as if possessed by madness. Wood style, birth of the world of trees. Shinsuke's expression turned grave. He clapped his hands, summoning a plethora of trees from the ground in an instant. Chapter 186. Absorbing would release. Once the trees emerged, they swiftly began absorbing the vast water created by the explosive wave. How could this be? Yagura gazed in astonishment as the wood release consumed all the water release. It is worth noting that the third Mizukage's water release had an unprecedented range. Yet, despite this, his technique was entirely devoured by the wood release of Shomu. Wood release, wood golem technique. Shomu continued to form seals, and soon a towering wooden figure, several meters high, materialized. Although its size could not compare to that of Hashirama Senju's wooden golem, it was overwhelming for ordinary ninjas. Under Shomu's assault, the hidden Mist Village had no means of resistance. Aside from the Three Tails, which could rely on its defenses, the rest were utterly defeated. Ultimately, led by the third Mizukage, the hidden Mist Village retreated in disarray, suffering heavy casualties. Such formidable power! Danzo Shimura gazed greedily at Shomu, who stood atop the wooden golem. Master! Shomu observed the fleeing ninjas of the hidden mist and had no intention of pursuing them. After all, they were still in the land of fire. Any confrontation would have to wait until they had completely departed. Shomu, you have truly grown. Orochimaru's cold, serpentine eyes flickered with a complex emotion. I will always be your student, Shomu replied with a naive smile. Meanwhile, Danzo watched the scene of deep master-student affection with a cold gaze. As night fell, in Danzo's tent, a raspy voice echoed, "The opportunity has arrived." Opportunity? What opportunity? Shomu is unwilling to see me, Danzo mused. He recognized the voice and understood who had come, yet Shomu's indifference left him powerless. If he does not seek you, perhaps you should seek him, the raspy voice suggested again. I should seek him? Danzo furrowed his brow, contemplating the feasibility of this notion. Will you take action? Danzo inquired, looking up at the cloaked figure. Of course. Then go ahead. Steeling himself, Danzo donned his coat and stepped outside. In Shomu's tent, he sensed an approaching chakra while practicing. Who goes there? He shouted. Shoo. It's me. Danzo entered, wearing an awkward smile. What do you want? I do not welcome you. Leave. Shomu frowned at Danzo, issuing an eviction order. I recognize my mistakes. I have come to apologize. Danzo did not lose his temper, but instead sat on the ground, smiling as he addressed Shomu. Shomu regarded Danzo with skepticism, unsure of his intentions. I have reflected on my past actions. They were indeed excessive, Danzo sighed. You actually realize that? I thought you were oblivious. Shomu retorted mockingly. I acknowledge my errors now, and I wish to repent. Danzo continued earnestly. Kakashi lost his father at such a young age. I cannot bear it. Once I return, I will speak to the Hokage about lifting the bounty on Tsukumo Hatake. You should understand that as long as I do not oppose, Tsukumo will certainly be able to return to Konoha, given his contributions on the battlefield of Sunagakure, Danzo stated, having prepared this speech in advance. Then, Danzo asked, Kakashi's father. Shomu fell silent, deep in thought. Wind release, wind blade. Upon seeing Shomu bow his head, Danzo immediately condensed a wind blade aimed at his neck. Wood release, wooden shield. A semicircular wooden shield appeared before Shomu. I knew you harbored ill intentions. Once I capture you, you shall rot in prison. Shomu sneered coldly at Danzo. He remained ever vigilant, for he did not trust Danzo's words. Wood release, prison. Shomu formed seals, causing numerous trees to envelop Danzo. Executor. Danzo attempted to cut through the encroaching wood with his wind blade, only to find that each piece he severed was rapidly replaced. His cutting speed was far outpaced by the rate of growth. Executor? Shomu heightened his vigilance, scanning his surroundings in preparation for an ambush. Truly pathetic. You will be captured before you can even set up a barrier. From Shomu's perspective, he spotted a cloaked figure suddenly appear beside Danzo. Are you the executor he spoke of? Shomu asked warily, eyeing the figure. Knowing too much is of little significance, Didaze replied coolly, pouring 4/5 of his chakra into the evil god statue. Shomu collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his body. Windblade. The prison vanished as Shomu fell, and Danzo rose, directing a wind blade straight for Shomu's head. I still cannot. Shomu attempted to rise, but found himself powerless beneath the overwhelming darkness. Danzo's wind blade grazed Shomu's neck. Shomu, his face twisted in agony, began to form seals to unleash wood release. However, he soon ceased, collapsing to the ground. He is dead, Didaze remarked, observing the lifeless Shomu. The executor, my would release. Danzo, seeing Shomu devoid of life, spoke urgently to Didaze. Rest assured, you shall not be deprived, Didaze replied, glancing at Danzo before extracting a sliver of Shomu's would release bloodline power to share with him. However, this power was temporary. If given normally, Danzo would gain less power than Yamato. Thus, Didaze opted to extract a small portion of the bloodline limit, allowing Danzo to experience wood release for approximately a month. Such formidable power. Upon receiving the wood release experience, Danzo felt invigorated. His previous wounds began to heal with the aid of wood release. The transaction is complete, Didaze remarked, a hint of mockery gracing his features. As for this mess, let Danzo handle it. Didaze was curious to see how he would proceed. Gradually, Didaze faded away, leaving Danzo alone, excitedly experimenting with wood release. Chapter 187. The Awakening of the Six-Tails Humph. Once I have thoroughly mastered wood release, not even Tsunade or Orochimaru will stand a chance against me. Not to mention Didaze. Shimura Danzo glanced at the corpse of SH Tree, sealing it within a scroll with a disdainful snort. He understood that a secret cannot remain hidden forever. Eventually, he would be discovered. However, as long as he could delay long enough, once he perfected his wood release techniques, he would no longer fear anyone. At that time, he, Shimura Danzo, would wield unmatched power to eliminate all obstacles in his path to becoming Hokage. Wood release. Birth of the Tree Realm. Danzo sought out a secluded area to execute the technique. Yet, due to his lack of proficiency, the power of the Tree Realm's birth was exceedingly weak. Unbeknownst to him, he perceived his technique as immensely powerful. With such strength, I am invincible. Danzo gazed at the towering tree before him, joy illuminating his features. I shall train for a month. After that, I shall be formidable enough. With that resolve, Danzo departed from the grove. On the other side, Didaze could only marvel at would release. He had absorbed the technique into his being and instantly felt a surge of life force within him. To draw a comparison, it was as if Didaze's chakra recovery speed had multiplied several fold. Coupled with his already vast reserves of chakra, unless he were to utilize the limitless absorption of the evil god statue, he would never again find himself lacking in chakra. Is this the essence of would release? At that moment, a voice echoed in Didaze's mind. Hound, you have awakened? Upon hearing that voice, Didaze was overjoyed. The six tails, who had been dormant for an entire year, had awakened at this very moment. This was undoubtedly fortuitous for Didaze, as he had already formulated a plan to completely engulf the Hidden Leaf Village. The stronger he became now, the more secure his ambitions would be. Pray tell, what brought about your would release awakening? Inquired the six tails, her curiosity piqued. We have returned to our original world, and the grandson of Senju Hashirama has awakened would release, which I seized from him, Didaze succinctly explained. So it was that fellow's grandson? Well done. The six tails scoffed. She harbored great resentment towards Senju Hashirama, the one who had imprisoned her and stripped her of her freedom. Tell me, is there anything different about your awakening this time? I can sense a significant disparity in your essence, one that transcends mere chakra volume. Didaze asked the six tails. I have acquired a unique sage technique of my own. She replied nonchalantly. Sage? Sage technique? Didaze exclaimed in astonishment, as he entered the mental realm to witness the six tails adorned with silver markings. Indeed, though my sage technique merely enhances damage and grants certain traits, it pales in comparison to the techniques of the three great sage lands. The six tails explained, lowering her gaze. That is still quite remarkable. I am in dire need of a sage technique. Your awakening has alleviated my immediate concerns. Didaze replied, suppressing his excitement. Initially, Didaze contemplated venturing to the dragon cave, but that was no longer necessary. Rather than confront the unpredictable yet potentially formidable sage of white snakes, the six-tail sage technique was undoubtedly the superior choice. It was not that Didaze had a preference for the dragon cave. After all, having slain Jiraiya, Mayaboka Mountain would certainly not welcome him. Moreover, he had also harmed the Sage of Slugs, leaving him uncertain of the sage's disposition towards him. Thus, the Dragon Cave was his only option among the three great sage lands. As for the death of the 10,000 snakes, it was of little consequence. The Dragon Cave, being home to serpents, would hardly mourn the loss of a few kin. As long as Didaze's power and the benefits he could offer outweighed the loss of the 10,000 snakes, their demise would soon be forgotten. Hound, how can I learn your sage technique? Didaze asked, leaping onto the six-tail's head and playfully touching her two small antennae. Do not touch my antennae. The six-tails swatted Didaze off her head with her appendages. Just a little touch. Is that too much to ask? Didaze lamented. Humph. The six-tails tossed her head in disdain. I have two options for you, she declared after dislodging Didaze. Two options? Didaze's interest piqued. The first is that I can directly assist you in entering sage mode. As long as I remain within you, you can access it. However, the drawback is that you will not possess sage techniques yourself. If I were to fall into slumber for any reason, you would be unable to enter sage mode. And while I absorb sage chakra, I cannot provide you with regular chakra, the six tails explained, outlining the first option's disadvantages. This drawback is still acceptable. Didaze mused, stroking his chin. Since you find it acceptable, I shall refrain from mentioning the second option. The six tails shot Didaze a sidelong glance. No. Please tell me the second. Didaze urged, smiling ingratiatingly. The second option is that I assist you in cultivating sage mode. But this requires you to find a location rich in sage chakra. Otherwise, cultivation will be impossible. However, I cannot guarantee the speed of your training. It could take a month or even 10 years, she elaborated. 10 years, you say? Didaze frowned in contemplation. Truth be told, he leaned towards the second option. But he also feared the potential waste of time. Very well, I shall attempt the second option for a month. If I am still unsuccessful after that, I will have you assist me with the first option, Didaze declared, sharing his thoughts with the six tails. That is a viable approach. But be advised that if the cultivation of sage techniques is interrupted, it will become increasingly difficult to resume, the six tails cautioned. Fear not, with your assistance. I shall surely succeed within a month. Didaze replied, extending his hand towards her with a smile. You are quite the optimist, the six tails remarked, extending a tentacle to gently touch his hand. Hound, Can you sense the gathering points of sage chakra? Didaze suddenly inquired, struck by a thought. I can only perceive small areas of concentrated sage chakra. I cannot detect large expanses. The Six Tails shook her head. Aside from the three great sage lands, where else might there be significant concentrations of sage chakra? Didaze pondered. However, he soon realized that apart from the three great sage lands, he could not think of any other locations. Perhaps it would be prudent to visit the Dragon Cave after all. Chapter 188. The Dragon's Lair. Zay, have you decided where to cultivate your celestial arts? Lu Wei inquired, observing Didaze's contemplative silence as she gently prodded him with her delicate antennae. I have made my decision, Didaze declared, brushing aside Lu Wei's antennae. Decided? Lu Wei leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. I've resolved to venture into the Dragon's Lair, Didaze announced. You intend to go to the Dragon's Lair? Lu Wei exclaimed in astonishment. The Dragon's Lair is the most perilous sanctuary, a place where countless corpses of those who sought to master celestial arts lie buried. Lu Wei's expression turned grave as she addressed Didaze. She understood all too well the dangers that lurked within the Dragon's Lair. Its existence predates her own birth, and over the past millennium, the number of souls lost within its depths surely exceeds 100,000. Few have emerged as masters of the celestial arts from its treacherous embrace, while the other two great sanctuaries pose the greatest threat through the petrification of celestial arts. In the Dragon's Lair, the gravest peril lies not in the arts themselves, but in the insatiable venom of its serpents. Fear not, with my current strength, augmented by wood release, your assistance, and the fully refined dragon vein, even should I encounter the white serpent sage, I would be capable of evading her, Didaze reassured her, waving his hand dismissively. Do not underestimate the white serpent sage. While she may not possess the same power as the slug sage, she is undoubtedly the most cunning and malicious of them all, and her strength is certainly not to be taken lightly, Lu Wei warned, her mind conjuring an image of the white serpent sage, a coldly beautiful serpent who would eliminate anyone unable to pass her tests. Yet, this memory was nearly a millennium old, and Lu Wei could not ascertain the current appearance of the white serpent sage. However, while appearances may shift over time, one's character remains immutable. The white serpent sage would not become benevolent with age. I shall exercise caution. Didaze nodded in agreement. Do you not possess the splitting technique? You could divide into two, sending one of your forms into the dragon's lair. This way, should anything occur, I can alert you to summon your other self back, Lu Wei suggested. Didaze regarded Lu Wei with surprise, impressed by her ingenuity. That is indeed a feasible idea, he mused, stroking his chin. By approaching the vicinity of the dragon's lair without actually entering it and utilizing the splitting technique, his doppelganger could safely explore. If any danger arose, he could swiftly withdraw his other self, ensuring the white serpent sage would not be able to pursue him. Agreed. Didaze nodded in concurrence with Lu Wei's proposal. Shiqian, you are familiar with the location of the dragon's lair, correct? Didaze queried, genuinely unaware of its whereabouts. He feared he would be lost for quite some time if he were to search for it. In my youth, I visited all three great sanctuaries. I am well acquainted with their locations, Shiqian responded. Excellent. Let us set forth at once, Didaze exclaimed, conjuring the clay giant bird as soon as he learned of the precise location. Northwest. Lu Wei pointed toward a direction. Lacking summoning scrolls, they had no choice but to utilize this rudimentary method to reach the dragon's lair. One day later, I never anticipated that the ocean would be so vast, far surpassing the expanse of the continent. Didaze marveled, gazing at the seemingly endless sea after a day of flight. Having known little about the ocean from his previous life, he was astounded by its enormity. The ocean is indeed immense. During my years of swimming, I never found its end, Lu Wei mused. Several years? Didaze inquired, taken aback. However, I certainly did not swim as swiftly as you fly. I would often doze off or eat while swimming, whereas you were traveling at full speed. Your daily distance likely rivals my journey over several months, Lu Wei chuckled. That's a relief. Didaze patted his chest, genuinely taken aback by Lu Wei's earlier remark. Had it indeed been years, he would have been disinclined to embark on such a journey. At your current pace, you should arrive in no more than 2 days, Lu Wei remarked. All right. Didaze nodded, resuming his swift flight. 2 days later. This is the place. Lu Wei indicated an island, addressing Didaze. This is the dragon's lair? Didaze questioned, eyeing the small island with confusion. This is merely the entrance to the dragon's lair. To be precise, the dragon's lair exists beyond this world, or rather, The three great sanctuaries do not belong to this realm, Lu Wei explained. Is that so? Didaze guided the clay giant bird to a gentle landing. Splitting technique. Upon landing, Didaze promptly executed the splitting technique, dividing himself into two. Lu Wei remained within Didaze's original form, while the other doppelganger retained only a small portion of chakra. Let us proceed. Indeed, Didaze glanced back at his doppelganger before following Lu Wei into a cavern. This is the seal leading to the dragon's lair. The first individual to enter was through here. Lu Wei pointed toward a luminous area within the cave. How do we enter? Shall we force our way through? Didaze inquired. Simply touch it, and you shall gain entry, Lu Wei assured him. Very well. Didaze gently touched the seal and was immediately drawn into its depths. Inside the dragon's lair. Tick-tick, is this truly the dragon's lair? It is indeed. Foreboding. Didaze frowned as he surveyed the dark expanse of the lair. Water dripped incessantly onto his head, prompting him to conjure a clay umbrella to shield himself. Sizzle. The sound of water landing on the clay umbrella echoed ominously. Wait, this is not water. Didaze suddenly realized. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing. Didaze summoned his chakra, unleashing a tremendous wave of fire that engulfed the area. It was only then that he discerned the source of the dripping, snake saliva. Hiss, hiss. Instantly, every serpent in the vicinity stirred, hastily fleeing in all directions. The previous dripping ceased, for it was no ordinary water, it was the venom of snakes. The area was teeming with serpents. Within the dragon's lair, someone has entered through the seal. How intriguing, the aged white serpent sage hissed, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Master, it has been centuries since anyone has crossed through the seal. May I sample his flavor? The petite figure resembling a young girl, Chudai, purred with a charming smile. No, allow me to savor his essence. It must be exquisite. Takuji Haim chimed in, unwilling to yield. Dear sisters, do not jest. Allow me this opportunity. Kenshin Shinjime giggled, covering her mouth. No need for quarrels. You three shall go together. The strength of this intruder is not something any one of you can handle alone. The white serpent sage retorted with a cold laugh. Do you imply that we need not adhere to the rules? The three divine sisters instantly grew animated, eager to disregard the cannibalistic customs. This time, it is unnecessary. Go forth, the white serpent sage smiled, waving her hand dismissively. Chapter 189. The white serpent sage. My dear sisters, do refrain from competing with me for the flesh of this intruder. It has been far too long since I indulged in such delights. The divine being Tianxin chuckled softly, covering her mouth. You are unaware, dear sister, that the last time it fell to me, I encountered a creature named Orochimaru. The serpent's skin was utterly repugnant, a most distasteful experience indeed. Tuanjin's face contorted in disgust at the mere thought of that slimy hide. Not only was she deprived of savoring flesh, but she was also left with that ghastly serpent skin. Should that Orochimaru dare to return, she vowed to dismember him into pieces. Sister, you jest. I too have been deprived of flesh for far too long, Shirchu Island remarked with a mournful expression. Why don't we share it equally, satisfying our cravings together? Kenshin, seeing her sister's sorrowful gazes, devised a splendid idea. Sister, this approach is quite commendable. The eyes of the other two divine beings brightened with excitement. Previously, the lack of division stemmed from the differing trials. The corpse would belong to whoever defeated the challenger. However, in this instance, there would be no trial, and it would be perfectly acceptable for all three to partake together. After all, the three divine beings possessed comparable strength. It was unthinkable for one to consume it all alone. Meanwhile, the next step was to locate the white serpent sage. Didaze amplified his perception, aiming to pinpoint the sage directly. While he could not detect the white serpent sage, he sensed three formidable presences approaching him. The fluctuations of these energies were not typical chakra, but rather the essence of sage arts. Are they the three divine beings? Didaze mused, honing in on their positions and heading towards them. Rather than squander time, it was more prudent to take the initiative. Subduing the three divine beings would better facilitate negotiations with the white serpent sage. If he could not even conquer the three, how could he engage in equal dialogue with the more powerful sage? Didaze had gleaned from the words of the six-tailed beast that the white serpent sage was a treacherous and cunning entity, willing to go to great lengths to achieve his goals. Although age may have tempered him somewhat, his nature remained unchanged, merely concealed. Before long, Didaze encountered the three divine beings. Oh, are you approaching us of your own volition? Tianxin licked her lips, a predatory glint in her eyes. It seems you eagerly wish to become our sustenance. Let us not waste time, sisters. The youngest, Shirchu Island, declared before vanishing from sight. Indeed, the little sister speaks wisely. The other two divine beings smiled alluringly, disappearing as well. Invisibility? That holds no fear for me, Didaze remarked with a faint smile as he observed the trio's vanishing acts. C3, number 18. Tail Beast Transformation. With the cave above sealed, Didaze could not ascend, so he unleashed clay bombs before immediately entering Tail Beast form, augmenting his defenses and recovery. The three divine beings could not possibly surpass the six-tailed beast in terms of resilience and regeneration. Encased within the protective embrace of the six tails, Didaze detonated the number 18 bomb. Is that the six tails? The divine beings exchanged uncertain glances, though they could see one another while cloaked. The six-tailed creature before them, adorned with silver markings, was a far cry from their previous encounters. Despite having seen the six tails a few centuries prior, their memories were sharp enough not to forget its true form. This was not how the six tails had appeared centuries ago. Boom. Didaze activated the clay bomb, the powerful explosion transforming the landscape into a crater. So it is a Jinchuriki. It appears we must go all out. Tianxin's expression grew grave. While the C3, number 18 attack did not inflict significant damage upon her, she recognized Didaze as a serious threat. After all, they were divine beings trained in sage arts, and non-sage techniques would inherently diminish in effectiveness against them. Nevertheless, the attack left them thoroughly disheveled. They seemed to possess some resistance to non-sage ninjutsu. The six tails communicated within Didaze's mind. Would you like assistance in entering sage mode? No need. My aim is not to eliminate them, but rather to draw out the white serpent sage, Didaze replied with a smile. That would certainly obliterate the cave, compelling the sage to emerge. Didaze transformed back into human form. Dustless enchantment. He formed a single hand seal, entering the state of dustless enchantment. Invisibility? A futile endeavor against sage arts. The three divine beings began to sense with their sage-enhanced perception, quickly locating Didaze's presence. This is it. Perish. Tianxin lunged forward, her fangs poised to strike. Her mouth contained the most lethal of toxins, a gift from the white serpent sage himself. According to the sage, should one manage to bite a target, even a being as powerful as the Sage of Six Paths would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Ack! A muffled grunt echoed from the seemingly empty space. You are doomed. A triumphant smile adorned Tianxin's face. Boom. Just as Tianxin prepared to retreat and await the effects of her venom upon Didaze, the figure she had bitten suddenly exploded. A clone. Tianxin stumbled back several paces, shocked. Where are you, you scoundrel? She continued to utilize her formidable perception. Sister, look. Above. As Tianxin searched for Didaze, Shirchu Island suddenly cried out. What? What is that? Tianxin stared in astonishment at the seven-colored clay bombs shimmering in the sky. She sensed the vast chakra contained within and the chaotic attributes swirling within the bomb. Even if they attempted to flee immediately, escape would be impossible. Is he intent on taking us down with him? Tuanjin exclaimed, flustered. C5. Annihilation. Go. Didaze commanded, hurling the clay bomb downward. Run. The three divine beings, disregarding their pride, immediately sought to escape. Just then, a massive white phosphorus serpent appeared, swallowing the clay bomb whole. A deep, thunderous explosion resonated within the serpent's belly. Spitting out a plume of white smoke, the white phosphorus serpent morphed into a half-human, half-serpent form. Didaze, having slain countless serpents, you dare to return to the cave. The white serpent sage transformed. Yet her pallid complexion revealed the toll the C5 annihilation had taken on her. Sage, I propose a transaction, Didaze declared, revealing himself, conjuring a chair for himself, and reclining casually while observing the white serpent sage. Is this the demeanor with which you wish to negotiate? The white serpent sage was both amused and infuriated by Didaze's nonchalance. Chapter 190. Threat to the white snake sage. Indeed, that reflects my stance. Should you refuse my proposal, I will persist in crafting these clay bombs until I utterly obliterate your sacred grounds. In his hand, Didaze conjured another C5 obliteration, nonchalantly stating his intent. He needed to demonstrate to the white snake sage that he possessed the capability to annihilate the dragon cave before negotiating terms. Otherwise, given the white snake sage's treachery, she would likely never acquiesce. How dare you speak to a sage in such a manner? Die. The three divine maidens were incensed by Didaze's blatant disregard for the white snake sage's dignity. Get back at once. With a flick of her tail, The White Snake Sage sent the three divine maidens flying. Yes, the three divine maidens dared not utter another word and promptly vacated the premises. The White Snake Sage indeed wielded considerable control over her subordinates. Didaze mused while toying with the C5 obliteration. Speak plainly. What must I do to ensure you refrain from deploying your bombs within the Dragon Cave? The White Snake Sage inquired, her expression darkening. Quite simply, I seek to cultivate a different form of sage arts, one not pertaining to the Dragon Cave. Didaze rose, smiling as he declared this. Sage arts? Not related to the Dragon Cave? The White Snake Sage was momentarily perplexed by Didaze's assertion. While she could comprehend the desire to cultivate sage arts, the notion of practicing a different form within the Dragon Cave eluded her understanding, especially given that the cave was inherently suited for serpent-related arts. You need not concern yourself with the reasons. Upon completion of my training, I shall depart. Furthermore, do you not aspire to become the most formidable sacred ground? I can assist you in that endeavor, Didaze suggested, his tone laced with persuasion. Is that so? The White Snake Sage scoffed. That old toad and the great slug are on amicable terms. They will not cower before your clay bombs as I do. Can you discern my age? Didaze queried with a smile. Aren't you merely around 20? The White Snake Sage began, but her voice trailed off as she scrutinized Didaze's cheerful demeanor. However, she abruptly halted mid-sentence as realization dawned upon her. Yes, I am indeed around 20, Didaze reiterated with a grin. The White Snake Sage, lost in thought, began to contemplate. At such a young age, he possessed this level of power. What might he achieve in the future? She understood that a ninja's peak typically lay between 30 and 50 years of age, implying that this individual had yet to reach his zenith. If he were to attain such heights, the White Snake Sage licked her lips. I concede to your request and apologize for my prior impulsiveness. The White Snake Sage's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming into one of benevolence. Recognizing one's errors is a commendable quality. I am glad you understand. Didaze was hardly courteous, as their interaction was merely transactional. Did he need to grovel before the White Snake Sage? Her smile faltered momentarily, but soon brightened again. Did the divine maidens offend you? If so, I can have them appease you. What would you think of that? The White Snake Sage squinted, her smile somewhat cunning. She hoped Didaze would acquiesce, as the bond of mutual interest could never rival that of physical allure. That won't be necessary. Those three are rather unappealing and do not suit my taste. However, I must say, you were quite attractive in your youth, Sage. Would you care to? Didaze feigned a lewd expression towards the White Snake Sage. You. The White Snake Sage was instantly flustered. Her youthful beauty bore little relevance to her current appearance, and that Didaze could still exhibit such interest left her at a loss for words. She genuinely struggled to comprehend his peculiar mindset. Focus on your cultivation. Once perfected, you may leave. Do not impede my sight. The White Snake Sage dismissed Didaze with a wave, vanishing from his view. Watching her departure, Didaze smiled faintly. He had no desire for an elderly woman to scrutinize him during his training. You truly are something else. Even the Six Tails, confined in the ceiling space, could not help but express admiration for Didaze. You find the White Snake Sage appealing? I have yet to see her true beauty. I merely wish to witness it. Didaze clicked his tongue. Do you genuinely wish to see? Six Tails responded, astonished. Inside the Dragon Cave Sage, the three divine maidens bowed deeply upon the return of the White Snake Sage. Useless fools, incapable of achieving anything but causing trouble. The White Snake Sage felt a wave of irritation as she beheld the trio, her frustration boiling over. Boom, boom, boom. The three divine maidens were sent crashing against the wall by a powerful gust from the White Snake Sage. Not daring to utter a word, they obediently stood back up. Heads bowed. The White Snake Sage closed her eyes, deep in contemplation. What are your thoughts on binding him to a contract with the Dragon Cave? After a moment of reflection, she queried the three divine maidens. Sage, I believe it is a prudent course of action. Binding him to the Dragon Cave could prove beneficial, as we cannot predict whether he might breach the agreement later. Tianqin Divine Maiden silenced the other two who were about to speak, directly endorsing the White Snake Sage's proposal. I concur. The White Snake Sage nodded in approval. She had merely sought affirmation from the three divine maidens, not defiance. Very well. Take this summoning contract and present it to him. The White Snake Sage handed Tianqin Divine Maiden a scroll, issuing her command. Yes, Sage. Though reluctant to face Didaze again, Tianqin Divine Maiden could not refuse the White Snake Sage's directive. Let him complete his sage arts training first, the White Snake Sage concluded, closing her eyes once more. Understood. Outside the dragon cave, is the chakra here sufficient for my training, or should I delve deeper? Didaze inquired of Six Tails within the mental realm. It is adequate. The chakra of the dragon cave possesses a strong serpentine essence, and if you venture further inward, it may intensify. At that point, you might find yourself cultivating not my arts, but those of the dragon cave. Six Tails articulated her perspective. Is that so? Didaze frowned, contemplating the implications. So, there is a risk of serpent transformation even at the exterior? Didaze regarded Six Tails with earnestness. Yes, but it is minimal, Six Tails replied, shaking her head. That is reassuring. Didaze exhaled, steeling himself. Shall we commence? He settled into a cross-legged position, preparing to begin his training. Chapter 191. The Dragon Cave Contract. I will assist you in absorbing Sage Chakra by controlling your body. First, remember this sensation, the Six Tails directed, glancing at Didaze. All right. Didaze nodded in agreement. The Six Tails seized control of Didaze's body and began to absorb the Sage Chakra from the Dragon Cave. So this is how it is? Didaze mused, feeling the process of absorption and transformation of the Sage Chakra as his brow gradually unfurled. To be honest, absorbing Sage Chakra isn't particularly challenging. The primary difficulty lies in transforming it into usable Sage Chakra. Do you comprehend it a bit now? The Six Tails paused its absorption to inquire within the mental space. I feel I understand enough. Let me give it a try, Didaze replied, nodding. Be cautious. If the Sage Chakra is mishandled, there is a risk of petrification. The Six Tails cautioned with concern. Don't worry. If I sense I'm close to petrification, I will expel the Sage Chakra from my body, Didaze assured. Focusing intently on absorbing the Sage Chakra. You're taking in quite a lot, aren't you? The Six Tails noted, observing Didaze's intake surpassing its demonstration. Sage mode activate, Didaze exclaimed, and a faint hue of sage eyes appeared on his face, barely noticeable unless scrutinized closely. You. The Six Tails stared at Didaze in disbelief. He actually succeeded on his first attempt? Though still somewhat feeble, he had taken the first step. The path ahead would undoubtedly become much easier. How did you manage that? It's simply a matter of using wood release chakra to extract the impurities from the Sage Chakra. Didaze clenched his fist, feeling a significant increase in his strength, then smiled as he spoke. Wood release possesses that capability? The Six Tails appeared skeptical. The absorption capacity of wood release is indeed formidable. It filters out the impurities from the Sage Chakra in no time. I suspect that with greater strength, it might be even faster. It's no wonder Senju Hashirama could maintain Sage mode for extended periods during battles, Didaze remarked, smiling at the Six Tails. Sage Chakra can be likened to a mixture of water and impurities, while others must manually extract each impurity to enter Sage mode. Senju Hashirama essentially possesses a built-in filter to eliminate them directly. Such a disparity undoubtedly renders his Sage mode immensely powerful. Now, you simply need to refine your skills. I estimate you should be able to fully complete your Sage mode training in 2 to 3 days, the Six Tails remarked with a peculiar expression. Didaze smiled slightly and continued his focused training in Sage mode. Time passed slowly. 3 days later. Is this Sage mode? Didaze observed, noting that aside from the eyeshadow, his Sage mode bore no additional features. My Sage mode only provides the most fundamental enhancement of power and additional Sage techniques. Yet it possesses the highest potential for transformation, the Six Tails explained to Didaze. I understand. Didaze stretched leisurely. Now that I have successfully trained in Sage mode, it's time for me to leave. He stood up, preparing to exit the dragon cave. Wait. Just as Didaze rose to depart, a feminine voice suddenly called out to him. Is it you? Didaze inquired, puzzled, as he beheld the appearance of Tion Xin Shinji before him. My lord. The White Snake Sage wishes for you to sign a summoning contract with us from the Dragon Cave. I wonder if you... Tion Xin Shinji spoke tremulously to Didaze, having witnessed his earlier display of Sage Chakra. If Didaze had posed little threat to them before, now he possessed the capability to dispatch them at will. A contract with the Dragon Cave? I recall that the Dragon Cave already has a contract with Orochimaru. It's worth noting that he is my enemy. Didaze narrowed his eyes. The White Snake Sage is well aware of this matter. She has severed Orochimaru's ability to summon the great serpents of the Dragon Cave. Now, he can only summon some inconsequential small snakes. Even if you were to eliminate them all, it would pose no problem. Tion Xin Shinji quickly explained, having prepared her remarks in advance. Is that so? But I wonder, are you within the bounds of the summoning contract, Divine Princess? Didaze asked, turning his gaze to Tion Xian Shinji. You. Tion Xian Shinji found herself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. After all, she was one of the 3 divine princesses of the Dragon Cave. Could she be compared to those summoned snakes? Agree to him. A voice echoed in Tion Xian Shinji's mind just as she was about to decline politely. Yes. She conceded reluctantly. If it is you summoning us, the 3 divine princesses would indeed be within the scope of the contract. Oh, let me see your true form. Didaze casually suggested, although he had no genuine desire to sign a contract with the Dragon Cave, as his current strength rendered the ordinary serpents unnecessary. However, the 3 divine princesses, skilled in sage techniques, would undoubtedly be of great assistance to him, not to mention their innate resistance to ninjutsu, making them perfect shields. Tion Xian Shinji reluctantly revealed her true form, transforming into a large white serpent roughly the size of 2 great snakes. Didaze gazed at the colossal creature. Taken aback. Impressive. I wonder how the sizes of the other 2 divine princesses compare to yours. Didaze remarked, satisfied by Tion Xian Shinji's massive form. They are not much different from mine. The 3 divine princesses possess roughly equal strength, she responded. Very well, let us proceed with the summoning contract. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises. In a few years, the Dragon Cave will become the soul's sacred ground. Didaze grinned as he took the summoning scroll and signed his name, placing it behind Orochimaru's. Please wait. If you wish to summon the 3 divine princesses, we must add our exclusive seals beneath your name, Tion Xian Shinji explained, moving beside Didaze to place her hand below his name. Shortly thereafter, the characters for Divine Princess appeared beneath Didaze's name. I will fetch the other 2 for you, she added, adhering to her principle of seeing good deeds through to the end. Great. Didaze stepped forward and cheerfully patted Tion Xian Shinji on the shoulder. Whitesnake Sage, I am departing now, but I shall return in a few years to aid you in unifying the 3 sacred grounds. Didaze called out to the sky casually. He understood that everything within the Dragon Cave was under the White Snake Sage's control. She would undoubtedly hear his words. Humph. Didaze heard a dismissive snort, and in an instant, he was transported out of the Dragon Cave and into the outside world by the White Snake Sage. Chapter 192. The Fear of the Third Mizukage Outside. It was indeed fortunate to have formed a pact with the formidable spirit beast, the 3 divine princesses. Upon returning, preparations could officially commence for the conquest of Konoha. Deidara, unfazed by being driven out by the White Snake Sage, chuckled and remarked, I never anticipated that the White Snake Sage would willingly grant you the contract with the 3 divine princesses. The Six Tails gazed at Deidara in astonishment. I am not surprised by the White Snake Sage's actions. It is evident she seeks to win me over, Deidara replied as he rose. Let us depart. With that, he wasted no more words and molded a giant clay bird to soar into the sky. The time had come to initiate the war to obliterate Konoha. Deidara clenched his fists. With Sage Mode combined with Wood Release, even relying solely on his relatively weaker physique, he could defeat Tsunade. Perhaps he still fell short of matching the Third Raikage purely through physical strength, but he was certainly on par with Tsunade. We depart. Deidara ascended into the air. At the border of the Land of Fire, in the encampment of Kirigakure, the consciousness of the Third Mizukage finally broke through its seal. Who is it? The Third Mizukage. Feeling his body drained and exploited, wore a face of fury. Lord Mizukage. You. Yagura, observing the sudden clarity in the Third Mizukage's eyes, knew he had returned to his normal state. Yagura, how has the situation been in these past few days? The Third Mizukage took a deep breath and coldly inquired. Yagura briefly recounted the recent events. So we have already lost. The Third Mizukage's expression revealed resentment. Well, not entirely lost. We did manage to bring back a fair amount of spoils from Konoha, which equates to 5 years' worth of military funding, Yagura murmured. That is somewhat acceptable. Yagura, prepare yourself. I will soon pass on the position of the 4th Mizukage to you. The 3rd Mizukage uttered words that left Yagura in shock. I am to become Mizukage now? Lord Mizukage, you are well now. Yagura stammered, feeling at a loss. I have been manipulated into battle and have sustained severe internal injuries. I can no longer engage in high-intensity combat as I once did, the 3rd Mizukage sighed. If he had a choice, he would never relinquish the title of Mizukage to Yagura. However, he was truly left with no alternatives. Without passing the mantle to Yagura, he could not maintain his position due to his declining health. It would be wiser to pass it on now while he still had some prestige. thereby granting Yagura a favor. Who could that mysterious individual be? Yagura furrowed his brows. He emanates an aura of malevolence, and merely by forming a few hand seals, he unleashed a triple-layered illusion and dozens of sealing techniques upon me. The third Mizukage sighed. This level of power was far beyond his reach. Yet he could not comprehend why the individual would choose to manipulate him instead of acting directly. With such strength, could he not have engaged himself? Moreover, it seemed the adversary had done little else, merely declaring intent to kill the daimyo of the Land of Fire, only to be driven away by Sh Matsu before any action could be taken. Wait, the third Mizukage suddenly had an epiphany. His initial target was never the daimyo of the Land of Fire. He aimed for that would release Brat. The third Mizukage exclaimed in realization. What? Yagura could not fathom the third Mizukage's reasoning. Why would the target be the wood release user? Think carefully. He chose to manipulate me and exclusively employed water release. While my water release is indeed the strongest, I am not incapable of utilizing other techniques. In the last battle against that wood release user, the one controlling me used nothing but water release, as if they wanted me to lose swiftly. With clarity of thought, the third Mizukage's logic became coherent. Are you suggesting he deliberately used you as bait to lure that would release user? Once the opponent arrived, you could retreat? Yagura spoke in a low voice. If what the third Mizukage said was true, what could the adversary's intentions be? Was he planning to turn that would release user into a puppet? Yagura, the waters of this ninja world are far too murky. I intend to withdraw our forces and return to the village. The third Mizukage was now beset with trepidation. I shall heed the orders of Lord Mizukage. Yagura bowed slightly. Excellent. Upon our return to the village, you shall immediately ascend to the position of fourth Mizukage. The third Mizukage patted Yagura on the shoulder. Yes, in the Land of Fire, at the Konoha encampment. What is that brat Sh Matsu doing? Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Sh Matsu had mentioned a few days prior that he was going to train, yet it seemed implausible for him to have gone silent for several days. Nevertheless, Orochimaru did not worry about his safety. After all, Sh Matsu's strength now surpassed his own, and the vitality granted by wood release made it nearly impossible to eliminate him. After all, the only one in this vicinity who held a grudge against Sh Matsu was Shimura Danzo, and on what grounds could Danzo hope to kill Sh Matsu? Was it due to his relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Indeed, the rumors regarding Danzo and Hiruzen's clandestine relationship had spread widely, as the daimyo himself had ensured this information circulated. After all, Danzo had stood by while the nobles of Kirigakure were slaughtered, inciting the daimyo's deep-seated resentment. Although the matter was later resolved, the daimyo attributed the credit to Sh Matsu, having no connection to Danzo whatsoever. With the daimyo's influence, the ambiguous relationship between Danzo and Hiruzen became common knowledge among the people of the Land of Fire. Why, then, was Hiruzen implicated? It was simply because the daimyo held a disdain for him as well. I must check on Sh Matsu. Recently, Orochimaru had obtained over 100 ninjas from Kirigakure as experimental subjects for his Edo Tensei, and he had been engrossed in his laboratory, conducting experiments. After numerous failures, Orochimaru felt he had finally grasped a sliver of insight. Given a bit more time, he was certain he could achieve success with Edo Tensei. Sh Matsu. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had arrived at Sh Matsu's tent. He called out into the tent. No response. Sh Matsu, it is I? He shouted again, yet still received no reply. Orochimaru frowned, then pushed open the tent flap. How could this be? He gazed into the empty tent, engulfed in confusion. It was inconceivable that Sh Matsu would leave without informing him, which meant Sh Matsu was likely in trouble. Chapter 193, Tsunade's Fury, Shinobu Danzo. Orochimaru's gaze was chilling. The only person Shinjiro could possibly hold a grudge against was Danzo. Apart from him, Orochimaru could not conceive of any other motives. Summoning technique. Orochimaru bit his finger and summoned a ninja hawk. He swiftly pinned a letter and affixed it to the hawk's leg. Deliver this to Tsunade. After securing the letter, Orochimaru patted the hawk gently, which responded with a human-like nod before soaring into the sky. On the battlefield of the cloud-hidden village, Tsunade, who was attending to the wounded, looked up upon hearing a cry. This is a letter from Orochimaru? As she gazed at the note attached to the hawk, an ominous premonition washed over her. Danzo. Tsunade grasped the letter and, after a brief reading, an overwhelming fury erupted within her. Although Orochimaru speculated that Shinjuro's disappearance was connected to Danzo, Tsunade was convinced that Danzo was the one responsible. She believed that Danzo was likely the mastermind, or at the very least, an accomplice. I must leave at once. Without gathering any belongings, Tsunade resolved to confront Orochimaru. The half-treated wounded could only watch in bewilderment as she departed. Tsunade left without informing anyone, not even the battlefield commander Sarutobi Hiruzen or her boyfriend, Kato Dan. By the time others realized Tsunade was gone, she had already been absent for half an hour. I will bring Tsunade back. Although Kato Dan was uncertain of her reasons for leaving, his instincts told him that something had happened to Shinjiro. Otherwise, even if Orochimaru had perished, Tsunade would not have been so hasty to abandon the battlefield. After all, Tsunade and Orochimaru's relationship was one of moderate closeness, akin to that of ordinary friends. Yet not quite best friends. Typically, if something befell either of them, Tsunade would surely rush to their side. But given the recent developments in the Cloud-Hidden Village, she would not abandon the battlefield so easily. The only person who came to mind for Kato Dan was Shinjiro. No, Dan, you stay here. I will go. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately discerned Kato Dan's intentions, sensing that if he left, he might not return. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but this is something a man must do. Kato Dan bowed slightly, and then vanished in an instant. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, too apprehensive to speak. They had all noted Sarutobi Hiruzen's grim expression and secretly admired Kato Dan's defiance. Switching from offense to defense, hold the line against the Cloud-Hidden Village until reinforcements arrive. Hiruzen issued the order with a dark countenance. He had believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, only for unforeseen circumstances to lead to the current predicament. Yes, Hokage-sama. Everyone replied in unison. Land of Fire Huff. Huff. Tsunade. Kato Dan pushed his chakra to its limits, forcibly accelerating his pace, and ultimately caught up to Tsunade after an hour. Dan. Tsunade's expression turned perplexed. Tsunade, what are you planning to do? Kato Dan spread his arms to block her path. Dan. Shinjiro is in trouble. Tsunade lowered her head, speaking sorrowfully. Do not fear. Shinjiro is a good child. He will be all right. Kato Dan enveloped Tsunade in an embrace, gently patting her back. Dan, I am going to eliminate Danzo. Afterward, whether I am a wanderer or a rogue ninja, I must confront him. Fury flickered across Tsunade's face. Although Orochimaru had mentioned Shinjiro's disappearance, Tsunade had already come to suspect that the situation was dire. Tsunade, I will accompany you. Kato Dan spoke softly. Dan, becoming Hokage is your dream, you. In comparison to my bond with Shinjiro, any dream pales in significance. After Kato Dan finished speaking, he took Tsunade's hand, and she fell silent, allowing him to lead her. Before long, through their combined efforts, they arrived at the battlefield where Danzo was stationed. Although this location was referred to as the Mist-Hidden Battlefield, in truth, the Mist-Hidden Village had already retreated. However, Danzo and Orochimaru remained oblivious to this fact, still believing that the Mist-Hidden Village was merely lying in wait, poised to strike again. Let's find Orochimaru first. Kato Dan halted Tsunade's impulse to confront Danzo immediately and instead guided her to Orochimaru's tent. Lady Tsunade, Lord Kato Dan. Upon their arrival, one of Orochimaru's subordinates immediately bowed. Is Orochimaru inside? Tsunade inquired in a low voice. The esteemed Lord Orochimaru is in the laboratory. The ninja replied. He has instructed that as soon as Lady Tsunade arrives, he will take you there immediately. The subordinate then led them toward Orochimaru's secret laboratory. Orochimaru established a laboratory here? Tsunade and Kato Dan were somewhat bewildered. This was a battlefield. How could Orochimaru construct a laboratory amidst such chaos? Here it is. You can break through the stone wall to enter. The subordinate indicated, bowing his head. Very well. Tsunade nodded, gathering her strength before striking the wall with her fist. The stone shattered instantly, revealing the laboratory's true nature. This is a ninja from the Mist-Hidden Village? Tsunade gazed at the bound ninjas, their faces devoid of hope, her tone laced with astonishment. Tsunade, Dan, you have arrived. Orochimaru's voice was calm. Orochimaru, are you conducting human experiments? Tsunade confronted him, her voice rising. I only use enemies. They are merely being utilized to their fullest potential. Have you not taken lives yourself, Tsunade? Orochimaru shrugged. You should leave now. Orochimaru gestured to his subordinate, who quickly exited the laboratory, head bowed. You. Tsunade was momentarily at a loss for words, for he had a point. She had slain her fair share of enemy ninjas, and the only difference between her and Orochimaru was that he conducted experiments on them. None of this is important. What matters is that I have confirmed Shinjiro's death. Orochimaru lowered his gaze. Is that so? Kato Dan replied, sorrow casting a shadow over his expression. Where is Danzo? Tsunade inquired, her demeanor steady as she sought answers from Orochimaru. I will join you. I know what you intend to do. Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. Chapter 194. Revenge. Are you certain you wish to wander with us? Tsunade's expression was grave. Shinju is my disciple. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, his demeanor somewhat complex. And who told you that killing Shimura Danzo necessarily means we must become wanderers? What do you mean? Tsunade's brows furrowed upon hearing Orochimaru's words. We can stage a coup. Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly. A coup? Tsunade and Kat Dan exchanged astonished glances. They had not considered this angle. To them, Sarutobi Hiruzen still represented the esteemed Hokage. Sensei has grown old. He can no longer bear the burden of the Hokage position, Orochimaru sneered. Whoever ascends to power, as long as it is not Sensei. Be it you, Dan, or even Minato and myself, none of us have any fondness for Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru calmly articulated this sentiment. But, Sensei has contributed greatly to Konoha. Won't we be? Tsunade hesitated, her heart wavering. If you do not intend to collaborate with me to oust Sarutobi Hiruzen, then I shall stand with Shimura Danzo to thwart your attempt to kill him. After all, I do not wish to be labeled a rogue ninja, Orochimaru stated indifferently. Tsunade was engulfed in turmoil. We agree. Kat Dan patted Tsunade's head, making the decision for her. The Hokage indeed has grown old. He is unfit for the role. Kat Dan spoke slowly. Let our cooperation be delightful. Orochimaru smiled as he extended his hand. Inside Danzo's tent, he reveled in the potency of his bloodline limit, satisfied with the pulverized rocks before him. With a few more months of training, my power shall be unparalleled. At that point, the Hokage title will be mine for the taking. Tsunade, Minato, and Sarutobi will be no match for me. As he contemplated this, Danzo's expression transformed with excitement. Golden Fist. Just as Danzo prepared to continue his training and would release, he sensed a chakra approaching. Tsunade. He leaped to evade the Golden Fist, yet the tent was reduced to mere fragments. Danzo, today marks your demise. Tsunade's face radiated fury. Sealing technique. Release. Ninja art. Creation rebirth. 100 heal technique. Painful heaven kick. Tsunade wasted no words, launching a lethal assault. Has my presence been revealed so swiftly? Danzo sensed two more chakra signatures nearby. One was familiar, it was Orochimaru. The other, though unfamiliar, was likely Kat Dan based on the chakra's magnitude. Would release, would shield. After a brief assessment, Danzo immediately conjured a wooden shield to fend off Tsunade's attack. You scoundrel, it truly is you. Enraged, Tsunade summoned even greater strength. Boom. The wooden shield shattered into splinters. Not even a shield conjured by Shinju himself could withstand Tsunade's onslaught. How could Danzo hope to defend himself? Transfiguration technique. Kat Dan also employed the transfiguration technique to disrupt Danzo, whose strength barely grazed the level of a shadow ninja, yet was sufficient for support. With Kat Dan's interference, Danzo found himself in peril, unable to form hand seals. Summoning Beast, Dream Taper, Shadow Snake Hand. Just as Danzo bit his thumb to summon the Dream Taper, a venomous snake appeared from behind, lunging at his neck. Ugh! Danzo sensed the snake's presence, but required a shield to perform his seals. If the Dream Taper could not be summoned, he would be relentlessly assaulted, unable to execute his techniques, regardless of their prowess. No ninja could maintain their strength without the ability to form hand seals. Roar! The Dream Taper barely emerged before being struck by Tsunade's full-force kick and Kat Dan's ethereal assault. The colossal creature collapsed, utterly despondent. Did Danzo truly regard a support wind-release ninja's summoning beast as a mere shield? The Dream Taper, having previously sustained grievous injuries, was now down again before it could even stand. Yet, despite its plight, the Dream Taper afforded Danzo precious time to form his seals. Wood release. Birth of the World Tree. Danzo fully channeled his chakra, unleashing a dense forest of trees that rapidly filled the battleground. Serpent's spiral formation. Orochimaru summoned an endless wave of snakes to assail Danzo. Summoning technique. Snail. Snail, spray acid. Upon seeing the overwhelming wood release, Tsunade promptly summoned a snail, intending to corrode Danzo's trees with acid. Sizzle. The sound of wood being corroded echoed. Under the onslaught of the snail's acid, Danzo's Birth of the World Tree was swiftly obliterated. How can this be? Danzo's face turned pale with shock. Despite infusing massive amounts of chakra, Why did it yield the same power as a standard birth of the world tree? In truth, the limit had been set when Didaze had granted Danzo the bloodline limit. For instance, the cap was at the elite jonin level. Thus, even if Danzo poured in shadow-level chakra, the result remained at the elite jonin standard. Danzo had never exerted himself fully before, and during trials, he had refrained from using all his power to avoid detection. This ignorance left him oblivious to the drawbacks of the bloodline limit bestowed upon him. So weak? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in disbelief. He too had sensed the immense chakra Danzo had infused. Yet how could such a volume be so effortlessly dissolved by the snail's acid? Was this some novel trick? Orochimaru found it incomprehensible. He is deceiving me. He's deceiving me. Executor, you are deceiving me. Danzo, in a frenzy, abandoned ninjutsu, standing there with a twisted visage. Yelling in rage. Die. Tsunade had no interest in deciphering Danzo's words. Her sole desire was to eliminate this scoundrel. Danzo fell, slain by Tsunade's final strike. The battered dream taper sighed in relief, retreating in reverse summoning. What was he saying in the end? Orochimaru, disinterested in Danzo's corpse, furrowed his brow, pondering Danzo's last words. Who was the executor he had mentioned? He sensed there lay deeper secrets within. Chapter 195. The Executor's Fear of Didaze? What shall we do next? Tsunade stood before Orochimaru, carrying the lifeless body of Shimura Danzo, and forcefully cast it to the ground. The next course of action was straightforward. We must swiftly proceed to assist the Hidden Cloud Village and resolve this conflict expeditiously. Orochimaru chuckled softly. What about the Hidden Mist Village? Tsunade inquired. Her brow furrowed in concern. I have already received intelligence. The Hidden Mist Village has retreated, Orochimaru replied calmly. Is that so? Tsunade was not taken aback, for she was well aware of Orochimaru's exceptional information-gathering abilities. Shinju, I have avenged you. Tsunade kicked Danzo's body away and gazed skyward, tears involuntarily streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Cat Dan stepped forward to embrace Tsunade silently. Who could the executor possibly be? Could the bizarre actions of the third Mizukage be connected to him? Orochimaru pondered. He realized that if such a figure truly existed behind the scenes, it would elucidate the actions of both Danzo and the third Mizukage. Orochimaru suspected that the third Mizukage seemed to be under some form of genjutsu. However, he felt that something was amiss. After all, if one could control a Kaga-level ninja, their power would undoubtedly surpass that level. Though the third Mizukage had been ruthlessly defeated by Shinju, it was merely a matter of elemental superiority. Had the third Mizukage not employed Suidan techniques, he could at least have held his ground against Shinju. If the adversary possessed the ability to control the third Mizukage, they could easily eliminate Shinju without needing to rely on Danzo, unless they were wary of someone. Orochimaru's mind raced with countless thoughts, yet he struggled to form a coherent line of reasoning. Who could inspire such caution in someone far more powerful than the third Mizukage? Could it be that individual? Suddenly, Orochimaru had an epiphany. I understand now. As Cat Dan wiped away Tsunade's tears, Orochimaru's cold voice resonated. Understand? Cat Dan looked at Orochimaru with confusion. I comprehend why the executor, as mentioned by Danzo, would act in such a manner. A unique emotion flickered in Orochimaru's gaze. Are you referring to the executor that Danzo spoke of just before his demise? Tsunade asked as she wiped her tears. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded slightly. The individual in question dared not reveal themselves directly to eliminate Shinju, instead opting to collaborate with the greedy Danzo, which indicates a desire to keep their identity concealed. In truth, even if their identity were exposed, their strength would render them unafraid of anyone, as they possessed the capability to manipulate an entire village's leader. Orochimaru elaborated on the significant transformations witnessed in the third Mizukage. The only person I can think of who could instill such fear in a being of such formidable power is Didaze? Before Orochimaru could finish, Tsunade interjected. Yes, Orochimaru affirmed with a nod. His current prowess has reached an echelon beyond ours, through intelligence from the land of wind. I have learned that Didaze can now create bombs capable of obliterating everything in an instant. Such explosives inflict singular damage, and no one, not even the third Raikage, could withstand them. Instant annihilation? Does that mean Didaze possesses the potential to single-handedly eradicate a large ninja village? Tsunade gazed at Orochimaru, bewildered. Many in the ninja world boast of the ability to annihilate nations, yet the destruction of a nation is not equivalent to that of a ninja village. Most small nations lack ninja villages and may not even have a single jonin. In such cases, Even elite jonin could easily decimate these nations. The value of such a claim is rather superficial, merely sounding impressive. However, obliterating a village is an entirely different matter. Even the weakest ninja village is led by at least a jonin. Furthermore, a ninja village's combatants would number no less than 100. If a village cannot muster even that many, it is essentially doomed to disband. Small ninja villages far exceed the capabilities of elite jonin. As one elite jonin accompanied by 100 subordinates would find themselves overwhelmed. The challenges posed by large ninja villages are even greater. Take Konoha, for example, whose territory surpasses that of some small nations. Tsunade contemplated that once Didaze rectified his singular damage deficiency, he could indeed possess the power to obliterate a large ninja village. At least in her estimation. Is the information reliable? Cat Dan asked seriously. The intelligence is credible. The messenger from the land of wind is one of my trusted confidants. Moreover, this information dates back a year. I cannot ascertain the extent of Didaze's current strength. Orochimaru observed the skepticism on their faces, understanding their disbelief. For he too had been incredulous upon first hearing it. The three returned to their tent and deliberated extensively, ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion. Didaze had become virtually invincible within the ninja realm, akin to the legendary first Hokage and Uchiha Madara of yore. Yet, there seemed to be no one capable of restraining him. The only figure who appeared able to contend with him, the executor, was relegated to lurking in the shadows. Orochimaru speculated that Didaze would not remain passive for much longer. The next declaration of war from the Hidden Stone Village was imminent. Tsunade, if my suspicions hold true, I possess a means to safeguard Konoha, but I require your cells. After extensive discussion among Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Cat Dan, they concluded that given Didaze's current strength, they stood no chance of victory. Even employing the Reaper Death Seal for a trade would be futile, as the extensive preparation time precluded any possibility of a fair exchange. The four Red Yang formation would likely prove ineffective, considering it is a technique of the Uzumaki clan, whose elders currently reside in the Hidden Stone Village. Didaze had likely already mastered all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, rendering them meaningless against him. What do you need my cells for? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. I can protect this village, provided you are willing to part with a portion of your cells. Are you amenable to this? Orochimaru did not respond directly but licked his lips. Very well. I shall trust you this once. Tsunade gazed deeply into Orochimaru's eyes before using her chakra scalpel to extract a small amount of cells from her own body, placing them within a sealing scroll. Tsunade, you shall not regret your decision today, Orochimaru said, securing the scroll close to him. Tsunade remained silent, merely watching Orochimaru intently. Chapter 196. Preparing for the annihilation of the village the next day, you shall become the supreme commander here. For any matters, contact me through this little serpent. Orochimaru handed a small snake to his confidant. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The confidant respectfully accepted the snake and bowed. Now go, inflict pain upon them. Only then can we engage fully in the war against a Wagakure, Orochimaru declared, his expression cold. You. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru in astonishment, sensing a subtle change in him, yet unable to discern its nature. Let us proceed. I will explain everything in due course. Orochimaru rose and began to walk, with Tsunade and Kato hastily following. I have implanted your cells into my body, Orochimaru stated flatly. You have implanted my cells into yourself? Tsunade gazed at him in disbelief. She had anticipated that he might research her cells, but never expected him to incorporate them into his own body. Do you understand the impure world reincarnation? Orochimaru turned to face Tsunade. 3 days later, in a Wagakure. Recently, I have had little time to spend with Nanako. As a husband, I feel inadequate. Deidara sighed as he gazed at a Wagakure below. However, once we obliterate Konoha, I shall be able to devote the coming years entirely to her. A surge of ambition welled up within Deidara as he looked down upon the village. In the Tsuchikage's office. You have requested to convene a high-level meeting? What is your intention? Inoki frowned at Deidara. I intend to launch a campaign for the annihilation of Konoha. Deidara spoke candidly, without pretense. Annihilation campaign? Inoki's expression grew peculiar. A blend of excitement and trepidation. The psychological scar left by Uchiha Madara still haunted him. Do not worry, old man. My strength has reached a level far beyond theirs. Moreover, after we eradicate Konoha, I plan to ascend to the position of Tsuchikage, Deidara assured, observing the conflicted look on Inoki's face. Has the lad finally come to his senses? Inoki, initially calm, became animated upon hearing Deidara's intention to take over as Tsuchikage. At over 60 years of age, he felt the decline of his own body. He longed for Deidara to assume the mantle, allowing him to retire. At his age, he should be savoring his twilight years. Yet here he was, still laboring for a wagakure. Indeed, it is rather inappropriate for someone of your age to continue such burdensome labor, Deidara remarked, noting Inoki's white hair. Very well, I shall arrange the high-level meeting for you. Shall we set it for the afternoon? Inoki decisively proposed. The afternoon? Is that not too soon? Perhaps tomorrow? Never mind, it is better to resolve matters swiftly. Let us proceed with the afternoon. Deidara quickly confirmed the time with Inoki. I shall return to see Nanako. Go. Inoki had yet to finish his sentence when Deidara vanished. This brat. Inoki, frustrated, punched the air as if striking Deidara's face directly. Afternoon, high-level conference room. This meeting will not be led by me. Upon entering, Inoki surprised the assembled high-ranking officials with words they had not anticipated. They had assumed this gathering was merely a formality, yet Inoki announced he would not be the one at the helm. This meeting will be presided over by me. Deidara stood and bowed slightly to the gathered officials. The officials hurriedly rose to return the gesture. Despite his youth, Deidara's accomplishments far surpassed theirs, most of whom had ascended through seniority without extraordinary feats. I am not fond of pleasantries. I wish to initiate the annihilation of Konoha. Who is in favor? And who is opposed? Deidara launched straight into the gravity of the matter without unnecessary elaboration. To initiate the annihilation of Konoha? This. The officials were at a loss for words. They sensed that while a wagakure currently held an advantage, it still felt premature to declare war. Deidara, with the emergence of Mokutan and the likes of Minato Namikaze, is it truly the right moment to commence such a conflict? One official cautiously inquired. You need not worry. The wielder of Mokutan has already perished, Deidara replied, glancing at the official. Dead? The official was taken aback, recalling having heard information about Konoha's Mokutan just days prior. Is this intelligence reliable? Inoki could not help but ask. He had been startled upon hearing of Mokutan's resurgence in Konoha, yet his own village possessed Mokutan as well, so he had not panicked. Nevertheless, his greatest concern remained the Mokutan wielder in Konoha. Rest assured, the information is absolutely reliable, Deidara confirmed with a nod. I do not engage in unprepared warfare. Let us proceed to the vote, Deidara instructed Inoki. Shall we not discuss further? Inoki remarked, noticing the meeting was nearing its conclusion in mere minutes. He was accustomed to lengthy discussions when he presided over meetings. No need. Excessive dialogue serves no purpose, Deidara replied, shaking his head. The officials exchanged glances, unaccustomed to such a swift high-level meeting. Yet, truth be told, it was quite refreshing. Inoki led the way in casting his vote in favor, and the remaining officials followed suit. 8 votes in favor, 1 abstention, approved. With the announcement of the results, Iwagakure resolved to embark on a campaign for the annihilation of Konoha. The village transformed into a war machine, commencing the mass acquisition of shinobi tools from smaller nations and mobilizing for war. In an unknown cave. Master Madara, are you certain you wish for this individual to inherit your will? Kurizetsu hesitated, eyeing Uchiha Obito, who lay bloodied, yet with his eyes intact. Just follow my plan. Given his fervent love for this world, the power of his awakened Sharingan should be formidable, Uchiha Madara sneered. Furthermore, should any complications arise, manipulate Nagato to use the Rinne rebirth to revive me, Madara instructed Kurizetsu. Understood, Master Madara. Kurizetsu bowed respectfully. Chapter 197. The invasion of Konoha. As the Hidden Stone Village mobilized for war, the Hidden Cloud Village was thoroughly vanquished by Konoha. However, the Yellow Flash disciple of Konoha, Uchiha Obito, and his companion, Noara Rin, met a tragic end in this conflict. Nevertheless, Konoha found a fleeting moment of respite. Upon the news of the defeat of the Hidden Cloud Village spreading, the Hidden Sand Village promptly retreated, leaving Konoha unable to pursue. After all, the Hidden Sand Village thrived in the desert. Even a victory would hold little significance. Would they simply feast upon sand? It was more prudent to utilize this time for recuperation. Uchiha Fugaku finally returned to Konoha with the remaining 500 troops. He fervently invited Kakashi Hitaki, but was met with rejection. The very next day after Fugaku's return, the third Hokage abdicated his position, with Tsunade being the obvious choice for the fourth Hokage. The Uchiha clan also finally relocated from the outskirts of Konoha. All the ninja villages ceased hostilities, seemingly signaling the conclusion of the Great Ninja War. The entire ninja world fell into a tranquil slumber, commencing a period of recovery. Yet, during this calm, shocking news reverberated throughout the ninja realm. The Hidden Stone Village unilaterally tore up the treaty and declared war on Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade, upon receiving the news, furiously shattered a table. "Those deceitful wretches from the Hidden Stone Village," she exclaimed. "Tsunade, do not let anger consume you. The most pressing matter is how to navigate this predicament." Kato Dan used wind release to levitate the documents in the air before gently placing them on the ground. "How do we resolve this crisis?" Tsunade calmed upon hearing Kato's words, beginning to assess the military strength of both sides. On her side, the available Kaga-level combatants included herself, Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. If one accounted for the uncontrollable Jinchuriki Kushina, there were 6 Kaga-level forces. As for Kato Dan, he could only be considered a quasi-Kage. While he had no rivals among elite jonin, he could not hold his ground against a Kage. Conversely, the Hidden Stone Village boasted Kaga-level figures such as Inoki, Han, Old Zetsu, Uzumaki Nanako, Kuratsuchi, and the formidable Deidara, who likely surpassed the Kage classification altogether. Contemplating this, a sorrowful expression crossed Tsunade's face. If only Shikaku were still here. She thought of the man with unparalleled swordsmanship. If he were alive, perhaps Konoha could still contend with the Hidden Stone Village. Yet now, Tsunade saw no glimmer of hope. "Tsunade, although we may not win this war, we must still fight," Kato Dan stated firmly. "Other villages will not stand idly by while the Hidden Stone Village rises to dominance. If they can obliterate Konoha today, they will not hesitate to do so to others when the opportunity arises. They are not foolish and understand the implications of a world where one village holds absolute power." Kato continued, "Thus, when the time comes that we can no longer endure, other villages will surely intervene to assist us, even if we have just concluded our previous conflicts with them." After Kato's remarks, he silently observed Tsunade. "You speak wisely, with your intellect. You are indeed more suitable for the role of Hokage than I," Tsunade conceded, feeling once more that Kato far surpassed her in wisdom. "Do not speak that way. You have assumed the title of Hokage, and I take pride in having such a remarkable girlfriend," Kato smiled. "If we survive this war, let us marry officially, shall we?" Tsunade, unable to contain her emotions, replied, "Let us marry now? I do not wish to delay you any longer." Kato, having postponed this long enough, was resolute. Tsunade was already in her 40s. Despite the concealment of her age due to the Een seal, Kato could not bear to have her wait any longer. He recognized his prior selfishness. He had made her wait for over a decade, thinking of marrying only after he became Hokage. Now, he realized that the title of Hokage was inconsequential. "Dan." Tsunade gazed at Kato with deep emotion. Meanwhile, the Hidden Stone Village was also preparing for war. "This is our opportunity to eradicate Konoha, a culmination of our efforts." Inoki droned on from the podium for over 10 minutes, causing the ninjas below to succumb to drowsiness. "Let me take over." Seeing the morale of the ninjas waning, Deidara snatched the microphone. "In 3 days, we will annihilate Konoha. After this, we shall become the foremost ninja village. Your partners and children will receive the finest education and resources. For our future, let us march forth and obliterate Konoha." Upon hearing Deidara's words, the previously lethargic ninjas erupted with enthusiasm. They preferred such straightforward declarations, promising them rewards, over lengthy speeches. For the future, annihilate Konoha, annihilate Konoha." The cries of the ninjas echoed like a tidal wave. Soon, nearly all the ninjas of the Hidden Stone Village surged forth, amassing an army of 30,000. Even Deidara was taken aback by the sheer number of ninjas before him. Inoki informed him that this army had been nurtured by the reparations from Konoha. "Old man, I shall go to Konoha to deplete their forces," Deidara said to Inoki, then soared on his clay bird towards Konoha. In Konoha, Tsunade immediately summoned Minato, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru to establish the Four Red Suns formation upon learning of the Hidden Stone's mobilization. This formation was not intended for confinement, but for defense. As Tsunade was acutely aware of Deidara's capabilities, she had already dispatched all of Konoha's ninjas outside the village before the war commenced. Now, the Four Red Suns formation was meant to deceive Deidara into believing that Konoha still had defenders. Furthermore, it would buy them several hours. For while Deidara's clay bombs were indeed powerful, breaching the formation would not be a simple task. Four Red Suns formation. Deidara smiled upon witnessing the formation from the sky. You think to deceive me with this? He sensed 4 distinct chakra signatures, and beyond those 4, he could detect no other chakra. This indicated that everyone else had already evacuated Konoha. But I shall not come empty-handed, he thought, as he began molding his clay. C5, obliteration. Deidara infused a vast amount of chakra into the clay. Yet, shortly thereafter, he found his chakra replenishing rapidly, regaining most of what he had expended in no time. This recovery rate was essentially limitless. Satisfied, Deidara cast the clay bomb into the air. Chapter 198. Senju Hashirama, what is this? Tsunade's pupils contracted as she gazed at the descending clay bomb radiating with 7 colors. She had never witnessed Deidara employing such a clay bomb before. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Once the cacophony subsided, the 4 red suns formation remained intact, yet the 4 individuals controlling it were already sweating profusely. There had been a moment when the formation nearly collapsed, but they quickly restored it using a significant amount of chakra. Deidara frowned at the restored 4 red suns formation. He then formed hand seals, unleashing a singularly colored clay bomb that emitted overwhelming annihilation power. We must retreat at once, Lady Tsunade. The chakra-weakened Minato Namikaze spat out blood, appearing considerably drained. At this juncture, there was little choice left. Orochimaru sighed. Reanimation jutsu. He unfurled the sealing scroll, and the coffin of the first Hokage materialized. This is grandfather's coffin. Orochimaru. Tsunade immediately thought of Senju Hashirama upon seeing the coffin. Orochimaru, have you truly mastered that forbidden technique? Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice trembled slightly. The last time I transplanted Tsunade's cells, it established a connection with the first Hokage. Now, I can summon no one else, but I can reanimate the first Hokage. Orochimaru extracted the coffin and began forming seals. Senju Hashirama pushed open the coffin and stepped out slowly. The first Hokage I summoned possesses only about 70% of his power. He is not at his peak, but it should suffice, as he is the god of shinobi. Orochimaru licked his lips while observing Hashirama clad in crimson armor. In truth, there was something he had not disclosed. He could not control Senju Hashirama. However, that mattered little. Hashirama would undoubtedly care for Konoha and Tsunade, rendering control irrelevant. Grandfather. Tsunade observed the complex emotions on Hashirama's face. What is this? Hashirama gazed at himself with confusion. Did I not die of illness? It's me, Tsunade. Unable to contain herself, Tsunade called out to the bewildered Hashirama. Little Tsunade, you've grown so much. Hashirama laughed heartily. So, this is the reanimation jutsu? Hashirama's expression shifted suddenly, becoming grave as he inquired. What crisis has befallen Konoha to warrant my return from the Pure Land? There is someone above, the strongest ninja in the current world. Tsunade pointed at Deidara, who was observing them from the sky, her expression laden with complexity. Little Tsunade, you must leave at once. This foe is beyond what you can handle. Hashirama sensed Deidara's chakra and realized it approached the levels he had possessed in life. His chakra had been greater than even the Nine Tails. The group exchanged glances before nodding and hastily retreating. After all, the Konoha ninjas still needed their leadership. Without their guidance, the Konoha ninjas would likely fall victim to a Wagakure. As for the civilians, they had all been relocated to the Land of Fire. Given a Wagakure's previous conduct, it was unlikely they would massacre the innocent. A Wagakure was distinct from other villages. They genuinely sought to conquer the Land of Fire, rather than merely seize a large sum of wealth. This was the true terror for Konoha. After all, Konoha was never lacking in funds. They feared not losing money, but the prospect of losing the opportunity to even incur losses. The god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, possesses an awe-inspiring chakra, Deidara remarked, gazing down at Hashirama. To think such a formidable existence resides in the later generations. It truly humbles us predecessors. Hashirama, with a genial demeanor, engaged Deidara in conversation. I specifically allowed these 4 to escape to gauge my current strength. I hope the god of shinobi does not disappoint me. Deidara clenched his fists, a confident smile adorning his face. You truly resemble Madara. Hashirama felt little impact from Deidara's words, instead recalling Uchiha Madara. I have never been like anyone. I am simply myself. Deidara shook his head. C5, Annihilation. Deidara unleashed C5, recognizing that bombs below this grade would be ineffectual against an adversary of Hashirama's caliber. His intent was to vanquish Hashirama once. If he succeeded in eliminating this reanimated version of Hashirama at 70% strength, Deidara would gain decisive power in the Shinobi World War, enabling him to contend for the Ten Tails. Would release, wood golem technique. Hashirama clapped his hands and called out, causing a massive wood golem to rise from the ground. This golem was significantly stronger in both quality and size compared to the ones produced by the wood golem technique of the rope tree. The latter was merely fit to serve Hashirama. Boom. C5. Annihilation collided with the wood golem, shattering it into fragments. While the damage from C5 was wholly absorbed by the golem, failing to reach Hashirama. Wood release. Flowering tree world birth. As the smoke cleared, Hashirama completed his chakra manipulation and clapped his hands, summoning an endless array of trees. Blossoms unfurled from the trees, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Do not inhale the toxic pollen. Deidara perceived no beauty in the petals, only the lethal threat posed by the pollen they released. Should he inhale too much, he might very well meet a fatal end. In that case, C5, enhanced type, sun. Deidara infused a substantial amount of dragon vein chakra along with the chakra of the six tails, significantly enlarging the sun compared to annihilation. He aimed to obliterate the flowering tree world birth in one fell swoop. Explosion. Deidara hurled the sun towards the flowering tree world birth and ascended into the sky. With a resounding boom, the flowering tree world birth was utterly annihilated. The ability to fly? Hashirama pondered, observing Deidara controlling a clay bird soaring in the sky. He felt indifferent about the destruction of the flowering tree world birth. His main concern was how to bring down Deidara from the heavens. Very well, I shall employ that technique. A sage-like aura enveloped Hashirama. Sage art, heavenly gate. Utilizing sage mode, Hashirama sensed Deidara's presence in the sky and summoned the heavenly gate directly above him. Quick dodge. The six tails shouted anxiously to Deidara within the mental space. Chapter 199. The Invasion of the Land of Fire. The Art of Division. Seeing no way to evade the divine gate, Didaze promptly divided himself, allowing the split body to bear the brunt of the attack. The division was directly crushed by the divine gate. Upon witnessing this, Didaze swiftly recalled his split form. What a troublesome adversary. Senja Hashirama mused, rubbing his temples. His strongest foe to date had been Uchiha Madara, yet Madara had never resorted to such guerrilla tactics as Didaze. Madara confronted him head-on. Thus Hashirama found himself at a loss against this elusive opponent of comparable strength. C5, Annihilation. C5, Sun. Didaze unleashed two formidable clay bombs in rapid succession, compelling Hashirama to conjure a multitude of trees for defense. Despite this, Hashirama inevitably sustained some injuries. Although he swiftly recuperated due to the effects of the impure world reincarnation, his vigilance towards Didaze had reached its zenith. Truly formidable. Didaze observed Hashirama, who had summoned numerous trees to shield himself, and scratched his head in contemplation. Complete tailed beast transformation. Didaze transformed into the full form of the six tails. What is his intention? Hashirama regarded the fully transformed Didaze with a wary gaze. Sage art, corrosion. After transforming into the six tails, golden patterns manifested on its body. The massive creature then exhaled a cloud of gray gas, which corroded everything in its path, withering trees and dissolving the earth. What is this? Hashirama was taken aback. He had never witnessed the six tails employing such an ability, and its appearance was markedly different from the one he had captured in the past. What had transpired in between? Sage art. Would release. Be-high technique. As the corrosive gas approached, Hashirama swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, conjuring a shield resembling a fawn. The corrosion clashed with the Be-high technique, resulting in a stalemate. Both Didaze and Hashirama channeled chakra into their techniques. However, the impure world reincarnation had deprived Hashirama of a crucial asset, his immense chakra reserves. Although the reincarnation allowed for rapid recovery, it had significantly diminished Hashirama's upper limits. Consequently, while he regained chakra quickly, he could not infuse it in the same volume as Didaze. Ultimately, the Be-high technique succumbed to the corrosive force. There was no alternative left. Hashirama sighed as he gazed at Didaze, who continued to expel the gray gas. Sage art. Would release. True Thousand Hands. Hashirama summoned a new wooden figure, leaping atop its head and shouting, intending to invoke his most potent technique. However, upon glancing back, he found no response. Is my chakra limit preventing me from summoning the true Thousand Hands? Hashirama forced a wry smile. I will stall for as long as I can, allowing Tsunade and the others time to escape. Resolute, Hashirama assumed a defensive posture. Is it truly the chakra deficiency that hinders the summoning of the true thousand hands? Didaze, observing Hashirama atop the wooden figure, clapped his hands and displayed a perplexed expression, realizing that Hashirama was attempting to summon the true thousand hands. Nevertheless, this was to be expected. After all, the chakra of the impure world reincarnation has its limits, making it reasonable that Hashirama could not summon the true thousand hands. Did he intend to outlast me? Didaze perceived Hashirama's shift from offense to defense, quickly grasping his intentions. However, Hashirama was likely unaware that the 30,000 Awagakure forces had already infiltrated the Land of Fire, leaving Tsunade and the others with no avenue for escape. Unless they were willing to forsake everything in Konoha, they would have no chance of escaping the Land of Fire. Then let us endure. Wood release, flowering tree world birth. Didaze had no objections to this, and he began to summon wood release techniques. If Hashirama was to defend with all his might, he would undoubtedly serve as an excellent training partner. Wood release? Hashirama was taken aback by the emergence of the flowering tree world birth before him. Why does a Awagakure possess wood release? He could distinctly sense that Didaze was not a member of the Senju clan. Hashirama was all too familiar with the vitality of the Senju. Didaze was unequivocally not one of them. Yet how could someone outside the Senju clan awaken wood release? Hashirama knew that the key to awakening wood release lay in vitality, not merely the fusion of earth and water. However, Didaze did not afford Hashirama any further time for contemplation as he directed the wood release toward him. Hashirama could only maneuver his own wood release to counter Didaze's assault. Occasionally, Didaze would unleash a C5, annihilation, ensuring that Hashirama remained on high alert, thus allowing him to practice wood release techniques effectively. Thus, the two found themselves in a temporary stalemate. Meanwhile, on the other side, old man, the fighting over there is intense, KT remarked. Listening to the continuous explosions emanating from Konoha. This shouldn't be happening, Noki frowned. Given Didaze's prowess, it was inconceivable that he could be stymied by the meager forces of Konoha. Something was amiss. Send someone to investigate. As Noki continued to advance deeper into the Land of Fire, he commanded KT. Understood. KT nodded, dispatching a skilled jonin adept in body flicker techniques to ascertain the situation in Konoha. Before long, the jonin returned, his complexion ashen. What transpired? Noki inquired. Regarding the pale-faced jonin, the first Hokage has been resurrected, and Lord Didaze is currently battling him. The jonin wiped the sweat from his brow, trembling as he spoke. The first Hokage has been resurrected? Noki felt as though struck by lightning. Indeed, however, the good news is that Lord Didaze has the upper hand in the confrontation. The jonin wiped his brow again, his expression finally regaining some semblance of normalcy. He had nearly perished under the C5, annihilation. Fortunately, Didaze had saved him just in time, otherwise, he would have been lost to the void and unable to return with news. He has grown to such heights? Noki muttered to himself, then erupted into laughter. Continue the advance. Our objective is to annex the Land of Fire. Chapter 200. The Battle of Annihilation. 1. In the depths of the forest. Tsunade and her companions were hastening their journey. We are almost there, Tsunade mused to herself as she caught sight of the tents in the distance. She hoped that the first Hokage would vanquish him, ensuring that the status of Konoha as the foremost ninja village remained unshaken. Nearby, Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured to himself. He felt indifferent about the death of Danzo Shimura, as well as his own resignation. However, the thought of Konoha no longer being the preeminent ninja village was utterly unacceptable to him. This would entirely negate the contributions he had made to Konoha. After all, the Konoha that Tsunade inherited was the one he had left behind. Even if Konoha were to lose its status, it would ultimately be due to Hiruzen's actions, not Tsunade's. Orochimaru cast a disdainful glance at Hiruzen. Soon, the four of them met with the main forces of Konoha. Fugaku, how many ninjas are present? Tsunade inquired of Uchiha Fugaku. After all, Fugaku was now an indispensable combat asset, and it was reasonable for Tsunade to regard him as the leader of the escaping ninjas. Lady Tsunade, all the ninjas are here, including those freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, totaling 40,000, Fugaku replied respectfully. In truth, Konoha's 40,000 ninjas were not particularly numerous, considering that this was the entirety of their forces. The Ninja World War had seen nearly 100,000 participants. However, it was evident that the 5 great ninja villages had not deployed all of their ninjas. Even during the height of the war, many ninja instructors and newly graduated genin remained in their villages. Thus, Konoha's total of 40,000 ninjas was not surprising, and perhaps even somewhat lacking. After all, Konoha, located in the most prosperous region, had merely 1,000 more ninjas than Iwagakure, which had only recently experienced rapid growth. This was, in itself, a significant embarrassment for Konoha. The primary reason for this situation was likely due to the ongoing wars Konoha had faced in recent years, compounded by the devastating losses inflicted by Deidara. Otherwise, Konoha's numbers could not possibly be so close to those of Iwagakure, a village capable of overcoming 4 opponents simultaneously in the original tale. Very well, while Deidara is occupied, let us strike decisively to crush Iwagakure. Tsunade rallied the Konoha ninjas. In truth, without Deidara, they still had a fighting chance. In terms of combat strength, Konoha was far superior to Iwagakure, as the bloodline limit and secret technique clans could not be easily countered by ordinary ninjas. Konoha boasted nearly 5,000 ninjas with bloodline limits, and these 5,000 would serve as a deadly spear against Iwagakure. As long as Tsunade and her companions could hold off the enemy's top combatants, the bloodline and secret technique clans would decimate the lower-tier ninjas of Iwagakure. Tsunade held a measure of confidence in these clan ninjas. Let us depart and swiftly eliminate Iwagakure, Tsunade declared with grandiosity. And the dark mass of Konoha's army surged towards the location of Iwagakure. In no time, the two armies collided. This was precisely what Inoki had hoped for. After all, they held the advantage in high-end combat power, and after such a prolonged period, Nanako had received ample time for development. Now, she could be considered the foremost fighter after Deidara. Even Inoki was not as formidable as Nanako. Inoki, you have led Iwagakure to invade our land of fire, unilaterally tearing apart the treaty. Are you intent on a complete and irreconcilable conflict with us? Tsunade shouted angrily at Inoki. Complete and irreconcilable conflict? Inoki chuckled. Haven't we been in that state for quite some time? Just release. Primitive world stripping technique. Inoki exclaimed, launching a primitive world stripping technique directly at Tsunade. Earth Shadow. Is your only tactic ambush? Tsunade evaded Inoki's surprise attack with difficulty, glaring at him in fury. Well, you managed to dodge, Inoki remarked flatly. Attack. He was disinterested in further conversation, convinced that the victor would write history, rendering Tsunade's words meaningless if he emerged triumphant. The battlefield quickly divided into 2 zones. On Iwagakure's side stood Inoki, Uzumaki Nanako, Han, Old Purple, Kitetsu, and Kutan. Konoha was represented by Tsunade, Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku, Namikaze Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Uzumaki Kushina. Are you really bold enough to bring the uncontrollable Nine-Tails Jinchuriki into play? Old Purple sneered at Uzumaki Kushina. We are both of the Uzumaki clan. Why must we harm each other? Would it not be better to sit down and discuss how to resolve this? Kushina responded, turning her gaze earnestly towards Nanako. Each of us fights for our village, and there is nothing more to say, Nanako replied sternly. She held no particular feelings towards Kushina, despite her royal status. The Uzumaki clan had been annihilated, and Nanako found no nobility in being a princess. Kushina, she speaks the truth. It is indeed a matter of fighting for our respective villages, and there is nothing more to discuss, Tsunade interjected, shaking her head to silence Kushina, who wished to continue speaking. Sighing sadly, Kushina lamented, Oh, adamantine ceiling. Adamantine ceiling. Simultaneously, Kushina and Nanako unleashed their adamantine ceiling techniques, resulting in a jarring metallic clash as their seals collided. Nanako refrained from using wood release. She merely sought to test the strength of this so-called princess of the Uzumaki clan. Spiraling Sphere. As Nanako and Kushina engaged in combat, Namikaze Minato hurled a flying thunder god kunai towards Inoki. Shinra Tensei. Dust Release. Primitive world stripping technique. Inoki summoned his Shinra Tensei to block Minato's attack, immediately following it up with a dust release. Minato narrowly evaded the assault, while Han unleashed a barrage of steam, swinging his Hiramakiri towards Minato. Sealing Technique. Release. Ninjutsu. Creation Rebirth. 100 Healings Technique. Tsunade released the Sealing Technique and activated the 100 Healings Technique. She delivered a powerful punch that met Han's Hiramakiri, sending Han staggering back several steps, while Tsunade herself was pushed back a considerable distance. Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru seized the opportunity to ambush Han, hoping to inflict severe damage while Han was still reeling. Steel Release. Kitetsu activated Steel Release, positioning himself before Han. Orochimaru's Shadow Snake Hands shattered upon impact with Kitetsu. Blade Slash. Descend. After blocking the attack, Kitetsu swung his blunt blade towards Tsunade. However, she countered with a mighty punch, sending him flying. Undersea Needle. Old Purple instantly entered a semi-tailed beast transformation, condensing powerful lava release energy in his fists and launching it at Tsunade. Iwagakure's current objective was crystal clear: to eliminate Tsunade at all costs. Chapter 201. The Battle of Annihilation 2. Old Purple fiercely struck towards Tsunade, who had prepared her defenses. However, at that moment, Old Purple was suddenly seized by a black skeletal arm. It was Uchiha Fugaku. A more intense eruption of lava release enveloped Old Purple's body, his temperature soaring to over 1,000 degrees. The skeletal Susanoo arm was instantly melted by the searing lava release emanating from Old Purple. This provided Tsunade with an opportunity to escape, swiftly retreating several steps to distance herself from the front lines. In the confrontation between Iwagakure and Konohagakure, aside from the two members of the Uzumaki clan engaged in battle, the remaining forces had assumed their battle formations. On the Iwagakure side, Inoki unleashed dust release from the back, while Kuratsuchi disrupted and defended from the center using earth release. The two Jinchuriki and the formidable Kitetsu advanced at the forefront to attack. In contrast, from Konohagakure, Orochimaru lingered at the rear, employing serpent and wind release for harassment. Sarutobi Hiruzen attacked the Jinchuriki ahead with combined ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku activated Susanoo to aid Tsunade at the front, while Namikaze Minato sought an opportunity to ambush Inoki. After both sides arranged their formations, Inoki initiated the assault, launching the earth release, lightened rock technique, towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, as the technique manifested, Tsunade countered with a powerful punch, shattering it into rubble. Minato immediately threw kunai and, after a swift body flicker, hurled another kunai, closing in on Inoki at an astonishing speed. Earth release, four corners, earth flow wall. Kuratsuchi quickly discerned Minato's intent and sealed herself and Inoki within the earth flow wall, using her large frame to shield Inoki. Even if Minato breached the wall, he could not harm Inoki, at most leaving Kuratsuchi with minor injuries. Rasengan, Minato shouted, conjuring a massive Rasengan in his hand. With a powerful strike, the earth flow wall was obliterated into fragments. Subsequently, Minato stealthily touched a piece of debris. After breaking through the earth flow wall, a dust release technique surged towards Minato's face. He had no choice but to use Flying Thunder God to return to his original position and seek another opportunity. Due to Minato's presence, Inoki's aggression became more cautious. He could only launch sneak attacks under Kuratsuchi's protection. Nevertheless, Tsunade was gradually being overwhelmed by the three close-range attackers, unable to withstand their relentless assault despite the support from three ranged attackers in the back. Release. Undersea Needle. Cut. The three melee combatants besieged Tsunade in a 3-on-1 scenario. Even with her remarkable recovery speed, she could only endure the onslaught. The ranged attackers could merely limit the trio's offensive range, inflicting minor injuries that were negligible for the Jinchuriki. The momentary injuries were inconsequential, especially since Kitetsu, upon activating Steel Release, was impervious to even light wounds. This cannot continue. Uchiha Fugaku's expression grew grave as he observed Tsunade's retreat. After Tsunade's ascension, she had immediately restored the Uchiha clan's reputation, elevating them from the periphery to the core of the village. In light of Tsunade's treatment of the Uchiha clan, what was the sacrifice of a pair of eyes for Fugaku? His vision had deteriorated to 600 or 700 degrees, rendering his sight quite unclear. This was the result of engaging in combat at Sunagakure without activating Susanoo, relying solely on his 3-tomo Sharingan. Now, he could only regain normal vision by activating the Sharingan to enhance his perceptive abilities. Fugaku realized that if he engaged in another intense battle, his vision would worsen, bringing him perilously close to blindness. Uchiha Fugaku activated Susanoo to its second stage, unleashing a fierce attack on Old Purple and Han. Bijou transformation. Old Purple and Han exchanged glances, instinctively opting for their Bijou transformations. The colossal Four Tails and Five Tails emerged onto the battlefield. Rasengan. Minato, eyeing the immense Five Tails, instantly utilized Flying Thunder God to execute a Rasengan. Han grunted as the Rasengan struck him squarely, but he retaliated by kicking Minato away with force. What an opportunity! Inoki's eyes gleamed as he observed Minato being sent flying. Dust Release. Original World Severance Technique. Inoki swiftly gathered Dust Release towards the airborne Minato, who appeared to have no time even to throw kunai. You've fallen for my trap. Just as the dust release was about to reach Minato, a smile spread across his face. Suddenly, he appeared behind Inoki. When did he? Inoki's expression shifted to one of horror. Rasengan! Minato shouted, launching the Rasengan towards Inoki's back. Father! Kuratsuchi cried, attempting to shield Inoki, but it was too late. At that moment, a diamond lock appeared beside Inoki, ensnaring Minato. What? Tsunade and the others had initially believed Minato had succeeded, only to realize that Nanako had intervened. When they turned to look, they were astonished to find Kushina lying on the ground. Nanako had managed to incapacitate Kushina in under 10 minutes. Wood release, insertion technique. After binding Minato, Nanako sought to eliminate him using wood release. Minato attempted to utilize Flying Thunder God, but he was firmly restrained and unable to perform the technique. Ugh! Minato coughed up a mouthful of blood as the diamond lock tightened around him. I won't allow you. Kushina rose, her words unfinished as she transformed into her four-tails state. Roar! Kushina's tails erupted into their four-tails form, gathering Bijou Bomb energy to launch at Nanako. Wood release, barrier technique. Nanako swiftly redirected a significant portion of her chakra to confront Kushina, while the remainder continued to restrain Minato. Witnessing Minato's plight, Uchiha Fugaku activated Susanoo to its third stage. Pushing through the pain his blood streamed from his eyes, donning Susanoo in armor. Dust release, original world severance technique. Inoki's dust release was now ready. Aimed at the immobilized Minato, Minato closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Susanoo, third stage. Uchiha Fugaku activated Susanoo's third stage, extending a massive arm to shield Minato from the impending dust release. He then summoned another arm with his ocular power to rescue Minato. Chapter 202, The Battle of Annihilation, 3. With a leap, Han unleashed a torrent of flames from the scorching river. He concentrated chakra at his horn, charging directly towards Uchiha Fugaku. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki slammed the ground, creating a cascade of molten lava aimed squarely at Uchiha Fugaku. Transformation of form, shield. Uchiha Fugaku positioned the Flying Thunder God technique within his Susanoo, and a massive shield materialized before him. Both Han's charge and Otsutsuki's lava struck the shield with tremendous force, resulting in a stalemate between the shield and the assaults of the Four Tails and Five Tails. Uchiha Fugaku felt his ocular power depleting at an alarming rate. Tsunade leaped beside Han, gathering all her strength to seize one of his legs. With a sudden surge, Han was flung into the air. My vision is becoming increasingly unclear. Uchiha Fugaku noted as Han was hurled away, immediately reducing his Susanoo from the third to the second stage. The expenditure of the third stage was simply too great. Were it not for the potential fatal consequences of using the second stage to intercept the full force attacks of two-tailed beasts, Uchiha Fugaku would never have resorted to the third stage. In a short span, Uchiha Fugaku felt his eyesight deteriorate further, now resembling the blurriness of a mosaic. If this battle continued for more than a day, he would surely lose his sight. Dust release, boundary removal technique. Upon witnessing Han's expulsion, Inoki began to gather the boundary removal technique. With the Flying Thunder God needing time to recuperate, no one was available to counter Inoki. Inoki's full-force boundary removal technique surged towards Uchiha Fugaku. Rewind. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku activated his rewind technique, barely surviving the onslaught of dust release. How is this possible? Inoki stared in disbelief at the intact Susanoo. Is this all you can do? Truly pathetic. Uchiha Fugaku, straining to maintain composure, taunted Inoki, aiming to disturb his mental state. That previous use of rewind had significantly drained his ocular power, resulting in a further decrease in vision. You think you can rattle me? Inoki, wise with age, quickly discerned Uchiha Fugaku's intent. Then, will you save her? Inoki sneered, raising his hand to launch a dust release towards Kushina, who was ensnared by wood release. Kushina. The moment he saw the dust release heading towards her, Minato's expression turned urgent. Roar! Kushina bellowed in fury, unleashing her eighth tail in an attempt to break free from the wood release's grasp. However, the wood release of Nanako was not so easily shattered by the mere emergence of an eighth tail. Despite the increase in tails, she could not escape its clutches. Conversely, Nanako found herself ensnared by Kushina as well. If she retreated now, the fully unleashed Nine Tails would pose a significant threat to the others. After all, the Nine Tails could wield tailed beast bombs with ease, and had not developed any other skills apart from that. The tailed beast bombs would rain down like cannon fire, overwhelming any tailed beast. As long as Nanako neglected the Nine Tails, Both Han and Otsutsuki would be forced to contend with it, though the rampaging Ninetales would attack indiscriminately. Its massive form would inevitably draw more attention than smaller ninja. Kushina, maintain your composure. Do not let rage cloud your judgment, Minato shouted to the now eight-tailed Kushina, fully aware that his words might fall on deaf ears. As anticipated, the eight-tailed Kushina ignored Minato and began to sprout a ninth tail. Should she reach the full 9 tails, it would spell trouble. Nanako observed the splintering trees with a serious expression. The enclosure of the realm, when employing this technique, the palms would reveal the character for seed, and upon channeling chakra, a wooden rectangular prism would materialize to suppress the chakra of the tailed beast. The eight-tailed Kushina was struck by this technique, emitting a pained wail. Kushina, Minato cried out in desperation, yearning to assist her. Do not go. Uchiha Fugaku grasped Minato's arm firmly. The life force of a Jinchuriki is resilient. They are not so fragile. We must remain calm. If we act rashly, we will lose everything. Uchiha Fugaku spoke somberly. I understand. Minato lowered his head in anguish. Meanwhile, Nanako's wood release continued to tighten its grip on Kushina, leaving her immobile in her eight-tailed form. Simultaneously, Nanako deployed a diamond seal to impede Tsunade and her 4 comrades, further jeopardizing the already precarious situation of Konoha. In the present moment, Konoha was no longer a scene of bustling prosperity. It was a landscape of crumbling ruins. Why does it feel as if this fellow is deliberately feeding me techniques? Deidara observed the slowly coalescing form of Senju Hashirama with a click of his tongue. Ever since he had slain Hashirama once, it seemed as though Hashirama was intentionally presenting him with opportunities. In just a few hours, Deidara had already dispatched Hashirama 3 or 4 times. Your strength undoubtedly surpasses mine. May I have a word with you? Once revived, Hashirama refrained from employing wood release, instead sighing as he seated himself. A conversation? If you can ensure that all of Konoha merges with the Wagakure, then I shall speak with you. Deidara's face bore a smile. Yet his words weighed heavily on Hashirama's heart. You must understand, unifying through violence is meaningless. We must. I have no interest in your lengthy discourse. I seek only a yes or no. Deidara interrupted Hashirama's elaborate rhetoric with a wave of his hand. He held no desire to hear Hashirama's ideals. He perceived Hashirama and Naruto as idealists, while realists were the likes of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. Hashirama had an overly optimistic view of humanity, though it was possible that the first Hokage genuinely sought peace. However, just because the first Hokage desired such a world did not imply that the second Hokage shared that vision. After the demise of the first Hokage, the second Hokages promptly ignited the Ninja World War. This fact starkly illustrated the fallacy of Hashirama's decisions. Had Hashirama created a world of unity, the Ninja World War would not have erupted so frequently or violently. While internal conflicts may have arisen, they would not have escalated to the point of endangering civilians. At most, only a few high-ranking officials would perish. It could be argued that Hashirama's idealism had inflicted untold suffering upon countless innocents. Chapter 203. The Battle to Annihilate the Village. 4. Is it that you wish for all of Konoha to surrender to you? Senju Hashirama fell into silence. This is your only choice. You can use your influence to persuade Konoha to capitulate, and thus the lives of the Konoha ninjas may be spared. Should they refuse to yield, I will be left with no option but to unleash a massacre, Deidara stated to Hashirama. He was indifferent to the prospect of inciting a rebellion, for the enmity between the Uchiha and Senju clans ran far deeper than that between Iwagakure and Konoha. Yet, despite this, these two clans had united to form Konoha. In the subsequent years, the Uchiha clan had come to regard themselves as integral to Konoha. If not for Sarutobi Hiruzen's extreme measures, they would have harbored no thoughts of rebellion. Deidara believed that once he unified the world, even if the initial villages showed resistance, the new generation would ultimately come to accept it after a decade or so. I shall grant you but 1 minute, Deidara declared, fixing his gaze on Hashirama. Awaiting his decision. I agree. Hashirama sighed, yet a look of relief graced his features. Come up. Deidara descended from the sky and lifted Hashirama onto the colossal clay bird. Deidara did not place much trust in Hashirama. He merely believed that Hashirama could never defeat him, even in close combat. Currently, Deidara's strength could be described as having 1 foot firmly planted in the realm of the 6 paths, with 3 types of Kekkei Genkai. The power of the tailed beast Jinchuriki, an enhanced version of the tailed beast, and a sage technique that harmonized perfectly with himself. Deidara felt that his only gap compared to the Ten Tails Obito lay in the truth-seeking balls. He even felt that in a one-on-one confrontation, the Ten Tails Obito would not stand a chance against him. Soon, Deidara brought Hashirama to the battlefield, where the scene was one of utter devastation. Iwagakure and Konoha were embroiled in a fierce clash, the ground littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Cease this at once. Sage Art, Heavenly Decree. Hashirama summoned a multitude of heavenly decrees, enveloping the fighters at the forefront. Those ensnared within instantly lost their will to fight, standing bewildered in place. Listen to me. I am the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Hashirama amplified his voice with chakra, calling out to the ninjas below. His voice penetrated the ears of every ninja present. Is it truly the first Hokage? Konoha ninjas looked on in disbelief. But the first Hokage was supposed to be dead. Another Konoha ninja stood dumbfounded. The first Hokage has surely come to aid us. With him here, victory is within our grasp. A squad leader quickly seized the moment to rally morale. What is happening? Has Deidara truly been bested by Hashirama? Shikari gazed at the enormous clay bird in the sky, with Hashirama standing atop it, a frown forming on his brow. Though he too was subdued by the heavenly decree, his mind remained clear. Listen, Konoha ninjas. Hashirama continued speaking, while Shikari remained in contemplation. The Konoha ninjas below listened with excitement. We have already lost. We must surrender. Hashirama uttered words that left the Konoha ninjas in shock. Impossible. This cannot be the first Hokage. They insisted, this must be Deidara in disguise. He can't be the first Hokage. All the Konoha ninjas erupted in outrage, unable to accept betrayal from their most trusted leader. To them, the first Hokage's call to surrender signified treachery against Konoha. How could Konoha surrender? They had always been the strongest shinobi village. How could they capitulate to the mere Iwagakure? Indeed, a smile appeared on Shikari's face. He had suspected that Hashirama had not captured Deidara. By the looks of it, it was Deidara who had captured Hashirama. As expected of one I recognize. Shikari gave a thumbs up to the sky, elated as he looked at Deidara. Now, anyone who dares to continue the assault would release. Birth of the world of trees will be my enemy. Upon finishing his words, Hashirama clapped his hands together, summoning an abundance of trees. Under his formidable control, the areas not affected by the heavenly decree were soon engulfed by towering trees. Anyone who wished to continue fighting was ensnared by the trunks. Hashirama's nature was not inherently domineering. However, he understood the gravity of the situation. If he did not act decisively, Deidara would unleash a clay bomb, leading to certain annihilation for the Konoha ninjas. Rather than face total extinction, he chose to bear the burden of being the villain. Truly the first Hokage. Willing to bear infamy for the sake of their survival, Deidara remarked with a smile. I have come to realize that a village cannot supersede its people. Hashirama lowered his gaze, appearing somewhat sorrowful. In his final moments, he had come to understand. Madara had claimed he had changed, and indeed, he had. That period, shortly after the village's establishment, had altered his mindset from what it once was. Yet, when Madara fell by his hand, uttering his last words, Hashirama was overwhelmed with regret. It could even be said that Hashirama's eventual demise was closely tied to his remorse after killing Uchiha Madara. He essentially succumbed to despair. In the final moments of his life, he comprehended that the village could never hold precedence over the individual. A village could only exist by uniting its people, while conversely, individuals do not require a village to define their humanity. Had he not slain Uchiha Madara all those years ago, perhaps Madara would have ultimately come to understand, just as Hashirama had, that despite their enmity, they had founded Konoha together. Lord Hashirama, why would you assist Iwagakure? The Konoha ninjas cried out in anguish. Initially reluctant to believe this was the true first Hokage, they were compelled to accept it upon witnessing his would release. However, the fact that Konoha's founder, Senju Hashirama, was aiding Iwagakure was incomprehensible. Boom. Deidara unleashed a C5, and the earth beneath transformed into a bottomless pit. The Konoha ninjas swallowed their words. Realizing that their confidence stemmed from the first Hokage, they believed that a confrontation was impossible, that the first Hokage would never side with Deidara. But now, seeing the situation, it appeared that the first Hokage might very well be unable to contend with Deidara. Moreover, such a widespread attack could obliterate countless lives. We surrender. We surrender. The Konoha ninjas knelt in submission. Those among them who resisted were soon compelled by their comrades, and before long, all 40,000 Konoha ninjas had knelt in defeat. Chapter 204. The battle of annihilation completed. Are you satisfied now? Senju Hashirama gazed upon the kneeling leaf ninjas, sighed, and turned his attention to Deidara. I am quite satisfied, Deidara replied with a light chuckle. I shall handle the situation with Tsunade. I will persuade them to surrender. Hashirama looked at Deidara and said, others may persuade them, but there is one who cannot be spared. Deidara raised a finger. Who? Hashirama could not help but inquire. Sarutobi Hiruzen. He must die, Deidara said with a smile. Why must he die? Is it solely because he is Hokage? Hashirama questioned, perplexed. No. His insatiable desire for power is too great. I do not wish for such a person to exist in a Wagakure, especially since he has long been despised by others. Deidara spoke slowly. Is there no way to avoid his death? Hashirama wished to plead for Hiruzen, having seen him as a well-behaved child in his youth. That is not an option, Deidara decisively rejected. Very well. Hashirama sighed, recognizing Deidara's resolute stance. He realized there was little he could do against such determination. Although he did not employ the true might of the Senju clan, he sensed that Deidara still possessed hidden cards. Regrettably, he could not save Hiruzen. To protect him would mean endangering the lives of others alongside him. Soon, Deidara brought Hashirama to the battlefield where a Wagakure faced off against Konoha. Is that Deidara's clay giant bird? The moment Noki and the others laid eyes on the colossal avian construct, they were filled with excitement. If Deidara had arrived, it meant Hashirama had been defeated. Should Deidara triumph over Hashirama, he would ascend as the god of ninjas in this era, unmatched even by Uchiha Madara. This foretold a smooth path to the unification of the 5 great nations for a Wagakure. Cease your attacks. Deidara's voice echoed from the sky. Though puzzled, Noki and the others instinctively halted their actions. Meanwhile, the 8-tailed state of Kushina was swiftly neutralized as Hashirama absorbed her chakra with wood release. As Kushina reverted to her human form and collapsed, Minato swiftly caught her. This would release. Is it the first Hokage? The leaf ninjas initially believed Hashirama had lost, but to their astonishment, he was riding the same clay giant bird as Deidara. Great uncle, what is happening? Tsunade could not contain her curiosity and asked Hashirama. Tsunade. Hashirama's expression was filled with regret. Die? Just as all eyes were fixed on Hashirama and Deidara, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly erupted into a violent explosion. Hiruzen was obliterated into ashes, and a gust of wind swept through, leaving no trace of him. Teacher, Orochimaru exclaimed in fear. His concern was not for Hiruzen's demise, but for the terrifying silence that had preceded it. If someone could eliminate Hiruzen so quietly, they could just as easily do the same to him. Orochimaru's fear of Deidara reached its zenith. Has Hiruzen truly perished? Tsunade pondered calmly, gazing at the fallen Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction. Aside from Minato's faint sorrow, no one else felt any grief over Hiruzen's demise. It must be said that Hiruzen's tenure as Hokage had been a resounding failure. Tsunade, surrender. Hashirama looked at Tsunade and felt compelled to utter those words. After witnessing Hiruzen's death, he could not bear the thought of losing Tsunade as well. Great uncle, why must we? I have already lost. Hashirama interrupted her calmly before she could finish her thought. What? Tsunade's expression was one of shock. In her eyes, her great uncle was the omnipotent god of ninjas. How could the god of ninjas ever lose? Loss is loss. I have reached an agreement with Deidara. If Konoha surrenders, he will spare everyone but Hiruzen. Hashirama sighed. Today was a day filled with sighs for him. For the first time, he felt such helplessness, akin to the moment he had to confront Uchiha Madara. Witnessing Konoha, which he had painstakingly established, become part of another was a bitter pill to swallow. Even for someone as magnanimous as Hashirama. I offer you a choice, Deidara addressed the crowd. You may choose to leave or to stay. Should you choose to depart, I will not impede you. However, if you remain, I can consider your performances and grant you positions as elders in a Wagakure. Deidara had no intention of forcing anyone to stay. He recognized the impracticality of such an approach. Moreover, there was no need for needless bloodshed, as Konoha was already within his grasp. These individuals posed no threat to him, and exterminating them would only complicate the integration of the 40,000 leaf ninjas. Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Fugaku softly called out to her. All eyes turned to Tsunade, eager to hear her response. I apologize, but I still wish to travel the world. Tsunade replied with a gentle smile, bowing to Deidara. In that case, I shall not hinder you. However, I hope you will never again participate in any war. Deidara warned her. I understand, Tsunade nodded softly. And you? Deidara turned his gaze to Orochimaru. I wonder if a Wagakure will support my research. If they are willing to do so, I can conduct my work here. Orochimaru licked his lips. His allegiance to Konoha had diminished. He was now solely focused on his scientific endeavors. Leaving Konoha meant finding a place to research, which posed challenges. It would be far more advantageous to align himself with a Wagakure. Rest assured, I shall arrange a dedicated laboratory for you. Deidara nodded slightly, then turned his attention to Fugaku and Minato. And you too? Deidara inquired. I choose to stay, Fugaku sighed, ultimately deciding to remain. The Uchiha clan still needed him. Without his oversight, they could easily descend into chaos. He could not forsake them. Chapter 205, The Fourth Tsuchikage, I too shall join. Minato Namikaze glanced at the unconscious Kushina and ultimately chose to remain. Should he decide to depart, even with his prowess, he could not guarantee Kushina's absolute safety. After all, the allure of the Nine Tails was exceedingly great. Excellent. Deidara clapped his hands. In the 49th year of the Shinobi world, Konoha was utterly obliterated, and a Wagakure completely assimilated Konoha, emerging as the most formidable nation in the world. Henceforth, there would be no more Konoha. Only the vassal of a Wagakure remained. The Wagakure. Tsuchikage's office. Why do you still retain the name Konoha? Noki was perplexed by Deidara's perspective. This is to allow the lower-ranking shinobi to come to terms with their defeat. Once they fully accept their loss, the name Konoha can be discarded. However, it cannot be abolished just yet. If we were to do so now, it would incite a rebellion among them. While they may not pose a tangible threat, a significant number of casualties would deplete our own strength. I can already foresee an alliance forming among the other three nations. Deidara articulated his thoughts candidly. You are correct, Noki nodded. By the way, here is the speech for the Tsuchikage succession. Take a look. Noki handed the speech to Deidara. Such a thing is unnecessary. Deidara gently pushed Naka's hand aside. I do not require assistance in articulating my thoughts. I will determine what I wish to convey. Deidara chuckled, his visage radiating confidence. Truly a spirited young man. Noki gazed at Deidara, seemingly reminiscing about his own youth. Then prepare yourself. We shall hold the succession ceremony this afternoon. Noting Deidara's reluctance to adhere to the speech, Noki chose to acquiesce. All right. Deidara nodded and subsequently vanished from the Tsuchikage's office. Nanako, I have returned. Deidara exclaimed, enveloping Nanako in a bear hug. Hey. Nanako chuckled at Deidara's embrace and then lifted him with a firm binding technique. Hey, are you trying to play bondage? Deidara's expression was comical as he dangled in the air. I can sense a different kind of movement within my body. This must be what they refer to as pregnancy. Right? After gently setting Deidara down, Nanako remarked. Pregnant? Deidara suddenly became exhilarated, leaning closer to Nanako to listen intently. Little one, I am your father. He placed his ear against her belly, grinning broadly. Fool. The fetus I sense isn't even humanoid yet. Nanako playfully kicked Deidara. It is merely that the Uzumaki clan has a heightened awareness of their bodies. Otherwise, such a state of pregnancy would undoubtedly go unnoticed. Ah, is that so? Deidara, somewhat disheartened, sank onto the sofa. Why did you rush home? Nanako poured a cup of tea and handed it to Deidara, then inquired. I am to succeed as the Tsuchikage this afternoon. Deidara drained the cup and replied to Nanako. This is splendid news. The Tsuchikage has long reached retirement age. With your succession, he will finally have time to pursue his own interests. Nanako expressed her happiness for Noki. After all, Noki has treated him well and has often lamented to her about Deidara's reluctance to assume the position. Now that Noki can finally retire, Nanako felt genuine joy for him. As someone who had selflessly dedicated himself to a Wagakure for so long could finally rest. Once I ascend, the 5 great nations will undoubtedly unify. Deidara proclaimed grandly to Nanako. I will support you. Nanako chuckled softly, sitting beside Deidara to massage his shoulders. Afternoon, Tsuchikage building rooftop. The area below was densely packed, accommodating nearly 40 to 50,000 people, and the crowd continued to swell. Many more were making their way here, exacerbating the already cramped conditions. Deidara, it seems your prestige is quite formidable, Kotetsu remarked with a smile. Ah, it is merely that everyone appreciates me. Deidara chuckled in response. Let us proceed. Noki, adorned with the Tsuchikage hat, urged Deidara onward. Onward. Deidara and Noki slowly made their way to the forefront. Tsuchikage-sama. Deidara-sama. The Iwagakure shinobi below erupted in fervor at the sight of Deidara and Noki, continuously chanting their names. Ahem. Noki adjusted the microphone. The Tsuchikage succession ceremony commences. After announcing, Noki placed the Tsuchikage hat upon Deidara's head and gradually stepped back. He refrained from uttering further words, recognizing that the spotlight was no longer on him. The protagonist now was Deidara, and the elderly man did not wish to overshadow him. I trust everyone is familiar with me? Deidara, donning the Tsuchikage hat, addressed the crowd below. Deidara-sama. Deidara-sama. Fourth Tsuchikage-sama. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, chanting Deidara's name. Silence, silence. Deidara called out to the exuberant crowd, which gradually quieted. We have vanquished Konoha and emerged as the foremost shinobi village. Our next objective is to fully absorb Konoha and subsequently conquer Sunagakure, Humogakure, and Kirigakure. The Wagakure shall reign as the mightiest shinobi village in the world. Once we completely assimilate Konoha and transform it into part of a Wagakure, our next target will be Humogakure. As Deidara concluded his remarks, the crowd erupted in cheers once more. I have long held a disdain for those wretched bastards. Deidara-sama is magnificent. The Wagakure is the strongest in the shinobi realm. Observing the jubilant crowd below, Deidara smiled slightly. The Tsuchikage succession ceremony came to a close, and news of Deidara's ascension as the fourth Tsuchikage spread throughout the shinobi world. His ambition to unify all shinobi villages became known to every village. Had it been anyone else making such declarations, they might have been dismissed. However, with Deidara, who had already vanquished Konoha, uttering these words, the remaining villages were enveloped in fear. They dreaded the prospect of their foundations being seized by Deidara and were unwilling to see their villages vanish like Konoha. Chapter 206. The Land of Demons. Ultimately, Tsunade and Kato Dan chose to wander the world. Tsunade became the shortest-serving Hokage in Konoha's history, and indeed, the last to hold the title. Initially, she intended to pass the Hokage position to Minato Namikaze, but was thwarted by Deidara. Konoha no longer required a Hokage. From that moment forward, there would only be one leader, the Tsuchikage. With those words, Deidara effectively silenced Tsunade. Konoha village thus lost its Hokage and began to share a single leader with a Wagakure. The highest authority in Konoha was now wielded by the elder statesman of a Wagakure, signifying that Konoha had entirely fallen under their dominion. The ninjas of Konoha were filled with indignation and yearned to resist. However, they soon discovered that their lives had seemingly improved. Clan ninjas were no longer targeted, and ordinary ninjas were no longer subjected to harsh treatment or deprived of mission fees. Moreover, the Ninja Academy had transformed into a place where anyone possessing chakra could enroll without the need for examinations. All these changes led the people of Konoha to feel that their village was thriving, leaving them at a loss for reasons to oppose a Wagakure. Among those most comfortably situated were the Uchiha clan. With Tsunade's assistance, the Uchiha had relocated to the heart of Konoha. Now, despite a Wagakure's victory, the Uchiha clan had not been expelled. Additionally, Orochimaru had joined a Wagakure's research team, assuming leadership of the group. Minato Namikaze settled down with Kushina, who also formed a solid friendship with Nanako. As time flowed gently by, a year later, in the 50th year of Konoha, Deidara's child was born with the sound of a cry. Deidara named him Deidara. Outside the Konoha hospital. Dear, are you feeling all right? Nanako emerged from the ward, cradling Deidara. The doctors and nurses nearby were left agape in astonishment. Just minutes after stitching her up, Nanako was already moving about freely. Deidara, however, was not surprised. With the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and the vitality of wood release, it was inconceivable for Nanako to require months of recovery after childbirth. While your recovery ability is remarkable, you shouldn't push yourself. Come, let me take you home. Deidara gently lifted Nanako, then utilized several body flicker techniques to leave the hospital. Children of the ninja world are unlike those in the ordinary realm. From birth, they can open their eyes, akin to typical children at the age of 1 or 2. Therefore, carrying them away poses little risk. Furthermore, due to the formidable abilities of their parents, newborn Deidara already possessed chakra nearing the level of a nin. The hospital staff could only watch in bewilderment as the couple departed shortly after childbirth. In the latter half of the 50th year of the ninja world, Deidara had been born for 6 months. This little fellow had developed an obsession with explosive tags. If he didn't play with them daily, he would cry endlessly, and even Nanako could not persuade him otherwise. Deidara would wail uncontrollably if he went a day without his beloved explosive tags, leaving Nanako with no choice but to indulge him. However, Nanako also sensed that Deidara bore a striking resemblance to Deidara. She felt the likelihood of him awakening explosion release exceeded 95%. In the Tsuchikige's office of a Wagakure, old man, could you handle things for a few days? I have an errand to run. Deidara summoned Inoki back. Although Deidara had optimized the processes of handling affairs, requiring his approval only for significant matters, it was evident that the Tsuchikige's office could not be left unattended, lest a critical issue arise during his absence. Thus, the elderly Inoki was called out of retirement by Deidara. At my age, you still come seeking this old man. You truly have no conscience. Inoki sighed, glancing at Deidara with a weary expression. Oh, come now, old man. You can enjoy a cup of tea here. It's not as hectic as it used to be, and you needn't be as busy as before. Besides, you can relish a different experience in the Tsuchikige's office, can't you? Deidara chuckled. Enough of your nonsense. It's better for you to set off sooner. Inoki waved his hands dismissively from the Tsuchikige's seat. Well then, I shall take my leave. Deidara summoned a clay giant bird and shattered the glass as he departed. Deidara, you. Inoki glared at the shattered glass in astonishment, but suddenly remembered that he was no longer the Tsuchikige. Indeed, he was no longer the Tsuchikige. Why should he be angry? Strangely enough, without the glass, he could now view the entire landscape of a Wagakure, which was rather pleasant. Inoki sank back into his chair, savoring a slow sip of tea. In the land of demons, Zai, what brings you here? The six tails within Deidara spoke with some confusion. I have come to verify whether my suspicions are correct. Deidara gazed towards the land of demons, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In the shrine of the Miko, at that moment, Myra lay asleep on the bed. Beside her was a small child who appeared to have just been born. Who goes there? Suddenly, Myra awoke, her gaze fixated warily in a particular direction. No need to be alarmed. I am here to assist you. Deidara entered through the front door without any intention of concealing his presence. For he was here to do good. You mean to reinforce the seal on the wraith? Myra instantly recognized Deidara, the fourth Tsuchikige of a Wagakure, acknowledged as the strongest in the ninja world at present. If he were to strengthen the seal on the wraith, perhaps it could indeed be sealed away for another millennium? When shall you and I go together to reinforce the seal, my lord? Myra inquired, looking at Deidara. Reinforce. Deidara chuckled. Do you not wish for a permanent solution? A permanent solution? Myra regarded Deidara with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Did this man intend to kill the wraith? Are you not aware that the wraith is immortal? No one can kill it. Myra could not help but exclaim to Deidara. Despite the fact that this individual was the strongest in the ninja world, the wraith was no mere mortal. With an immortal body and formidable power, she felt that even Deidara might fall to the wraith. Moreover, the other party was here to help her. She could not allow him to perish in the land of demons. That is not your concern. Have you not noticed that the seal has already been broken? Deidara slowly spoke, directing his gaze towards a certain spot. The seal has been broken. Myra gasped in horror. Chapter 207. The apparition. The seal has been broken. How could this be possible? Malare sprang from her bed, rushing towards the place where the apparition was sealed. For her, the existence of a shrine maiden was solely to seal and protect that seal. If the seal on the apparition was breached, it would signify her failure. She, as a shrine maiden, had not fulfilled her duty. Do not flee, come up. Didaze conjured a giant bird from clay, signaling Malare to ascend. My lord, if you can injure the apparition even once, I will have the chance to seal it. Malare whispered to Didaze. Seal it? I have said we should resolve this once and for all. Didaze waved his hand dismissively. He felt as if he could not communicate with Malare. The apparition before him was merely trash, a being that could be easily defeated by an ordinary ninja. To him, it was nothing more than refuse. The apparition possessed only the strength of an average shadow-level entity, augmented merely by an immortal existence. In truth, it might not even be stronger than Haiden. After all, Haiden possessed the absurd technique of death through blood, while the apparition could only summon ordinary undead minions. Didaze was primarily curious about the connection between the apparition and the evil god. Soon, they arrived at the site where the apparition was sealed. Before the seal, Huangquan laughed and wept, seemingly driven to madness. Lord Apparition, no one has come to rescue you after all this time. I shall be your most loyal follower and accompany you in unifying the world. Ha! This madman. Does he not realize that once the apparition is freed, it will annihilate all of humanity? Malare cursed under her breath. She could not comprehend Huangquan's thought process. Was he truly deranged? Did he genuinely believe that a being like the apparition would take him as a subordinate? The moment the apparition emerged, Huangquan would likely fall under its control. To the apparition, mere humans were insignificant. Shoo! Didaze restrained Malare, shaking his head. Malare bit her lip, gazing at Didaze in confusion. At that moment, Huangquan reached the final step, and with a frenzied shout, the apparition was summoned. Humans, I am eternally grateful. The voice of the apparition echoed. To serve Lord Apparition is my honor. Huangquan beamed with delight. As a reward, your body shall be transcended, becoming my servant. The apparition exhaled a cloud of dark mist, leaving Huangquan immobilized. Huangquan's consciousness was entirely suppressed by the apparition, rendering him a being utterly loyal to it. The apparition did not erase Huangquan's essence, but rather infused a new consciousness, inheriting his memories and enhancing his loyalty to the maximum. Although Huangquan's original loyalty was already near its peak, the apparition was not inclined to trust Huangquan's assurances. In its eyes, no one would willingly release a creature of darkness. Huangquan's actions must surely conceal another sinister plot. Perhaps someone was lying in ambush nearby? Hide away. I will handle this. Didaze summoned a shadow clone, which whisked Malare high into the sky. They found themselves in a position where they could observe Didaze and the apparition, albeit not entirely. As expected, the apparition gazed at Didaze with a look of realization. This fellow had indeed set up an ambush. The apparition's voice grew increasingly sinister. However, you have miscalculated one thing. I cannot lose. With that, the apparition unleashed a furious gale towards Didaze. TCH. Is that all? Didaze waved his hand, dissipating the tempest effortlessly. Malare gasped in astonishment, while the apparition appeared equally incredulous. How? Is this possible? The apparition was bewildered. This technique had always been infallible. Centuries ago, it had claimed countless lives. Yet now, it was extinguished with a mere gesture? The times have changed, apparition. You have become the weak, Didaze declared, producing a clay figurine. C3. Number 18. In an instant, the apparition was reduced to a mere pile of flesh. However, soon after, the effects of its immortality took hold, restoring it to its original form. Your immortality seems rather advanced. Didaze raised an eyebrow. The apparition's resurrection was evidently superior to Haiden's. Haiden could only be destroyed and not self-repair, while the apparition's immortality was far more sophisticated. You possess considerable strength. Why not join forces to rule the world? Didaze's demeanor remained lighthearted. With my immortal army and your prowess, we could easily unify the world. Your proposition is intriguing, yet why should I share dominion with you? Didaze interrupted the apparition with a grin. The apparition faltered, unsure of how to respond. In the past, individuals had resolutely refused him or had cooperated out of greed. But never had anyone proposed to seize control without sharing it. Very well. The apparition found Didaze's audacity amusing. It was the first time he had encountered someone who left him at a loss for words. Then, C5, Annihilation. Didaze, uninterested in further dialogue, hurled the annihilation attack at the apparition. What is this? So violent, so powerful chakra. Malare gazed at the radiant C5, her eyes filled with astonishment. If this was the case, perhaps there was truly a chance? With a resounding explosion, the apparition was obliterated, along with Huangquan, who was reduced to ashes. Since the sealing site was remote, Didaze intentionally allowed C5 to explode rather than absorb it. What is this? As a vague voice emerged, the apparition successfully resurrected yet again. However, this time, its expression was one of sheer terror as it beheld Didaze. It sensed that this technique might genuinely be capable of killing it. It was merely its fortunate luck that it had survived. You are still alive? Didaze looked at the apparition in astonishment. I demand to know what this is. The apparition roared at Didaze. Though filled with dread, Didaze's dismissive attitude further enraged it. At worst, it would be a fight to the death. The apparition had its own trump cards. Realizing it had not perished, it resolved to face Didaze once more. Didaze, uninterested in answering, conjured another C5, preparing to completely eliminate the apparition. Desperation washed over the apparition. All 8 of its heads displayed fear. Lord Evil God, I am willing to be your loyal dog. Please save me. Chapter 208. The Malevolent Deity, have you finally come to your senses? A dark mist drifted through the sky, coalescing into a grotesque visage. A murky voice emanated from it, infused with a palpable aura of malevolence and death. Curiously, both Didaze and the Wraith could comprehend the words of the malevolent deity, while Mithria remained utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the bizarre face materializing in the heavens. Yes, yes, my lord, if you assist me in eliminating him, I shall become your earthly envoy. The wraith bowed repeatedly before the eerie visage in the sky. It is too late. What? The malevolent deity's gaping maw opened wide in midair, and the wraith was instantly transformed into a pool of dark mist, devoured by the deity. Soon after, a new wraith emerged. This dark essence has not yet reached the desired level. Then let us see if you can seek vengeance on your own. I am quite curious to know who will emerge victorious, you or him. By the way, Didaze, should you encounter any difficulties, you may also seek my aid. I assure you, I shall not treat you as I have treated him. I will fulfill all your desires. The malevolent deity flashed a sinister smile at Didaze before the face in the sky vanished, leaving behind a wraith that had grown several times in size. The malevolent deity. Didaze furrowed his brow as he gazed at the disappearing figure. He sensed a nefarious plot at play. Although he could not fathom why the deity refrained from attacking him directly, he could glean some insight from its previous actions. Anyone who had once been bestowed with something by the malevolent deity could, upon beseeching its assistance, have their dark essence or immortality consumed, thereby falling completely under its control. Roar. The wraith wasted no time in charging at Didaze with a furious roar. Heavy rock technique. Didaze swiftly dodged by rolling aside, then hardened his arm and unleashed the heavy rock technique, delivering a powerful punch to one of the wraith's heads. Howl! The wraith's head let out a mournful cry before shattering. Yet in the blink of an eye, the head reformed. Has its immortality been significantly enhanced? Didaze observed the wraith's heads reconstituting out of thin air, realizing that the malevolent deity had vastly augmented the wraith's immortality. Sage mode. Activate. Didaze closed his eyes and then opened them rapidly. A golden aura encircled his eyes. Summoning technique. 3 goddesses. Didaze clapped his hands to the ground, channeling all his chakra to summon. Didaze. The 3 goddesses emerged simultaneously, gazing at Didaze with astonishment. Didaze managed to summon all 3 of them at once. Didaze, why have you summoned me? What followed was even more shocking for the 3 goddesses, as they beheld not only themselves, but also the white serpent sage summoned by Didaze. Sage, how could you be summoned by him? The 3 goddesses immediately bowed to the white serpent sage. His chakra is far too powerful. I was uncontrollably summoned. The white serpent sage lifted her gaze to Didaze. The quantity of his chakra had already surpassed her own. This meant that even if she were unwilling to be summoned, Didaze could forcibly call her forth by expending all his chakra. Roar. The wraith had no interest in the white serpent sage's explanations and charged furiously at her. Sage art. Inorganic rebirth. The white serpent sage gently tapped her staff against the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The terrain shifted, enveloping the wraith in the depths of the earth. The wraith howled and raged, spewing dark mist. It was utterly ineffective. With a single strike, the white serpent sage completely ensnared the wraith, enhanced by the malevolent deity. As long as she did not wish to release it, the wraith would remain trapped indefinitely. The temperament of the wraith will not allow it to accept this. Could you explain why this is so? The white serpent sage turned her gaze calmly toward Didaze, as if resolving the wraith was merely a trivial matter. Didaze surveyed the dramatically altered landscape, feeling a sense of shock. The power of the white serpent sage compared to the sage mode of Yakushi Kabuto was akin to the heavens and the earth. When the white serpent sage invoked inorganic rebirth, it was like a natural disaster. Indeed, if she were to unleash it in a confined space like the Dragon Cave, Didaze would likely find himself in a desperate flight. The wraith is under the control of the malevolent deity, Didaze stated succinctly. So the wraith is ensnared by the malevolent deity. It seems it has reaped what it has sown. The white serpent sage struck her staff, and inorganic rebirth brought the wraith back to the surface. How tragic. The white serpent sage lamented, her gaze flat as she regarded the wraith. Let us send it on its way. The white serpent sage firmly fixed the wraith in place with inorganic rebirth, leaving it to howl in fury. Indeed. Didaze nodded. Sage art. C5. Annihilation. Didaze infused his sage chakra into annihilation, augmenting its power exponentially, allowing it to harm all beings, even those of the 6 paths level. Buzz. With a resounding hum, the wraith's form was utterly obliterated, leaving behind only a wisp of dark mist. The mist surged toward Didaze. Malevolent deity. Still resorting to these petty tricks after all these years. The white serpent sage transformed into the form of an aged woman. extending her hand to grasp the dark mist and crushing it effortlessly. White Serpent Sage, why do you assist this child? The eerie visage reappeared in the sky, now tinged with a hint of fury. If I choose to help, then so be it. Must I explain my actions to you? The White Serpent Sage struck her staff once more, causing a multitude of stones to rise toward the malevolent deity's visage. Who? The face exhaled a cloud of dark mist, transforming the stones into blackness, which then disintegrated. Moreover, this attack continued its descent, seemingly intent on annihilating the very earth itself. Chapter 209. The Escape of the Malevolent Deity Didaze. You cannot escape my grasp. A sinister smile crept across the face of the large figure, who then attempted to flee once more. The corpse demon sealing technique. Didaze donned the death god mask, and subsequently, a small portion of the Six-Tails body was sacrificed to the death god. The current Six-Tails was a far cry from its former self, as it now offered less than 1/10 of its corporeal form, yet the death god was willing to heed the call. Kill him. Didaze, with a chilling demeanor behind the mask, cast a cold gaze upon the malevolent deity. To think that one could rely on a death god to restrain me is sheer folly. The large figure appeared visibly flustered, yet managed to maintain a facade of mockery towards Didaze. After all, summoning a death god required the offering of a soul. He never anticipated Didaze's resolute determination, willing to sacrifice his own soul for the sake of vengeance. The malevolent deity was unaware that the Six-Tails could summon the death god with just a fragment of its body. Had he known, he certainly would not have lingered here to utter meaningless words. Upon glimpsing the malevolent deity, the death god exhibited an expression of fury. The death god detached from Didaze's back, soaring into the skies, brandishing a blade from its mouth aimed directly at the malevolent deity. Simultaneously, the death god extended its massive hand, forcefully dragging the malevolent deity down from the heavens. Didaze, remember this. I will ensure that you. The malevolent deity clutched the area being pulled by the death god in agony, before transforming into a wisp of black mist, attempting to flee. Although the death god pursued, it could not catch up. At that moment, another death god appeared before the malevolent deity. It was none other than Didaze, adorned with the death god mask. It is essential to note that the Vortex clan possessed more than one death god mask. Vortexian had removed all of them, and each mask could summon a death god. The Vortex clan's shrine housed a staggering 20 masks. The newly emerged death god extended its claws toward the malevolent deity, striking with tremendous force. The malevolent deity's body was shattered, dark mist seeping from the remnants. With a gaze filled with hatred, the malevolent deity glanced at Didaze. Without uttering a word, it unleashed a tremendous surge of dark energy, subsequently exploding into nothingness across the cosmos. Was that a suicide? Didaze furrowed his brow, observing the self-detonating malevolent deity, and turned to the White Snake Sage for clarification. He has fled. He is not so easily extinguished, the White Snake Sage sighed. Fled. Indeed. Didaze pondered the dissipating dark mist. However, is it truly so simple? Didaze smiled coldly. He then retrieved the malevolent deity's sculpture and infused it with his chakra. The current sculpture bore no resemblance to the malevolent deity, merely serving as an artifact imbued with a fragment of its power, rendering the malevolent deity powerless against it. Absorb. Didaze directed the malevolent deity sculpture toward the dispersing black mist, its eyes glowing crimson as it began to absorb the dark energy. The escaping mist was swiftly diminished, leaving only a small fraction to flee. He will require a millennium to recuperate, the White Snake Sage remarked with a smile. The pact is sealed. Two death gods stood beside Didaze, extracting 2 portions of the Six-Tails' fragmented soul from within Didaze's body before dissipating. I am grateful for your assistance, White Snake Sage. Didaze removed the death god mask and bowed respectfully. It is nothing. It has been a while since I have had the chance to stretch my limbs, and this opportunity is indeed a welcome one. The White Snake Sage waved her hand, indicating that Didaze need not be concerned. However, your newfound strength has drawn the attention of certain individuals. You must exercise utmost caution moving forward, the White Snake Sage hinted. Are you referring to Otsutsuki Ishiki? Didaze, lacking the time for riddles, stated plainly. Yes, wait. How do you know? The White Snake Sage, realizing her slip, felt a sense of unease. She had knowledge of this because she had existed since Otsutsuki Kagaya first arrived on this planet. Although she had been merely an ordinary serpent at the time, she had fortuitously witnessed Otsutsuki Ishiki being betrayed by Kagaya. She had previously believed Otsutsuki Ishiki to be long deceased, but upon achieving mastery in her own abilities, she sensed an aura reminiscent of Ishiki's, albeit distinct, as though his physical form had been replaced. She had finally confirmed that Otsutsuki Ishiki still existed in this world. He was not dead. The White Snake Sage could easily surmise that Otsutsuki Ishiki's current form was far inferior to Daidaze's. In terms of both chakra and physical prowess, he was significantly weaker. The reason Otsutsuki Ishiki had refrained from confronting Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was primarily due to their reincarnation as the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. While others might be unaware of the Sage of Six Paths' continued existence, Otsutsuki Ishiki was fully cognizant of it. If he dared to target the reincarnated offspring of the Sage would undoubtedly sense it immediately and come to eliminate him. In his prime, Otsutsuki Ishiki would have had no fear of the Sage of Six Paths. But in his current state, his capabilities were at the bottom tier of Six Paths level power, rendering him inadequate to contend with the Sage. How do I know this? Daidaze elongated his response. It's a secret. Daidaze smiled at the White Snake Sage. To deal with someone who enjoys riddles, one must reciprocate in kind. You enjoy puzzles, do you? Perhaps you should ponder why I possess this knowledge. The White Snake Sage's expression visibly darkened, revealing her displeasure. With a huff, she utilized her reversal summoning technique, bewildering the three divine maidens back to the dragon cave. Daidaze shook his head with a smile, instructing his shadow clone to bring Moreau from the skies. What on earth is happening? What is this malevolent deity? Moreau, upon descent, urgently inquired of Daidaze. Her golden hair danced in the wind, seemingly reflecting the turmoil within the priestess's heart. You need not concern yourself with these matters. All you must know is that you will no longer need to watch over the wraith, Daidaze replied, shaking his head. Is that so? Moreau lowered her head, somewhat disheartened. Furthermore, she felt a sense of confusion. Having inherited her mother's will, she prepared to guard the seal for eternity, even willing to sacrifice her life, if necessary. She had long been ready to dedicate her life to safeguarding the seal. But now, Daidaze suddenly claimed that the wraith was dead. This revelation left Moreau with an overwhelming sense of unreality. It cannot be. It is all an illusion. It must be an illusion. Beside her, Huang Quan clutched his head in a frenzy, rolling about in a state of madness. Chapter 210. Return to the Land of Snow. How do you intend to deal with him? Daidaze nonchalantly turned to Malor. Unlike Fenghua Xiaoxua, who was a king he intended to support, Malor held no such significance for him. Therefore, Malor could act as he pleased, if he chose not to kill. It was of no concern to Daidaze. A person who colludes with demons has no value in existence. Malor cast a disdainful glance at Huang Quan. Lord Malor, please spare me. I was merely overcome by greed for a moment. Huang Quan pleaded, bowing repeatedly and weeping profusely, seemingly filled with remorse. I could tolerate your monopolization of power, even your attempts to undermine me, or your collusion with humans to frame me. However, you should never have allied with demons, Malor declared, not intending to let Huang Quan continue. He formed a few seals, and then struck his palm forcefully upon Huang Quan. Huang Quan was sent flying, crashing headfirst into a rock with a tragic end. According to your previous confessions, Huang Quan, you should have perished long ago, Daidaze remarked, raising an eyebrow at Malor. I have no interest in power. I could forgive him for conspiring with humans, Malor sighed. But demons are different. This time, I absolutely cannot let him go. Malor stated flatly. What do you plan to do now? Without the seal, you need not remain confined in the land of spirits, Daidaze inquired, turning his back to Malor. I have been here for generations. I am accustomed to it. I intend to continue assisting the citizens of the land of spirits, Malor replied with a gentle smile. It has been a long time. I must return to care for Zishuan. I thank you once again for eliminating the wraiths. Malor bowed deeply to Daidaze. There is no need for such formality, Daidaze waved his hand. Allow me to escort you. Daidaze summoned a shadow clone and molded a large clay bird, addressing Malor. Thank you. Malor expressed his gratitude towards Daidaze. Daidaze waved his hand and then vanished into the horizon. The shadow clone carried Malor towards the palace of the priestess in the land of spirits. Meanwhile, Daidaze's true self directly arrived at the Land of Snow. Land of Snow. The Land of Snow is no longer the place blanketed in snowflakes it once was. Though snow still drifts from the sky, the ground below is adorned with the warmth of spring blooms. It seems she has successfully unlocked the treasures left by her father. Didaze quietly observed the falling snowflakes for a moment before rising to walk towards the royal palace. Royal Palace of the Land of Snow. Halt. No entry for unauthorized individuals. One of the guards at the entrance of the Land of Snow sternly warned Didaze, blocking his path. Well, I suppose I am not an unauthorized individual. Didaze mused, uncertain as he stroked his chin. Get lost. Stop wasting time here. Another guard irritably urged Didaze, clearly vexed by such unreasonable interruptions. What are you laughing at? The guard glared at Didaze, who was smiling while looking behind him, causing him to turn around. Bang! The moment the guard turned back, a fist the size of a sandbag struck him squarely in the face. Lord Didaze, you have finally returned. Asama Santayu exclaimed, extending his hands to grasp Didaze in greeting after knocking the guard down. I did not expect you to come personally. I thought you would send someone. My apologies for the guard's rudeness. Rest assured, he will not be guarding the palace any longer. Please do not be angry. Asama Santayu earnestly assured Didaze. I am not angry, Didaze chuckled, waving his hand. By the way, do you miss Xiaoxue? Asama Santayu's demeanor left another guard dumbfounded. The guard, witnessing his fallen comrade, swallowed hard. Thankfully, he refrained from mocking, for offending Asama Santayu, the king's most trusted advisor, would surely spell disaster in the Land of Snow. Moreover, the identity of the man before him was becoming apparent to the guard, with his golden hair. The only person who could elicit such deference from Asama Santayu was none other than Didaze, the one who had aided the current king in reclaiming his throne and vanquished the Windflower Fury a year prior. Realizing this, the guard cast a sympathetic glance at his fallen colleague. If that fool knew he had insulted the mightiest figure in the strongest nation, he would likely never sleep soundly again. Didaze and Asama Santayu then proceeded into the palace. Inside the royal palace, master, you have finally arrived. Fenghua Xiaoxue, donned in a golden palace outfit, approached Didaze with joy, unable to conceal her beauty despite her youth. She eagerly took Didaze's hand. How many sets of chakra armor have you produced? Didaze inquired, looking at the lively Fenghua Xiaoxue as if she were his own daughter. Master, we have completed 1,000 sets. The pace is indeed a bit slow. Fenghua Xiaoxue replied bashfully, her gaze lowered as she played with her fingers. Producing 1,000 sets in a year is sufficient. I shall purchase them at the price I previously mentioned, Didaze reassured her, patting her head. 1,000 sets at 1 million each amounts to 10 billion. For the former Awagakure, this would be a substantial sum, yet for Awagakure, which has now absorbed Konoha, it is merely a large sum, not crippling. No. Fenghua Xiaoxue shook her head vigorously, the golden sleeves of her attire fluttering with her movements. Didaze observed Fenghua Xiaoxue with curiosity. The initial cost of producing a set of armor was around 600,000, but as we grew more adept, the failure rate significantly decreased. Now, the production cost is about 300 to 400,000 per set. 1 million is too generous. Fenghua Xiaoxue candidly disclosed her bottom line, leaving Didaze momentarily stunned. You just revealed your cost price so openly? Didaze marveled at the adorably innocent expression on Fenghua Xiaoxue's face, gently ruffling her hair. It is no concern. The strength of your village is also beneficial for me, Fenghua Xiaoxue stated earnestly. I truly appreciate it. However, there is no need to spare this amount for me. Didaze produced a sealing scroll and withdrew stacks of banknotes from within. Even the 10,000 yen notes covered 2/3 of the entire hall. These are all usable banknotes, Didaze stated as he handed the scroll back to Fenghua Xiaoxue. Fenghua Xiaoxue swallowed hard, having never before encountered such a vast sum of banknotes, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chapter 211. The Thoughts of Kazahana Koyuki. Let us cultivate the Land of Snow. For your assistance will be invaluable when the time comes to unify the ninja world. Didaze patted Kazahana Koyuki on the shoulder. His notion of assistance entailed the Land of Snow leading the surrender. Although it is a small nation, it ranks among the strongest, at least within the top 3. Excluding the Land of Waterfall and the Land of Rain, the Land of Snow is arguably the most formidable among the smaller nations. If the Land of Snow were to declare its allegiance to Awagakure, it would undoubtedly deliver a heavy blow to those smaller nations contemplating rebellion, consequently diminishing their resolve and accelerating Awagakure's assimilation efforts. However, Didaze presently refrains from annexing smaller nations, as Konohagakure is sufficient for Awagakure to digest for the time being. The prosperous Konohagakure takes precedence over those impoverished regions. To seize other villages for mere territorial gain would be akin to grasping at straws while losing sight of greater treasures. Moreover, in Didaze's estimation, the other 3 villages are already within his grasp. With his current prowess, even figures such as Nagato and Obito pose no challenge. As for Uchiha Madara, should he resurrect in his prime, it would present a challenge, yet victory would still likely be attainable. Do you require my assistance? Kazahana Koyuki gazed blankly at Didaze. What strength could she possibly offer him? She herself was unaware. Developing the nation is the best aid I can provide. Let us acquire the chakra armor. Didaze patted Kazahana Koyuki's shoulder before shifting the topic. Ah yes. Kazahana Koyuki, still dazed, turned and led Didaze toward a certain location. Why not have Santai take me instead? It is quite cold outside. Didaze observed Kazahana Koyuki's desire to lead the way and remarked. Although the land of snow has activated its geothermal systems, snowflakes continue to fall, and the temperature remains low, albeit slightly improved from before. It's all right, I am a ninja now, Kazahana Koyuki declared proudly, raising her head. Oh, Didaze chuckled, choosing not to comment further. He was no fool. He could discern Kazahana Koyuki's unspoken thoughts. When you find the time to visit a Wagakure, be sure to seek me out. I wish to introduce you to my child, Didaze casually mentioned, while observing her intently. He clearly noticed Kazahana Koyuki stiffen for a moment before returning to her usual demeanor. Didaze was now certain. I will visit then. Kazahana Koyuki smiled back at Didaze, her golden attire accentuating her beauty. However, Didaze found no inclination to appreciate it. Koyuki, go in search of your true love. Do not squander time on me. Didaze gently patted Kazahana Koyuki's head, candidly expressing his thoughts. He felt it necessary to clarify matters. Otherwise, Kazahana Koyuki might remain trapped in her emotional turmoil. There's no need. Kazahana Koyuki softly shook her head. Didaze could only sigh in response. For reasons unknown. He felt burdened by emotional debts, despite his belief that he had not intentionally led anyone on. Be it Yuming, Fuko Saichuan, or the present Kazahana Koyuki. Didaze had never pursued them, yet they all seemed to perceive him as having engaged in something more. Didaze felt helpless, unsure how to navigate this situation. But he resolved to clarify matters and take things one step at a time. This is the place. Kazahana Koyuki and Didaze arrived in silence at an underground chamber filled with intricate instruments and personnel clad in protective gear. Your Majesty. Upon spotting Kazahana Koyuki, someone immediately knelt before her, prompting others to follow suit. Rise and bring forth all the chakra armor. Kazahana Koyuki instructed the kneeling assembly with an impassive expression. Yes, they replied in unison, swiftly retrieving the chakra armor. Your Majesty, here lies all the armor, totaling 1,058 sets. A leading figure respectfully addressed Kazahana Koyuki. There are 58 additional sets? Didaze expressed mild surprise. Here, Didaze tossed another scroll to Kazahana Koyuki. No, the funds you provided previously are more than sufficient. These 58 sets are a gift to you. Kazahana Koyuki caught the scroll and promptly returned it to Didaze. Fair is fair, Didaze replied sternly. This is 1 billion ryo. When I return for the chakra armor next time, simply deduct it from this amount. Didaze informed Kazahana Koyuki. Understood. Kazahana Koyuki watched Didaze as he methodically stored the chakra armor within the scroll. Soon, Didaze had collected all the chakra armor. Well then, I shall take my leave. Didaze announced after securing the last of the armor. Master, please stay for a couple of days. Kazahana Koyuki extended her hand, attempting to retain Didaze. Master Kazahana Koyuki grasped Didaze's hand, her face reflecting a sorrowful expression. Next time, Koyuki. Didaze gently withdrew his hand, summoning a clay giant bird that soared into the sky, leaving Kazahana Koyuki behind in solitude. Didaze, is this truly the right course of action? The Six Tails observed Kazahana Koyuki's forlorn state from the spiritual realm, feeling a twinge of pity. Unrealistic fantasies cannot endure indefinitely. My intent in prompting her to see clearly is ultimately for her benefit. Didaze remarked with a calm demeanor. Had he chosen to remain, Kazahana Koyuki would only become further ensnared in her emotions, unable to extricate herself. Didaze understood this clearly, which is why he opted to depart immediately. Let us return to the village. Didaze no longer wished to deliberate this matter with the Six Tails. After all, it was not easy for him either. Although he harbored no romantic feelings for Kazahana Koyuki, witnessing his disciple in such a state was disheartening. The Wagakure, Suchikige's office. Didaze soon returned to a Wagakure, where he was astonished to find Inoki engrossed in the scenery from a shattered window. "Old man, you Didaze," exclaimed incredulously at the sight of Inoki, who was thoroughly enjoying the view. After being away for so long, he was astonished that Inoki had not repaired the glass. "The view is splendid. I recommend a larger impact next time." Inoki chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. This was the first time he had outsmarted Didaze. Chapter 212. Deidara's inaugural battle. Deidara gazed in astonishment at Inoki. "Humph, you little brat." Inoki, observing Deidara's expression, realized he was pondering why he was not angry, which delighted him. "By the way, old man, do you know whom I encountered on my outing?" Deidara waved his hand to signal the end of the topic and then spoke mysteriously to Inoki. Who did you meet?" Inoki, intrigued by Deidara's enigmatic demeanor, leaned in closer. "I met the evil god." "Evil god?" Inoki's initially composed expression morphed into one of shock. "Did you see his true form?" Deidara replied, "Yes, I did. However, it appears the evil god is quite fearful of the god of death. I utilized the dead demon consuming seal twice, severely depleting his vitality." "Is that so? You must exercise utmost caution. As long as such a deity remains alive, he poses a significant threat to you." After a moment of contemplation, Inoki advised. "I understand." Deidara nodded slightly. "Take care of yourself," Inoki concluded, rising to leave the Tsuchikage's office. 5 years later. Ninja World. Year 55. Awagakure has essentially absorbed Konohagakure, with the 2 villages now fully integrated. The other 3 villages have also formed alliances, ready to resist Awagakure should they initiate a village annihilation campaign. Yet, they are acutely aware that their current strength would render them utterly powerless against Awagakure. Amidst this confusion among the 3 villages, an organization approached them. This organization possessed the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths, and their sole request for assisting the 3 nations was a substantial sum of money. Without hesitation, the 3 nations pooled together a large sum to pay this organization. They soon learned the name of the organization: Akatsuki. "The Awagakure Deidara and I. Where are you off to play?" As Deidara, clutching a handful of explosive tags, prepared to sneak away, a small girl with her finger in her mouth called out to him. "Kuratsuchi, it's nothing really." Deidara chuckled awkwardly, concealing the explosive tags behind him. "Deidara and I. You must be planning to play with the explosive tags again. Aunt Nai told me to keep an eye on you." Kuratsuchi placed her hands on her hips, a smug expression on her face. "Ah, yes, yes." Deidara rolled his eyes and then executed a body flicker technique to escape. "Deidara and I, how could you do this?" Kuratsuchi exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration as Deidara vanished from sight. She merely wished to tease him, never expecting he would abandon her so quickly. In the forest, having arrived at the forest, Deidara felt assured that Kuratsuchi would not follow him here. He performed several body flicker techniques to delve deeper into the woods and then stretched lazily. At only 5 years of age, Deidara's chakra was already nearing that of a jonin, having perfectly inherited the talents of Nai and Deidara. His combat prowess was sufficient to rival that of a chunin, proving he was not merely a vessel of chakra. Art is an explosion. Deidara laid out a series of explosive tags and donned his explosion-proof armor, shouting with fervor. With a resounding boom, a massive tree was blown to the ground. Roar! A gigantic black bear suddenly appeared, its foul stench wafting towards Deidara as it charged at him. "Do you also appreciate my art?" Deidara, instead of panicking, wore a delighted smile as he faced the oncoming bear. Explosive tag detonation technique. Deidara produced a scroll and released hundreds of explosive tags from within. The tags detonated in rapid succession, leaving the bear utterly obliterated. TCH. Such a feeble creature dares to experience my art. Just as Deidara began to revel in his excitement, the bear lay lifeless, causing him to feel somewhat disappointed. How dull. Gazing at the remains of the bear, Deidara suddenly felt bored. He began to retract the scroll, preparing to depart when a chilling voice echoed through the air. "You've come, and now you shall not leave." As Deidara stowed the scroll, he looked up sharply to see a man clad in black, standing atop a tree. "If I can capture you, our village will be safe." The man wore a frenzied expression, clearly deranged. "Who are you?" Deidara calmly inquired, seeking information. "Wind release, great breakthrough." Without any further ado, the man unleashed an attack, aiming to knock Deidara unconscious and capture him. "Outside the forest, my dear, shall we truly not intervene?" Nai and Deidara stood atop a colossal clay bird, observing the battle from a vantage point. Both concealed their chakra, rendering them undetectable to Deidara and the black-clad man. Conflict is essential. Without genuine battles, growth is unattainable. No one in our village dares to strike at him. Hence, Deidara's countenance was contemplative. And I would never allow harm to befall the child. You need not worry, Deidara reassured, his eyes fixed on the scene below. Nai, upon hearing Deidara's words, fell silent and continued to watch the unfolding conflict. At that moment, Deidara was sent flying by the wind release. Great breakthrough. However, he quickly stabilized himself mid-air, preventing further retreat. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Deidara puffed his cheeks and expelled a massive fireball, with the wind aiding its ferocity. The fireball grew even larger under the influence of the great breakthrough. Indeed, a genius. The black-clad man's demeanor grew serious. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged forth, extinguishing Deidara's great fireball technique entirely. Earth release. Earthquake. Deidara formed seals once more, causing the ground to tremble. Wind release. Vacuum wave. The man expelled a massive torrent of wind towards Deidara. Got you. The man's eyes widened with delight as he prepared to strike Deidara. If he could capture Deidara, Deidara would be too wary to attack his village. The wind blast struck Deidara. The man had deliberately restrained his power to avoid killing Deidara outright. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Deidara did not succumb to his assault. A plume of white smoke arose, signaling that the attack had merely confronted a shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique. The black-clad man became vigilant, scanning his surroundings in search of Deidara's true location. Chapter 213. Destruction of Yuin Village. The Art of Explosive Tags. Suddenly, Deidara sprang from behind the cloaked man, hurling a multitude of explosive tags. Such an abundance of explosive tags astounded the dark-clad figure. How could Deidara provide a mere child with so many? Did he not fear for his son's life? Water release. Water barrier. As the explosive tags drew near, the cloaked man hastily formed seals to conjure a water barrier, attempting to thwart the impending blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags detonated against the water barrier, which, although damaged, shielded the man from the worst of the explosions. Little brat, I advise you to surrender now to spare yourself further injury. Otherwise, you will only provoke my wrath. The cloaked man attempted to intimidate Deidara into submission. Shadow clone explosion technique. Experience my art. Unfazed, Deidara laughed heartily as he commanded his shadow clones to charge at the cloaked man in a self-destructing assault. Bang! A shadow clone, covered in explosive tags, detonated beside the cloaked man. Damn you, little brat. Enraged, the dark-clad figure executed a body flicker technique, appearing right next to Deidara, intent on knocking him unconscious. This sensation, something is amiss. The instant he touched Deidara, the cloaked man sensed something was wrong and instinctively withdrew. Boom. A voice echoed from behind the rocks as the captured Deidara revealed his clothing, which was also adorned with explosive tags. Another shadow clone. Art is an explosion. The explosion resounded, leaving the cloaked man gasping on the ground. Hey, is this the end? My art has yet to reach its full potential. Deidara summoned another shadow clone, which playfully kicked the fallen man. The cloaked man glared furiously at Deidara. Oh, I'm so frightened. Are you satisfied now? Deidara feigned fear before reverting to his impassive demeanor. How tiresome. Next time, be sure to inform your village not to send someone like you to capture me. Send someone capable instead. Deidara patted the man's face before drawing a kunai and delivering the final blow. Remarkable combat awareness and decisive action. In the sky, Deidara observed the battle with a critical eye. Despite the enemy's underestimation, it was undeniable that Deidara could triumph over a jonin. Darling, they have begun their infiltration of a Wagakure. Nanako's eyes glinted with ferocity. Had these villages not threatened her child, she might have been more lenient. However, the audacity of attempting to abduct her child for their own ends was unforgivable. Indeed, it is quite brazen. Let us wage war on Yuin village tomorrow and eradicate them first, Deidara stated to Nanako. Agreed. The following day, Deidara rode alone atop a clay giant bird to Yuin village, unleashing a C5 explosion that decimated the village entirely. The only survivors were the third Reikage and the Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, while even the future fourth Reikage A perished in the initial blast. Ultimately, these two could not escape their fate and met their end at Deidara's hands. The news of Deidara single-handedly annihilating Yuin village spread rapidly throughout the ninja world, sending shivers down the spines of all shinobi villages, who found themselves at a loss for survival. In the high-ranking office of Sunagakure, Raza solemnly inquired, Yuin village has been destroyed. What are the elders' thoughts? Let us surrender even with the aid of that organization. We hold no chance, Chiyo sighed, her heart heavy. Deidara's strength surpassed her wildest imagination. The disparity between Sunagakure and Deidara was akin to that of a firefly against the blazing sun. The once formidable Yuin village had been dispatched by Deidara alone, leaving them utterly perplexed about how to confront such a figure. Let us surrender, Lord Kazekage. Kaibutsu added with a sigh. Allow me to think it over. This meeting is adjourned. Raza's countenance reflected his discontent. Surrender was not his desire. That night, at Raza's home, Gaara and his siblings approached, concerned by their father's fatigued expression. Father, what troubles you? Though Karura perished during childbirth, the absence of the one tail meant that Raza, despite his aversion to his child, did not neglect him as in the original tale. Nothing. Just go play, Raza replied, massaging his temples as he waved off the three children. They scampered away, leaving Raza in deep contemplation. Iwagakure issued a statement declaring that all villages must submit within a week or face annihilation. Deidara was no longer willing to wait. Having thoroughly absorbed the power of Konohagakure, Iwagakure was now poised to dominate the remaining forces of the ninja world. Indeed, the spirit of the earth shinobi surged. Finally, Lord Deidara was set to unify the ninja world. They had awaited this day for far too long. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire ninja realm. The land of snow and the land of birds were the first to capitulate. With their surrender, the smaller nations quickly followed suit. Apart from Takigakure and Amigakure, all other small villages had yielded. Takigakure's representatives had arrived at Iwagakure, negotiating with the diplomatic leaders, while Amigakure Deidara deemed it necessary to personally resolve that matter. Darling, will you go alone? Let me accompany you. Nanako implored, her anxiety palpable as Deidara prepared to depart. No need. Just protect our children at home. A mere small ninja village does not warrant both of us, Deidara replied with a reassuring smile. Don't deceive me. I know there are many S-rank rogue ninjas within. Nanako countered, her worry evident. S-rank rogue ninjas are no concern. I've obliterated Yuin village. Do you think I fear such foes? Deidara's words brimmed with confidence. After pondering, Nanako realized he had a point. Then please take care of yourself, she urged, unable to say more. Rest assured. With that, Deidara molded clay for a full minute, ultimately conjuring a massive aircraft, measuring several meters in length, which soared into the air before Nanako's astonished gaze. What on earth is that? She exclaimed, utterly bewildered as she watched Deidara pilot the colossal creation. Chapter 214. Confronting the final enemy in the land of rain. Let us resolve everything in one go. Didaze, in a playful mood, crafted 2 missile launchers for the aircraft he had sculpted. He then placed the completed clay missiles within. Though their power was rather modest, they certainly possessed a striking appearance. Didaze nodded in satisfaction at the aircraft he had fashioned with the 2 launchers. The Akatsuki organization awaited Didaze's arrival. The masked man spoke to the indifferent figure of Pain from above. This is the corpse of Uchiha Obito. Let us utilize the Rinnegan. He produced a coffin. This time, he refrained from masquerading as Uchiha Obito, for he was aware of Didaze, a formidable force capable of contending with Senju Hashirama. He was simply too fearful to impersonate Obito. Truth be told, he had no desire to resurrect Uchiha Obito. However, the prospect of failing to do so loomed ominously, as it could lead to Didaze's complete dismantling of the Moon Eye plan. Kakashi Hatake, Scorpion, and Kakuzu stood by, while Pain paid no heed to Uchiha Obito, instead calling out to the 3 below. Obito's expression darkened, sensing the tension. The trio swiftly gathered around Pain. Are we to confront Didaze? Kakuzu asked, a hint of trepidation in his tone. He had overheard the earlier conversation between Obito and Pain. What are you afraid of? With my divine eyes. No enemy poses a threat, Pain replied sharply, casting a piercing glance at Kakuzu. Indeed, Kakuzu acknowledged, momentarily setting aside his fear of Didaze as he beheld the Rinnegan eyes within Pain's sockets. What a foolhardy endeavor this is, Obito mused. Pondering Pain's audacity to challenge Didaze, who had triumphed over Hashirama, armed only with a Rinnegan that was not even his own awakening. Didaze had arrived. Pain spoke slowly. The Rain Tiger Freedom Technique had detected a colossal flying object. Undoubtedly, it was Didaze. You all stand behind the Hungry Ghost Path. Scorpion, engage with your human puppet. Pain's voice remained eerily calm. The trio fell silent, quickly assuming their formation, the Hungry Ghost Path at the forefront, followed by Kakuzu and Kakashi. Then Pain, the human path, the Azura path, the animal path, scorpion, and finally the hell path. 9 figures stood aligned, prepared for battle. Beware of Daidage's clay bombs. As soon as he strikes, I will seize the opportunity to bring him down, Pain instructed, his gaze fixed firmly upon the sky. In the heavens above, Deidara swiftly molded 10 missiles to test the waters. He placed the clay missiles into the clay aircraft. In truth, the flight of the missiles remained under Deidara's control. This was merely a means to satisfy his own whims. Intercontinental missile, go! Deidara commanded as he maneuvered the missiles to launch from the aircraft. Here they come. The hungry ghost path, with a serious demeanor, extended his hand, ready to intercept the peculiar objects. While he was uncertain of their nature, he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Attempting to absorb, Deidara's keen eyes caught the moment. Forming a hand seal, the missiles made an abrupt turn, redirecting toward the hell path. Pain abruptly turned his head. Behold my art, Scorpion declared, summoning Shikaku with a scroll as the missiles approached. Scorpion, you scoundrel. Shikaku, though possessing its own consciousness, was unable to control its own body. Release the wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Scorpion, uninterested in conversing with Shikaku, commanded it to unleash its attack on the missiles. The missiles and the Raisin Shuriken collided, neutralizing each other. Deidara is not so formidable after all. Kakuzu mused, observing the complete annihilation of the 10 missiles, feeling a sense of reassurance. Now let us test this. While controlling the missile's flight, Deidara compressed dust release into one of the missiles. This particular missile contained an explosive force equivalent to 100 boundary removal techniques, capable of obliterating the entire Hidden Rain village. However, Deidara could control the blast radius. Should he desire, this missile could eliminate just a single foe. Deidara launched the missile and then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear before the hungry ghost path, striking him into unconsciousness with a powerful blow. Subsequently, Deidara returned to his original position and ascended swiftly. A blinding flash of white light erupted, creating a vast crater below, while the remaining 5 panes were obliterated. Kakashi Hitaki, however, had been preemptively drawn into the Kemui space by Obito, for he was someone he could not afford to lose. Uchiha Obito scoffed. Having anticipated this outcome, did Pain truly believe a solitary Rinnegan could contend with Deidara? It was utterly laughable. How could this happen? In a concealed location, Pain's eyes were bloodshot. After the death of the 6 paths, he regained the powers of the 6 paths, thus utilizing the hungry ghost path to mitigate the explosion's force. Pain, what shall we do now? Konan expressed her uncertainty, recognizing Deidara's formidable strength. Let us surrender. Uchiha Obito must not be resurrected. Pain sighed. The fact that Deidara spared the ordinary citizens of the Hidden Rain village indicated his desire to avoid total enmity with them, rather than futilely resisting. It would be wiser to surrender to Deidara and allow him to unify the ninja world. If the ninja world could be united, perhaps the rampant wars would cease. Pain silently prayed within himself. You coward! Uchiha Obito, observing Pain from the Kemui space, cursed under his breath upon noticing Pain's lack of ambition. Suddenly, he launched himself from the Kemui space, aiming to seize Pain's Rinnegan. Yet, just as Obito was about to succeed, a hand intercepted him. With a swift punch, Obito's mask was shattered. How could you arrive so quickly? Uchiha Obito exclaimed in shock, staring at Deidara, who had been mere seconds away. Deidara, devoid of words, unleashed a series of punches upon Obito. He had already marked Obito with the Flying Thunder God technique, ensuring that even if Obito fled to the Kemui space, he could not escape Deidara's pursuit. Deidara's Flying Thunder God surpassed that of Minato Namikaze, rendering any notion of evading detection within the Kemui space utterly futile. Chapter 215. Unification of the Ninja World with a single punch. Deidara struck Uchiha Obito, causing him to spew blood. Had it not been for the half of his body composed of Zetsu, that blow alone would have sent Obito to meet his grandmother. Yet, even with Zetsu's presence, Obito found himself overwhelmed, each subsequent punch disorienting him further. Before long, he collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized, his eyes ablaze with fury. Kemui. At last, Uchiha Obito seized the opportunity to unleash Kemui against Deidara. Within the confines of the Kemui dimension, he opted to shift Deidara's form outside. What a nuisance. Deidara completely disregarded Kemui, enduring the spatial distortion to deliver another punch. Kakashi Hitaki. Seeing Kemui ineffective, Obito bellowed at the bystander Kakashi. Deidara cast a cold glance at Kakashi before lunging at his heart with his hand. Ah! Kakashi's heart was extracted, yet his expression remained rather placid. Deidara swiftly dispelled the cursed seal and returned the heart to Kakashi, subsequently infusing it with a surge of wood-release vitality, preserving his life. Now, depart and return to Konoha to start anew. Why do you aid me? Kakashi inquired, perplexed. There is no reason. With a flick of his finger, Deidara sent Kakashi away from the Kamui dimension. Meanwhile, Obito could only watch helplessly as Deidara approached, devoid of any allies by his side. With one decisive punch, Deidara reduced Obito to a mere pulp, extinguishing any hope of survival. As the Kamui dimension lost Obito's control, it began to collapse. Seizing the moment, Deidara extracted Obito's two Sharingan. Upon emerging from the crumbling Kamui dimension, Deidara found Nagato observing him intently. I have led the Rain Village to surrender, Nagato sighed deeply. A day later, the last two small ninja villages, the Rain Village and the Waterfall Village, surrendered to the Rock Village. The Sand Village also initiated negotiations with the Rock Village, preparing to capitulate as well. Though the Mist Village remained unresponsive for the time being, it posed no threat on its own. The complete unification of the ninja world was within reach. Yet, Deidara understood that it was not the time for complacency. Without absolute power, when the Tsutsuki clan intervened, everything would shatter. It was time to venture into the future and acquire the Ten Tails. Deidara contemplated silently, then manipulated the ley lines to traverse time. After a dizzying journey, he arrived in the future. At this juncture, preparations for war were complete, and the Fourth Great Ninja War had officially commenced. Naruto had entered the battlefield, and aside from Uchiha Madara, who had yet to be resurrected, the war was in full swing. On the battlefield, summoning technique. Controlled by Kabuto, the reanimated Madara performed a series of hand seals and clapped his hands together. A coffin was summoned, which was subsequently kicked open from within. In the cave, ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara. Kabuto chuckled coldly, pride swelling within him at the prospect of controlling such a fearsome figure of the ninja world. What of the fearsome Uchiha? Is he not now under my command in this conflict? On the battlefield, this is a special Edo Tensei I prepared just for you. Your strength now surpasses that of your living days, Kabuto proclaimed to Uchiha Madara. Have you witnessed my peak? Then let me show you. Uchiha Madara scoffed derisively and charged toward the allied shinobi forces. As he advanced, he decimated any ninja that dared to impede him, until he was sent flying by Temari's fan. Since you wish to employ ninjutsu first, do not blame me. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Madara concentrated his chakra, unleashing a massive inferno from his mouth. Water style, waterfall technique. Just as the ninjas prepared to use water techniques to counter Madara's fire, Deidara arrived from behind, casting a water jutsu to counter the flames. Deidara, you've come. Inoki exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Deidara. You all should leave. I shall confront Uchiha Madara. Deidara gestured for the others to retreat. Engaging Madara while accompanied by others would only be a hindrance. It seems that during my absence, the ninja world has birthed some intriguing individuals, Uchiha Madara remarked, arms crossed. You may wish to let them go, but I have no intention of allowing your escape. Heavenly Obstruction Star. Uchiha Madara summoned Susanoo, which formed hand seals to unleash the Heavenly Obstruction Star. The Heavenly Obstruction Star posed little threat to reanimated ninjas. After all, they could be revived even if crushed. However, Madara, being proud, had no desire to perish alongside those he deemed worthless. Is this the power of a god? The allied shinobi forces gazed at the overwhelming Heavenly Obstruction Star above, their spirits crushed. C5, Annihilation. Deidara created a clay bomb and hurled it toward the sky. With a thunderous explosion, the Heavenly Obstruction Star shattered into countless fragments, and the sun returned to the ninja's sight. We possess ninjas capable of standing against Uchiha Madara. The morale of the allied shinobi forces surged, and they swiftly departed the battlefield to assist elsewhere. Oh, it seems I have encountered a worthy opponent. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. In another part of the battlefield, Brother Scorpion, how does it feel to be controlled? Deidara bantered with Scorpion during their skirmish. Humph. To the right. Scorpion coldly scoffed at Deidara's taunts while indicating his intended attack. Brother Scorpion, I've long asserted that eternal art is ineffective. It is my art that reigns supreme. You know, Brother Scorpion, you truly ought to learn what true art is. Deidara rambled on, causing Scorpion to develop a vein on his forehead. Deidara, you're pushing your luck. Scorpion finally snapped, retaliating against Deidara. Do not be angry, Brother Scorpion. Deidara quickly apologized, resuming his chatter with Scorpion. Seeing the two engage in such camaraderie, the others refrained from interrupting their duel. After all, should anyone intrude, Scorpion would unleash his true assault, showing no mercy to anyone except Deidara. Chapter 216. Confrontation with Uchiha Obito as Deidara and Sasori engaged in battle. The other 5 Kage found an opportunity to support other fronts due to the clash between Deidara and Uchiha Obito. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield turned favorable. In the cave, Kabuto furrowed his brow. This troublesome individual from a parallel world is indeed a nuisance. Though not a resident of this realm, he dares to obstruct my plans. Kabuto's tone reflected his displeasure. On the battlefield, is this truly pain? Noki Jiraiya and the 4th Raikage were locked in combat with the 6 paths of pain. Uchiha Obito assisted Nagato in rapidly restoring the 6 paths, which now assumed the form of Jinchuriki. Except for the Deva path, which remained Yahiko, all other paths had been transformed into Jinchuriki. With the absence of the 6 tails, the remaining 5 perfectly complemented Pain's ranks. The strength of Nagato, wielding the 6 paths as Jinchuriki, significantly increased, overwhelming the combined efforts of the 4th Raikage, Noki, and the informed Jiraiya, who found themselves at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Meitarumi, and Gaara confronted Uchiha Obito. Despite facing 3 opponents, Obito managed to hold his ground and even counterattack at times. However, these skirmishes were secondary. The primary clash unfolded between Uchiha Madara and Deidara. Susanoo, Stage 3. Uchiha Madara's ocular power surged, summoning an armored Susanoo. Let us test this technique first, he mused nonchalantly. Susanoo. Flash. With a mighty swing, Uchiha Madara unleashed his Susanoo's blade towards Deidara, infused with the power to annihilate all. Explosive clay. Expansion bomb. As the Susanoo descended upon him, Deidara swiftly formed dozens of expansion bombs, hurling them at Uchiha Madara. Against such a colossal target, the expansion bombs proved to be an optimal choice. Boom. Upon contact, the bombs expanded instantaneously, erupting in a series of massive explosions. Susanoo Stage 4. Uchiha Madara promptly escalated Susanoo to its 4th stage, its colossal form sprouting legs and retreating. He sensed the potency of the expansion bombs. Although he could withstand them, he was not foolish enough to underestimate Deidara, whom he now regarded as an equal adversary. With that in mind, he cast aside his arrogance. The gigantic Susanoo leapt back, evading the explosive radius. Though the initial blast struck Susanoo, most subsequent explosions were deftly avoided, resulting in minimal damage. Susanoo. Twin Sword Dance. Uchiha Madara wielded Susanoo's greatsword, delivering a fierce strike towards Deidara. Would release. Would dragon technique. At the moment Susanoo swung, Madara clapped his hands together, summoning a massive wooden dragon to assault Deidara. The dragon surged forward, attempting to disrupt Deidara's focus. Would release. Wood dragon technique. Unfazed, Deidara conjured an identical wooden dragon of even greater size. You possess would release as well? Uchiha Madara's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had believed that would release had long been eradicated from the ninja world. Sage Art. C5, Sun. Without responding to Madara, Deidara summoned a golden shadow, channeling a vast reservoir of chakra and elemental energy into it. This is Sage mode. Not good. Madara immediately sensed Deidara's intentions. The Hungry Ghost path could indeed absorb Sage techniques, but the small orb in Deidara's hands contained an extraordinary amount of Sage chakra. Madara feared that even if he were to absorb it, he might end up petrified. Complete body. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara unleashed his ocular power once more, as Susanoo sprouted wings and expanded in size. Yata Mirror. With a sweeping motion of his sword, an endless barrage of Yata mirrors launched toward Deidara's C5, Sunday. As the two forces collided, the Yata mirrors were obliterated, yet the sun was momentarily halted by their onslaught. Will Tomb. Boundary Hell. Uchiha Madara invoked Will Tomb. Boundary Hell, intending to eliminate Deidara using his Rinnegan powers. Several clones emerged from Madara's Rinnegan, swiftly vanishing from sight. Even Deidara, now in Sage mode, could not perceive the Will Tomb. Boundary Hell. C4 Garuda. Remaining unperturbed, Deidara spread a blanket of nanobombs across the battlefield, ensuring that Madara's clones would be caught in the ensuing explosions, regardless of their location. Complete body-tailed beast transformation. Following the Garuda's deployment, Deidara transformed into a massive, golden-patterned 6 tails. Sage Art. Extreme Corrosion. Deidara released a highly corrosive liquid that could erode anything in its path. However, this liquid would not affect the nano-sized bombs. This was Deidara's meticulously crafted finishing move to complement C4, Garuda. Boom, boom, boom. As the C4, Garuda and extreme corrosion spread, the clones summoned by Wheel Tomb. Boundary Hell were detonated. The clones were enveloped in a thick layer of gray liquid, revealing their positions. You dare employ such tactics? Uchiha Madara frowned, his expression darkening with displeasure. Wood release. Wood golem technique. Susanoo. Realizing his ambush plan had failed, Uchiha Madara summoned a gigantic wooden golem, enveloping it with Susanoo. Deidara continued to engage Madara, but he understood that this was not the moment for his ultimate technique. He still had to contend with Obito. He needed to ascertain the process of absorbing the Ten Tails. If he recklessly charged in, success was not guaranteed. Even if Obito managed to absorb the Ten Tails, he would merely become a custodian of the Six Paths, perhaps not even that. Merely a pseudo-Six Paths. Deidara remained confident in his ability to confront Obito, having trained extensively for this moment. As Uchiha Madara and Deidara clashed, on another front, Uchiha Obito, in collaboration with Nagato and Sasuke, captured Killer Bee's 8 tails and Naruto's 9 tails. As for why Nagato allied with Uchiha Obito to resurrect the 10 tails, it stemmed from his lack of alternatives. He sought peace, albeit a form of peace far removed from his original vision, yet he had no choice. Sasuke, on the other hand, had succumbed to madness, even more so than during his Manjiki Sharingan phase. He yearned for vengeance against Konoha, the ninja world, and everything else. To avoid inciting this deranged individual, Kabuto refrained from using Edo Tensei on Uchiha Itachi, resulting in no one being able to dispel the Edo Tensei. Chapter 217. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Obito Uchiha Naruto Uzumaki's Spiritual Space Kyuubi. Naruto Uzumaki awoke with a start, only to find his body devoid of any presence. The seal that once contained the 9 tails had been shattered, leaving it empty. Little one. As Naruto gazed mournfully at the remnants of the seal, an aged voice resonated in the air. Who are you? Naruto whirled around to encounter a pale-skinned figure adorned with horns. I am the Sage of Six Paths. You are on the brink of death. Extend your hand, and I shall bestow upon you the power of the sun. The sage spoke succinctly, aware that any delay could lead to Naruto's demise. Power of the sun? What is that? Naruto's confusion was interrupted as the sage struck his hand, inscribing a character for sun upon it. Sighing, the sage observed Naruto before dissipating into the ether. Thus, Naruto, in a dazed state, received the gift of solar energy, preserving his life. However, bereft of the 9 tails, Naruto's strength paled in comparison to that of his original self, who had also gained the power of the sun. Now, he was likely akin to Obito, a mere gatekeeper of the sage's power, perhaps even weaker than Obito himself. After all, losing the 9 tails had significantly diminished Naruto's combat prowess. And while the solar energy compensated to an extent, it was not an all-encompassing solution. Outside, a white Zetsu emerged, addressing Sasuke. Uchiha, Naruto is dead. So what if he is? Sasuke's eyes shimmered with vengeful resolve, though Obito could perceive the deep-seated sorrow lurking within. The 10 tails. Yet, Obito, indifferent to Sasuke's plight, fixated on the roaring 10 tails beneath him, his excitement palpable. As long as he could become its Jinchuriki, he would no longer be merely a pawn of Madara Uchiha. He would be the master of the game. Come forth. Obito commenced the process of absorbing the 10 tails, this time with a reckless fervor exceeding that of the original narrative. In the original tale, the 10 tails was sealed only under duress, yet this time Obito sought to seal it outright. However, with the assistance of Nagato and Sasuke, Obito successfully absorbed the 10 tails into his being. Through sheer willpower, he resisted the 10 tails' corrosive influence, becoming the first Jinchuriki of the 10 tails since the Sage of Six Paths. Have I truly become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails? Deidara sensed Obito's transformation and, through his shadow clone, gleaned the method to seal the 10 tails without succumbing to its influence. Naruto has also acquired the power of the sun? That eliminates the need for division. Deidara mused with a slight smile, promptly departing the battlefield. Where do you think you're going? Madara, engrossed in combat with Deidara, was alarmed by his sudden retreat. He hadn't experienced such exhilarating battles since the death of Hashirama Senju. There will be more suitable opponents than me. Do not rush. Deidara replied with a grin, soaring into the skies atop his clay bird. Madara, unconvinced, attempted to pursue, summoning his Susanoo. Scorch release. Spiraling shuriken. A heated spiraling shuriken hurtled towards Madara. This man, Madara regarded his assailant with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Meanwhile, Obito grappled with the Ten Tails' relentless resistance. After several minutes of struggle, he finally subdued the beast, achieving the status of a perfect Jinchuriki. I am now the strongest in this world. Obito covered half of his face with one hand as horns sprouted from his head. The 5 Kage, they shall serve as the first target for me to test my newfound power. Obito summoned the sword of the heavenly soaring spear, enlarging it before swinging it towards the 5 Kage. Dust release, the original world separation technique. Inoki countered with his dust release technique. However, to Inoki's astonishment, his once infallible dust release failed to inflict any damage upon Obito's spear, as though he had never unleashed the technique at all. How is this possible? Inoki's disbelief was palpable. Dust release was a technique that transcended bloodline limits, impervious to any ninjutsu. Ridiculous. Obito said nothing further, merely directing the spear downwards with force. For a weapon forged from the chakra of the truth-seeking balls, only an immensely powerful sage technique could inflict meaningful harm. Despite its strength, dust release remained within the realm of ninjutsu, and as long as it was classified as such, it could never breach the defenses of the truth-seeking balls. With a thunderous crash, the spear struck down, sending the 5 Kage sprawling. Obito had dispatched them all with a single blow. No, we cannot yield so easily. The 5 Kage struggled to rise, but their efforts were futile. They had scarcely regained their footing before Obito knocked them down once more. How dull. Is this all the strength you possess? Obito frowned at the defeated Kage, contemplating their inadequacy. He had intended to familiarize himself with his abilities through combat with them, preparing for his eventual confrontation with Madara. Yet, they proved to be so lackluster. It appeared he would have to confront Madara directly. Considering the time, Madara should soon finish off that other individual. Obito doubted Deidara could best Madara, for while Deidara was undeniably powerful, he was not Madara's equal. Raising the sword of the heavenly soaring spear, Obito prepared to dispatch the 5 Kage once and for all. Sage Art. C2, Giant Dragon. Just as Obito swung the spear, Deidara arrived on the battlefield. Without hesitation, he hurled a clay bomb imbued with sage energy at Obito. Boom. Obito transformed the spear into the truth-seeking orb to block the attack. Deidara. Obito's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement as he regarded his opponent. Chapter 218. Becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Witnessing my exuberance, Deidara could easily discern the thoughts swirling in Uchiha Obito's mind. Prepare to meet your end. Obito, not wishing to engage in conversation, conjured an orb resembling a tailed beast bomb, yet it emitted a wave of light rather than being a mere projectile. He raised his right hand, unleashing a brilliant wave. Senjutsu, wood release, forest strangle technique. Deidara swiftly employed wood release to counter this assault. Senjutsu, wood release, wooden giant technique. With a clap of his hands, a towering wooden figure materialized, charging directly at Obito with a ferocious punch. However, this proved futile. Despite being a construct of senjutsu, it was effortlessly cleaved in two by the blade of the Tenjiro spear. Is that all you've got? As Obito prepared to taunt, he was taken aback to find Deidara had already closed the distance between them. Senjutsu, earth release, ultra heavy stone technique. Deidara, channeling his energy, landed a devastating blow to the unsuspecting Obito's face, sending him hurtling 1,000 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. How dare you? Obito, rising in fury, was indignant at being so bested. As the second sage of 6 paths, he refused to accept such humiliation. Crossfire. Flames erupted from his back and engulfed the Tenjiro spear, imbuing it with the fierce fire of the cross. The oppressive aura surrounding the spear reached its zenith. Impressive. Uchiha Sasuke observed with a grave expression, acutely aware of the overwhelming power that the crossfire had bestowed upon Obito's weapon. He realized that, should he confront Obito directly, he would likely perish within mere minutes. After all, this Obito had absorbed the complete form of the 10 Tails. Unlike the original narrative where he was deprived of the crucial 8 tails and 9 tails. With the crossfire fueling him, Obito unleashed another furious strike at Deidara with the Tenjiro spear. Flying Thunder God, Deidara deftly teleported back to his initial position, evading the attack. Yet, the ground was left scarred, a deep chasm burning with intense flames. You've mastered the Flying Thunder God, have you? Obito scoffed at Deidara's use of the technique. In the past, it had failed to save anyone, and now he believed it would not save Deidara either. Obito magnified the Tenjiro spear once more, aiming it at Deidara for another strike. Deidara was abruptly bisected by the blow. Is he truly dead? Obito questioned in disbelief, intensifying his sensory perception. The fallen Deidara bled crimson, a clear indication to Obito that this was indeed his true form. Yet, Obito remained skeptical. Crossfire. Obito unleashed the full force of the crossfire, engulfing the area in searing flames. Damn it, has he lost his mind? Sasuke activated his Susanoo and hurriedly retreated. Had he remained, he would surely have met his demise. After expending the crossfire, Deidara's body vanished. It seemed he had truly perished. Obito felt a sense of relief. The temperature of the crossfire had soared to thousands of degrees, leaving Deidara with no chance of survival. He sheathed the Tenjiro spear, which transformed back into the truth-seeking orb, resting behind him. It was time to deal with Uchiha Madara. Obito turned his gaze toward Madara's direction. I believe I can handle this. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through him. He felt a dense black mist penetrate his body. Ugh! Obito clutched his pierced chest, desperately attempting to mend his wounds. To his horror, he realized he was incapable of healing. The black mist only exacerbated his injuries. This was Deidara's trump card, the black mist of the evil god, absorbed during the previous escape. After years of refinement, Deidara had rendered this mist controllable. As both the evil god and the god of death were divine entities, their powers could indeed harm a sage of 6 paths. Under normal circumstances, Obito would never have fallen for such a trap. However, Deidara had stealthily maintained a shadow clone throughout their confrontation. The one that had perished was merely a fragment of his being. Deidara had gambled on Obito's lack of foresight, and he had won. Obito had acted impulsively. Had he unleashed the crossfire multiple times, Deidara's clone would have been incinerated by the intense heat, forcing Deidara into a direct confrontation where the odds of defeating Obito would drastically diminish. Damn it, what a fool Obito is. Kagaya's Black Zetsu observed anxiously as Obito fell victim to the ambush. He had initially planned to wait until Obito had absorbed Nagato's Rinnegan before executing the infinite Tsukuyami. But now, with Obito's demise and the Ten Tails in Deidara's possession, his plans were utterly thwarted. Black Zetsu, resolved, rushed forward to seize the Ten Tails. Are you dreaming? Deidara swiftly seized Black Zetsu by the throat. Though he was adept at ambushes, that was only effective against the unsuspecting. Deidara had anticipated his approach, capturing him effortlessly. With a swift twist, Deidara snapped Black Zetsu's neck and obliterated him with Senjutsu. Thus, a schemer who had plotted for nearly a millennium met his end at Deidara's hands. Deidara then turned his attention to the re-emerging Ten Tails, utilizing several sealing techniques. He contained the Ten Tails within himself. Having already endured Obito's prior suppression, the intensity of the sealing was significantly reduced. In no time, Deidara completely absorbed the Ten Tails, transforming into its Jinchuriki. Is this the power of the Ten Tails? Deidara summoned the truth-seeking orb. It was time to conclude matters with Uchiha Madara. He swiftly flew towards the battleground where Naruto, Uzumaki, and Madara were fiercely clashing. At that moment, Naruto was embroiled in a heated battle against Madara. With 2 toads perched upon his shoulders, channeling their chakra to launch a barrage of Raisen Shurikens. Madara, employing his complete Susanoo, faced off against Naruto. Yet, despite Naruto's superior strength, his relative inexperience in battle prevented him from overcoming Madara, and he found himself perilously close to being countered several times. Chapter 219. Preparing for the final battle, it is time to bring this to an end. Deidara soared to face Uchiha Madara, gently setting Naruto Uzumaki aside with a wave of his hand. Have you attained the power of the Ten Tails? Uchiha Madara chuckled, albeit with a hint of despondency. He understood that he had already lost. The aura of Deidara was no longer perceptible to him, yet it was evident that Deidara was far from incapacitated. It was clear that he had been significantly outpaced. However, I still wish to try. Though somewhat defeated, Uchiha Madara rallied his spirit, gazing at Deidara with renewed fighting spirit. Uchiha Madara wielded his complete Susanoo and struck down towards Deidara with a fierce blow. Deidara remained silent, aware that against someone like Uchiha Madara, it was best to exert his full strength. Expanded Truth-Seeking Orb, Extreme. Deidara dramatically enlarged the Truth-Seeking Orb, which swiftly expanded from mere centimeters to several meters in size. He infused it with all the ninjutsu and sage techniques he possessed. The Truth-Seeking Orb then rapidly compressed these techniques. Soon, the orb shrank back down from several meters to mere centimeters, exuding an overwhelmingly potent aura of destruction, seemingly poised to obliterate everything in its path. Explosion. After compressing it to its utmost limits, Deidara hurled it towards Uchiha Madara. As blinding white light erupted, the truth-seeking orb expanded infinitely and detonated. Uchiha Madara vanished completely amidst the searing brilliance, and the divine tree collapsed under the force of that strike. Deidara's attack could be said to have touched the power beyond the six paths. Uchiha Madara perished without regrets, having witnessed the formidable power he longed to see. Naruto, from now on, the safety of this world rests in your hands. Nevertheless, I can lend you a hand before I depart. Deidara glanced at the dazed Naruto Uzumaki and decided to assist him. If he were to leave just like that, he felt an unsettling pang of conscience. Oh. Naruto Uzumaki quickly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Deidara extracted a small truth-seeking orb and infused it into Naruto's body. As long as you train diligently, one day you will be just like me. Deidara offered words of encouragement to Naruto before vanishing in a flash. He intended to resurrect the Jinchuriki. On his way, Deidara conveniently handed over Nagato and Sasuke to Naruto, leaving it to Naruto's cunning words to win them back. Placing his hands upon the 5 Jinchuriki, Deidara used the power of the 6 paths to revive them. The resurrected Jinchuriki looked utterly bewildered. Aren't we dead? Big brother, what does this look? The 7 Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, couldn't help but inquire, and the others looked at Deidara with curiosity. Nothing much, just go back and have fun. Deidara chuckled before vanishing once more. In a cave? Damn that Nagato. Oh great God, please contact me. Haiden was pulling weeds while his scythe lay beside him. Suddenly, Deidara appeared and effortlessly dispatched Haiden with the truth-seeking orb before he even realized who had killed him. Someone like Haiden could not be spared. Others might have their reasons. But he was pure evil. It is time to return. After eliminating Haiden, Deidara manipulated the dragon vein to return to his world. As for the future of this world, that was now in Naruto's hands. In the original world, you're back. Nanako exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon seeing Deidara. But you look like this, she noted. Somewhat perplexed by Deidara's appearance. The appearance matters not. Deidara waved his hand carelessly, instantly reverting to his original form from that of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Hey Deidara, this guy is really hard to swallow. The 6 Tails complained from within the ceiling space. Hang in there, I believe in you. Deidara encouraged the 6 Tails. This is really too difficult. Absorbing this is quite the challenge. The 6 Tails lamented, fearing that absorbing the 10 Tails might be the end of him. Then start by devouring the dragon vein. Deidara transferred the entire power of the dragon vein to the 6 Tails. The 6 Tails felt an overwhelming force surge into its body, sensing a degree of transcendence. Now I am confident. The 6 Tails brimmed with newfound assurance. Wife, let us go play cards. The 6 Tails began to fully absorb the 10 Tails, while Deidara and Nanako entered to engage in a game of cards. Che. Deidara pouted at the door. A month later, the 6 Tails had completed the absorption of the 10 Tails, transforming into a being that was almost transparent, appearing less like a creature of this world. It is time to confront Otsutsuki Ishiki. Once he is dealt with, I shall address the Otsutsuki clan. Deidara sensed the surging power within himself and directly locked onto Otsutsuki Ishiki's location before teleporting. The ninja world is not vast. For Deidara now, it felt like a backyard. Who goes there? Otsutsuki Ishiki, engaged in repairs on an overseas island, was taken aback by Deidara's sudden appearance. Expanded truth-seeking orb. Deidara unleashed the truth-seeking orb, launching it towards Otsutsuki Ishiki. Great Black Heaven. Otsutsuki Ishiki swiftly released his seal, attempting to use Great Black Heaven to obstruct the truth-seeking orb. Yet, the orb was not so easily blocked. Great Box Heaven. Otsutsuki Ishiki had no choice but to elevate the strength of his seal, employing Great Box Heaven in a desperate attempt to thwart the attack. Explosion. Deidara smiled slightly, then clenched his hand. The truth-seeking orb detonated instantly, obliterating Great Box Heaven. I must flee. Otsutsuki Ishiki realized that Deidara had effortlessly dismantled his trump card and hastily summoned a space portal to escape. Sealed. Deidara formed a hand seal, causing the already manifested space portal to vanish once more. I have. Before Otsutsuki Ishiki could finish his sentence, Deidara delivered a decisive punch, sending him to the afterlife. Another month later, Deidara dealt with Mayaboka Mountain. Though it was less of a confrontation and more of relocating Mayaboka Mountain from the 3 great holy lands to the ninja world. Meanwhile, the Sage of Slugs retreated to the Dragon Cave, abandoning the wet-boned forest, effectively rendering her eliminated. However, the White Snake Sage wept helplessly, unable to contend with the Sage of Slugs. Nonetheless, Deidara had fulfilled the promises he made. Next, let us advance technology. Deidara gazed at the stars above. He had learned the location of the Otsutsuki planet from Ishiki's memories. Chapter 220 Invitation to Kaguya. 5 years later, Orochimaru's laboratory finally completed. Orochimaru gazed at the enormous aircraft carrier before him, tears of joy welling in his eyes. This was his magnum opus. Perhaps he would never again create such a flawless work in his lifetime. This would stand as the pinnacle of his achievements. Soon, Deidara learned of this news. Has it finally been completed? Splendid. Deidara shared in the excitement. In truth, he possessed the ability to traverse the cosmos. It was merely that others lacked such capability. After all, to completely eradicate the Otsutsuki clan, the strength of these individuals was undeniably necessary. Solely relying on himself could lead to the oversight of some members of the Otsutsuki clan. Deidara, through the memories of Otsutsuki Ishiki, had grasped the general composition of the Otsutsuki clan. For instance, upon reaching adulthood, any Otsutsuki becomes a jonin, and with slight cultivation, they may attain the level of Kaguya. The transition from Kaguya to Super Kaguya is rare, representing only about 1%. As for the Six Paths level, it is even scarcer, limited to a select few nobles. Otsutsuki Ishiki is a noble of the Otsutsuki clan, and Otsutsuki Kaguya is indeed part of this lineage. Kaguya is, in fact, a servant within the Otsutsuki Ishiki family. Though not of the more subservient variety, her status is still not particularly high. Furthermore, the Otsutsuki clan boasts of being surpassing the Six Paths level, known as Otsutsuki Tenji, the king of the Otsutsuki clan. However, Deidara's 5 years were not spent in vain. The Six Tails had assisted Deidara in shattering the barriers of the Six Paths, elevating him above that realm. The key to breaking through lay within Deidara's soul. The Six Tails, upon consuming the 10 Tails, sensed Deidara's formidable soul and, after some discourse, was astonished to learn of Deidara's secret. The Six Tails also endeavored to assist Deidara in returning to the original world, the three-dimensional realm. However, Deidara, being solely a soul, found it impossible to return. Nevertheless, with the aid of the Six Tails, Deidara managed to elevate his dimensionality slightly, resembling a state of 2.1 dimensions. Even so, leveraging the power granted by this elevation, Deidara successfully shattered the barriers of the Six Paths level. Laboratory, is this your scientific achievement? Deidara marveled at the aircraft carrier that loomed thousands of meters before him. This vessel operates entirely on chakra. All that is required is to contain the 9 tails within. Orochimaru proudly introduced the aircraft carrier. The 9 tails, you say? Deidara stroked his chin and subsequently called for Kushina. Kushina, remain still. I shall extract a portion of the 9 tails to serve as our power source. Deidara instructed Kushina, who obediently stood in place, awaiting his actions. Deidara swiftly extracted half of the E9 tails, and, employing Jinjutsu, signaled the E9 tails to release chakra towards the rear. The chakra of the 9 tails, even if only half, would suffice for this colossal aircraft carrier to navigate for years. Now that we have only half of the 9 tails remaining, you may attempt to engage it in a tug of war. Deidara kindly advised Kushina, whose face visibly lit up with excitement. We shall officially embark in a month. Deidara set a specific date for this mission. Orochimaru nodded in understanding. Deidara then opened a spatial gateway leading to a realm of nothingness. This spatial door was a capability acquired by refining Uchiha Obito's eye, allowing him to traverse any location he had previously visited. Within this void, the Sage of the Six Paths sat cross-legged. Are we to take action? The Sage of the Six Paths did not open his eyes, but inquired in a calm tone. We require your mother's strength. Release her. Deidara spoke to the Sage of the Six Paths. Is my refusal of any consequence? The Sage of the Six Paths shot Deidara a glance. None whatsoever. Deidara replied sincerely. Very well, as long as we eliminate the Otsutsuki clan. Your mother's grievances will be resolved. As long as she does not annihilate the ninja world, she may do as she pleases. The Sage of the Six Paths sighed, and then joined Deidara in traveling to the moon. Release. The Sage of the Six Paths conjured the yin and yang and struck the ground. The entire moon began to tremble, and the last descendants of the Otsutsuki clan rushed towards the source of the disturbance. An elderly man cradling a sightless child arrived at the epicenter of the tremors. This is the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan? Have only these two survived? The sage of the six paths gazed upon the frail elder and the blind child, a wave of profound guilt washing over him. Your task is complete. You need not continue guarding the moon. The sage of the six paths addressed the two. Without waiting for a response, he gently waved his hand, and they both fell into unconsciousness. I hope you will provide them with a suitable resting place. The sage of the six paths earnestly implored Deidara. Rest assured. Deidara nodded. The sage then clapped his hands. The seal was broken, and Otsutsuki Kagaya emerged from her confinement. My child. Upon her release, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately beheld the sage of the six paths, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Mother. The sage of the six paths, burdened by guilt, dared not meet Kagaya's gaze, his eyes darting away. Goddess of the moon, I have come to you to bring an end to the Otsutsuki clan. Deidara, observing the bowed head of the sage and the tear-streaked face of Kagaya, understood that neither could articulate their thoughts, compelling him to speak. The Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya, who had been weeping, suddenly became vigilant. How do you know of this? Kagaya's demeanor shifted to one of suspicion. I have slain Otsutsuki Ishiki, and there is no need for you to adopt such a posture towards me, Deidara declared, and in an instant, Kagaya found herself in a chokehold, restrained by Deidara's single hand. Afterward, Deidara relinquished his grip. He merely sought to demonstrate his power to Kagaya. When did? Kagaya could scarcely comprehend what Deidara had accomplished. He had arrived before her in an instant. Her mastery of space-time ninjutsu was considerable, yet she remained utterly bewildered by how he had approached her. In truth, Deidara had merely momentarily exited the two-dimensional realm and promptly returned. But to a being of two dimensions, it appeared as though Deidara had simply vanished. Chapter 221. Infiltrating the Tsutsuki Star. You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply know that I possess the ability to liberate you from your burdens completely. However, after we eradicate the Tsutsuki clan, you shall no longer create white Zetsu. With a faint smile, Didaze addressed Tsutsuki Kagaya. Very well. Tsutsuki Kagaya readily acquiesced. After all, had it not been for the need to resist the Tsutsuki clan, what purpose would her efforts in creating white Zetsu serve? Moreover, she discerned that Didaze's prowess surpassed her own. Perhaps they might stand a chance against the Tsutsuki clan. In truth, Tsutsuki Kagaya was among the few formidable beings within her clan, yet she harbored an enduring fear of them, a psychological scar from her childhood, independent of her strength. Get up, Yuhi. No need to remain on the ground. Tsutsuki Kagaya sighed as she glanced back at the Sage of Six Paths' mother. Are you not angry with me? The Sage of Six Paths gazed at Tsutsuki Kagaya in disbelief. What is there to be angry about? It is all in the past. Tsutsuki Kagaya sighed again. Didaze allowed the two to converse while he meandered about the moon. A day later, within a cave, Didaze remarked, though this may seem disrespectful to the deceased, I suspect you are eager to join the fray. He smiled at the corpse of Uchiha Obito before declaring, Edo Tensei. With swift hand seals, Uchiha Obito was revived. Edo Tensei, you say? I wonder what the current situation is. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Obito kicked the coffin aside with a nonchalant expression, only to be met by Didaze's presence. Although the Ten Tails had been devoured by the Six Tails, its aura lingered, reminiscent of the outer path, instantly reminding Uchiha Obito of the Ten Tails. Impossible. Where is Black Zetsu? Uchiha Obito seethed in fury, realizing he had completely deviated from his plans. Calm yourself and observe. Didaze instructed as he infused Uchiha Obito with memories of his intentions and the might of the Tsutsuki clan. He also revealed that the Moon Eye plan was merely a conspiracy. As for Uchiha Obito's cherished Black Zetsu, shortly after Tsutsuki Kagaya's revival, Black Zetsu rushed to her side. Tsutsuki Kagaya was deeply touched by this child, who had labored for millennia to resurrect her, just as depicted in the original tale, placing Black Zetsu within her sleeve. Didaze had no objections. After all, Tsutsuki Kagaya was rather naive, and having a strategist was beneficial. Black Zetsu's intent had always been to revive Tsutsuki Kagaya, and now that she had returned, he would not cause further turmoil. However, Black Zetsu held a disdain for the Sage of Six Paths, and whenever they crossed paths, he would mock him. The outer path, you say? Uchiha Obito's previous ire transformed into a fervor for battle. He became intrigued by this outer path. There is no longer any war in the world, and I shall endeavor to improve it. Will you join me? Didaze concluded, awaiting Uchiha Obito's response. Certainly. But may I bring Hashirama along? Uchiha Obito agreed readily, harboring a desire to demonstrate his strength to Senju Hashirama. A month later, aboard a colossal aircraft carrier. Half of the Nine Tails was providing propulsion. The Jinjutsu of the Nine Tails had been lifted, and the Sage of Six Paths had gently persuaded him to volunteer as fuel. The massive carrier was laden with all the shadow-level ninjas of the ninja world, alongside the Sage of Six Paths, Tsutsuki Kagaya, and others. However, the primary forces remained Uchiha Obito, Senju Hashirama, the Sage of Six Paths, Tsutsuki Kagaya, and Didaze. The remaining shadow-level ninjas, while useful, were of limited significance. Didaze did not bring any below shadow-level ninjas, as their presence would serve no purpose other than to be cannon fodder. Meanwhile, Orochimaru piloted the aircraft carrier swiftly into space. Tsutsuki Kagaya, possessing the most precise knowledge of the Tsutsuki clan's location, guided Orochimaru from the cockpit on their next course. After a lengthy 2 months, Didaze and his companions finally arrived at the planet of the Tsutsuki clan. The Tsutsuki had stationed numerous sentinels outside their planet, preventing Orochimaru's carrier from advancing further, necessitating the descent of the group. Strangely enough, the outer space of this world possessed oxygen, allowing direct action upon descent. Nonetheless, only Didaze chose to descend from above. Expanding Truth-Seeking Ball. Didaze swiftly annihilated all the sentinels with the expanding Truth-Seeking Ball before boarding the aircraft carrier and continuing deeper into the planet. Soon, the carrier landed within the planet, and everyone disembarked. How many years has it been? Tsutsuki Kagaya sighed, gazing at the familiar surroundings. Let us commence. Didaze waved his hand, prompting the group to follow him and unleash havoc upon the Tsutsuki planet. Wherever they went, the Tsutsuki clan met a gruesome fate. These inferior beings dare to. In a certain estate, Tsutsuki Kagaya and Tsutsuki Kinshiki were engaged with the Sage of Six Paths. They were the strongest within their clan, yet even so, they found themselves retreating against the sage's might. Kinshiki, Tsutsuki Kagaya, shouted in frustration. In an instant, Tsutsuki Kinshiki transformed into a fruit, which Black Zetsu promptly devoured. Quite a delightful flavor, indeed, haha. Black Zetsu chuckled, and before Tsutsuki Kagaya could finish her sentence, he unleashed a black tortoise heart extraction, sending her to the Pure Land. Having consumed the fruit formed from Tsutsuki Kinshiki, Black Zetsu acquired a corporeal form, resembling a diminutive figure cloaked in darkness, a sight that instilled dread. Attention, all clan leaders, assemble at the royal palace. Notification: the Tsutsuki clan had not encountered such formidable extraterrestrial beings in eons. The last invasion occurred thousands of years prior, resulting in merely a few hundred clan members being slain. Yet, despite this, the Tsutsuki clan had tormented the inhabitants of that planet for over 10 millennia. Now, they faced yet another invasion, with casualties numbering in the hundreds of thousands. This marked an unprecedented loss for the Tsutsuki clan, so significant that their leader, Tsutsuki Tenshiki, felt a profound ache in his heart. Upon receiving this news, all clan leaders immediately brought their promising successors and mainstays to the royal palace, leaving only a few expendables behind. As Didaze and the others continued their slaughter, they gradually sensed something amiss. Previously, there had been some skilled fighters, though among the Six Paths they were the weakest. Yet now, there were not even any super shadow-level adversaries. They must have all gone to the royal palace, Tsutsuki Kagaya remarked solemnly. The royal palace, you say? Didaze cast a glance at the towering edifice that soared into the sky, his expression fluctuating. He had initially intended to eliminate these foes before confronting Tenshiki, but he had not anticipated the rapid gathering of all the clan members at the palace. Let us proceed directly, Uchiha Obito declared, brimming with battle spirit as he spoke to Didaze. Moments prior, he and Senju Hashirama had combined their powers to execute an ultimate technique akin to the Susanoo Buddha, even defeating a Six Paths level Tsutsuki. Now, Uchiha Obito felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Chapter 222, Ascension into Three Dimensions, Finale. Let us proceed. Didaze understood that evasion was futile. It was far better to confront the matter head-on. The group moved towards the Otsutsuki Palace, encountering no other members of the Otsutsuki clan along the way. It was likely that those in proximity had already relocated to the palace. Soon, they arrived at the majestic abode of the Otsutsuki clan. Stop them! A commanding voice echoed, and countless members of the Otsutsuki rushed towards them. Keisai Haiketsu. Otsutsuki Kagaya conjured 2 ashen bones, launching them directly at the commander positioned behind. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he chose to aid the lesser beings. A man with golden pupils and an overwhelming aura emerged, effortlessly pinching Kagaya's ashen bones between two fingers. Tenji, Kagaya muttered through gritted teeth, recognizing the apathetic man before her. He was the architect of the rules, the one who had relegated her to the status of a mere expendable in the Otsutsuki clan. I offer you a chance. Eliminate them and return to the Otsutsuki. I shall make you my consort, Tenji proclaimed, standing with his hands clasped behind him. To him, this was a benevolence, his final act of grace towards Kagaya. He held no regard for the ordinary clansman. Kagaya's current prowess ranked among the top 5 within the Otsutsuki, making her the strongest woman Tenji had ever encountered. This only intensified his desire for conquest. Enough of this chatter. Expand the Seeking Truth orbs. Didaze, uninterested in further dialogue with Tenji, briefly ascended to a higher dimension and unleashed the Seeking Truth orbs. How did you? Tenji, initially composed, was startled by Didaze's sudden appearance beside him, losing his previous air of calm. He was subsequently sent flying by the force of the orbs, golden blood spilling from his mouth. Impossible. The other Otsutsuki members gazed in shock at Tenji. Interesting. You must have entered a realm beyond my perception. After overcoming his initial astonishment, Tenji began to comprehend the situation. At last, it begins, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara watched Didaze spring into action with palpable excitement. Come forth. Sage art. Would release. True Thousand Hands. Manifest the Buddha. A colossal Susanoo enveloped the true Thousand Hands, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Together, Hashirama and Madara faced 2 of the weaker 6 Paths level clan leaders. Despite being outmatched, both warriors wore expressions of exhilaration. Hashirama, it has been too long since we fought side by side. Indeed, it has. Their laughter echoed amidst the chaos, as if they were entirely unfazed by the battle. Meanwhile, the Sage of 6 Paths single-handedly held off 4 6 Paths level clan leaders. The remaining 7 or 8 clan leaders converged to assault Kagaya, who, with the assistance of Black Zetsu, barely managed to endure. However, several opponents matched or even surpassed her strength. Without her immortality, Kagaya would have surely succumbed. The others faced the Otsutsuki's low-ranking soldiers, with hundreds clashing against thousands of Otsutsuki warriors, rapidly finding themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, none of this mattered. The outcome of the battle hinged solely on the clash between Tenji and Didaze, for the victor would dictate the trajectory of the entire battlefield. Tenji radiated an intense golden light as he launched a punch towards Didaze. He eschewed flamboyant abilities, yet the power behind his strike surpassed all expectations. Seeking Truth orbs. Compress. Didaze exerted all his might to condense the 24 orbs behind him, transforming them into a small sphere of radiant gold. Boom. The resounding impact of Tenji's punch against the golden sphere reverberated through the air, causing the orb to slightly deform. Unfazed, Didaze continued to press down with both hands, while Tenji struggled to breach the sphere's defenses, as if it possessed a will of its own. What are you attempting? Tenji pondered, observing Didaze's relentless pressing gestures. Whoosh. Tenji executed a rapid series of movements, attempting to close the distance between himself and Didaze with blinding speed, but the golden sphere effectively thwarted his advances. Sage art. Assimilation of Seeking Truth orbs. Didaze finally ceased his pressing motion, instead channeling an exquisitely refined energy into the earth itself. The very ground, even the planet, transformed into Seeking Truth orbs. What? Tenji gasped in horror. Sage art. Inorganic rebirth. Didaze formed a seal, invoking the sage technique of the Dragon Cave. Although he had not learned this specific technique, he was capable of utilizing it nonetheless. The earth began to tremble as countless black Seeking Truth orbs surged towards Tenji, encompassing not only him but also the clan leaders and ordinary members below. In mere moments, all Otsutsuki aside from the clan leaders had perished. Even the strongest among them were tortured by the relentless onslaught of orbs. Damn it! Tenji's fury erupted, his eyes ablaze with golden light as he hurled a fist towards Didaze. He followed a path of sheer power. Dismissing the need for elaborate abilities, his strength was sufficient to shatter all barriers. As the Seeking Truth orbs intercepted Tenji's strike, they shattered instantly, even the golden orbs succumbing to his force. You've fallen for my trap. Didaze smiled as he witnessed the destruction of the golden orbs. This was the moment he had awaited. What? Tenji could utter no more than a final exclamation before being obliterated by the overwhelming spiritual force unleashed by the explosion of the golden orbs. Didaze had infused a fragment of his own soul into the orb. Though the infusion was painful, once the orb detonated, the essence of Didaze's three-dimensional soul would unleash upon the assailant. The reason Didaze could not directly wield this power was that his soul had a master. It could only defend passively, not attack actively. Only a soul severed from its origin could unleash chaotic assaults. And Tenji, having shattered the golden orb, absorbed the full brunt of Didaze's essence, becoming a mere shell devoid of spirit. Is this resolved? Everyone gazed, stunned, at the fallen Tenji. Didaze exhaled in relief. His gamble had paid off. His soul wielded dominion over all beings in this realm. Haraha. Just as Didaze prepared to eliminate the remaining Otsutsuki leaders, the soulless Tenji astonishingly rose once more. Unexpectedly, the young man has perished. How intriguing. The Otsutsuki Tenji's eyes erupted with boundless radiance, and soon his form began to shift, his visage transforming. In a fleeting moment, an elderly figure, seemingly frail and aged, materialized before Didaze. Divine One, you are still among the living. The remaining Otsutsuki clan leaders implored, kneeling fervently as they spoke. The Otsutsuki god, Didaze's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed no aura emanating from this figure. I had not intended to reveal myself. The Otsutsuki god sighed. Yet, upon witnessing such souls, a glimmer of avarice danced in the Otsutsuki god's eyes. You are the sole pathway for my escape from this realm. The glint of greed intensified within him, and he declared, As for you all, consider yourselves mere sustenance, for I shall soon transcend this tedious existence. With a mere wave of his hand, the kneeling clan leaders were consumed, their essence devoured in an instant. Didaze could no longer perceive any trace of the Otsutsuki god's presence, realizing that he had ascended to an incomprehensible realm. In a flash, Didaze elevated his own dimension and swiftly returned to the Otsutsuki god's side, attempting a surprise attack, only to be seized by the god himself. Is this the power of another world? How utterly captivating. The Otsutsuki god did not relinquish his grip, but rather leaned in closer, inhaling Didaze's essence. Splitting technique. Didaze utilized the technique to escape the Otsutsuki god's clutches, warily observing his opponent. Kagaya used the shared killing technique to disrupt him. Yui harnessed the power of yin and yang to find an opportunity to seal him. Didaze instructed the two. However, before he could finish his command, the Otsutsuki god had already slain both of them. Damn it. For the first time, Didaze felt utterly powerless. Death was inconsequential to him, as he could revive at will. Yet, the crucial matter was that the Otsutsuki god's power had far surpassed his own. After dispatching the two, the Otsutsuki god summoned a barrier. Why not relinquish your soul? If you do, I assure you, your loved one shall endure. You desire the annihilation of the Otsutsuki clan. Do you not? They have been vanquished. Surrendering your soul will pose no issue. Think of your friends, your family. The Otsutsuki god spoke with a voice laced with temptation, and Didaze's eyes shimmered with confusion, as if on the verge of succumbing to the god's persuasion. Didaze, do not heed his deceit. Kyubi urged, desperately struggling against the Otsutsuki god's allure. Merely a tiny insect, silence. The Otsutsuki god struck Kyubi, rendering it unconscious. You need only to let your guard down. Yes, just like that. The Otsutsuki god's gaze gleamed with ecstasy as he observed Didaze lower his defenses. If he could claim this soul, he would no longer be confined to this minuscule world. Didaze slowly began to extract his own soul. The Otsutsuki god dared not touch Didaze's essence, for despite his might, he remained a two-dimensional being. Direct contact with a three-dimensional soul would inflict grave harm upon him. His aim was to coax Didaze into relinquishing it, allowing the essence to become a formless soul that he could subsequently erode with time. Do you truly believe me a fool? Didaze grinned enigmatically after extracting a portion of his soul. He then lunged at the Otsutsuki god with the extracted fragment. If the god feared his soul, he would wield it as a weapon. Didaze endured immense agony extracting half of his essence for this very moment. Upon contact with Didaze's soul, the Otsutsuki god ignited in a conflagration resembling a pixelated mosaic, his form disintegrating into a fragmented state. Yet, employing an unknown method, the Otsutsuki god evaded the grasp of his own disintegration. The Otsutsuki god, disregarding his injuries, unleashed a full-force assault to obliterate Didaze. Though such an act would leave him weakened for millennia, it was a worthy sacrifice for a new world. The Otsutsuki god obliterated Didaze, leaving himself somewhat diminished. Yet his focus remained fixated on the essence of the soul. a formless soul. In an unknown realm, Didaze found himself in a peculiar place. Before him stood a table adorned with an eraser and a pencil, alongside a comic book. So it is this way? Didaze chuckled softly. With his corporeal form completely destroyed, his soul had achieved liberation, allowing him to return to the three-dimensional world. Everything within the two-dimensional realm was but a mere comic to him. Otsutsuki Star, the formless soul, is mine. The Otsutsuki god brandished a gourd, intent on capturing Didaze's essence, only to be met with the shocking realization that the soul had vanished. In horror, he discovered his own existence dwindling away. No. The Otsutsuki goddess head was the first to be erased, yet such a formidable being would not perish merely from decapitation. Attempting to self-destruct to restore his form, he found himself as if born without a head. The scene shifted, revealing Didaze turning to the comic's first page. Chapter 1. The Birth of the Otsutsuki God. The Otsutsuki god could only wail in despair as he felt himself being gradually erased from existence. Soon, all traces of him vanished, leaving only Didaze with the memory of his presence. We have triumphed. We have vanquished Otsutsuki Tenji. The crowd erupted in jubilant celebration. Didaze returned from the three-dimensional realm, re-entering this world. Darling, you were so heroic in defeating Otsutsuki Tenji. Nanako rushed to embrace Didaze, nuzzling against him. Of course, for your husband is the most dashing. Didaze laughed heartily. The end.